On the Kanglan continent, every adult will awaken a lord's space. Failure to awaken means permanently losing one's lordship and becoming an ordinary person. In the awakening plaza, the man stared intently at the mysterious awakening altar ahead. He was a time traveler who arrived on the Kanglan continent after his plane crashed. This world possesses a powerful ability, the Lord's Space. The Lord's Space allows awakened ones to develop their territories and acquire mysterious items. However, the Lord's Space is filled with monsters that can destroy the territory at any time, leading many lords to commit suicide as a result. The Lord's Space is divided into 5 qualities: white, common; yellow, rare; purple, epic; orange, legendary; and gold, godlike. Zhou Class 8, Grade 3. Student ID 1201202120. Zhou immediately stepped onto the altar. He had been waiting for this moment for 18 years. Stand on the altar, close your eyes, and focus your attention, said the teacher in charge of the ceremony. Zhou stood still, and as the teacher waved the scepter in his hand, the altar released a holy light. He instantly felt as if he had entered a void space, surrounded by countless colorful points of light. These points of light must be the Lord's Space. It's so beautiful, Zhou thought to himself. Soon, a white light appeared above his head. Only white. He looked at the point of light above him. Suddenly, a colorful light rose from beneath his feet, and Zhou was stunned. He looked down and was surprised to find that he had awakened a second Lord's Space, and it was colorful. Zhou heart raced. He used his mind to control the white Lord's Space, concealing the colorful light. Although it's a white Lord's Space, you've successfully awakened, and you're sure to achieve great things in the future, the awakening teacher said with a smile. After Zhou responded politely, he stepped down from the altar, drawing envious glances from those around him. After returning home, Zhou opened the panel of the Lord's Space and saw the attributes of his territory. Territory name: unnamed. Lord: Zhou detailed attributes: quality: common. Territory talent: special item spawn rate plus 1%. Level: 0. Area: 10 by 10. Building: thatched hut level 1 villagers, 0. The probability of special items appearing is increased by 1. Special items are rare and powerful, and cannot even be purchased with spirit coins. Spirit coins are a universal currency obtained by defeating monsters in your territory. Zhou continued to view the detailed attributes. Name: Zhou. Gender: male. Age: 19. Race: human. Nationality: Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level: 0. Strength: 0.5. Constitution: 0.5. Agility: 0.7. Spirit: 2.5. He tried to activate the colorful Lord Space and found that it was an auxiliary space. Every new Lord has a 1-month probationary period during which they will face Lord assessments. Every day, monsters will attack the territory, and the strength of the monsters is related to the quality of the Lord's Space. Lords can receive rewards for their performance in the assessment, but the assessment will end if the Lord's crystal is destroyed. After Zhou was ready, he activated the teleportation. A flash of light, and Zhou entered a completely new world. Before me was a flat area of about 100 square meters, with a thatched hut in the center and a shining Lord Crystal outside. Building: Lord's Crystal level, 10/100 defense, 100 description, core hub of the Lord's Space. Zhou checked the attributes of the thatched hut. Building: thatched hut. Level: 1, 0 out of 100. Defense: 10. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Welcome to the Lord's Space. You have received newbie rewards: barracks, altar, beginner equipment, and 100 soul coins. Newcomer trial begins. During the trial period, monsters will attack daily. Defeating them will grant rewards. Before Zhou appeared barracks, altars, and beginner equipment. These were essential facilities for every new lord. Barracks are used to summon armies, while altars can summon equipment, items, treasures, etc. by offering soul coins or spirit coins. Zhou immediately constructed barracks and an altar. Construct 1 barracks. Construct 1 altar. Building: barracks. Level: 1, 0/100. Function: summon soldiers. Introduction: basic summoning costs 10 soul coins. Intermediate summoning costs 50 soul coins. And advanced summoning costs 100 soul coins. Building: altar. Level: 1, 0 out of 100. Function: sacrifice. Description: can be sacrificed with soul coins and spirit coins. Spirit coins are the universal currency and can be used to purchase items, while soul coins can only be obtained by killing monsters and cannot be traded. Soul coins can be used to upgrade buildings, lords, or heroes, or as sacrifices at altars. However, altar sacrifices carry significant risks. Just then, Zhou heard a notification sound. Ding. Activate Auxiliary Lord Space. The legendary colorful Lord Space appeared on its own initiative. He chose to activate it. Ding. The Auxiliary Lord Space is being activated. Ding. Activation successful, evolving the Lord Space. Ding. Evolution successful. The Lord Crystal has evolved into the King Crystal. Ding. Evolution successful. The Thatched Hut has evolved into the Spirit Vein Bamboo Hut. Ding. Evolution successful. The Barracks has evolved into the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Ding. Evolution successful. The Altar has evolved into the Mysterious Shop. All the buildings in the Lord's space have been upgraded. His Lord attributes have also changed. Territory name. Unnamed. Lord. Zhou. Quality. Colorful. Territory talent. Special items plus 10%. Level. 0. Area. 500 square meters. Buildings. King's Crystal. Level 1. Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Level 1. Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Level 1. Mysterious Shop. Level 1. Next, he checked his personal profile. Name. Zhou. Gender. Male. Age. 19. Race. Human nationality. Shenlong Kingdom. Level. 0. Charm. 1. Luck. 1. Strength. 1.5. Constitution. 1.5. Agility. 3. Spirit. 6. Zhou was stunned. Usually, a lord's initial attribute value is at most 1 point, but his attributes surpassed those of everyone else in the initial stage. Zhou inspected the new building in his lord's space. Building. King's Crystal. Level. 1 Defense. 200/200. Shield. 1000. Special. Thunder Attack. Description. The core nexus of the lord's space automatically attacks all hostile creatures within a 10-meter radius. This crystal has amazing defensive capabilities, with its shield boasting a defense of 1000 points. That's 10 times that of the initial crystal. The crystal flashed with thunderous purple lightning, and the entire crystal was enveloped in a transparent shield, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Next, Zhou looked at the other buildings. Building. Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Level. 1 Defense. 100/100. Special. Gathers spiritual energy. Description. Absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation. Building. Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Level. 1. Function. Summon special. Female hero. Description. Can summon female heroes from another world. Basic summon costs 100 soul coins. Intermediate summon costs 500 soul coins. And advanced summon costs 1000 soul coins. Building. Mysterious Shop. Level. 1. Defense. 100/100. Function. Purchase. Special. Refresh. Description. A new batch of items refreshes every 24 hours. Players can purchase them using soul coins and spirit coins. The originally simple thatched hut has been transformed into a mysterious bamboo house, and the Bronze Sparrow Terrace can even summon heroes. The difference between heroes and ordinary soldiers is too great. Being able to summon heroes is undoubtedly the key to enhancing combat power. He turned to look at the other side of the territory, which now looked like a small grocery store. Zhou pushed open the door and entered the store. On the counter were 5 items wrapped in protective shields, and Zhou could clearly see their attributes. The first item is a weapon with simple attributes, strength +2, black iron quality, and mediocre effect. The second item caught Zhou eye, a card. Item, 10% off card. Price, 0. Description, when purchasing items from the mystery shop using this card, you only need to pay 10% of the price. Valid only in the mystery shop. This is actually a welfare card. Zhou immediately bought the card, and it immediately appeared on the counter. When he saw the 5th item, Hero Summoning Card, Quality, Unknown, Price, 1000 soul coins. Description, placing this card in a barracks-type building guarantees the summoning of a hero. After deducting the 10% discount card, spend 100 soul coins to purchase the Hero Summoning Card. He quickly completed the transaction. Zhou ran to the front of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, carefully placed the Hero Summoning Card in the light, and began his first summoning. Activate summoning. A prompt appeared on the screen. Yes. Zhou clicked confirm without hesitation. A woman wearing a white jade hairpin and a flowing silk dress appeared. Congratulations on acquiring the hero, Jiao Chan. He never expected that he would summon Jiao Chan, the most beautiful woman in the country. She was truly a fairy rarely seen in heaven and earth. However, Jiao Chan appeared to be just a gentle and frail woman. Zhou Yin checked Jiao Chan's attribute list. Hero, Jiao Chan, gender, female, age, 19 race, human, lord. Zhou Yin, quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100, charm, 50, base 5. Talent, Lotus Holy Body, recovery speed plus 100%, attack power plus 100%. Skills, Lotus Sword Technique, Sacred Lotus Technique. Special feature 1. The most beautiful woman in the 3 kingdoms, speed plus 100%. Special feature 2. One of the 4 beauties, attribute plus 10%. When all 4 beauties are in battle, all attributes plus 100%. Special feature 3. Unparalleled beauty, greatly increases the loyalty of territory residents. Description. Evolved by mysterious energy, basic attributes increase tenfold. Zhou Yin was completely stunned. This is too powerful. Jiao Chan's quality was actually RRR level, a level only found in legends. The quality of heroes, from lowest to highest, is F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, R, RR, RRR. Jiao Chan's quality is directly top tier, RRR level, surpassing that of ordinary heroes. He decided to ask Jiao Chan, our territory will be attacked by monsters later, are you afraid? Zhou Yin asked. Jiao Chan confidently replied, I have learned magic. If any monsters come to attack, I will make sure they never return. Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan began to familiarize themselves with the territory and discovered that it currently lacked even a fence, requiring wood to build one. Timber requires felling trees or quarrying. Zhou Yin handed the beginner's equipment to Jiao Chan, saying, This is the equipment. Use it for now, and replace it when you get something better. Thank you, Lord. Jiao Chan bowed, and Zhou Yin quickly pulled her back. Don't do that again. Just call me Zhou Yin. All right then, Jiao Chan replied softly. Inside the bamboo house on the spiritual vein, Zhou Yin took out some food and ate with Jiao Chan. The territory's food resources were limited and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. After 8 hours of observation, the territory was 500 square meters in size, and the surrounding foggy area was full of unknowns. Suddenly, Jiao Chan's expression turned serious. Zhou Yin, I sense the aura of a monster. Zhou Yin was surprised. She seemed to possess extraordinary perception abilities. Chaner, let's protect our home together. Zhou Yin took her hand. Jiao Chan blushed slightly, and the two walked out of the house side by side. As they stepped outside, they saw 10 enormous black wolves charging toward their territory. Each wolf was massive. Zhou Yan's heart sank. Novice lords usually don't encounter so many monsters. It seems to be due to the colorful lord space. Zhou Yin looked at Jiao Chan. Chaner, can you handle these 10 monsters? Jiao Chan smiled back, as if to reassure her. She turned and swiftly pounced on the black wolves, her swordsmanship precise. 2 black wolves fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Jiao Chan's attributes indicate that she is proficient in ranged attacks and also possesses powerful melee capabilities. At this moment, she is using the Lotus Sword Technique. After several rounds of sword dance, 10 black wolves lay dead on the ground, utterly powerless to resist. These monsters dropped something, Jiao Chan shouted. Zhou Yin stepped forward. 10 wooden treasure chests were neatly arranged on the ground. These chests were drops from killing the black wolf. Item, wooden treasure chest. Quality, wooden. Description, can contain various items. The quality of treasure chests ranges from low to high. Wood, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, and lucky color. A system notification sounded. First day of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards calculation is underway. 10 black wolves eliminated. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards, 20 soul coins, 20 spirit coins, basic building, fence. Rating rewards, 20 soul coins, 20 spirit coins, building, arrow tower. Zhou Yin saw the reward. Jiao Chan's overwhelming kills naturally earned her high praise. This time I obtained 10 wooden treasure chests, 40 soul coins, 40 spirit coins, and the basic buildings, fence, and arrow tower. Chaner, your luck is high. Come and open the treasure chest, Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan nodded and opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining soul coins +2. Jiao Chan continued opening treasure chests, continuously obtaining soul coins and spirit coins. Congratulations on obtaining +2 spirit coins. Congratulations on obtaining +2 soul coins. This, Jiao Chan frowned. I only got 2 soul coins from each treasure chest. Am I really that unlucky? The maximum reward from the wooden treasure chest is 2 soul coins, and you get it every time, Zhou Yin said with a smile. In the end, The 10 wooden treasure chests gave Zhou Yin 11 soul coins and 8 spirit coins. Soon after, the Black Wolf's corpse disappeared, and the territory respawned. Zhou Yin, lacking gathering skills, was unable to obtain any resources from it. Next, Zhou Yin began constructing the fence and arrow tower. Ding. Constructing the fence, which has evolved into the thorn fence. Ding. Build the arrow tower, which evolves into the flame tower. As architecture evolved, the fences of the territory became defensive structures made of thorny vines, which were highly resilient and capable of self-repair. Building, thorny fence, level, 1 defense, 1000/1000, special, repair. Description, grown from thorny vines, it can automatically repair damaged parts. This is too powerful, Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yin spotted a new building. A tower radiating flames came into view. It was an elemental tower with terrifying attack power. Building, flame tower, level, 1 defense, 500/500, special, fire attack, attack range, 20 meters. Description, capable of unleashing fiery attacks on enemies, possessing powerful area of effect damage. Zhou Yin exclaimed, powerful. The elemental towers are much more powerful than ordinary defensive towers, especially in terms of area of effect attacks. However, Zhou Yin didn't have many soul coins and spirit coins, so he decided to go outside the territory to find resources. Choner, our territory doesn't have enough resources. If we want to develop, we have to go out and find some, Zhou Yin said. No problem, Jiao Chan nodded in agreement. The two reached the entrance to the territory. 50 meters away lay the misty area. They passed through the mist, and after several hundred meters, they were surrounded by a forest. Just then, Jiao Chan suddenly stopped, gripping Zhou Yin's hand tightly. Be careful, a monster is hiding. A dark shadow leaped out of the forest and pounced on the two. Jiao Chan swiftly swung her sword, and with a single strike, the black-scaled snake fell to the ground. This is just a level 1 black-scale serpent. Zhou Yin looked at the snake on the ground and realized that the monster's speed was much faster than he had expected. There are extra rewards for killing monsters. Zhou Yin was excited to discover that this was a good opportunity for beginners. Jiao Chan smiled, her pretty face slightly flushed. Not at all, it's nothing. Congratulations on obtaining +2 soul coins. Zhou Yin received 2 soul coins, bringing his total to 55 soul coins, but upgrading requires a large number of soul coins. Jiao Chan needs 100 soul coins to level up, and Zhou Yin also needs 100 soul coins to level up to level 1. Having made initial progress, he and Jiao Chan continued deeper into the forest, with Jiao Chan leading the way and Zhou Yin simply following behind to gain experience points. They soon encountered a level 1 hare, which was enormous. Monster, hare, quality, common level 1. Let me try. Zhou Yin pulled Jiao Chan back. Okay, be careful. Jiao Chan stood not far away, ready to act at any moment. Zhou Yin picked up his beginner's sword, swiftly drew it, and killed the rabbit. Killing a level 1 rabbit grants an extra 2 spirit coins. Zhou Yin was shocked. The colorful Lord Space had greatly enhanced his attributes, making him extremely powerful among lords of the same level. As time went on, Zhou Yan's soul coins rose to 98, and his spirit coins reached 172, but he still didn't get any equipment drops. Suddenly, they spotted a level 5 werewolf in the distance. A level 5 elite monster. Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. Monster, werewolf, quality, elite, level 5, special, low-level strength enhancement. Introduction, werewolves are extremely dangerous, possessing sharp claws and teeth. There's a bronze treasure chest. Zhou Yin noticed the chest next to the werewolf. Can we handle this? He looked at Jiao Chan. Don't worry, leave it to me. Jiao Chan took the beginner's sword, took a few steps forward, and instantly drew her sword, pouncing towards the werewolf. Jiao Chan's sword dance was elegant and swift. With a single strike, the werewolf fell without a chance to react. Killed a level 5 elite werewolf. Additional reward 10 soul coins. A full 10 soul coins as a reward. Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. Defeating high-level monsters did indeed yield more rewards. This time, Zhou Yin had 108 soul coins, enough for an upgrade. He immediately opened Jiao Chan's attribute interface and used 100 soul coins to upgrade her. Soul coins minus 100. Hero Jiao Chan's level upgraded to level 1. Zhou Yin checked Jiao Chan's attributes after the upgrade. Hero, Jiao Chan, gender, female, age, 19 race, human, lord. Zhou Yin, quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100, level 1. Talent, Lotus Holy Body, recovery speed plus 100%, Attack power plus 100%. Skills, Lotus Sword Technique, Sacred Lotus Technique. Special feature 1. The most beautiful woman in the Three Kingdoms period, speed plus 100%. Special feature 2. One of the four beauties, attributes plus 10%. Special feature 3. Stunningly beautiful, increases the loyalty of territory residents. Zhou Yin was surprised to find that all of Diao Chan's attributes had increased by 2 points. According to his understanding, the attribute increases of heroes summoned by the territory after leveling up are usually related to the hero's characteristics. Zhou Yin was amazed by Diao Chan's level up. She gained 12 attribute points with each level up. You've upgraded me. Diao Chan sensed the change in the power within her body. Zhou Yin replied. I think you should upgrade first, Diao Chan suggested. After you upgrade, you'll gain more power than I do. The Lord does not directly participate in combat. Their main role is to develop and build up their territory. However, cultivation techniques, skill books, and treasures are the most valuable resources. I opened a black iron treasure chest. Diao Chan looked down at the chest on the ground. Let's see what we can get, Zhou Yin said. Diao Chan opened the treasure chest and surprisingly obtained equipment. Equipment, Wolf Fong Sword Quality, Black Iron. Attributes, Strength plus 4, Sharpness plus 2, Small chance of inflicting a tearing effect. Equipment requirements, Strength 3. They continued exploring the misty area and discovered a group of moving stone monsters. Monster, Stone Spirit, Quality, Elite, Level 3, Special, Resource Monster. Description, drops usable stones upon defeat. These are resource monsters, Zhou Yin exclaimed. There are quite a few of them. Zhou Yin looked at the group of stone spirits in front of him. Chaner, your luck is high. Killing these stone monsters will yield more materials, Zhou Yin said. Diao Chan smiled and nodded, then swiftly charged towards the stone spirits. She killed them one by one with a single sword strike. Killed level 3 monster, Elite Stone Spirit, reward, 6 soul coins. Kill a level 3 monster, Elite Stone Spirit, reward 6 spirit coins. Kill a level 3 monster, Elite Stone Spirit, reward 5 soul coins. Zhou Yin seized the opportunity to pick up the stones on the ground. Pick up 2 1-star stones. Pick up 5 1-star stones. Pick up 1 2-star stone. The quality of resources ranges from 1 star to 9 stars, and the higher the quality of the resource, the better the effect when used for building upgrades. Zhou Yan's soul coins quickly rose to 100, an increase that was also inseparable from Diao Chan's power. Look at my upgraded stats. Zhou Yan excitedly began leveling up. Soul coins minus 100, Lord Zhou Yan, level increased from 0 to 1. The system, then notified, successfully activated the new Lord chat group and trading hall. As your level increases, the territory's functions and information will become more comprehensive. After the novice trial ends, each Lord's performance will be ranked, and Lords with excellent results will receive generous rewards. Both the global and national rankings will display each Lord's ranking, and you can receive substantial rewards. After upgrading, Zhou Yin did not immediately open the chat group or trading hall, but instead checked his own attributes. Territory name, unnamed, Lord, Zhou Yin, quality, colorful, territory talent, special items plus 10%, level 1. Area, 500 square meters, buildings, King's Crystal, level 1, Spirit Vein Bamboo House, level 1, Bronze Sparrow Terrace, level 1, Mysterious Shop, level 1. Villagers, 1, resources, soul coins, 1620, spirit coins, 1438, 1-star stone, 2240, 2-star stone, 117, 3-star stone, 28. Name, Zhou Yin, gender, male, age, 19 race, human nationality, Shenlong Kingdom, level, 1 charm, 2. Luck, 2. Strength, 1.5. Constitution, 1.5. Agility, 3. Spirit, 6. Free attribute points, 10 equipment, beginner sword. Zhou Yin was surprised to find that he had gained 10 free attribute points, and his charm and luck had also increased by 1 point each. His attributes are much stronger than those of other lords, because other lords only gain 0.1 in charm and luck after leveling up. Zhou Yan's charm and luck are 10 times that of an ordinary lord. This difference will become especially obvious later on. He immediately allocated 10 free attribute points, 4 points to strength, 3 points to constitution, and 3 points to agility. They then continued killing monsters and collecting stones and soul coins. Zhou Yin quickly accumulated 200 soul coins, enough to level up again. Soul coins minus 200, Lord Zhou Yin, level increased from 1 to 2. After continuing to clear monsters, his soul coins accumulated to 200 again, and Zhao Chan also leveled up. Soul coins minus 200. Hero Zhao Chan. Level increased from 1 to 2. As Zhao Chan levels up, all her attributes increase again, greatly enhancing her strength. Their combat efficiency improved significantly, and they quickly cleared out all the monsters. After several hours of fighting, Zhou Yin reaped a rich harvest, obtaining a large amount of resources, especially spirit coins, soul coins, and stone. Soul coins, 1620, spirit coins, 1438, 1-star stone, 2240, 2-star stone, 117, 3-star stone, 28. These resources made Zhou Yin smile, proving that the newcomer trial was indeed an opportunity to quickly get rich. He checked his and Zhao Chan's treasure chests and found that they had defeated nearly 600 monsters and obtained a large number of wooden and black iron treasure chests. Chaner, let's go back to our territory, Zhou Yin suggested. Okay, Zhao Chan agreed. They returned to their territory, and the surrounding spiritual energy entered their bodies, restoring their exhausted bodies. Zhou Yin also felt that he had become stronger. Zhou Yin checked his attributes and was surprised to find that his strength, constitution, and agility had all increased by 0.1 points. He originally thought the spiritual bamboo house only accelerated cultivation, but he didn't expect it could also directly increase physical attributes. Then, Zhou Yin opened the new Lord chat room to name his territory. He tried several names, but he was rejected each time, until he angrily shouted, Heavenly Court. Is the territory name Heavenly Court confirmed? Zhou Yin breathed a sigh of relief, confirming the name. From now on, the territory will be known solely as Heavenly Court. Next, Zhou Yin entered the chat room and found that speaking in different channels required consuming spirit coins. International channel. Each message costs 1,000 spirit coins. National channel. Each message costs 100 spirit coins, with a daily limit of 100 messages per person. South China channel of Shenlong Kingdom. Each message costs 10 spirit coins, with no limit on the number of messages. There is a 1-minute interval between messages. Zhou Yin sighed helplessly. All of this required spirit coins, and he felt like he was paying for internet access. He opened the trading hall and found that the prices of items in the international trading hall were outrageously high, practically robbery. Some rich kids posted numerous high-priced notices on the very first day of the newbie trial, seeking construction materials. Zhou Yin looked at his opportunities in the market and decided to put the carcass of the black-scaled snake he had killed on the trading platform. Seeing that a loaf of bread could sell for 50 spirit coins, Zhou Yin calculated the price in his mind. He set the price of a black-scaled snake at 1,000 spirit coins. After selling a black-scale serpent in the international trading hall, the system charges a 10% transaction fee. If sold through the national trading hall, the fee is only 5%. Unexpectedly, the black-scale serpent was instantly killed the moment it was listed. Territory notification. International trading hall, sold 1 black-scale serpent. Received 900 spirit coins. Zhou Yin was astonished. It was just an ordinary snake, yet it could fetch such a high price. So he listed the black-scale serpent on the national trading hall for 1,200 spirit coins, and then listed another one on the international platform for 5,000 spirit coins. In the Kanglan continent, conflicts and friction between lords are commonplace. The Shenlong Kingdom's territory is developing rapidly, which naturally makes other countries unwilling to accept it. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scale serpent, earned 1140 spirit coins. These transactions are anonymous. Zhou Yin listed several more black-scale serpents, and the price continued to rise. Territory notification. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scale serpent, earned 1140 spirit coins. To strengthen his territory, he decided to summon barracks to obtain more soldiers. Each soldier needed food, otherwise their loyalty would decrease. Zhou Yin priced the black-scale serpent at 1,500 spirit coins and listed the remaining ones. Territory notice. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scale serpent, received 1425 spirit coins. He was especially surprised by the high prices in the international trading hall. People were buying at 5,000 spirit coins. Zhou Yin immediately opened the chat room. Shocking. The mysterious lord is desperate for money. The price of the black-scale serpent has actually risen to 1,500 spirit coins. This is absolutely beastly. They even bought it for a whopping 5,000 spirit coins on an international platform. That's blatant robbery. The chat room was abuzz with discussion. Some were mocking, some were angry, and others began to express their dissatisfaction. My soldiers and I are eating bread right now. We'd rather die than buy such an expensive black-scaled snake. In the real world, it only costs $100. Young man, you don't have the money to buy it, do you? I can smell the sourness from afar. I am from 10 Cent, and I wish to make a deal with the person who sells the black-scaled snake. In Chapter 13, Zhou Yan's sale of the black-scaled snake's corpse caused the chat room to explode with discussion. It's understandable. Who wouldn't want such good fortune? If it were someone else, seeing him selling snake meat would definitely make them a little envious. After all, who wouldn't envy someone who can earn such a large sum of spirit coins? We're all just ordinary people, so it's understandable. Just as Zhou Yan was planning to continue listing some wild rabbit meat to make money, a friend request suddenly popped up. Who is this? He asked, somewhat puzzled. He knew that anyone who added him as a friend was no ordinary person. There must be some special reason behind it. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should refuse, since he never readily accepted requests from strangers. However, after seeing the name of the other party's territory, he decisively decided to grant the request. Successfully added, Shenlong Kingdom Lord Force 95 2017, Qin Yao, as a friend. The name Qin Yao immediately made Zhou Yan realize that he had added someone from the Shenlong Kingdom's military. With such a prefix, it's clear that it's not something an ordinary person can use. It means that the other party is officially certified, which is equivalent to having a pass. Zhou Yan had heard that the rankings in the Lord Trials were not only a domestic competition, but also more like an international contest. The top 100 on each year's leaderboard would receive extremely valuable rewards, and these lords on the list were almost all top figures carefully cultivated by their respective countries. Therefore, individual lords are simply no match for these military or large financial groups when competing. He had only heard of such things before, but now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. It really is true. A message from a friend came quickly. Hello, I am Qin Yao from the Lord's Army of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he replied, Hello, are you looking to buy snake meat? As soon as he said this, he knew in his heart that Qin Yao definitely didn't add him as a friend because he was handsome. As expected, Qin Yao replied, Yes, I am willing to buy them at a price of 1,500 spirit coins each. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yan quickly replied, The snake meat is all sold out. There's none left. Qin Yao was a little disappointed, but quickly added, That's okay. If you have anything good, you can contact me right away. Zhou Yan thought for a moment and sent a message. However, I have some wild rabbits and roosters right now. Do you want them? Qin Yao was clearly taken aback when she saw the message. She hadn't expected him to have these things. She knew that most of the monsters outside her territory were undead and didn't need food, but she had a special item that could add friends directly. She originally wanted to use it to add teammates, but her teammates were short of food, so she decided to trade with Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan said, There are quite a few. Can you consume them all? Qin Yao replied without hesitation. I'll take as many as you have. Zhou Yan checked his inventory and gave a round number. All right, 1,010 spirit coins each for a wild rabbit and a rooster. This price is quite reasonable for rabbits and roosters. After deducting handling fees, Zhou Yan can earn 1,000 spirit coins for every rabbit he sells. Qin Yao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, as she had initially thought Zhou Yan would ask for a higher price. She understood that if these items were sold on the International Trading Hall, the price would certainly not be so low. Thank you. If you ever need any help in the future, please feel free to contact me. I will definitely help you. Qin Yao's impression of Zhou Yan changed drastically, and she secretly thought that she had found a business partner. It's nothing, Zhou Yan replied. After the transaction was completed, Qin Yao was about to end the conversation when she saw Zhou Yan send another message. By the way, do you need any stone? What? Stone? Qin Yao was stunned. She could hardly believe it. The novice trial had only just begun, and someone had already managed to obtain stone? Of course I want it, as many as I want. Qin Yao replied excitedly. Zhou Yan said, Not many. Only 2,241 star stones, 117 2-star stones, and only 28 3-star stones. Do you want them? Qin Yao was stunned. Are you kidding me? This is too lucky. She guessed that Zhou Yan must have tried his luck in some abandoned quarry. How much do you want for that stone? The two quickly agreed on a price. In this transaction, Zhou Yan earned another 300,000 spirit coins, which meant that he could not only become rich himself, but also help Qin Yao build her territory, indirectly contributing to the country. Although territory buildings don't require much wood and stone during the beginner trial, using them to build walls can greatly enhance the territory's defenses, which is crucial for resisting monster invasions later on. If you find anything good in the future, remember to contact me immediately. Qin Yao had become completely interested in Zhou Yan. Cooperating with someone like him would undoubtedly be of great help to her territory. At least in terms of food, she would no longer need to worry. No problem. Zhou Yin was also very happy. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. He earned nearly 400,000 spirit coins just from selling the monster meat and stones. Next, he decided to make the most of this time to earn money, because once everyone else reached level 5, it would be much harder to make money by selling meat. With this money, Zhou Yin began to upgrade his buildings. In Chapter 14, Zhou Yin opened the territory information and suddenly realized that he had missed a notification. The system prompted, "Your territory level has met the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade?" He had almost forgotten this detail and quickly clicked to confirm. "Your territory has been upgraded to level 2. The system reminded you again. He looked at the updated territory information and couldn't help but be surprised. The more detailed information than before made him very satisfied. It turned out to be a benefit of the server upgrade. There's an extra special attribute. It's a plus 10% bonus to all attributes. Zhou Yin was particularly shocked by this. He never expected that even a level 1 territory could possess such an attribute. Normally, only territories of level 10 and above would trigger similar special bonuses. Zhou Yin began to wonder if further upgrades to his territory would trigger new special attributes. He noticed that the territory's area had also doubled, a significant increase. Normally, others would need to upgrade their territory to level 10 to get such a large space, but he knew that this was the power of the Colored Lord space. Next, he inspected the buildings in his territory. He now possessed hundreds of thousands of spirit coins, enough to significantly upgrade the buildings. Zhou Yin began upgrading without hesitation. As a series of notification sounds rang out, consuming 200 spirit coins, King's Crystal, is upgraded to level 2. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the King's Crystal was upgraded to level 3. He continued to consume spirit coins to upgrade the building's level. Finally reached level 10. Zhou Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes widened as he noticed something was wrong. Strange, why can my buildings continue to upgrade? He was shocked to discover that his territory did not seem to be subject to the building level cap during the novice trial phase. This excited him immensely. He had thought that the highest building level was 10, but he never imagined that he could upgrade it infinitely. Holy crap! He saw the system notification. Consuming 2,000 spirit coins, King's Crystal has been upgraded to level 11. Zhou Yin could hardly believe his eyes. This means that one's territory is not subject to the rules of the novice trial stage, which is undoubtedly great news. In other Lord's worlds, building upgrades require meeting extremely demanding conditions, and some buildings may never be able to be upgraded. But he doesn't need to worry about these restrictions and can freely upgrade the building, which is incredibly lucky. Next, he continued to upgrade the crystal with spirit coins until it reached level 20. After the King Crystal was upgraded to level 20, it displayed new attributes and powerful defense. It can even evolve, Zhou Yin exclaimed in amazement, never expecting his crystal to evolve into SS quality. What excited him even more was that the crystal could continue to evolve, requiring a special Lord Crystal to complete the process. This was definitely good news for him, because he knew that such crystal evolution would be of great help to his territory. There are only 2 ways to obtain Lord Crystals. The first is to plunder the crystals of other lords, and the second is to find them by chance when you encounter destroyed territories or cities during your exploration of the Lord's continent. Even so, the risks of stealing crystals are high, and the enhancement effect of Lord Crystals isn't that significant. After all, who would attack another lord for a single crystal? What surprised Zhou Yin the most was that he had never heard of any other lord's crystal possessing offensive capabilities, while his crystal had such a special ability. This crystal is not only powerful, but also possesses the attribute of lightning attacks, which is enough to bring him a huge boost in combat power. After level 20, upgrading crystals requires special conditions. Nevertheless, Zhou Yin was already very satisfied, because even other new lords could only upgrade buildings to level 10 at most, meaning he was far ahead. The boost from crystals is truly incredible. The increase in all elemental attacks and defenses is simply unimaginable, Zhou Yin exclaimed. The enhanced defense against magic, in particular, means that his territory will be more resistant to magical attacks. However, Zhou Yin did not intend to follow the path of a mage. As a citizen of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, he preferred Eastern professions such as martial artist, cultivator, warrior, and Taoist priest. It would be even better if he could obtain the qualification for a hidden profession. He had heard that a hidden profession certificate was an extremely rare item, and very few people could possess one. Now he has more options. Once he reaches level 10 as a lord, he can decide on his career path. Zhou Yin thought that no matter which career he chooses, he is already on the path to the top. Chapter 15. Next, Zhou Yin continued to upgrade other buildings. The territory system notification reads, consuming 100 spirit coins, the thorny fence has been upgraded to level 2. Use 200 spirit coins to upgrade the thorny fence to level 3. Gradually, he upgraded the thorny fence to level 20. Architecture, thorny vine fence. Level, 20. Upgrade required, 20,000 spirit coins. Quality, S, 0 out of 10. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Special Attribute 1, ability to self-repair damaged vines. Special Attribute 2, enemies that touch the vines will suffer poison damage. Description, composed of thorny vines, possessing strong vitality and the ability to self-repair, and also containing toxins. Unless the roots are completely removed, the vines will regenerate as long as there is even a single root. Zhou Yin was very satisfied with this upgrade, especially the poison attribute attached to the vines, which made him eagerly anticipate the painful reaction of enemies attacking him. Although it required 10 wood attribute crystal cores to improve the quality, that wasn't a problem. It was just a bit expensive. Zhou Yin understood that these crystal cores were dropped by boss-level monsters. Ordinary monsters would never drop them. While opening treasure chests offered a chance to obtain them, the probability was extremely low. He then continued upgrading the remaining buildings. The territory system notified, consuming 500 spirit coins, Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 2. Consume 1,000 spirit coins to upgrade Bronze Sparrow Terrace to level 3. Consuming 5,000 spirit coins, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace is upgraded to level 10. Zhou Yin discovered that the upgrade cost of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace was far too high. At this rate, he would definitely not have enough spirit coins to upgrade other buildings. After careful consideration, he decided to upgrade the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to level 10 first, and then stop upgrading it. Architecture, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Level, 10. Upgrade required, 6,000 spirit coins. Quality, RRR. Defense, 5,000/5,000. Function, summon. Special Attribute 1, Female Hero. Special Attribute 2, Summoning Success Rate, plus 10%. Introduction, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace is inhabited by a powerful female hero from another world. Summoning her requires soul coins. The more soul coins consumed, the greater the chance of summoning a powerful hero. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised by the upgrade of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Its high quality caught his eye. Moreover, the increased summoning success rate and reduced soul coin consumption were undoubtedly very practical. Next, he began upgrading the Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Consume 100 spirit coins to upgrade the Spirit Vein Bamboo House to level 2. Consuming 200 spirit coins, the Spirit Vein Bamboo House is upgraded to level 3. Finally, the Spirit Vein Bamboo House was also upgraded to level 20. Architecture, Lingmai Bamboo House. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 spirit coins, 500 wood, 3 stars, or higher. Quality, S, 0 to 1. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Special Attribute 1, Gathering Spiritual Energy. Special Attribute 2, Cultivation Speed plus 20%. Description, it can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, increasing cultivation speed. Obtaining a spiritual vein can improve its quality. Spiritual veins? What are those? Zhou Yin looked at the upgrade requirements, completely clueless. Spiritual veins were something invisible, which left him speechless. It seemed he'd have to find an opportunity to study this kind of information. Continuing the upgrade, Zhou Yin began working on the upgrade of the Blazing Tower. Use 200 spirit coins to upgrade the Flame Tower to level 2. Use 300 spirit coins to upgrade the Flame Tower to level 3. The Flame Tower eventually reached level 20. Building, Flame Tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 50 3-star copper ore. Quality, SS, 0/5. Special Attribute 1, unleashes a fireball for area of effect attacks. Special Attribute 2, unleashes a sea of fire every half hour, covering a range of 100 meters. Attack range, 200 meters. Description, a fire elemental tower with powerful attack capabilities. Elemental crystal cores again. Zhou Yin realized that the materials he needed were getting more and more expensive, especially those elemental crystal cores with attributes, whose prices were simply frightening. This put him under immense pressure. He couldn't help but recall that his parents had been lords, leaving behind 1,000,000 spirit coins before their deaths. It was thanks to this savings that he had been able to expand his territory to its current size by the age of 18. But to further develop his domain, These spirit coins were clearly far from enough. Next, Zhou Yin upgraded the mystery shop. Consume 100 spirit coins to upgrade the mysterious shop to level 2. Consume 200 spirit coins to upgrade the mysterious shop to level 3. Finally, the mysterious shop was upgraded to level 20. Architecture, mysterious shop. Level, 20. Upgrade required, 30,000 spirit coins. Quality, S0/5. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Function, sell various items. Special Attribute 1, Daily Item Refresh. Special Attribute 2, discount cards appear during holidays. Description, items refresh every 22 hours and 40 minutes. Players can purchase them using soul coins or spirit coins. The upgrade to the mystery shop brought Zhou Yin even more surprises, especially the holiday discount cards, which undoubtedly allowed him to purchase important items at lower prices, helping him continuously expand his territory. Finally, the territory can be upgraded again. Your territory has met the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade? Zhou Yin clicked confirm without hesitation. Your territory has been upgraded to level 3. Your territory has been upgraded to level 6. Territory name, Heavenly Court. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, white, colored, hidden. Territory talent, special items, plus 10%. Territory level, 6, requires 7 level 7 buildings. Area, for 1,000 square meters. Special Attribute 1, all human attributes, plus 15%. Special Attribute 2, all race attributes, plus 10%. Buildings, King's Crystal, level 20, Spirit Vein Bamboo House, level 20, Bronze Sparrow Terrace, level 10, Mysterious Shop, level 20, Blazing Tower, level 20, Thornyvine Fence, level 20. Villager, 1. Resources, detailed information. Seeing his territory upgraded filled Zhou Yin with excitement. Although he still needed to work hard, he was already on the right track. Chapter 16, Zhou Yin, dinner is ready. Jiao Chan came out of the bamboo house and called out softly. Zhou Yin smiled and said, perfect timing. I'm hungry too. Let's try Chan'er's cooking. The spiritual energy of the territory has become stronger, and the scale has also increased a lot. The changes are truly tremendous, Jiao Chan said, looking around. The territory underwent a stunning transformation during the upgrade. The surrounding buildings not only became more magnificent, but each one was completely renovated. Our territory will get better and better. Zhou Yin nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. He went outside and saw a fragrant rooster roasting in the pot, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The chicken was placed on a rack made of wood that Jiao Chan had collected from outside for grilling, and after adding seasonings, it was incredibly fragrant. However, since there was no table, Jiao Chan could only put it in the pot as a makeshift substitute. Here, have a taste. Zhou Yin smiled and handed over a chicken leg. Don't laugh at me if it doesn't taste good, Jiao Chan said shyly. How could that be? It's definitely better than what I make, Zhou Yin said as he ate. The roast chicken with seasonings tasted ordinary, but he still praised it generously. Jiao Chan was delighted to hear this. Women always love to hear praise. As his territory expanded, Zhou Yin discovered that the surrounding land was still dirt, and that he needed to use stone and spirit coins to pave roads and the ground. It's heartbreaking that every inch of land costs money to develop. Currently, the territory has reached 4,000 square meters, which is very spacious. We must thank the design of the Thornyvine Fence, as this type of fence grows automatically after the territory is upgraded, without consuming any spirit coins. This not only saved a lot of money, but also avoided the economic pressure of expanding territory. Zhou Yin, having spent almost all his spirit coins on upgrading buildings, sighed at the cruelty of this capitalist world. As night fell, Zhou Yin had intended to go out hunting monsters, but the darkness and danger of the night made him abandon the idea. He knew in his heart that if something happened to him outside, he would never be able to live a happy life with Jiao Chan again. Nighttime is a paradise for wild animals, but also the most dangerous time. So Zhou Yin took out the treasure chest he had collected and said to Jiao Chan, Chan'er, it's time for you to show off your skills again. By opening treasure chests every night, Zhou Yin could save time during the day to do other things, and he felt that he was quite clever in this regard. 500 or 600 treasure chests were piled up, and under the protection mechanism of the newbie trial, monsters would no longer attack the territory, so the two of them had nothing to worry about. Wow, so many! Jiao Chan exclaimed in surprise when she saw the piles of treasure chests. She picked up the first wooden crate and began to open it. Congratulations on receiving +2 soul coins. Congratulations on receiving +2 soul coins. Congratulations on receiving +2 spirit coins. I got equipment. Jiao Chan beamed with joy. She got equipment from the very first box. She was incredibly lucky. Equipment, rabbit boots. Quality, average. Durability, 5/5. Attribute, agility plus 0.3. It didn't look like much equipment, Zhou Yin thought to himself. However, in the early stages, even junk equipment can fetch a good price, at least more than those 2 spirit coins. He then upgraded Jiao Chan by 2 levels, increasing her luck stat, so that she would have better luck opening treasure chests in the future. Your luck stat is higher, so you have more chances to open treasure chests, Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan felt the power within her body, looked up at Zhou Yin, and felt gratitude in her eyes. You upgraded me again, she said softly. Yes, your luck stat has increased, so you have more chances to open chests and get more good stuff, Zhou Yin explained. Next, Jiao Chan continued opening chests, and this time she got 2 more pieces of equipment. Although they were still rabbit leather armor, she had at least gained something again. As the wooden crates were opened one by one, Zhou Yin's mood improved. Finally, I got a decent piece of equipment, stone gauntlets. Zhou Yin picked it up and examined it. The equipment's attributes were quite good, giving a +3 strength bonus. Good job, keep it up, Zhou Yin encouraged. He upgraded Jiao Chan's level once again, hoping to gain more good fortune from her. As the treasure chests were opened, Zhou Yan's gains increased, reaching 1062 soul coins and 387 spirit coins. In particular, Zhou Yan has already collected a complete set of black iron equipment, including a stone helmet, stone gauntlets, stone armor, stone leg guards, and stone boots. In Chapter 17, Zhou Yan originally intended to give the black iron armor to Jiao Chan, but Jiao Chan thought the equipment was too ugly, and since she was already powerful enough, she didn't need such armor. So, Zhou Yan kept the equipment for himself. Besides armor, Zhou Yan also obtained several stone axes. These axes can be used for chopping wood. Although he hasn't learned the wood chopping skill yet, he can still use them, although it will consume more stamina and time. Of course, if his strength attribute is high enough, his logging speed will be faster. However, he doesn't have time to log now, so he plans to sell these equipment. Channer, you look absolutely stunning in this rabbit outfit. Zhou Yin turned around and saw Jiao Chan already dressed in the entire rabbit costume, looking just like a bunny girl. The rabbit-eared helmet, in particular, made his eyes widen in admiration. No, not at all. Jiao Chan was a little embarrassed and quickly put away the equipment. This equipment could be recalled by silently chanting, which was very convenient, and could be summoned again when needed. Each player can wear a maximum of 6 basic armor pieces, plus 1 weapon and 2 rings. Basic armor includes a helmet, gauntlets, armor, a belt, leggings, and boots. Some sets include a belt, but most sets do not. Some weapons are dual-wield. They only reach their maximum effect when combined. Additionally, female characters can wear earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, while male characters can wear shoulder armor, capes, and pendants. The World of Territory offers a wide variety of equipment, including many special items that can greatly enhance your personal attributes. The higher your base attributes, the stronger your combat power. As night deepened, fortunately, the buildings in the territory emitted a faint light, preventing Zhou Yin from groping in the dark. He took out a crystal ball-shaped lamp, which could be adjusted in brightness and was very practical. Channer, let's go to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, Zhou Yin said. Is it to summon new sisters? Jiao Chan asked curiously. Yes, the battles will become increasingly intense, and with the territory becoming so vast, we need more allies, Zhou Yin replied. Okay. Jiao Chan smiled and followed behind him. The Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 10, and its scale is much larger than before, expanding from a single-story building to a 2-story building. Even so, it is still empty inside, and you will have to spend spirit coins to add decorations. Zhou Yin walked towards the summoning platform, which was now shimmering with white light and resembled a stage. He only had 2,000 soul coins, which wasn't enough to even perform a high-level summon. He could only attempt a low-level one. The Bronze Sparrow Terrace's notification light up. Consume 100 soul coins to summon. Yes. Soul coins -100. The summoning platform flickered, and an item appeared in front of Zhou Yin. Tonkatai notifies you. Congratulations on obtaining a wooden table. Goose. Zhou Yin's mood immediately plummeted. This summoning was such a ripoff. If Jiao Chan had been the one to summon it, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The table is not bad. At least we can put some things on it. Jiao Chan comforted her. Zhou Yin smiled wryly as he put away the wooden table and tried to summon again. One more time. A single pull will surely bring a miracle, he thought to himself, a little hopeful. Soul coins -100. Tonkatai once again notified. Congratulations on winning a women's bra. He was completely stunned and felt utterly frustrated. That? Choner, please accept this. Zhou Yin awkwardly handed the bra to Diao Chan. After all, with her standing there, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to keep it. Everyone says that single pulls can produce miracles, but is this really a miracle? Zhou Yin muttered helplessly. Seeing the prompt on the summoning platform, he decided to change his strategy. Why not just do a 10-pull? Zhou Yin gritted his teeth and immediately started the 10-pull mode. Soul coins -1,000. The notification from Tonkatai began to flash continuously. Congratulations on winning a light bulb. Congratulations on receiving a set of silk bedding. Congratulations on receiving a royal pillow. Congratulations on winning a set of sexy lingerie. Zhou Yin, goose. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. I'll never believe in lotteries again. Zhou Yin completely broke down. The result of his 10 consecutive draws was even worse than he expected, not even comparable to the luck of getting a bicycle. He even began to wonder if he was just incredibly unlucky. What is this? Diao Chan looked at the underwear in her hand, completely bewildered. Zhou Yin explained with a wry smile. Well, it's actually similar to the bra from before. Diao Chan blushed instantly, grabbed the underwear, and hurriedly left the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. She was clearly completely unfamiliar with these modern products, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Zhou Yin watched her retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Is this considered a miracle? However, although the Bronze Sparrow Terrace can indeed summon beauties like Diao Chan, Zhou Yin gradually realized that the summoning system is a trap, especially since it is so addictive. Is it more worthwhile to continue summoning, or to use it for upgrading? He began to ponder this question. Let's try the intermediate summoning again. The basic summoning is such a ripoff. Zhou Yin decided to give it another shot. He confirmed the cost of the intermediate summon. Soul coins, 500. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, 7-star sword technique. Wow, there's something good here. Zhou Yin was thrilled when he saw the skill book, 7-star sword technique. Chapter 18. Suddenly, a skill book for the 7-star sword technique appeared before Zhou Yan's eyes, and its quality was actually S rank. This stunned him for a moment. Then he excitedly exclaimed, "Holy crap!" He had never seen such a precious sword manual before. Anything of S quality, no matter what it is, has extremely high value, starting at least in the billions of spirit coins. If this sword manual were put up for sale, it would definitely spark a bidding war. This Bronze Sparrow Terrace is such a wonderful surprise. Zhou Yan's emotions were like a roller coaster ride. S-quality treasures are not only rare, but also extremely powerful. Every time they appear on the market, they become objects of fierce competition. Moreover, the value of this sword technique is also related to the advanced architecture of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Not to mention this special item's plus 10% effect of Zhou Yan's territory, which increases his probability of obtaining high-quality treasures. He eagerly grabbed the 7-star sword technique and clicked to learn it. Instantly, the skill book transformed into a golden light and entered Zhou Yan's mind. He closed his eyes, quickly memorizing the various methods and techniques of using the sword technique. However, he also knew that in order to unleash greater power in actual combat, he needed to practice constantly and improve his skill proficiency. It's a pity. If it were combined with other techniques, the power of this sword technique could be increased several times over, Zhou Yin thought with some regret. Cultivation techniques can significantly enhance physical attributes and strengthen skills, and advanced techniques are often more valuable than skill books. If he had obtained an S-rank technique, its value would be more than 3 times that of this sword technique, and could even reach tens of billions of spirit coins. This is the true joy of a lord exploring the unknown world and obtaining valuable treasures, Zhou Yin thought to himself. Soul coins are indeed a good thing. Although they are easily consumed, the rewards they bring are incredibly generous. However, Zhou Yin discovered that he had very few spirit coins left, and these few hundred spirit coins were not enough for an intermediate summoning. So he decided to sell some unwanted equipment in the trading hall as soon as possible to prevent it from depreciating over time. He listed the items at a reasonable price based on the market price, and before he could finish listing them, several pieces of equipment were sold. Territory notification, sold 1, hair boots, in the National Trading Hall, for 475 spirit coins. Territory notification, sold 1 stone leggings in the National Trading Hall for 1900 spirit coins. This is too fast. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised to see his equipment being snapped up so quickly. Equipment is indeed scarce now, and for wealthy lords, spending some spirit coins to buy equipment and improve their strength is nothing. Plus, his pricing was reasonable, and the equipment in the trading hall quickly sold out. earning him tens of thousands of spirit coins. After selling the equipment, Zhou Yin left the Bronze Sparrow Terrace and returned to the Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Jiao Chan was sitting by the bed. When she saw Zhou Yin enter, she gently lowered her head. At this moment, Zhou Yin took out the table, stool, candlestick, and betting he had won in the lottery, which all came in handy. Chaner, let's rest. Zhou Yin looked at Jiao Chan and said softly. Okay, I'll sleep on the stool tonight. There's a stool available. Jiao Chan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. That won't do. What if you catch a cold? Let's sleep in the bed. It's big enough for both of us, Zhou Yin immediately advised. No, I'm fine, Jiao Chan hurriedly replied, appearing somewhat flustered. It's all right. I'm the Lord. Listen to me, Zhou Yin insisted. Finally, Jiao Chan took off her boots and lay down on the bed. Zhou Yin followed, his mind in turmoil. To be a beast, or worse than a beast. However, in the end he did not choose any of the options, but decided to be a responsible man. He hugged Jiao Chan and gently comforted her. Chaner, don't be afraid. I just want to hold you while I sleep. That night, they did nothing but sleep peacefully side by side. The next day, the two got up early. Although Jiao Chan still seemed a little shy, she quickly returned to normal. After a quick breakfast, Zhou Yin began preparing for the impending monster attack. He knew that while hunting monsters could bring many good things, protecting his territory was the most important thing. Without his territory, everything would become meaningless. He had to wait until the monster attack was over before he could go out and collect the extra reward. Although the King's Crystal has considerable defensive capabilities and the ability to attack automatically, Zhou Yin still felt that everything had to be done with caution and that he couldn't take too many risks. Finally, at 8 o'clock, the monster appeared. Zhou Yin, a monster is coming. Jiao Chan warned him nervously, gripping the Wolf Fang's sword in her hand and staring intently at the monster in the distance. No rush. There aren't many monsters, and they're just within the Flame Tower's attack range. Let's see how powerful the defensive tower is first, Zhou Yin said calmly. Each defensive tower has a limited attack range. To protect the entire territory, more defensive towers are needed, or the level of existing towers can be upgraded to increase their attack power and range. Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan each picked up their weapons, gazing nervously into the distance. Today, there were significantly more monsters than yesterday, and these were level 3 goblins. These monsters were short in stature, wielded crude swords, and had eyes that gleamed green. Monster, goblin. Quality, average. Level, 3. Special, none. Goblins, level 3 monsters, and there are quite a few of them. It's only the second day, and there are already so many monsters. If it were anyone else, the territory might have been in trouble long ago. Zhou Yin knew that because his lord rating had reached SSS, the number of monsters had increased today. For Zhou Yin, this was actually a good thing. The more monsters there were, the better it would be for the development of his territory, and the richer the rewards would be. In Chapter 19, as soon as the monsters entered the 200-meter attack range of the Flame Tower, the defensive tower immediately activated. The Flame Tower resembles a modern building, with its body shimmering with red flames. Even at night, the top of the tower emits a dazzling red light. Once a monster enters the attack range, the Flame Tower releases a fireball the size of a basketball, which quickly flies out, piercing the night sky, and heading straight for the monster outside. Boom! As the fireball exploded, monsters within a dozen meters were caught in the powerful blast wave and instantly engulfed. 5 goblins were annihilated by the flames. Zhou Yin was stunned. If these monsters were more densely packed, the effect would have been even more shocking. As expected of the blazing tower, he exclaimed excitedly. Yes, there are just too few of them, Jiao Chan replied. Although the blazing tower is powerful, the number of monsters that can be killed is limited because they are scattered. Soon, several goblins that had escaped the attack were approaching the wall. Chana, let's go, Zhou Yin shouted. Okay, Jiao Chan agreed, and followed him as they rushed towards the wall. Zhou Yin had already learned the S-rank skill, 7-star sword technique, and wanted to test its power himself. The blazing tower can only attack monsters outside the walls. Monsters inside the walls require troops and heroes. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan's barracks has evolved into the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, which can no longer spawn troops. To obtain more troops, he needs to rebuild the barracks. Bang! The goblins crashed into the wall. They were not tall, about 1 meter in height. The strongest goblin was a level 4 elite, standing 1.5 meters tall. The goblins began to violently ram the walls, but the sturdiness of the thorny vine fence and its poisonous vines made it impossible for them to break through. Wow! The poison in this thorny vine fence is too strong, Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. The goblins were quickly poisoned after crashing into the wall, collapsing in agony. Most of them didn't even manage to climb over the wall before falling to the ground. The height of the thorny vine fence has been raised to 5 meters, with each vine as thick as an arm and covered in venomous thorns. Even if a goblin rams into the fence, it can quickly recover. It seems we just came to see the monster commit suicide, Zhou Yin remarked. Indeed, Zhao Chan replied with a smile. Chaner, why don't we take the initiative? Zhou Yin suggested. Originally, their plan was to wait for the monster to climb over the wall before making their move. But now, the monster couldn't get through the wall at all, which was incredibly boring. All right, Zhao Chan replied, opened the gate in the wall, and rushed out with Zhou Yin. 7-star sword technique, first form, heavenly pivot sword. Zhou Yin gripped his long sword and charged toward the nearest goblin, with Zhao Chan close behind. Puff! Zhou Yin swung his sword and accurately struck the goblin, cleaving it in two with a single blow. What a fine sword! Zhou Yin was overjoyed. The power of an S-rank sword technique was indeed formidable. Zhao Chan also swiftly drew her sword, killing 2 approaching goblins. Upon seeing the 2 powerful figures, the goblins outside launched an attack. Let's have a good fight, Zhou Yin said with a loud laugh. There weren't many goblins left, only a few dozen, but with their strength, they were more than capable. Okay, Zhao Chan replied, and the 2 fought side by side, quickly eliminating all the goblins. After a mere half-hour battle, all the monsters had fallen. The second day of the newbie trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminate 100 level 3 goblins, 3 level 3 elite goblins, and 1 level 4 elite goblin. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards, basic reward, 120 soul coins, 120 spirit coins, basic building, farmland. Additional evaluation reward, 240 soul coins, 240 spirit coins, building, well. Zhou Yin was overjoyed when he saw the battle results. We've acquired 2 more buildings. He received the highest rating for the past 2 days, so it's no surprise he got the building reward. Zhou Yin was very happy to receive 2 buildings in 2 consecutive days. I brought some food seeds with me when I came in. I wonder what the farmland will look like after it evolves, Zhou Yin said excitedly. He looked around at the treasure chests and said, Chaner, let's collect these treasure chests. Okay, Zhao Chan nodded. Although the battle ended quickly, it took them half an hour to collect the treasure chest. Let's go back and build the structures. Zhou Yin couldn't wait to see what changes would occur to the 2 buildings. With great excitement, he chose a suitable location and began building the farmland. Ding. Build farmland, which evolves into spirit field. Ding. A well has been built, and the well has evolved into a spirit spring. The fields before them exuded a rich spiritual energy, brimming with vitality, just like the spirit vein bamboo house. Beside the spiritual fields, a small lake appeared, its waters also brimming with spiritual energy. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Let's take a look at the attributes of these 2 buildings. Architecture, Lingtian. Level 1. Upgrade requirement, 0/100. Quality, S, 0/2. Defense, 100/100. Special attribute, accelerates crop maturity and is imbued with spiritual energy. Description, fields brimming with spiritual energy not only accelerate crop growth, but also imbue the crops themselves with spiritual energy. 2. Spirit fields are required for the next evolution. In Chapter 20, Zhou Yin opened the territory information and suddenly realized that he had missed an important notification. The system message reads, your territory level has met the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade? The upgrade of a territory requires manual confirmation from the Lord, something he had almost forgotten about. So he immediately clicked Upgrade. System notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 2. Territory name, Heavenly Court. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, white, colored, hidden. Territory talent, special items, plus 10%. Territory level, 2, requires 5 level 3 or higher buildings to reach the next star. Area, 1,000 square meters. Special attribute, all attributes of the human race in the territory plus 10%. Buildings, King's Crystal, level 1. Spirit Vein Bamboo House, level 1. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, level 1. Mysterious Shop, level 1. Blazing Tower, level 1. Thorny Vine Fence, level 1. Villager, 1. Resources, Soul Coins, 1820, Spirit Coins, 398,264. Upon seeing this information, Zhou Yin was surprised. The detailed information about the territory had become much clearer, which was a benefit of the server upgrade. There's an extra special attribute. a 10% bonus to all attributes. Zhou Yin was both surprised and delighted. This attribute is usually only triggered when the territory reaches level 10 or higher. I didn't expect that I would have it at this level. He also realized that as the territory level increased, the occurrence of special attributes no longer seemed to be limited by the level. The higher the quality of the territory, the greater the chance of triggering special attributes. He couldn't wait to see if the further upgrade of the territory would bring even stronger effects. His territory had doubled in size, which excited him even more. After all, others needed to reach level 10 to have such a large space, while he had achieved it at only level 2. Seeing the resources he possessed, especially the hundreds of thousands of spirit coins, Zhou Yin decided to take the opportunity to significantly upgrade the buildings in his territory. He waved his hand and began upgrading the building. Consuming 200 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 2. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 3. Consuming 400 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 4. Consuming 1,000 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level is upgraded to level 10. The upgrade is finally complete. Zhou Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but his next discovery surprised him. Strange, why can my building continue to upgrade? During the beginner trial phase, buildings can only be upgraded to level 10, but his territory seems to be exempt from this restriction. He was so excited he almost forgot to breathe, his hands clicking incessantly. Consuming 2,000 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 11. Holy crap, he could hardly believe his eyes. The territory is not subject to the rules of the novice trial stage. This means that he is no longer limited by the upgrade conditions of buildings. As long as he has enough spirit coins, he can continuously upgrade them, which is fantastic news for him. After the novice trial ends, other lords will need to collect a lot of resources to upgrade their buildings, and some buildings may not even be able to be upgraded due to extremely harsh conditions. But his current territory allows for unlimited upgrades to buildings, which is practically cheating. He immediately decided to use up all the spirit coins he had to upgrade all the buildings to a higher level. Consuming 3,000 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 12. Consuming 4,000 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 13. Consuming 11,000 spirit coins, the King's Crystal level has been upgraded to level 20. Architecture, King's Crystal level 20. Upgrade requirements: 20,000 spirit coins, 10 3-star crystal cores of the same attribute. Quality, SS 0/1. Defense, 7,000/7,000. Shield, 20,000/20,000. Special Attribute 1, Thunder Attack. Special Attribute 2, within the territory, all elemental attacks plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Description: the core nexus of the Lord's space, an evolved crystal, combining offense and defense, will actively attack all hostile beings within a 100-meter radius. Obtaining one Lord's crystal allows for further evolution. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that his crystal could continue to evolve. The King's Crystal can actually evolve. He simply couldn't believe it. His crystal had actually reached SSS level and even had the potential to evolve further. This is a major breakthrough. In the entire Lord world, perhaps only he is a Lord who can possess such a powerful building. He had heard that Lord crystals could strengthen territory crystals, but such special abilities usually only appeared in high-level crystals. And he had never heard of any crystal possessing offensive capabilities. After the crystal evolved, it even started to actively attack malicious creatures in the vicinity, which gave Zhou Yin even greater confidence. He thought of his territory, where all the buildings had undergone the evolution of the Colored Lord space and could not be measured by conventional standards. However, after Crystal is upgraded to level 20, he will need other conditions to further improve, but even so, his strength is still much greater than that of other new lords. In his view, even if other new lords had a lot of spirit coins, their buildings could only be upgraded to level 10 at most. But he was not only ahead, but also 10 levels ahead, completely surpassing the norm. At this moment, he was very satisfied with his progress, especially the all-attribute bonus brought by the crystal, which was simply a heaven-defying existence. Although he does not intend to follow the path of a magician, his future territory will be more populated by martial artists, cultivators, warriors, sorcerers, and Taoists. It would be even better if we could have a hidden profession certificate. Although such a certificate is extremely rare, obtaining it would be a huge opportunity. In Chapter 21, after planting all sorts of seeds, Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan were covered in mud, But Zhou Yin felt extremely happy and content. He enjoyed farming with Diao Chan, though he wasn't addicted to it. He understood that to protect this peaceful and beautiful land, he needed immense strength. If he encountered those treacherous warlords on the continent and lacked the power to protect his territory, all that was beautiful could be destroyed in an instant. Only by becoming strong can I protect what I cherish. Zhou Yin made up his mind in his heart that great power was the foundation for his survival. The two walked to the spirit spring, and Zhou Yin looked at the clear spring water and said, "Come on, taste this spring water." He washed his dirty hands and put them into the spring water. In no time, the grime on his hands was washed away by the water. What a powerful ability. Zhou Yin smiled, picked up the spiritual spring water, and drank it down. The spring water was sweet and refreshing. Drinking it sent a delightful sensation straight from his throat to his heart. "This spiritual spring is truly delicious," he exclaimed. Jiao Chan couldn't resist taking a sip and exclaimed, "It's so delicious." Zhou Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. "It's a pity there are no suitable containers. If there were, I would really like to sell some of the spiritual spring water." He immediately opened the trading hall and searched for bamboo, discovering that bamboo was perfect as a water container. Sure enough, Zhou Yin said with delight. A clever lord always seizes opportunities. Zhou Yin realized that there must be someone on the Kanglan continent who needed bamboo. So he quickly bought 100 bamboo stalks, each costing 10 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall. Purchase 100 bamboo stalks, costing 1,000 spirit coins. Zhou Yin took out the bamboo from his personal lord space, intending to cut it into sections to store the spiritual spring. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lord of Little Darling was astonished to see that all her bamboo had been bought up in one go. She quickly restocked the same amount of bamboo. "It seems there isn't that much demand for bamboo," she thought to herself, as she continued to cut down more bamboo, preparing to sell it again. Zhou Yin began filling the bamboo jars with water, about 100 milliliters in each jar. For the slightly larger bamboo jars, he filled them with twice the amount, making sure each container was full. "Channer, come help me. We need to fill these containers with water. They'll be very useful later," Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan understood his intention and immediately began to help. She quickly realized that Zhou Yin wanted to sell the spiritual spring. "Why not water the ground first?" she asked, puzzled. Zhou Yin smiled and said, "After the spiritual spring is upgraded, its quality will be even better. Using a higher-grade spiritual spring to irrigate the land will definitely have a better effect." He had already thought it through. "Oh, I understand." Jiao Chan suddenly realized that Zhou Yin was indeed very perceptive. Soon, the bamboo stalks were filled with water, ready for sale. Zhou Yin opened the trading hall and searched for spirit springs, but found that there were currently no spirit springs for sale. He noticed an item called Jade Dew Nectar, which was much more effective than the spirit spring, but its price was outrageously high, 100,000 spirit coins per 100 milliliters, which was practically robbery. Level 1 spiritual springs can be used for a long time and enhance physical attributes. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yin decided to price each bottle of spiritual spring at 1,000 spiritual coins. He packaged 10 bottles of water into a set, exactly 1 liter, and priced it at 10,500 spirit coins. In this way, each liter of water could be sold for 10,000 spirit coins, making a considerable profit. Territory notification. International Trading Hall. Sold 1 set of spirit springs, earned 10,000 spirit coins. Sold out instantly after Zhou Yin listed them. Were these people watching the trading hall the whole time? Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised. Then, his spiritual spring was put up for sale in the National Trading Hall. National Trading Hall. Sold 1 set of 1-star spirit spring water, earned 10,000 spirit coins. National Trading Hall. Sold 1 set of 1-star spirit spring water, earned 10,000 spirit coins. In a short period of time, Zhou Yin earned over 100,000 spirit coins by selling water, a speed that surprised him. Then, several more notifications came in. Territory alert. The hidden seller you are using in the National Trading Hall is under surveillance. Territory notification. Your hidden seller in the National Trading Hall has attracted the attention of the moon-gazing pavilion lord. Territory alert. Your hidden seller listing in the National Trading Hall has been noticed by Penguin Group, 100th Yang Fei. These clues mean that although Zhou Yan's seller identity is hidden, some discerning lords have still noticed the good items he is selling and have quickly taken notice of him. However, the other party couldn't contact him unless he used special tools like Qin Yao to add them as friends. Zhou Yin didn't plan to pay attention to these people. After all, he didn't have time to deal with them right now. He casually opened a chat room to see what everyone was discussing. National channel. Shocking. A spiritual spring has appeared in the trading hall. Who is this person? So lucky to obtain such a good thing on the second day. Could that person be developing the Misty region? I want to buy some too, but I don't have the money. I really want to buy some back. The spiritual spring is no ordinary water. Drinking it is good for your health, and irrigating crops can also increase yields. Are you crazy? Bathing in the spiritual spring? You're just wasting a treasure. Seeking information about the owner of the spirit spring. I am from Tencent and sincerely wish to purchase a large quantity of spirit springs. I'm from Jingdong Group. The price is negotiable. I'd like to ask anyone selling spiritual spring water to contact me. I am a private lord, focused on farming. I'd like to know the source of the spiritual spring. Would you mind revealing it to me? In Chapter 22, Zhou Yin never expected that someone would help promote his spiritual spring for free, which explains why everyone is paying attention to him. That's good. It lets me earn more money, he thought to himself. He checked the price of bamboo again and found that another batch of bamboo had been put on the shelves, and it was still being sold by that Lord Little Darling. Without hesitation, he immediately bought the batch of bamboo and also purchased several other bamboos from other lords. Since the price difference between the bamboos wasn't significant, he didn't care about the small amount of money. National Trading Hall purchased 100 bamboo stalks, costing 1,000 spirit coins. National Trading Hall purchased 10 bamboo stalks, costing 120 spirit coins. National Trading Hall purchased 50 bamboo stalks, costing 600 spirit coins. He knew in his heart that his spiritual spring water was only of the primary level and not expensive, so he didn't feel bad about it at all. But to his surprise, right after he bought the bamboo, Lord Little Darling was astonished again. Looking at her bamboo inventory, she happily sold all the bamboo at the same price. Zhou Yin naturally noticed this. Considering that the novice trial stage still required a lot of bamboo, he decided to pay attention to the other party's territory, even though he remained anonymous and did not reveal the name of his territory. After seeing this message, Lord Little Darling became very curious. She was certain that this person was the one who bought her bamboo. When she opened the message, she discovered that the other person's name was hidden. Huh? Why doesn't this person talk to me about the bamboo? Little Darling was a little confused. Logically, if the other party was really interested, they should have chatted with her privately, but he only followed her and didn't take the initiative to contact her. What a strange person. Lord Little Darling smiled, not caring. Anyway, the bamboo had been sold, and he had cut some more, so it wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan continued to busy themselves with filling water containers. He would fill the water containers and immediately put the bamboo on the shelves, and the bamboo would always be sold out in an instant. Those who followed him were clearly afraid of missing out. Zhou Yin was skeptical. He didn't believe they truly needed that many spiritual springs. An individual lord might not need many, but across the entire nation, countless lords required spiritual spring water. Therefore, even if he possessed a large quantity of spiritual springs, there would always be people willing to buy them. Until one day, Qin Chuan heard a system notification. Spiritual spring has reached its maximum production today. Please collect it again tomorrow. The maximum extraction rate has been reached. The production rate of the spring water is the same as the extraction rate. A maximum of 3 tons of water can be extracted per day. Based on 100 milliliters per jar, he has extracted 3,000 jars of water. He checked the number of spirit coins he had. Wow, over 3 million spirit coins. Zhou Yin was so excited that his hands started to tremble. Don't get excited, don't get excited. I'm going to become the strongest lord in the universe. 3 million spirit coins are just a small amount of money. He tried to calm himself down. However, he couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely happy. Jiao Chan looked at him as he suddenly laughed, somewhat puzzled. Why is Zhou Yin suddenly laughing so happily? Spiritual springs are indeed valuable, but others usually obtain them through adventure. But he is different. He possesses a spiritual spring that can be produced indefinitely. However, he also understood that the price of spirit springs would definitely drop after the novice trial ended. At that time, the price of spirit springs might only be half of what it was, because adventurers could find low-level spirit springs if they were lucky. He had heard that some people had discovered a sacred spring the size of an entire lake. Therefore, the high price of the spirit spring is only a privilege during the novice trial stage. After this stage, the price will definitely return to normal. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the spirit spring level has been upgraded to level 2. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the spirit spring level has been upgraded to level 3. Consuming 900 spirit coins, the spirit spring level has been upgraded to level 4. Upgrading the spirit spring requires more spirit coins, but the effects are also quite powerful. The increased benefits with each additional level are well worth it. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins, the spirit spring level has been upgraded to level 10. However, the system message reads, insufficient materials, spirit spring level cannot be upgraded. Zhou Yin hurriedly checked the detailed information about the spiritual spring. Architecture, Linquan. Level, 10. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 spirit coins, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Quality, SSS, 0/5. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Consumption, 3,000 spirit coins are consumed for every ton produced. Production rate, 10 tons/day. Special attribute, spring water full of spiritual energy. Description, a source of spiritual energy that not only accelerates crop growth, but also strengthens the body, promotes cultivation, and helps recover from injuries and fatigue. Its uses are endless. Requires 5 spiritual springs to evolve again. It actually requires spirit stones. Zhou Yin was very surprised. He frowned. Spirit stones are a rare resource. Although they are low-grade spirit stones, this kind of material is very scarce on the market. Ordinary people can hardly buy them and can only obtain them through special channels. He didn't expect that the spirit spring could not be upgraded after reaching level 10. It seems that the upgrades for each building are different. However, the production rate of the spring water has increased to 10 tons per day. In addition to the 3 tons of water that he sold, he can extract another 8 tons of water. He decided to keep the water for himself, since he needed a lot of spiritual spring water now. Moreover, upgrading buildings does not restore the extraction rate of the spiritual spring, nor does it change the quality of the spiritual spring. He thought that the quality of the spirit spring would improve when it reached level 20, but he did not expect that it would be limited by materials after reaching level 10. Zhou Yin checked the trading hall and found that there were indeed people selling buckets and similar items. So he spent 200 spirit coins to buy 2 buckets, and together with Jiao Chan, they extracted water and began irrigating the spirit fields. To irrigate the spirit field, but the 2 of them are very happy because it is something they grew themselves. With so many spiritual fields, there's no worry about not being able to finish the food irrigated there, and we can even sell it. Spiritual spring water and crops irrigated by it are absolutely extraordinary and will definitely find a market. Unexpectedly, as soon as the spiritual spring watered the crops, they began to grow rapidly, as if they had been growing for 10 days or half a month. My God, this growth rate is too fast. No wonder the spiritual spring sells so well. Zhou Yin was greatly shocked. In the early stages, everyone lacked everything, and those who knew about such a valuable item as the spirit spring would naturally buy it without hesitation. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Shop returns. At this stage, everyone's food supply is limited, and there are also soldiers to feed. In addition, the vast majority of the fog-shrouded areas outside the territory are extremely dangerous. If they were to send soldiers to explore, they feared that the soldiers would encounter danger. If the soldiers die, how can they withstand the trials on their own? Therefore, growing grain became their main source of food. Although farming within one's territory is faster than outside, even the fastest crops take half a month to grow. This 2-week period is actually a form of assessment. Those who cannot endure it will naturally end the assessment early and return to the Kanglan continent. At this time, the appearance of the spiritual spring can accelerate the growth of the grain, so they don't have to wait for half a month. It should take about a week. This is also why Linquan, a type of spring water, sells so well. Everyone knows that being one step ahead means being ahead in everything. However, the crops in Zhou Yan's territory's spirit fields grow even faster, in just a few days. Zhou Yan is not afraid of others surpassing him at all, because there is not a single building in his territory that is lower than S quality. Any one of these items is already something that others can only dream of. For newcomers at this stage, owning an S quality building is considered extremely lucky. But all his buildings are high-end. With so many of them, what does he have to worry about? Therefore, Zhou Yan never worries about others surpassing him. His colorful Lord Space can evolve the most ordinary buildings into buildings of at least S quality. As for the heroes and troop types, we can't guarantee them yet, but their quality will definitely be good. We don't need to worry about the food anymore. We just need to come and water it every day. Next, Zhou Yan and Jiao Chan arrived at the mysterious shop. The mystery shop refreshes its items daily and also offers an additional opportunity to manually refresh it. He updated the prices yesterday, but unfortunately, they were all too expensive. He simply couldn't afford them. Now, he has over 3 million spirit coins, so Mom no longer has to worry about me running out of money. Upon entering the mysterious shop, Zhou Yin looked at the 5 items on the counter. The first item. Item, Frost Armor. Quality, Bronze. Durability, 30/30ths. Attribute 1, Defense plus 10. Attribute 2, Frostbite. Can actively release a burst of cold air to freeze enemies. The freeze duration varies depending on the enemy's strength and level. Can be used once every 6 hours. Equipment requirements, Strength 6. Description, crafted from rough, icy ore. Price, 5,000 spirit coins. It's a bronze-level piece of equipment, and it's not expensive. Zhou Yin bought it right away. Territory notification. Consume 5,000 spirit coins to purchase 1 Frost Armor item. Zhou Yin looked at the second item. It turned out to be a woman's garment, and a piece of clothing at that. Zhou Yin was very surprised because this type of clothing was extremely rare. He quickly checked the attributes. Item, Clothing, Phoenix Robe. Special, can be enhanced with additional attributes. Quality, Gold. Durability, 200/200. Attribute 1, all attributes plus 10. Attribute 2, Stain-free, automatically cleans all stains from clothes every hour. Attribute 3, Fire resistance, plus 15. Equipment requirements, female only, plus 1 luck. Description, made from flamingo feathers, this product offers protection against both cold and heat, making it an ideal choice for women. Price, 1 million spirit coins. It's actually a piece of clothing of gold quality. Zhou Yin was extremely shocked. In the Lord's continent, clothing is quite common, and many lords with weaving skills train many people to do so. The main reason is that many female lords love beauty, and there are also many female residents and heroes among the various lords. The love of beauty is innate in all women, so naturally, exquisite and beautiful clothes sell very well. You should never doubt women's spending power. As a certain comrade Xiaoma once said, behind every successful man is a woman, and for me, there are thousands upon thousands of women. But ordinary clothing does not have attributes. Even if clothing has attributes, if it doesn't have the special, can add additional attributes, attribute, it won't add any attributes, and will only become a piece of clothing for decoration. Even so, many women still wear it. They don't do it to increase their attributes, they do it only for beauty. If you have this special, can add extra attributes, attribute, it's like wearing an extra piece of equipment. Therefore, a piece of clothing with special attributes is extremely rare and very uncommon. Each one could sell for an astronomical price. More importantly, the attributes of this garment are simply too powerful. The plus 10 to all attributes alone is enough to rival legendary level equipment. Not to mention it has 2 other skills. Although those 2 skills may seem useless, for women, the skill Immaculate is simply too wonderful. The plus 15 fire resistance is also very good, especially against fire elemental monsters. Although plus 1 luck is nothing to Jiao Chan, it is much greater than that of others. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only costs 1 million in the mysterious shop. If this equipment were sold on the market, its value would probably be dozens or even hundreds of times higher. After all, there are quite a few lords who are willing to spend money on women. We've really struck it rich. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. Luckily, he had money now. Otherwise, he would have been just like yesterday, staring blankly at the treasure. Territory notification. Spend 1 million spirit coins to purchase 1 Phoenix Robe outfit, women's exclusive. Zhou Yin took the Phoenix Robe in his hand and said to Jiao Chan, "Chaner, this Phoenix Robe is for you. Ah, that's 1 million spirit coins. You can buy it if you want, or not." Although Jiao Chan liked it very much, she still felt it was too expensive. "Chaner, I am a lord. Although this is clothing, it provides significant attribute bonuses, making it equivalent to a piece of equipment. Only when you become stronger can you better protect me and the territory." Zhou Yin said, "Thank you, Lord." Jiao Chan accepted the Phoenix Robe, feeling very happy. The robe was indeed beautiful, and Jiao Chan, being a woman, naturally liked pretty clothes. Jiao Chan put on the Phoenix Robe, and instantly, a stunningly beautiful woman in red appeared before Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin had wondered what Jiao Chan would look like after wearing the Phoenix Robe, but he was still stunned when he saw it with his own eyes. You'll never understand what it feels like to have your heart pounding and be speechless when a fairy stands right in front of you. It was as if she was the only person in the entire world. When Jiao Chan puts on the Phoenix Robe, her charm increases several times over. "Chaner, you have to take responsibility," Zhou Yin said. "Jiao Chan, right now, you're all I see, think, and feel. You have to take responsibility," Zhou Yin said shamelessly. Jiao Chan blushed and lowered her head, playing with her drooping hair. She was truly captivating. Every woman likes to hear nice things, and the key point is that Zhou Yin was telling the truth. "So, Did you pay tuition for this trick? Any man who sees Jiao Chan will be captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Zhou Yin then looked at the remaining 3 items. He sighed. The third item is a magical artifact, worth 1 billion spirit coins. He couldn't afford it even if he sold his kidney. The fourth item is a building, worth 50,000 soul coins. Even if he had that many soul coins, he wouldn't buy them, because he has the Colored Lord's space, which allows him to transform ordinary buildings into rare ones. The last item was a pair of socks. Damn, there's no need to even look at them. Chapter 24, another resource monster appears. Not long after, a friend message notification appeared. He only has Qin Yao as a friend now. He opened the message and took a look. Friend, do you have any food left? I urgently need a lot of food, and I've raised the price to 2,000 spirit coins per animal. Zhou Yin found it very strange. Didn't they just give her so many monsters yesterday? How come they're all gone this morning? Zhou Yin quickly asked, why are you eating so fast? Qin Yao replied instantly, I didn't expect them to eat so much. It must be because their level has increased that their appetite has also increased. Zhou Yin, all right then, I'll go get you some food right away. How much do you need? Qin Yao, of course, the more the better. You might have to help me buy food for the whole month. Maybe it's because of the situation here, but I can't grow any food here. Qin Yao was speechless. She had finally managed to get a set of spiritual springs yesterday, thinking it would accelerate the growth of the crops, but after watering them with the spiritual springs, she didn't see any signs of growth. When they dug up the seeds in the soil, they found that they had turned black. She then realized that this damned place was actually a rare death zone, which was simply fatal to the growth of these ordinary seeds. No way, your luck is really that bad. Zhou Yin was speechless. Where exactly was she randomly teleported to? Sigh, don't even mention it, it's all tears when I think about it. Actually, this place isn't entirely without merit. At least the drop rate has doubled, meaning killing 1 monster is equivalent to killing 2. She naturally wouldn't say that. Alright then, it seems ordinary small animals won't satisfy you, Zhou Yin said. Then you should be careful too. After all, it's still very dangerous outside the fog. Although Qin Yao also hoped to obtain more food, she did not want the other party to take risks for it. Don't worry, I still have a long life ahead of me. I can't bear to die, Zhou Yin replied. Good luck to you. The 2 sides concluded their exchange. Zhou Yin had settled everything in the territory and was about to go out and hunt another wave of monsters. Although hunting monsters to sell spirit coins is only a small part of his income, far less profitable than selling spirit spring water, it's just something he does incidentally. Chana, let's go. Zhou Yin was fully armed this time, wearing a lot of equipment, ready to have a good fight in the wild. As for the mystery shop's automatic refresh, he planned to open the chests that night before making a decision. They set off yesterday from the main gate of the territory on the east side. They set off from the western gate of the territory this time to see if there were any other gains. They soon entered the mist, which began to slowly dissipate as they went in. The monsters hidden in the mist also launched an attack. But the 2 were prepared, and with a swift movement, the monster fell to the ground. Killing a level 3 black monkey grants an additional 4 soul coins. It was a monkey-like monster, what a pity. He believed that Qin Yao would definitely not like eating this kind of monster. But the world is so big, there are quite a few lords who can summon beasts, so these monsters still have a good market. Zhou Yin tried listing the monster on the trading platform and set the price at 5,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black monkey corpse. Earned 4,750 spirit coins. Damn, how come these people are so fast? Zhou Yin was speechless. His item was killed almost immediately after he placed it. Zhou Yin didn't even bother to check how many people were paying attention to him. With hundreds of thousands of lords hearing about what he was selling, there would always be someone who needed it, and it was perfectly normal for it to be snapped up instantly. Therefore, Zhou Yin was not worried at all about not being able to sell this monster. Then, they were attacked by other monsters again. A nimble leopard leaped down from a tree towards Zhou Yin, its jaws wide open, ready to bite him. Puff! With a flash of sword light, Zhou Yin used the Tianxian sword from the 7-star swords, annihilating the monster in 1 strike. Slaying a level 5 shadow leopard grants an additional 6 soul coins. A level 5 monster. Zhou Yin was surprised. He never expected that it would be a level 5 monster. Under normal circumstances, at his level 2, he would have no chance against this level 5 monster. However, with the addition of equipment and skills, he can achieve a 1-hit kill, which is terrifying. Of course, he gains 12 attribute points per level, and each time he has 10 freely distributable attribute points, which is already several times more than other lords of the same level. With his current attributes, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even when facing monsters of level 8 or 9. This leopard is much bigger than monsters like rabbits. It can sell for at least 20,000 spirit coins. This is the high yield in the wild. The prerequisite is that you have the ability. Then they discovered several more monsters, including level 3 burrowing rats and level 4 antlered deer, and there was a whole group of them. There are many antlered deer, at least dozens. We're lucky. Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan charged towards the antlered deer, but the deer were not afraid of them at all. Instead, they launched an attack after seeing them. Zhou Yan's sword moves were constantly changing, and the 7-star sword technique was constantly being refined and honed, rapidly enhancing his combat experience. Slaying a level 4 horned deer grants an additional 5 soul coins. Slaying a level 4 horned deer grants an additional 5 soul coins. Slaying a level 4 horned deer grants an additional 5 soul coins. A few minutes later, they had wiped out dozens of antler deer. Zhou Yin quickly cleaned up the battlefield, taking the deer carcasses and treasure chests with him. I was lucky this time. I even got several black iron treasure chests. Until noon, the two continued to kill monsters in the mist, exploring a large area of the mist. The monsters they encountered also began to get stronger. After a quick meal of the food they had brought, they set off again to explore the mist. Soon after, they encountered a group of very strange monsters. These monsters are strange. They should be wood-type monsters. Be careful. Let's check their attributes first. Zhou Yin looked at the information of these monsters. Monster, Fujiki Demon. Quality, Elite. Level 5. Special, Resource Monster. Description, these are a special group of resource monsters. Defeating them will turn them into usable wood. Another group of elite monsters. Zhou Yin was very surprised. Yesterday they encountered a group of stone resource monsters, and today they encountered a group of vine and wood resource monsters. This is incredible luck. Channer, you are truly a lucky star. Zhou Yin praised sincerely. Jiao Chan was indeed very lucky, and it's quite possible that his good fortune was brought about by Jiao Chan. No way. Jiao Chan replied, secretly pleased. Kill. Defeat a level 5 elite vine demon to receive an additional 10 soul coins. Defeat a level 5 elite vine demon to receive an additional 10 soul coins. Defeat a level 5 elite vine demon to receive an additional 10 soul coins. Chapter 25, Huge Explosion. There were several times more vine spirits than the stone spirits they encountered yesterday. However, Zhou Yin also gained a lot. Collect 5 pieces of 1-star wood. Collect 5 pieces of 1-star wood. Pick up 2 pieces of 2-star wood. Zhou Yin saw a vine lashing out at him, but it missed him because Jiao Chan was protecting him at all times. The vine was knocked away by Jiao Chan's sword. Thank you, Zhou Yin said gratefully. It's that monster. Jiao Chan looked to the other side and saw a vine that looked like a small tree. Monster, Fujiki Demon. Quality, Headgear. Level, 8. Special, Resource Monster. Description, an extremely rare resource monster, a powerful leader possessing a crystal core. Defeating it will yield very generous rewards. Resource monsters are very rare and can drop a lot of extra resources. The fact that this vine spirit is a leader-level creature makes it even more precious. A level 8 leader, no wonder he almost attacked me. Zhou Yin looked at Jiao Chan and said, Channer, leave the small monsters to me, and you can take care of the leader. No problem. Jiao Chan's true strength far surpasses that of this level 8 leader, so naturally she is not afraid of him. She moved with incredible speed and her swordsmanship was fierce. Facing the surrounding wooden vines, she wielded a dazzling display of swordplay, slicing all the vines in half. The monsters couldn't hit Jiao Chan's body at all. Instead, they were killed by Jiao Chan in the process. As Jiao Chan rapidly approached the leader, the monster was not idle either, unleashing countless vines to attack her. Jiao Chan uses the lotus sword technique. With each strike, vines are severed. Countless vines had already appeared on the ground. Jiao Chan's attack speed was just as fast as her movement speed. Swords flashed and danced. Jiao Chan pierced the leader several times in succession, and the leader turned into a pile of materials on the ground, glittering with golden light, which made Zhou Yin very excited. This is absolutely a huge hit. Defeat the level 8 boss, Vine Demon, for an additional reward of 240 soul coins, 240 spirit coins, and a basic building chest. Zhou Yin was very surprised when he heard this. Killing a monster at the level of a wild boss actually yielded an extra building reward. This was indeed the first time he had heard of it, and he didn't know if there had been any precedent for it before. Exploring the wilderness is inherently very difficult for newcomers, let alone killing a boss-level monster. This in itself is a hidden reward. The newcomer trial is full of endless opportunities. How much you gain depends entirely on your personal efforts. With his cheat-like abilities and the help of a superhero like Diao Chan, it would be difficult for Zhou Yin not to become powerful. Let's open the treasure chest after we get back to our territory. Kill all the vine demons around him first. After clearing out the smaller monsters around the leader, Zhou Yin began collecting the items dropped by the leader. Collect 10 pieces of 3-star wood. Collect 8 vine fairy seeds. Collected 1 1-star wood-type crystal core. Collect 100 1-star wood. Pick up 50 pieces of 2-star wood. Pick up a bronze treasure chest X1. The leader dropped a lot of loot, which was indeed plentiful and abundant. The others were easy to understand, but there was one key point that he didn't quite grasp. Vine Demon Seed, what is this? Zhou Yin clicked to view its attributes. Item, Vine Fairy Seed. Quality, D. Description, these are seeds that, with a very low probability, transform into the Vine Demon Leader upon death. These seeds can be planted within the territory to help defend against invasions from other areas. They can grow to a maximum level of 10. There's actually such a thing. Zhou Yin was very surprised. This was the problem of having a high luck stat. If Jiao Chan hadn't killed him, such a seed probably wouldn't have appeared. That's practically equivalent to adding 8 guards to his territory. The problem is that this vine spirit's growth rate is too low. It can only reach level 10. It can be somewhat useful in the early stages, but it becomes less useful later on. Something is better than nothing. Zhou Yin didn't care too much. His Thorn Fence needs a wood-type crystal core to upgrade its level, but unfortunately, it's only a 1-star one and doesn't have much use. However, these things will always come in handy eventually. Spirits around them. There are so many more treasure chests this time than yesterday. After arriving here, they walked a long way and found that there were very few monsters. Only a few level 6 or 7 wild boars. Oops, I mean howling wild boars. After killing them, they planned to head back through the unexplored fog area. They didn't encounter any danger along the way, mainly because their strength was too great and there were no monsters above level 10, so it was naturally very easy for them. They remained in the wild until dusk before returning to their territory. Today was really tiring, Zhou Yin said, feeling both happy and pained. Upon returning to the Spirit Vein Bamboo House, powerful streams of spiritual energy surged into his body, strengthening his physical attributes. His news has resurfaced, and it's no one else but Qin Yao. I was so focused on killing monsters today that I almost forgot about her. Upon opening it, I found dozens of messages. I checked the latest news. Qin Yao, are you there? Zhou Yin quickly replied, yes. If I could still contact you, I would have thought something bad had happened to you. Qin Yao replied. Zhou Yin quickly replied, no way, it's just that I can't be distracted during battle. That's why I haven't been able to contact you. That's true. Qin Yao realized that she had been a little too hasty. Zhou Yin clicked on the transaction, and Qin Yao quickly agreed, unaware of how much the other party had gained that day. When Zhou Yin placed a large number of monster corpses in the trading window, Qin Yao was completely stunned. She had guessed that Zhou Yin would gain a lot, but after actually seeing what he had gained, she realized that she had completely underestimated him. My God, how many monsters did he kill? Qin Yao rubbed her eyes and realized that this was not a dream. At this stage, this guy is actually able to kill so many monsters. Is this guy even human? Wait a minute, isn't that a level 7 howling boar? Monster is this? It can already kill monsters like this. Qin Yao's mind went blank for a long time, and it wasn't until Zhou Yin asked her several times that she came to her senses. Why won't you tell me your real name? Qin Yao was naturally curious about the other person, but the key was that the other person wouldn't tell her their name. She wanted to wait until the novice trial was over to find out more about the other person, but she had no clue. With so many lords across the country, how can we investigate? There are many people in the Awakening Magic Society around the world, and many groups and families don't need to go to the school to awaken. Finding the other person is simply impossible. Our business is the priority. As for personal matters, it's best not to ask. Even if I told you something, it wouldn't make any difference if I gave you a false answer. Zhou Yin didn't want the other party to know. In any case, within the Lord's space, as long as he doesn't reveal his information, it won't be easy for the other party to find him. Chapter 26. Can a territory have 2 names? This is the first of 4 updates today. Qin Yao had no choice but to give up, since the Heavenly Court Lord had already said so. Give me some time, let me calculate it, Qin Yao replied. Okay, Zhou Yin said. Qin Yao began calculating the prices of wild beasts on the trading board. To be honest, Qin Yao was very happy because the other party was strong enough and could provide her with a sufficient source of food. Her soldiers have an enormous appetite. If it weren't for the country's subsidies, she would have a huge problem feeding even one of them on her own. Her luck was both good and bad. There's no food to be found here, and the place is deathly still. If it weren't for the fact that she received double the soul coins, she would probably be incredibly frustrated. The key issue is that they can't even grow crops. Anyone else would probably be going crazy. The Lord of the Heavenly Court was able to begin exploring the mist within 2 days and even killed a level 8 monster. This level of ability truly surprised her. Even her current Dragon Knight form is only capable of fighting against level 5 monsters. In order to establish a good working relationship with the other party, she offered very generous prices, even higher than the prices outside. This is also a form of courting. She believes her superiors will definitely support her. After calculating, Qin Yao set the transaction amount at 2 million spirit coins. 2 million. Zhou Yin was very surprised. Although he hadn't calculated it specifically, these wild monsters were definitely not worth 2 million. It should be over 1 million, considering he killed quite a few monsters, and food is still relatively scarce right now. In a few days, food won't be worth as much. Did I give you too much? Zhou Yin replied with a message. I didn't give you much. I couldn't let you go through all that trouble for nothing. Don't worry, I have plenty of spirit coins. Qin Yao replied. Well, they're using the country's resources. That's pretty domineering. He didn't stand on ceremony with the other party and replied, all right, if you need food, just ask me. I have a batch of resources to give you. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Yin placed piles of timber on top again. Because he discovered that his building required no timber upgrades at all. Logically, it is definitely necessary. However, he was not very familiar with the upgrade methods for high-quality buildings, so he was unaware of this situation. It's also possible that none of his buildings require wood, stone, or anything like that. This would save him a lot of trouble. At least he wouldn't need to spend time acquiring these materials. So much wood. Holy crap, he even has 3-star wood. What kind of monster did he kill to get his hands on wood like this? Qin Yao was completely shocked. Qin Yao thought the other party had already surprised her a lot, but now she found that this guy was going to torture her to death, and she was shocked again. Qin Yao was truly speechless. Where did all this timber come from? His territory must be rich in resources, and the monsters are just the right size for him to handle. Is this guy some kind of chosen one? Qin Yao couldn't help but start to have doubts. Such things do happen, but since she encountered one, she couldn't help but feel a little bittersweet. The Kanglan continent has a long history and countless legendary lords, each with their own unique opportunities. These materials came at just the right time for her, and she transferred another 500,000 spirit coins to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was astonished. The amount of funds the other party could mobilize was truly terrifying. Flower spirit coins didn't even blink. Of course, if someone were to upgrade his buildings without any financial constraints, he would buy things without batting an eye. The other party gave him a total of 2 million spirit coins. After chatting for a while longer, they each got back to their business. First, he upgraded his territory. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 7. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 8. Territory name. Heavenly Court can be named. Lord, Zhou Yin, detailed profile. Quality. White, colored, hidden. Territory talent. Special items, plus 10%. Territory level. 8. The next level requires 9 or more level 9 buildings. Area, 8,000 square meters. Special attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory plus 15%. Special attribute 2. All clan attributes in the territory plus 10%. Buildings, King's Crystal, level 20. Spirit Vein Bamboo House, level 20. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, level 10. Mysterious Shop, level 20. Blazing Tower, level 20. Thorny Vine Fence, level 20. Spirit Field, level 20. Spirit Spring, level 10. Villager, 1. Resources, detailed information. The rest of the territory remained largely unchanged, but he was surprised to discover that he could rename his territory. Could it be because I have 2 lord spaces that I can name them with 2 names? Zhou Yin figured out the reason, and this was a good thing. In this way, he could completely conceal the true situation of his heavenly court territory. To the outside world, we used the name of another territory. But Zhou Yin was once again in distress. Choosing a name is a very painful process. However, Zhou Yin looked at Jiao Chan and said, Jiao Chan, what is it? Jiao Chan opened her big eyes and looked at Zhou Yin curiously. Territory notification, name not duplicated. Do you want to use Jiao Chan to name your territory? Chaner, I'm using your name as the name of the territory. You won't mind, will you? Zhou Yin still needed to ask for her opinion. Upon hearing this, Jiao Chan exclaimed in surprise, use my name? Yes, Zhou Yin said with certainty. It's really too troublesome to come up with a name. The first time I came up with a name, it took me half an hour. All right. Jiao nodded. It's just a name, it's fine. Very good. Zhou Yin clicked confirm directly. Territory notification, name successfully created. Special territory detected. You can switch between the 2 territory aliases at any time. Sure enough, 2 lord spaces are awesome. Next, Zhou Yin began preparing to level up. Although he really wanted to summon new heroes, he saw yesterday's results and realized that it was just too difficult to draw a hero. First, level up to increase your luck stat. It might bring you good fortune. Soul coins minus 300. Lord Zhou Yin's level increased from 2 to 3. Soul coins minus 400. Lord Zhou Yin's level increased from 3 to 4. Soul coins minus 500. Lord Zhou Yin's level increased from 4 to 5. Name, Zhou Yin. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, China, formerly known as the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level 5. Upgrade required, 600 soul coins. Charm, 6. Lucky, 6. Strength, 21.7. Constitution, 9.7. Agility, 11.2. Spirit, 14.2. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, not activated. Skill, S-rank 7-star sword technique. Qualification, not activated. Cultivation technique, not activated. Realm, not yet unlocked. Equipment, Dragon Fang Sword, Strength plus 5, True Spirit Ring, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Stone Helmet, Defense plus 5, Stone Gauntlets, Strength plus 2, Stone Armor, Defense plus 5, Stone Leggings, Defense plus 3, Agility plus 2, Stone Boots, Agility plus 3, Defense plus 2. Total equipment attribute bonus, Strength plus 17, Agility plus 15, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 0, Defense plus 15. In addition to the attribute points gained from the upgrade, all 4 main attributes also increased by 0.2 due to this Spirit Vein Bamboo House. In the long run, he will be able to improve even more attribute points. Chapter 27. Someone actually wants this? This is the second of 4 updates today. Soul coins minus 500. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 4 to 5. Soul coins minus 600. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 5 to 6. After Jiao Chan's level increased by 2, her basic attributes all increased by 4 points. He needs to save some soul coins, as Jiao Chan's level is already high enough for now. With 4 points of luck added, Zhou Yin took out the basic building treasure chest. This is a special white treasure chest, a building reward for him. What he gets from it is entirely up to luck. Channer, it depends on your luck, Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan took the treasure chest and silently chanted, open. Territory notification. Gained 1 basic building, the Arrow Tower. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was overjoyed. It's a defense tower. If you were to ask Zhou Yin what he lacks most right now, it would undoubtedly be defensive towers. The larger the territory, the greater the area that needs to be protected. Even if he acquires more buildings now, he doesn't want to upgrade the territory level anymore, because it's just too difficult for him to protect such a large territory now. The main problem is the lack of sufficient defensive towers for protection. Adding a defensive tower this time is definitely a very good thing for the territory. Channer, you really are my lucky star. Overjoyed, Zhou Yin stepped forward, hugged Jiao Chan, and spun her around in the air. Channer, I'm so happy, Zhou Yin explained. Yes, seeing you happy makes me happy too, Jiao Chan replied. During the 3 Kingdoms period, Jiao Chan's fate was full of hardship. She was given away like an object. In this life, he is determined to make Jiao Chan happy. Zhou Yin waved his hand and began constructing the Arrow Tower. Territory notification. Build an Arrow Tower, which will evolve into a Storm Tower. Upon seeing the prompt, Zhou Yin understood that every building, once evolved, would randomly generate a new type of building. He clicked on the Storm Tower's attribute information. Building, Storm Tower. Level 1. Upgrade required, 300 spirit coins. Quality, SSS, 0 out of 10. Required for quality upgrade, 10 4-star wind element crystals. Defense, 1500/1500. Special attribute, deals a storm attack to enemies. Attack range, 50 meters. Introduction, storm, heed my call. Destroy the enemy. Not bad. Its quality is a level higher than the Blazing Tower. Zhou Yin began upgrading the Storm Tower. Territory notification, consuming 300 spirit coins, the Storm Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consuming 600 spirit coins, the Storm Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 900 spirit coins, the Storm Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 4. Building, Storm Tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 spirit coins, 100 4-star wood, 50 4-star gale stones. Quality, SSS, 0 out of 10. Required for quality upgrade. 10 4-star wind element crystals. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special Attribute 1, deals a storm attack to enemies. Special Attribute 2, can unleash a wide-range wind blade slash once every 6 hours. Attack range, 300 meters. Introduction, Storm, heed my call. Destroy the enemy. All the stats have improved significantly, and even one more special attribute has been added. He was really looking forward to seeing how powerful that wide-range wind blade slash would be, but he could only wait until tomorrow to find out. The only downside is that this skill has a long cooldown period, requiring 6 hours to cool down. They looked at the 2 defensive towers in the distance, one a flame tower and the other a storm tower, built on either side of the main gate, which would be the most effective way to attack the enemy. He currently has too few defensive towers, only 2, which is far from enough to fully protect his territory. There are far too few buildings. Compared to the vast territory, there is still a large area left unused. Choner, keep opening the treasure chests. There are quite a few, so you'll have to work hard. They killed many monsters and collected a great many treasure chests. Jiao Chan has high luck, and with the added bonus from her territory, the probability of obtaining treasures will also increase. New. Jiao Chan began opening the treasure chests one by one. Congratulations on receiving +2 soul coins. Congratulations on receiving +8 soul coins. Congratulations on receiving +1 soul coin. Zhou Yin then arrived at the mysterious shop. Start using the daily refresh feature. Territory notification. Mysterious shop, successfully refreshed. Zhou Yin quickly looked at the 5 items in the room. The first item. He glanced at the information on the modern-looking box. Goose. Happy doll. Is this a joke? If you have Jiao Chan, why bother with her? Could it be that the night is long and someone needs it? So, Zhou Yin, with a mischievous streak, bought the happy doll. As for the price, it's 2,000 spirit coins. It seems like nothing's happening. Actually, it wasn't that there was no reaction. Rather, the lords who were paying attention to him were all dumbfounded when they saw the item. They assumed Zhou Yin was going to put up some good items again, so they immediately opened the trading hall. To their surprise, when they saw this thing, it gave them quite a shock. Where did this thing come from? Could it be that the other party brought it in? Territory notification, sold 1 box of Happy Doll in the National Trading Hall for 1,900 spirit coins. Zhou Yin glanced at the chat lobby with curiosity. Good heavens. The group of people were having a wild chatter session. Holy crap. This lord who started out selling spirit spring water is practically a god. He even managed to get his hands on Happy Dolls. I seriously suspect he used them himself. Absolutely impossible. I have personally verified it, and it has never been opened. The guy upstairs is amazing. He actually spent 2,000 spirit coins to buy a Happy Doll. As expected, the night is long and lonely. Single people need some comfort. Excuse me, I'm a woman. I'm just curious about what this thing looks like. Holy crap. This was actually bought by a girl. Girl, stop looking. Except for the head. You look exactly the same as me. I'll buy it from you for 2,500 spirit coins. I was too slow. I should have acted immediately. Girl, I'm offering 3,000 spirit coins. Put it on the trade list quickly. A bunch of idiots, spending so many spirit coins to buy this thing. I really don't know what you were thinking. I'm rich. I'm happy. I smell the stench of a poor bastard. If others want to buy it, they can buy it. Why are you so jealous if you don't have the money? Looking for the source of the Happy Doll, my pet also wants to try it out. Chapter 28, The Goddess of the Luo River, Zhunmi. Zhou Yin was speechless. The world is so big, there are always many oddballs. For Zhou Yin, this was just an interlude. He looked again at the second item in the mystery shop. He smiled. This is a building. Item, building, barracks. Quality, E. Description, this item allows you to build a barracks. Price, 200,000 spirit coins. What great luck. This barracks has arrived at just the right time. Thinking that he had obtained a building like the Bronze Sparrow Terrace as his first barracks, he was very curious about what kind of barracks it could become. He is currently severely lacking in manpower, but unfortunately, the probability of summoning people from the Bronze Sparrow Terrace is extremely low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have upgraded first. Now that there's an extra barracks, he can see what it will look like. He wanted a normal barracks that could summon soldiers, instead of something as high class as Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Why? He has indeed become arrogant, and even looks down on the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. This price was definitely not high for him, and Zhou Yin bought it immediately. Territory notification. Consume 200,000 spirit coins to purchase 1 barracks building. We'll build it later. For now, let's look at the third item. A diamond-level piece of equipment. Damn it, it actually sold for 50 million spirit coins. He suddenly realized that he would always be a poor guy. This item is irrelevant. I simply can't afford it. The fourth item. This is a piece of equipment, and it works quite well. Item, True Spirit Ring. Quality, gold. Durability, 200/200. Attribute 1, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10. Attribute 2, Spiritual Power Enhancement. Releases a burst of spiritual power to enhance the weapon, increasing damage by 1 to 3 times, depending on the attack effect. Cooldown, 24 hours. Equipment requirements, level 5. Description, forged from true spirit, or, it possesses considerable power. Price, 300,000 spirit coins. The price is also very cheap. Territory notification, spend 300,000 spirit coins to purchase 1 piece of equipment, the True Spirit Ring. Wearing the True Spirit Ring increases each of his 3 attributes by 10 points. He has become stronger again. I looked at the last item in the mystery shop. Holy crap, it's a hero summoning card. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. He quickly checked the attributes. Item, Hero Summoning Card. Quality, D. Description, a hero can be randomly summoned from any barracks. Price, 1,000 soul coins. He didn't care about the quality of this card at all. His Bronze Sparrow Terrace was the highest level building, so the hero certainly wouldn't be bad either. Seeing that this item required soul coins to purchase, Zhou Yan checked his own soul coins. He still had several thousand left, all of which were accumulated after Jiao Chan opened treasure chests. Looks like I'll have to keep 10,000 to 20,000 soul coins in reserve from now on. If I come across something good but don't have enough soul coins, I'll be at a huge loss. Upon seeing the hero card, Zhou Yan purchased it immediately. Territory notification. Consume 1,000 soul coins to purchase 1 hero summoning card. I bought 4 out of 5 items, but I don't have enough money to buy the last one. So he's still a penniless wretch. Run all the way to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, stand on the altar, and take out the hero summoning card to use it. Territory prompt. Use hero summoning card? Using it will randomly summon a hero. Sure. The hero summoning card transformed into a beam of light within the altar, rushing into it. Then, a blue light appeared, transforming into a human figure that stood directly on the altar. Tonkatai notification. Congratulations on obtaining the hero, Zhenmi. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Hero, Zhenmi, has undergone evolution, quality improved, evolution complete. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, it summoned Zhenmi, the second most beautiful woman in the Three Kingdoms period, who was known as the goddess of the Luo River. As he expected, although the quality of this hero summoning card was low, it couldn't withstand the powerful evolutionary ability of the colored Lord Space. Zhou Yan's eyes fell upon the woman before him. She was as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a swimming dragon. Her beauty shone like autumn chrysanthemums, as radiant as spring pines. She seemed like light clouds veiling the moon, as ethereal as swirling snowflakes in a gentle breeze. From afar, she shone like the rising sun at dawn. Up close, she was as dazzling as a lotus emerging from clear water. Hero, Zhenmi. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 100 soul coins. Charm, 45, base 4.5. Luck, 30, base 3. Strength, 3, base 0.3. Constitution, 5, base 0.5. Agility, 6, base 0.6. Spirit, 30, basic 3. Talent, Luosian Body, Magic Attack plus 100%, Magic Recovery plus 100%. Skill, Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River, inflicts mental confusion on enemies, creating illusions that cause them to kill each other. Special Attribute 1, Goddess of the Luo River, Spiritual Attribute plus 100%. Special Attribute 2, increases affinity for water, ice, magic by 100%. Introduction, evolved by mysterious energy, her base attributes have increased tenfold. The second most beautiful woman of the Three Kingdoms period, known as the fairy goddess of the Luo River. Zhou Yan was stunned when he saw Zhenmi's attributes. Wow, that's an incredibly high luck stat. Is it because Zhenmi was once an empress? In the history of the Three Kingdoms, Zhenmi was an empress, much luckier than Diao-chan. Junmi is clearly a magic-based class. Her magic damage stat is absolutely amazing. Moreover, it's water-based magic, and her mental strength is also extremely powerful. I wonder how powerful Junmi's ode to the goddess of the Luo River skill is. It's an area of effect skill, and it's also a talent skill. It must be incredibly powerful. Junmi was indeed very beautiful. Unlike Diao-chan's beauty, which was described as eclipsing the moon and shamed the flowers, Junmi's beauty was a gentle and charming kind that could attract anyone who saw her at first glance. Fortunately, after spending 2 days with Diao-chan, his composure was much stronger than before, and he quickly regained his composure. This humble servant greets your excellency. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, Junmi quickly stepped forward and bowed to him. She was elegant in demeanor, graceful in posture, slender in figure, and charming in allure. When Diao-chan first appeared, she was just like that, even more beautiful and charming than Junmi. Both of them were extremely beautiful, the kind of beauty that is extremely rare. The beautiful woman bowed, and Zhou Yan quickly said, "No need for so much formality. Feel free to be at ease here. Do you know Diao-chan?" Zhou Yan didn't know if the two of them knew each other. "Diao-chan? I don't know her," Junmi replied. They did not have that historical information. They only knew who they were and the existence of their territory and lord, but they knew nothing about the past. This might not be a bad thing for them. The past is the past, and he will not let them suffer the same tragic fate as before. "It's okay, I'll take you to meet her." Zhou Yan led the way, carefully observing Junmi. Unlike Diao-chan's shyness, Junmi smiled knowingly at his observation. She was very bold and cheerful, and began to ask about things here. Zhou Yan told her everything. Soon, the two arrived at the Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Chapter 29, The White-Robed Ghost Soldier. "Zhou Yan, who is this?" As soon as Diao-chan looked up, she saw a stunningly beautiful woman, whose appearance was no less than her own, standing behind Zhou Yan. They only knew that the Bronze Sparrow Terrace could summon people like them, but they knew nothing about how many people were inside or their origins. On the Kanglan continent, they do not belong to this world. "Let me introduce you. This is Junmi. She is from the same world as you, but you don't know each other," Zhou Yan explained. "Greetings, elder sister." Junmi stepped forward gracefully and bowed to Diao-chan. The way Diao-chan addresses the Lord is enough to show that their relationship is extraordinary. "Hello, my name is Diao-chan. You are so beautiful." Diao-chan said sincerely that she was quite confident in her appearance, but after seeing Junmi, she found that the other woman was no less beautiful than her. "Sister, you are too kind. It is your beauty that I admire. I never imagined that there could be such a beauty in the world." Junmi also answered. Seeing the two women praising each other, Zhou Yan quickly said, "All right, you're both great beauties, stop praising each other. I'll level up Junmi first. Soul coins minus 100, hero Junmi. Level increased from 0 to 1. Soul coins minus 200, hero Junmi. Level increased from 1 to 2. Soul coins minus 300, hero Junmi. Level increased from 2 to 3. Hero, Junmi. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 6. Upgrade required, 700 soul coins. Charm, 57, base 4.5. Luck, 42, base 3. Strength, 9, base 0.3. Constitution, 11, base 0.5. Agility, 12, base 0.6. Spirit, 60, basic 3. Talent, Luoxian Body. Magic attack plus 106%. Magic recovery plus 106%. Skill, Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. Inflicts mental confusion on enemies, creating illusions that cause them to kill each other. Special Attribute 1. Goddess of the Luo River. Spiritual Attribute plus 106%. Special Attribute 2. Increases affinity for water, ice, magic by 106%. Introduction. Evolved by mysterious energy, her base attributes have increased tenfold. The second most beautiful woman of the Three Kingdoms period, known as the Fairy Goddess of the Luo River. Reviewing Junmi's attribute growth, it was discovered that Junmi's growth is completely different from Diao-chan's. Diao-chan's growth is very even, while Junmi focuses on spiritual growth. Her water-based magic has additional bonuses, so we'll definitely need to find water, ice, skills and corresponding cultivation techniques for her in the future. As for Diao-chan, her growth is very even, and she can learn any skill. Thank you, Lord. Junmi felt a powerful sensation emanating from her body and was overjoyed. Junmi, your luck stat is extremely high. making you the perfect person to open treasure chests. From now on, you'll be in charge of opening treasure chests, Zhou Yin said. Jinmi's base luck is 3 times that of Diao Chan's, and after leveling up to level 6, her luck value reaches an astonishing 42 points. Diao Chan's luck stat is only 22 points, while Jinmi's luck stat is frighteningly high. He currently lacks magic skills, which is a bit of a waste of Jinmi's excellent attributes. Yes, my lord. Jinmi then began to ask Diao Chan how to open the treasure chest. Jinmi took a treasure chest and began to open it. Congratulations on receiving plus 4 soul coins. Congratulations on receiving plus 4 soul coins. Congratulations on obtaining the following equipment. Wild Boar Dagger. Congratulations on obtaining the following equipment. Purple Spirit Blade. Zhou Yin was stunned when he heard this. The soul coins from a regular wooden treasure chest were twice that of Diao Chan's, and I also obtained 2 pieces of equipment. I've struck gold. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. Item: Purple Spirit Blade. Quality: Bronze. Durability: 50/50ths. Attribute 1, Strength +5. Attribute 2, has a certain effect of inflicting tearing. Equipment requirements: Strength 5. Description: a purple blade, capable of cleaving mountains and severing peaks. This piece of equipment had an additional tearing effect compared to the one he had, so Zhou Yin naturally equipped it. The Wild Boar Dagger is just an ordinary piece of equipment and has little use. I'll go prepare some midnight snacks for you. Diao Chan knew that Zhou Yin had a habit of eating late-night snacks, and since she no longer needed to open the treasure chests, she went to prepare a late-night snack. Zhou Yin walked to the side and took out the barracks building, hoping that this barracks would also bring him good luck. The barracks transformed into a streak of light like a shooting star and arrived above the territory. With the help of colorful spatial abilities, it was transformed and evolved, and a brand new barracks appeared. Ding! A barracks has been built. The barracks has evolved into white-robed ghost soldiers. White-robed ghost soldiers? Zhou Yin couldn't figure out what kind of building it was for a moment, so he quickly looked at the description of the barracks. Architecture: white-robed ghost soldier. Level 1. Upgrade required: 300 spirit coins. Quality: SSS 0/3. Required for quality upgrade: 3 SS quality barracks. Defense: 300/300. Attribute: for every 1,000 soul coins consumed, 1 white-robed ghost soldier can be summoned. Current maximum number of players: 0/10. Introduction: even the most renowned generals cannot be complacent. Thousands of troops would flee in terror at the sight of the white-robed warrior. If led by the unparalleled ghost General Qin Qingji, this army would be unstoppable, even by gods and demons. Holy crap! They're actually the white-robed divine army. Zhou Yan's eyes widened, and he burst into laughter. We've really struck gold this time. In Chinese history, the White Robe Army, led by the ghost General Qin Qingji, shone brightly and was invincible in an era. Their total number was only 7,000, but their achievements were astonishing. In the Battle of Xingyang, he defeated Qiu Daqian with 7,000 men against 70,000. They then captured Suiyang, built fortifications on the river, defeated Yuan Hui and captured Caoqing, then defeated Yangyu, Yuan Xian and 70,000 troops, and then defeated Yuan Tianmu's 300,000 troops, making the Northern Wei cry out in despair. They successfully entered Luoyang, and from then on, the White Robe Army became a legend. Throughout the entire period, Qin Qingji's followers numbered only 7,000. How could Zhou Yin not be excited about such a legendary unit? I wonder if this building can summon Qin Qingji. If it can, then we'll have really hit the jackpot. The barracks can certainly summon heroes, but the probability is extremely low. Even if he could summon a hero, he couldn't be sure that the one he summoned would definitely be Qin Qingji. This unit is strong, but damn it, 1,000 soul coins per soldier is way too expensive. Zhou Yin looked at the building helplessly. He decided to focus on upgrading it first. Chapter 30, Soldier Zhang San. Territory notification. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the white-robed ghost soldier. Level has been increased to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the white-robed ghost soldier. Level has been increased to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 900 spirit coins, the white-robed ghost soldier. Level has been increased to level 4. Upgrading a building will definitely bring many benefits. The most basic thing is that it can increase the base attributes of the summoned soldiers and increase the probability of summoning heroes. Architecture, white-robed ghost soldier. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 100 3-star stone. Quality, SSS 0 to 3. Required for quality upgrade. 3 SS quality barracks. Defense 30,000/30,000. Attribute. For every 1,000 soul coins consumed, one white-robed ghost soldier can be summoned. Current maximum number of players, 0/200. Special attribute. Training experience plus 10%. Introduction. Even the most renowned generals cannot be complacent. Thousands of troops would flee in terror at the sight of the white-robed warrior. If led by the unparalleled ghost General Chen Qingji, this army would be unstoppable, even by gods and demons. After leveling up, the maximum number of soldiers that can be summoned also increases significantly. He also gained a special attribute, plus 10% training experience. He wasn't sure if this training experience increased the soldier's combat experience or something else, but in any case, it was a good thing. But he doesn't have enough soul coins to summon so many soldiers, which is a real pain. After the barracks of the white-robed ghost soldiers are upgraded, the entire building expands several times over, and there is a training ground in the center, which can be used to train soldiers. The entire training ground can probably accommodate several hundred soldiers, which is probably related to the building's level and the maximum number of people it can hold. In the future, barracks buildings will occupy a large portion of the territory. For other lords, the territory size would be severely insufficient, but for his territory, this problem does not exist. The larger the territory, the more buildings you can construct. If your territory area is insufficient, you cannot build any buildings even if you have a lot of them. Moreover, if your territory area is insufficient, building upgrades will also be blocked. Because many buildings become much larger after being upgraded, it is necessary to leave enough space to accommodate these upgrades. In this respect, he was far ahead of other lords. He entered the barracks and stood before the summoning altar on the command platform. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Above the barracks, on the command platform, the summoning altar emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from the altar and landed on the training ground, revealing a man dressed in white robes. The man had a serious expression, a burly build, and every move he made exuded a chilling aura. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, he knelt on one knee and said, "Soldier Zhang San greets the Lord." Zhang San, a lawless outlaw, huh? That's a pretty cool name. No need for formalities. Zhou Yan said, "Thank you, Lord." Zhang San stood up and landed straight on the spot, like a wooden stake, waiting for instructions. He looked like a battle-hardened soldier, which greatly excited Zhou Yan. With such soldiers around, he was full of confidence in the future of his territory. He checked Zhang San's attributes. Soldier, Zhang San. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS, same as building. Loyalty, 100. Unit type, white-robed ghost soldier. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 40 soul coins. Charm, 2, base 0.2. Luck, 2, base 0.2. Strength, 7, base 0.7. Constitution, 6, base 0.6. Agility, 2, base 0.2. Spirit, 5, base 0.5. Talent, white-robed ghost soldier, constitution plus 10%. Skill, white-robed ghost formation, requires at least 10 ghost soldiers to cast together. Strength plus 50%, defense plus 50%. Description, due to a special evolution, its base attributes have increased tenfold. When led by a general and deployed in a military formation, it will unleash even greater power. Zhou Yan hadn't expected that even the soldiers' basic attributes would increase tenfold. But soldiers are soldiers after all. Their fighting ability can never compare to that of heroes. After their level increases, their attribute growth changes according to their quality. Based on the information he had, the vast majority of soldier heroes gained attribute points upon leveling up. For each F, E, or D quality soldier hero, 2 attribute points are gained for each level they advance. Soldiers of C, B, and a quality gain 3 attribute points for each level they advance. As for soldier heroes of a quality or higher, they will receive an extra attribute point for each quality upgrade. Based on this, soldiers of SSS quality should be able to gain 6 attribute points. Heroes and soldiers gain the same number of attribute points when leveling up. The fundamental difference is that heroes possess additional talents, skills, and special attributes. These extra conditions make heroes stronger than soldiers, and their combat power increases significantly. The more powerful a hero is, the greater the increase in strength. Just like Jiao Chan and Junmei, their basic attributes are similar to Zhang San's, but because of their quality, talent, skills, and special attribute bonuses, they can easily defeat Zhang San. The higher the quality of the hero, the more special attributes they can unlock as they level up. Soldiers' levels also require soul coins to upgrade, so soul coins are something that all lords both love and hate. Without soul coins, no matter how many soldiers you have, your strength cannot be improved. Fortunately, the ranks of soldiers are much lower than those of heroes. This is because the quality of the soldiers is SSS. If the soldiers are below A, they only need 10 soul coins to upgrade their level. The thought that his soldiers would become big spenders of soul coins in the future gave him a headache. The key is that every lord needs this thing, and they must obtain it in a proper and orderly manner according to the rules. Soul coins minus 40. Soldier Zhang San's level increased from 0 to 1. Soul coins minus 50. Soldier Zhang San's level increased from 1 to 2. Soul coins minus 60. Soldier Zhang San. Level increased from 2 to 3. Soldier Zhang San. Gender male. Age 19. Race human. Lord Zhou Yan. Quality SSS, same as building. Loyalty 100. Unit type white-robed ghost soldier. Level 10. Upgrade requirement 150 soul coins. Charm 12, base 0.2. Luck 12, base 0.2. Strength 27, base 0.7. Constitution 26, base 0.6. Agility 12, base 0.2. Spirit 15, base 0.5. Talent white-robed ghost soldier, Constitution plus 10%. Skill white-robed ghost formation, requires at least 10 ghost soldiers to cast together. Strength plus 50%, defense plus 50%. Description: due to a special evolution, its base attributes have increased tenfold. When led by a general and deployed in a military formation, it will unleash even greater power. This shows that when the white-robed ghost soldier levels up, charisma plus 1, luck plus 1, strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, agility plus 1, and spirit plus 1. The 8 attribute points gained per level up were 2 more than previously known, which surprised Zhou Yan. Author's note: update times are generally 1 chapter at 12 p.m. and 1 chapter at 5 p.m. daily. Any extra chapters will be released after 5 p.m. Chapter 31, Planting the Seeds of the Vine Demon. Although there is only 1 soldier now, quality is more important than quantity in the army. Low-ranking soldiers are not very useful to him, and he does not want the soldier he has worked so hard to summon to die on the battlefield. This is also why he directly raised the soldier's level to 10. Summoning soldiers requires 1,000 soul coins, and upgrading to level 10 costs a total of 850 soul coins, for a total of 1,850 soul coins. Zhou Yan thought it best to just dream about summoning thousands of soldiers. Currently, the main sources of soul coins are still opening treasure chests and killing monsters in the wild. If you don't take advantage of the wilderness exploration rewards now, you won't get these extra rewards after the newbie trial ends. When Zhang San arrived at the Spirit Vein Bamboo House, he saw that Zhunmi was surrounded by a pile of various equipment. The soul coins and spirit coins that are obtained will go directly into his account, but equipment and the like will not, because he has not yet built a territory warehouse. Once the warehouse is established, he will be able to authorize Zhunmi to put all the equipment into it. So much equipment. He didn't have time to keep an eye on territory news, so he was surprised to see the pile of equipment. Lord. Zhunmi stood up and bowed again upon seeing Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan nodded and stepped forward to examine the equipment. Although most of it was ordinary equipment, it was still quite scarce in the early stages of the game. He found a set of black iron armor and a long spear of black iron quality, and had Zhang San wear it. Knelt on one knee again. Don't kneel down so often in the future. If you're not used to it, just clasp your hands in a fist salute. Zhou Yan taught him the ancient fist and palm salute, which was much simpler and more convenient. Yes. Zhang San quickly clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute. That's good. Zhou Yan looked at the items and saw that, in addition to equipment, Zhunmi had also given him some decorative items, such as tables, stools, and fabrics. With so many treasure chests, it's normal to get something like this when you open them. Zhou Yan saw several pieces of magic-based equipment, one of which, a magic staff, was particularly suitable for Zhunmi. Item: Holy Spirit Staff. Quality: bronze. Durability: 45/45. Attribute 1, Spirit Power plus 8. Attribute 2, Consumption -10%. Equipment requirements: 8 spirit points. Description: all enemies will be destroyed before the Holy Spirit Staff. As for the other pieces of equipment, they were all black iron grade armor, nothing particularly special, and they didn't match, so he had to use other pieces of equipment as substitutes. Once we have the right equipment, we'll equip Jinmi with it. Take these equipment. We have another big battle tomorrow. Zhou Yin handed the equipment to Jinmi. Thank you, Lord. Jinmi happily put away the equipment. Jinmi was born with magical abilities, just like Diao Chan knew swordsmanship. She only needed to acquire the corresponding skills to unleash greater power. He has no idea how to get skill books, and none of them have appeared in the trading hall. It's only the second day. Skill books can't just drop so easily. Even if they do appear, very few people will put them up for sale. Even someone as lucky as Zhun Mi couldn't get a skill book, which shows how low the drop rate of skill books is. It smells so good. A figure walked over carrying a pot of fragrant roasted meat, placed it on the newly appeared table, and said, "Come and try my roasted meat. Chan'er's cooking skills are getting better and better. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang San, the newly summoned soldier." Zhou Yin replied. Zhang San greets the two mistresses. Zhang San said, bowing, "Young man, you have a bright future ahead of you. I am not the mistress, but merely someone summoned by the Lord." Diao Chan was still as shy as ever, keeping her head down, looking very embarrassed. Jinmi, on the other hand, was much bolder. She replied, "I just arrived too." All right, let's eat meat together," Zhou Yin said. "How dare I dine with the Lord?" Zhang San, being just a soldier, quickly bowed and refused. "Don't be so formal. With me, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. If you're asked to sit down and eat with me, then we'll eat together." Zhou Yin still forced Zhang San to sit down and eat meat with them, and also let him drink the spiritual spring water that he had specially left behind. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang San returned to the white-robed ghost soldiers' camp to practice martial arts, while Zhou Yin led two beautiful women to the wall. He took out the divine demon seed and began to plant it right on the edge of the wall. The 8 seeds were planted evenly on this side of the wall, and then the remaining spiritual spring water was taken out and the seeds were watered. The ground rippled, and the divine demon seed, which had been watered with the spiritual spring water, quickly sprouted, took root, and grew vigorously. In no time, it was already half a meter tall. The spiritual spring water is indeed a wonderful thing. It's a pity we don't have any today. We must save more for tomorrow. To give this vine spirit combat power, we need to wait for it to grow up. With the help of the spirit spring water, it won't be long before the territory gains 8 powerful warriors. And they're the kind of soldiers who don't need to eat. Zhou Yin chatted with the two beauties for a long time about the future plans for the territory, and found that the two women gave him a lot of advice, which Zhou Yin found very helpful. They wandered around the territory and looked at the various foods and fruits in the spirit field. He underestimated the growth rate of the spirit field. It had grown so much in just one day. He estimated that it would bloom tomorrow. Only his spiritual field could grow a batch of grain in just a few days. In the real world, no one farms anymore. Instead, various farming lords grow crops, which not only yields high output and has a short cycle, but also does not require any seasonal conditions. All year round, supermarkets and markets offer a wide variety of fresh vegetables and fruits for sale. You can even see some fruits and vegetables that possess spiritual energy, but those fruits and vegetables are relatively expensive, and most people rarely buy them. Those who haven't awakened their Lord's space don't need to worry about not having work. Both individual lords and nations need a lot of labor, and there are many job vacancies every year. Every year, the country calls on young people of marriageable age to get married and have children as soon as possible, so as to make a contribution to the country. The government has even launched numerous advertisements to encourage young people to have children earlier. Unfortunately, people nowadays, especially lords, spend most of their time on their territories. In addition, as their strength increases, their lifespan also increases, which leads to many lords not getting married so quickly, and many of them don't even get married or have children. In any case, the government's subsidies for newborns are enough to ensure they don't have to worry about anything until they turn 18. The Shunlong Kingdom is powerful and naturally has a strong foundation. Chapter 32, The Vinewood Demon Evolves into a Vine Demon. Speaking of this, we must mention the heroes and people summoned by the territory. Strictly speaking, they are not native to the Kanglan continent. Only Zhou Yin is. Therefore, they cannot descend to live on the Kanglan continent by ordinary means. But there are still ways. This requires obtaining special items. Through these items, anyone who descends upon the territory can come to the Kanglan continent. Some of these items can remain there indefinitely, while others are only available once. If the arrival is permanent, the Lord will need to register them, making them members of the Lord's household register. As for how to arrange identity and household registration, Zhou Yin was not very clear. He only knew that such a thing existed. However, for lords, They spend most of their time adventuring and conquering on the Lord continent, and spend very little time on the Kanglan continent. Whether on the Kanglan continent or the Lord continent, the flow of time is the same. While there may be some special places where time differs, such places are relatively few. On the Kanglan continent dates back 15,000 years. As for what happened 15,000 years ago, only countless legends remain. Zhou Yan's soul came from Earth, as did Jiao Chan and the others. Although they didn't belong to the same era, Zhou Yan didn't believe it was a coincidence. That colorful Lord Space was very likely the one he traveled to with, but he only became aware of it when he awakened. Now that Jiao Chan and the others have come to this world with him, he will let them create a mythical empire together in this glorious world of lords. A mythical empire belonging to the lords. He used to be just an ordinary person, so naturally he didn't have any great ideals or ambitions. But he was never content with mediocrity. Mediocrity is simply because one has not yet had the opportunity to change their fate. Of course, they were just taking a break. Day 3 of the newbie trial. They got up early, ate breakfast, and waited for the trial to begin. Zhou Yan was the first to arrive at the spirit field. When he saw that the grains had not only blossomed but had even begun to bear fruit, he was astonished. These crops are growing way too fast. Jiao Chan was also very surprised. She and Zhou Yan had just planted these things yesterday morning, and they had already borne fruit in just one day. The speed was really too fast. I thought it wouldn't be ready until tomorrow, but it seems I underestimated the effects of the spirit field. According to his calculations, some of the grain would ripen ahead of schedule by noon. Each crop has a different growth cycle. Just like fruits, they don't ripen so quickly. They need to ripen in the next day or two. It looks like we'll be able to eat a meal of food grown in the spirit field tonight. Zhou Yan was also very happy, feeling a sense of satisfaction from eating the food she had grown herself. Lord, a monster is attacking. Zhenmi's mental power was strong, and she sensed the monster in the distance even faster than Jiao Chan. Good. After we clear them out, we'll fight our way out. Zhou Yan, along with Jiao Chan, Zhenmi, and Zhang San, arrived outside the wall to await the monster's attack. However, after looking at the 8 vinewood demons, Zhou Yan first went to the spirit spring and took a lot of spirit spring water. After being watered, the vine demon grew at a visible rate. The more spiritual spring water was poured in, the faster the vine demon grew. The growth of the vine demon is related to the amount of spiritual spring water, which makes things easier. Zhou Yan had not expected this outcome, so he increased the dosage. The vine demon poured out a full 10 liters of spiritual spring water before stopping. The vine demon grew rapidly, soon reaching the size of a tree, standing 7 or 8 meters tall. Its vines also became extremely long and powerful. The vine spirit has completed its growth and begins to evolve into the vine spirit. After the vine demon finished growing, it was enveloped in a colorful light and then transformed into the appearance of a woman. He never expected it to turn out like this. This humble woman greets the Lord. The vine demon, dressed in green, transformed and came before Zhou Yan, bowing to him. No need for formalities, Zhou Yan replied hastily. He never expected that such seeds could have such an effect, which really surprised him. Looking at the vine demon's appearance, he realized that both her looks and temperament were goddess level, because he noticed that she looked a lot like someone. He quickly checked the information about the vine demon. Name, can be named. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, demon race. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Level 0. Upgrade required, 40 soul coins. Charm, 30 base 3. Luck, 5, base 0.5. Strength, 6, base 0.6. Constitution, 6, base 0.6. Agility, 2, base 0.2. Spirit, 2, base 0.2. Talent, transformation, transforms into the true form of vines and wood. Skill, vine whip. Description, evolved by mysterious energy, its base attributes have increased tenfold. Originally a vine seed, it took human form through a fortuitous encounter. Demon race. Seeing the vine demon's race was a bit of a surprise. This could be considered a method of being enlightened into a demon. Considering the unique nature of the colored lord's space, he readily accepted. From now on, your name will be Si Tong, Zhou Yan said. Sido thanks the Lord for bestowing upon me a name. Sido was very happy. The name and appearance perfectly matched the person in his mind, making them look like the same person. There are 7 more plants that can be watered. Zhou Yan then watered the remaining 7 vinewood demons with 10 liters of spiritual spring water. 7 colorful rays of light appeared, and the 7 vine spirits transformed into 7 men and women respectively. However, their quality is not as good as Shido's. They are all as great. Your name is Si Hong. Your name is Si Ying. Your name is Si Si. Your name is Si Hua. Your name is Si Wu. Your name is Si Hu. Your name is Si Long. You 8 are all brothers and sisters, and from now on, the eldest sister Si Tung will be the leader. Zhou Yin gave them names one by one. Including Si Tung, there are a total of 5 women and 3 men, 8 demons. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Lord. From now on, I shall take my elder sister, Si Tung, as my head. The 7 vine spirits quickly replied. Not long after, a group of monsters appeared outside the forest. They were all a level 5 wolf pack. Black wolf, white wolf, gray wolf. Chapter 33, The Heaven-Defying Treasure Chamber. Once the wolf pack got close to the turret's attack range, the storm tower initiated the attack. Cyan magic began to gather on the tower, and then a storm appeared, forming a gale that attacked the monster. A fierce wind howled, forming a tornado that attacked the wolf pack head-on. The wolves were swept up and slammed to the ground. In the storm, not a single wolf survived. What a powerful storm tower. Zhou Yin was very happy. The power of this storm tower was much stronger than that of the flame tower, and even its attack range was several times that of the flame tower. The dozen or so wolves were easily killed in an instant. Considering that the storm tower is level 20, it's perfectly normal for it to be able to instantly kill a pack of level 5 wolves. The blazing tower quickly launched its own flame attack, sending out a rolling fireball that exploded among the wolf pack, engulfing them in flames and killing 5 or 6 wolves. Zhou Yin and his group stood at the gate. He had already upgraded the 8 vine demons several levels and provided them with all the usable equipment. With their current strength, they would have no problem facing a level 5 wolf pack. Today's monsters are several times more numerous than yesterday's. However, with the addition of a defensive tower, the tower's ability to suppress monsters has become much stronger. After a long while, a few lone wolves finally rushed over. Kill. Zhang San and Si Tung, along with the others, picked up their weapons and charged towards the wolf pack. Unfortunately, there were too many of them and too few monsters, so they were quickly killed. Their strength is too great, and their quality is too high. They are no match for these low-level monsters. Zhou Yin activated the Storm Tower and actively unleashed its skill, Storm Slash. Instantly, the Storm Tower unleashed a barrage of wind blades, densely packed, filling the entire sky like a shower of flowers, wiping out the wolf pack on a large scale. The entire wolf pack was completely wiped out by this wind blade. Not a single wolf survived. Hundreds of treasure chests lay silently on the ground. Wow, that's incredible, Zhou Yin exclaimed in astonishment. He never expected that the Storm Tower's wind blade slash would be so terrifying, wiping out hundreds of wolves in one fell swoop. The wolf pack hasn't completely disappeared. There are still some wolves in the forest continuing to head towards their territory, and judging by their numbers, there are quite a few left. It's only been 3 days, and there are already so many monsters. Yesterday, there were only a little over 100 monsters, but today, there are already several hundred. But monsters keep appearing. Zhou Yin was very happy about this. The more monsters there were, the more rewards there would be. In any case, these monsters posed no threat to him. Soon, the wolf pack increased in number again, but not many were able to reach the wall. Even those that did manage to get close were dealt with immediately. As several elite wolves appeared, coinciding with the half-hour activation time of the Flame Tower, SC of Fire skill, a burst of flames descended from the sky, instantly annihilating all the monsters in the area. Day 3 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminate 150 level 5 black wolves, 150 level 5 white wolves, 150 level 5 gray wolves, 50 level 6 red wolves, and 5 level 6 elite white wolves. Battle rating SSS. Rewards, basic reward, 2,000 soul coins, 2,000 spirit coins, basic building, warehouse. Additional reward for rating, for 1,000 soul coins, for 1,000 spirit coins, building, weapon refining workshop. 666. Today's battle was even easier than yesterday's. The rewards are even more generous. He even received 6,000 soul coins in one go. This was undoubtedly a timely help for his territory. He gained 2 more buildings, which was a good thing for him. The high praise yielded substantial results. Collect all the treasure chests outside, Zhou Yin said to the group. Yes. With more people, things get done more easily and quickly. The key point is that he no longer needs to do these things himself. That's the advantage of being a lord. Zhou Yin then began constructing the 2 newly acquired buildings. Ding! A warehouse has been built. and it has evolved into a treasure room. Ding! The weapon refining workshop has been built and evolved into the divine weapon workshop. Architecture, treasure room. Level 1. Upgrade required, 300 spirit coins. Quality, SSS 0/4. Upgrade required, for treasure chambers. Defense, 300/300. Special attribute, contains 100 cubic meters of space, which can automatically categorize, organize, and store various treasures. Introduction, store various treasures. The more treasures you store, the higher their quality, and the more unexpected rewards you will reap. This treasure room is quite interesting. It even has hidden attributes. Based on this description, it's clear that this treasure room is no ordinary place, but it requires specific conditions to appear. It's easy to see that you need to put in enough treasures, or high-quality treasures, to trigger this. We can talk about that later. Architecture, Divine Weapon Workshop. Level 1. Upgrade required, 200 spirit coins. Quality, SS 0/2. Upgrade required, 2 weapon refining workshops. Defense, 200/200. Special attribute. There is a 1% chance that an additional attribute will appear when forging equipment. Introduction. The Divine Weapon Forging Workshop can forge the most supreme divine weapons in the world. Territory notification. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the treasure room level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the treasure room level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 900 spirit coins, the treasure room level has been upgraded to level 4. After upgrading both buildings to level 20, their attributes also changed dramatically. Architecture, treasure room. Level 20. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 spirit coins, 300 4-star wood, 300 4-star stone. Quality, SSS 0/4. Upgrade required, for treasure chambers. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special attribute 1. Contains 10,000 cubic meters of space, which can automatically categorize, organize, and store various treasures. Special attribute 2. Can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality of the treasure, the longer it will take. Repairing treasures requires spirit coins. Introduction. Store various treasures. The more treasures you store, the higher their quality, and the more unexpected rewards you will reap. The treasure room has gained a new attribute, which greatly surprised Zhou Yan. This attribute is absolutely incredible. As far as he knew, there were far too many broken treasures in the Lord's world. There are countless broken martial arts techniques, skills, and equipment. The thought that all those treasures could be restored in his treasure room filled him with excitement. However, his treasure room possesses such an incredible property, which makes it all the more fitting that it is called a treasure room. It's a pity I don't have any high-level treasures right now. Otherwise, I could check out the hidden attributes of the treasure room. He put all the equipment and other items from his lord's space into the treasure room, so that he could clearly know how many items his territory had. Furthermore, he opened the storage access to the treasure room to everyone in the territory, so that when they collect treasure chests, they can put them directly into the treasure room. These treasure chests can actually be stacked. Zhou Yan noticed that the treasure chests in the treasure room could be stacked together. Up to 99 chests of the same quality could be stacked, which was very convenient. Chapter 34, Double Soul Coin Card. I wonder if these treasure chests can be opened all at once. Zhou Yan said, if you can open 99 at once, it will save time when opening treasure chests. He looked at the upgraded attributes of another building. Architecture, Divine Weapon Workshop. Level 20. Upgrade requirements. 20,000 spirit coins, 300 3-star stones, 100 3-star wood. Quality, SS 0/2. Upgrade required, 2 weapon refining workshops. Defense, 20,000/20,000. Special attribute 1. When forging equipment, there is a 20% chance that an additional attribute will appear. Special attribute 2. Synthesis. This ability allows you to combine 2 pieces of equipment of the same quality into a higher level piece of equipment. The success rate is 10%. If the synthesis fails, 1 piece of equipment will be lost. Introduction. The Divine Weapon Forging Workshop can forge the most supreme divine weapons in the world. The Divine Weapon Workshop has an additional synthesis attribute, but the success rate is too low, only 10%. To increase the success rate, you can only upgrade your level, but upgrading the level of the Divine Weapon Workshop is not so easy. It's a pity I don't have the blueprints right now, otherwise I would be able to forge the equipment. Every piece of equipment requires blueprints to forge. If someone has a talent for weapon crafting, they can also conduct forging research on their own and might even be able to comprehend a new weapon. Leaving that aside for now, he went straight to the mysterious shop to see what good things had been refreshed for him today. Inside the mystery shop, 5 items. He looked at them and found that there were 5 pieces of equipment, and they were all weapons. They are all bronze quality weapons. Equipment, Demon Blade. Quality, bronze. Durability, 50/50ths. Attribute 1, Strength +5, Sharpness +5. Attribute 2, Bloodthirsty/0 out of 100. When killing an enemy, you will absorb their life force. When the energy reaches 100, you can unleash Bloodthirsty/. Equipment requirements, Strength 8, Spirit 8. Description, a bizarre demonic sword. If one's spiritual power is insufficient, they will fall into a bloodthirsty state. Price, 5,000 spirit coins. All 5 were demon blades, and I bought them all for 25,000 spirit coins. He felt that this equipment was very suitable for the vine demons, but the premise was that their level had to be raised first, otherwise they would not meet the equipment requirements. He used the refresh ability of the mysterious shop. This time, I wasn't lucky. The first item is a butcher's knife. The quality is just average. It's really only good enough to be used for slaughtering pigs. The second one is quite nice. Item, double soul coins card. Quality, B. Description, after use, you will receive extra soul coins for killing monsters within 1 hour. The amount of soul coins awarded is related to the monster's level and quality. The stronger the monster, the more soul coins you will receive. Price, 1 million spirit coins. Nice one. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. The card was extremely valuable, definitely worth 1 million. If he waits until the newcomer trial is over and then puts it up for auction, someone will probably offer more than 10 million spirit coins to buy it from him. At this stage, using this card would be a complete waste for him, as there are no large numbers of monsters available for him to kill. He also needs to improve his strength and wait for the right opportunity to use this card. Territory notification, spend 1 million spirit coins to purchase 1 double soul coin card. The third thing surprised him greatly. Item, Simmons mattress. Quality, E. Attribute, sleep effect +2. Description, a very comfortable king-size bed. You deserve it. Price, 500 spirit coins. He can finally replace the stone bed in the spirit vein bamboo house. That thing is not comfortable to sleep on at all. Territory notification, consume 500 spirit coins to purchase 1 Simmons mattress. The fourth and fifth items were both priced at over 10 million, so he didn't need to consider them at all. Poverty is a disease. It needs to be treated. After leaving the mysterious shop, Zhao Chan and her companions had collected all the treasure chests outside. Zhou Yin began to raise Si Tang's level to level 10. As for Zhao Chan and the others, they are powerful enough that they don't need any improvement. Soul coins -70. Demon Clan Si Tang, level increased from 3 to 4. Soul coins -80. Demon Clan Si Tang, level increased from 4 to 5. Soul coins -90. Demon Clan Si Tang, level increased from 5 to 6. Name, Si Tang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, demon race. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 10. Upgrade requirement, 150 soul coins. Charm, 30 base 3. Luck, 5, base 0.5. Strength, 26, base 0.6. Constitution, 26, base 0.6. Agility, 12, base 0.2. Spirit, 12, base 0.2. Talent, transformation, transforms into the true form of vines and wood. Skill 1, Vine Whip, transforms into vines to whip enemies and attack. Skill 2, Spikes, spikes grow from the ground to attack enemies. Description, evolved by mysterious energy, its base attributes have increased tenfold. Originally a vine seed, it took human form through a fortuitous encounter. Zhou Yin then handed the demon blade to Si Tang and the others. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yin said to them, "Everyone, set off and explore the fog to the south." Yes, including himself, the total number of people in the territory has now reached 12. The future is bright. Comrades must work hard. Enveloped in the fog to the south, they swept through the area, and with their increased numbers, the scope and speed of their exploration also increased considerably. The smaller monsters on the perimeter posed no threat to them anymore. After killing them, they were simply thrown into the treasure room of the territory's warehouse. Killing a level 1 blackscale serpent grants an additional 2 soul coins. Defeat a level 3 purple rabbit to receive an additional 2 soul coins. Defeat a level 5 elite fox hunter to receive an additional 10 soul coins. Slaying an 8th level Azure Frog grants an additional 4 spirit coins. Jinmi did not take any action against the monsters they encountered along the way, because these monsters were killed by Sitong and the others before they even had a chance to fight. Not long after, they encountered another very peculiar monster. Monster, man-eating plant. Quality, elite. Level, 10. Special, poison powder. Note: be careful of the poisonous powder they spray, or you may be poisoned. These were a group of level 10 elite monsters, and the rewards were twice as much as those for regular monsters. However, Zhou hesitated after seeing that they could spray poison powder. My lord, let me deal with these monsters. Jinmi seemed to sense Zhou predicament and volunteered to help. Chapter 35, the leader appears again. That's right, Jinmi is the only one among us who has ranged attacks. He then remembered, but he still asked, these carnivorous plants spray poisonous powder. Is that all right? Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I'll put these carnivorous plants into a slumber, and then the others can just attack directly. Jinmi answered with great confidence. That's great. Zhou had never seen Jinmi make a move before, so he didn't know how strong she was. My lord, my brother and I have a strong resistance to the poison of the man-eating flower, so you don't need to worry, Siting said as he stepped forward. They are vine spirits, belonging to the plant-based type of monsters, and naturally have great resistance to the poisonous powder of man-eating flowers. Then everyone follow orders. Once Zhenmi's spell is activated, everyone will concentrate their attacks on these man-eating flowers. Zhou gave the order. Yes. Zhenmi stood in front, holding the Holy Spirit staff, and emitted a powerful burst of spiritual energy, which covered the man-eating flower. The man-eating flower, which had been stirring restlessly, suddenly quieted down, as if it had fallen asleep. Now's the time. Charge, Zhou said. Yes. Zhongsan raised his spear and charged forward. Brothers and sisters, follow me and kill. Siting also picked up the demon's sword and charged towards the man-eating flower. However, Jiao Chan was faster. A series of lotus-like phantoms appeared, and Jiao Chan had already drawn her sword. With a single stroke, she cleaved a man-eating flower in two. Defeat a level 10 elite man-eating plant for an additional 30 soul coins. Female killing god amidst the dense monsters, killing all the man-eating flowers with one sword at a time. Her attack power and speed were both very fast, and in no time, the ground was piled with man-eating flowers and treasure chests. Jinmi also began to move forward, launching a mental attack on the man-eating flowers behind her. This sleep spell is incredibly powerful, and it deals damage over a wide area. It's practically like forcing enemies to stick out their necks so they can chop them off. Zhou couldn't imagine the consequences if Zhenmi were an enemy. With the addition of Sitong and the others, the speed of clearing monsters increased significantly. Each man-eating flower could bring him dozens of soul coins, which made Zhou very happy. What's this? Zhou picked up the items dropped by the man-eating plant. Besides a treasure chest, there was another item. Item, man-eating flower poison powder. Quality, E. Description, the poisonous powder of the carnivorous plant, with endless uses. Thinking of this poison powder, several uses came to Zhou mind. You can coat weapons with poison powder to increase their poison attack. It can also be used on powerful monsters to poison them. It can also be used to refine elixirs, and even to make poison pills. Zhou put it away. This area is full of these man-eating flowers. If it weren't for Zhenmi's magic, it probably wouldn't have been so easy for them to eliminate these man-eating flowers. My lord, there's a big guy over there. Zhenmi looked in one direction. Let me see. Zhou also looked in the direction Zhenmi pointed, and sure enough, there was a big guy there. Monster, man-eating plant. Quality, headgear. Level, 11. Special, poison powder, poison thorns, poison ivy. Description, covered in thorns and highly venomous. Be careful not to get eaten. A level 11 monster. This should be the first monster they've encountered that's above level 10, and it doesn't look like it'll be easy to deal with. Zhenmi, I'll upgrade your level. Are you confident you can put it to sleep? Zhou asked. Zhenmi's sleeping spell is indeed very powerful. It's practically a deadly weapon. If we could also put this leader to sleep, it would be twice as effective. My mental manipulation should work on it, but I can't guarantee it won't wake up from its slumber. It's best to deliver a fatal blow. Jinmi suggested. That's easy. I'll also upgrade Channer while I'm at it. The two of you working together will have no problem dealing with this leader. Zhou had a plan. Soul coins minus 700. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 6 to 7. Soul coins minus 800. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 7 to 8. Soul coins minus 900. Hero Zhenmi. Level increased from 8 to 9. Soul coins minus 700. Hero Junmi. Level increased from 6 to 7. Soul coins minus 800. Hero Junmi. Level increased from 7 to 8. Soul coins minus 900. Hero Junmi. Level increased from 8 to 9. Jiao Chan and Junmi have both reached level 9. His soul coins are not enough to allow them to continue leveling up, but with their attributes, this level is more than enough to kill the man-eating flower leader. Channer, work with Junmi to kill that leader. Everyone else, watch out for the man-eating plants around the leader, Zhou Yin commanded. Yes. Everyone charged towards the leader, first eliminating all the carnivorous plants surrounding it. The leader wanted to make a move, but since no one approached, it didn't attack and was waiting for an opportunity. Then, a powerful mental spell enveloped the leader, plunging it into an illusion. All the vines softened and fell into a deep sleep. Now, Zhou Yin said. Whoosh! Jiao Chan transformed into a whirlwind, lotus-like afterimages appearing beneath her feet. With a swift movement, she raised her sword, unleashing a dazzling lotus-like light as she slashed at the man-eating flower's weak point. Snap! The sharp sword light sliced the man-eating flower in two without any resistance, thus successfully killing the leader of the man-eating flower. Defeat the level 11 boss, man-eating flower, for an additional reward of 440 soul coins, 440 spirit coins, and a basic building chest. Well done. With the combined efforts of two high-quality heroes, a leader was instantly killed. Zhou Yin was being too cautious. Jiao Chan and Junmi are both top-tier heroes. Even if Jiao Chan were alone, she could easily kill this man-eating flower. Boss-level monsters can reward an extra building chest. It would be great if we could encounter more bosses. Zhou Yin thought to himself with great joy. Only he would dare to think that. Other lords, let alone their leaders, dared not even step out of the mist. He was lucky. The monsters outside were all minor ones. Some people were extremely unlucky. The lowest level monsters outside the mist were all level 50, which terrified them. There are also lords whose territory is surrounded by cliffs outside the mist, and the monsters that attack their territory are all flying monsters. Some people's territories landed directly on the sea, where they encountered a group of sea monsters. Fortunately, during these newbie trials, aside from some monsters actively attacking the territory, other monsters will not attack. Chapter 36, Announcement of the Newcomer Trial. Zhou Yin stepped forward to pick up the items dropped by the carnivorous flower leader. Besides the treasure chest, there were other things as well. Collected one one-star wood-type crystal core. Pick up 2 bronze treasure chests. Collect 5 carnivorous plant seeds. Collect 1 unit of poison powder from the carnivorous flower. More seeds. Zhou Yin was very surprised. The previous vine spirit seed gave him 8 powerful subordinates, and now he has obtained 5 more seeds, which is practically like getting 5 subordinates for free. Soul coins you can save. Item, carnivorous plant seeds. Quality, D. Description, these are seeds that, with a very low probability, transform into after the death of the carnivorous plant leader. These seeds can be planted in one's territory to protect it. They can grow to a maximum level of 20. He didn't care at all about the quality of the man-eating flower. Even the lowest quality seeds could be transformed into high-quality demon seeds in his hands. Looks like I can collect more of these seeds in the future. It's like summoning soldiers for free. What a bargain. Zhou Yin thought to herself happily. Clearing away the carnivorous plants around him, he had a lot more soul coins. This haul was excellent. I obtained 105 wooden treasure chests, 275 black iron treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, and 380 man-eating flower poison powders. I have nearly 10,000 soul coins. After deducting the ones I spent before, I still have about 6,000 soul coins left. If they had reached this position a couple of days ago, they would have already been heading back. But they are now very powerful. When they arrived here, it was still early, not even noon. However, Zhou Yin still took out various foods and said, "Everyone, take a rest, eat something to replenish your strength, and then continue on our way." Yes. Several vine spirits volunteered to act as guards to prevent monsters from attacking, while the others found places to eat. Channer's cooking skills are getting better and better. Zhou Yin took a bite of the roasted meat. It was made this morning, and although it was a little cold, it was still quite delicious. Especially with the addition of cumin, chili, and other seasonings, the taste is even better. Sister Jiao Chan's cooking skills are indeed excellent. I can't cook at all, Junmi replied. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Jiao Chan replied. By the time we get back, the food in the spirit field should be ready. It's a pity I didn't bring rice seeds this time, otherwise I could have tried some fresh rice. Rice, such as in a territory, is planted afterward. When it's harvest time, there's no need to dry them. You just need to collect them, and they will automatically separate into rice and straw. Rice straw can also be used as a resource. It can be used not only for animal husbandry and feeding various livestock, but also as fertilizer to increase the fertility of farmland. However, his spiritual field doesn't require such trouble. As long as the spiritual energy is abundant, he can grow higher-level crops. This is the benefit of a high-level spirit field. Beyond this area, the fog thickens, acting as a dividing line that foreshadows greater danger beyond. Everyone be careful. We might encounter monsters that are level 10 or higher. Zhou Yin reminded him. Zhou Yin sensed that the dangers ahead would increase significantly, so he prepared to raise Jiao Chan and Zhunmi's levels to 10. Soul coins minus 1,000. Hero Jiao Chan, level increased from 9 to 10. Soul coins minus 1,000. Hero Zhunmi, level increased from 9 to 10. Zhunmi has the highest mental strength. After leveling up, her mental strength attribute has reached a terrifying 80 points. This doesn't even include the attributes boosted by equipment. Her mental strength growth is terrifying. It's just a pity that Zhou Yin doesn't have the right skills for her. Otherwise, Zhunmi would be a human defensive tower. With 4,000 soul coins remaining, Zhou Yin felt it necessary to level up. Soul coins minus 600. Lord Zhou Yin's level increased from 5 to 6. Soul coins minus 700. Lord Zhou Yin's level increased from 6 to 7. Name, Zhou Yin. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, China, formerly known as the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 10. Upgrade required, 600 soul coins. Charm, 11. Lucky, 11. Strength, 21.7. Constitution, 9.7. Agility, 11.2. Spirit, 14.2. Free attribute points, 50. Talent, not activated. Skill, S-rank 7-star sword technique. Qualification, not activated. Cultivation technique, not activated. Realm, not yet unlocked. Equipment, detailed list. After leveling up to level 10, it will cost exactly 4,000 soul coins. His soul coins are gone again. Territory notification. You are the first lord to reach level 10 in this newcomer trial. The newcomer trial level leaderboard has been activated, and you will be rewarded with 100 reputation points. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? Territory notification. Level up to 10. New buildings can be constructed. Territory notification. Level up to 10. Talent test and aptitude test are now available. Territory notice. Your level has reached the requirements for job change. You are now eligible to change jobs. Please go to the job change statue to change jobs. Zhou Yin was stunned. He never expected that after leveling up to level 10, he would gain so many new functions. Inside the school, these descriptions were not clear. They only vaguely mentioned that a significant change would occur after newcomers reached level 10. As for how much change there will be, they will have to experience it for themselves. Hide. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown. Lord unknown. Nationality unknown. The first person to reach level 10 will receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown. Lord unknown. Nationality unknown. The first person to reach level 10 will receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown. Lord unknown. Nationality unknown. The first person to reach level 10 will receive 100 reputation points. This is the announcement for the entire newcomer trial. As soon as the announcement was released, the entire newcomer trial was in an uproar. The chat rooms are filled with all sorts of information. Wow, it's only the third day of the newbie trial, and someone has already leveled up to level 10. Does this guy know how to fly? I strongly suspect that this person used all his soul coins to level up himself. How did he manage to kill the monsters attacking his territory? Could he have done it all by himself? Who is this person? If it were me, I would want the whole world to know my name. This person is hiding his identity too well. He doesn't even reveal his nationality. Could he be a dark horse? If he were someone from a powerful organization, he wouldn't hide. No need to guess, that person is me. The person upstairs is shameless. It should be me. Chapter 37. Enhanced Elite, Mantis Warrior. Lords of the World offers the most comprehensive protection of personal privacy and security. All information was hidden. Even his nationality was unknown. That is why new lords all over the world are puzzled. If this person belongs to a certain faction, then he will definitely not hide his identity. This is equivalent to advertising to all new lords worldwide, and in a very profound way. However, the fact that the other party chose to conceal it made them inevitably speculate about the person's identity. Unfortunately, no one knew which country this person was from, which left them with no way of guessing. In the international chat room, messages appeared from people wanting to be friends with this person. This person is obviously rich and powerful. Every message he sends costs a small amount of money. The key point is that there are indeed quite a few wealthy people. Hundreds of messages appeared on the international channel from people in every country, seemingly showing off their wealth. Zhou Yan hadn't even opened the chat room and was unaware that everyone was talking about him. For him, focusing on development is the key. His personal attribute panel has also completely changed. He now has 50 free attribute points and begins to allocate them. He still focuses on increasing power. The strongest attack is the best defense. Strength plus 20 points, all others plus 10 points. The attribute changes are as follows. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, China, formerly known as the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 10. Upgrade required, 1,500 soul coins. Charm, 11. Lucky, 11. Strength, 41.8. Body condition, 19.8. Agility, 21.3. Spirit, 24.2. Free attribute points, 0. Reputation, 100. Occupation, not changed to another job. Talent, unawakened. Skill, S-rank 7-star sword technique. Ability, not awakened. Technique, not learned. Realm level, uncultivated. Equipment, detailed list. Total equipment attribute bonus, strength plus 17, agility plus 15, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 0, defense plus 15. The powerful sensation emanating from his body greatly satisfied Zhou Yan. With the added attribute bonuses from his equipment, his strength was already very close to 60 points, and he believed he could tear the Japanese soldiers apart with his bare hands. After improving his strength, Zhou Yan was full of confidence and began to explore this new area. A monster has appeared. Zhenmi's powerful mental energy detected a fleeting black shadow in the mist. Before long, a group of monsters with red eyes appeared before them. Monster, Mantis Warrior. Quality, Enhanced Elite. Level, 15. Special, Agility Enhancement. Description, these are powerful and extremely fast Mantis Warriors. Their sharp blades can easily cut through stone. It's best to stay away from them if you encounter them. It's a level 15 Enhanced Elite. Zhou Yan was very surprised. This is a group of humanoid monsters, with a level as high as 15, and the number of them is also quite large, at least several dozen. He hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful group of monsters so soon after arriving in this area. Protect the Lord. A group of people surrounded Zhou Yan, completely protecting him. What? There's more behind them. Zhou Yan turned around and found that they were surrounded. What clever monsters. They even know how to surround others. It seems they have developed quite a bit of intelligence, Zhou Yan said. Don't worry, Lord. With our strength, dealing with these monsters won't be that difficult. Zhenmi is very confident. She is also one of those being protected because she is a ranged class and her melee ability is relatively weak. Don't worry, my lord. With me here, I won't let anyone harm you, Jiao Chan said to Zhou Yan with unusual confidence, without blushing. Zhou Yan was not worried about their strength. With his current attributes, he could absolutely crush these monsters. It was just that his combat experience was still weak, and he couldn't face too many monsters. The Mantis Warriors emitted a series of strange noises, and then these monsters launched an attack on Zhou Yan and his companions. Their arms are like two sharp long swords, gleaming and clearly very powerful. The speed is not bad, Zhou Yan commented. He gripped his weapon, ready to strike. Once the Mantis Warriors got close, Zhenmi finally unleashed her magic. She was incomparably holy, and a spiritual spell was released from her staff, spreading outwards. Within a 20-meter radius, the Mantis Warriors enveloped by the spiritual spell were instantly trapped in a strange illusion. Then, they saw many enemies around them, so they raised their scythes and attacked the enemies around them. However, Zhou Yan and the others witnessed an unbelievable scene. These Mantis Warriors, as if possessed, stopped and launched an attack on their companions. This is Zhenmi's ode to the goddess of the Luo River. Zhou Yan immediately realized the problem. Dealing with the man-eating flower before, because the man-eating flower grows on the ground and does not move, Zhenmi did not expend too much mental energy. She only put the man-eating flower into a kind of dormant state. Now, we finally see Zhenmi unleash the full power of her ode to the goddess of the Luo River skill. Seeing these Mantis Warriors slaughtering each other, what a terrifying skill that is. Within a 20-meter radius, none of the mantises caught in the battle could escape. Good opportunity, kill them quickly. Zhou Yan knew that Zhenmi's use of this skill at full power would consume a lot of energy, and they had to deal with these monsters as soon as possible. Kill. Jiao Chan moved like the wind, swift as lightning, and with thunderous speed, weaving through the warriors. Each time he appears, his longsword will surely sever the head of a Mantis warrior. Defeat a level 15 enhanced elite Mantis warrior to receive an additional 50 soul coins. Defeat a level 15 enhanced elite Mantis warrior to receive an additional 50 soul coins. Defeat a level 15 enhanced elite Mantis warrior to receive an additional 50 soul coins. She leaped into the air, 5 meters above the ground, and a burst of light erupted from her body, a sacred lotus blooming, radiating boundless brilliance. The next second, the holy lotus landed, and a terrifying burst of energy instantly killed all the Mantis warriors within a radius of dozens of meters. Jiao Chan also possesses her own unique innate skills. She and Junmi are RRR quality heroes, each possessing terrifying strength. The other warriors, while not as terrifyingly strong as Jiao Chan and Junmi, were still S-rank or higher powerhouses. With the added enhancements of various equipment, their strength completely overwhelmed these Mantis warriors. One after another, the Mantis warriors fell to the ground, and within minutes, they had wiped them all out. Chapter 38, Strengthening the Goblin Lair. The rewards Zhou Yan received from the more than 100 Mantis warriors were very generous. Soul coins alone have increased to 5,123 points. Moreover, the treasure chests dropped by these Mantis warriors were almost all of the highest quality, with dozens even being bronze chests. Wooden treasure chests only make up a small portion of the space. Mantis warriors are humanoid monsters, and generally speaking, they are not of much value. However, their arms are an excellent material. Cut off the arms of these Mantis warriors, Zhou Yan said. The Mantis warriors' sharp arms, even without forging, would be a very good weapon. Zhou Yan checked the attributes. Item, Mantis Blade. Quality, C. Attribute, Sharpness +8. Description, the Mantis warrior's arm is an excellent weapon material. With a little forging, it can be transformed into a fine weapon. This is definitely a great material for refining weapons. It would be highly sought after even if sold elsewhere. Hundreds of Mantis blades are hundreds of powerful weapons. Weapons that are already formed can be forged into weapons simply by adding other ores and slightly refining them. First of all, he needs to learn how to forge weapons. They continued exploring the fog and discovered several more lone Mantis warriors. They were pitifully attacked by a mob. There were no monsters in the area beyond that, until they discovered another kind of monster several hundred meters away. This is a monster that is at least 3 meters tall. Monster, Earth Bear. Quality, Enhanced Elite. Level, 18. Special, Berserk, Strength Enhancement. Description, with a volatile temper and immense strength, he enjoys smashing his enemies' heads. It's a level 18 Enhanced Elite, Zhou Yan said. He was very curious. Was this entire area a region inhabited by Enhanced Elite monsters? To others, this might be a dangerous place. But for Zhou Yan, it was an excellent place to explore and obtain rewards. The higher the quality of the monster, the more attribute points you gain per level, just like with heroes. An 18th level Enhanced Elite is no weaker than a level 20 monster in terms of actual combat power. With its innate characteristics, it may even be equivalent to the attributes of a level 25 ordinary monster. Even so, Zhou Yan was not worried at all. His soldiers were at least S quality, and the attribute points they gained per level would be more than those of this elite soldier. Not to mention the top quality RRR heroes like Jiao Chan and Junmi. Given their numerical advantage, this was a battle with no suspense whatsoever. As soon as the battle began, Junmi unleashed terrifying mental power, controlling the Earth Bear and causing it to fall into a deep sleep. Immediately afterwards, the Sea-Ting siblings attacked the Earth Bear with vine spikes. They were vine demons, and the vine spikes unleashed by the 8 of them had already covered a 10-meter radius around the Earth Bear. Then, like a fairy, Jiao Chan used the move Flying Immortal from beyond the heavens, creating lotus-like light and shadow in the air, and struck the Earth Bear's weak point, the neck, with her sword. The Earth Bear didn't even wake up from the illusion before it was killed. Defeat the level 18 Enhanced Elite Earth Bear for an additional 56 soul coins. In addition to soul coins, Qin Chuan also obtained a bronze treasure chest. The drop rate for bronze chests from Enhanced Elite items is quite high, and he has already obtained quite a few. Keep going. No one knows exactly how big the foggy area in the newcomer's territory is, and there is no information available to verify it. After all, 99.99% of newcomers will not explore the fog area during the newcomer trial. In addition, the newbie trial is random, so it's not impossible that there are monsters above level 90 outside the fog. If he hadn't been lucky enough to encounter a group of weak monsters outside, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many rewards. A giant bear can definitely fetch a high price. This is a high-end item. It's definitely worth a lot of money right now. He has never eaten bear paws. This is authentic bear paw. You absolutely must try it. No matter where you are, you have to be careful. Zhou Yin is a very meticulous person. He told everyone to pay attention to the surroundings at all times. After all, this is already a high-level monster area. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. My lord, there's a trap ahead. Si Ting suddenly said to Zhou Yin. Trap. Zhou Yin looked ahead, and it didn't look much different from Zhou Yin. However, the ground there was covered with dense fallen leaves, and it didn't look much different from the surrounding area. Without careful observation, no one would notice it at all. Si Ting is a wood spirit with an exceptionally keen sense of the forest. They can burrow their vines into the ground, which is why Si Ting discovered the anomaly there. Si Ying, Si Hong, and Si stepped forward and parted the fallen leaves, revealing a bottomless pit. Let's go around it. With Fuji and the others around, their safety in the forest was greatly guaranteed. They then encountered several more enhanced elites. Although these monsters were not numerous, just as he had expected, the monsters here were indeed a group of enhanced monsters. The monsters in this area are mostly below level 20, which is easy for them to deal with given their current strength. However, the environment here is still very complicated. Si Ting and the others often find various traps. If it weren't for them, Zhou Yin would probably have suffered a great loss. After a long time, they saw a mountain range and vaguely sensed that something was moving there. Out of curiosity, they went there to see if they could find anything else. They looked like a group of monsters. Because of the fog, it wasn't very clear, but there were definitely monsters moving around. There seemed to be quite a few, so they decided to hide first and get a clearer picture of the number of monsters before making any decisions. Upon getting closer, Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise, "It's a group of enhanced goblins, and there are quite a few of them. These goblins are all around level 15. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that this mountain range seems to have been used as their lair, with simple protective structures built around it. Unlike monsters, these goblins possess considerable intelligence. They can use weapons and create various household items, making them a distinct race. Like the cavemen of ancient times. Lord, what are those goblins doing?" Zhenmi pointed to the distance, where a group of goblins were pulling a cart from the foot of the mountain up the mountain. That's ore. Zhou Yin was very surprised because the distance was too far. He only knew that it was ore, but he would have to get closer to find out what kind it was. Zhou Yin and his group carefully observed the goblins. There were already dozens of goblins on the outer perimeter alone. The goblins they could see. They still didn't know how many goblins were hidden inside the cave. These goblins are not like those monsters. They not only have decent weapons, but they also possess the ability to forge artifacts. The weapons they wield reveal that these goblins are no ordinary creatures. Zhou Yin found it strange, because in his understanding, goblins did not have the ability to forge weapons. Since many goblins still possessed bows and arrows, Qin Chuan did not intend to launch a direct attack. Attacking from behind was the way of the cunning king. Chapter 39, The Lure the Enemy operation begins. We'll start our attack from the goblin mines. Zhou Yin carefully observed the terrain and came up with a brilliant plan. Let's sneak over there without letting those goblins find us. They cautiously made their way to the foot of the mountain where the goblins were, and the goblins did not notice them. They successfully reached the foot of the mountain. Go in and clear out quickly. Don't let a single goblin escape. Sihu and Silong, you two guard the gate. Any questions? Zhou Yin then began to give instructions. No problem. They all understood what they had to do next, and Zhou Yin nodded, telling everyone to grab their weapons and get to work. Jiao Chan's speed was still as fast as lightning, and her movements were like those of a fairy, leaving behind a stunning silhouette as she charged towards the goblins. A series of screams rang out. His soldiers each possessed powerful attributes and innate skills, and these goblins were far from being their match. They were quickly routed, their armor and weapons scattered, their screams echoing through the air. In addition, their attack was a surprise, and no one expected that an enemy would attack them. It was a spacious stone cave, surrounded by caverns, and torches were lit in many places, so it was not dark inside. Zhou Yin hid outside a mine. Several goblins, having just peeked out after hearing the noise, were instantly killed by his sword. The goblin behind could react. It tripped over its companion's corpse and was then killed by Zhou Yin. He waited at several nearby cave entrances for these goblins, who resembled ground squirrels, to emerge, and then killed them all, one by one. Territory version of Whack-A-Mole. Seeing the flood of messages, I earned a lot of soul coins from this wave. Half an hour later, they carefully inspected every mine and confirmed that all the goblins had been eliminated. Lord, the goblins who left earlier are pushing their carts this way. See who hurriedly said to Zhou Yin. Let's throw the goblins outside aside and trap them in a vat. The surrounding crowd hurriedly ordered. They were powerful and quickly moved all the goblins off the ground. This is a mine, and the one thing we have in abundance is stone. They hid behind the rocks and were thus concealed. Soon, a group of goblins leisurely pushed a simple wheelbarrow into the mine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Translation: Brothers, come out and move the ore. A group of goblins. Before they could think any further, Zhou Yin, who was hiding behind the rocks, raised his weapon and brutally killed them. Leave one, let it leave, Zhou Yin said. Although most of them were puzzled, they still let one of the goblins leave the cave. The goblin, dragging its heavy wounds, arrived outside the cave and shouted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Translation: Help. Puff. Before it could run too far, Qin Chuan threw a short spear and killed the goblin. Everyone. Weren't we letting it go? Why did we kill it again? Drag that goblin back, throw the surrounding goblin corpses aside, and wait for the goblins to attack. Zhou Yin gave the order again. Jiao Chan and Zhunmi already understood Zhou Yin's plan. It was a complete trap to lure his troops. Sure enough, the goblin warriors who were training on the mountain were a little confused when they heard their comrades calling for help from the foot of the mountain. They looked down at the foot of the mountain, but saw nothing. What happened? I think I heard a sound. Get out of the way, I'll go take a look. I'll go take a look too. The dozen or so goblin warriors initially thought it was a monster, but when they didn't see any, they went straight into the mine. Just as they were about to call out, they sensed something was wrong. They smelled a strong stench of blood. Before they could speak, Zhou Yin and his team reappeared and once again wiped them out. Let one go. Now everyone understood Zhou Yin's plan. They let another seriously injured person go. The goblin before it. This goblin shouted as soon as it stepped out of the cave. Squeak, squeak. Translation: Yama butterfly. Puff. The goblin died with its eyes wide open. Its corpse disappeared outside again, but this time the commotion was quite large, and the remaining goblins had all gathered and headed towards the mine. We need to be quick this time. Once we've eliminated them all, we must leave the mine immediately, Zhou Yin ordered. They couldn't understand why Zhou Yin was doing this. Wouldn't it have been better to lure the enemy in wave after wave to their deaths, just like before? But they still obeyed the order. Leaving the goblins lying on the ground, they didn't just leave them there, waiting for the goblins outside to come in. Seeing the fallen goblins inside, the goblins outside instinctively went to the corpses of their companions, completely ignoring Zhou Yin, who was hiding on both sides. Grab your weapons and chop them down. Under Zhou Yin's brilliant command, they completed one annihilation battle after another. The key point is that he acquired a lot of bows and arrows. Holy crap, where did these goblins get their bows and arrows? They're all wearing the same black iron equipment. Zhou Yin was very surprised and wanted to know what was hidden on the mountain. This time, dozens of goblins were killed, and not a single goblin patrolling the mountain has disappeared. He then led his men to evacuate the mine immediately and headed up the mountain. He ordered everyone to block the cave entrance. Before long, several goblins came out, were knocked unconscious, dragged to the edge of the cliff, and killed, then thrown down the mountain. A lawnmower event has begun. The goblins had no idea that the outside world had been completely occupied. It seems that those goblins didn't report the situation outside to their leader, which made Zhou Yin think highly of them. That makes sense when you think about it. These goblins are just goblins. Their minds are no match for humans. The goblin corpses at the foot of the mountain were piled up like a mountain, numbering at least 100. This was essentially a wait-and-see operation against the goblins. Good luck can't last forever. Before long, a group of goblins emerged from the same cave and a battle broke out. The battle ended a dozen seconds later. However, the sounds of fighting still alerted many of the goblins inside. Follow me and charge in to kill them. Zhou Yin originally wanted to use some strategies, such as fire attacks. However, he felt that it was unnecessary to use his intelligence to deal with these goblins. His main concern was that there might be other treasures inside, and if they were burned, it would be a greater loss than gain. He's a model citizen. Arson and violence are no good. A man should fight for real. Jiao Chan led the way, her terrifying killing power making her seem like a female war goddess. She strikes with lightning speed. Monsters often fall before they can even attack. Her talent was so great that no ordinary monster could withstand it. Chapter 40, The Dwarves. With Jiao Chan leading the way, Zhou Yin and his group entered as if they were in an empty field, and they made it in very smoothly. This is a huge cave, with many interconnected passages leading to various places, like a maze. Don't get scattered. Since they are few in number, it is safest for them to stay together. No one knows if there are any even stronger monsters among these goblins. The goblins in the cave were quickly wiped out. At the bottom was a huge cavern, which must have been where some of the goblins had lived, as it contained many daily necessities. Things like animal hides, weapons, cotton cloth, and linen clothing weren't considered very good. What he wanted were the iron ore that had been transported back, and the location where they forged their weapons. But he still put everything away. Although he didn't need it, there were plenty of other lords who did at the moment. Even a small mosquito is still food, so we can't waste any resources. Let's take a look at where we're saying goodbye. The caves here are interconnected, like a maze, and very complex. They can only walk through them one by one. Junmi has a high level of mental strength. She can remember any path she has walked once, so there is no need to worry about getting lost. Therefore, Zhou Yin praised her, because he himself doesn't have such a good memory. The goblins had begun searching everywhere for their whereabouts. Jiao Chan, who was at the forefront, fought with the goblins again, but unfortunately, these goblins were too weak and were all killed in no time. They explored several caves without much success, but killed quite a few goblins and earned a considerable amount of soul coins as a reward. This passage seems a bit different. Zhou Yin discovered a relatively large passage, and upon closer inspection, he could see traces of wheels on the ground. Everyone, head this way. This must be where the goblins forged their weapons, so they quickly charged forward. We encountered many goblin guards along the way. They were quite strong, and their weapons were of better quality than those of ordinary goblins. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot towards Zhou Yin, heading straight for his forehead. Lord, be careful! Siting pulled out a vine, and, with a snap, sent the vine flying. Even without Sitong, Zhou Yin would be fine. He had been paying close attention to his surroundings and had not let his guard down. The goblin archers hiding behind the boulder, who were attacking Zhou Yin and the others. Go, kill them, Zhou Yin ordered. Junmi quickly activated her mental power, causing them to lose consciousness. Then, Si Wu and Si Hu stepped forward and killed them. They collected several bows and arrows, as well as a considerable number of arrows. However, they all preferred to fight with melee weapons, so he put this thing away. There are quite a few goblins here. Along the way, we can encounter many goblins with a strength level of around 16, but their strength is far inferior to that of Jiao Chan and her companions, and they are defeated in a single encounter. Soon after, they finally felt the temperature in the cave begin to rise, followed by the clanging sound of blacksmithing. It really is the forging room. Zhou Yin was very happy. We finally arrived at the place where the goblins forged weapons. As soon as they entered the blacksmith's workshop, they saw a group of goblins holding whips, observing a group of dwarves wearing chains. The surrounding area was piled with various ores and finished weapons and equipment. There are even dwarves here. Zhou Yin was very surprised. He immediately knew what was going on. It turns out that these goblins themselves did not forge weapons. They only did so because they had captured dwarves as slaves, chained them up, and forced the dwarves to forge weapons and equipment for the goblins. Kill those goblins, Zhou Yin ordered. Yes. These goblins were no match for Jiao Chan and her companions. They were quickly routed and fled in disarray. The dwarves, having long suffered abuse at the hands of the goblins, began to help Jiao Chan and her companions create obstacles for the escaped goblins. The goblins were quickly wiped out, but the dwarves were still very afraid of Zhou Yin and her group, wondering how Zhou Yin would deal with them. Zhou Yin stepped forward and asked, "May I ask who is in charge here? I have something to say to you. Honorable humans, I am the chieftain of the dwarf race. I am very grateful to you for killing these greedy and cruel goblins." A goblin with a full beard, dragging a long chain, came up to Zhou Yin and spoke very respectfully. Zhou Yin quickly checked the dwarf's information. Name, Jerry. Gender, male. Age, 42. Race, dwarf. Quality A. Level, 18. Charm. Lucky. Strength. Constitution. Agile. Spirit. Talent. Forging. Skill 1. Skill 2. Still an A-quality dwarf. His subordinates are all S-quality individuals, mainly due to the evolutionary abilities of the Color Lord. It's not easy to encounter high-quality races outside, so it's quite rare for this dwarf to reach an A-quality level. Aside from the blacksmithing talent common to dwarves, nothing else is visible. But the fact that the dwarf chieftain possesses 2 skills already proves that he is quite capable. These dwarves all had wounds on their bodies, clearly indicating that they had been whipped by the goblins. Zhou Yin quickly asked, "How did you get captured by these goblins?" The dwarf chieftain sighed and said, "These goblins attacked our village at night, destroying it and killing many of our people. We were all captured by the goblins. They valued our forging skills, which is why they didn't kill us. They are extremely cruel and greedy. Zhou Yin nodded in understanding and said directly, "Since you have nowhere to go, are you willing to pledge your allegiance to me? I am a lord, and you have probably seen the strength of these subordinates. As long as you pledge your allegiance to me, I will not only give you a safe home, but also allow you to live a life 10 times better than before." He can recruit races like this directly. However, newly recruited people will not have high loyalty, so lords will need to find ways to improve their loyalty. The dwarves have an exceptional talent for forging equipment. Every dwarf here is a valuable asset. As long as you can eliminate these goblins and help us avenge our people, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you. Jerry was very emotional and full of anticipation. They desperately wanted revenge and wished they could personally wipe out those greedy goblins. Of course, no problem. We never intended to let these greedy goblins go. Zhou Yin said. Lord, a large wave of goblins is rushing this way, Zhenmi said hurriedly. Let me deal with them, Jiao Chan volunteered. Let's go together and wipe out all these goblins, Zhou Yin said. He first had everyone break the dwarves' bracelets and anklets, and then they volunteered to join the battle. Although Zhou Yin didn't want them to get hurt, the death of one of them would mean the loss of a blacksmith. But the torment they suffered was so great that they finally agreed. However, he did not send the dwarves to the front. Instead, he placed them at the rear to demonstrate the strength of their territory, which would increase their loyalty. Chapter 41, Goblin Chief. Jiao Chan, Si Teng, and Zhang Xin stood at the front, followed by the group of dwarves, and Zhou Yin and Zhenmi were at the very back. Zhenmi possessed powerful mental magic, so he wasn't worried at all that anyone might be in danger. Let's test the power of this bow and arrow. Zhou Yin took out a bow and arrow, knocked an arrow, and aimed it forward. His strength attribute was already very strong. Drawing a bow to its fullest extent was not an easy feat for him. But this scene filled the dwarf chieftain with admiration. This is something not everyone can do. A large group of goblins came towards them, and Zhou Yin released Gongxian. Call out. The arrow pierced through. Puff. It accurately hit a goblin, and the terrifying force sent the goblin staggering back several steps before it collapsed, only to be quickly overwhelmed by its companions behind it. Goblins, it was impossible for the shot to miss. Zhou Yin drew his bow again and launched an attack on the dwarf. The dwarves were still nervous facing such a dense horde of goblins, but seeing Zhou Yin and his group so calm made the dwarf chieftain and his men relax. Whoosh! Jiao Chan took the initiative and used the lotus sword technique, which is Jiao Chan's innate sword technique. The stronger she is, the more powerful it can be. Lotus phantoms appeared in Jiao Chan's sword moves. She transformed into a streak of light and charged directly into the goblin horde. Sword flowers flew everywhere, followed by a powerful explosion. Boom! Like an earthquake, the entire cave shook. A surge of energy rushed towards them, making everyone feel a terrifying aura. Wow, that's amazing! The goblins were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with amazement. Zhou Yin said directly, Go! Zhang Sansi and his siblings rushed forward, weapons in hand. Their attributes completely overwhelmed the opponents. These goblins were no match for them. A completely overwhelming battle, with no possibility of resistance whatsoever. The dwarves' morale soared, and their sense of belonging to Qin Chuan grew stronger. Kill! Zhou Yin led the dwarves to charge forward, mainly to finish off the goblins who were still alive. The killings have been going on for a while now. He saw a rather tall goblin coming towards them. The goblin was the size of a normal person, brimming with explosive power. It was clearly no ordinary creature. Jerry quickly reminded him, That's the goblin leader. He's the one who led the goblins to destroy our village and capture me. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious, but the dwarves were not blinded by their anger. They knew they were no match for the goblin leader. Leader. Zhou Yin glanced at the goblin leader. Being a leader is great. It means more rewards. Monster, Goblin Chief. Quality, Enhanced Head. Level, 20. Special, enhances spirit and strength, allowing you to sweep through armies. Description, possesses good leadership skills and intelligence. Enjoys leading a group of goblins to plunder weaker races. This is a greedy and cruel leader. They also have skills. The goblin leader wielded a large iron club and was more difficult to deal with than the previous leader. Moreover, its spirit had been enhanced, so its strength was unknown. The goblin leader walked towards Zhou Yin and his group. Seeing how useless his men were, the enraged goblin leader roared, raised his long club, and swept it across his underlings, smashing many goblins to pieces. This goblin leader even kills his own people. He's truly brutal. Roar! The goblin leader was very strong, His green hands gripped a large iron rod as he attacked Diao Chan. Diao Chan had noticed it long ago and easily dodged it. Boom! The ground was blasted into a huge crater, demonstrating the immense power of the blow. The goblin leader wanted to attack again, but Junmi had already focused her mental energy and launched an attack on the goblin leader. The goblin leader was affected and lowered his raised staff. At this moment, Diao Chan's attack had already landed on the goblin leader. A sword light shot towards the goblin leader's head, targeting its weak point. Click! However, this sword strike did not instantly kill the goblin leader, it only injured him. It has to be said that the level 20 enhanced leader has really good defense. Roar! After being injured, the goblin leader awoke from his dazed state. Blood was streaming down his head, and he raised his long staff and launched a sweeping attack at Diao Chan. A strong gust of wind swept towards Diao Chan. With a light leap, Diao Chan's entire body nimbly flew into the air, dodging the goblin leader's attack. After landing, Diao Chan quickly swung her sword and struck the goblin leader again. The goblin leader, in pain, shouted again and swung his weapon at Diao Chan once more. Diao Chan was very fast and reacted very quickly. Like dancing, she lightly dodged to the side and then drew her sword again. The goblin was no match for Diao Chan. More and more sword wounds appeared on his body, and he lost more and more blood. His speed began to decrease, and his stamina began to fail. Jinmi's emotional trauma once again fell on the goblin leader. The goblin leader fell into a deep sleep once again. Diao Chan seized the opportunity and unleashed a full-force attack, slashing hard at the goblin leader's head. Puff! The goblin chieftain's head separated from his body. His entire body fell to the ground. This severely damaged the morale of the goblins. Upon seeing their leader die, they began to retreat, fleeing desperately for their lives. Diao Chan and her companions pressed their advantage, annihilating one goblin after another. Defeat the level 20 goblin boss for an additional reward of 600 soul coins, 600 spirit coins, and a black iron building chest. Great, I've gotten another building chest. It's still an iron level building chest, slightly better than the one I got at the beginning. The quality of the building did not have much impact on him. In any case, they will all be evolved into buildings of S quality or higher. This leader dropped 3 bronze treasure chests on him, so he was pretty lucky. We dwarves are willing to pledge our allegiance to our lord. Seeing Zhou Yan's men kill the goblin leader, Jerry and his men immediately knelt down to pledge their loyalty. A powerful lord is more likely to gain the recognition of other races. Zhou Yan has already demonstrated his strength and avenged the dwarves, so the dwarves are very willing to join his territory. Territory notification. Dwarf Chieftain Jerry is willing to lead a group of dwarves to join the Heavenly Court territory. Do you accept? Yes. Territory notification. The dwarves have joined the Heavenly Court territory. Territory notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest in the newcomer trial, racial allegiance. Reward, 100 reputation points. Hide this message for a newcomer trial announcement. Hidden quest? He was genuinely surprised, having no idea that the newcomer trial had such a hidden mission. He chose yes. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Complete the hidden quest to receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Complete the hidden quest to receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Complete the hidden quest to receive 100 reputation points. The entire newcomer trial was shrouded in silence. Who the hell is this? They can actually complete hidden quests. Could this be that hidden master again? Goodness gracious, this is outrageous. This is the second time in a row that new recruits have been announced. How are they supposed to survive? Chapter 42, Changes in the Treasure Room. National Chat Channel. Holy crap, who is this big shot? He even completed the hidden mission. Please, someone powerful, show yourself. The person upstairs is shameless. Why would they offer themselves up like that? To be honest, I am that big shot. I wonder who this person is. I wish I could know what that hidden quest is. Excuse me, what is the purpose of reputation? I don't see reputation at all on my attribute panel. International Chat Channel. Spend 100,000 spirit coins to complete that hidden quest. I am Prince Bidey. If you are willing to reveal the secret of the hidden mission, I will give you 5 million spirit coins. My Tokugawa group is willing to pay 3 million for the information on the hidden mission. I, Amazon, will offer 10 million on the condition that the content is true. Logically speaking, people from these large corporations would not do such a thing. simply because they had never heard of any so-called hidden missions or newbie trials. In other words, this newcomer trial is the only one to have featured a hidden quest. There had been no hidden quests before this. That's why people all over the world are so eager to know what this hidden mission is and how to trigger and complete it. Unfortunately, despite countless wealthy people shouting on international channels, they still didn't get much information. However, countless people have appeared claiming to know about the hidden missions, trying to swindle them out of their wealth, but they are not so easily fooled. Zhou Yin was completely unaware of any of this. He doesn't have time to look at the chat room right now. He's busy reviewing Jerry and the others' profiles. Name, Jerry. Gender, male. Age, 42. Race, dwarf. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality A. Loyalty, 90. Level, 18. Upgrade requirement, 260 soul coins. Charm, 2, base 0.2. Luck, 2, base 0.2. Strength, 18.5, base 0.5. Constitution, 18.7, base 0.7. Agility, 9.3, base 0.3. Spirit, 9.6, base 0.4. Talent, Forging. Forging grade, Silver 35%. Skill 1, Dwarven Blacksmithing. Weapon forging speed plus 10%. Attribute bonus plus 10%. Skill 2, Cloak Hammer Technique. Forging speed plus 50%. Introduction. The chieftain of the dwarf tribe possesses excellent blacksmithing skills. They are natural-born blacksmithing experts. It's no match for a summoned hero, Zhou Yin remarked after reviewing Jerry's information. Jerry, at level 18, still has stats lower than Sea Tongue and the others. However, Zhou Yin valued their forging talent. He acquired dozens of blacksmiths this time, and combined with the dwarves' innate talent for forging, this was definitely a huge fortune. Jerry's forging level has reached silver, which means he can forge silver-level equipment. This was an unexpected surprise. A secondary profession depends on the number of equipment forged, which cannot be increased using spirit coins and soul coins. The forging levels are similar to those of equipment, ranging from low to high as follows: iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, and god. Jerry is already a silver-level blacksmith, which means he can forge silver-level equipment. This requires that there be enough materials available for him to forge. Silver-level equipment requires ore of 3 stars or higher to forge. At the foot of Goblin Mountain is mostly 1-star iron ore, with a small amount of 2-star ore. As for 3-star ore, only a few pieces have been found so far. He had enough to forge daggers, but no one in his territory liked using daggers. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of materials. He planned to go back and see if there were any high-grade ores for sale in the trading hall. It's estimated that very few people would have that right now. After the dwarves became the subjects of the territory, he opened the territory's treasure chamber, storage function to them, and then let them collect all the ores there. The goblin leader died. The rest of the goblins either fled or died. He instructed everyone to collect the spoils and put everything into the treasure room. The weapons were put away one by one. One by one, the treasure chests were picked up. More and more pieces of ore appeared. Lord, I've discovered where the goblins keep their treasure. Jinmi ran over to boast. Great, Choner, let's go take a look. Zhou Yin led the 2 beautiful women toward the goblins' treasure room. What came into view was a pile of finished weapons and equipment, as well as a lot of silver and gold. This is a jade carving. Zhou Yin noticed that there were some jade ornaments left here, which the goblins must have obtained by robbing some race. Unfortunately, these jade stones are just decorations, not equipment, and do not provide any attribute bonuses. This is a silver ornament. Zhou Yin still saw a statue made of white jade, but he didn't know which race it belonged to. It looked like a statue of a god. Item, Mountain Spirit Statue. Quality, silver. Description, a statue carved by a group of mountain spirits, believed to bring them good luck. Generally speaking, this kind of thing has no value. But these things, like antique jade artifacts in the real world, will have different values in different people's hands. In the real world, many people like jade and similar items. The higher the quality, the more expensive the item. This thing should be useful in the treasure room. He put all these items into his territory and then checked the treasure room to see if there were any changes. He did indeed notice the change. Architecture, treasure room. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 spirit coins, 300 4-star wood, 300 4-star stone. Quality, SSS 0/4. Upgrade required, for treasure chambers. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special Attribute 1. Contains 10,000 cubic meters of space, which can automatically categorize, organize, and store various treasures. Special Attribute 2. Can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality of the treasure, the longer it will take. Repairing treasures requires spirit coins. Attribute Bonus. 5 bronze treasures, 1 silver treasure. Insufficient treasures to activate additional attribute bonuses. Introduction. Store various treasures. The more treasures you store, the higher their quality, and the more unexpected rewards you will reap. Equipment cannot be considered treasures. Only things like mountain spirit statues can be considered treasures. He already knew the capabilities of this treasure room. Chapter 43, Spirit Strawberry. Because they were collecting spoils of war, they didn't return to their territory until very late. They encountered many monsters that walked at night along the way, but with Jiao Chan and the others with them, there were no major problems. However, being outside at night is indeed too dangerous. Some monsters are extremely fast at night. Fortunately, Jinmi's abilities can restrain them, otherwise they would be very difficult to deal with. They finally returned safely to their territory. Everyone is tired after a long day and needs a good rest tonight. Zhou Yin first led the dwarves to the Divine Weapon Workshop. When they saw such a high-level forging environment, the dwarves' eyes lit up. Is this really going to be our forge? This place is so beautiful, and those defense towers look amazing. By the dwarf god, that's an elemental tower. It looks incredibly powerful. My god, the quality of this defensive tower is so high. Look, the quality of these buildings is at least S grade or higher. That's amazing. This place is incredibly powerful. Not a single building here is ordinary. Our forging room is also SS quality. We're so lucky. This place will belong to us from now on. Zhou Yin simply showed them around, and the dwarves became so excited that they started dancing with joy. Dwarves have a natural love for forging, and once they see such a high-quality forging room, they won't leave even if Zhou Yin tells them to. Sure enough, their loyalty immediately increased, reaching a maximum of 98 points. With just a little more effort, they would not betray them. My lord, may we begin the forging? Jerry looked at Zhou Yin excitedly. Start forging now? Zhou Yin was truly impressed by these dwarves. They were even more impatient than he was. Aren't you tired? I hope you can recover before you start training again, since you all still have some injuries. Zhou Yin was thinking of them. He wasn't a capitalist who only knew how to exploit. He was a lord who cared for his subordinates. My lord, with such a fine forging room, how can we possibly sleep? If we don't forge something, we probably won't be able to sleep all night. As for my injuries, don't worry about them. Nothing helps me recover faster than forging. Jerry quickly replied. Zhou Yin was speechless. Seeing the pleading looks in the eyes of the dwarves, he had no choice but to agree. All right, but I hope you don't start forging too late, since this place will belong to you in the future anyway. Zhou Yin said. Thank you, Lord. A group of dwarves said happily. Zhou Yin took out all the ores from the treasure room, and also put in a lot of wood, because how could he forge equipment without firewood? Timber and ore appeared. These dwarves then began to enthusiastically forge equipment. Even Zhou Yin, the lord, seemed to be treated like air. A bunch of forging fanatics. Zhou Yin smiled and left. I just hope these dwarves don't stay up too late for forging. Lord, Jiao Chan has already gone to the spirit field. Shall we go together? Jinmi saw Zhou Yin. She quickly came over and said, by the way, many of the fruits and vegetables in the spirit field should be ripe by now. He and Jinmi arrived at the spirit field and found Diao Chan, Si Tung and his brother, and others there. Only Zhang San returned to the barracks. Before them lay a spiritual field overflowing with all sorts of fruits and vegetables. Who would have thought that they had planted these things just yesterday morning? As soon as they entered the area of the spirit field, they smelled a fragrance, the aroma of various fruits and melons, which invigorated them. Lord, a group of people greeted Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin nodded in response, picked a cucumber, and started eating. It tastes good. As soon as Zhou Yin ate it, he felt much of his fatigue disappear and his body was full of energy. The things grown in the spirit field are indeed incredibly effective. It's delicious. Jinmi picked a piece of fruit to eat and praised it immediately. Zhou Yin, try this. It tastes really good. Jiao Chan brought over some strawberries and handed them to Zhou Yin and Jinmi. Times better than ordinary strawberries. He could never have eaten such delicious food before, but now he can eat it every day. Therefore, he must protect this territory. He must protect these people even more. These are all indispensable parts of the territory. I feel full of energy. After eating some strawberries, Zhou Yin checked his attributes and found that his attribute points had actually increased. Strength and constitution both increased by 0.1. The effects of these fruits are truly remarkable. Of course, these fruits can't keep increasing so quickly. The fact that he can increase his attributes now is only because it's his first time taking them. As you take more over time, the rate of increase will slow down. No wonder you can't see fruits grown in these spirit fields for sale on the Kanglan continent. Where can ordinary people buy fruits like these? And even if they could, the price would definitely be very high. These are grown from ordinary seeds, yet they have such great results. If one were to cultivate genuine medicinal herbs, how much value would they have, and how potent would their medicinal effects be? He couldn't imagine it. He currently has no medicinal seed, so there's no way for him to try. Zhou Yin thought of someone, so he opened his friends list. He discovered that Qin Yao had sent him dozens of messages today. After reading them one by one, he replied, "I just finished my work and only just saw the message. Are you busy?" Not long after, the other party replied, "You must be a very busy person. It's already dark. You don't actually dare to go out hunting monsters at night, do you?" Zhou Yin didn't answer, but directly opened the trade window and put a strawberry on it. Qin Yao was curious and took a look. Item, spirit strawberry. Quality, E. Description, strawberries brimming with vitality. Eating too many will bring unexpected rewards. Qin Yao was startled and quickly asked, "Wow, where did you get this?" If she were on the Kanglan continent, she wouldn't be so surprised. After all, although these things were precious, she could still occasionally afford to eat them. "How much is this thing worth?" Zhou Yin asked. "What? You're actually going to sell it?" Qin Yao was speechless. She had spent a lot of money on the meat, and the other party didn't seem like someone who was short of money. However, Qin Yao still said, "The price of each kind of spiritual fruit is different. In the real world, strawberries without spiritual energy only cost a few dozen yuan per kilogram. By weight, but by the piece. A spiritual strawberry of quality E is currently priced at around 300 spiritual coins in the Kanglan continent. But let me make this clear first. If you want to sell it, you have to sell it to me, not to anyone else." Qin Yao answered very excitedly. Although this is the market price, this stuff is hard to buy, mainly because there are no distribution channels. They are usually either acquired by the state or controlled by large corporations, so ordinary people can't buy them even if they have money. Chapter 44, Tower of Light. The spirit strawberry is sold by the piece, and each one is worth 300 spirit coins. A strawberry plant can produce about 12 fruits. That's 3,600 spirit coins, and it only takes 2 days to fully ripen. Just by selling these spirit strawberries, he can earn a lot of money. He now finds earning spirit coins quite easy and no longer needs to worry about money. Whether it's spiritual spring water or spiritual fields, you can easily make a considerable fortune by selling just a few. But in the world of lords, strength is the only way to rule. To achieve immortality and become a god or demon, to live forever, that is what everyone pursues. To be honest, did you acquire a spirit field? Qin Yao asked quickly. "Oh, why would you guess that?" Zhou Yin asked curiously. Although altar sacrifices are a ripoff, there are always some special cases that can happen. Qin Yao thought he had obtained the spiritual field through a sacrifice at the altar. This is understandable. At this stage, obtaining spiritual fields from there is the most reasonable option. "Sell me some strawberries, I'm craving them," Qin Yao said very urgently. "How many do you want?" Zhou Yin asked. "Of course, all of them," Qin Yao replied. "I need to keep some for myself." Zhou Yin eventually sold her 100 spirit strawberries. "Your spirit field is growing way too fast. It's only been 3 days. Even a spirit field obtained on the first day couldn't grow this fast." During their subsequent conversation, Zhou Yin learned from Qin Yao that even a spirit field couldn't grow that fast. "I irrigated it with the water from the spiritual spring," Zhou Yin replied. "I see," Qin Yao replied. "That thing is hard to snatch. A lot of people are eyeing it," Qin Yao continued. Zhou Yin smiled. There was no need to fight over this thing. He was the one who sold it in the first place. Afterwards, Zhou Yin sold a lot of wild animal meat and equipment to the other party. He kept all the good equipment for himself, only selling Qin Yao some unnecessary bronze equipment. "Wow, you even have bronze equipment? You're such a nouveau riche." Qin Yao was shocked again, truly unable to understand how Qin Chuan had obtained it. Everyone has their own secrets, so she didn't ask too many questions. She carefully calculated these things, and then gave Zhou Yin a large sum of spirit coins. Jiao Chan and the others had almost finished harvesting the mature crops in the spirit field. He handed the remaining seeds over to Situng and the others to plant. With someone to help them, he no longer needed to do these things himself. "I'll go cook." Jiao Chan left with the fresh vegetables and fruits. "I'll go help too." Jinmi also wanted to learn how to cook, so she followed Jiao Chan. Zhou Yin had Siwu bring some spirit fruits for the dwarves to eat. The dwarves' loyalty was already very high, with some even reaching 100%. He took out 5 man-eating flower seeds and planted them on the spirit field, then watered them with spirit spring water. The man-eating flower seed grew rapidly, quickly reaching several meters in height, before stopping. He then watered it with many more liters of spiritual spring water. The carnivorous plant seeds sprouted again. The seeds of the man-eating flower require twice as much spiritual spring water as those of the vine spirit. Before long, the man-eating flower fully matured, reaching a height of about 10 meters, blotting out the sky and looking extremely terrifying. It's much stronger than the previous man-eating flower leader, and it looks very powerful. They really can eat people. A colorful light enveloped the 5 carnivorous flowers. The man-eating plant has completed its growth and begins to evolve into a flower fairy. 5 beams of light flashed, and 5 women dressed in red palace attire appeared before him, bowing respectfully to Zhou Yin. "Greetings, Lord." Okay. Each flower fairy looks like a fairy, extremely alluring and charming, with a wonderful figure. If you didn't know their true forms, who would know that these women were a group of man-eating flowers? Zhou Yin quickly looked at their information. Name, can be named. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, demon race. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 40 soul coins. Charm, 3, basic 3. Luck, 3, base 0.3. Strength, 6, base 0.6. Constitution, 5, base 0.5. Agility, 2, base 0.2. Spirit, 3, base 0.3. Talent, transformation, transforms into the true form of a carnivorous plant. Skill, poison powder, highly toxic, also causes hallucinations in enemies. Description, evolved by mysterious energy, its base attributes have increased tenfold. It evolved from a carnivorous plant seed after receiving a great stroke of luck. Zhou Yin began to name these flower fairies, saying to the first one, "Your name will be Hua Yu Rong. Your name will be Hua Yu Ying. Your name will be Hua Yu Lian. Your name will be Hua Yu Feng. And your name will be Hua Yu Shui." Then I started upgrading them, all of them to level 10. Soul coins minus 40. Demon clan Hua Yu Rong. Level increased from 0 to 1. Soul coins minus 50. Demon clan Hua Yu Rong. Level increased from 1 to 2. Soul coins minus 60. Demon clan Hua Yu Rong. Level increased from 2 to 3. Then, they all gained an extra skill. Skill 2. Poison Sting. Shoots 5 poison stingers to attack the enemy. This is an area of effect skill, which is quite good. It's still quite effective when there are many monsters. After their level increases, the power of their skill will also increase. 5 more powerful demons have joined the territory. Zhou Yin took out the black iron building treasure chest. Territory notification. Acquired building D. Energy Tower. It is a D-grade defensive tower, which is much more powerful than ordinary defensive towers. I wonder what it will evolve into. Zhou Yin began construction. Ding. Construct the Energy Tower, which has evolved into the Light Tower. Lighthouse. Zhou Yin was taken aback. He had never heard of such a defensive tower. He looked at the building and found that the entire territory was shrouded in a light. The newly appeared lighthouse, like a small sun, shone brightly, illuminating the entire territory as if it were daytime. Moreover, it gives people a very comfortable feeling. Open the information for this building to start viewing. Architecture, Tower of Light. Level 1. Upgrade required, 300 spirit coins. Quality, SSS 0/1. Upgrade required, 1 Tower of Light. Defense, 500/500. Special attribute, Illumination, illuminates the entire territory, increases all building attributes by 10%. Description, a mysterious lighthouse that can dispel darkness, bring light and hope to the territory, ward off all negative energies, and enhance various abilities. This is actually a buff-type building. Zhou Yin was very surprised. Buildings that provide benefits are not only rare, but also extremely rare. Moreover, this building is incredibly powerful. Even at level 1, it can increase all attributes of each building by 10%. This is an all-attribute gain, not a single attribute gain. That means even the building's defense and skill power will increase by 10%. What an impressive building. What a stroke of luck. He wished he could go out and hunt several leader-level monsters every day so that he could obtain more special buildings. The release time is wrong. This chapter was originally scheduled to be released the following day. Chapter 45, on TV again. Territory notification. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the Tower of Light. Level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the Tower of Light. Level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 900 spirit coins, the Tower of Light. Level has been upgraded to level 4. Architecture, Tower of Light. Level, 20. Upgrade required, 300 spirit coins. Quality, SSS, 0/1. Upgrade required, a lighthouse. Defense, 50,000/50,000. Special attribute 1. Illumination, illuminates the entire territory, increases all building attributes by 30%. Special attribute 2. Increases the defense of all inhabitants of the territory by 20%. Description, a mysterious lighthouse that can dispel darkness, bring light and hope to the territory, ward off all negative energies, and enhance various abilities. The skill of making face-to-face conversations has also increased by 20%. The key is the addition of a new ability that can increase their defense by 20%, thus greatly improving everyone's safety. This buff-type building undoubtedly provides a huge boost to the entire territory. Zhou Yin arrived at the Spirit Spring. After deducting the spring water he had consumed, he could still collect quite a bit more. He opened the trading hall and found the shop he was following, Little Darling. To his surprise, the shop had listed a lot of bamboo, and they were all sold in sets of 200. Territory notification. National Trading Hall. Purchase 200 bamboo stalks, costing 2,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall. Purchase 200 bamboo stalks, costing 2,000 spirit coins. He bought them all at once, and then had the 5 Huayurong sisters start filling the containers with the spiritual spring water. After hearing the news from the territory, the Lord of Little Darling immediately opened the trading hall. He was finally relieved to see that the bamboo had been instantly taken by that mysterious person. She was genuinely worried that the other party wouldn't buy it, which would mean all the time she spent cutting bamboo would have been wasted. To be honest, she was really worried that one day the other party would stop buying her bamboo. The entire new Lord population only needed as much bamboo as that mysterious person. Moreover, she even suspected that the other party might be the one who sold the spiritual spring water. Because it's a win-win situation, she hasn't raised prices. Because of selling bamboo, her territory has developed very well, and she will definitely achieve a good result in this newcomer assessment. Zhou Yin naturally didn't care what others thought. He had already started putting the spiritual spring water on the shelves. Just like before, a set of spiritual spring water sells for 10,500. Territory notification. International Trading Hall. Sold 1 set of spirit springs. Earned 10,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. International Trading Hall. Sold 1 set of spirit springs. Earned 10,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. International Trading Hall. Sold 1 set of spirit springs. Earned 10,000 spirit coins. Not long after it was put on the shelves, people who heard about it started a buying frenzy. It was a race to see who could be the fastest. They sold several million more spirit coins. Zhou Yin then placed all the low-level equipment he didn't need on the equipment. Qin Yao didn't need this low-level equipment, since she didn't have many soldiers at the moment. The main reason is that he has too much equipment. He no longer cares about equipment below the black iron level and has sold it all. Another large sum of spirit coins has been obtained. More and more people are paying attention to him, mainly because he has so much equipment. He has sold several hundred pieces of ordinary equipment and more than 100 pieces of black iron equipment. The sheer amount of equipment had already shocked all the lords in the newbie territory. Chat room. Holy crap. This mysterious person is terrifying. Not only does he sell tons of spiritual spring water every day, but now he's selling so much equipment. Did he rob some armory or something? I did a rough calculation. Just from selling spirit spring water, this guy has made at least 3 million spirit coins. Adding yesterday's earnings, wow, that's over 6 million. Damn, there are so many rich people. Where do they get their spirit coins? Kid, you don't know this, do you? There's a special item called a spirit coin card. A high-level spirit coin card can carry 100 million spirit coins into the newbie trial at once. I have one with 10 million spirit coins. Envious, aren't you, you poor wretch? You dare to flaunt a spirit coin card with 10 million spirit coins? I have 1 billion spirit coins, just passing by. Boss, please let me be your backer. Brothers, want to see private photos? 100 spirit coins per photo, definitely worth the price. His spirit coins have finally surpassed the 10 million mark, but he still can't afford anything in the mysterious shop. So he's still a penniless wretch. In order to buy better equipment in the future, he needs to find a way to earn a little more money. After he reached level 10, several more statues could be built in his territory. However, a message appears indicating that the territory level is insufficient. So he began to upgrade the level of his territory. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 9. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 10. Territory notification. You are the first lord to raise your territory level to 10 in this newcomer trial. The newcomer trial territory level ranking has been activated, and you will be rewarded with 100 reputation points. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? Goose. I'm going to be on TV again. So annoying. Zhou Yan answered no, without hesitation. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, lord unknown, nationality unknown. The first person to upgrade their territory to level 10 will receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, lord unknown, nationality unknown. The first person to upgrade their territory to level 10 will receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, lord unknown, nationality unknown. The first person to upgrade their territory to level 10 will receive 100 reputation points. International chat room channel. Mysterious man, come out here. Don't let me find out who you are. Watching TV 3 times a day? You're really something. Maybe there are 3 people. I strongly suspect it's the same person. National chat room. This is a real big shot. He quietly made it on a TV again. I wonder what country this person is from. Where are they going to build 10 buildings on the 3rd day? The differences between people are really huge. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going back to my thatched hut to grieve a bit. Chapter 46, Ancient Temple. Territory name, Heavenly Court, Jiaochan, hidden. Territory talent, special items, plus 10%. Territory level, 10. The next level requires 11 buildings of level 11 or higher. Area, 10,000 square meters. Special attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory plus 15%. Special attribute 2. All clan attributes in the territory plus 10%. Architecture, detailed information. Territory size, 48. Resources, detailed information. Buildable structures, job change statue, floor tiles, outhouse. 3 new buildings have been added, and each of them has excellent functionality, especially the outhouse. The main reason is that the weapon refining workshop doesn't have a latrine. You can't have to go to another building to relieve yourself every time you need to use the toilet, so this building is just right. The spiritual bamboo house, bronze sparrow terrace, and the white-robed ghost soldier barracks all come with their own outhouses and rooms. The mystery shop is gone. It was like a small shop with only 1 counter, and only 5 items appeared at a time. Start building. Ding. Constructing the job change statue, which has evolved into the ancient temple. Ding. A outhouse has been built. The outhouse has evolved into a sewage toilet. 2 beams of light appeared within the territory, and 2 buildings immediately materialized. However, that sewage toilet was indeed a modern toilet. This is not surprising, because many people can build tall buildings in their territories, but those tall buildings do not provide any attribute bonuses. Things not recognized by the Lord's world don't offer any bonuses, but they're still habitable. Although he was curious about the function of this sewage toilet, the ancient temple was more likely to capture his attention. The name alone is extraordinary. It unlocks the attributes of this profession hall. Architecture, ancient temple. Level, special building, no level. Quality, unknown. Defense, indestructible. Special attribute, inheritance. Introduction, a temple lost in the river of time, containing mysterious legacies, holds many treasures passed down from ancient gods, awaiting discovery by a destined individual. If the territory crystal shatters, the temple will vanish. Zhou Yan was shocked. The ancient temple is a building without any level requirement. Even the quality is unknown. He had never heard of it. This is absolutely the most powerful and mysterious building in his territory. He then looked at the attributes of the sewage toilet. Building, sewage toilet. Level 1. Upgrade required, 100 spirit coins. Quality, S, 0 out of 100. Upgrade required, 100 2-star stone. Defense, 100/100. Special attribute, sewage removal and odor elimination. Introduction, keep your territory tidy, starting with the bathroom. Floor tiles are not part of architecture. They are decorative. However, the floor tiles have evolved, and he can now freely choose floor tiles of different prices to decorate his floor. I took a quick look and found that they had both retro style and modern floor tiles. They had everything imaginable. He was now eager to see what kind of professions were available inside the ancient temple. This building is distinctly different from others. Under the night sky, it emits a hazy golden light, and an indescribable mysterious aura emanates from it. It is a mysterious palace steeped in history. The temple occupies a small area of only a little over 300 square meters, but it has 3 levels of stairs, each with 9 steps. The temple gates looked as if they were cast in gold, but he believed they were definitely not made of gold, but of a very mysterious and special material. On either side of the entrance gate are 2 rows of stone-carved weapons, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, and so on, a total of 36 different weapons. Zhou Yin pushed open the gilded ancient door, and a beam of golden light swept in from inside. A sense of mystery, antiquity, vicissitude, and majesty rose in Zhou Yan's heart. He felt as if he had traveled through the river of time, witnessing wondrous scenes, powerful beasts roaring angrily, ancient races displaying astonishing combat prowess, a single punch capable of shattering mountains and rivers, a single palm strike capable of eclipsing the world, a single sword strike capable of cutting through 3,000 miles, a single blade capable of cleaving through space. What an amazing sight! What incredible strength! Suddenly, the scene that followed looked somewhat familiar to Zhou Yin. A giant cleaved the heavens and earth with a single axe, ushering in a new era. A sage preached to 3 people, thus beginning the primordial chaos of the heavens. He witnessed the battle between the 2 divine beasts, the dragon and the phoenix, and the war between the witch and demon races. I also saw the legendary Nuwa mending the sky, King Fuxi establishing the 8 trigrams, and the human emperor fighting Qiyu for supremacy. I also saw the gods fighting a great battle with a certain race in the heavens. A powerful being looked down on all living beings, with the Milky Way behind him. Suddenly, that person turned his head to look at him. In an instant, Zhou Yan's eyes widened. How could that person look so much like him? Just as he was trying to get a clearer view, the image abruptly stopped. The scene was like a picture, fleeting and ephemeral. It's like a movie, flashing by in a flash, or perhaps recording the era of a mysterious and powerful civilization. Could this also be considered a glorious era for Earth? And do those people, that person, really exist? Or perhaps, these are just wild speculations? Suddenly, a mysterious voice appeared in Zhou Yan's mind. The beginning of the inheritance, for whom was it built? Is anyone home? Zhou Yan asked quickly. He was left with only one puzzling statement, nothing else. The light disappeared, and Zhou Yan was very surprised when he saw this place. There was only one bridge in front of him, and this bridge seemed to have no end in sight. He seemed to be in a galaxy. Inside this building was a self-contained space. The sky is filled with cosmic starlight, which can only be admired from afar and cannot be grasped. The divine bridge connects to the universe. Isn't this a space for inheritance? Why is there no inheritance at all? Since entering this place, his mind has been filled with doubts and confusion. This temple is very mysterious and full of secrets. Suddenly, he saw a dark vortex appear in the void, like a black hole, which startled Zhou Yan. He thought the black hole would swallow him up. But after the black hole appeared, a message appeared. Of the divine talisman master Yang Shuji. The divine talisman, Yang Shuji. Zhou Yan looked at the black hole in surprise. He was familiar with the name because there was an introduction to this person in the mythology and history of the Kanglan continent. Could it be that I'm mistaken, and this temple isn't on Earth? Zhou Yan asked in surprise. Then, a message entered his mind. He already understood how to obtain the inheritance. He only needed to choose one of the open black hole spaces to enter. Only those who passed the trial could obtain the inheritance. But he did not choose to move forward again. Chapter 47, Ancient Temple. The world of lords offers a diverse range of professions. Finding one that suits you best is the best choice. The ancient temple is incredibly mysterious, and every class within it is a rare, hidden class. He had never heard of the talisman god, profession mentioned earlier, but unfortunately, he didn't really like that profession and had to give it up. As they approached the divine bridge, the vast void changed once more. A black hole reappeared, and another set of subtitles appeared on it. The legacy of Ho-E, the god of bows. Ho-E. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Yan stopped. Ho-E is a legendary figure in China, who used a divine bow to hunt down 9 suns and slay countless ferocious beasts. He was a truly legendary figure. After thinking it over, he decided to continue forward. There were countless traditions here, so he wasn't in a hurry. Not long after, another figure appeared in the void. Dragon God Ingli's legacy. Dragon God Ingli? He had absolutely no knowledge of this person. It sounded like the inheritance of a divine dragon. Could he really inherit it? In this way, people of all races can receive their heritage here. Afterwards, Zhou Yan continued his journey and discovered a large number of other inheritances. Gun God, Taishu Legacy. The legacy of the god of fire, Zhurong. The legacy of the heavenly emperor, Dijun. The legacy of Ares, the god of war. Beast god, valley power inheritance. Some of these people were people he knew well, while others were people he didn't know. It features characters from the legends of the Kanglan continent, as well as characters from various myths and legends of Earth. Of course, there were also many people he had never heard of before. Without exception, every one of these people was an extremely powerful being. There are countless traditions here, and the key is that each one is unique, extremely powerful, and precious. These inheritances can only be obtained through trials, and only those with great strength can be recognized. Zhou Yin was deeply moved. Each profession is very powerful, but he can only choose one lineage. Fortunately, each lineage has an introduction, and he can learn about the general content of these lineages by communicating with the lineage space with his mind. In this way, he will be able to choose the most suitable lineage to undergo trials based on his own characteristics. Along the way, hundreds of black holes of inheritance have probably been exposed. A golden black hole lit up, causing Zhou Yin to stop. The Emperor's legacy, Fushi's inheritance. He saw another legacy being passed down. Fushi was a figure who was the progenitor of Chinese civilization and the first of the three sovereigns. Even the achievements of Shen Nong, the Earth's sovereign, and Huangdi, the human sovereign, could not compare to his. Fushi achieved extraordinary things. Born in the primordial era, he created the 8 trigrams, protected the foundation of humankind, and created the spark for the inheritance of human civilization. He led the people to develop and grow, and his deeds were numerous. Even Zhou Yin only knew a little about them. He explored the Fushi inheritance and found that it was indeed special. It could not only enhance one's own strength, but also strengthen one's territory. It was definitely the most suitable inheritance for him among all the inheritances. His strength comes entirely from his territory. The stronger the territory, the greater the help it provides to him. Although other inheritances also have many desirable aspects, they are not as comprehensive as the Fushi inheritance. The ancient temple prompted, "Are you sure you want to choose the Emperor Fushi inheritance? Each race can only choose one inheritance. If you fail the trial, the next trial will begin in 30 days. During the trial, the time flow between the inheritance space and the outside world will be 100:1. Zhou Yin was surprised. After each failure, there is another opportunity to continue the trial each month until the success of the inheritance is achieved. Moreover, these inheritances are unique. Once someone has chosen one, unless that person voluntarily gives up or dies, the inheritance will not be open to outsiders. One can only choose one lineage to inherit, and even he is no exception. I didn't expect that the time flow rate in the inheritance space was 100:1 compared to the outside. In other words, even if you stay in the inheritance space for 100 days, only one day will have passed outside. This is definitely a good thing for Zhou Yin, since he can't leave the territory for a long time, and the key is that the territory is still in the newcomer trial stage. However, he still left the ancient temple and came to the territory. Before entering the inheritance area, he had to arrange and handle everything in the territory. They found Jiao Chan and the others. "Chaner, there's something I need to tell you. I'm going to the ancient temple to receive my professional inheritance, but I don't know how long it will take." He didn't know how long he would be inside, so he briefly told them about the ancient temple. "Chaner, if I don't get out in time, everything here is in your hands." Jiao Chan and Junmi are very powerful, and with Situng and so many others in their territory, even if he can't come out tomorrow, he will definitely be fine. The time ratio between the inheritance space and the outside world is 100:1, so he can't stay inside for very long. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will definitely not let the territory be destroyed by monsters. Just go and receive the inheritance in peace." Jiao Chan was quite confident about this. "I will also assist Sister Jiao Chan," Junmi said. "Then the territory is yours. Before I leave, I will summon some white-robed ghost soldiers. More people means more work. The territory is too big now, and we need more manpower." After giving his instructions, Zhou Yin led the 2 women directly to the military camp. "Greetings, Lord." Zhang San greeted Zhou Yin with a quick bow. Zhou Yin nodded and went directly to the summoning platform. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. He summoned a total of 20 white-robed ghost soldiers, this time spending 20,000 soul coins. All that was summoned were soldiers. No special generals were summoned. Although it was a pity, Zhou Yin was already prepared for it. "Greetings, Lord." 20 soldiers knelt on one knee before Zhou Yin. No need for formalities. Zhou Yin then raised all of their levels to level 10, which left him with very few soul coins. Zhenmi entered the temple. She had already opened all the treasure chests. Just as he had expected, the stacked treasure chests in the treasure room could be opened all at once, which saved a lot of time. From now on, Zhang San will be your captain, and you will follow his orders, Zhou Yin commanded. Yes, all the soldiers answered. Then, Zhou Yin announced again, because I need to receive the inheritance, Jiao Chan will take care of the affairs within the territory while I am away. You must obey her orders and not make any mistakes. Yes. This is already a tacit proof of Jiao Chan's status in Zhou Yan's heart. After giving his instructions, Zhou Yan told them to rest early. He then found Si Tung and the others and instructed them to obey Jiao Chan's orders. Afterwards, the two women accompanied Zhou Yan to the outside of the ancient temple. Looking at this mysterious temple, Zhou Yan said, I will come out as soon as possible. Once I come out, you will also be able to go in and receive the inheritance. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Zhou Yan entered the ancient temple. Chapter 48, Emperor Fushi's Legacy Trial. The Emperor's Legacy, Fushi's Inheritance. As Zhou Yan transformed into a beam of light, he directly entered the inheritance space. You have entered the inheritance space and become a member of the Wind Clan. Goose. That's it. How to ensure the succession of the legacy? How is the trial conducted? Why can't you explain it more clearly? Is it even possible to properly accept the inheritance of this kind of thing? Sigh. There's nothing I can do but take it one step at a time. Without any warning, it was an absolute game changer. But it was him who got blown up. I looked at myself. Holy crap. He actually turned into a caveman. His clothes had long since been replaced by an animal skin, leaving him with only a piece of animal skin covering his vital parts. His posture had also become much more upright, especially in a certain area. He discovered that his power was immense, but he could no longer connect to his lord's heart and could not use any equipment or skills. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Looking before me, I saw a vast, desolate landscape, yet the spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. He wandered around and came to a cliff, where he found a man dressed in animal skins hovering there. The key thing was that the man's lower body was that of a snake. Goose. Could this be Fushi? Zhou Yan stepped forward curiously and asked, Hello, are you called Fushi? The man turned around and was a handsome man who looked like he had great wisdom. Oh, which tribe are you from? What do you want to ask me? Fushi asked with a smile. It really is Fushi. Zhou Yan was filled with mixed emotions and extremely excited. This was the progenitor of humankind. How gratifying it was to be able to communicate face-to-face with such a great figure as the progenitor. There was a rumor that Fushi was a man of great wisdom, and that people often asked him many questions, which Fushi regarded as those who came to ask him questions. Zhou Yan sat down and said, I didn't come here to ask you anything. I see you sitting here, and you seem to be thinking about something. Could you tell me? Maybe I can help you. This space is the legacy of Fushi. Only by coming into contact with him can one complete the trial. This is all he can try now. Oh, Fushi was indeed very surprised. This was the first time he had ever heard such words. What's your name? Fushi carefully observed Zhou Yan. My name is Zhou Yan, and I am also from the Fufeng tribe. Are you looking at this world? Zhou Yan took the initiative to speak. Heaven and earth. Fushi asked upon hearing this. What is your view of heaven and earth? Zhou Yan thought for a moment and said, There should be many kinds of heaven and earth. It just depends on which kind you asked about. Isn't there only one heaven and earth? How can there be several kinds? Fushi really didn't understand Zhou Yan's words. Zhou Yan smiled and replied, The place where we are standing is the earth, and the sky is above us. But the world is not just the world that we see before us. Every person, every animal, every tree, every flower is a world. As the saying goes, one flower, one world, one blade of grass, one Bodhi. Anything can be called a world. Zhou Yan's words were like opening a door to a new world for Fushi. He seemed to suddenly understand many perplexing questions, closed his eyes, and did not open them for a long time. Did I say something wrong? As a person from later generations, he stood on the shoulders of giants, and his understanding of the world was naturally beyond what the ancients could comprehend. But these things all started with them. But, without their laying the cultural foundation, there would be no prosperity in later generations. After a long time, just when Zhou Yan thought Fushi was asleep, a golden light burst out from his body, and the powerful energy sent Zhou Yan flying dozens of meters away, where he fell flat on his back. His head must have disappeared into a hole dug by some groundhog. Zhou Yan was speechless. Was this what they called being shot while lying down? Soon, a force grabbed his feet and pulled his head out of the hole. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Fushi apologized very apologetically. It's alright, it's alright. I'm just glad I could help you. Zhou Yin spat out the dirt from his mouth. Is this what it feels like to be broke? Thank you so much, you know so much. Fushi praised happily. Zhou Yin thought to himself, if you were born in the future, you would be miles ahead of me. Brother. At this moment, a melodious voice came. Zhou Yin looked and saw that it was also a stunningly beautiful woman with a human head and a snake body. The woman was also wearing animal skin, but her beauty surpassed even that of Gao Chan. Let me introduce you. This is my wife. Her name is Nuwa, Fushi said. Hello, Sister Nuwa. Zhou Yin quickly greeted her. Nuwa is also a legendary figure, but it's unknown whether the story of her creating humans from clay is true. She was truly beautiful, as pure and holy as a fairy. Nuwa smiled at Zhou Yin and then said, the tribe is running low on food, and the chieftain is calling everyone to go hunting. All right, Fushi replied. I'll go too, Zhou Yin said. They came to the tribe together. The tribe is still very primitive, and the houses are all thatched, only able to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Although no one in the tribe knew him, they all treated him as one of them, just as if he had always been a member of the Wind clan. He observed Fushi and Nuwa along the way, as well as the tribe. Although Fushi possessed great wisdom, he had not yet begun to show his talents, and many things had not yet been discovered by him. He discovered that the people in the entire tribe, due to the limitations of the era, did not know much. Most of them are simple-minded and physically strong, and they don't think much about anything, let alone anything else. There were a few wise people in the tribe, like Fushi, who were the chieftains of the tribe. Within the entire tribe, Fushi and Nuwa were not the only ones with snake heads and human bodies. There were quite a few others who were as well, which piqued his curiosity. The chieftain gathered young and strong men, equipped them with simple wooden tools, each with a spearhead made of sharpened stone, and they began hunting in the mountains. Their food source is very limited. It is hunting. The clan chief was already quite old, so he entrusted all the hunting arrangements to Fushi, and then the group of people began preparations. After bidding farewell to Nuwa, Fushi took his weapon and came to Zhou Yan's side, saying, stay close to me. Okay, Zhou Yan replied. Perhaps only by following and witnessing Fushi's growth can one complete this trial. Ancient tribes had no shortage of primeval forests and various wild beasts. They soon entered the forest, led by an experienced person. Everyone in the tribe was very strong, and Zhou Yan realized that he was the weakest one. He had been smug about his burly physique. That's when he realized he was the clown. The primitive people only had simple weapons, and they didn't even have straw sandals. Although Zhou Yan also wanted to use his foresight to help the tribe grow stronger, he felt that this trial was not for him to do these things. He shouldn't put the cart before the horse. The right choice is to follow Fushi wholeheartedly and complete this trial as soon as possible. Chapter 49, First Encounter with Emperor Fushi. The primeval forest is rich in ancient trees, with a complex network of paths and countless ancient beasts. Under Fushi's guidance, they avoided giant beasts and finally succeeded in hunting several decent animals, an ancient deer and several other animals he couldn't name, some resembling wolves and others sheep. The animals of this era were extremely ferocious, far surpassing the tigers of the future. However, Fushi and his companions were extremely powerful and possessed overwhelming strength, killing these animals with a single punch. Zhou Yan noticed that their hunting methods were monotonous, almost always employing the most savage methods. So he looked at Fushi and said, actually, I feel there is a faster and more efficient way to hunt animals. Oh, how so? Fushi also became curious. So Zhou Yan began to talk about several common methods, such as luring, trapping, and surrounding. However, in ancient times, this method was considered a method full of great wisdom. Fushi's eyes lit up, and he quickly understood the ingenuity of Zhou Yan's methods. He laughed loudly. The people of the tribe all think I am exceptionally wise, but I think you are the wisest one. When we get back, I will definitely recommend you to be the priest. Priests held a very special position in the tribe, and were usually only able to hold this position by people of great wisdom. Zhou Yan quickly refused Fushi. He hadn't come here to be a priest in primitive society. This place is ultimately just a trial ground. After completing the trial, he will have to leave. After consulting with Fushi, Zhou Yan told Fushi about these methods, and then Fushi began to try them one by one. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to successfully trap a leopard. The key point is that Fushi did not personally intervene, allowing the other members of the clan to completely hunt down the leopard. This made them very happy. Because leopards are dozens of times more ferocious than deer, yet they still managed to do it, which makes one admire Zhou Yan. They also acknowledged Zhou Yan's wisdom, smiled kindly at him, and no longer considered him a burden. After a long time, they returned laden with their spoils, making the entire tribe extremely happy. Because the number of animals hunted this time was far greater than any they had ever hunted before, and most importantly, not a single member of their tribe was injured or killed. In the past, there were always injuries and deaths when hunting animals. This time, they were fortunate to have Zhou Yan, who taught Fuxi many simple principles, which prevented them from suffering any casualties. The entire tribe was filled with admiration for his wisdom. Only Zhou Yan himself knew that he had merely stated some common sense. He then realized just how important knowledge and culture truly are. After that, Zhou Yan moved to a place closer to Fuxi. Zhou Yan was surprised to learn that Manhwa had a younger sister, who was also human-headed and snake-bodied, and very beautiful, no less so than Manhwa. She was very curious about Zhou Yan. She had heard that he was exceptionally intelligent, no less so than Fuxi. When she had nothing to do, she enjoyed listening to Zhou Yan tell all sorts of interesting stories. "What's your name?" Zhou Yan asked. "My name is Empress. I am a demon, and I was saved by Sister Manhwa and Brother Fuxi." The Empress was very cute and intelligent. From her, Zhou Yan learned that there were many races in the prehistoric continent. Her race was wiped out by a great demon, and her people scattered and fled. It was Manhwa and her husband who saved her and brought her here. One day, the Wind Clan members were dancing around a bonfire. Zhou Yan initially thought this was their activity, but later learned from the Empress that they were doing it to commemorate the significance of the fire seed. Indeed, since the discovery of fire, humans have transitioned from eating raw food to eating cooked food. This also ended their life of darkness and lack of light. The flame is definitely a day worth commemorating. Zhou Yan also stayed here for several days. He didn't know how to complete this trial, so he could only guide Fuxi step by step and let him know more. Fuxi would often ask him many questions that troubled him. There were many questions he really didn't know the answers to, because Fuxi's questions were too subtle and profound. He could only offer some knowledge about the universe. Unfortunately, his knowledge was also very limited. He only knew the general outline. Even so, Fuxi benefited greatly and gained a lot of inspiration. Zhou Yan couldn't help but sigh. That's talent. Fuxi was able to become the ancestor of Chinese civilization because he possessed extraordinary wisdom and ways of thinking. He was just letting Fuxi develop these potentials in advance. Later, Zhou Yan discovered that there was a river not far from the tribe. Tribes at this time would establish themselves in places with water sources. So he suggested to Fuxi, why not fish to increase the tribe's food supply? What is fishing? Fuxi seemed very curious. So Zhou Yan began to guide him on how to make nets with ropes, which could not only catch fish, but also birds. He also successfully helped him build simple bamboo rafts so that they could fish on the water. On this day, Zhou Yan and Fuxi discussed some philosophical principles of heaven and earth by the river. Fuxi was exceptionally intelligent. After receiving guidance from Zhou Yan, he quickly grasped many things. Even Zhou Yan benefited greatly from him and learned a great deal from him. Suddenly, a tortoise shell emerged from the river and came to Fuxi. It looked him over with great intelligence and then lazily began to bask in the sun. This black tortoise is quite interesting. Fuxi picked up the black tortoise, held it in his hand, and examined it carefully. Seeing this, Zhou Yan said, "The Xian turtle's shell seems quite unusual." Tortoise shell? Upon hearing this, Fuxi carefully observed the shell of the black tortoise. It seemed that his heartstrings had been drastically changed, and he began to fall into a kind of enlightenment. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yan thought to himself, this is the chosen one. With just a few pointers, he can understand astronomy and geography. He truly deserves to be a person with great fortune. Fuxi observed the oracle bone in deep meditation, spending several days at a time doing so. At that moment, the yin and yang of heaven and earth converged, forming a Tai Chi yin-yang array that enveloped the heavens and earth, and an indescribable Tao sound filled the surroundings. Zhou Yan has been staying here for the past few days without leaving, and the Empress has been sending him food. Therefore, at the instant the Tai Chi formation was formed, the purest yin and yang energies in the world descended upon him. Zhou Yan closed his eyes, as if he had entered a chaotic world where there was nothing, just like when he first awakened the Lord's heart. A colorful light appeared ahead. Zhou Yan looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the Lord's heart?" Curious, he drifted over. The colorful Lord's heart was enveloped in yin and yang energies, forming a Tai Chi diagram. A profound and mysterious sound lingered around the colorful Lord's heart. Zhou Yan couldn't understand what it meant at all, but he could sense that it was very profound and unfathomable. Yin and yang transform into Tai Chi, and the Tai Chi array evolves into the 8 trigrams. The colorful Lord's space transformed into a 7-colored light and entered the array. A 7-colored glow appeared, and Zhou Yin closed his eyes. Then, an ancient scroll fell from the sky, radiating colorful light. Zhou Yin was extremely curious. Could it be that the colorful Lord's space and the yin and yang energies formed this ancient scroll? He held the ancient scroll in his hand, but when he looked at what was on it, he was immediately dumbfounded. It's completely empty. There's nothing there. How could this be? He genuinely didn't understand what this meant. A blank ancient scroll. What was the significance of it? Chapter 50. Fuxi and Zhou Yin comprehend Taiji and Bagua and evolve them into written characters. After a long time, Zhou Yin still couldn't understand why and could only wake up from his conscious state. He opened his eyes and saw Fuxi standing in front of him, like an elder brother, asking, "Awake? You're awake too." Zhou Yin suddenly looked at the giant tortoise behind Fuxi and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did this giant tortoise come from?" "I gained some insight from the tortoise shell and figured out a formation diagram. Do you remember the black tortoise I had before?" Fuxi said. "Could it be that little turtle that turned into it?" Zhou Yin said, "It is indeed this one. It has a lot of good fortune. I named it Xuanwu. What do you think?" Fuxi smiled and patted Xuanwu's head. It seemed to enjoy it. "This is a very good name. It is worthy of being one of the 4 divine beasts," Zhou Yin replied. The 4 divine beasts. Fuxi had just comprehended the Taiji diagram and had not yet gained a deep understanding of it, so he did not know the meaning behind Zhou Yin's words. Zhou Yin said, "The azure dragon of the east guards the heavenly gate. The white tiger of the west guards the Xianmin, mysterious gate. The vermilion bird of the south guards the yellow gate. The black tortoise of the north guards the gate to the earth. With the gathering of forces from all directions and the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, we can withstand enemies from all sides." Fuxi seemed to be deep in thought and said, "It seems that you have more insights than I have." "No, it should be said that I am indebted to you. The yin and yang energies that entered my body before were of great help to me," Zhou Yin said. Fuxi smiled slightly at this. He too had benefited from Zhou Yin's words. "Brother Fuxi, brother Zhou Yin, you're awake." The Empress and Manhwa arrived from afar and were very pleased. Fuxi said, "The Empress seems to be very fond of you. If you are interested, I can ask the Empress what she thinks." "Ah, brother Fuxi, this is absolutely not possible. Well, how should I put it? I probably won't be able to stay here for very long. I shouldn't let her down," Zhou Yin replied. Fuxi looked at Zhou Yin carefully and said, "What is real and what is fake? What is illusory and what is real? How do you know for sure that it is a dream?" "What do you mean by that, brother Fuxi?" Zhou Yin sensed a hidden meaning in Fuxi's words. When he looked at him, Fuxi smiled mysteriously and offered no explanation. In the days that followed, Zhou Yin continued to discuss the profound principles of heaven and earth with Fuxi, learning some mysterious things from him. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time, he felt like he hadn't grasped anything at all. They learned from each other, and each learned a lot from the other. The Empress became even more attentive, and her gaze towards him became quite peculiar. It wasn't that Zhou Yin disliked her, but rather that he wasn't from this space, or perhaps not from this era. He cannot do something without a promise. He could only try to avoid the Empress and think about how to end this trial as soon as possible. After Fuxi, his understanding of Taiji and Bagua became increasingly profound. Although Zhou Yin played a part in this, it was mostly due to Fuxi's own talent and enlightenment. Fuxi imparted all his knowledge to him and began to create cultivation methods for the human race, hoping to strengthen the human race and free them from the harassment and attacks of ferocious beasts. In this primordial continent, the human race was still very weak. A single giant beast could devour an entire tribe, which was extremely bloody and cruel. Human tribes often faced the crisis of extinction. Fuxi's purpose in doing this was simply to make the human race stronger so that they would not become prey for these ancient alien species. This act is a great deed, and it has even deeper significance for the human race. Zhou Yin had never learned any martial arts techniques, but his knowledge of the body and his unique understanding of certain aspects were things that Fuxi did not possess. He began to help Fuxi perfect the most ancient cultivation method of the human race. Although it was slow, the two of them were tireless in their efforts and often forgot to eat and sleep. Displeased Manhwa and the Empress on several occasions. However, their physical strength is very strong, and the spiritual energy here is abundant. So even if they don't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, it won't have a significant impact on them. Time flew by, and within half a month, they had completed the first ancient scripture of the human race. However, Zhou Yin felt that ancient scriptures like these must be written down. So, he began to guide Fuxi, saying, "Ancient scriptures are often forgotten when passed down orally. It would be even better if they could be described in writing." "Writing, what is that?" Fuxi asked curiously. "It's about recording these things in visual form, and then having the whole clan learn and pass them down. Even if future generations forget them, as long as the written language remains, the tradition will not be broken." Zhou Yin said, "This is a great act." Fuxi was very pleased to hear this. So the two began to create a writing system. They started by drawing it on the ground, but Zhou Yin found that he couldn't write it using modern characters at all, as if he had forgotten them in his mind. This surprised him greatly. He knew it perfectly well, but he just couldn't write it down. He seemed to understand that the world did not yet allow such writing to exist, and that it had to evolve from the oldest writing system. In this way, the two of them would have to start creating the writing system. Zhou Yin could only suggest to Fuxi that they could describe the characters based on the shapes of animals. After determining the text, Zhou Yin suggested that it be engraved on the tortoise shell. Thus, the first set of oracle bone script was formed. The moment the ancient human scripture was completed, a golden light burst forth from the tortoise shell, forming golden characters. A seven-colored light enveloped the heavens and earth, falling upon the two of them. Zhou Yin and Fuxi once again entered a state of clarity, just like when Fuxi comprehended the Taiji Bagua before. This time, Zhou Yin returned to that chaotic space, and characters began to appear on the seven-colored ancient scroll, the very characters he and Fuxi had created. So this is how the ancient scroll was used. He seemed to understand something, but it doesn't feel that simple. This is because it was formed from his seven-colored lord's heart and the two energies of yin and yang. He always felt that something was missing, probably because it hadn't been filled in. He felt that if this ancient scroll were completed, it might be the moment he finished his trial. A profound realization welled up in his mind, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth transformed into a sea of spiritual energy, continuously flowing into his body. Fuxi was the same. The two of them were like two black holes, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The black tortoise beside it also benefited greatly, happily closing its eyes to enjoy the vast, ocean-like spiritual energy. A phoenix cry rang out, and a firebird circled the heavens and earth before finally arriving beside the two, where it began to enjoy the ocean of spiritual energy. Then, a giant azure dragon above the clouds sensed something, descended from the sky, shrank to a size of a few meters, and laid down beside the two. In the primeval forest, a white tiger with wings and bright eyes took flight and landed beside the two. They were very intelligent, and each stood guard on one side of the two, as if they were protecting them. After the four auspicious beasts fell asleep beside them, two Tai Chi formations formed from within their bodies. It eventually evolved into a Tai Chi diagram. Fuxi is the yin eye, Zhou Yin is the yang eye. The four sages guard the four directions. The Xianhuang of heaven and earth return to its proper place. The light of the heavenly Tao descends from heaven and earth, and all living beings in the prehistoric world inexplicably feel an extremely terrifying power emerging and reviving. Something extraordinary seems to have happened on the primordial continent. Chapter 51, Changes in the Primordial World. Zhou Yin seemed to have received some kind of enlightenment about the origin of the great Tao. This was an extremely fortunate opportunity that would bring him endless benefits. However, this enlightenment was too profound for him to comprehend at present. Even so, his physical changes were enormous. A vast amount of extreme yang energy circulated within his body. This energy was extremely pure and powerful. Before the creation of heaven and earth, there was a state of chaos. At the beginning of time, chaos transformed into yin and yang, which in turn gave rise to all things in the world. At this time, Fuxi was yin and Zhou Yin was yang. The Taiji yin and yang energies gathered the purest innate yin and yang energies between heaven and earth. It's important to understand that the world they are currently in is still in the nascent stage of creation, so these two forces are the original, innate forces, which are extremely precious. Two forces are constantly reshaping their bodies, making them stronger. Zhou Yan's physical body was changing, but more importantly, the picture in his mind was also undergoing a special transformation. The symbols and words in the painting seemed to have come to life, radiating an amazing light. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally awoke from their meditation. Zhou Yin immediately felt an inexhaustible power within his body, as if he could smash a mountain with a single punch. He felt a flow constantly moving within his body, operating autonomously along a special path. This should be the extreme yang energy, It is cultivating autonomously according to that technique. Zhou Yin was surprised. He didn't expect that the cultivation method he and Fuxi created seemed to have been recognized by some kind of Tao, becoming not only more perfect, but also extremely powerful. He looked at Fuxi and found that yin and yang energies flowed around Fuxi's body. The yin and yang energies merged to form a Taiji yin-yang bagua formation, which entered his body. Zhou Yin was immediately curious as to why he only possessed extreme yang energy, but not extreme yin energy. No wonder he didn't comprehend the Tai Chi formation diagram. He only felt a vast ocean of extreme yang energy. Fuxi opened his eyes, and what he gained far surpassed what Zhou Yin had achieved. After all, Fuxi was a man chosen by heaven, a child of destiny, and the progenitor of the human race. He transformed his snake body into legs and walked towards Zhou Yin, saying, "It seems we've both gained quite a bit this time. But I discovered a problem with my body. I only have extremely yang energy in my body, while you are able to balance yin and yang. Fortunately, I didn't find anything wrong with it." Zhou Yin voiced his doubts. "Everything in the world strives for balance. I'm not entirely sure myself yet, but there must be a reason. Don't worry, let's figure it out together." They were all beginners in cultivation and didn't know much about these things, so they could only study them slowly. "I've realized that our previous methods were correct, and I have a different perspective now." Fuxi gained a great deal, and being exceptionally intelligent, he quickly wrote down the next part of the technique on a tortoise shell, but it was still not perfect. Just as Fuxi finished writing, Zhou Yin discovered that the ancient scroll in his mind had also begun to supplement the subsequent parts of the cultivation technique, exactly the same as what Fuxi had written. This ancient scroll is extraordinary. The fact that it can be printed on proves that the technique is genuine. Congratulations to both of you brothers on your breakthroughs. The Empress came from afar, filled a pot with sweet mountain spring water using a clay tile, and brought it to the two of them. Seeing that Fuxi's snake body had turned into two legs, she asked curiously, "Brother Fuxi, how did you do that?" Fuxi told the Empress the method. After a moment of exploration, a flash of light appeared, and the Empress successfully transformed her snake body into two legs. "I have 2 feet now." The Empress laughed innocently and romantically, like a child. They returned to their tribe, and Fuxi taught Nuwa how to transform the snake's tail into 2 feet, which piqued Nuwa's curiosity. In the days that followed, Zhou Yin continued to work with Fuxi to refine the cultivation techniques, and he also passed on the written language to the people of the tribe and taught them cultivation methods, which indeed greatly improved their physical fitness. Because of Zhou Yan's presence, the tribe began to undergo tremendous changes. They started building wooden houses, raising poultry, and so on, and they learned how to cultivate the land better. However, Zhou Yin guided Fuxi to complete all of these tasks, because these were things that Fuxi would do next. He simply helped Fuxi finish them sooner. As time passed, their techniques became more and more refined, and the entire tribe grew stronger. 2 months later, the chieftain of the Feng tribe finally passed away, and passed the position of chieftain to Fuxi. Fuxi became the new clan leader. His era had finally begun. Another month later, a man from another tribe, critically injured, came to the tribe seeking help. A group of powerful beasts had arrived at their tribe and were slaughtering the entire tribe. Upon hearing this, Fuxi summoned all the men of his tribe to rescue that tribe. Zhou Yin naturally followed along. As soon as they arrived, they saw a group of giant beasts, 5 or 6 meters tall, trampling across the entire tribe, swallowing any people who were hiding whole. In the beginning of the primordial world, humans were food for these powerful beasts and were very weak. Hateful. A group of people were extremely angry, holding bronze weapons. This was naturally because of Zhou Yin, who had bronze weapons forged into swords. After several months of training, the Wind Clan members have become exceptionally powerful, capable of killing this strange beast single-handedly. A group of Wind Clan men leaped 10 or 20 meters away, gripping their enormous weapons, and smashed them down on the heads of these strange beasts. Puff! The beasts' heads were instantly smashed to pieces. These beasts were no match for them. With their superior strength, their tribe had long since stopped worrying about food. That's too strong. The people of the Yoqiong tribe stared wide-eyed at the Feng tribe's people, who were so powerful, with disbelief. Some even knelt down and shouted, "A god has descended." From then on, Fuxi ushered in the divine era for the human race. Fuxi gathered the Yoqiong people and brought them back to their tribe. In the time that followed, the strange beasts in the entire prehistoric world became unusually active, and there were frequent cases where human tribes were completely devoured by these beasts. Zhou Yin and Fuxi also sensed a certain change in the world, as if it were inevitable, or as if they were being controlled by some hand of fate. They all knew that a great upheaval was about to occur in the prehistoric world. So they sent people from their tribes to gather wandering tribes and bring them to the Fushi tribe. They had long heard of the deeds of the god Fushi, and without hesitation, they all chose to join the tribe. As the Fushi tribe grew stronger, so too did the changes in the primordial world. Author's note: I will end this process as soon as possible, but due to certain circumstances, this is something I have to write. Chapter 52, The Trial Ends. Sure enough, not long after, a terrible change occurred in the world, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open, and a powerful destructive force swept across the entire prehistoric continent. Zhou Yin already knew that this was probably a war between the Lich and Demon races, and that it was only after the war between the Lich and Demon races that the human race had hope of rising again. This great war lasted for a very long time, and the entire prehistoric continent was almost torn apart. However, no matter how fiercely the battle between the Wu and Yao tribes raged, the Fushi tribe remained unscathed and was not affected at all. Boom! No one knew how much time had passed when a tremendous roar shook the heavens and the earth, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart. Everyone came out to see what was happening and suddenly discovered that Mount Buzhou, which connected heaven and earth, was beginning to collapse. Oh no, a hole has appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked, because the collapse of Mount Buzhou had caused a crack in the sky, and this crack grew larger and larger over time. If things continue to develop like this, the entire prehistoric world may disappear. We must find a way, otherwise all living beings in the entire prehistoric world will be destroyed. Fushi spoke to Nuwa. Let's go take a look at Buzhou Mountain. Zhou Yin said. The entire tribe marched towards the foot of Buzhou Mountain, witnessing all sorts of apocalyptic scenes along the way. Even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had decreased by hundreds of times, making it incomparable to what it was before. Countless powerful beasts perished on the primordial continent, many of them ancient species. No one expected that even such powerful beasts would die. Various disasters struck the primordial continent: volcanic eruptions, floods, rivers changing course, and countless forests being burned by wildfires. They soon arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Although the entire mountain that connected heaven and earth had collapsed, it still towered into the clouds. What should we do? The crack in the sky is getting bigger and bigger. We need to think of a solution as soon as possible. Fushi and Nuwa were both very anxious. Zhou Yin saw some multicolored stones at the foot of Buzhou Mountain and said, "Pick up these stones and refine them. I seem to have seen these 5-colored divine stones before. They possess great power and the ability to change the world. Perhaps they really can stop the crack in the sky from continuing to expand." When Nuwa saw these 5-colored divine stones, she immediately realized something. Everyone picked them up together. We have to be quick, Zhou Yin said. The Wind tribe began searching for these stones that emitted multicolored light. They didn't know what these stones were for. They just knew to pick them up. Only Zhou Yin knew that this was a treasure, possessing extremely powerful abilities. They quickly collected a considerable number of 5-colored divine stones, so Zhou Yin shouted to the sky, "Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, come quickly." A phoenix cry resounded through the heavens, and the Vermilion Bird emitted beautiful divine fire. With a dragon's roar, a blue dragon soared through the clouds and descended from the high dragon. With a roar, the White Tiger charged forward with imposing grandeur. Xuanwu arrived riding on a stretch of seawater. The 4 sacred beasts shrunk to several meters in size and came before them. "Vermilion Bird, use your divine fire to refine the 5-colored divine stone, and be quick," Zhou Yin said. The Vermilion Bird nodded and spat out a divine fire from its mouth, which refined the 5-colored divine stones on the ground. Subsequently, Zhou Yin instructed the other 3 sacred beasts to guard the 5-colored divine stone. They formed a circular energy circle that enveloped the 5-colored divine stone. Soon, the 5-colored divine stone was completely refined and transformed into a 5-colored glow. "It must be sent to the sky," Zhou Yin said. "Let me do it." Fushi and Nuwa stepped forward at the same time. Zhou Yin said, "This matter must be handled by Nuwa. Only she can succeed. No one else can do it." "All right," Nuwa said. "You 4 sacred beasts will escort the 5-colored divine stone and Nuwa to the heavens." Zhou Yin said. The 4 sacred beasts nodded and took flight together, while Nuwa sat on the head of the Azure Dragon, heading towards the hole in the sky. However, the space in the sky was very unstable, and the air currents were extremely violent, which greatly hindered the 4 sacred beasts from ascending. Nuwa had no choice but to leave the 4 sacred beasts in midair, while she herself transformed into a divine light that enveloped the radiant glow formed from the 5-colored divine stones and headed alone toward the hole in the sky. Nuwa. Fushi was heartbroken and cried out, reaching out with both hands towards Nuwa as if trying to pull her back, but he could do nothing and could only watch helplessly as Nuwa disappeared into the crack in the sky. Farewell, my people, my friends, my love. Nuwa and the 5-colored rays of light burst forth with a powerful radiance, enveloping the entire cracked sky. The crack in the sky quickly healed, and she successfully mended the sky. The hole in the sky has been completely repaired. But the entire tribe was sad, and everyone had tears in their eyes. Sister Nuwa, the empress cried bitterly, finally sobbing in Zhou Yan's arms. Although Zhou Yan knew things would turn out this way, she couldn't help but shed tears. Nuwa took good care of him, just like an older sister. Nuwa sacrificed herself for the entire prehistoric continent, but Nuwa will not die. Zhou Yan was still sad because Nuwa and Fushi were also about to part ways. Sure enough, the next moment, a great power enveloped the sky, and Nuwa's illusory soul appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth were filled with peace and harmony, and beams of divine light descended. Wherever the light touched, the primordial continent, which had been destroyed by the war between the Lich King and the Demon King, was restored to its former glory. The earth is reuniting, the rivers are returning to the seas and lakes, and the forest fires have been extinguished, but the fallen Buzhou mountain can never be restored. Auspicious signs have appeared in heaven and earth. Nuwa has become a saint. Fushi exclaimed in surprise. But she still left me in the end. Fushi still understood that his marriage with Nuwa had come to an end. Nuwa attained sainthood and disappeared from the world. But everything she did for the prehistoric world will be remembered by future generations. The 4 divine beasts also received great merit and became the 4 divine beasts of heaven and earth. Although they are not saints, they hold a transcendent status, each guarding a part of the primordial world. As Zhou Yan was leaving, he looked in a certain direction and saw a 5-colored light descend from the sky and land on a mountain in the primordial wilderness. He smiled at this and did not interfere, because in his possession, there was also a 5-colored divine stone, the only one of its kind in the entire Buzhou mountain. Will Sister Nuwa come back? The Empress asked Zhou Yan. She will always be in our hearts, was the only answer Zhou Yan could give. Sister Nuwa has already left. I don't want you to leave, okay? The Empress gripped Zhou Yan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with expectation, leaving Zhou Yan at a loss for words. Unable to keep his promise, he could only remain silent. He kept asking himself, was this really just an illusion? Is this really just a trial? Is this really just the place where he received his inheritance? He didn't know how to answer the Empress, so this was the only answer he could give. After returning to his tribe, Fushi regained his former vigor and continued to lead the tribe to grow and prosper. However, at this time, the spiritual energy in the world was no longer as abundant as it had been before the Lich War, and their cultivation had become countless times slower. However, through Nuwa's attainment of sainthood, Fushi seemed to become increasingly wise. Without Zhou Yan's help, he was able to perfect many things, and some of them even surprised him greatly. The ancient scroll techniques in his mind were becoming more and more perfect, and it seemed that only the final step was needed. Indeed, those chosen by heaven will still shine with the brilliance of their era, even without their own presence. Zhou Yan witnessed a scene of a progenitor of humanity working hard for the sake of humankind. Zhou Yan followed Fushi to his side, working and striving alongside him for the sake of the entire human tribe, seemingly forgetting the purpose of his visit. He has already considered himself a member of this community. Until one day, several months later, Fushi had Zhou Yan and the Empress collect many tortoise shells and bring them to the room, where they carved the entire process of Nuwa mending the sky. The process of them helping each other was also carved piece by piece onto the tortoise shell, and the story ends with the 4 divine beasts carrying the 5-colored divine stone and Nuwa mending the sky. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from Zhou Yan's mind and from his ancient scroll, enveloping his entire being. He received a notification that he had completed the inheritance trial. A long time had passed since the beginning, and he had finally finished. But for some reason, Zhou Yan felt very reluctant to part with them and looked at the 2 people in front of him. You're leaving, aren't you? Fushi looked at Zhou Yan calmly, as if he had known this outcome all along. Brother Fushi, no need to say more, I understand. Actually, I've been very grateful to you these past few days. Fushi smiled at Zhou Yan, as if he were an elder showing him care and concern. Brother Fushi, is Zhou Yan really leaving? Just like Sister Nuwa, will we never see him again? The Empress's eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Empress, I'm sorry, I'm not from this era after all. You, forget about me. Zhou Yan's heart was breaking. He was also very reluctant to part with the Empress, this clingy little vixen who always liked to ask all sorts of questions and often came to his room at night to hug him while he slept. There were just too many wonderful memories. No, I don't want you to leave. The Empress wept bitterly, deeply saddened by the passing of her two closest loved ones. I told you, it's like an illusion. Yet how do you know it's all just a dream? Fushi looked at the two of them and said, you will eventually meet again, although it will take a long time. But the bridge of fate has brought you here, so how could it be broken so easily? Brother Fushi, are you saying that we can meet again, and that this place is not an illusion? Zhou Yan looked at him in surprise, the light emanating from him growing stronger and stronger. Remember, you must forever carry on the future of humanity. The human race depends on you for protection. We will meet again in the future. As the light faded, Zhou Yan finally disappeared, leaving the trial grounds and returning to the bridge in the inheritance hall. Chapter 53, Profession, Inheritor. Territory Notification. You have completed the inheritance trial and successfully changed your class to RRR level Profession, Inheritor. Territory Notification. You have successfully awakened your talent, Chaotic Extreme Yang Body. Territory Notification. You have successfully activated your aptitude. Your current aptitude is RRR level. Territory Notification. Special quest item obtained. 5-colored Divine Stone. Territory Notice. He's finally back. Looking around, I realized that I was still on the endless wonders of the Temple of Inheritance. He looked up at the void. The golden black hole had vanished. The legacy has been acquired by him and will never be repeated. Fushi said we could meet again. Could this not be a dream? Thinking of this, his eyes burned with passion and he clenched his fists. He wasn't sure either, because this Temple of Inheritance was just too peculiar. It's not impossible that the temple would transport him to the prehistoric era of Earth, where he would meet Fushi. In Earth's memory, Fushi, Manhwa, and others are all legendary figures. Later generations only have their legends, and no one knows where they went. Where did you all go? Zhou Yan fell into deep thought. This experience made him feel that there seemed to be some kind of connection between the Kanglan continent, the Lord World, Earth, and even other planets and continents. To uncover the truth and find out the whereabouts of Fushi and the others, the only way is to continuously become stronger. Zhou Yan raised his head and looked at the void, saying, Empress, are you still here now? In the distant void, in a mysterious space, within a peculiar building, inside a crystal and white jade coffin, lies a woman, seemingly immersed in endless ages. For a fleeting moment, this woman seems to stir. I feel incredibly strong. Zhou Yan discovered that he was now much stronger than before, and he opened his attribute list. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, China, formerly known as the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 10. Upgrade required, 1,500 soul coins. Charm, 21. Lucky, 21. Strength, 141.9. Physical fitness, 120. Agility, 121.3. Spirit, 124.2. Free attribute points, 0. Reputation, 300. Occupation, inheritor, bearing the responsibility of inheriting humanity's legacy and protecting the future, capable of learning all skills. Talent, chaotic extreme yang body. Skill, S-rank 7-star sword technique. Qualification, RRR. Technique, RRR, yin-yang creation technique. Realm, martial arts level 15, all attributes plus 20%. Equipment, detailed list. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit have all increased by 100 points. Charm and luck also increased by 10 points. Zhou Yan was speechless. The improvement was too great, making him somewhat incredulous. No wonder I feel several times stronger than before. The improvement in these attributes is simply terrifying. This must be the benefit gained from the trial grounds. He gained so many benefits this time, and this was just in terms of physical attributes. There were many other things that he couldn't explain in a short time. He only knew that there were still many things in his mind, waiting for him to explore them. In particular, the ancient scroll in his mind contained not only the book, the Yin-Yang Creation Manual, but also many other patterns. Patterns of various primordial beasts, the written symbols he created with Fushi and others, and images from the time of mending the sky were all imprinted on it. These all represent something about all things in the world, and cannot be left on ancient scrolls casually. He felt that the ancient scroll was not so simple, but he couldn't see anything else about it for the time being. He could only wait until he became stronger before making any decisions. Territory notification. You are the first lord to successfully change class in this newcomer trial. You are rewarded with 100 reputation points. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? There are also reputation rewards. Zhou Yin clicked no. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, lord unknown, nationality unknown. The first to complete the class change will receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, lord unknown, nationality unknown. The first to complete the class change will receive 100 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, lord unknown, nationality unknown. The first to complete the class change will receive 100 reputation points. The entire newcomer trial was once again plunged into a state of shock. They firmly believed that the person who successfully changed jobs was the same mysterious person from before. They all expressed envy, jealousy, and resentment towards this. International channels and channels from various countries are all discussing this announcement. This mysterious person has been on TV for the 4th time. Why is he being so secretive? If he's so capable, he should just reveal his name. It might not be the same person as before. You all think that the 4 announcements are made by the same person, but I think the world is so big, there must be many lucky people. Maybe it's actually 4 different people. That makes sense. This announcement will only be made to the first place winner. Those who come in second place and below have no chance of appearing on TV. There is a high probability that the person who successfully changed jobs this time is another mysterious person. No matter what, this guy must be incredibly strong to have reached level 10 and completed the job change in such a short time. At level 3, I can only develop quietly. It's only been 7 days, and someone has already completed the job change. That's terrifying. Zhou Yin stayed in the trial grounds for a long time, but only 3 days had passed there. Zhou Yin emerged from the inheritance temple and checked the time. 3 days had passed since he entered the temple. The trial grounds lasted for a full 300 days, roughly 10 months. In 10 months, he seemed to have grown a lot, gaining experiences that most people might not be able to achieve in more than 10 years. He walked towards the spiritual bamboo house. Jiao Chan had just returned from the spiritual field, carrying a basket of vegetables and fruits. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, she quickly ran over and happily said, "You're finally out. You've had a hard time these past 3 days. Has anything too serious happened?" Zhou Yin asked. Nothing else happened. Everything went very smoothly, and the monster siege didn't last long today. These monsters don't pose much of a threat to us. Afterwards, Jiao Chan briefly recounted what had recently happened in her territory, and that nothing of great importance had been discovered. However, as time went on, the number of monsters attacking the territory also increased. There are already more than 5,000 monsters today. Chapter 54, The Addition of 3 Defensive Towers. 5,000, Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. So many. We didn't expect so many monsters to appear, but these monsters are all low level, the highest being only level 6. They're just giving us soul coins. Jiao Chan replied. He naturally had great confidence in his territory. Whether it was the various defensive buildings or the thorny vine fence, they were all able to firmly keep the monsters out. The key is that they now have 5 defensive towers, and each one is very powerful. He looked at his soul coins. In 3 days, they had accumulated to nearly 200,000. So many soul coins, 200,000. Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. These past few days we've been taking people out to hunt monsters. Zhenmi and I each take turns leading a group for a day. Today it's Zhenmi's turn to lead the group out, so I'll stay here to guard the territory. Jiao Chan replied. Very good, very good. 200,000 soul coins are enough for him to do a great deal. In order to better protect his territory, he immediately went to the barracks of the white-robed ghost general. Arrive at the altar and begin summoning soldiers. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed sergeant. Has a young player finally emerged? Zhou Yin looked at the sergeant's attributes and found that they were only slightly higher than those of an ordinary soldier, but not by much. He summoned a total of 20 white-robed ghost soldiers, this time, and raised their levels to 10, spending a total of 120,000 soul coins, leaving him with more than 80,000 soul coins. The population of his territory has increased to 68. He had the 20 soldiers train on their own, and then left. We've collected all the spiritual spring water from the past few days. If we don't sell it soon, we'll probably have nothing left to store it. Jiao Chan seemed to have thought of something and said to Zhou Yan, "Let me see if there are any water tanks or anything like that. If there are, I'll buy some. The spiritual spring has a fixed daily output, and this stuff sells very well. There's never any worry about the market. The main reason is that he can't use it all up internally right now. If he doesn't even have enough for his own territory, he's unlikely to sell it. As the number of people increases, the territory will need more and more spiritual spring water, and he now needs a lot of funds. Every time he sees the prices of the items in the mysterious shop, he feels depressed. However, after planting the spiritual fruits, he could easily become rich by selling them. Jiao Chan has stored up quite a lot these days, just waiting for him to take it to sell. Jiao Chan had been keeping an eye on the mysterious shop these past few days, because when he entered the inheritance, he had already given Jiao Chan the authority to manage the territory, so Jiao Chan could use all the functions within the territory. In the past few days, Jiao Chan bought everything that was helpful to them from the mysterious shop, and naturally ignored anything she couldn't afford. 3 more defensive towers have appeared. Zhou Yan noticed that 3 new defensive towers had appeared around his territory. These are all rewards obtained after the 3-day trial ended, all opened by Sister Zhenmei. I have to say, her luck is really amazing. Jiao Chan was also very happy. What her territory lacked now was defensive towers, and each defensive tower could better protect the territory. 3 defensive towers, 1 flame tower, 1 blade tower, and 1 poison gas tower. Jiao Chan upgraded them all to level 20. Flame tower. Needless to say, they had already acquired one. Zhou Yan mainly looked at the information on the other 2 defensive towers. Building, blade tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 spirit coins, 51-star gold mines. Quality, S, 0 to 1. Upgrade required, 1 blade tower. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Special attribute 1. Unleashes a barrage of blade attacks on enemies. Special attribute 2. Can unleash a celestial sword every 2 hours, dealing devastating damage to enemies. Attack range, 100 meters. Description, everything will be destroyed by the blade. This defensive tower is pretty good. Its normal attack is an area of effect attack, similar to the storm tower, but its power is definitely not as great as the storm tower. Because the storm tower is an SSS quality building, the second skill is very effective against some high-level monsters. This move is clearly a single target attack, and although the range is small, its power is definitely stronger. He looked at another defensive tower. Architecture, poison gas tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 60,000 spirit coins, 100 poison sacks from monsters of level 2 or higher. Quality, SS, 0/2. Upgrade required, 2 poison gas towers. Defense, 20,000/20,000. Special attribute 1. Releases a cloud of poison mist, inflicting poison damage on enemies. Special attribute 2. Can release poison powder every 30 minutes, which can slow down enemies. Attack range, 200 meters. Description, a defensive tower filled with deadly poison, said to have been created by a group of evil beings. This is a defensive tower with negative status effects, and it's also an area of effect defensive tower, which is quite good. It makes me really want to see what it would be like to see a group of monsters being hit by the poison gas tower. The poisonous fog from this gas tower is extremely potent. Any monsters that fall into its range will be poisoned and die. Jiao Chan recalled yesterday's battle. Let's see how powerful it is tomorrow, Zhou Yan said, also curious. They arrived at the spirit spring, where the spring water for the day had not yet been used. Zhou Yan opened the trading hall and discovered that Lord, Little Darling, was no longer selling bamboo. So he took the initiative to add the other person as a friend. In a certain part of the newbie trial space, she saw a friend's notification and clicked agree. Territory notification, successfully added Little Darling as a friend. Little Darling was very curious and opened the information of the friend named Heavenly Court. Everything is hidden except for the territory name. She was curious why this person had added her, and just as she was about to speak, she saw the other person take the initiative to speak. Zhou Yan, hello, why aren't you selling bamboo anymore? Bamboo. Upon hearing this, Lord, Little Darling, immediately asked, are you the one who bought my bamboo before? Yes, that's me. I need a lot of bamboo. Do you have any left in stock? Zhou Yan asked. I only canceled the order because I noticed you hadn't bought anything for 3 days and I thought you didn't want it anymore. The other party replied. The price is the same. I'll take as many as you have, Zhou Yan replied. The other party was initially surprised, but then became happy, as this would definitely allow her to obtain a considerable amount of spirit coins to develop her territory. Okay, no problem. Little Darling then opened the trade window, which displayed thousands of bamboo stalks. He also asked, "Can you eat it?" Without saying a word, Zhou Yin transferred spirit coins to the other party. After the transaction was completed, Little Darling sent a message. "So cool. Keep cutting bamboo. I still need quite a bit more," Zhou Yin said, ending the chat. Chapter 55, Sell, Sell, Sell. After obtaining the bamboo, Zhou Yin instructed the 20 white-robed ghost soldiers to fill all the bamboo with spiritual spring water. He reopened the trading hall and began searching for the large water tank, only to find that it was not there. He didn't necessarily want to buy the water tank, but he felt that storing some spiritual spring water in advance would definitely be beneficial in the future. Let me send this message to the world and see if anyone has it. Offering sacrifices at the altar can yield all sorts of bizarre items, from powerful techniques and equipment to tiny socks and underwear. If you can imagine it, the altar has it. National Chat Channel. Looking to buy a large water tank, the bigger the better. DM me if you have one. He had just sent a message when his spirit coins were deducted. Every word he said cost him a small amount of money. The message had barely been sent out when someone burst out laughing. "Haha, my friend, are you kidding me? What do you need a big water tank for? Are you going to put your tadpoles in it? Maybe it's for bathing. People in some places like to bathe in water tanks, don't they? It could be used to store soil. Forget it. I should just bury myself in the jar. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I smashed 2 of them yesterday. It's a miracle that someone actually wants this thing. It's probably used to raise fish." A group of bored people always like to criticize and gossip. Zhou Yin thought no one else was there, but he saw several private messages he had received. An anonymous lord asked directly, "How much?" "One costs 100 spirit coins or more, depending on the size of the jar," Zhou Yin replied. The price he offered was absolutely reasonable, because this thing really wasn't very useful. They'd even complain about it taking up space in their warehouse. The other party immediately started a deal with him, setting out 3 large vats. Zhou Yin was surprised. He hadn't expected there to be 3 of these people. The 3 tanks were all different sizes. He gave the other party 600 spirit coins, and the other party readily sold them to him. He opened the second private message, and the other party immediately sent him a message. 10,000 for one. I only have one. Without saying a word, Zhou Yin blocked the other party. Did this guy think he was stupid? Selling a tank for 10,000 yuan. Only someone with a screw loose would buy it. He then bought several more tanks from other people, and some guys tried to take advantage of the situation to raise the price, but Zhou Yin closed the transaction without saying a word. "I just bought a tank, and I still encountered so many oddballs." Placed the dozen or so jars he had bought on the ground, then lifted the largest jar with one hand and placed it into the spiritual spring, before lifting it up with the other hand. He didn't feel much weight because his strength was simply too abnormal. A strength of over 100 points is indeed terrifying. Tearing Japanese soldiers apart with bare hands would be a piece of cake. Jiao Chan looked on in surprise. Zhou Yin had carried it with just one hand, and it looked so easy for him. Then, Zhou Yin tossed the water vat into the air. With a splash, the vat flew more than 10 meters into the air from the spiritual spring, leaving the people around him stunned. This power, it's become so strong. Jiao Chan was extremely surprised. She never expected that Zhou Yan's strength would become so terrifying after receiving the inheritance. She was curious about that Temple of Inheritance. Zhou Yin said that all people in the territory can enter to undergo the inheritance trial and strengthen their own power. She wanted to become stronger, to protect this territory, and had endless expectations for the Temple of Inheritance. Zhou Yin filled the water tank completely and then placed it into the treasure room. After doing all that, he started selling the spiritual spring water. As soon as it was put on the shelves, those who had heard about it immediately snapped it up, afraid that if they were a second late, someone else would snatch it away. They were really competing to see who could buy the items faster, so Zhou Yin only needed to be responsible for listing them. He listed dozens of sets at a time, so that more people could buy them and the same person wouldn't buy them all. One should always be kind and considerate. He discovered that the Lord of Little Darling had sent him a message asking, "Did you sell this spirit spring water?" "Yes, it's me." The other party had just sold him bamboo when the spiritual spring water appeared. It's easy to make the connection, and there's nothing wrong with knowing that. "Could you sell me 2 cans? I'll trade you bamboo for them," the other party asked. "Okay," Zhou Yin replied. In barter transactions, both parties have to pay a small transaction fee, which can be considered a delivery fee for both. It's not much, starting from a minimum of 10 spirit coins, and he doesn't care about this small amount at all. Quite a few spirit coins by selling Zhou Yin bamboo. Although it is nothing to others, it means a lot to her. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Yin carefully looked at the messages Qin Yao had sent him in the past few days. They were mostly requests to buy food. but he hadn't been online for the past few days and hadn't replied. He replied, "Yes, something came up these past few days and I haven't been able to check messages. Please forgive me." After a while, Qin Yao replied to him, "Big brother, I'm really afraid you'll cut off my food supply." At this stage, only Zhou Yin can provide her with so much food. If she were to buy it separately from the trading hall, she would have to pay at least twice the price. "No, I really have something to do," Zhou Yin said. This kind of deal is very beneficial to both parties, so he wouldn't give up such a big client. As he spoke, Zhou Yin opened the trade window again and filled it with a bunch of monster corpses. He had too many of these monster corpses, and it was time to clean them up. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Yin received another 1,000,000 spirit coins. Qin Yao's warehouse had limitations, so she couldn't buy too much at once and had to stock up every 2 or 3 days. Dragon Knights, aside from anything else, have an absolutely terrifying appetite, but for the sake of development, they have to be summoned, provided there is enough food to feed them. "Do you still have spirit strawberry? I'm craving it again." Qin Yao asked again. "I have spirit apples, spirit bananas, spirit dragon fruit, spirit pears, and other fruits. Which one do you want?" Zhou Yin asked. "I want them all, 100 of each kind." Qin Yao was incredibly envious. It was so nice to have a spiritual field. You could eat this kind of spiritual fruit anytime, anywhere. However, she was also quite happy because she was able to buy directly from the other party. Others who want to buy it don't even have a channel to do so. No problem. Zhou Yin put in dozens of kinds of fruits, but each kind of spiritual fruit could only be stacked up to 99 times. Envious. Actually seeing these spiritual fruits, Qin Yao couldn't help but utter 2 more words. She began to explain the specific prices to Zhou Yin, and each price was based on the market price. Qin Yao was not lying about this. Zhou Yin memorized the prices of these spiritual fruits one by one. He had a lot of spiritual fruits, and he could grow quite a few every day. The dozens of spiritual fruits earned him another 3,000,000 spiritual coins. This is how fast a lord with a spirit field can make money. Chapter 56, The Spirit Fruit Scandal. He opened the trading hall and started listing spirit fruits. A spirit strawberry for 440 spirit coins, a spirit apple for 660 spirit coins, and a spirit orange for 330 spirit coins. Of course, it's impossible to sell them one by one. That would be too time-consuming. He sells them in groups of 10. Territory notification. National Trading Hall, selling 10 spirit strawberries, earning 4,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall, sold 10 spirit apples, received 6,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall, sold 10 spirit oranges, earned 3,000 spirit coins. The dozens of kinds of fruit had only been hanging up for a short time when they were all bought up again. Moreover, the number of people following him surged again, increasing by 100,000 in a short time, which surprised him greatly. Zhou Yin opened the chat room, and sure enough, it was full of people talking about him. National chat room. Holy crap, spirit fruits are actually being sold in the trading hall. I'm incredibly lucky. These must be grown in spirit fields, otherwise there wouldn't be such a large yield. This is insane. The spirit fruits were snapped up in less than 3 minutes, and the worst part is that I didn't even get one in my group. Brother, can't you just show your name? I can't add you as a friend like this. Is there any spiritual spring water left? I can't get any, it's gone too fast. That guy is incredibly lucky. He sold spirit spring water before, and now he's selling spirit fruits. My God. The total value of what he bought today has reached 10,000,000 spirit coins. Is this what a capitalist is like? Damn capitalists. Hee. You don't hate capitalists, you hate that you're not capitalists. Upstairs. Who told you to tell the truth? Why don't you dare reveal the name of your territory, you big shot? Based on my careful observation, I have a strong reason to suspect that he is the mysterious person who appeared on TV. Think about it. This mysterious lord hasn't put spiritual spring water on the market for 3 days. Today, a job change announcement happened, and then he started selling spiritual spring water and spiritual fruits. In the past few days, I have a strong reason to believe that he was definitely carrying out a job change quest. That makes a lot of sense, but they've hidden all the information, and you're only suspicious. Zhou Yin didn't expect that many people would start to suspect that he was connected with the person who completed the job change mission. Once a person becomes famous, they will be subjected to all sorts of harassment. If he hadn't hidden his territory and name, he would probably be bombarded with all sorts of information by now. Not long after, Qin Yao messaged Lord, Little Darling, to ask him if he was the one who completed the job change quest. Zhou Yin replied, "Guess." The 2 women were speechless. However, they guessed that the other person was the one who had completed the job change quest. Qin Yao quickly replied, Not bad, not bad. At least they know that it was someone from our divine dragon kingdom who completed the job change quest. 100 reputation points. That's a good thing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately became interested, but he suspected that Qin Yao had deliberately told him about the reputation. Since the other party doesn't know his true identity, he can still keep a low profile. He quickly asked, "What's the use of reputation?" After hearing Zhou Yan's answer, Qin Yao was completely certain that Zhou Yin was the one who had completed the job change quest. She never imagined that Zhou Yin would be on television 4 times. Reputation is extremely difficult to obtain. The only relatively easy way is through the annual newcomer trial. Once you reach the Lord's world, you'll have to compete with people all over the world for prestigious events. Just imagine how difficult that is. The biggest benefit of reputation is that you can exchange it for special items. You'll be able to exchange them after the newbie trial ends. As for what you can exchange for, that's up to you to decide. Qin Yao told Zhou Yin everything she knew. Zhou Yin then realized the benefits of reputation. Reputation is indeed a valuable asset, as it can be exchanged for items of SSS quality or higher, such as special buildings, cultivation techniques, and skills, all rare and highly sought-after treasures. But these things are not very meaningful to Zhou Yin. His territory is full of special buildings. As for cultivation techniques and skills, although the mysterious shop does not have any cultivation techniques yet, they will appear sooner or later. He bought quite a few good items, and I'm sure even better items will be available in the future. Therefore, he needs to make more money now. Otherwise, he will really lose a lot of money if he can't afford to buy the good items that are available. The items in the mystery shop are priced far below market value. Even if you don't need them yourself, you can still make a good amount of money by selling them to others. His spirit coins have now exceeded 10 million and are heading towards 20 million. It looks like a lot, but it's far from enough to show for truly good stuff. He had previously refreshed the mystery shop, with many items priced over tens of millions. So for truly wealthy people, this amount of money is just a drop in the ocean. After selling the spiritual spring water and some spiritual fruits, he planned to sell another batch of equipment. Upon seeing the extra silver equipment in the warehouse, Zhou Yin asked in surprise, "Choner, where did this silver equipment come from?" "Good heavens, I've only been gone a few days and I already have over 100 pieces of silver equipment. These were all crafted by the dwarves. They've been eating spirit fruits, spirit rice, and spirit spring water these past few days, and their strength has increased considerably. It's just that Jerry keeps asking me to ask you for materials. These dwarves are really energetic, forging equipment nonstop all day long." Sigh. Jiao Chan was both pleased and helpless. These dwarves were incredibly enthusiastic about forging equipment, working feverishly every day. That's a good thing, but high-grade ores are hard to come by. Silver-level equipment requires at least 3-star ores to craft. The newbie trial isn't over yet, so there probably aren't many left in the world. Si Tung and the others haven't been equipped with silver-level gear yet, have they? Zhou Yin asked. They were already equipped, and these are the leftovers. Jerry even specially made a complete silver set for you as a thank you. Diao Chan said. Oh, they've produced so much equipment in just a few days. Zhou Yin was very surprised. We organized a group of people to go to the goblin mines to mine ore again yesterday. Otherwise, we would have been driven crazy by these dwarves. Since Jiao Chan couldn't buy ore in the trading hall, this was the only way she could do it. I'll figure out a way to get this ore. Chapter 57, The Frenzy of Buying Ore. Zhou Yin opened the treasure room and saw a complete set of silver armor. He began to check its attributes. Equipment, black iron battle blade. Quality, silver. Durability, 80/80ths. Attribute 1, strength plus 15. Attribute 2, critical hit chance plus 6. Attribute 3, ignore defense plus 1. Equipment requirements, strength 20. Description, created by the dwarves. It's a decent silver weapon, much better than the one he has. The key is that it also comes with 6 pieces of silver armor and a set bonus. They are black iron helmet, black iron gauntlets, black iron armor, black iron belt, black iron leggings, and black iron boots. Equipment, black iron helmet. Quality, silver. Durability, 85/85ths. Attribute 1, defense plus 18. Attribute 2, spirit plus 2. Attribute 3, reduces spell damage by 2%. Equipment requirements, spirit 20. Description, one of the black iron set items, wearing 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron gauntlets. Quality, silver. Durability, 90/90ths. Attribute 1, defense plus 10. Attribute 2, strength plus 10. Attribute 3, increases strength by an additional 2 points. Equipment requirements, strength 20. Description, one of the black iron set items, wearing 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron armor. Quality, silver. Durability, 80/80ths. Attribute 1, defense plus 20. Attribute 2, constitution plus 2. Attribute 3, reduces physical damage by 5%. Equipment requirements, strength 20, constitution 20. Description, one of the black iron set items, wearing 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron belt. Quality, silver. Durability, 80/80ths. Attribute 1, defense plus 10. Attribute 2, constitution plus 5. Attribute 3, stamina recovery plus 5%. Equipment requirements, spirit 20. Description, one of the black iron set items, wearing 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron leggings. Quality, silver. Durability, 75/75ths. Attribute 1, defense plus 15. Attribute 2, agility plus 3. Attribute 3, speed increased by 2%. Equipment requirements, agility 20. Description, one of the black iron set items, wearing 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron boots. Quality, silver. Durability, 100/100. Attribute 1, defense plus 20. Attribute 2, agility plus 5. Attribute 3, swift shadow, speed increased by 20%, duration 1 minute, cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment requirements, agility 20. Description, one of the black iron set items, wearing 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Each piece has excellent attributes, and 6 pieces of armor can provide an additional 20 points of defense, 6 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, 3 points of agility, and 1 point of spirit. This set of equipment focuses on increasing strength. After Zhou Yin put on this set of equipment, his attributes increased significantly again. Total equipment attribute bonuses, strength plus 43, agility plus 21, constitution plus 22, spirit plus 3, defense plus 113, critical hit plus 6, ignore defense plus 1, magic damage reduction 2%, physical damage reduction 5%, stamina regeneration plus 5%, speed increase 2%. He then equipped the 20 white-robed ghost soldiers he had just summoned with usable gear. Although he also wanted to provide everyone in the entire territory with a set of silver armor, he was currently lacking the materials. Even if the newcomer trial has high-level materials, they are very expensive because the newcomer trial is in a separate trial space and can only be traded between newcomer lords. As Zhou Yin pondered this, he arrived at the Divine Weapon Workshop. Jingle bells. Amidst the deafening clanging of metal, Zhou Yin could see from afar that the dwarves were intently and diligently forging equipment, unaware of their approach. "Jerry," Zhou Yin called out. Upon hearing the sound, Jerry looked around. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly appeared before him, saying, "Lord, you've finally come out. We're running low on ore. Could you find a way to get us some high-grade, or preferably 3-star, or higher?" Zhou Yin smiled wryly. They had just met, and were already talking about, or even more concerned about it than he, the Lord, was. He was filled with excitement to have such a group of diligent and conscientious dwarves earning money and acquiring equipment for him. Zhou Yin put his hand on Jerry's shoulder and laughed. "Don't worry, there will be steamed buns and meat too." "Lord, I want ore, not buns or meat. I'm not hungry right now," Jerry replied earnestly. Zhou Yin's expression froze. "That's just cultural difference. Okay, I'll buy it for you right away." Zhou Yin opened the trading hall. They started searching for iron ore. 1-star iron ore is currently priced at around 30 spirit coins per piece, while the market price outside is only 10 spirit coins, making it 3 times more expensive here. Some unscrupulous lords even sold them for 50 spirit coins each. Forging a black iron weapon requires at least 5 pieces of ore, including costs, labor, etc. It takes about 400 spirit coins to break even. Black iron equipment in the Lord's continent is generally around 500 spirit coins. Even if the other party sells it for 50 spirit coins per piece, there is still a considerable profit. In addition, equipment is extremely scarce in the trial grounds. Even if a piece of black iron equipment sells for 800, there will definitely be someone who wants it. Territory notice. National Trading Hall. Purchase 1-star black iron ore, spirit coins minus 30. Territory notice. National Trading Hall. Purchase 1-star black iron ore for minus 45 spirit coins. Territory notice. National Trading Hall. Purchase 1 1-star black iron ore, cost minus 40 spirit coins. He started frantically buying up refining materials. Anyway, once these ores were made into equipment, they would sell for at least double the price, since they didn't have any refiners right now. He swept through the 1-star iron ore mines, and then moved on to other 1-star ores. Since all these ores could be used to forge equipment, he was not short of money and had enough capital to buy them all. Then there are 2-star ores, which are much more expensive than 1-star ores. 2-star iron ore usually sells for about 100 spirit coins per piece, and he buys it directly as long as the price fluctuates around 50 spirit coins. Finally, there were Samsung's ores. The price of Samsung's ores ranged from 500 to 1,000 depending on the type. He roughly calculated that he could make money from all of them, and bought all the ores again. The disappearance of ore from the trading hall naturally attracted a lot of attention. Chapter 58, The Equipment Selling Scandal. National Chat Room. Shocking. All the ores in the trading hall have been sold out. Who could have done this? This is insane. I'm absolutely certain it was all done by the same person. Could someone have learned weapon crafting? Could it be the first person to change jobs? If he changed jobs to weapon crafter, that would be really unwise. Shouldn't we have switched to a combat profession? Why did we switch to the weapon refiner profession? I think that guy switched to weapon refiner just to make some money. After all, there's so little equipment available now, and people are asking to buy equipment every day. I just chuckled. With so much money to buy such a huge amount of, or would they be short of money? You guys are really short-sighted. However, this proves one thing. That person is from our divine dragon kingdom. Didn't any of you calculate how many spirit coins that guy spent to buy these ores? He's fucking rich. Let's chat here. Look at the international trading channel. That guy has started buying ore like crazy in the international trading hall. Can he even process all that ore? The new lords all over the world were indeed shocked. Seeing the ore in the international trading hall constantly decreasing, they were all curious about which country was buying it. While an individual may not have much ore, with so many new lords around the world, someone is bound to acquire some. When all these ores are added together, the total amount becomes quite substantial. Seeing that people were buying, those who had or started putting it up for sale in the international trading hall. Most people set a reasonable price range, although some deliberately set a high price, but Zhou Yin didn't buy any. He's not a sucker. Only a fool would do something that doesn't make a profit. Later, when these people saw that Zhou Yin hadn't bought their ore, they quickly changed the price to the market price, because they also lacked spirit coins to develop their territory. 90% of the ores in the entire newcomer territory have ended up in Zhou Yin's pocket. This made Zhou Yin very happy. They were all such good people. Many people will buy them back at higher prices, but they won't know that they sold these ores to themselves. International Chat Room. Many people want to know the information of the person who wants to buy ore. Some say they have a lot of ore and want to trade with him, while others have other motives. Zhou Yin ignored him. Someone did mention that he was from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, but that's not a big deal. With so many lords in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, who would know who he is? But as soon as those foreign lords heard that he was from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, they immediately began to hurl insults at him, saying very unpleasant things. Zhou Yin was very unhappy. You guys are not convinced, are you? Then I'll disgust you. In return for your support, I plan to price the equipment at 2 to 3 times the market price. Zhou Yin smiled and began listing equipment. He placed a piece of black iron equipment in the international trading hall and set the price at 1,500 spirit coins. This is almost the price of a bronze-grade piece of equipment. But he just wanted to annoy them, and then he would use the ore they sold to him to resell it to them at several times the price. Territory notification. National Trading Hall sold black iron weapon steel knife, earned 1350 spirit coins. He underestimated how much these guys craved equipment. You have to pay more. The price was set at 2,000 spirit coins, which is already the price of bronze equipment. Sure enough, no one bought it at that price. He listed 10 pieces of black iron equipment, each priced at 2,000 spirit coins. Then, he listed 10 more bronze equipment items, each priced at 18,888 spirit coins. Each piece of equipment costs about 4 or 5 times the market price. After that, he felt he needed to add some serious flair, so he put up 3 of the worst-performing silver-grade equipment for sale, priced at 1 million spirit coins. This price is outrageous enough. Selling a piece of silver equipment for 1 million is practically robbery. It's basically saying, I already have silver equipment. What equipment do you guys have? He wouldn't be so angry if these bastards hadn't targeted him, insulted him, and even escalated the issue to the entire country. He even made a point of revealing his nationality on the information he was selling, Shenlong Kingdom. That's all the information he showed. There's nowhere else to look it up. Sure enough, When those people saw the equipment he was selling, they were all shocked. How is this possible? How could this guy from the Divine Dragon Kingdom have so much equipment to sell? What the hell does this guy do? He even has silver-level equipment. Damn it. He definitely has more equipment than that. I should have known better than to sell him the ore. What a mistake. You don't represent everyone. Right now, everyone is short of spirit coins. If you don't sell, someone else will. You guys from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, if you have the guts, reveal the name of your territory and your identity information. After the newbie trial, I will definitely destroy your territory. Selling a piece of silver equipment for 1 million spirit coins? They must be crazy. A group of foreign lords felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment. They were all saying bad things about Zhou Yin, entirely because the equipment wasn't theirs. They were unhappy, very unhappy, and only by venting their frustrations could they feel a little better. But when the people of Shenlong Kingdom saw that the equipment was sold by people from their country, they were all very proud and said, "Well done, guys. Look at those foreigners, they're green with envy. These foreigners are just envious and jealous. It's so satisfying. Hey bro, can you add me as a friend? We're both from the Divine Dragon Kingdom. I'd like to buy a few pieces of equipment, not too many, just 10 pieces of silver equipment will do. Hey bro, I'm a girl and I don't have a boyfriend yet. I have a really good impression of you. Can we be friends? I'm willing to do anything with you. I have a batch of ore. If you're interested, you can contact me privately. I'm not selling, but we can barter. Brother, could you sell some equipment in your country's trading hall? You can message me privately, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." After reviewing the chat, Zhou Yin found the people who wanted to buy equipment and messaged them directly. "How many pieces of equipment do you need, and what quality?" The other party quickly replied, "I'll take as many as you have, and the price is negotiable." Zhou Yin replied, "Black iron equipment costs 1,000 spirit coins per piece, and bronze equipment costs 15,000 spirit coins per piece. Just tell me the quantity you want." "Brother, the price is no problem. Can we be friends? I'll buy all your equipment. If you have any good stuff in the future, you can sell it to me first." After sending the message, the other party revealed their territory name, which was Guhi Dal, and also submitted a friend request. Chapter 59, added a few friends. Zhou Yin clicked confirm, but the other party then asked, "We're friends now, why don't you even share your personal information? Can't people trust each other at all?" "We only do transactions, we don't talk about anything else," Zhou Yin replied. Okay, friendships start with a series of transactions. The other person has an optimistic personality and was not bothered by Zhou Yin's indifference. After that, Zhou Yin placed 99 pieces of black iron equipment and 99 pieces of bronze equipment on it. Lonely Blade in the Sea was clearly stunned for a moment, rubbed his titanium alloy glasses, and took another serious look. Holy crap, so much equipment. He was stunned. Could this really be the person who switched to the weapon refiner profession? Lonely Blade in the Sea was clearly very excited. "Were you the first person to switch jobs? Did you switch to the profession of weapon refiner? Did you forge these equipment?" Lonely Blade in the Sea is like a curious child, bombarding us with questions. "Do you still want the equipment? If not, I'll look for someone else." After saying that, Zhou Yin terminated the transaction. Clearly the other party had said too much. "Big brother. Boss. Grandfather. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. I know that big shots are mysterious. Please give me another chance. I will never ask any more questions." Lonely Blade in the Sea sent countless messages in a row, leaving Zhou Yin dumbfounded. So, this guy is just a neurotic plus talkative equals Chinibu, middle school syndrome, teenager. The other party immediately filled in 2 million spirit coins. "I gave you too much," Zhou Yin said. "That's an apology. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against me." Lonely Blade in the Sea answered quickly. He doesn't seem to be someone who's short of money. 1,584,000 in total, not a penny more. If you don't want the transaction, let's cancel it. He wouldn't covet such a small benefit from others. He's worth tens of millions now, so there's no need for him to take a few 100,000 from someone else. Okay, whatever the boss says goes. Lonely Blade in the Sea was afraid that he would cancel the transaction, so he quickly changed the numbers. Spirit coins plus 1,568,160. The transaction of over 1 million was completed, but the handling fee was indeed very high, deducting a full 15,840 spirit coins. Fortunately, he has a little bit of money now, otherwise he would be heartbroken. He didn't sell the equipment to one person all at once, but sold it to several people separately and added them as friends. One of them appeared to be a woman, whose territory name was Frozen 3 Feet. As her name suggested, from the chat, She only talked about the transaction and didn't say anything else. He agreed with this point. He gave them a price, and they readily accepted it, resulting in a pleasant collaboration. The next few people were also genuinely interested in the transaction, and they quickly completed their trades. They became friends, but Zhou Yin still didn't reveal any of his information. He also said that if Zhou Yin found out that he had resold these equipment to others, he could forget about trading again. They all said that they didn't even have enough equipment for themselves, so they wouldn't sell it. They all said they would never do that kind of business. Those who have the means to buy these items are naturally there to expand their own territories. Moreover, the fact that Zhou Yin was able to acquire so much good equipment in such a short time demonstrates his considerable strength. They are all smart people and know what to do. They have all discussed with Zhou Yin and want to establish a good cooperative relationship. Of course, for them, it's just a trial phase for newcomers. After the newcomer trials are over, they will naturally be able to develop and rise rapidly with the help of their families, and at that time they will probably forget about Zhou Yin as a partner. After that, Zhou Yin contacted the lord who possessed the ore and chatted with him privately. How much ore do you have? What level is it? And what do you want to exchange it for? I have ores ranging from 1 to 3 stars. It all depends on what kind of equipment you can provide. I only want equipment. I don't need anything else. The other party's response was also very simple, and it seemed that they did indeed want to exchange. Zhou Yin also said, no problem. I'll exchange 1-star ore for black iron equipment, 2-star ore for bronze equipment, and 3-star ore for silver equipment. You're the one selling silver equipment in the International Trading Hall. The other party was very surprised. At this stage, only he has the confidence to exchange silver equipment. I can't guess it's him. Territory notification. Overlord of the world wants to add you as a friend. Accept or decline? Accept. Territory notification. You have become friends with Overlord of the world. All your information will be kept confidential from him. Don't reveal any information, brother. There's no need to hide so deeply, since we don't even know who the other side is, said Overlord of the world. Let's talk about the quantity exchanged. Zhou Yin didn't answer the other party. He only wanted to trade, not chat. The other party didn't ask any more questions and started bargaining with him. Both were genuinely interested in cooperating, and the other party proactively revealed that his territory was a large iron ore mine, making it possible to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with him. Zhou Yin naturally agreed, as it was a win-win deal for both parties, and there was no reason to refuse. After all, they were bartering, and they had no right to demand how the other party should handle the equipment. The other party could sell it to whomever they wanted. Zhou Yin was very happy to have obtained 3-star level ore. Although the quantity was not large, it was still a good thing. When he placed the piles of ore next to the refining workshop, the entire dwarf race jumped up in excitement. Nothing makes them happier than forging. Their loyalty level had long since reached 100 points. The dwarves were indeed a hard-working and forging-loving race. Their passion for forging bordered on obsession. The prerequisite is finding a lord as intelligent, wise, and powerful as him, someone they can trust to forge their craft. With this group of forging fanatics, Zhou Yin wasn't worried about the equipment at all. His concern was how long these ores would last. As the sun sets and the evening glow fills the sky, time slips away unnoticed, and it's already dusk. He figured Zhun Mi should be back soon, and he was really looking forward to seeing how many good things she would bring back for him. Jiao Chan and the 2 remaining vine demons have gone to prepare meals. They now eat various crops produced in the spirit field for 3 meals a day. These crops can replenish a lot of physical strength and energy, which is much more powerful than ordinary food. Taking advantage of this time, he opened the floor tiles section. This building was rather peculiar because it involved paving the entire territory with floor tiles, so the price was calculated based on the area of the territory. He looked at the floor tile option. 1. Ordinary bluestone floor tiles, 10 spirit coins per square meter, with no special effects. 2. Exquisite white marble floor tiles, 100 spirit coins per square meter, movement speed plus 1%. 3. Exquisite auspicious cloud floor tiles, 150 spirit coins per square meter, spirit energy gathering plus 1%. 100. Dragon pattern golden floor tiles, 10,000 spirit coins per square meter, movement speed plus 50%, building defense attribute effect plus 20, spirit energy gathering speed plus 30%, residence all attributes plus 1. The more expensive the floor tiles, the better the effect, but the tiles he built later were simply beyond his current means. Every square meter of this is burning money. Chapter 60, The Path of Cultivation. Zhou Yin realized that his tens of millions of spirit coins were simply not enough. At this stage, he has very few spirit coins, so he chose white marble floor tiles, and will build a better one when he has more money in the future. Territory notification. Constructing white marble floor tiles will cover the entire territory, consuming 1 million spirit coins. Residents walking in the territory will have their movement speed increased by 1%. Territory notification. White marble floor tiles have been evolved, movement speed plus 10%. Huh, this can evolve too. Zhou Yin was indeed very curious, and this way he could reduce the time spent walking. Before long, Zhou Yin saw a group of people heading towards the territory gate in the distance. Zhenmi and the others are finally back. Zhou Yin walked out. Lord, my lord, Lord, your class change has been successful. A group of people were very excited and shouted immediately. All right, you've all worked hard. We'll have a big meal later. Zhou Yin replied. Zhenmi and the others returned. He heard a series of notifications, all of which were extra rewards they had received for their return. Even if he's not around, as long as these people go out to hunt monsters, they will add extra rewards directly to the territory when they return. This time, the extra reward of over 80,000 soul coins and over 30,000 spirit coins is an absolutely astonishing amount. However, it's still far from the amount of soul coins he needs. A group of people happily entered the territory. Jinmi and Si Ting began to talk about what had happened along the way, and they were very happy. They also killed a leader, but unfortunately, they didn't get a building chest this time. It seems that those things don't drop every time. He is content. Jinmi, Si Ting, and the other girls went to help prepare the banquet. He was going to give the dwarves a proper welcome this time. To liven things up, he bought a lot of wine in the trading hall. He didn't know where those people came from. They had all kinds of wine, probably sacrificial offerings from the altar. The banquet was quickly prepared, and everyone began to take their seats. Zhou Yin sat in the seat of honor, flanked by Zhenmi and Jiao Chan, followed by Si Ting, Hua Yurong, and the others. Rick, I toast to your dwarves. From now on, let's all strive for the heavenly court territory. Zhou Yin raised his glass. Strive for the heavenly court's territory. The group began to drink and eat heartily. Zhou Yan's physical attributes are extremely strong, with over 100 attribute points, making him absolutely unmatched among all heroes. But everyone kept feeding him until his stomach couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Yan finally escorted the two unconscious Jiao Chan and Zhenmi to their room. Both women were stunningly beautiful, and since they were here, he would make sure they lived a happy life. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan went to the window and looked at the night sky. The Empress was constantly on his mind. He believed Fushi's words that they would eventually meet again, but in the vast universe, they were separated by two worlds, and thousands of years had passed. Where were Fushi, the Empress, and the others? No matter what, I will find you. He took out the 5-colored divine stone, which was the only clue to finding the Empress and the others. Although they only spent 10 short months together, he will never forget Fushi's care for him, everything he did for the human race, and the brotherly bond between him and Fushi. And then there was the Empress who always followed behind him, the Empress who always took care of him, the Empress who always liked to watch him silently and tease him. How could I forget, and how could I dare to forget? To venture into the universe, one must reach the highest level in terms of both rank and realm to be qualified to search for them. The 5-colored divine stone radiates an ancient, multicolored glow. This is a quest item. To unlock it, you need to be level 100 and have cultivated to the first level of the divine realm. His current realm is the 15th level of martial Dao. Only by breaking through the 100th level of martial Dao can he advance to the first level of divine realm. He is still a long way from achieving that goal. However, he was confident that he could reach that level. There are countless cultivation paths in the world of lords, including magic, spells, cultivation, demonic cultivation, magic, runes, incantations, battle chi, and so on. All things remain unchanged, all in pursuit of immortality, that eternal and indestructible state. He walks the path of martial arts, a difficult and arduous journey, but it is the path most suitable for him. 10 months on the prehistoric continent allowed him to cultivate to the 15th level of martial arts. With his current strength, he was confident enough to kill even a level 20 king-level monster. His profession as a successor is no simple matter. He hasn't unlocked any of his special abilities yet, but once they are, his strength will increase dramatically. What is a successor? Literally, it means to inherit civilization, to carry forward and promote the ancient culture left behind by the powerful people of various races. What he needs to do is to allow suitable people to undergo the trials of the Temple of Inheritance. The more people who succeed in the trials, the more his strength will increase. He had a feeling that there was some kind of connection between him and this Temple of Inheritance. He didn't know what it was yet, it was just a feeling. Zhou Yan, you seem to have something on your mind. Jiao Chan woke up at some point and saw Zhou Yin standing by the window gazing at the starry sky, looking as if he had something on his mind. It's all right, don't worry. Zhou Yin turned around, gave Jiao Chan a smile, and said, tomorrow, you and a few others can go to the Inheritance Temple to take a look. There are many inheritances inside, so don't rush. Just choose the one that suits you best. He told Jiao Chan about some things that happened inside the Temple of Inheritance, just to prepare her mentally. I understand, get some rest, Jiao Chan said. You go to sleep first, I'll cultivate for a while. Although he possessed the cultivation technique, he did not pass it on to Jiao Chan because of the differences in everyone's physique, talent, and profession. He believed that Jiao Chan would be able to obtain a suitable cultivation technique within the Temple of Inheritance. His technique is very peculiar, and it seems to be able to be continuously improved, but he only has a guess about how to improve it. He can only explore the specifics on his own. He sat cross-legged and began to enter a meditative state. At this moment, the benefits of the spiritual bamboo house became apparent, as streams of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, enhancing his strength. However, compared to the spiritual energy of the primordial continent, the spiritual energy in the bamboo house is pitifully weak. Fortunately, his foundation was very solid. After all, he had absorbed pure innate spiritual energy in the primordial continent, which was of great benefit to him. Seeing that Zhou Yin had begun cultivating, Jiao Chan also looked forward to finding some kind of opportunity in the Inheritance Temple. She must become stronger to protect her territory from destruction. Chapter 61, The Powerful Poison Gas Tower. The next day, Zhou Yin awoke from his meditation, and the warm sunlight outside the window shone through the clouds onto his handsome face. Click! The door opened, and Jiao Chan, dressed in a phoenix red gown, was as beautiful as a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Her lips were bright red, her teeth were white, her eyes were bright and charming, and her demeanor was so outstanding that she could captivate any man. Zhou Yin, you're awake. Jiao Chan's heart pounded as she was stared at. Her face flushed as she lowered her head and said, breakfast is ready, come and eat. Today's breakfast is spirit rice and sweet potato porridge. The sweet potatoes were dug up by Jiao Chan herself from the spirit field this morning. Not only are they delicious and nutritious, but eating them regularly can also increase attribute points and provide the body with a lot of energy. It smells so good. Not long after breakfast, before I even had a chance to check out the mysterious shop to see what good stuff had been refreshed, I saw a swarm of dark monsters appear outside my territory. Lord, the monsters are coming. Sito drew his weapon and looked out of the territory. My lord, today's monsters are not only coming from the front, but also from the left, and there seem to be quite a lot of them. Hua Yurong pointed to the left side of the territory, where a group of monsters had also appeared, but their numbers were not as many as those in front of them. Zhou Yin immediately ordered, Chan'er, you take the white-robed ghost soldiers to defend the main gate, Zhenmi and the others to defend the left side. We absolutely cannot let these monsters set foot in our territory. Yes. Everyone quickly scurried to either side. Zhou Yin then activated his territory access and began moving the territory's defensive towers. Because there were fewer monsters on the left, and the main gate was still the main direction of the monsters' attacks, he moved the two flame towers to the left for defense. The flame tower's damage range is not as large as other defensive towers, so it is most suitable to place it on the left. With two defensive towers and the combined strength of Zhenmi and her group, the defense on the left side is definitely sufficient. He arrived at the main gate and could feel the earth rumbling from afar. Through the gaps in the wooden vines, he looked at the monsters outside and saw at least 3 kinds of monsters. One type is a group of wild boars, Peppa Pig. A group of black wild boars, each with a tusk above its nose that looks somewhat like an ivory tusk. These wild boars are called black-toothed boars, and they are level 7. They charged at us with quite a bit of ferocity. The second type of monster is a group of snake-like monsters between levels 5 and 7, covered in brightly colored flowers, which look like they are highly venomous. They were crammed together so tightly that it was uncomfortable to look at. The third type of monster is probably the strongest. They are a group of lizards, and they are the largest of the 3 types, about the size of a small car. They are all ordinary monsters, not high level, but there seem to be a lot of them. Zhou Yin looked at his wooden vine, wondering if it could hold off the monsters. Clang! Zhou Yin turned around and saw that the sound was coming from this sword blade tower. The sword tower is designed as a sword-shaped building that is 10 meters tall, making it particularly eye-catching and very cool. Once the monsters enter the attack range, they initiate an attack. A sword-shaped energy bursts forth from the blade tower, heading towards the monsters outside the territory. A series of sharp, piercing sounds rang out. Looking at the scene of 10,000 swords being unleashed simultaneously, Zhou Yin felt extremely shocked. This design was simply too cool. This is a picture of Bladestorm. It's incredibly powerful. A sense of watching a nameless swordsman return to their source in a world of turmoil. He quickly looked outside the territory and saw the sword storms passing through the monsters' bodies, immediately creating a cloud of blood mist. A large number of monsters fell down, their flesh and blood mangled. Not a single monster could withstand these sword storms. Awesome. Zhou Yin was very satisfied. This sword blade tower was not only cool, but also very powerful. It would be great if there were more of them. That is. Zhou Yin looked towards another area outside the territory, where a dark green area had appeared. Zhou Yin knew that this must be the gas released by the poison gas tower. The poison gas tower has a very large attack range. Once a cloud of poison gas is released, it will spread outwards. The closer you are to the center of the gas explosion, the more potent the gas becomes. Monsters within a 100-meter radius die instantly after inhaling this poisonous gas, their entire corpses turning dark green. Even monsters 100 meters away will be greatly affected if they inhale a small amount of the poison gas. They will feel dizzy and stagger when they walk, and then be trampled to death by their companions who rush up behind them. This poison gas tower is essentially a biological weapon. It's incredibly terrifying and has the greatest destructive power of all defensive towers. A cloud of poisonous fog would cause at least 2 or 3 times the casualties of the blade tower. This gas tower is terrifying. Zhou Yin was very happy. It is indeed very powerful. The coverage of this poison gas is very large, and it can kill a lot of monsters. Jiao Chan was also very surprised. Because this poison gas tower only appeared yesterday, this was the first time she had ever seen its power. I was utterly shocked. The white-robed ghost soldiers were also dumbfounded, terrified by the power of the poison gas tower. Although the storm tower is an SSS quality building, the number of monsters killed per attack is still less than that of the poison gas tower. The 3 defensive towers continuously fired, wiping out wave after wave of monsters. These 3 defensive towers firmly held back the monsters. Zhou Yin was curious about the poison powder ability of the poison gas tower, so he took the initiative to activate this skill. Poison gas tower launches a stream of poison powder above the monster, then explodes in midair. Boom! The poison powder exploded, scattering a cloud of dust-like powder that landed in an area inhabited by monsters. Instantly, the monster's movements slowed down, like an athlete who was running at full speed turning into an old lady, moving at a snail's pace. Then, the monsters behind continued to charge forward without slowing down, knocking the sluggish monsters to the ground. The monsters behind then fell into the area of poisonous powder, where their speed decreased again, and they were once again rammed by the monsters behind them. In the back-and-forth process, the monsters were subjected to a severe crushing event, all of them squeezed into a ball, then engulfed by a poisonous gas, and finally all died from poisoning. This poison gas tower is a real treasure. Zhou Yin had fully realized the value of this poison gas tower. It was incredibly powerful. If there were more poison gas towers, no matter how many monsters there were, they would never be able to get close to the wall. His defensive towers are all level 20, and since they are all S-quality or higher buildings, they can unleash tremendous power, making them extremely formidable. How could these monsters, which haven't even reached level 10, possibly withstand the attacks of these defensive towers? Zhou Yin had previously worried that these monsters would take advantage of their numbers to reach the walls, but he realized that he had seriously underestimated these defensive towers. The buildings in his territory provide various bonuses that are lethal to these low-level monsters, so he doesn't need to worry about them having any effect on him. On the contrary, the more monsters there are, the greater the reward for him. Chapter 62, Upgrading the Flame Tower's Quality. I'll go take a look from the side, Zhou Yin said to Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan nodded. Zhou Yin arrived at Zhunmi's defensive tower. With the enhancements from various buildings, the blazing tower had become very powerful. Although the flame tower is only a single-target defensive tower with strong attack power, its power is still quite good. Faced with a massive wave of monsters, it naturally appears to be less effective than other defensive towers. However, when facing powerful monsters, its power is much greater than that of other defensive towers. My lord, everything is fine here. The monsters have been stopped ahead and have not yet broken through the coverage of the defense towers. Zhunmi saw Zhou Yin. She quickly explained the situation. The monsters here aren't as densely packed as they are in front of us. 2 defensive towers are attacking these monsters, which is quite effective in defending against them. But the attack has only just begun, The monsters that follow will surely launch an even more ferocious attack. For the time being, the monsters will not pose a threat to the safety of the territory. With Zhao Chan and Zhun Mi protecting him on both sides, he doesn't need to worry for the time being. Okay, don't relax. After giving those instructions, he left. Upon entering the mysterious shop, let's see what goodies they have for today. The first of the 5 items was a painting. He was very curious and checked the properties of the painting. Item, 5-piece lightning pattern. Quality, silver. Description, a masterpiece by the renowned painter Manhwa, created 300 years ago. Price, 100,000 spirit coins. An antique. This thing is also useful to him. It can activate the hidden attributes of the treasure room. Although there are few treasures now, they will eventually be activated as he collects more. 10,000 spirit coins are nothing to him now. The second item is a piece of gold equipment. Equipment, Fengyang Bao. Quality, gold. Durability, 180/180. Attribute 1, strength plus 25. Attribute 2, increases firing range by 10 meters. Attribute 3, deals a certain amount of armor-piercing damage. Attribute 4, Phoenix Sun, attacks with spiritual power, can release a phantom arrow of Phoenix Sun, cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment requirements, strength 30. Introduction, with a bow in hand, I rule the world. When Fengyang appears, enemy generals retreat. Price, 300,000 spirit coins. This piece of equipment has 4 attributes, but it only costs 300,000 spirit coins, which is really cheap. If you were to sell this equipment outside, it would be worth at least 600,000 spirit coins. Moreover, it's a ranged weapon, and judging by its design, it's quite cool. I bought it without hesitation. When he took it out and looked at it, it was indeed very beautiful, all red, and he liked it very much. The mystery shop is indeed a great place. The third piece of equipment is a card that increases cultivation speed. Item, cultivation card. Quality, bronze. Description, doubles cultivation speed for 1 hour. Price, 50,000. This is definitely something we can't let go of. It will greatly help his cultivation. After buying that, he looked at the fourth piece of equipment, a bronze weapon, and bought that too. He activated the refresh function of the mystery shop. A flash of light, and 5 more items appeared on the counter. Surprisingly, everything that appeared this time was material. He quickly looked at the first document. 100 pieces of 3-star black rock wood, priced at 8,000 spirit coins. He was short of high-grade timber, and unexpectedly it appeared, and it only cost 8,000 spirit coins. This price was 20% lower than the market price in the Lord's world, which was definitely a good deal. The second material, 100 4-star black gold stones, and 1 million spirit coins. It's actually a 4-star ore. He was genuinely surprised. High-grade ores are extremely precious, whether for forging equipment or upgrading buildings. There was no reason to let 100 of them appear here at once. After making the purchase, he looked at the third item. 10 2-star wood attribute crystal cores, priced at 50,000 spirit coins. A 2-star wood crystal core is priced at only 5,000 spirit coins, which is far below the market price. High-level crystal cores are very rare, and they only have a chance to appear from monsters of the boss rank or higher. They are also very useful. Crystal cores below 5 stars can be bought on the market as long as you have money, but crystal cores above 5 stars are not so easy to obtain. This wood attribute crystal core came at just the right time. It can improve the quality of the thorn vine fence. After purchasing it, Zhou Yin first upgraded the quality of the thorny vine fence. Territory notification, consuming 10 2-star wood attribute crystal cores, the thorn vine fence quality has been upgraded to SS. Architecture, thorny vine fence. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 spirit coins, 10 1-star wood attribute gems. Quality, SS, 0/5. Upgrade required, 5 Samsung wood element cores. Defense, 20,000/20,000. Special attribute 1, ability to regenerate and repair damaged vines. Special attribute 2, enemies that touch the vines will suffer poison damage. Description, a fence formed from thorny vines, possessing strong vitality and the ability to self-repair damaged areas. It also contains toxins. Unless completely uprooted, it can continue to grow even from a single root. After the thorn fence quality is upgraded, its defense increases by 10,000. It is believed that the power and toxicity of the vines have also increased significantly, which is of great benefit to the territory. He discovered that the upgrade requirements for the thorn vine fence had increased. The 30,000 spirit coins were a small matter, but now a wood attribute crystal core was required to upgrade it. Currently, wood attribute crystal cores are unavailable. We'll have to wait until later. He then looked at the fourth document. 10 3-star fire element crystal cores, priced at 100,000 spirit coins. I bought it right away. Then the first thing to do was to use it to upgrade the quality of the flame tower. Territory notification. Consuming 3 3-star fire attribute crystal cores, the blazing tower quality is upgraded to SSS. Territory notification. Consuming 3 3-star fire attribute crystal cores, the blazing tower quality is upgraded to SSS. Building, flame tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 50 3-star copper ore. Quality, SSS, 0 out of 10. Upgrade required. 5 4-star fire elemental cores. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special attribute 1. Unleashes a fireball to deal area of effect damage to enemies. Special attribute 2. Unleashes a sea of fire every half hour, covering a range of 100 meters. Attack range, 300 meters. Description, a powerful fire elemental tower. He upgraded both blazing towers to SSS quality, and there was still 1 3-star fire attribute crystal core left, which he put into the treasure room. Next up is the last material. 100 pieces of 5-star purple gold or are priced at 1 million spirit coins. Another high-grade ore, which is the material that can be used to forge dark gold equipment. I'm sure Jerry will love it. But we can't give it to him so quickly. After all, he's just a silver blacksmith. The items in the mystery shop are good, but the quantity is too small. He walked toward the main gate to see how the monsters were doing in their attack. A series of explosions echoed throughout the territory, and monsters outside the territory roared incessantly. These monsters tried their best to rush forward, but faced with the terrifying defensive towers, they had no chance to get too close. Chapter 63, Fierce Charge. The monsters outside the territory were still charging forward frantically. Each attack from the defensive tower can instantly kill many monsters, but there are so many that quite a few have already broken through the defensive tower's coverage area and are rushing towards the wall. Zhou Yin didn't want the buildings in his territory to be destroyed by monsters, especially the wall, so he ordered everyone to come outside the wall and kill the monsters. They are powerful enough to dare to do this. If the buildings in his territory are damaged, it could affect his final evaluation. He doesn't want his evaluation to drop, as that would mean losing a building reward. The white-robed ghost soldiers stood ready, forming a battle formation, awaiting the monster's attack. Zhou Yin and Diao Chan each held their weapons, looking ahead, ready to strike at any moment. He took out the phoenix bow, a bow with a unique and beautiful design. The fiery red bow and arrows resembled the shape of a phoenix. "This bow is really beautiful," Diao Chan exclaimed. "I just bought it from the mystery shop. You can use it if you like," Zhou Yin replied with a smile. No need. I'm not used to using a bow and arrow. This weapon will be fine with me." Diao Chan quickly refused, as she was indeed not used to using a bow and arrow. Zhou Yin drew his bow and knocked an arrow. His powerful arm strength pulled the Fengyang bow to a full moon shape. This bow and arrow was a gold-level weapon. People who were not strong would have trouble even drawing it, but his strength was over 100 points, so drawing it to a full moon was effortless for him. Bang! The arrow suddenly emitted a muffled thud and traveled forward at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Its powerful penetrating force pierced through the body of a running monster and continued its attack on the monsters behind it without diminishing its power. The two monsters fell, having been killed by Zhou Yin with a single arrow. This bow is quite powerful. Zhou Yin was very satisfied. The gold weapon was indeed extraordinary. He drew his bow again and launched an attack on the monster. This wasn't Zhou Yan's first time shooting arrows. He had taken archery courses in school, but back then the focus was on learning knowledge. These were considered physical education classes in the Kanglan continent. In the Kanglan continent, there is no such thing as a physical education class. They are all called combat classes, which mainly practice basic swordsmanship, knife skills, fist and foot techniques, and shooting. They also teach them how to improve their physical fitness. After receiving the inheritance, Zhou Yan's strength underwent a tremendous change. His enhancements went far beyond just attribute improvements. Whether it's eyesight, soul, perception, or a state of mind, it's all incomparable to what it was before. It's like a rebirth, a sublimation of a higher realm. It's hard to describe the feeling. It's like a baptism of life. As time went by, the monster finally came into their sight. Led by a squad leader, the white-robed ghost soldiers drew their spears and attacked the monster. White-robed ghost soldiers, there is no chance of survival. Kill. They are battle-hardened soldiers, each an S-rank soldier, extremely powerful. Dozens of white-robed ghost soldiers displayed formidable strength. They knew how to cooperate and fight. Facing these monsters, they charged forward, drawing their weapons and attacking the monsters' bodies. Puff! Monsters fell before them, and monsters were killed by them. These monsters were no match for them in terms of level or strength, and could only be slaughtered by the soldiers. They charged forward and wiped out all the monsters that rushed at them. Today is the 8th day of monster attacks, with more monsters than in the previous 7 days, and the attacks have lasted longer. And strength of monsters will increase significantly, which will be a test for you. Every new lord already knew these things from the textbooks, and even the teachers had given them a lot of things to pay attention to. But when the monsters truly descended today, they realized just how powerful this change was. The higher the quality of a territory, the greater the challenges a lord faces. The number, level, and strength of the monsters in their territory are all more difficult than those of the most ordinary new lords. There are already quite a few cries of despair in the chat room. They had a relatively leisurely time for the first 7 days and were able to cope easily. But after today, they found these monsters to be a bit troublesome. Several new lords even had their territories destroyed by the monsters, and their crystals were damaged. The entire newcomer assessment ended just like that. Every year, during the new recruit assessments around the world, people are gradually eliminated starting from the 8th day. This time is no exception. Many friends who were in the newcomer assessment have had their names turned gray and have left the newcomer trial space. For others, the more monsters there are, the greater the danger they face. But for Zhou Yin, the more monsters there are, the more rewards he will receive. If he were to open a wooden treasure chest, he could only get 1 to 2 soul coins or spirit coins at most. However, in Junmi's hands, the lowest is 2 to 4 points, which is the difference in luck value. In just half an hour, the number of monsters appearing outside his territory was at least several thousand. However, the number of monsters has not decreased. It seems there are still many, and no one knows how many more will appear. The number of monsters in other people's territories could never be as terrifying as his. It would be far less than 1/10. This shows the huge gap between him and the other newcomers' territories. As time went on, the number of monsters continued to increase, with more breaking through the attack range of the defensive towers and heading towards the walls. Kill. Zhou Yin, weapon in hand, charged toward one of the black-toothed boars. He moved with incredible speed, using his light-footed skill to reach the boar, raising his weapon and stabbing it into the monster's neck. Without using any special skills, he simply struck the monster with his sword and easily killed it. Each of his attributes is over 100 points, and with various buffs, it has exceeded 200. With such terrifying attributes, how could these monsters below level 10 possibly harm him? He took the initiative and charged into the monster horde, his weapon striking the monsters relentlessly. Wherever he left behind the corpses of countless monsters. In a short while, more than a dozen monsters died at his hands. Jiao Chan, who was beside him, was also surprised by Zhou Yan's strength. Zhou Yan's speed was so fast that even she couldn't react quickly enough. The stronger Zhou Yan became, the more at ease she felt, no longer worried about anything happening to him. Monsters died one by one at their feet. Fortunately, the territory had a refresh function, and the dead monsters would be refreshed every once in a while. Otherwise, these monsters would have piled up like mountains. An hour had passed, and Zhou Yan saw monsters still appearing in the distance. He didn't know how much longer these monsters would last. He quickly asked, "Are you having any physical problems?" "My lord, this kind of consumption is nothing," the soldiers replied. They were all soldiers of S rank or higher, with strong physiques. A mere hour of fighting would not cause them much depletion. His 3 defensive towers were indeed very effective, eliminating the vast majority of monsters. Defense towers are the greatest guarantee of security for protecting territory, but he has no way to get any more defense towers, as they are not available for sale in the newbie trial. Chapter 64, the 8th day of the trial ends. Half an hour later, Zhou Yan finally saw some different kinds of monsters appearing in the distance. It's an elite monster. Wait, what's that? It's a leader-level monster. Zhou Yan looked into the distance and spotted a group of clearly powerful monsters, likely elite monsters. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a monster at the leader level, something he had never expected to happen at this stage. The teacher said that boss-level monsters might only appear in the last few days of the newbie trial. Moreover, the prerequisite is that your lord's space must be at least of purple epic quality to have a chance of encountering boss-level monsters. But his situation was completely outside the normal range. Leader-level monsters are far more powerful than ordinary monsters. Most new lords would never be a match for them. For others, the appearance of a leader-level monster might be a devastating blow, but for him, it only brings benefits. Although boss-level monsters are powerful, the rewards are also very generous. It seems the monster battles are almost over for today. Even the leader has come out, so there probably won't be many more monsters to come. Zhou Yin looked at the monsters. The leader of the monsters roared, and the monsters in front of it made way for them. They quickly headed towards their territory. However, a gas droplet landed directly among the monsters, completely enveloping them in the poisonous mist. By the time the mist dissipated, only a few monsters remained. He saw that the leader was not dead yet, but its condition was very bad. It was on its last breath and was directly overwhelmed by the attack of the storm tower that followed. Is this what they call dying before achieving one's goal? He gained a completely new understanding of the power of the poison gas tower. He never expected that even a leader-level monster would find the poison gas tower difficult to withstand. Thinking about it, it makes sense. His defensive towers are all level 20, so their power is naturally strong. Given that they are all high-quality defensive towers, it would be too weak if they couldn't even take down a level 8 skull. If we place more than 10 defensive towers inside each wall, I'm afraid no monsters will be able to get close to the territory. Zhou Yin dreamed of this day coming. However, the larger the territory, the larger the area that needs to be defended. Eventually, even 20 defensive towers on each side will not be enough to defend it. The more critical defense comes from threats from the sky. But now is not the time to consider that. We'll have to wait until we arrive on the Lord's continent. Even leader-level monsters have appeared, and there are no more monsters surging in the forest. This battle is almost over. Half an hour later, after the last one died, the long-lost sound rang out. Day 8 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminated 3548 level 7 black-toothed boars, 3682 level 8 black-toothed boars, 2587 level 5 self-scaled snakes, 1984 level 6 azure wave snakes, 1438 level 7 red-tailed snakes, 1252 level 7 bloodthirsty beasts, 1589 level 8 red-bellied lizards, 329 level 8 elite earth-splitting boars, and 1 level 8 leader boar leader. Battle rating SSS. Rewards: basic reward 35,000 soul coins, 35,000 spirit coins, and the basic building arrow tower. Additional reward for rating: 50,000 soul coins, 50,000 spirit coins, and 1 basic building optional. The reward was generous: 85,000 soul coins and spirit coins, which he deserved. Today, more than 16,000 monsters have appeared in his territory. If this data were to be revealed, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. And certainly no one will believe it. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he certainly wouldn't have believed that someone could withstand the attack of more than 16,000 monsters on the 8th day of the newcomer trial. This is absolutely beyond everyone's comprehension. After more than 2 hours of fighting, more than 16,000 monsters were eliminated, and more than 16,000 treasure chests were collected. These treasure chests can also yield many rewards, but for him, the most important thing is soul coins. These treasure chests are definitely all below bronze level, since the monsters are all below level 10. Everyone, clean up the battlefield and pick up all the treasure chests, Zhou Yin said. Just collecting treasure chests takes a lot of time, but fortunately, he now has a large number of people, so he doesn't need to do these things himself. He and Jiao Chan arrived at the place where the leader had died, because this leader dropped another building chest for him, which was exactly what he needed most. Lucky me, the drop rate is really good during the newbie trial stage, Zhou Yin said happily. It would be great if we could get a few more leaders, since these leaders aren't that strong anyway, Jiao Chan said from the side. This statement is correct, but it's best not to let other lords hear it. They needed to combine the strength of their entire territory to deal with a single leader, yet in Jiao Chan's eyes, they were so utterly vulnerable. There's no way around it. When a high-quality hero speaks, it's just so domineering. He immediately returned to his territory and sent Jiao Chan to call Zhenmi over to open the treasure chest. And he, naturally, began to build. Territory notification, ding. Build Arrow Tower, which evolves into Earthquake Tower. Earthquake Tower. Judging from its name, he knew what kind of ability the tower possessed. He opened the tower's information and found it to be an SS quality tower. He then began upgrading the tower. Territory notification. Consuming 200 spirit coins, the Earthquake Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 400 spirit coins, the Earthquake Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the Earthquake Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 4. Building, Earthquake Tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 spirit coins, 10 1-star Earth Attribute Cores. Quality, SSS 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 Earthquake Towers. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special Attribute 1, performs an earthquake attack on enemies. Special Attribute 2, launches a large-scale seismic wave every 2 hours. Introduction, I will take control of the land and become my enemy's nightmare. Within the territory, a defensive tower slowly rose. Zhou Yin temporarily placed the defensive tower at the main gate of the territory, and then looked at the building that could be freely selected. Without a doubt, the most important thing for the territory right now is the defensive towers. After he selected the defensive tower, he had one more defensive tower to build. Choose to build. Territory notification, ding. Build the A-Arrow Tower, which evolves into the Ice Tower. Ice Tower is another brand new defensive tower, and its level has been raised to 20. Architecture, Ice Tower. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 Spirit Coins, 10 1-star Water Attribute Crystal Cores. Quality, SSS 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 Ice Towers. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special Attribute 1, launches an ice attack on enemies within range. Special Attribute 2, launches an ice spike attack every 2 hours. Description, when the ice descends, all enemies will be annihilated. Chapter 65, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Added to the territory, its security has been greatly enhanced. The ice tower is shaped like a huge natural crystal, crystal clear and exuding a chill. Lord Diao-chan brought Jinmi to him. Both of them were very beautiful, each with their own unique features. Their exquisite faces were always captivating. Both women were stunning beauties, and their combined attraction was incredibly strong. Zhou Yin quickly looked away. Open this building. Zhou Yin handed the building treasure chest dropped by the leader to Jinmi. This building treasure chest was not fixed, so it was the best choice to let someone with high luck like Jinmi open it. Jinmi accepted the building treasure chest, praying that she could obtain a defense tower, because she knew that Zhou Yin wanted it the most. With a flash of light, an architectural design appeared in her hand. Territory notification, acquired building, restaurant. Zhou Yin was a little disappointed. It wasn't a defensive tower. My lord, my luck is not good. She knew that what the territory needed most was a defensive tower, but she didn't build one, which made her a little disappointed. What kind of buildings we get is not up to us, so this is already quite good, Zhou Yin said. The two women were curious about the characteristics of this restaurant. After Zhou Yin accepted the building assignment, he selected the building. Territory notification, build a restaurant, and the restaurant will evolve into Drunken Immortal Restaurant. The building in Zhou Yan's hand transformed into a beam of light and landed in the territory. After being enveloped by a colorful light, a huge, antique-style restaurant appeared in the territory. Let's go check out this restaurant. Zhou Yin led the two women to the outside of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. This restaurant is quite unique. The Vermilion Gate bears the 3 large characters, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. He quickly checked the restaurant's properties. Architecture, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Level 1. Upgrade required, 300 Spirit Coins. Quality, SSS 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 restaurants. Defense, 300/300. Special attribute, displaying your brewed wine will attract others to join your territory. The higher the quality of the wine, the stronger the attackers you will attract. Only wine brewed by this tavern can attract powerful individuals. Description, the Drunken Immortal wine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is so potent that even immortals would get drunk from it. Great architecture. Zhou Yin was very surprised. He never expected that this building could be used to recruit heroes. Moreover, the recruitment method is quite unique. It doesn't use soul coins, but rather fine wine. He had seen many such buildings online. Some of them were indeed very peculiar, and some even required the display of silver, gold, or antiques to attract people. Therefore, a building that attracts heroes with fine wine is nothing special. Currently, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion does not have any wines that can be brewed. You need to upgrade the level to activate the pavilion's special attributes. Territory notification, consuming 300 Spirit Coins, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, level upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consuming 600 Spirit Coins, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, level upgraded to level 3. Territory notification, consuming 900 Spirit Coins, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, level upgraded to level 4. Architecture, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 Spirit Coins, 10 1-star Energy Crystals. Quality, SSS 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 restaurants. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special Attribute 1. Displaying your brewed wine will attract others to join your territory. The higher the quality of the wine, the stronger the attackers you will attract. Only wine brewed by this tavern can attract powerful attackers. Special Attribute 2. Currently, the highest achievable brew is C-grade Drunken Immortal Wine. Description: the Drunken Immortal wine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is so potent that even immortals would get drunk from it. Each brewing requires 500 spirit coins, 5 caddies of rice, and 1 hour. After the upgrade, Zuixinlu not only became taller, but its design also became much more magnificent. The restaurant, which originally had only 2 floors, has now become a 5-story building. Zhou Yin was very happy after seeing the building's attributes. Don't assume that wine of C quality is low quality. Brewing wine is no simple task. Most of the wines sold outside are only the lowest grade, F quality. Many of them didn't even reach the required grade and were completely unqualified. Brewing is a technical skill, and finding a professional to brew it would greatly help him recruit heroes. Now he can only brew it himself, which costs 500 spirit coins plus 5 caddies of rice each time, but that's nothing to him. He entered the Drunken Immortal Pavilion with Jiao Chan and Zhunmi. The pavilion was quite large and already equipped with 10 sets of tables and chairs. Zuixinla notifies: spirit coins minus 500, spirit rice 5 caddies, start brewing, Zuixian wine. Time: 1 hour. Since the territory was full of spirit rice, he naturally chose to use spirit rice to brew the wine. Moreover, Lingmi rice is better than ordinary rice, and may even produce better results. As for whether it's as he thinks, we'll have to wait until the first batch of wine is brewed to find out. Unfortunately, it takes an hour to brew 1 pot of wine. Zhou Yin was helpless. He couldn't stay here all the time, so he could only send someone here specifically to brew Drunken Immortal wine. As mentioned before, the highest quality wine that can be brewed at Zui Xianlu is C-grade. As for the final quality of the wine, that depends on luck. If someone with a talent for winemaking were to brew wine here, the quality of the resulting wine would definitely be improved. In the very center of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, there is a circular building, which looks like it's for performances, but it has a beam of light on it that resembles a teleportation channel. Zhou Yin thought that this must be the teleportation channel used to attract powerful people here. He was quite curious about what kind of people would be teleported here. Let's go upstairs and take a look. It's actually 5 stories high. He brought 2 beautiful women upstairs and found that the second floor had 10 private rooms. The third floor has 5 private rooms, and each one is very unique. The 4th and 5th floors are residential, with 10 rooms on each floor. After reading it, Zhou Yin understood the purpose of the restaurant. However, the restaurant doesn't have any fine wines yet. We can only brew them, put them on the menu, and see what kind of people will be attracted to them. After the 3 left, Zhunmi and Jiao Chan went about their own business. Jiao Chan went to prepare lunch, while Zhunmi went to prepare the list of people who would go out to kill monsters in the afternoon. They only need to explore a few more areas to complete the exploration of the entire 10-kilometer radius around their territory. Zhou Yin will explore that area this afternoon. However, he still needs to summon more white-robed ghost soldiers. Chapter 66, revealing the territory's name. I returned to the white-robed ghost soldier and summoned 10 soldiers. Unfortunately, he still couldn't summon the general he longed for. There wasn't even a junior officer. The only relatively high-ranking soldier summoned was a squad leader, which shows how low the probability of such a summoning was. He also upgraded these 10 soldiers to level 10, which is now the standard configuration for soldiers in his territory. Soldiers are necessary, but ranks are equally important. However, all soldiers need soul coins to level up, which is not something that can be done in a short time. These things can't be rushed. He then went to see the dwarves, since they were working for him, and he only needed to provide them with 3 meals and lodging, without even paying them wages. Where else could he find such good workers? The key point is that they were very happy. He was definitely happier. If capitalists saw this, they would probably be envious and jealous. In their words, being able to forge equipment without a care in the world is the greatest happiness. The dwarves are such a lovely bunch. He has to fulfill their pursuit of happiness. They swept up all the ores in the trading hall once again, making the dwarves happy for a long time. He arrived at the spirit spring. During this time, he had people fill all the water from the spirit spring into bamboo baskets. Chatted with Lord Little Darling, and bought a lot of bamboo from her. He just didn't expect that all the equipment he had put up for sale in the trading hall had been bought up. He never imagined that there were actually such foolish and rich guys abroad. So he put hundreds more pieces of equipment up for sale, at prices even higher than yesterday. Whether they buy it or not, it won't cost him anything. He discovered that someone had sent him many messages, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be from that guy named Guihai Dao. Goodness, it's only been a short time, and there are already hundreds of messages. This guy is definitely a chatterbox. Zhou Yin glanced at the messages and saw they were all trivial. She replied that if he sent any more of this nonsense and meaningless stuff, their friendship would end there. After hearing this, Guihai Dao burst into tears and quickly replied, "There will definitely not be a next time." He wanted to say something more, but he stopped immediately. So, he could only turn to other friends for his chatter. However, the one named Frozen 3 Feet also sent him a message, asking directly, "Can you sell me a silver weapon?" The other party was also a smart person. They knew that he was the one who sold the silver weapons. He doesn't lack silver equipment right now. He had already obtained quite a bit of silver equipment from the dwarves, and after equipping the people in his territory, he still had a lot left. He can produce silver equipment in a continuous stream, and the remaining equipment will definitely be sold. So he replied, "How many pieces do you need?" Frozen 3 Feet was clearly stunned upon seeing this news. She was definitely not happy. When others were worrying about getting a good piece of equipment, you just asked, "How many do you want?" Who would feel good about hearing that? Are there 10 pieces? Frozen 3 Feet asked. "Sure, I only have silver weapons." Weapons are the easiest to forge, so Jerry and his group mainly focus on forging weapons. Other armor is scarce, and the people in his territory don't even have matching sets yet, so naturally they wouldn't sell it. The price is going to increase. The cost of silver weapons has increased now. Zhou Yin said directly. He bought all today. The price was much higher than yesterday. Naturally, he couldn't pay for it himself. He just set a price, and whether they bought it or not was their business. "No problem," replied Ice Freezing 3 Feet. In the end, Zhou Yin received 4 million from the 10 pieces of silver equipment. In the Lord's continent, even the best piece of silver equipment costs no more than 100,000. However, during the newcomer trial phase, he sold each item for 400,000. This is absolutely outrageous profit. The key is that no one is competing with him. He did not force anyone to buy it. They bought them all voluntarily, and they have to beg me to buy it. I didn't force them. Instead, they forced me to sell. Being a person is really too difficult. Even with the Frozen 3 Feet skill, you can only consume 10 pieces of silver equipment. Any more than that won't work. So Zhou Yin set his sights on Qin Yao, who was rich and, more importantly, spent the country's money. "Would you like a silver weapon?" He still has dozens of pieces of silver equipment, and he only feels at ease when he converts them into small amounts of money. "Let's get 50 pieces, Qin Yao replied. What does it mean to be domineering? He immediately offered 50 silver weapons. "You've come to the right person. There are only 32 left, each worth 400,000 spirit coins," Zhou Yin said. "No problem," Qin Yao replied. He likes doing business with people like that. They're rich and generous. A huge deal was thus completed. You should know that these pieces of equipment have durability. Once the durability drops to 0, the equipment will break and can no longer be used. They haven't changed jobs yet, so they can't forge equipment at all. That's why the equipment is so expensive now. If we don't buy them equipment, are we supposed to let them fight monsters with their bare hands? This is why people still buy equipment even though it's so expensive. But he's different. He has a blacksmith, so if the equipment's durability drops, Jerry and the others can just repair it. It only takes time and some ore, which is nothing. It seems I've found another hidden path to wealth. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. However, this would require revealing the name of his territory. Compared to making money, this is nothing. So he set his territory name to Unhidden in the trading hall, and then set up equipment recycling in the trading area. Equipment of each quality was recycled at a fixed price, and various ores were also recycled. Given his current fame, I believe many people would sell to him. He did regret revealing the name of his territory earlier, but it wasn't too late to do so now. However, before that, he turned off friend requests, so unless he added someone else, no one could add him as a friend. He then sent a message in the national chat room. "I am the Lord who sells Spirit Springs. If you don't believe me, you can check the name of my territory in the trading hall. It's no longer hidden. I'm now buying damaged equipment. Black iron equipment is worth 50 spirit coins each, bronze equipment 500 spirit coins each, and silver equipment 5,000 spirit coins each. I also buy ores of all qualities." He sent 10 messages before ending the call. Sure enough, the chat room erupted in excitement after those words were spoken. Chapter 67, Large-Scale Equipment Recycling. Shocking. The Lord who sells the Spirit Spring water has finally revealed his true form, and his territory is called Heavenly Court. Look at this. Why is this Heavenly Court Lord collecting so much broken equipment? Could it be that he's really become a blacksmith? This lord is probably a merchant. I'm not going to say anything more. I was originally planning to throw these pieces of equipment away, but I didn't expect I could still get money from them. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's all I can say to describe my feelings right now. People in the chat room wanted to add him as a friend, but Zhou Yin ignored them all. Territory notice. National Trading Hall. Recycling 1 piece of black iron equipment. Spirit coins -50. Territory notice. National Trading Hall. Recycling 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Spirit coins -1,500. Territory notice. National Trading Hall. Buy back 1 piece of silver equipment. Spirit coins -5,000. He soon heard a lot of notifications about equipment recycling, and he was in a very good mood. The other lords all regarded Qin Chuan as a merchant, and a merchant who had switched to blacksmithing, and whose reason for recycling equipment was simply to make money. Otherwise, they couldn't figure out why Zhou Yin would want to recycle these equipment. This is the best explanation. But many people are puzzled. Even if he recovers these pieces of equipment, how many can he repair by himself, given the large population of the country? Many people are laughing at Zhou Yin for being foolish, recycling so much junk, especially since there's no limit to the amount he can recycle. You have to understand that at this stage, many people's weapons are already broken. These broken equipment are useless to keep. Since someone wants to buy them, they are naturally happy to exchange them for spirit coins. Many people even say that Zhou Yin will stop recycling soon, since there are so many lords in the country and there must be a lot of broken equipment, so he can't possibly recycle too much. But they discovered that it seemed this guy had never stopped recycling. Although they didn't know how much equipment he had salvaged, they could imagine that there was definitely a lot. Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't step forward to explain. He's very happy now. With so much equipment, he naturally can't repair too much by himself. Unfortunately, he had a group of dwarves who were skilled at crafting equipment. He hurriedly went to the weapon refining workshop, found Jerry, and then placed all the damaged equipment he had salvaged on the ground. The dwarves stared in disbelief at the mountain of equipment piled up high. Zhou Yin looked at them and said, "Jerry, now you all start repairing these equipment. Don't worry about the rest for now. I'll prepare some good wine and meat for you tonight." Upon hearing this, the dwarves burst into laughter and said, "Don't worry, Lord, leave these equipment to us. We will repair them as quickly as possible." Repairing equipment is much faster than crafting it. Moreover, dwarves are easily satisfied. A good meal of wine and meat is enough to ignite their enthusiasm. With dozens of dwarves working together, they can repair at least several thousand pieces of equipment a day, and these repaired pieces of equipment can be completed using only a small amount of materials. They are professional blacksmiths, and their equipment forging speed is extremely fast. With the added bonuses from the forging workshop and territory, their speed is naturally not too slow. Repairing equipment can greatly reduce forging costs. He can sell the repaired equipment for a high price. This deal is definitely a great deal. I wonder what other lords will think when they see these repaired equipment and have to buy it back at a high price. It must be really messed up. There was no other way. They knew perfectly well that Zhou Yin was recycling the equipment to repair it before selling it back to them, but they were still willing to do so. There's nothing we can do about it. Right now, he's the only one who can repair equipment, which is practically a monopoly. Their equipment is just sitting there and there, completely useless. It's better to sell it and recoup some of the cost. Then buy a new piece of equipment. Then when it broke, it was recycled and given to Zhou Yin, and then they bought the repaired equipment. This cycle continues indefinitely. Holy crap. They were all working for him. He only spent 50 spirit coins to recycle a single piece of black iron equipment. After deducting the repair cost, he only needs 80 spirit coins at most, or even 70 spirit coins, to repair a piece of black iron equipment. Currently, a piece of black iron equipment costs around 800 to 1,000 spirit coins. Even if a piece of black iron equipment can only be sold for a minimum of 800 spirit coins, there is still a tenfold profit. That's a full tenfold profit. You can make millions of spirit coins for free in just one day. Bronze and above equipment earns more, but there is very little bronze and above equipment available. 9 out of 10 lords use iron equipment. That's what capitalists are like. Zhou Yin then realized that he used to hate capitalists. However, after he became a capitalist, he began to like it. The equipment was still being recycled continuously. Hearing the sounds of the recycled equipment, Zhou Yin felt as if gold coins were being stuffed into his pockets. He started listing equipment, putting all the black iron equipment in the warehouse up for sale, with each piece priced between 800 and 1,000 spirit coins. The equipment forged by dwarves has good attributes, and many lords like to buy it. Given the same price, they will naturally give priority to buying his equipment. In just half an hour, All his equipment was sold out. My friend's message had already been flashing. They were just saying things that were full of envy and flattery, which he ignored. Apart from their desire to buy equipment, he didn't talk to these people much. Afterwards, Qin Yao also messaged him privately. I never expected that the spirit spring water was also sold by you. You deceived my feelings. Zhou Yin immediately felt innocent and said, you didn't even ask if I sold the spirit spring water. Qin Yao quickly said, oh, I was just joking with you. It's your skill to sell spiritual spring water. I'm just envious. Come on, it's not too much to ask for 10 liters, is it? Of course it's not excessive. Zhou Yin immediately traded 10 liters of spiritual spring water to Qin Yao, selling it at the same price as before, since it would be the same no matter who he sold it to. From now on, we can drink the spiritual spring water as our daily water. We won't have to worry about not being able to get it anymore. It's so great, Qin Yao replied. This is misappropriation of public funds. I'm going to report you, Zhou Yin joked. Really? That's great. Now I can find out who you are. Oh no, I've revealed my purpose. Omega equals. After the two became acquainted, they started joking around. Although Qin Yao is a member of the military, she wasn't always one. She only joined the military because the country discovered her advanced lord space during her awakening. There were many lords like them. They used the country's resources to develop their territory, and when necessary, they also have to contribute to the country. It's a win-win relationship, and the country has never forced her to join the army. Most people would not refuse an invitation from the government. There are both advantages and disadvantages to this. It all depends on your own choice. Afterwards, Frozen 3 Feet also bought a lot of spiritual spring water from him, and Zhou Yin naturally did not refuse. This is the treatment you get for being his friend. If you have something good, you can sell it to them first. Chapter 68, Waterball Beast. After resolving the equipment recycling issue, he put the spirit spring water back on the market, causing another wave of envy, jealousy, and resentment in the chat room. These benefits alone are enough to make countless people envious. Unfortunately, unless Zhou Yin reveals his identity himself, they cannot find any information about him at all. Crucially, he also has two territorial identities. The Heavenly Court territory is publicly known, while the Jiaochan territory is kept hidden. After selling out one batch of spiritual spring water, he sold another batch of spiritual fruits. Few of the new lords in the entire country are not paying attention to him. Who can blame him for having so many good items? As soon as they're put on the shelves, everyone has to race to grab them. Many people no longer care what Zhou Yin is selling. As soon as they hear he's listing something, they rush to buy it. Therefore, the things he hung in the trading hall were always empty. That's the advantage of being a celebrity. My lord, dinner is ready. Si Ting found Zhou Yin and invited him to dinner. Good. Lunch was a sumptuous meal, prepared by Jiao Chan, Si Tung, and Hua Yurong. The meals for the white-robed ghost soldiers and the dwarves were delivered by Si Wu and his men. They did not eat in the bamboo house. The combination of spiritual rice and spiritual vegetables makes for a delicious meal. After the meal, he began to tell them about the Temple of Inheritance. Jiao Chan will not go out with him to hunt monsters today, but will go to receive the inheritance first. After receiving the inheritance, they will become even stronger. Because the upcoming monster trials will become increasingly difficult, Zhou Yin only chose to let a portion of the people receive the inheritance first. There weren't many people who went to receive the inheritance this time. It was just Jiao Chan and Si Tung and their siblings. As for the Hua Yurong sisters and Junmi, they were arranged to be in the next batch to ensure that they could obtain the highest evaluation in the upcoming trials. After escorting Jiao Chan and the others outside the inheritance temple, Zhou Yin smiled at Jiao Chan and said, I've said everything I needed to say. Rest assured and accept the inheritance. You'll be able to come out in a few days at most. Don't rush when you go in. Just choose the inheritance that suits you best. I see. Jiao Chan nodded, but kept turning back to look at Zhou Yin, like a wife about to embark on a long journey looking at her husband, which was quite adorable. Goodbye, my lord. Jiao Chan and the others waved goodbye to Qin Chuan and entered the inheritance temple, together until they disappeared. Zhenmi approached Qin Chuan, looked at Zhou Yin with her big, watery eyes, and said, Lord, I want something. Well, it's probably not a good idea to do it during the day. Let's talk about it tonight. Seeing Zhenmi's expression, Zhou Yin quickly spoke up. Zhenmi blushed and quickly explained, My lord, what are you thinking? I just want a skill book. A goose skill book? Zhou Yin felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't show it, acting as if nothing had happened. What skill book? Zhou Yin asked. I've opened all the treasure chests in the territory, and one of them even contained a skill book. I want it, Zhenmi explained. I see. Let me see. He didn't pay attention at the time. He was probably too focused on the thrill of making money. I opened the treasure room, searched around, and sure enough, I found a skill book. Item: Ice Spikes. Quality: C. Description: releases an ice spike to attack enemies. Can only be learned if your spirit power is above 30. It's a C-quality skill book. Zhou Yin took it out and handed it to Junmi, saying, "This skill is indeed very suitable for you." Junmi's mental strength is as high as 80 points, so she is naturally able to learn. "Thank you, Lord." Junmi happily clicked to learn. Zhou Yin couldn't help but sigh. Skill books are really hard to get these days. He had killed countless monsters before finally obtaining a C-quality skill book. Other lords probably wouldn't even see a trace of a skill book. Skill books are relatively easy to obtain, but cultivation techniques are much harder to acquire. Moreover, each skill book and technique can only be used by the user. Unless it's something like his book, the Yin-Yang creation technique, something he figured out himself, then others can also cultivate it. The same applies to skills. Unless you create them yourself, you cannot pass on skills learned through skill books to others. Therefore, every skill book and cultivation technique outside is extremely precious. Junmi made a single gesture with her hand, and a chill quickly condensed, forming an icicle that floated in her hand. "It's quite pretty." Junmi was curious, then waved her hand. "Go." Following Junmi's movements, the ice crystal flew rapidly into the distance, turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the ground dozens of meters away. Not bad, a C-quality skill already possesses such great power. Zhou Yin was very satisfied. Of course, this also depends on the user. Junmi's quality is RRR level. With powerful spell enhancements and high attribute spiritual power, even the weakest F-level skill can unleash tremendous power. I really hope there will be more skill books. Zhou Yin smiled. He knew it was all wishful thinking. To the white-robed ghost soldier camp. Zhou Yin led everyone to the white-robed ghost soldier camp, walked up to the high platform, and began to summon the soldiers. More than 16,000 boxes yielded a considerable amount of soul coins and equipment. He was currently short of manpower, so he naturally needed to summon soldiers. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a white-robed ghost soldier squad leader. Hearing this, Zhou Yin was surprised. They actually summoned a high-level, white-robed ghost soldier. After checking, I found that this squad leader's attributes are higher than those of a sergeant, and his skills are also stronger. The remaining 7 were all regular soldiers. There were no special soldiers among them. Zhou Yin raised the level of the newly summoned soldier to level 10. In this way, the number of white-robed ghost soldiers increased to 62, becoming the backbone of the territory. This squad leader became the captain of the team. Under Zhou Yin's leadership, 10 men were left to guard the territory, while the rest followed him to explore the unexplored misty area near the territory. Upon entering this place, they encountered only low-level monsters, until they went deeper and encountered an elite monster. Monster: Waterball Beast. Quality: Elite. Level: 10. Special: Waterball Wave. Description: a monster formed from water elementals, possessing a pure elemental constitution. There is a river in the distance, but it is not very large. These waterball beasts come from that river. Kill. Zhou Yin directed everyone to kill monsters. When they finished off the first waterball beast, he discovered that in addition to dropping a treasure chest, the waterball beast also dropped a blue object. Item: Water Elemental Core. Quality: 1 star. Introduction: crystal nuclei containing water elements have significant uses. These waterball beasts can even drop water elemental crystal cores. This was an unexpected surprise. Although it was only a 1-star crystal core, it was still a pretty good gain. So they went on a killing spree and wiped out these water monsters. Not every water beast will drop a crystal core, but the probability is still quite high. Chapter 69: Ambush of the Two-Horned Sheep. With more people, the speed at which these water monsters were killed was quite fast. The water monsters on the shore were quickly wiped out by the group, leaving only the water monsters in the water. The river is very clear, but it's not easy to see the bottom. At least he couldn't see the bottom at all. The river is very deep. He acquired quite a few 1-star water attribute crystal cores. The ice tower needs these crystals to upgrade, so it's always good to collect as many as possible. But going into the river is unnecessary. They went up the river, encountering other monsters along the way, and explored the misty region as they went. He explored the locked area, and before he knew it, he had explored the entire misty region. Soon after, He heard an unexpected sound. You have completed the hidden quest, Fog Exploration. You have successfully explored the entire fog-shrouded area within a 10-kilometer radius of your territory. Reward, 200 reputation. Do you wish to announce the territory's name, your real name, and your nationality for the newcomer trial area? No. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Successfully completing the hidden quest, Exploring the Mist, will reward you with 200 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Successfully completing the hidden quest, Exploring the Mist, will reward you with 200 reputation points. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Successfully completing the hidden quest, Exploring the Mist, will reward you with 200 reputation points. The lords in the newcomer trial area were shocked once again upon seeing the announcement. Since the start of the trial, there have been several announcements, each time with all information hidden, which has made many people extremely curious, wondering who exactly received these reputation rewards. Or it could be the same person. Chat rooms in various countries are discussing these matters, and on the international channel, some people are even offering high prices to inquire about what the hidden mission is. Many people want to gain reputation, as it's a valuable resource that can be exchanged for very precious items. However, gaining reputation is extremely difficult, because no one knows exactly how to complete those hidden tasks. Even Zhou Yin wasn't entirely sure, because all the prestige he gained along the way was acquired unintentionally. He was simply developing his territory when he inexplicably received these reputation rewards, which left him quite helpless. Ignoring the chat room noises, he saw an ancient bridge leading to the other side. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory, the monsters are mostly level 10 or below. Beyond 10 kilometers, the monsters are level 10 or above. The monsters on the other side of the river are stronger and more dangerous, but the rewards are also greater. With their strength, dealing with monsters up to level 20 is no problem at all, which is why Zhou Yin dared to step into that area. Exploring this foggy area would unlock a hidden quest. This is just a thought. Nobody knows what the hidden quest is, otherwise, many people would have completed it long ago. They soon encountered a monster. I checked the attributes. Monster, two-horned sheep. Quality, average. Level, 15. Special features, charge, bloodlust. Description, once angered, they will launch a bloodthirsty and frenzied attack on their enemies until death. A group of monsters that never give up. I like. They're just level 15 monsters, they pose no threat to them. Several soldiers stepped forward and killed the two-horned sheep in no time. Slaying a level 15 two-horned sheep grants an additional 30 soul coins. The higher the monster's level, the greater the rewards you can obtain. The key is that lamb is a great ingredient, especially when used in hot pot. It's incredibly fragrant. He, Jiao Chan, and others all love to eat it. Because the monsters were scattered, they split into several teams, each with at least 8 people, and began searching the surrounding area. Before long, they encountered two-horned sheep scattered elsewhere again. This seems to be their territory. Although they are scattered, there are still quite a few of them. Meat prices are pretty good right now, especially for beef and mutton, which are still very expensive in the market. He plans to hunt down all the two-horned sheep in the area, which will not only increase the territory's income, but also bring many additional rewards. The soldiers' attributes are all quite good. Ordinary level 15 monsters are no match for them at all. In addition, they are all fighting in small teams, so there is no danger for them. There are a lot of two-horned sheep, but they are scattered and it takes time to find them. After a long time, they discovered a herd of two-horned sheep. Lord, look at those monsters. They're much stronger than ordinary two-horned sheep. And that one, could it be the leader? Jinmi pointed to a certain spot where more than a dozen horned sheep, larger than ordinary horned sheep, appeared, one of which was twice the size of an ordinary horned sheep. Zhou Yin laughed upon seeing this and said, there are more than a dozen elite two-horned sheep. That one is indeed a leader-level monster. We're lucky to have encountered a level 15 leader. After observing for a while, I estimated that there were about 300 of these two-horned sheep. If these two-horned sheep were to charge at them head-on, they would certainly suffer casualties, so Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't engage them in a direct confrontation. We need to lure them into the forest. He quickly came up with an idea. The forest is dense with many large trees, providing excellent cover for the two-horned sheep if they want to charge. Everyone, follow me. Zhou Yin led the group to a place with more trees, and then had everyone hide. I'll lure the monster over, and when it arrives, I'll use the forest to my advantage to kill it. Be careful not to get hurt by the monster. Zhou Yin said. However, Many soldiers, seeing that Zhou Yin was about to risk his life, volunteered to go in his place. Jinmi also spoke up, saying, "Lord, you can leave this to me. You don't need to attract the monsters yourself." Zhou Yin refused, saying, "You underestimate me. A mere level 15 monster can't do anything to me. Don't worry, I'll be back." His 4 attributes are all over 100, so he can kill these monsters by himself without any danger. He quickly disappeared into the woods and headed towards the herd of 2-horned sheep. As soon as he appeared, he moved with incredible speed to the 2-horned sheep, and then used the 7-star sword technique. In just a few moves, he had already killed several 2-horned sheep, successfully attracting their attention. "Come on, come and kill me." Zhou Yan ran and shouted, "Meow." Seeing Zhou Yan's arrogance, the 2-horned sheep leader's eyes blazed with fury. He roared to the sky and led a group of bloodthirsty 2-horned sheep to charge at Zhou Yan. The 2-horned sheep had clearly entered a bloodthirsty state, engulfed in boundless rage, and charged towards Zhou Yan. A rumbling sound rang out, the earth trembled, and the 2-horned sheep charged forward at incredible speed, their impact force absolutely tremendous. Zhou Yan led the 2-horned sheep into the dense forest. Chapter 70, Double-Horned Battle Blade Blueprint. After Zhou Yan rushed into the forest, he leaped onto the trees at an extremely fast speed. The 2-horned sheep kept rushing forward, not caring about anything in front of them, and soon crashed into towering trees. Many ancient trees were knocked down by these 2-horned sheep, demonstrating just how powerful their impact is. Kill. After the 2-horned sheep stopped, Zhou Yan took the lead, leaped down, and attacked one of the 2-horned sheep with his long sword. Uft, uft. Zhou Yan used the Tianshu sword and the Tianxian sword to instantly kill a 2-horned sheep. Then, the soldiers swarmed forward, weapons in hand, and attacked the other 2-horned sheep. One by one, the 2-horned sheep were killed and fell to the ground, leaving a field of 2-horned sheep lying on the ground. The area was densely wooded and very narrow, where a large flock of 2-horned sheep were crammed together, unable to exert any power, and could only roar incessantly, allowing Zhou Yan and his men to slaughter them. With Zhenmi's mental magic released in such a dense area, these 2-horned sheep were simply slaughtered standing still. Zhenmi, wielding the Holy Spirit staff, unleashed an ice shard attack on the 2-horned sheep. This ice shard attack was extremely fierce and instantly killed the 2-horned sheep. Zhou Yan looked at the leader, which shoved aside the 2-horned sheep beside it and charged toward one of the soldiers. It seems that the leader in a bloodthirsty state has a certain resistance to mental attacks. Zhou Yan realized he couldn't allow his soldiers to suffer casualties. Each soldier was summoned at great cost in soul coins. He rushed over immediately, wielding his longsword and attacking the 2-horned ram leader. Puff! The longsword chopped off one of the 2-horned sheep's horns. Because the sheep's head was moving around, what was originally intended to be a chopped-off neck ended up being just a horn. However, Zhou Yan didn't care. He quickly delivered a flying kick, the powerful force sending the leader flying. Bang! The 2-horned ram leader crashed into a giant tree and was seriously injured. Coupled with Zhenmi's mental interference, he could no longer stand up. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Yan stepped forward, wielding his sword with both hands, and swung it down forcefully, directly severing the head of the 2-horned ram leader. Blood spurted out, and Zhou Yan quickly retreated, avoiding being covered in blood. Defeat the level 15 boss, the 2-horned sheep, for an additional reward of 500 soul coins, 500 spirit coins, and the 2-horned battle blade blueprint. Although he was disappointed that there were no building chests, he was still quite satisfied. Item: Double-horned battle blade blueprint. Quality: bronze. Requires 1 double-horned ore and 2 level 2 iron ore. The blueprints are quite good, and the materials are readily available. The amount of iron ore required is very small, making it ideal for forging. The leader also dropped a bronze treasure chest, which he kept. The remaining 2-horned sheep didn't last long and were quickly killed by them. After finishing the repairs, all the treasure chests and the 2-horned sheep carcasses were collected. Then they continued on their way and encountered some more scattered 2-horned sheep. But they also discovered another kind of monster. 2-headed hound. Monster: 2-headed hound. Quality: enhanced elite. Level: 18. Special: elemental attack. Description: a 2-headed creature capable of elemental attacks. It's actually an enhanced elite. He was quite surprised. What's particularly noteworthy is that this monster moves quite fast. It seems to have spotted them and is heading towards them, opening its mouth from a distance to gather energy, intending to attack them. This dog has a really good nose, Zhou Yan said. Before the 2-headed hound could launch an attack, Zhenmi used her mental power to influence it, putting it into a state of slumber. Then, she condensed a shard of ice and attacked it. Puff! The two-headed hound was attacked on the neck and was killed instantly by Junmi. Slaying a level 15 two-headed hound will grant an additional 54 soul coins. Junmi's magical attacks are extremely powerful. It's perfectly normal for her to instantly kill a level 18 enhanced elite. Defeating an enhanced elite grants a significant amount of extra soul coins, making it a decent reward. Looking down at the two-headed hound's feet, he found a black iron treasure chest. He casually put the chest and the two-headed hound's corpse away. Be careful, there might be a lot of two-headed hounds here. Because the two-headed hounds can attack from a distance, they are extra careful, as these monsters have very sensitive noses. Sure enough, he quickly sensed a monster approaching. His mental attribute had reached over 100 points, so he was naturally able to sense monsters getting close. He told everyone to be careful, and they all picked up their weapons, ready to attack the monster. Junmi was also ready to act at any time. Her mental magic was very important to these monsters. A lot of them have appeared, and they've been surrounded. Soon, many two-headed hounds appeared around them, surrounding them with their eyes filled with ferocity. Junmi raised the Holy Spirit staff and unleashed a powerful mental spell that enveloped the surrounding area. Before the two-headed hounds could fully gather the energy in their mouths, they fell into a deep sleep. Kill! The soldiers filed out and charged toward the sleeping two-headed hound. These monsters were quickly killed by the soldiers. Each two-headed hound could drop a black iron treasure chest, which was the benefit of elite monsters. Not bad, not bad. More than 30 black iron treasure chests. They continued on their journey and discovered several more types of monsters. The level 11 Shadow Cat, the level 12 Pink Fox, and the level 17 Golden Rooster were all fighting alone, and Junmi finished them off with a single ice spike. Apart from the level 17 Golden Rooster, which is an elite monster, all the others are ordinary monsters. There are quite a few kinds of monsters living here, some in groups of 3 or 5, and some that live alone. Faced with such a powerful combination, one can only become a victim of their blade. Around 5 o'clock, they finally returned home with their bags full. Unfortunately, we only encountered one leader and didn't encounter a second one. It seems that leaders aren't as common as cabbages. You can't just run into one whenever you want. On their way back, they found many more water beasts on the shore and killed quite a few of them before returning to their territory. With Jiao Chan absent, the task of cooking had to be left to Si Tung and the others. Fortunately, they were clever and the ingredients were good, so they were able to solve the problem of cooking. It would be great to have a subordinate who can cook. It's a pity he couldn't get a restaurant or similar building, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to cook for themselves. The blueprint for the twin-horn sword and also gave him the horns of the twin-horned sheep, telling him to forge it later when he had time, and to focus on repairing the equipment now. Jerry and his team were very efficient. A large amount of equipment had already been repaired. Well done. Zhou Yin praised them and then bought them a lot of fine wine, which made them even more motivated. He started listing all the repaired equipment, and within minutes, all the equipment he listed was sold out. There's a severe shortage of equipment right now, and as long as the price isn't too outrageous, people will buy it. Chapter 71, Spirit Bamboo Seeds. After doing all this, Zhou Yin arrived in front of the ice tower. Upgrading the ice tower only requires a 1-star water element crystal core. He killed many water monsters and obtained a lot of water element crystals. Although these crystals have other uses, upgrading the defense towers is the priority right now. Territory notification. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins and 10 1-star water attribute crystal cores, the Frost Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 35,000 spirit coins and 21-star water attribute crystal cores, the Frost Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 22. Territory notification. Consuming 40,000 spirit coins and 31-star water attribute crystal cores, the Frost Tower. Level has been increased to level 23. Territory notification. Insufficient materials. Ice Tower cannot be upgraded. After upgrading the Ice Tower to level 30, the required materials change. Furthermore, the attributes of the Ice Tower have changed, making it more powerful, and crucially, it has gained an additional attribute. Architecture. Ice Tower. Level 30. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 spirit coins, 102-star water attribute crystal cores. Quality. SSS 0/3. Upgrade required. 3 ice towers. Defense. 60,000/60,000. Special attribute 1. Launches an ice attack on enemies within range. Special attribute 2. Can launch an ice spike attack once every 90 minutes. Special attribute 3. Can unleash an ice rain attack once every 2 hours. Description: when the ice descends, all enemies will be annihilated. The attributes show that the cooldown time of Attribute 2 has been reduced by 30 minutes, and the added ice rain skill is also an area of effect attack. However, we don't know how powerful it is yet. We'll have to verify it tomorrow. As you progress, the resources required to upgrade these buildings will become increasingly higher and scarcer. All of these require a lot of spirit coins. Without sufficient resources, one cannot even afford to gather enough materials to upgrade a building. He already had quite a few buildings in his territory, so he decided to start upgrading it. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 11. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 12. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 20. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 21 by consuming 100,000 spirit coins. Territory name: Heavenly Court, Diaochan, hidden. Lord: Zhou. Detail profile. Quality: white, colored, hidden. Territory talent: special items, plus 21%. Territory level: 21. Upgrade requirements: 22 level 22 buildings, 110 territory members, 200,000 spirit coins. Area: 33,000 square meters. Special attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory, plus 26%. Special attribute 2. All clan attributes in the territory, plus 21%. Special attribute 3. All building attributes in the territory, plus 10%. Buildings: 21. Details: number of people in the territory, 113. Resources: detailed information. After upgrading the territory to level 21, all the attributes increased significantly, but the hidden quests I had imagined didn't seem to be there. He had thought there would be another hidden quest, but it seems he was overthinking it. An additional attribute has been added: all building attributes in the territory, plus 10%. It seems that a new attribute appears every 10 levels. However, once the territory reaches level 20, spirit coins will be required. Upgrading a territory from level 20 to level 21 costs 100,000 spirit coins, and upgrading to level 22 requires 200,000 spirit coins, which is double the amount. Spirit coins will be needed in the future. The high-level materials in the newbie trial were very expensive, so he didn't buy them. For him now, the level of each building is more than enough, and there is no need to waste money on those materials. He looted a lot of ore again, even taking the ore from the International Trading Hall. He opened the message bar and started chatting with Overlord of the World first. Overlord of the World: hey bro, are you there? I need a lot of silver equipment, but I don't have that many 3-star ores. Can you use 1-star or 2-star ones instead? The message was sent several hours ago, but he was busy killing monsters at the time and didn't see it. He quickly replied, sure, but as you know, Samsung's materials are quite precious. How do you plan to exchange them? Not long after, Overlord of the World replied, I can't let you suffer a loss either. How about exchanging 12 2-star ores for 1 3-star ore? This exchange rate is quite good. In the Lord's continent, the highest amount given would not exceed 10, and the other party gave him 12, which shows great sincerity. No problem. How many pieces of silver equipment do you plan to need? Zhou asked. Overlord of the World, I need armor this time. Could you give me some? A full set would be best. How about 10 sets to start? Zhou replied irritably. No wonder you're offering such a high exchange price. You need armor, which is much harder to craft than weapons, and you need a complete set. To be honest, I haven't even managed to collect many sets of silver armor in my own territory, so don't even think about it. He wasn't lying. With so many people in his territory, he only had about 10 sets of complete silver equipment, making it impossible for him to trade them to the other party. Overlord of the World quickly replied, a single piece is fine too. How much can you give this time? I've been recycling a lot of equipment lately, so there must be some. Zhou replied, they are almost all black iron and bronze, with very few silver equipment. I'll give you 10 pieces this time. Do you want any weapons? If so, I can give you 20. That works too, the other person replied. The two quickly began making a deal. It's a pleasure doing business with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. He acquired a considerable amount of ore. At this stage, among all the new lords, it is estimated that only Overlord of the World can afford to produce so much ore. He was just lucky. His territory happened to appear near a mine. It was practically like he was just going out to collect ore. He believed that the Overlord of the World wasn't the only lucky one. It's just that many others, like him, hadn't yet revealed their true abilities. After clicking on the Lord Little Darling, I found out that he needed to talk to me. What's the matter? Zhou asked. Well, My men found a very peculiar seed in the bamboo forest. I don't know if you want it, so I wanted to ask you about it, the other person said. Oh, send it over so I can take a look, Zhou Yin said curiously. Little Darling quickly sent him a transaction request, and after he agreed, the other party showed him the information about the seed. Item, spirit bamboo seed. Quality, 1 star. Introduction, requires a spirit field to cultivate. Although the description is simple, this spirit bamboo is a really good thing. Chapter 72, seeking to purchase seasonings. He said directly, I want this. Name your price. At this stage, only he has a spiritual field to grow this spiritual bamboo. Even if others see it, they may not be interested in buying it. I don't want money, Little Darling replied. Then what do you want to exchange? Zhou asked. I want the spirit fruit, the spirit spring water, and the equipment, Little Darling said quickly. We can only choose one, and the market price of this thing isn't very high, Zhou said. A 1-star spirit bamboo, and the highest market price is only around 100,000, which is equivalent to the price of a silver equipment. Moreover, it requires a spiritual field to plant, which greatly reduces the price of the seed. Even if he asks for 50,000, it would be reasonable. Could you exchange it for a piece of silver equipment? If I find this seed again, I'll trade with you immediately, please, brother. The Lord of Little Darling is not stupid. He naturally knows that this thing has limitations, and its price won't be too high. All right, considering our cooperation, I'll give you a piece of silver equipment this time, but you'll need 2 seeds to exchange for another piece of silver equipment later. Zhou replied. He wasn't being stingy, it was just business, and he didn't think he was being unreasonable. Okay, thank you, handsome. Moi? Little Darling is very happy. After trading the seeds, the other party offered him a lot of bamboo to trade. After buying the bamboo, he looked at the other people's information, most of whom were looking to buy things. After completing the transactions with each other, he closed the messaging app and went to the spiritual bamboo house. The aroma of food wafted from afar. Jinmi and her group are cooking a lot of delicious food. The Lord has arrived. A group of people greeted him with smiles. This is a very beautiful scene. Every woman is very pretty. Although they are demons, they are very pleasing to the eye. My lord, we're running low on seasonings. Seating ran over and said, I'll buy some. He started searching the trading hall, only to find, to his embarrassment, that there was nothing for sale. Goose. After thinking for a moment, he opened the national chat room, displayed the territory name, and shouted, looking to buy seasonings. Large quantities and complete varieties will be given priority. You can exchange them with spirit fruits, spirit spring water, and equipment. If you have any for sale, hurry up. He's a celebrity now. 99% of people follow his trading activities. It was discovered that he was actually looking to buy something in the chat room, which immediately attracted countless people. The big boss has appeared. Boss, do you need a lackey? I'm bowing down to you. Holy crap. We've spotted a big shot. Heavenly Court, big brother. I am 1.7 meters tall, 18 years old, with a great figure and beautiful looks. Can I be your girlfriend? I have dozens of spices and seasonings. Big shot. Trade with me quickly. It would be best if you added me as a friend. I'll definitely give you a discount. I have some salt. Do you want some, bro? It's free. Hey, bro, add me as a friend, and I'll give you a pound of chili peppers for free. I have cumin, and I picked it right at the entrance of the territory. There's this stuff everywhere outside the territory. Zhou Yin felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected his feed to be flooded with messages so quickly. He immediately locked the message bar and started checking it. Finally, I chose someone who seemed reliable and submitted a friend request. Territory notification. You have become friends with Dog Egg. That's a brilliant name. Dog Egg. The big boss actually added me as a friend. I'm so excited. Let's get down to business. I need various seasonings, Zhou Yin said. Of course, I definitely won't let you down, Dog Egg quickly replied. The other party then traded him dozens of seasonings. Cumin, pepper, salt, chicken bouillon, star anise, soy sauce, vinegar. It had almost everything, many of which he had never even heard of. Wow, how do you have so many seasonings? Zhou Yin asked curiously. To be honest, my dad's territory is used to grow all kinds of spices. I brought a lot with me when I came in, including many seeds. They're just not ripe yet, so we haven't started selling them. Dog Egg replied. Do you still have seeds? Are you selling them? Zhou Yin asked quickly. If you want it, I'll give you a few packs. It's not worth much anyway. I have plenty at home, like rice. Dog Egg replied. I'll trade you something. What do you want? Zhou Yin asked. Spiritual spring water, the other party quickly replied. This stuff is so hard to get. He's never managed to get a single bottle. Okay, Zhou Yin replied, then handed the other party a bottle of spiritual spring water. There were quite a lot of those seasonings, and more importantly, Zhou Yin also obtained the seasoning seeds he wanted. Thank you so much, sir. May I buy spiritual spring water from you in the future? Dog Egg asked. Yes, but not too much, Zhou Yin replied. Thank you, boss. After chatting for a while, the other party took the initiative to buy some equipment and spiritual spring water from him, and also bought some spiritual fruits. After the transaction was completed, he put a bunch of seasonings into the treasure room and said to Si Tung beside him, "They're in the treasure room now. That should be enough." Then he took out several packets of spice seeds and asked Hua Yurong to plant them. It's just that when I'm eating, I feel like Diao Chan isn't there, and I always miss her a little. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yin chose a spot and began practicing his 7-star sword technique. Only through continuous practice could this sword technique unleash its full power. That night, I cultivated in the spiritual bamboo house for another night. The amount of spiritual energy he needs is enormous, and it's not something that can be achieved in a short time. The next day, around 6 o'clock in the morning, they heard the sound of attacks coming from the defense tower. Zhenmi woke up abruptly and said to Zhou Yin, who was sitting on a stool meditating, "Lord, the monsters have begun their attack." Zhou Yin opened his eyes, stood up, and said, "I didn't expect to arrive so early today." They quickly headed outside. Because of their habit, they assumed that the monsters would attack after 8 o'clock in the morning. He glanced around and discovered that monsters had appeared on 3 of the walls today, so he quickly moved 2 defensive towers to the right to defend against them. A blast of ice pierced the sky, attacking the monsters outside. Under the onslaught of the ice, a large number of monsters were enveloped and completely annihilated. So this is a level 30 ice tower? Its attack power is quite good. Zhou Yin was very satisfied. As expected of a high-level defensive tower, both its attack range and power were excellent. "Greetings, my lord." The sisters have already headed towards the 3 sides of the city wall. Si Tung and Hua Yuerong approached him. "Well done. Come with me to the barracks." Zhou Yin hurriedly arrived at the barracks. The white-robed ghost soldier had already awakened and assembled under the leadership of his squad leader. He had originally intended to send someone to inform him, but upon seeing him arrive, he immediately shouted, "Lord." Zhou Yin nodded and said to all the soldiers, "All soldiers will be divided into 3 groups. Head to the 3 sides of the wall. Jinmi will be in charge of the left side. Si Tung, Hua Yurong, and you will be in charge of the right side, and I will be in charge of the last part. Do you understand?" "Yes." Then, Zhou Yin turned around and said to Zhenmi, Si Tung, and Hua Yurong, "Everyone, go to your respective areas to fight the monsters." "Yes, Lord." They hurried toward the wall. Chapter 73. Hey, bro. Zhou Yin arrived at the main gate, where the monsters were always the most numerous. He left Ice Tower, Poison Gas Tower, and Blade Tower at the main gate for defense. He discovered that these 3 towers were very strong defensively. Especially after reaching level 30, the Ice Tower is practically a battlefield reaper. The Frost Tower can launch an ice attack. This ice attack is simple. It directly sends out a barrage of ice blades, covering a very large area, and each time it can engulf dozens or even hundreds of monsters. Within this region, wherever the ice passes, everything must kneel. The attacked monsters were instantly killed by the powerful ice blades, and the terrifying cold air instantly froze them into ice sculptures. These ice sculptures formed obstacles, blocking the monsters that wanted to move forward. As the Ice Tower launched another attack, it shattered the monsters frozen into ice sculptures in front of it, turning them into fragments, and then killed and froze the monsters behind it. This process repeated itself, and these monsters simply could not break through the attack range of the Ice Tower. A single Ice Tower successfully defended half of the territory. A truly impressive building. The Poison Gas Tower is also very powerful. When a cloud of poison gas is released, it disperses, a green light appears, and all the monsters are poisoned and fall to the ground. The Sword Tower is equally powerful. A barrage of flying swords will return all the swords to their source. I ask you, do these monsters still have the courage to fight again? Unfortunately, these monsters showed no fear, or rather, none of the monsters in the trial grounds knew how to retreat. They only charged forward, ultimately becoming souls beneath the swords of the Sword Tower. 3 defensive towers firmly guarded the main gate, preventing even a single monster from breaking through. I was worrying too much. After seeing this, Zhou Yin felt relieved and said to Zhang San, "You take charge here. I'll go check other places." "Yes, Lord," Zhang San replied. Zhou Yin arrived at the wall on the right. He looked at the Earthquake Tower, a defensive tower shaped like an earthen yellow pyramid, which was constantly rotating and emitting an earthen yellow light. A shock wave emanated from the earthquake tower, and soon after, it was visible that the ground outside the territory cracked open as if a regional earthquake had occurred, and monsters fell into the bottomless fissures, causing great losses to the monsters. Subsequently, the ground healed and returned to its original state, as if it had never existed. This is practically a burial tower, even more professional than Feng Baobao, without leaving a trace. On the right are the earthquake tower and the flame tower. On the left are the storm tower and the flame tower. Lord, Situng and Hua Yurong looked at Zhou Yan, their beautiful eyes flashing with fighting spirit. However, the monster had not yet broken through the defense tower's opening, so they could only stand on the ground and wait. Of all the new lords in the world, only his territory is this easy. The main reason is that his defensive towers are too strong, and there are so many of them that the soldiers in his territory don't need to do much. It seems I don't need to worry about things here. The monster's main attack direction was from the front, and the monsters on both sides were not too terrifying. With 2 defensive towers in place, Situng and the others did seem a bit bored. I wonder when these monsters will be able to break through the coverage of the defense towers. My demon sword is itching for a fight. Situng gripped the demon sword, looking at the monsters outside the territory, wishing he could rush out and kill a wave of them. Hey, this little devil is pretty violent, but I like it. Zhou Yan smiled and said, we haven't had breakfast yet. While the monsters can't break through the defense towers yet, let a few people go pick some spirit fruits to eat. I'll go. Hua Yurong volunteered, and, after gathering a few of her sisters, headed towards the spirit field. Zhou Yan didn't forget to remind him, remember to plant the seeds back. Understood, Lord, Hua Yurong replied. He then went to check the left side of the territory's wall, where a powerful hero like Zhanmi was located, so there was no problem at all. She even got so bored that she started casting ice spells to attack monsters in the distance, which is one of the advantages of being a ranged hero. It's not that there aren't bows and arrows inside the treasure room, but everyone prefers to use cold knives to stab monsters. Of course, Zhanmi is an exception. She is a warlock, a ranged hero. My lord, these monsters won't be able to break through the defense tower's coverage area in a short time. Zhanmi smiled at Zhou Yan. Her appearance was exceptionally graceful and charming, more beautiful than any flower. Zhou Yan nodded and headed towards the mysterious shop, again, wanting to see what good things it had. As the territory expands, it becomes much more difficult to travel to any destination, which is where the benefits of paving stones become apparent. However, he doesn't have enough money right now to replace the floor tiles with better ones, so he has to leave it for the time being. Upon entering the mysterious shop, he saw 5 blueprints. Goose, are they all blueprints? He carefully examined the information on the drawings. Item, secret power ring, crafting blueprint. Quality, bronze. Requires 2 black iron, ore, and 1 mithril. Price, 20,000 spirit coins. Zhou Yan was surprised. He hadn't expected it to be a jewelry-type equipment blueprint. This was exactly what he needed, and it could also make him a fortune. There are already few pieces of equipment available at this stage, not to mention jewelry. There's practically no trace of it on the market. Even if they exist, they are extremely rare. Obviously, everyone needs jewelry and equipment, so it's impossible for them to be sold. With this blueprint, he will be able to sell jewelry-type equipment in large quantities, and he will be able to set the price. Even if he sells it for 10 times the price of the outside world, people will still be eager to buy it. The materials needed are few, but I don't think I have mithril. Zhou Yan opened the trading hall and began searching for mithril, finding that quite a few people were selling it. However, he noticed someone selling mithril in exceptionally large quantities, but he saw this person in the international trading hall, and this person was very likely a foreigner. Because the other party did not display any information, no one knew what country he was from. However, there is a 99% probability that the majority of them are foreigners. He submitted a friend request, and the other party did not reject his friend request. He quickly accepted his friend request and showed him his friend profile information. Territory notification. You have become friends with Child of the God of Luck, Pakistan. Huh, they're from Pakistan. Zhou Yan was a little surprised. Pakistan and China are very good international friends. They even have visa-free access to each other and cooperate on many projects. They have always been good friends who stand on the same front. Upon seeing that his nationality was Xinlongguo, a name implying Pakistani citizenship, the other party greeted him very politely. On behalf of my Pakistani friends, I extend my greetings to our friends from Xinlongguo. Since they are Pakistani friends, doing business with them will be much easier. He quickly replied, Hey, buddy, let's not beat around the bush. I'm here to do business with you. We are very happy to do business with our friends from the Divine Dragon Kingdom. You have always been our best friends, the other party replied. I wonder what I can trade with you, the other party inquired. I need mithril. A lot of mithril. I'll take all of your mithril, Zhou Yin said. Chapter 74, Shocking. 5 skill books. So you want mithril? That's not a problem. It's just that my territory is full of mithril. Do you really need it all? The other party still inquired. After all, this was also very beneficial to him. It just depended on whether Zhou Yin could eat so much. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was overjoyed and quickly replied, You can rest assured. Take as many as you can get. All right, the price is definitely favorable. 1-star mithril will be 50 spirit coins per share, 2-star will be 100 spirit coins per share, and 3-star will be 500 spirit coins per share. What do you think? Mithril is considered rarer than ordinary materials, and its price is also higher. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was overjoyed. As expected of a good friend from Pakistan, this price was almost the same as the market price in the Lord continent. You should know that the price he listed in the trading hall was twice as high. No problem, let's go with this price. So, let's start with 10,000 portions, Zhou Yin said. Pakistani friends were completely dumbfounded. He never expected Zhou Yin to need such a large quantity, asking for 10,000 portions. He doesn't have that many now. Well, I don't have that many right now, just a little. Give me some time, I'll go dig some more. Pakistani friend was indeed very surprised. If he had known that Zhou Yin wanted so much, he would have already ordered his men to mine mithril with all their might. Although this may be dangerous, the amount the other party wants is so large that this risk is definitely worthwhile. Okay, sell me as much as you have now. You can trade with me again once you've got enough mithril. Although he doesn't need 2-star mithril right now, who knows if he'll need it later. He'll buy it first. Good. The two parties quickly began making a deal. They traded over 1,000 units of mithril, and the other party promised to mine more mithril from now on, which would definitely satisfy him. They were both very happy. Having completed the transaction and established diplomatic relations, Pakistan, a longtime friend, felt it was important to maintain good diplomatic relations with the other side in the long term. After completing the transaction with his old friend Pakistan, he immediately sent his men to dig for mithril. The dwarves are still repairing the equipment. They'll have them forge the ring when they're less busy in a few days. He looked at the second set of drawings. Item, Storm Talisman. Quality, B. Description, after use, it creates a storm to attack enemies, lasting for 5 minutes. Price, 200,000 spirit coins. This is a one-time use attack talisman, but it's a B quality item, which is pretty good. If you encounter a very strong monster, this thing can be used as an emergency measure. After buying it, I looked at the third blueprint. Item, Golden Armor Crafting Blueprint. Quality, Gold. Requires 20x 4-star gold, 5x 4-star iron ore, and 3x 4-star beast sinew. Price, 1 million spirit coins. Nice one. He bought it immediately. The blueprints were definitely a valuable item, but it was a pity that he didn't have the materials now. The fourth item is a blueprint for a black iron boot, and the fifth item is a blueprint for a bronze-level bow and arrow. He bought everything. Then start refreshing. Suddenly, 5 books appeared. Upon closer inspection, he immediately burst into laughter. They're all skill books. How difficult is it to obtain skill books? The chat room are asking to buy skill books, but unfortunately, no one is selling them. Those things are just too rare and too hard to get. Zhou Yin took a closer look and found that the first book was a life skills book called Gathering. Item, Gathering Skill. Quality, D. Description, can only be collected from elite quality or higher monsters or items. Cannot be collected from ordinary monsters or items. Price, 50,000 spirit coins. This is definitely for his own use. Although it's useless against ordinary monsters themselves aren't very valuable. The advantage of gathering skills is that you can use them to dismantle monsters, whereas those without such skills can only dismantle monsters piece by piece. Moreover, when you find something good, such as a certain medicinal herb, if you dig it up without knowing its effects, there is a high probability that you will destroy the medicinal herb. With the gathering skill, you can gather directly without worrying about destroying the medicinal herbs. This is the benefit of gathering techniques. The mysterious shop prompts 50,000 spirit coins to purchase 1 skill book, D. Gathering technique. He opened the skill book, clicked to learn, and the gathering skill transformed into a beam of light, entering his body. Learn the art of gathering. Looking at the second skill book, it was another life skills book. He took a closer look at the remaining skill books, and wow, all 5 of them were life skills books. He thought there would be skill books for attacking enemies, but to his surprise, there weren't any. But it's not bad, it's better than nothing. Fortunately, these skill books are all pretty good. Item, Meteor Forging Technique. Quality A. Description, increases the blacksmith's forging speed by 60%. Price, 500,000 spirit coins. These 500,000 spirit coins are definitely worth more than their price. I bought it without hesitation. The mysterious shop prompts, spirit coins, 500,000, purchase one skill book, a meteor forging technique. This skill is definitely for Jerry, which will increase his forging speed by another 60%. After Jerry's forging speed is increased, he will be able to acquire more equipment. The third skill book. Item, farming skill. Quality, D. Introduction, increases crop yield by 10%. Price, 50,000 spirit coins. This skill on the spirit field would allow him to earn a lot more money. The mysterious shop prompts, 50,000 spirit coins, purchase one skill book, D. Farming technique. He didn't plan to use it himself. He intended to find one of his subordinates to use it. As a lord, he certainly shouldn't be the one to do farming. He has other important things to do. For example, talk more with Diao Chan and Junmi about life ideals and such. The fourth skill book. Item, Supreme Alchemy Technique. Quality S. Description, improves pill quality by 10%, speeds up pill refining by 20%, and reduces pill refining costs by 20%. Price, 10 million spirit coins. This is an S-quality alchemy manual, extremely valuable, and he can use it. But he is a lord and cannot spend all his time on alchemy. Giving him this skill book would be a complete waste. 10 million spirit coins, damn, I'm really reluctant to part with them. However, he has to pay this money out. Even if he doesn't use it, he can sell it and at least double his money back. The mysterious shop prompts, 10 million spirit coins to purchase one copy of the skill book, S. Supreme Mystic Alchemy Technique. The last skill book. Item, 1000 Threads Weaving Technique. Quality, B. Description, increases weaving speed by 40% and has a 20% chance to improve weaving attributes. Price, 200,000 spirit coins. Weaving is mostly learned by women, who can use it to weave various precious fabrics. These fabrics can be used to make clothes, and a small number of fabrics with attributes can be used to make equipment. This is a pretty good skills book. The mysterious shop prompts, 200,000 spirit coins, purchase one skill book, B. 1000 Threads Weaving Technique. This trip cost him over 10 million spirit coins. You may seem to earn a lot of spirit coins, but when it comes to actually spending them, you'll find that the money doesn't last long at all. Buying him a few high-end items will make him go back to square one. He arrived at the Divine Weapon Workshop, found Jerry, and called out, "Jerry, here's a skill book for you." Jerry curiously took it, examined it closely, and exclaimed in surprise, "Lord, is this for me?" He was extremely shocked. This was the skill book he desperately needed, and he was incredibly excited. Seeing Jerry's eyes, Zhou Yin smiled and said, "You are my chief blacksmith. Who else would I give it to if not you? This is what you deserve." They helped us make a lot of money without asking for anything in return. Even giving them a skill book felt like too little. However, he didn't have anything good to offer them at the moment, so he could only think about it later. Author's note. Believe me, this book has a vast world building, and many unexpected things will appear later, which will definitely captivate you. Chapter 75, Purchasing Earth Attribute Crystals. Thank you, Lord. After thanking the Lord, Jerry excitedly opened the book, Meteor Forging Technique, and the skill book quickly transformed into a beam of light and entered Jerry's body. A moment later, Jerry opened his eyes, his expression one of shock, and said to Zhou Yin, "Lord, this forging technique is too powerful. I feel that my understanding of forging has become even more profound." Zhou Yin nodded and said, "Then work hard. I will acquire even better skills in the future, and making you all god-level blacksmiths will definitely not be a problem." With the Temple of Inheritance in his possession, Zhou Yin was very confident. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed the dwarves to forge equipment, he would have wanted to let the dwarves enter the Temple of Inheritance as well. We can only wait until the newbie trial is over before making any decisions. Zhou Yin looked at the equipment the dwarves had repaired and asked in surprise, "You've repaired so much equipment. There are nearly 4,000 pieces of equipment already. This efficiency is too high, completely beyond his expectations. We are so grateful to the Lord that we stay up very late every night. This is the only way we can thank you." Jerry answered honestly. Zhou Yin was truly touched. These dwarves were just too adorable. Those who need rest should still rest, and must get at least 8 hours of sleep every day. This is an order. Zhou Yin truly cared about the dwarves and didn't want them to be too tired. He can only try to put more effort into his daily life, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and he certainly can't do without meat and alcohol every day. "Thank you for your concern, Lord," the dwarves replied in unison. Nodding, Zhou Yin began listing the equipment in the trading hall and then put it up for sale. A few seconds later, the equipment began to sell out at an extremely fast pace and was sold out in less than 2 minutes. The chat room erupted in exclamations, with people shouting for more Heavenly Court lords to be released. Hey bro, please put more on sale. I just saw the news and wanted to buy some, but they're all gone. You guys are too fast. They didn't give me a single piece of equipment. I must concentrate on watching the news tomorrow. There are more and more monsters now, and my walls are about to collapse. What's this? One of my buildings has been destroyed. It's infuriating. I spent a lot of resources upgrading it, and now it's all gone. Their strength is still not enough. If the soldiers in the territory were all well equipped, the result would be different. Hey, Heavenly Court, boss, can we be friends? I just want to buy a few sets of good equipment. Hopefully, more of the top players' equipment will be available for purchase. Equipment is still in short supply, and with the increasing number of monsters, a lot of equipment is breaking, so a lot of equipment can be recycled every day. However, the equipment is still mainly made of iron and bronze, with very little silver equipment. He wanted to sell more equipment, but the daily output was limited, and he didn't care who could buy it. After selling all the equipment, he returned to the wall above the main gate. The number of monsters had indeed increased, and they were charging madly towards the territory. However, the power of the ice tower was simply too great. Combined with the poison gas from the poison gas tower and the support from the blade tower, no matter how many monsters came, it was of no use. Defense towers are the most important means of defense in a territory. He looked at the materials needed for his defense towers and found that only the materials for the blade tower and earthquake tower were relatively easy to find. After all, with so many lords in the world, someone is bound to get what he needs. He started searching, but unfortunately, no one was selling these items in either the National Trading Hall or the International Trading Hall. So he posted a message in the international chat room, looking to buy all kinds of materials, including elemental crystals, high-grade materials, and rare materials. No quantity limit. If you have any, you can message me directly. He changed his status to allow private messaging, but no other information was displayed, and the other party could not see any information. As soon as the news broke, many people around the world started contacting him, including some who just wanted to chat, but he simply blocked them. He then discovered that some people had indeed obtained some attribute crystals, but only 1 or 2 in number. As for the price, he quoted the market price. 1-star crystals are all purchased for 1,000 spirit coins. If the other party hesitates or wants to raise the price, he will also raise it a little, but it will not exceed 1,200 spirit coins at most. Because at this stage, only a few people use these things, and the demand is definitely not as high as his. For others, they are of no use at all. It is better to exchange them for spirit coins to develop their territory. Therefore, he acquired a lot of crystals. As for those who offered exorbitant prices, he simply added them to his blacklist and didn't bother to say a word. These people all possessed 1-star crystals, and he soon saw a lord say that he had Earth Attribute crystals. Earth Attribute crystals are needed to upgrade the Spirit Field and Earthquake Tower, and the other party also said that they have about 90 of them. He couldn't let this deal slip by, so he quickly asked, I'll take them all. How about I buy them for 1,000 spirit coins? Could you raise the price a bit? 1,100 spirit coins per piece, the other party asked. No problem. This price is definitely acceptable. Really? That's great. I just want to know if you need more of these Earth Attribute crystals, because I should be able to get quite a few more, the other person asked. No problem. I can acquire it long term, Zhou Yin replied. Let's add each other as friends, the other person said. I'll add you. Zhou Yin took the initiative to add the other party as a friend. Territory notification. You have become friends with that knight, Yukarin. Your territory name will be displayed, but all other information will remain confidential. The other party was also a foreign friend, but Zhou Yin didn't care which country the other party was from, since they were just doing business together. Territory notification. Spirit coins minus 95,000. Obtain 95 1-star Earth Attribute crystals. After the transaction was completed, he began upgrading the defensive towers. Territory notification. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins and 10 1-star Earth Attribute crystals. The Earthquake Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 35,000 spirit coins and 21-star Earth Attribute crystal cores. The Earthquake Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 22. Territory notification. Consuming 40,000 spirit coins and 31-star Earth Attribute crystal cores. The Earthquake Tower. Level has been upgraded to level 23. The Earthquake Tower can only be upgraded to level 23, but it does gain one more attribute skill. Building, Earthquake Tower. Level, 23. Upgrade requirements. 40,000 spirit coins, 41-star Earth Attribute Crystal Cores. Quality, SSS 0/3. Upgrade required. 3 Earthquake Towers. Defense, 39,000/39,000. Special Attribute 1. Performs an earthquake attack on enemies. Special Attribute 2. Launches a large-scale seismic wave every 100 minutes. Special Attribute 3. Can unleash Earth Roar once every 2 hours. Introduction. I will take control of the land and become my enemy's nightmare. This skill looks pretty good. With this skill, the defense on the left side shouldn't be a problem. He had 35 Earth Attribute crystals left, and he started upgrading the Spirit Field again. Chapter 76. Upgrading the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Territory Notification. Consuming 30,000 Spirit Coins and 1 1-star Earth Attribute Crystal, the Spirit Field level has been upgraded to level 21. Territory Notification. Consuming 40,000 Spirit Coins and 10 1-star Earth Attribute Crystals, the Spirit Field level has been upgraded to level 22. Territory Notification. Consuming 50,000 Spirit Coins and 21-star Earth Attribute Crystals, the Spirit Field level has been upgraded to level 23. Architecture, Lingtian. Level, 23. Upgrade requirements. 60,000 Spirit Coins, 31-star Earth Attribute Crystal Cores. Quality, S 0/2. Upgrade required. 2 Spirit Fields. Defense, 13,000/13,000. Special Attribute 1. Accelerates ripening, imbuing crops with vitality. Special Attribute 2. Enhances crops, strengthening crop attributes. Special Attribute 3. There is a 5% chance of a mutated species appearing. Description. Fields filled with spiritual energy not only accelerate crop ripening, but also imbue and strengthen crops with spiritual energy. The area of this spirit field has increased again, and he can plant a significant number of crops. If the Lord of that night continues to sell him more Earth Attribute crystals, he will soon be able to upgrade the Earthquake Tower and Spirit Field to level 30. The number of monsters is increasing, but they still cannot break through the coverage of the defensive towers. Several hours passed, and the defensive towers held their ground. Only a few heavily wounded monsters came to the wall, but these monsters were quickly killed by the soldiers. The last wave of monsters appeared outside the territory, and it was another leader. Moreover, this time the leader was accompanied by nearly 1,000 elite-level monsters. They launched a fierce attack on the territory. The monster charged quite fiercely, but it was instantly killed once it entered the tower's attack range. These defensive towers are so powerful that even level 20 monsters would have no chance against them. But the leader, relying on its thick hide, successfully broke through the defensive tower's attack and reached the outside of the wall. However, it was also covered in wounds and in a state of poisoning. Kill. Led by Zhang San, a group of soldiers swept towards the monster, weapons in hand, and attacked it in a very orderly fashion. Puff. The leader was beaten to death by the soldiers and couldn't cause any real trouble. Several things burst out from the leader's body. A bronze treasure chest, a crystal core, and a book. Zhou Yin walked over and used the gathering skill. Collect 5 pieces of pork. Collect 1 pig heart. Collect 2 pig brains. The boar leader was quickly respawned, and he collected all the useful items. Lord. Zhang San handed the book in his hand to him. A skill book. Zhou Yin was a little surprised. However, this skill book is only the lowest level F quality skill book. Not only would he not want it, but Zhao Chan and the others would definitely not want it either. I've used it. Zhou Yin casually handed it to Zhang San, who was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Lord." Zhang San was the first soldier he summoned, so having an extra skill is always a good thing. Day 9 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminated 5624 level 8 tiger bulls, 7951 level 8 mountain spirits, 8,957 level 7 long-tailed ducks, 3210 level 8 clawed monkeys, 1500 level 8 elite steel pigs, and 1 level 8 leader steel boar leader. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards, basic rewards, 60,000 soul coins, 60,000 spirit coins, silver weapon forging blueprint. Additional rewards for rating, 120,000 soul coins, 120,000 spirit coins, 1 basic building, optional. That's right, these soul coins alone are 160,000. If we open more treasure chests, we can definitely get tens of thousands more soul coins. Zhou Yin was very happy. Although the number of monsters is increasing every day, the rewards he receives are also increasing, and these soul coins allow him to do many more things. From today's perspective, the territory's defensive towers are sufficient to defend the territory. Therefore, he now plans to go to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to summon a new hero. He left Zhang San to deal with the treasure chests outside, while he himself went to the summoning altar of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. He hadn't been to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace for a long time and found that it was only level 10. He immediately upgraded it to level 20. Territory notification. Consuming 6,000 spirit coins, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace level has been upgraded to level 7. Territory notification. Consuming 25,000 spirit coins, the level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been increased to level 20. After upgrading Bronze Sparrow Terrace to level 20, it requires 30,000 spirit coins and 10 one-star energy crystals. He had just acquired quite a few before, totaling more than 100, which came in handy now. Territory notification. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins and 10 one-star energy spirit stones, the level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 40,000 spirit coins and 21-star energy spirit stones, the level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 22. Territory notification. Consuming 70,000 spirit coins and 51-star energy spirit stones, the level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 25. Architecture, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Level 25. Upgrade requirements. 80,000 spirit coins, 61-star energy spirit stones. Quality, RRR. Defense, 55,000/55,000. Function, summon. Special attribute 1, female hero. Special attribute 2, hero summoning success rate plus 25%. Special attribute 3, success rate of summoning special items plus 5%. Introduction. This place is inhabited by many female heroes from another world, each possessing incredibly powerful abilities. A basic summon costs 100 soul coins, an intermediate summon costs 500 soul coins, an advanced summon costs 1,000 soul coins, and a super summon costs 10,000 soul coins. Note, the more soul coins you spend, the higher the probability of summoning a hero. After the building was upgraded, all of its attributes increased significantly. Most importantly, the success rate of summoning heroes has also increased. He began summoning heroes, choosing to use the intermediate summon. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining the Palace Maid Lu Yu. A Palace Maid? Zhou Yan was taken aback, not expecting that someone would actually be summoned. A beam of light appeared from the summoning altar and landed on the ground, whereupon a woman dressed in Hanfu, traditional Han Chinese clothing, appeared before him. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, the young woman quickly bowed and said, "Lu Yu greets the Lord." The woman had a delicate appearance, and with the addition of Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, a unique beauty of ancient women appeared before him. Although her appearance cannot compare to that of Diao Chan or Zhenmi, she is the kind of woman whose beauty grows on you and is quite good. No need for formalities. Zhou Yan looked at her attributes. Author, you can tell me which heroes you'd like to see next. We'll definitely include male heroes in the future, and not just male heroes, but also. Chapter 77, Hero Sun Shangxiang. Name, Lu Yu. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality S. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 100 soul coins. Charm, 30 base 3. Luck, 2, base 0.2. Strength, 3, base 0.3. Constitution, 3, base 0.3. Agility, 2, base 0.2. Spirit, 4, base 0.4. Talent, S-level culinary skills. Skill, Imperial cuisine. Description, evolved by mysterious energy, its base attributes have increased tenfold. She's actually a chef, Zhou Yan exclaimed in surprise. He was very satisfied with this palace maid. Her cooking skills were of S quality, and he was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of dishes she could prepare. From now on, you will be in charge of cooking food for the territory, Zhou Yan said to Lu Yu. Yes, Lu Yu replied softly. He obtained a palace maid on his first summon, and then began summoning again. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a pair of straw sandals. Damn it. He was speechless when he heard that 500 soul coins would summon a pair of tattered straw sandals. However, these are all normal occurrences. It's not impossible for stones to appear. This kind of thing happens all the time. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a bronze sword. I checked the quality of this weapon. It really is bronze quality. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a Hanfu, traditional Han clothing. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a lighter. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a sexy nightgown set. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a dragon throne. Goose, dragon throne? Zhou Yin was speechless. Apart from the palace maid who appeared at the very beginning, everything else was a mess. He even upgraded the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to such a high level, but still didn't get anything very good. He checked the attributes of the dragon throne. Item, dragon throne. Quality, SSS. Introduction, a symbol of imperial power in ancient times. Only the emperor could sit on it. Looking at the dragon throne made of pure gold in front of me, I thought, this thing must be worth a lot of money. It's an SSS quality item, but unfortunately, it's just an antique. Never mind, I'll just put it in the treasure room for safekeeping. After placing the dragon throne into the treasure room, a prompt appeared. Territory notification, treasure room, hidden attribute activated. Oh, I've finally activated the hidden attribute of the treasure room. It wasn't easy. He quickly checked the hidden attributes of the treasure room. Architecture, treasure room. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 spirit coins, 300 4-star wood, 300 4-star stone. Quality, SSS, 0/4. Upgrade required, for treasure chambers. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special attribute 1, contains 10,000 cubic meters of space, which can automatically categorize, organize, and store various treasures. Special attribute 2, can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality of the treasure, the longer it will take. Repairing treasures requires spirit coins. Attribute bonus, Lord's Luck +3. Introduction, store various treasures. The more treasures you store, the higher their quality, and the more unexpected rewards you will reap. He was taken aback. The treasure room can actually increase his luck stat. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. It seems that if I have the chance, I should also try to collect some high-end antique items, Zhou Yin thought. Luck is hard to come by, and the treasure room possesses this hidden ability, which is indeed very powerful. He found that the probability of summoning good items with intermediate summoning was still too low, so he switched to advanced summoning. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining the maid, Li Shuang. A maid? Zhou Yin asked in confusion. This was similar to a palace maid, wasn't it? Another woman appeared before him, dressed in palace attire. Upon seeing him, she also bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord." Okay. Zhou Yin quickly checked her information. Name, Li Shuang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, SS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 100 soul coins. Charm, 31, base 3.1. Luck, 3, base 0.3. Strength, 4, base 0.4. Constitution, 4, base 0.4. Agility, 5, base 0.5. Spirit, 2, base 0.2. Talent, SS rank, Butler. Skills, none. Description, evolved by mysterious energy. Its base attributes have increased tenfold. SS level Butler skills. This was the first time he had ever heard of such an amazing talent. Such a person is best suited to be the logistics personnel of the territory. From now on, all logistics for the territory will be handled by you. You will be the steward of the territory, Zhou Yin said to Lu Yu. Thank you, Lord. Lu Yu said happily. He started summoning again, refusing to believe that so many soul coins couldn't summon a single hero. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining the golden sword. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining the golden armor. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining the hero Sun Shangxiang. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yin finally laughed. Finally, I've summoned a new hero. A beam of light transformed into a woman who was beautiful and had a dignified appearance. However, this woman was not as delicate and sweet as ordinary women. She was very heroic and valiant. Although she was a woman, she looked very heroic and gave people the feeling of a female knight-errant. She was dressed in a tight-fitting martial arts outfit that perfectly showcased her exquisite figure. She looked at Zhou Yin with no fear, but rather with curiosity. She clenched her fists and bowed to Zhou Yin like a man, saying, "Greetings, Lord." This is a woman who seems very peculiar at first glance. Perhaps the female generals of ancient times looked like Sun Shangxiang. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Zhou Yin quickly replied. He carefully observed Sun Shangxiang, and she also stared at him with wide eyes. An ordinary woman would have been shy long ago. However, Sun Shangxiang showed no shyness whatsoever, appearing very frank and natural, which definitely makes her a very straightforward woman. Sun Shangxiang, this will be your home from now on, Zhou Yin said. Yes, Lord. Sun Shangxiang nodded. Chapter 78, Arrangements. What he was most curious about now was Sun Shangxiang's attributes, so he quickly opened her attribute list and started to check it. Name, Sun Shangxiang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 100 soul coins. Charm, 44, base 4.4. Luck, 28, base 2.8. Strength, 30, base 3. Constitution, 12, base 1.2. Agility, 30, base 3. Spirit, 4, base 0.4. Talent, Phoenix Sword Body. Skill, Phoenix Sword Technique. Special Attribute 1, Attack Power plus 10%. Introduction, a beautiful woman from the Three Kingdoms period, chivalrous and tender-hearted. She has evolved due to mysterious energy, increasing her base attributes tenfold. Holy crap, Sun Shangxiang's strength and agility are both at least 3 points. That's incredible. Zhou Yin was very surprised. As expected of a woman with martial arts skills, her attributes were really too strong. After obtaining Sun Shangxiang, he did not continue to summon her. First, upgrade Sun Shangxiang. Soul coins minus 100, Hero Sun Shangxiang. Level increased from 0 to 1. Soul coins minus 200, Hero Sun Shangxiang. Level increased from 1 to 2. Soul coins, 6,000, Hero Sun Shangxiang. Level increased from 19 to 20. He boosted Sun Shangxiang's level to 20 in one go. Name, Sun Shangxiang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 20. Upgrade required, 100 soul coins. Charm, 84, base 4.4. Luck, 68, base 2.8. Strength, 90, basic 3. Constitution, 32, base 1.2. Agility, 90, basic 3. Spirit, 24, base 0.4. Talent, Phoenix Sword Body. Skill, Phoenix Sword Technique. Special Attribute 1, Attack Power plus 200%. Special Attribute 2, Agility plus 200%. Introduction, a beautiful woman from the Three Kingdoms period, chivalrous and tender-hearted. She has evolved due to mysterious energy, increasing her base attributes tenfold. In addition to the increase in basic attributes, Sun Shangxiang has gained one more special attribute. He has quite a few soul coins now, and Jiao Chan and Junmi also need to be leveled up to level 20. However, Jiao Chan is undergoing a job change trial in the Hall of Inheritance and cannot level up. We can only wait until she comes out. He first raised his own level and Junmi's level to 20. Soul coins minus 1,500, Hero Junmi. Level increased from 10 to 11. Soul coins, 6,000, Hero Sun Shangxiang. Level increased from 19 to 20. Soul coins minus 1,500. Your level increased from 10 to 11. Soul coins minus 6,000. Your level increased from 19 to 20. Junmi had already opened all the treasure chests in the treasure room, so he still had nearly 50,000 soul coins left. Soul coins to buy things sometime. Even after reaching level 20, there was still no announcement for the new player trial. It seems that this reputation is indeed not so easy to obtain. His and Junmi's attributes have been greatly improved. Junmi's mental attributes have reached 180 points, and his 4 attributes have also reached the following. Strength, 172.2. Constitution, 141.2. Agility, 152.3. Spirit, 145.1. Because he eats spirit rice and spirit fruit every day and lives in the spiritual bamboo house, his attribute points have increased. If outsiders knew about his personality traits, they would be shocked. This is not an attribute that a new lord should have at all. That's terrifying. These are just his basic attribute points, not including the bonuses from various equipment, skills, and territories. Even among many veteran lords at level 50 or 60, he believed that his attributes were definitely not much worse than theirs. The Lord's world has many items, spiritual fruits, elixirs, and special items that can permanently increase attributes. Whether or not one can acquire these depends on personal effort, ability, and wealth. The level of an individual lord does not represent everything. The strength of the entire territory is the true measure of power. Let's go. Zhou Yin led several newly summoned individuals out of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace and then introduced them to the situation of the territory. I took them for a walk around my territory and introduced them to the building attributes of the territory. At it, meet up with the other people in the territory and say hello. He also arranged for Sun Shangxiang to stay in the Spiritual Bamboo House. The Spiritual Bamboo House is level 20 and has many rooms, so Sun Shangxiang can choose any room to live in. He didn't intend to have Sun Shangxiang live with him right away. After all, Sun Shangxiang's personality was different from Zhenmi and Diao Chan. This needs to be done slowly, like soaking in warm water. Anyway, they'll all be, you know what I mean. With Lu Yu around, Si Tung and the others no longer had to be temporary cooks. However, they also wanted to learn cooking skills, so they learned how to cook from Lu Yu. This is all thanks to having Drunken Immortal Pavilion, which completely solved the kitchen problem. Speaking of which, he already possesses quite a few bottles of Drunken Immortal wine, and they've already been placed in the restaurant. Even now, they can still attract a powerful individual to the restaurant. In the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, each table can hold Drunken Immortal wine. The better the quality of the wine and the more of it you put on the table, the greater the probability of attracting high-quality talents. He doesn't have much time left, and he plans to send 1 or 2 jars to the dwarves every day as a reward. The dwarves had indeed brought him a lot of benefits, so as their boss, he naturally couldn't treat his employees unfairly. At least in terms of food and drink, we should provide the best. He had previously arranged for Si Hua to manage the affairs of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but now it seems that Lu Yu is the best candidate to manage Drunken Immortal Pavilion. I spoke with Lu Yu and told her to remember to brew the Drunken Immortal wine regularly, and then I assigned the newly summoned maids to her. After doing these things, he began to plan his afternoon expedition to explore the fog. The area within 10 kilometers has been explored, although there is an iron mine, which is the old lair of those enhanced goblins. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time to arrange for people to mine right now. It would be more worthwhile for him to hunt more monsters. With the powerful hero Sun Shangxiang, he began to divide his people into 3 groups, each exploring one of the 3 areas. Chapter 79, Food Made by Lu Yu. He led one team, Diao Chan led another team, and Sun Shangxiang also led a team. He would arrange for someone familiar with the route to accompany Sun Shangxiang, so that she wouldn't get lost or anything like that. Their strength is sufficient. As long as they are careful, there should be no accidents while exploring the area 10 kilometers away. Lu Yu quickly had the maid bring up the food, and Zhou Yin smelled it, and it indeed smelled delicious. My lord, please try it and see how it tastes, Lu Yu said from the side. Okay. He picked up his chopsticks, but then discovered that the food had other properties. Dish, stir-fried green peppers with pork. Quality, SS. Attributes, within 1 hour, stamina recovery speed plus 100%, spirit energy recovery speed plus 50%, strength plus 30. Description, this dish is made with ingredients imbued with spiritual energy. Consuming it regularly will enhance your physical attributes. I never imagined this cuisine had such a function. However, considering that Lu Yu is an S-quality chef and the ingredients are imbued with spiritual energy, it's understandable that the dishes she makes have additional attribute bonuses. He looked at the other dishes and found that each dish had a different effect. The cooking skills were truly amazing. He quickly started eating, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "It smells so good." It tasted really good. It was the best food he had ever eaten. Using these inspired foods with Lu Yu's S-level culinary skills is simply a treat. Although he had never dined at a 5-star hotel, he felt that the chefs in those 5-star hotels could never compare to Lu Yu's culinary skills. Very nice. Even Sun Shangxiang enjoyed the meal immensely and highly praised Lu Yu's culinary skills. It really is delicious. Jinmi smiled sweetly. This is the best food our dwarves have ever eaten. Jerry and the others also chimed in, drinking their wine and eating heartily. Everyone praised the food, which made Lu Yu very happy. Let's eat together. Zhou Yin quickly replied. It's okay, I'll make some more. Lu Yu hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Her value lay in gaining the approval of others, so she had to satisfy everyone's hunger. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhou Yin, as planned, divided his men into 3 teams and headed out of the territory. Zhou Yin led a group of soldiers westward. Zhenmi led a group of people south. Sun Shangxiang led her people to the north. They finished cleaning up the east side yesterday. Soon after, Zhou Yin led his men to the outer edge of the foggy area, 10 kilometers away. The monsters here are all level 10 or higher, and there's a high chance of encountering elite or higher level monsters. They came to kill monsters and explore the mist along the way. He did hope for more Lord-level monsters, but leader-level monsters weren't so easy to encounter. They entered the misty area, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate. However, he discovered that the place he had chosen was not a good place. Because the terrain here is clearly a swampy area. What you need to worry about most in a swamp is the mud hidden in the ground. Once you get caught up in it, you risk being swallowed up. You all follow behind, and don't easily go to places you haven't been before. Zhou Yin led the way, walking at the front. My lord, why don't you let me go first? Zhang Sen said. They were all afraid that Zhou Yin would be in danger. No need. I'm quite strong, and I can escape immediately if I encounter a trap, Zhou Yin replied. This deeply moved Zhang San and the others, who knew that the lord was worried about their safety. It was their good fortune to be able to follow such a lord who cared about them. Zhou Yin was completely unaware that his status in their hearts had risen again, and even if he knew, he would only smile. Every person in the territory, regardless of race, is a living individual, a human being, with flesh and blood, and with emotions and desires. Zhou Yin did not treat them as tools, but as his subordinates. Each subordinate was the foundation of his power, so he could let them die at will. When walking in swampy areas, you must always be careful of traps on the ground. He could spot many swamp traps. Even though they were well hidden, he could still sense the danger there. He even used stones to check those spots, and as he expected, the stones quickly sank in after being thrown in. This must be the reason for my strong mental strength. He not only possesses powerful attributes, but has also awakened a powerful innate physique, although he hasn't fully awakened it yet. In addition, he had already cultivated to the 15th level of martial arts, and an extremely powerful yang spiritual energy flowed within his body. Ordinary traps are impossible to escape his eyes. Even with traps that were hidden quite deep, he had a strange feeling, a sense that something was wrong. His physical potential is still enormous. What has been discovered so far is only a small part of it. There are many amazing abilities waiting for him to develop. A pool of water appeared ahead. Zhou Yin raised his hand and said, "Be careful of what's in the pool." He sensed a lot of life pulsating in the pool, and it was coming towards him. Sure enough, the next moment, several figures leaped out of the pool, emitting a water-like ripple from their mouths. Zhou Yin raised his longsword, and spiritual power surged. A powerful surge of extreme yang energy flowed into the longsword, causing it to emit a golden light. Zhou Yin swung his sword, and a golden sword aura shot into the air, instantly shattering the attacks, and striking several monsters with undiminished power. Thump! The monster fell into the pool, staining it with a layer of blood. Upon closer inspection of the other areas, Zhou Yin exclaimed, "Water frog demon." These were a group of blue frogs, each about half a meter tall, leaping out of the pool. He also sensed that there were quite a few water frog demons in the pool. Monster, water frog demon. Quality, mutant elite. Level, 18. Special feature, water jet. Description, originally an ordinary water frog, it mutated due to special energy, gaining the ability to spout water. Oh, is it mutated by a special energy? What could it be? Seeing the attributes of the water frog beast, he suddenly became a little curious. We can't let them surround us. Zhou Yin sensed that the monsters in the pool were accumulating in number. He needed to be careful when facing these ranged monsters. Form a defensive formation and charge across this pool. This is a pool of water, which is very unfavorable for their fighting. Once they reach safe land, they can kill them without worry. Upon hearing the order, the white-robed ghost soldiers quickly formed a defensive formation without hesitation, and then followed Qin Chuan's steps, rushing forward. One by one, the water frogs leaped out of the water, creating a stream of water, and then disappeared back into the pool. However, the soldiers who had formed a defensive formation were not afraid of these attacks. They moved in an orderly and disciplined manner, knocking down the attacks one by one. With a series of clanging sounds, the attacks were eliminated without a trace. With Zhou Yin leading the way, there was no need to worry about traps or monsters. Each time he unleashed a sword strike, he was able to slay many monsters. Author's note: I hope everyone will give me a 5-star review. I will definitely update more when I have time, but I've been busy lately. After the new year, I promise to update at least 3 times a day. Chapter 80, The Adorable Water Fox Beast. Zhou Yin had witnessed the strength of some powerful individuals online. Some of them possessed terrifying power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks with a single sword strike, breaking through countless laws with a single sword strike, destroying rivers and mountains with a single sword strike, and even opening the gates of heaven with a single sword strike. However, he is still far from reaching that level. To reach that level, one must possess sufficient basic attributes, powerful skills, formidable equipment, exceptional comprehension and talent, and ultimately, one's own level of cultivation must also reach a certain point. The higher one's realm, the stronger one's power becomes, and the more profound the Tao one can comprehend. He likes to use swords. Because of the sword, it's the easiest to use and has the most users. Certainly, he also likes using guns. Because of the gun, they can come up with all sorts of tricks. The white-robed ghost soldiers are a group of powerful S-quality troops. Although the monsters' attacks can threaten the soldiers, they are far from being able to harm them. The soldiers quickly cross the pool, and just as Zhou Yin had predicted, the water frog demons leaped from the pool onto the shore and chased after the soldiers. After careful investigation, Zhou Yin finally found a safe place that wasn't too far from the pool. He immediately ordered, form a combined offensive and defensive formation and wait for the monster to approach. The white-robed ghost soldiers changed formation, their movements stopping in unison. The back row became the front row, defending against the monster, while the soldiers behind them prepared to attack. All the changes were completed in an instant, and the movements were very standard and consistent, clearly the result of long-term training. It's immediately obvious that this is a highly elite army that should not be underestimated. The water frog demon got close to the soldiers. It stopped advancing and began to spew water from its mouth to attack. Streams of water, like shooting stars, streaked across the sky towards the soldiers. Zhou Yan's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Advance quickly, and the soldiers in front should try to eliminate those water currents." The soldiers obeyed the orders and began to move out. He discovered that the soldiers were missing one piece of equipment, shields. If these soldiers were equipped with shields, they would be much safer against such ranged attacks. When we get back, we'll have to get Jerry to forge some shields. The monsters in the Lord's world are diverse, and he must be prepared to face attacks from all kinds of monsters at any time. The soldiers rushed forward, with the frontline soldiers constantly using their weapons to cleave through the water attacks. These water attacks were not very strong, and the soldiers could easily break through them, with only a few streams of water managing to reach behind them. This small flow of water did not have a significant impact on them. The soldiers in front finally approached the water frog demons, raised their weapons, and launched a fierce attack on these monsters. Uft, uft. The monsters screamed as they were attacked. The soldiers in the back row quickly moved forward and began to use their formation to divide and surround the monsters, killing them one by one. Their attributes were already quite good, and with the added bonus from the full set of bronze equipment, coupled with the military formation, these monsters posed virtually no threat to them. Defeat the level 18 mutated elite water frog demon for an additional 60 soul coins. Defeat the level 18 mutated elite water frog demon for an additional 60 soul coins. Defeat the level 18 mutated elite water frog demon for an additional 60 soul coins. Zhou Yin didn't need to lift a finger. His soldiers could easily annihilate these monsters. He was very satisfied with the strength of the white-robed ghost soldiers, as each soldier was an excellent warrior. His ears twitched. He heard some faint sounds. Turning around, I saw some monster figures appearing in the distant jungle. They really know how to pick their timing. Zhou Yin smiled. He would handle these monsters. Monster, water fox beast. Quality, elite. Level, 17. Special, diving. Description, a group of monsters that like to hunt for food in the water. Beware of their teeth and claws. He was very lucky. Both types of monsters he encountered were elite or higher, which meant high rewards. The water fox beast is quite large, even larger than the water frog demon. To be honest, these water foxes are quite good-looking. Their snow-white fur and lively appearance make them quite cute. Of course, this is on the premise that they are not so aggressive. These water fox beasts saw Zhou Yin as their prey. There were more than a dozen of them, and they surrounded Zhou Yin in a fan shape. They were committing crimes as a group, and it's unclear whether these water foxes belong to the same family. If so, they would all be executed today, because Zhou Yin wouldn't be soft-hearted just because they look cute. The water fox beasts raised their tails, bared their teeth, and approached Zhou Yin, emitting threatening sounds. Once they reached a certain distance, they suddenly leaped up, opened their sharp mouths, and extended their sharp claws to attack Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin drew his sword and stepped forward. His sword danced, and after using several sword moves from the 7-star sword technique, he seemed to be stepping on 7 stars, leaving 7 shadows on the ground as he passed by the water fox beasts. When Zhou Yin stopped, he was already standing behind the water fox beast, and there was blood on his sword, which was enough to prove that he had just made a move. Bang bang. After a while, the bodies of those water fox beasts finally fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. This shows just how fast Zhou Yin was before. Defeat a level 17 elite water fox beast to receive an additional 51 soul coins. Defeat a level 17 elite water fox beast to receive an additional 51 soul coins. Defeat a level 17 elite water fox beast to receive an additional 51 spirit coins. Killing high-level monsters in the wild rewards you with a considerable amount of soul coins or spirit coins. Moreover, the vast majority of the rewards are soul coins, which is probably a form of encouragement. Extra soul coins by hunting monsters like this are rare. It seems that it only appears on special holidays or large events. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it. You can't find relevant information online because those things aren't available to the general public. Only after becoming a lord can you access the lord's specific website to find more information. Picking up the treasure chest and the corpse of the water fox beast, he began to kill the water frog demons. There were quite a few water frog demons in the pool, and if he could, he would like to keep killing them. This also reduces the time he spends searching for monsters. But the water frog demons clearly knew how powerful they were. After seeing that many of their companions had died or been injured, they took the initiative to give up and began to retreat into the pool. They all ran away in no time. Leave 2 men to keep watch. The rest of you collect the spoils. Zhou Yin gave the order. Yes. The harvest this time was quite good. At least several hundred water frog demons were killed by them. Hundreds of boxes, each containing a bronze treasure chest. The drop rate for mutated monsters is so high. Zhou Yin was very happy. He then speculated that this was probably related to the monster's level and quality. The monster was level 18 after all, and it was a mutated type. This was also the first time he had ever seen a monster of mutated quality. Should we go and see what caused their mutation? He began to think. But if that thing were in the water, he would absolutely not dare to go down. Firstly, he can't swim. For someone who can't swim, the fear is that if he goes down, he won't be able to get back up. But then again, am I insulting myself? Secondly, fighting in water is not conducive to combat, and that's not something that can be solved simply by having strong attributes. After much deliberation, he decided to lead his team to continue developing the uncharted territory ahead. Chapter 81, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. During this break, he casually glanced at the chat room. I'm exhausted. There were so many monsters today, hundreds of them. 2 of my soldiers have died. What's that? One of my defensive towers was destroyed. I don't even know if it can hold off tomorrow's attack. These monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do right now. We tried to go out and hunt them, but my soldiers were killed almost as soon as they went out. My territory is surrounded by the sea, so there's no point in going out. I can only stay outside the walls and watch the waves. You guys are trash. I killed 500 monsters today, and every single one of them was a level 6 monster, including several level 7 elites. Wow, you're amazing. You managed to take down the elites so quickly. I'm only seeing level 4 monsters in my territory right now, and you're already taking down level 7 elites. That's amazing. I need someone to cling to. I am willing to repay you with my body. Zhou Yin was speechless. A level 7 monster is really that strong? It's just a matter of one stab. If the other lords knew that he was already able to kill a level 18 mutated elite monster like the water frog demon, I wonder what their expressions would be. I bet all the new lords in the world are going crazy. However, even if I told people, no one would believe me. Because this is too shrimp-like. The chat room mostly contains routine messages, people asking to buy equipment, selling items, and buying things, but most of the time it's just casual chatting, and there are quite a few people bragging and showing off. Not long after, Zhang San came over and said to Zhou Yin, reporting to the Lord, we have finished cleaning up the battlefield and collected a total of 458 bronze treasure chests. More than 400 treasure chests, which was about what he expected. Nodding, Zhou Yin picked up his weapon and said, let's move forward. The white-robed ghost soldiers immediately lined up neatly and followed behind Zhou Yin. They encountered monsters again after walking only about 100 meters, but there were too few of them to kill. He wanted to find a place where monsters were densely packed to kill. However, finding a large number of monsters to kill in this swampy area obviously requires a lot of luck. By 4 or 5 o'clock, he still hadn't encountered the monster horde he was hoping for. He did find quite a few traps, and several soldiers were almost swallowed by the swamp. It's getting late. As they walked back, they cleared away the monsters they encountered along the way. Overall, the gains of his team alone are quite remarkable. I've earned about 40,000 to 50,000 soul coins, 20,000 to 30,000 spirit coins, and nearly 2,000 treasure chests. The main problem is that swamp monsters rarely come in large groups. Only the group of water frog demons you encounter at the beginning are in a significant formation. Most of the monsters you encounter later come in 2s and 3s. I wonder how well Junmi and Sun Xiangxiang fared. Zhou Yan thought about it curiously. Because the territory's warehouse can only be used within the territory. However, everyone has a storage space, whether they are lords or summoned residents. They all have an initial storage space and equipment slots. The initial storage slots are related to your level. You gain one more storage slot for each level you increase. Furthermore, when you kill monsters outside, chests of the same quality can be stacked, so you don't need to worry about not having enough space for them. When he returned to his territory, he discovered that he was the last one to arrive. The main problem was that the swampy path was difficult to navigate, and there were many traps, which wasted a lot of time. Fortunately, it doesn't get completely dark here until around 7 p.m. After entering the territory, he immediately checked the territory's message records. When he saw that Junmi and Sun Xiangxiang had earned twice as many soul coins as he had, he was completely shocked. With so many soul coins, just how many monsters did they kill? He was indeed very happy. The two women have accumulated over 200,000 soul coins in total. Of soul coins were replenished at once. Lord, when he arrived at the spiritual bamboo house, he found Junmi and Sun Xiangxiang there, eating spiritual fruits and waiting for his return. After entrusting all matters concerning the territory to Li Shuang, the steward, Junmi no longer needed to busy herself with the affairs of the territory. Previously, Junmi and Jiao Chan were in charge of various matters within the territory, which made them feel somewhat at a loss. Now that there are professionals in charge, she is indeed very happy. Moreover, Li Shuang is indeed very capable, managing all matters in the territory clearly and efficiently. Planting spirit fruits in the spirit field, or handling various miscellaneous matters in the territory, she can manage them very well. This is something that both Junmi and Sun Xiangxiang greatly admire. You guys have had quite a haul this time. My spot is a different story. It's all swamp, Zhou Yan said. Hee, Lord, my place is a valley with many groups of monsters, and I even discovered a treasure. Junmi raised her eyebrows, grinned, and gave a rather mysterious smile. Oh, a treasure, Zhou Yan exclaimed with curiosity. Not only was he curious, but Sun Xiangxiang also looked curious, though she didn't say anything. Then why don't you take it out? You're getting more and more mischievous these days, Zhou Yan said, looking at Junmi. No way. Junmi looked at Zhou Yan generously, her eyes showing no shyness, only a smile. Junmi was a poised and generous woman, unlike Jiao Chan who was shy. If it were Jiao Chan, she wouldn't keep it a secret, she would obediently hand it over voluntarily. Junmi did not put the treasure into the treasure room, but placed it in her own spatial bag, just to wait for Zhou Yan's answer. With a flash of light, a dark golden treasure chest appeared in Junmi's hand. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing it, and he exclaimed, "It's actually a dark gold treasure chest." Sun Xiangxiang was also very surprised. There are 9 quality levels for treasure chests. The dark gold chest is already considered a tier 7 chest. It's truly surprising to be able to obtain this treasure chest at this stage. Lord, are you surprised? Unexpected. Junmi smiled. Her charming smile was very attractive. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty and very full figure, she was the kind of voluptuous woman who was extremely alluring to Zhou Yan. Composing himself, Zhou Yan was overjoyed and quickly replied, "It was indeed unexpected. How did you obtain it?" Sun Xiangxiang was also very curious and waited quietly for Junmi's answer. It was quite by chance. When I was about to come back, I suddenly saw a beam of light reflecting off a cliff. The setting sun was reflecting off the chest, which made me curious and I went to take a look. When I did, I saw a dark gold chest there, so I picked it up. Junmi recounted the entire process of encountering the treasure chest. The two were speechless. Is it really that simple? I found this treasure chest. That's incredibly lucky. However, considering Junmi's luck stat of 70 points, it makes sense. Treasure chests found in the wild are different from those dropped by monsters. Treasure chests found in the wild can be traded. If he were to advertise this dark gold treasure chest on the World Channel, he would definitely receive offers of over 10 million spirit coins to buy it. There are very few treasure chests in the wild, let alone legendary treasure chests. Chapter 82, The Cinema. Open it and take a look, Zhou Yan said, looking at Junmi. Seeing everyone staring at her, Junmi was still a little nervous. Naturally, she hoped to get something useful for the territory. However, what you get from the treasure chest is random, and no one can guarantee that you will get something good. It's just that higher quality treasure chests have a higher probability of yielding good items. Junmi closed her eyes, calmed her mind, opened her round eyes, and placed her snow-white hand on the opening of the treasure chest to begin opening it. A flash of dark golden light appeared, and Junmi held something in her hand. Territory notification. Congratulations on obtaining S-rank mysterious building. This is a building treasure chest. Junmi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a useless thing, otherwise she would have been upset. A mysterious building? Zhou Yin was quite surprised and took the S mysterious building to check its attributes. Item, mysterious building. Quality S. Description, can randomly obtain one S quality building. It's an S quality building from the start. This thing is absolutely valuable to other people. If he were to sell this building, the price would definitely exceed 100 million spirit coins. For other lords, obtaining a building of S quality or higher is extremely difficult. High-quality architecture is extremely rare even in the lord's world. In other words, his territory is full of high-quality buildings. But Zhou Yin still wouldn't sell the building. He needed it himself. Because this building carries the word special, it is destined to be no ordinary building. I wonder what kind of building this will become. Junmi looked at the building with curiosity. That depends on my luck, Zhou Yin said with a smile. The construction is random. It's completely random, and nobody knows what they'll get. Zhou Yin took a deep breath. Although all the buildings in his territory were of S quality or higher, this building was originally of S quality. After it was built, there was a high possibility that some unexpected buildings would appear. Zhou Yin holds the S mysterious building and clicks to build. The building in his hand transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the open space in the territory. Territory notification. Use S mysterious building to obtain the building S Hero Pool. Begin construction of S Hero Pool. Evolved by mysterious energy, S Hero Pool evolves into cinema. Cinema. Zhou Yin stared dumbfounded at the modern building in the distance, completely bewildered. He never expected it to evolve into a building like a movie theater. Let's go take a look. Zhou Yin quickly walked towards that building. The others followed with curiosity. From a distance, the building looked very peculiar and out of place with the surrounding buildings. After arriving at the movie theater, they began to observe the new building. The outside of the movie theater was illuminated by bright red lights, a dazzling display of colors. Zhou Yin naturally didn't feel much, because he had seen it all before. However, these buildings were very peculiar to Junmi and Sun Shangxiang. It was the first time they had ever seen such buildings, and they found them quite novel. However, the style of this cinema is quite retro, resembling the architectural style of early cinemas, while incorporating some Western architectural elements. Is there anything special about this building? Junmi asked Zhou Yin curiously. Just look at the attributes. He didn't know either. He just needed to look at the building's attributes to understand. Architecture, cinema. Level 1. Upgrade requirements. 500 spirit coins, 500 soul coins. Quality, unknown. Defense, 1000/1000. Special attribute, movie world. Number of attempts, 1 out of 1. Cooldown time, 30 days. Introduction. The movie theater refreshes with a new movie every day. You can choose any movie to start a journey in the movie world. If the heroes in the movie world voluntarily follow you, cannot be forced, they can be summoned directly to your territory. You can only embark on a movie world tour once every 30 days. If the Lord has not left by the end of the movie, he will be forcibly teleported away 3 days later. The time in the movie world automatically adjusts to the outside world's timeline based on the movie's time. From the moment you enter the movie world until the moment you leave, the outside world will only be calculated according to the movie's time. Detailed introduction. The function of this building was far beyond his expectations. He was quite puzzled before, wondering why the hero pool had evolved into the movie theater. Now, he knows the truth about everything. Wow, this movie theater has amazing features. He felt a surge of excitement when he thought about the various heroic figures in the movies. However, he wasn't quite sure how long it would take to enter the movie, but luckily there was a detailed introduction section at the end, which he clicked to take a look. For example, if a movie has a total runtime of 120 minutes, after the Lord chooses to enter this movie world, regardless of how long the plot takes to finish. By the time the Lord emerged into the outside world, only 120 minutes had passed. Note, the Lord can alter the movie, but cannot change the main storyline leading to the ending. The Lord can also leave the movie world earlier if they recruit the necessary personnel beforehand. This document explains everything very clearly, including what needs to be noted, what can be changed, what cannot be changed, and how the movie world will be different after the changes. In short, this building transforms each film into a world, and even after he leaves, this world will still exist. If the movie theater refreshes its playlist of the movies he's been to, and he chooses to enter that world again, everything in that world will follow his own trajectory, and no one knows what kind of world it will develop into. My lord, this place can actually open up another world. What an amazing building. Jinmi's big eyes were full of surprise. Although she didn't know what the movie world was, she could guess that it was another separate world. She was very surprised that the building could open a passage to another world. Sun Shangxiang nodded and said, "This building is indeed amazing." Zhou Yin smiled and looked at Junmi, saying, "You are truly my lucky goddess. This building was obtained thanks to you." Junmi was overjoyed, her eyebrows raised, and she smiled. "What are you saying? I am originally a part of this territory, and everything I have was given to me by the Lord. However, this movie theater is quite special. It requires not only spirit coins, but also soul coins to upgrade." After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll upgrade this building first." Zhou Yin looked at the cinema, wondering what new attributes it would gain after the upgrade. Territory notification. Consuming 500 spirit coins and 500 soul coins, the cinema level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins and 600 soul coins, the cinema level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 700 spirit coins and 700 soul coins, the cinema level has been upgraded to level 4. Author's note. Everyone, tell me which movie you'd like to enter and which characters you'd like to summon. If you haven't seen it, I'll go check it out first. By the way, isn't this building amazing and unexpected? Chapter 83, Entering the Movie World. Territory notification. Consuming 1400 spirit coins and 1400 soul coins, the cinema level has been upgraded to level 10. Territory notification. Insufficient materials. Building cannot be upgraded. After the cinema was upgraded to level 10, Zhou Yin discovered that he needed other materials to continue upgrading. He checked the properties of the cinema. Architecture, cinema. Level 10. Upgrade requirements. 2000 spirit coins, 2000 soul coins, 10 one-star soul crystals. Quality, unknown. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Special Attribute 1, Movie World. Special Attribute 2. Characters from the movie world receive a plus 10% bonus to all attributes. Number of attempts, 1 out of 1. Cooldown time, 29 days. Introduction. The cinema refreshes its selection of movies daily. You can choose any movie to embark on a journey through the movie world. If a hero in the movie world voluntarily follows, you cannot be forced. They can be summoned directly to your territory. You can only embark on a movie world journey once every 29 days. If the Lord has not left by the end of the movie, they will be forcibly teleported away 3 days later. The time in the movie world and the outside world automatically converts according to the movie's time. From the moment you enter the movie world until the moment you leave, the outside world will only be calculated based on the time of this movie. Detailed introduction. After reaching level 10, this cinema gains a special attribute, but it can still only be used once, although the cooldown is reduced by 1 day. What is a soul crystal? This was the first time he had ever heard of this material. He guessed it was quite rare. He would have to check the information after the explanation of the newcomer trial. Junmi and Sun Shangxiang, who were filled with curiosity, Zhou Yin laughed and said, "Let's go inside and take a look." The two women followed him into the movie theater and saw a screen displaying the movies showing that day. There are only 2 movies in total, a Chinese ghost story and God of Gamblers 2. There's a Chinese ghost story game. Zhou Yin was very surprised. Then my eyes lit up. Just thinking about Nie Xiaoqian's elegant and refined beauty, her pure and charming appearance, and her stunningly beautiful face is enough to make one understand her. That image lingered in his mind for a long time, refusing to leave. She was a goddess who remained in the hearts of countless people. At least when Zhou Yin saw her before, he was attracted by her stunning beauty. She was indeed too beautiful, so beautiful that he could not forget her. Even though he was in another world, he still remembered that charming yet shy face. Although God of Gamblers 2 is also very good, it is much inferior to a Chinese ghost story. Besides, what his territory needs are strong people, not gamblers. In a Chinese ghost story, whether it is Nie Xiaoqian, Yin Qixiao, or several other characters, they all possess considerable strength. As long as they are willing to leave with him, they can increase the strength of their territory. As for Ning Kaichen, he simply ignored it. "My lord, what is this?" Jinmi looked at the things on the screen with great curiosity. Zhou Yin turned to look at Junmi and Sun Shangxiang, and immediately thought, what would happen if he entered a movie about Junmi and brought the Junmi and Sun Shangxiang from that movie to his territory? He was genuinely curious about this question. This is the movie, which you can also understand as another world, the world that I can enter. Zhou Yin explained. Oh, can we go in? Jinmi asked curiously. Zhou Yin was taken aback. He really didn't know the answer to this question. That's something worth a try. My lord, are these glowing things luminous pearls? These luminous pearls are huge. Jinmi pointed to the glowing thing on her head and asked. That's an electric light, not a luminous pearl. Zhou Yin was embarrassed. He wished he had a luminous pearl that big. Electric light? Jinmi and Sun Shangxiang were clearly bewildered. Zhou Yin explained for a while before she could make it clear, and then gave them a brief introduction to the other things in the movie theater. They were all from ancient times and were not familiar with modern things. They only knew some things related to their territory. A Chinese ghost story is in screening room number 1. Let's go take a look. Zhou Yin walked towards screening room number 1. However, just as they reached the door and were about to push it open, a voice appeared. Cinema, prompt. Do you wish to purchase tickets to watch the movie? Zhou Yin was taken aback, surprised that he needed to buy a ticket. He noticed that the ticket prices for A Chinese Ghost Story were also displayed next to the screening room. It's not expensive, 100 spirit coins for a movie ticket. He clicked to buy 3 tickets. Welcome to our 3 audience members. The door to screening room 1 opened automatically. Let's go inside. They went inside. It's just like a modern movie theater, capable of accommodating hundreds of people to watch a movie together. It's quite big. The 2 women couldn't help but sigh, their eyes filled with curiosity. This movie theater will be of some help to the people in the territory. At least it can help those who are summoned to learn a lot of modern knowledge. It's quite good for the residents of the territory to come here and watch movies in their spare time. It can broaden their horizons and enrich their lives. The entire movie is 95 minutes long, so he naturally chose to enter the movie world. He went there with a specific purpose in mind. We must bring Nie Xiaoqian out. Once he enters the movie world, it has no effect on the people watching outside, so he doesn't need to worry about appearing on the movie screen. Soon, the movie started. Cinema, prompt. Enter the world of A Chinese Ghost Story. How many people can go in? Zhou Yin asked curiously. Cinema. Notice, currently, only lords can enter. After reaching level 20, lords can bring 1 person in. After level 30, they can bring 2 people in, with a maximum of 10 people. After level 50, lords can assign any person to enter the movie world. He realized that this was another way to do it. If she's not available in the future, someone else can take her place. For now, she has to do it herself. He turned to Junmi and the others and said, Only I can go in now. You all can enjoy the movie outside. Okay. Although they were a little disappointed, they were still quite curious about the movie and sat obediently in their chairs, waiting for it to start. Choose to enter the world of the movie A Chinese Ghost Story. Zhou Yin said. A beam of light enveloped Zhou Yin, and he transformed into a ray of light, floating into the movie screen. With a flash of light, Zhou Yin found himself in a street filled with various smells, and a group of ancient people were walking back and forth. He has successfully entered the world of movies. Chapter 84, Nie Xiaoqian. People around Zhou Yin looked at him curiously, only because his clothes and appearance were so unique that they took a second look at him in the crowd. His short hair, in particular, made him stand out, but most of the people here were indifferent and only glanced at him. Just as Zhou Yin was carefully observing the people around him, he saw a scholar carrying a bamboo house walking towards him. This person was Ning Kaichen, who looked silly and was so weak that he couldn't even kill a chicken. But he is the main character, and the plot can only be completed with him. Zhou Yin followed Ning Kaichen and then saw him enter an inn. This guy went to collect debts, but unfortunately the ledger got wet, so he was kicked out by the boss. Then he had nowhere to stay, and he heard someone say that Manhwa Temple offered accommodation, so he went there. When he was halfway there, he encountered a pack of wolves and was chased all the way. His manhood was almost eaten by the wolves. Zhou Yin had a sudden inspiration. He leaped down from the tree, wielding his great sword. With a sweep of his sword, he charged towards the wolf pack and killed them all. Ning Kaichen wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you for saving me, hero. What brings you here so late? Zhou Yin sheathed his sword and replied, I have no money, so I can only stay at Lanrua Temple for the night. Ning Kaichen was overjoyed and said, I never expected that I and the great hero are kindred spirits. I am also going to Lanrua Temple. Why don't we go together? You can encounter a highly skilled martial arts master in any place here. With him by your side, you'll not only be safer, but you'll also have a companion. Okay. So the 2 of them headed towards Lanrua Temple. Soon they saw 2 people facing off in front of them, namely Yin Qixiao and Xiaoho Swordsman. However, Xiaoho Swordsman was just a minor character who had great martial arts skills, but died early. Ning Kaichen was very frightened and said, "Great hero, should we avoid them?" "No rush, no rush." Zhou Yin smiled and stood aside watching, so Ning Kaichen had no choice but to follow him. Yin Qixia and Xiahou the swordsman quickly started fighting. In the end, Xiahou the swordsman was hit in the shoulder by Yin Qixia and then left in anger. Zhou Yin followed behind Xiahou Jinka, and Ning Kaichen quickly called out, "Great hero, where are you going? Let's go inside Lanrua Temple." Zhou Yin smiled and said, "Then you go in first. I'll be there in a bit, but be careful, there are ghosts inside." After saying that, Zhou Yin chased after Xiahou the swordsman and disappeared from the scene. "Ah, hero, what did you say? What ghost? How could there be ghosts in a temple?" Ning Kaichen looked puzzled, but Zhou Yin had already disappeared, so he had no choice but to go inside the temple first. He didn't believe in ghosts and didn't take Zhou Yan's words to heart at all. Following Xiahou the swordsman to the lakeside, they indeed saw a figure in white as snow, floating in the air. Her face was fair, her features delicate, and her ethereal appearance was like that of a fairy. This person was none other than Nie Xiaoqian. Nie Xiaoqian was indeed very beautiful, possessing a divine appearance, and was kind by nature. Even when she did evil, it was because she was coerced by her grandmother. Nie Xiaoqian wanted to attack Xiahou the swordsman, so she floated directly into the lake, intending to lure Xiahou the swordsman and lower his guard, so that the old woman in the shadows would seize the opportunity to appear and kill him. Zhou Yan's sudden appearance startled Nie Xiaoqian, who hadn't expected there to be another person there. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiled slightly, and her captivating smile was irresistible to any normal man. She made a seductive expression and said, "Young master, why do you look at me like that?" "It's nothing. It's getting late. Why did you go to the lake alone? Go home and rest early." Zhou Yin stared straight ahead at Nie Xiaoqian, his eyes clear and devoid of any desire. This puzzled Nie Xiaoqian. How could this man be so indifferent to her? Is it because I'm not charming enough? But he was definitely staring at me the whole time. Wasn't he attracted by my charm? "Oh dear, young master, it must be too cold outside. My leg is cramping. Could you carry me up?" After saying that, Nie Xiaoqian put on a pained expression and acted pitiful, just like the real thing. Zhou Yin smiled inwardly and said, "Okay." He walked into the lake, placed one hand under Nie Xiaoqian's hands, and wrapped the other around her soft, boneless waist, then picked her up in his arms. Nie Xiaoqian discovered that although Zhou Yin was dressed strangely, he was handsome and dashing, with strong and powerful hands, and he was able to lift her up effortlessly. She casually put her arm around Zhou Yin's neck and carefully examined him. She found that the more she looked at Zhou Yin, the more extraordinary he seemed, with a mysterious aura about him. Moreover, Nie Xiaoqian noticed that his eyes were clear and bright, indicating that he was a righteous person. Coupled with his refined and extraordinary temperament, she was momentarily stunned by his appearance. "Is there something on my face?" After reaching the shore, Zhou Yin looked down at Nie Xiaoqian. Because she was a ghost, she was icy cold and had a sickly, delicate beauty. Although Nie Xiaoqian was very beautiful, Gao Chan, Zhenmi, Sun Shangxiang, Si Teng, Hua Yurong, and other women were all no less beautiful than her, and some were even more beautiful. It's just that each of them had a different temperament and personality, and each had their own kind of beauty. "Young master, you are so handsome." After saying this, Nie Xiaoqian hugged Zhou Yin tightly, but she hesitated in her heart. She really didn't want to hurt such a man, but her grandmother was watching from the shadows. If she didn't do as she was told, she would suffer torment worse than death. Then, Nie Xiaoqian looked at Zhou Yin and asked with tender affection, "Young master, am I beautiful?" "It's all right," Zhou Yin replied. "Where do you live?" "I'll take you home," Zhou Yin replied. Go this way." Nie Xiaoqian pointed in a direction in the woods, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. But then a scream rang out, and Zhou Yin was surprised. He looked in a certain direction and said, "No way." He walked toward the direction of the screams and found a mummified corpse lying on the ground. He never expected that even without Nie Xiaoqian's seduction, this swordsman Xiahou still couldn't escape his fate of dying. He had originally thought that he could take this guy back to his territory, but who knew he would die like this? What a short-lived person. Nie Xiaoqian knew that her grandmother had made it. After seeing the mummified corpse, she looked at Zhou Yin, and just then she saw Zhou Yin looking at her. As a result, both of them realized that they had acted a little too normally. Then, oh, how terrifying. How could there be a mummified corpse? That was terrifying. What happened? After saying that, Nie Xiaoqian and Zhou Yin looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 85, Don't be afraid as long as I'm here. Then, as if sensing something, Nie Xiaoqian looked at Zhou Yin anxiously and said, Young master, weren't you going to send me back? This place is too scary. Please take me away from here quickly. Good. Zhou Yin nodded, then carried the beautiful woman in his arms into the jungle. Can you hurry up? I'm getting a little cold, Nie Xiaoqian said anxiously again. Zhou Yin naturally knew that it was because Yin Qixia had arrived that she was in such a hurry to leave. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I've heard Nie Xiaoqian talk about it and feel her soft, boneless body, I realize that her body is indeed very supple. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Zhou Yin gave Nie Xiaoqian a reassuring smile, which made Nie Xiaoqian's heart pound. Where do you think you're going? However, a figure flew over from a distance, holding a sword and blocking his way, looking at Zhou Yin with a dignified air. Young master, I'm scared. Nie Xiaoqian tightened her grip on Zhou Yin's clothes, but she hadn't expected to be caught up with. She wondered how she could escape. Young friend, do you know what you are holding in your arms? Yin Qixia looked at Nie Xiaoqian with an unfriendly expression. What, you Taoist priest? Are you trying to abduct a woman? Zhou Yin said this deliberately. Do you know that what you're holding in your arms isn't a person? Yin Qixia said coldly. You can leave now, you're blocking my way. Zhou Yin said nonchalantly. Boy, you are incredibly foolish. Little do you know that what you hold in your arms is not a person, but a ghost. Yin Qixia was about to be driven mad by Zhou Yin. Hee, look at yourself, you don't even look human, Zhou Yin replied. You. Yin Qixia was furious. Uft. Nie Xiaoqian, who was in Zhou Yan's arms, laughed when she heard this. She felt so relieved. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yin Qixia approached with his sword. This immediately made Nie Xiaoqian nervous. She didn't want Yin Qixia to hurt Zhou Yin, so she prepared to leave. However, Zhou Yin smiled slightly at Nie Xiaoqian and said, Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Young master, Don't say anything, this guy can't do anything to me. Zhou Yin gave Nie Xiaoqian a reassuring smile. Nie Xiaoqian wanted to say something, but it was best to say nothing. Truly stubborn, Yin Qixia would not harm Zhou Yin. He was only dealing with Nie Xiaoqian. He attacked with his sword, aiming to stab Nie Xiaoqian, but Zhou Yinfei kicked him, sending him flying. The powerful kick almost knocked Yin Qixia's sword away as well. Yin Qixia finally managed to grip the sword with both hands, preventing it from slipping from his grasp. He then looked at Zhou Yin with a shocked expression and exclaimed, What immense strength! You're no match for me, so don't waste your energy, Zhou Yin replied. Yin Qixia glanced at Zhou Yin and sensed a mysterious aura emanating from him, as pure and bright as the sun. He immediately said, It seems I've been meddling. I just hope you take care of yourself and don't let yourself be bewitched. After saying that, Yin Qixia left. See, I told you this guy couldn't do anything to me. Zhou Yin looked down at Nie Xiaoqian and found her staring at him in shock. She seemed very surprised. But if he knew about my ghost identity, he probably would. You're amazing. Nie Xiaoqian no longer wanted to hurt Zhou Yin. Even if she wanted to, she felt that she couldn't possibly hurt him. She knew that Yin Qixia was extremely powerful. Even her grandmother was willing to be his enemy. Along the way, the two started talking a lot. Nie Xiaoqian asked him his name and also told Zhou Yin her own name. The more Nie Xiaoqian talked, the more she felt that Zhou Yin was very special and that he had a very special charm that attracted her. Zhou Yin escorted Nie Xiaoqian back to her residence, a ghostly house filled with endless yin energy. This energy was manifested by ghosts and could only appear at night. It was completely invisible during the day. However, Nie Xiaoqian seemed to sense something and quickly pulled Zhou Yin into the house, shoving him into the bathtub without saying a word, saying, You must not come out, my grandma doesn't like strangers. Then, they pushed his head directly into the water. Soon, some people appeared inside the house. It was Xiaoqing. Sister Xiaoqian, Xiaoqing said as she entered. I know grandma is getting impatient. I'll go out as soon as I'm dressed, Nie Xiaoqian said, trying to appear calm. A gust of wind appeared, and grandma was already inside the house, saying, No need, I'm already here. Hello, grandma, the two girls said quickly. I have already betrothed you to Lord Black Mountain. You will be marrying him in 3 days. He is not someone to be trifled with. When he gets angry, I am no match for him. Once you go with him, don't even think about coming back, said the tree spirit granny. Nie Xiaoqian felt bitter, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't change anything. Seeing Xiaoqing heading towards the bathtub, Nie Xiaoqian panicked and quickly stopped her. Just then, the tree spirit grandmother asked her to try on clothes, so she quickly took Xiaoqing's hand and went over, saying, Take a look for me too. Then, grandma seemed to hear the sound of running water and walked towards the bathtub, saying, What's that sound? Seeing that her grandmother was about to pass away, Nie Xiaoqian had a sudden inspiration. She quickly tore up the wedding dress she had just tried on and said, "My dress is torn." Grandma turned around and frowned. "How could you be so careless?" Xiaoqing, who was standing next to Nie Xiaoqian, sensed that something was wrong with Nie Xiaoqian. She noticed that Nie Xiaoqian kept glancing at the bathtub and felt that there was something amiss. Suddenly, she had an idea and said, "My hands are dirty. I'm going to wash them." After saying that, Xiaoqing walked towards the bathtub. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian became anxious and quickly ran over, saying, "Let me help you." "I can do it myself. Don't be shy," Xiaoqing said. "That's only right," Nie Xiaoqian replied. Nie Xiaoqian quickly went to the edge of the bathtub, blocking Xiaoqing's view, and scooped up a spoonful of water, splashing it directly at Xiaoqing. "Why did you splash me?" Xiaoqing glared angrily at Nie Xiaoqian. "I didn't mean to," Nie Xiaoqian replied. "Xiaoqing, stop picking on your sister." Grandma thought the two of them had quarreled again. "No, I didn't." Xiaoqing felt very wronged. She felt something was wrong and wanted to see what was in the bathtub, but Nie Xiaoqian quickly scooped up a spoonful of water and splashed it directly onto Xiaoqing's body, soaking her clothes completely. Enraged, Xiaoqing shouted, "You did this on purpose. I'm not washing anymore." After saying that, he stormed off in a huff. Nie Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief and shushed Zhou Yin inside the bathtub, signaling him to be quiet. Zhou Yin nodded to indicate that he understood, then raised his head, gently emerging from the water, and smiled slightly at Nie Xiaoqian. Then, Grandma said, "Xiaoqian, take off your clothes. I'll mend them for you." Then, right in front of Zhou Yin, she took off her clothes. Chapter 86. Persuading Yin Qixia to slay Black Mountain. "Xiaoqian, what are you doing?" Grandma looked at Nie Xiaoqian curiously. "I'm going to take a shower, so I can go out and find someone to take care of my grandma. Otherwise, I won't be able to find anyone by dawn." Nie Xiaoqian quickly answered. Grandma Tree Spirit was very happy and quickly praised Nie Xiaoqian before pulling Xiaoqing away from the room. Nie Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to the bathtub, pulled Zhou Yin up, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Fine." No sooner had she finished speaking than she sensed someone else approaching. In her haste, Nie Xiaoqian pushed Zhou Yin into the water again, then stripped off her clothes and submerged herself in the water. Zhou Yin stared in disbelief from the water. "Clear." Xiaoqing quickly returned to her room, glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, who made a sarcastic remark. Xiaoqing then snorted and left. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after Xiaoqing had completely left. Zhou Yin quickly stood up and looked at Nie Xiaoqian, saying, "Actually." However, before he could finish speaking, Nie Xiaoqian, fearing that her grandmother would sense the presence of a living person on Zhou Yin, quickly pulled him up and said, "You should leave here quickly, or it will be too late." After saying that, she realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes. She quickly put on her clothes, then pushed Zhou Yin out the door, saying, "Let's talk at Shuiwei Residence. It's a small pavilion not far from Manhwa Temple, easy to find." Hey. Zhou Yin wanted to say something, but seeing that Nie Xiaoqian had closed the door, he had no choice but to wait there. However, he was still reminiscing about the wonderful moment from before. Very. Shuiwei Residence. After a long while, a figure in white drifted over from afar and came to Zhou Yan's side. Nie Xiaoqian brought a scroll of painting and handed it to Zhou Yan, saying, "This is a painting of me. When you see this painting in the future, it will be like seeing me. You can keep it with you." Zhou Yan opened the painting and said, "The painting is beautiful." Then he looked at Nie Xiaoqian and said, "But the person is even more beautiful." Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian was overjoyed, but remembering how formidable her grandmother and Master Heishan were, she quickly said, "I'm marrying Master Heishan in 3 days. You should leave here quickly. This is not a good place." "Then I'll take you with me," Zhou Yin replied. "You are no match for them. Don't lose your life for me." Nie Xiaoqian didn't believe that Zhou Yin was a match for Master Heishan and Grandma. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Nie Xiaoqian quickly said, "I'm leaving. Don't come looking for me again. I will definitely come back to you, and I will take you with me. I'm just asking if you're willing." Zhou Yin looked at Nie Xiaoqian. "You absolutely mustn't. They're really powerful, you'll die." Nie Xiaoqian was initially very happy, but after thinking about it, a wave of sadness washed over her. "That's not necessarily true. They're just a 1,000-year-old tree spirit and the Black Mountain Demon. I can kill them with a single sword strike," Zhou Yin replied domineeringly. "Ah, you know Grandma's true form." Nie Xiaoqian was very shocked. Zhou Yin stepped forward and took Nie Xiaoqian's hand, saying, "I'm just asking you. Are you willing to come with me and leave this world with me?" Nie Xiaoqian's eyes were glazed over, her heart filled with mixed emotions, fear and excitement. She had struggled internally, But seeing the confident and sincere look in Zhou Yan's eyes, she replied, "But I'll only ask you if you're willing. As long as you say yes or no, nothing else matters. Just leave everything to me and trust me." Zhou Yan looked at Nie Xiaoqian with firm eyes and said, "I do." Nie Xiaoqian looked into Zhou Yan's eyes and was completely mesmerized. Territory notice. Nie Xiaoqian has voluntarily left with the Lord. You may take Nie Xiaoqian with you after the storyline ends. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan was overjoyed. The matter had finally been settled. As dawn broke, Zhou Yan, knowing that Nie Xiaoqian couldn't be exposed to light, said, "Go back and wait for me. I will definitely take you away and won't let you marry the Black Mountain Demon. Don't worry." Nie Xiaoqian looked back every few steps, finally mustering her courage, and floated away in front of Zhou Yan, believing that Zhou Yan already knew she was a ghost. Sure enough, seeing Zhou Yan smile, Nie Xiaoqian couldn't help but shed tears. She felt very happy, excited, thrilled, and even sweet, and then she disappeared into the night sky. The story hasn't reached its end yet, so even if he wanted to take Nie Xiaoqian away, it wouldn't be possible. All he needs to do now is speed up the plot. As dawn broke, he arrived at Lanrua Temple and found Ning Kaichen opening the window and cursing Yin Qixia. "You damned bearded man! Where did you put my lower half?" Yin Qixia, holding a civet cat in each hand, was about to roast it when he heard this. He looked up at Ning Kaichen, bewildered, and angrily replied, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ning Kaichen also said, "Fine, take it and play with it if you want." Then, they both saw Zhou Yan. Ning Kaichen hurriedly said, "Hero, you're finally back. This bearded man actually said that this temple is haunted. I stayed here all night. How could there be any ghosts?" Zhou Yan nodded and said, "Yin Qixia is right. There really is a ghost down there where you were sleeping. You're just lucky that you're all right. See, I didn't lie to you at all," Yin Qixia said to Ning Kaichen. However, upon hearing this, Ning Kaichen was terrified. His face turned deathly pale, and he rushed out of the room to Zhou Yan's side, trembling slightly. He asked, "Great hero, you wouldn't be playing a trick on me, would you? What good would it do me to tease you? Want to see for yourself?" Zhou Yan smiled. This. Ning Kaichen wanted to see it, but he was also afraid. Seeing that Zhou Yan was there, Yin Qixia figured the silly boy would be all right and prepared to leave. However, Zhou Yan stopped Yin Qixia and said, "I know you have a sense of justice, but there is too much injustice in the world, and corrupt officials are rampant. People's hearts have become corrupt, so I came here to seek a peaceful place. However, if you want to find a truly peaceful place, I have a good place to go." Yin Qixia was quite surprised, but he was not swayed by Zhou Yan's few words. He simply asked curiously, "Where's the ghost you had in your arms last night?" "Release them," Zhou Yan replied. "Ghosts are no good. They can kill you," Yin Qixia said. Zhou Yan shook his head and replied, "Don't people take other people's lives? Aren't most ghosts transformed from people who were killed? People can be good or bad, stupid or foolish, and ghosts can be good or evil, demons or monsters, right?" When she mentioned stupidity, she even glanced at Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen looked completely innocent, wondering what Zhou Yan meant by looking at him. Yin Qixia was speechless after hearing this. "I need your help," Zhou Yan said. "What kind of help?" Yin Qixia asked. "Help me kill the Black Mountain Demon," Zhou Yan said directly. "Why do you want to kill it?" Yin Qixia asked curiously, then added, "You're not doing this for that female ghost, are you?" "Yes, it's for her," Zhou Yan replied. "The Black Mountain Demon has harmed countless people. What you've done is a way of eliminating evil for the world. Besides, with me here, you don't need to lift a finger. You just need to help me protect Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian." Zhou Yan said, if it weren't for the plot requiring them, he would have just taken matters into his own hands. Why go through all this trouble? Great hero. I am just a weak scholar, so I don't need to go." Ning Kaichen heard that he was also asked to go. He was immediately terrified. "Don't worry. It's good for you to broaden your horizons. With me here, you'll be fine." "It's settled then," Zhou Yan replied. "All right then." Ning Kaichen nodded. Yin Qixia thought for a moment and nodded. "All right then." Chapter 87. Entering the underworld to slay the Black Mountain Demon. Ning Kaichen looked at the room he had stayed in the previous night and asked timidly, "Great hero, is there really a ghost in there?" "You'll see when I take you there." "What?" Great hero." Zhou Yan pulled Ning Kaichen upstairs and back into the room. If Ning Kaichen weren't the main character, he would have been eaten by the ghost long ago. With him around, Ning Kaichen can forget about having any further entanglement with Nie Xiaoqian. There was a hole in the floor of the room, which Ning Kaichen had largely covered with a door panel. Zhou Yan pointed down, his meaning clear, the ghost was down there. Ning Kaichen looked ashamed. He had been so frightened by the bearded man that he had sat down on the hole in the ripped pants, and the bottom half of his pants was gone. It turned out that, thinking of this, Ning Caichen's face turned deathly pale. He was just a weak scholar, so naturally he was afraid of ghosts. Get down, didn't you want to see a ghost? Zhou Yan urged. Great hero Aya. Before Ning Caichen could finish speaking, Zhou Yan, disgusted by his cowardice, kicked him in the butt, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Ning Caichen had just stood up and was wailing when he saw several mummified corpses, their bodies withered and wrinkled, and crucially, their eyeballs were still moving, staring right at him. Ning Caichen's 3 souls and 6 spirits were immediately terrified, 1 soul and 1 spirit fleeing. He shouted, "A ghost! Hero, save me!" Ning Caichen then believed that ghosts existed in this world, and he quickly stood up and ran away. These ghosts were too terrifying. A figure landed and unleashed a powerful burst of extreme yang sword energy. Zhou Yan possesses the chaotic extreme yang body, and with the yin-yang creation technique, his spiritual power is extremely strong and yang, capable of suppressing all evil spirits in the world. How could a few dried corpses whose essence and blood had been drained possibly withstand Zhou Yan? The sword energy sizzled as it struck the dried corpses, its powerful force instantly reducing them to nothingness, leaving Ning Caichen stunned. Great hero, you are truly amazing. You killed these ghosts with just a few sword strikes. Ning Caichen had the utmost respect for Zhou Yan. With such a powerful expert who could kill ghosts around, he no longer needed to worry about the dangers ahead. Aren't you going to collect a debt? I'll take you there, and we can use the money to buy some food while we're at it. Zhou Yan, lacking the wealth of this world, led Ning Caichen towards the town, arriving at the inn, and using force to compel the innkeeper to return the money. He always liked to subdue people with force, and the innkeeper, under his tyranny, dared not disobey and paid a lot more money than he was entitled to. They bought plenty of good wine and meat, and then rode their horses back to Manhwa Temple. It smells so good. Yan Qixia followed the aroma and saw Zhou Yan and Ning Caichen eating roast chicken and drinking fine wine in the temple. He swallowed hard. Let's eat together. After we finish eating, we'll go kill the Black Mountain Demon tonight, Zhou Yan said. If the Black Mountain Demon doesn't die, the story can't be completed, and he can't leave this place. Let's do it tonight. No need for any preparations? Yan Qixia didn't expect Zhou Yan to be in such a hurry. What preparations are needed to deal with a mere little monster? Zhou Yan retorted. Yan Qixia, little monster. Black Mountain Demon were just a minor demon. Would he be so wary of him? However, after they finished eating, Zhou Yan and the other 2 rode their horses to the mass grave behind Lanhua Temple and dug out Nie Xiaoqian's urn of ashes. This action indeed alarmed Granny Tree Spirit, who set up a ghost wall to prevent them from leaving. However, Zhou Yan didn't even need Yan Qixia to take action. With a few bursts of chaotic extreme yang sword chi, he directly injured Granny Tree Spirit and made her escape. Such powerful pure yang energy. Yan Qixia was extremely shocked. The pure yang energy on Zhou Yan's body was truly terrifying. He could severely injure a 1,000-year-old tree demon with just a casual strike. With his strength, dealing with the Black Mountain Demon would indeed be very easy for him. Yan Qixia became increasingly curious about Zhou Yan, wanting to know who his master was, as he possessed such profound magical power at such a young age. Zhou Yan, where are you from? Yan Qixia asked as he rode his horse. People from another world, would you like to go? Zhou Yan asked. Another world? Yan Qixia looked confused and indicated that he did not understand. You can call it the immortal realm. If you want to cultivate to become an immortal, I can take you there. With my help, I can definitely help you reach a very high realm. Moreover, it is very peaceful there. There are no corrupt officials, no oppression, and no tyranny. Everything is wonderful. Zhou Yan continued to tempt her. Great hero, is what you're saying true? You actually come from the immortal realm, so can I go there too? Ning Caichen asked excitedly upon hearing this. Forget about it, Zhou Yan said coldly. Ning Caichen looked disappointed, but he was just asking. He didn't really want to go to an unfamiliar environment. Really, Yan Qixia was tempted. He was indeed tired of this world full of evil, desire, and injustice. There's no benefit for me in lying to you. Zhou Yan thought to himself. I'll just try to get the territory first. Yan Qixia thought about it and realized it made sense. He was just an old man, and the other party didn't want anything from him. Okay, Yan Qixia agreed. Territory notice. Yan Qixia has voluntarily left with the Lord. You may take Yan Qixia with you after the storyline ends. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yan felt overjoyed. This trip had been very successful, and all that remained was to defeat the final Black Mountain Demon before he could leave. After dark, they arrived at an inn. After entering a room, Zhou Yin took out the urn containing the ashes and let the other unrelated ghosts take their urns to be reincarnated. Finally, upon seeing Zhou Yin, Nie Xiaoqian immediately threw herself into his arms and said, "Zhou Yin, what a beautiful female ghost." Ning Kaichen exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the great hero was tempted by worldly desires. Now you can rest assured, I will never break my promise to take you away. Zhou Yin looked at Nie Xiaoqian's pitiful face, gently stroked it, and said, "But before we leave, we have to kill the Black Mountain demon." "Ah, we still have to kill Lord Black Mountain. He's very strong, much stronger than Grandma." Nie Xiaoqian was a little worried. "Don't worry, I can defeat this mere Black Mountain monster with a single sword strike," Zhou Yin said with absolute confidence. A confident man is the most attractive, and this is perfectly exemplified by Zhou Yin. Nie Xiaoqian's heart has been completely captured by Zhou Yin, and she is very happy. Then, Yin Qixia entered through the door with a grim expression and said, "Something's very wrong with this inn. Yin Qixia, can you open the gate to the underworld? Let's meet that Black Mountain demon." He couldn't do that himself. Yin Qixia had to do it. "Good." Yin Qixia nodded, took out the wooden box, took out the demon-suppressing sword, slashed it at the air, and said, "Prajnaparamita." A crack appeared in the void, which was the passage to the underworld. They voluntarily entered the crack and went into the underworld. Yin Qixia gave Ning Kaichen a talisman, which enabled him to see the ghosts in the underworld. Zhou Yin and Yin Qixia don't need it. They are not ordinary people to begin with. Zhou Yin. Nie Xiaoqian was still a little worried and gripped Zhou Yan's arm tightly. "Don't be afraid. Once we kill the Black Mountain demon, we can leave this place." They began searching for the Black Mountain demon, and soon they saw an altar in the distance, which was where the Black Mountain demon cultivated and performed his magic. Chapter 88, Leaving the World of a Chinese Ghost Story. Beneath the altar, there were hundreds of ghost soldiers, each wielding a weapon and pointing it at Zhou Yin and his companions. "Nie Xiaoqian, you actually brought several humans here. Could it be that you want to marry this demon ahead of time? Since you humans are here, you're not leaving." The Black Mountain demon asked in a sinister tone. Nie Xiaoqian hid behind Zhou Yin in fear. She was terrified of the Black Mountain demon. "Ugly freak, today I'm here to destroy you. How do you want to die?" Holding a sharp sword, Zhou Yin exuded heroic spirit and faced the Black Mountain demon with great domineering presence. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You few humans think you can kill this demon? Come on, seize them. I'm going to punish them properly." The Black Mountain demon was very disdainful and said to his subordinates. A group of ghostly soldiers charged towards Zhou Yin and his companions with imposing momentum. Zhou Yin was extremely disdainful of these soldiers. He activated his cultivation technique, and his entire body erupted with powerful yang energy, which even dissipated a lot of the yin energy between heaven and earth. Such astonishing yang energy. "Kid, who exactly are you?" The Black Mountain demon's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. "The one who sent you on your way." Zhou Yin, wielding a sharp blade, unleashed his spiritual power, unleashing a barrage of sword energy. The sword energy was incredibly sharp, instantly slaying more than a dozen yin soldiers. He then unleashed his extreme speed, rushing towards the yin soldiers with lightning speed. In an instant, Zhou Yan's figure transformed into a 7-star formation, and the hundreds of yin soldiers were completely wiped out by her before they could even last a minute. A ghost general on horseback, wielding a giant axe, charged at him, but before he could make a move, Zhou Yin flashed past, passing through his body and killing him instantly. Before the Black Mountain demon could speak, Zhou Yin unleashed his powerful extreme yang energy, and the sword in his hand emitted a world-destroying power as he charged directly towards the Black Mountain demon. The Black Mountain demon wanted to escape, but he found himself imprisoned by a mysterious force, unable to move and forced to watch helplessly as the sword fell. No. With a single sword strike, the Black Mountain demon was cleaved in two, vanishing into nothingness, not even its yin energy escaping. Yin Qixia was shocked by what he saw and exclaimed in surprise, "This is too powerful. Is this the method of an immortal? I am so lucky to have the covetousness of an immortal. The hero is indeed very powerful." This Black Mountain demon couldn't even withstand one of the hero's moves, Ning Kaichen praised. "So handsome." Nie Xiaoqian was filled with love, and Zhou Yan's image filled her mind. Only then did she realize that Zhou Yan's strength was so great. Territory notice. The storyline of a Chinese ghost story has been successfully completed. You may leave within 3 days. If you do not leave within 3 days, you will be forcibly removed. Let's go. Zhou Yan, with the affectionate Nie Xiaoqian in his arms, left the underworld and rushed back to the human world. Then he said to Ning Kaichen, "Take care of yourself. We're leaving. Are you really going back to the immortal realm?" Ning Kaichen was truly amazed. He not only saw ghosts, but also entered the underworld, witnessed immortals like Zhou Yin slaying demons, and met stunningly beautiful female ghosts like Nie Xiaoqian. He was already very satisfied. "Well, maybe we'll meet again, but the chances are slim. Goodbye." Zhou Yin waved to Ning Kaichen, then led Nie Xiaoqian and Yin Qixiao away from the world of a Chinese ghost story. With a flash of light, when Zhou Yin opened his eyes again, he was already back in the projection room. Lord Jinmi and Sun Shangxiang also happened to see the end of the movie. As soon as they saw the two familiar people next to Zhou Yin, they immediately knew that they were Nie Xiaoqian and Yin Qixiao from the movie. They were not surprised that the two had come to their territory. They stood up and went to Zhou Yin, saying, "Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring two people." Two beams of colorful light enveloped Nie Xiaoqian and Yin Qixiao, who had just arrived in the territory, and the two found that they seemed to have become stronger. "Zhou Yin, is this the immortal realm?" Nie Xiaoqian was very curious about everything around her. She was quite surprised by the changes that had occurred so soon after she arrived. Yin Qixiao was the same. Upon arriving, he discovered that his strength had increased significantly, and he was quite surprised by the immense power of the immortal realm. Upon seeing this extraordinary environment, they were even more convinced that this was undoubtedly the immortal realm. "This is my territory, and from now on you are all part of it," Zhou Yin replied. Territory. Nie Xiaoqian didn't understand what this meant. Zhou Yin then explained it to them, and although they still didn't quite understand, they grasped some of it. Zhou Yin began to check the attributes of the two people. Name, Nie Xiaoqian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, Oni. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 5. Upgrade required, 600 soul coins. Charisma, 40, base 4. Luck, 1, base 0.1. Strength, 1, base 0.1. Constitution, 3, base 0.3. Agility, 8, base 0.8. Soul body, 50, base 5. Talent, Myriadine body. Skill, energy release. Description, evolved by mysterious energy, its base attributes have increased tenfold. From the world of a Chinese ghost story. As expected, Nie Xiaoqian and the others all experienced the evolution of their territory, their attributes becoming 10 times stronger than before, and they even had levels. He looked at Yin Qixiao's attributes. Name, Yin Qixiao. Gender, male. Age, 40. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 20. Upgrade required, 1,500 soul coins. Charm, 2, base 0.2. Luck, 5, base 0.5. Strength, 11, base 1.1. Constitution, 12, base 1.2. Agility, 8, base 0.8. Spirit, 5, base 0.5. Talent, psychic. Skills, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, perfection of wisdom. Introduction, evolved by mysterious energy, his base attributes have increased tenfold. From the world of a Chinese ghost story, he is a chivalrous hero who hates evil. Zhou Yin began to upgrade them. Territory notification, consuming 600 soul coins, Nie Xiaoqian. S level has been increased to level 6. Territory notification, consuming 700 soul coins, Nie Xiaoqian. S level has been increased to level 7. Territory notification, consuming 800 soul coins, Nie Xiaoqian. S level has been increased to level 8. After raising Nie Xiaoqian's level to 20, she became much stronger again. Zhou Yin, what's going on? I've discovered a very powerful force within me, and I feel like I've become even stronger. Nie Xiaoqian was shocked once again. She had no idea what this sudden power was. This territory was simply too powerful. I've upgraded you. Zhou Yin gave another explanation, which finally made Nie Xiaoqian nod, as if she understood. Zhou Yin wasn't in a hurry. These things could be taken slowly. Zhou Yin led them outside, showing them the performance and characteristics of various buildings, and also gave them spirit fruits to eat. This fruit is so delicious. I feel a warm current flowing through my body. It feels so good. The two were very surprised and curious about everything in the territory. After this, they gained a certain understanding of the territory. That night, Nie Xiaoqian also stayed in the spiritual bamboo house, wanting to be with Zhou Yin. However, Zhou Yin was cultivating every night, leaving Nie Xiaoqian waiting in vain. Chapter 89, the 10th day of the trial. Before dawn, Zhou Yin sensed the roaring sounds emanating from the territory's defensive towers. He quickly went out to investigate and discovered that the monsters had begun their attack from 3 directions. It's only 5 a.m. Looking at the time, Zhou Yin estimated that the monsters in the future might not give them much time to rest. Lord, the others also woke up quickly and rushed to Zhou Yan's side. As arranged yesterday, everyone go outside the wall to defend against the monsters. Zhou Yin gave the order. Yes. A group of people rushed towards the wall to prepare to defend against the monster. Lord, I'm off then. Zhen Mi and Sun Shangxiang each greeted Zhou Yin and headed towards the left and right walls respectively. The monsters have only just begun their attack, and with so many powerful defensive towers in place, there's no need to rush. Yan Qixia looked at Zhou Yin and asked, is there anything I can do for you? Why don't you go with them to the wall and check out the situation? Zhou Yin arranged for Yan Qixia to follow one of the soldiers to the front wall to defend it, so that he could familiarize himself with the monsters first. Zhou Yin, what's wrong? Nie Xiaoqian was also awakened by the noise. Even ghosts need rest, so she was puzzled by the commotion that was happening throughout the territory. Monsters are attacking our territory. Today is the 10th day, and battles like this will continue for another 20 days. Zhou Yin began to explain. Nie Xiaoqian nodded as if she understood, but she didn't quite get it yet, and still needed to learn more. Then I'll go help, but it's almost dawn, so I'm afraid I can't stay out for too long. Nie Xiaoqian looked at the sky. In a little over an hour, the sun would rise. As a ghost, she couldn't move around during the day. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin laughed and said, You are no longer an ordinary ghost, so you don't need to worry about not being able to appear during the day. Really? If that's the case, that's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian immediately laughed. If she could appear during the day, she would no longer have to fear the sunlight. Now that you're awake, let's head to the mystery shop first. He was very confident in his territory, with each of his defensive towers being level 20 or higher, making it difficult for the monsters to defend against their attacks. Even if some monsters break through the defensive towers, with the white-robed ghost general there, he doesn't need to worry. He brought Nie Xiaoqian to the mysterious shop. Although it wasn't time for the items to refresh yet, he could use his active refresh ability first, since the countdown wouldn't be refreshed again anyway. 5 items appeared on the counter. This time, there were 5 pieces of armor, and all of them were silver-level equipment. That's right, a complete set of equipment. Although one belt is missing, the set bonus can still be triggered with all 5 pieces of equipment. A complete set of silver armor has been found, which is not bad. These pieces of equipment are priced between 10,000 and 20,000 spirit coins, and their attributes are much stronger than what he is currently wearing. More importantly, they also have additional set bonuses. He took one of the pieces of equipment and checked its attributes. Equipment, bright silver armor. Quality, silver. Durability, 50/50ths. Attribute 1, defense plus 15, constitution plus 5. Attribute 2, one of the bright silver set items. For each additional piece of set equipment, defense plus 1 and all attributes plus 1. Equipment requirement, level 10. Description, bright silver armor, both shiny and stylish. Price, 20,000 spirit coins. This bright silver set greatly increases defense and has additional set bonuses. He bought the entire set to complete the set bonus, which increased his defense and all attributes by an extra 5 points. The bright silver set, and just looking at the design of this set of equipment, it was incredibly cool. He fell in love with it immediately. After putting it on, he turned to look at Nie Xiaoqian and asked, Xiaoqian, what do you think of me in this outfit? Nie Xiaoqian stared, her eyes glazed over, her heart pounding wildly. He blurted out, so handsome. He loves hearing the truth. Go check on the monsters outside. Wearing a brand new set of bright silver armor, he walked towards the wall of the main gate. Although Nie Xiaoqian had seen Zhou Yin describe how powerful these defensive towers were before, she only truly understood their strength when she saw them unleash their attacks and wipe out all the monsters outside the walls. What powerful defensive towers! With these towers in place, these monsters simply can't get through. Nie Xiaoqian exclaimed in astonishment. It's still early. There should be more monsters ahead. He checked all 3 walls, and as he had expected, the monsters were no match for the defensive towers and were all wiped out outside. Today's monsters are all monkey-like, quite like Sun Wukong's monkey descendants. Seeing that the monsters had begun their attack, Lu Yu had already gathered a group of maids to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, more and more monsters appeared. As dawn broke, Nie Xiaoqian was overjoyed to see that the sunlight shining on her did not cause any reaction. She was finally able to appear in the daytime. Around midnight, Some monsters finally broke through the coverage area of the defense towers and arrived in front of the wall. Yin Qixia and his soldiers quickly killed the monsters. Around 1 p.m., over 1,000 elite-level monsters and 2 leader-level monsters appeared. Those monsters looked quite powerful. Nie Xiaoqian looked at the monster in the distance and said, "It's hard to say how many will be able to get past the turret," Zhou Yin replied. After these monsters appeared, there were indeed very few more monsters to follow, and they began to launch a frenzied attack on their territory. The defensive towers launched an attack, but what if they were level 9 elite monsters? They still fell in droves. In addition, the ice tower is level 30, so unless these monsters manage to cross the tower's range at intervals, they simply cannot survive. After several rounds of attacks, a few elites rushed over, but the 2 leader-level monsters were unfortunate enough to fall directly into the attack of the defensive tower, dying a very frustrating death. By 1:30 p.m., all the monsters had been killed. Day 10 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminated: 95,687 black monkeys, 1,111 level 9 elite two-tailed monkeys, and 2 level 9 leader silver monkeys. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards, basic rewards, 100,000 soul coins, 100,000 spirit coins, silver armor forging blueprint. Additional rewards for rating, 200,000 soul coins, 200,000 spirit coins, building, B stone wall. The monsters are stronger each day than the day before, but the rewards are the same. The appearance of the stone wall was unexpected. Stone walls are definitely more effective than enclosures, so he immediately began constructing the stone walls. Author's note: as requested by our lovely readers, I will expedite the completion of the newcomer trial. Unless new buildings are introduced, I won't write much about architecture in the future because many of you have criticized me for padding the word count. I'm telling you, I did pad the word count, but because of you, I'm not going to do that anymore. Chapter 90. Zhao Chan's job change is complete. Territory notification, ding. Build stone wall. Stone wall evolves into Great Wall. Great Wall. Zhou Yin was shocked. Although he was missing a Wanli, it was probably because his territory was too small. Outside the existing wall, a new stone wall appeared, enclosing the entire territory. This was the Great Wall, a structure that, though still short, could be upgraded to be taller. Between the Great Wall and the thorny fence, there is a 10-meter-wide blank area, which is like a barbican. With 2 layers of walls protecting the territory, the security of the territory has been significantly enhanced. Architecture, the Great Wall. Level 1. Upgrade required, 1,000 spirit coins. Quality, RRR. Defense, 1,000/1,000. Special attribute 1, defense plus 10%. Description: once the territory reaches a length of 10,000 li, it can transform into the Great Wall. Upgrading the level 1 Great Wall requires 1,000 spirit coins, and it's hard to imagine how many more spirit coins will be needed to upgrade it later. He upgraded the Great Wall to the point where it could not be upgraded further. Architecture, the Great Wall. Level 20. Upgrade requirements: 150,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star stones. Quality, RRR. Defense, 100,000/100,000. Special attribute 1, defense plus 20%. Special attribute 2, increases territory morale by 20%. Description: once the territory reaches a length of 10,000 li, it can transform into the Great Wall. The name of this building can even change, but there is still a lot he needs to do to reach the size of Wanli. The Great Wall's defense is incredibly strong. At level 20, it has 100,000 defense points, and with all the attribute bonuses, it's practically invincible. Zhou Yin was very happy. The stronger the buildings in his territory, the safer he would be. Back in the spirit bamboo house, Zhenmi began opening nearly 100,000 treasure chests of bronze quality or lower with a single click. She ultimately obtained over 200,000 soul coins, nearly 100,000 spirit coins, thousands of pieces of equipment of silver quality or lower, various material blueprints, and even skill books. However, the quality of these skill books was too low, so he rewarded them to his subordinates who could use them. Soul coins today alone, and he has already asked Zhenmi and the others to prepare again so that they can go out and hunt a wave of monsters while there is still time. Even if time is limited and you can't kill too many, killing one more is still better than nothing. He estimated that he could obtain at least another 100,000 or so soul coins. After making the arrangements, Zhenmi and the others all went out to hunt monsters, and even Nie Xiaoqian and Yin Qixia went out with them. They also wanted to do something for the territory, and Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't stop them. He himself remained in the territory. I glanced at the Temple of Inheritance, and Jiao Chan still hadn't come out. I wondered when she would appear. He misses it terribly. Arriving at the weapon forging workshop, he checked on Jerry and his team's repair progress and was very satisfied. The dwarves were now able to keep up with the speed of recycling old equipment, and it would only take some time before they could free up manpower to forge other equipment. My lord, the materials have piled up quite a bit lately. Should we stop the repairs for now? Jerry asked. No need. I will continue to purchase materials. Your focus at this stage should be on repairing equipment, Zhou Yin replied. Jerry nodded and continued working. What a hard-working dwarf. He put all the repaired equipment up for sale, and it sold out again in a few minutes. He then traded materials, equipment, supplies, and other items with a few friends. He eventually sold a batch of spiritual spring water, but he's selling very little now, as he needs to use it himself. Then, returning to the mysterious shop, he found 5 more pieces of equipment, including a bright silver belt, which matched the set he was wearing. However, he bought the other 4 items, which were for women, intending to give them to Jiao Chan. He spent the next few days like this. Day 11 of the newcomer trial, battle result SSS, received 200,000 soul coins, 200,000 spirit coins, silver boots forging blueprint, additional evaluation rewards, 400,000 soul coins, 400,000 spirit coins, and the building, Arrow Tower. He built the Arrow Tower that very day, and it evolved into the Storm Tower, giving him 2 Storm Towers. He summoned all the white-robed ghost soldiers he could that day and leveled them up to level 10. To summon more white-robed ghost soldiers, the barracks building level needs to be upgraded, but unfortunately, he doesn't have many materials yet and doesn't want to upgrade for the time being. 200 white-robed ghost soldiers are enough for now. As for the soldiers and heroes he initially summoned, he began to level them up, raising them all to level 20. He still doesn't have enough soul coins to raise all his soldiers to level 20. He's still short on soul coins. It's not just a little bit missing, it's a lot missing. At this stage, upgrading ordinary soldiers to level 20 is sufficient. The heroes' levels can be increased as much as possible, but there's no need for that now. It's not too late to increase them after the newbie trials are over and they arrive on the Lord's continent. Day 12 of the newcomer trial. On the 15th day of the newbie trial, he finally obtained a new Arrow Tower, which evolved into the Blade Tower. These days he has gained countless things every day, including a lot of equipment and various materials. He bought everything he could from the mysterious shop, and there was nothing he could do about the things he couldn't afford. The number of soul coins increased day by day, and they were all used to upgrade the soldiers' levels. On the 12th day of the trial, the extra rewards no longer included buildings, so the rewards he received these days were mostly skill books, equipment, and the like. It's useless because it's not suitable for him. In the past few days, he has arranged for many people to go to the Inheritance Temple to receive the inheritance, including Nie Xiaoqian, Situng, and other siblings. Most importantly, in the afternoon, Jiao Chan finally emerged from the Temple of Inheritance. The territory notification reads, "Congratulations to the hero Jiao Chan for successfully completing the trial and changing her class to the unique class, Flower Fairy." Flower Fairy. This profession sounds very impressive. Chaner. The Jiao Chan he had been longing for had finally appeared. He hadn't expected that Jiao Chan would take so long to enter the Inheritance Temple. One person has successfully changed jobs at the Temple of Inheritance, unlocking the Inheritor class trait, granting a +5 to all attributes. Zhou Yin was taken aback. He was quite surprised by the powerful sensation emanating from his body. He never expected that someone who had successfully inherited the legacy from the Inheritance Temple would receive an additional reward. His attributes increased by 5 points again, including his charm and luck, which surprised him greatly. If tens of thousands of people successfully change jobs, wouldn't I be invincible in no time? Zhou Yin thought to himself happily, but he found that after the people who had followed Jiao Chan into the Inheritance Temple came out, they did not hear the sound of the inheritance being successful. They were indeed a little upset, but Zhou Yin comforted them, saying they had a chance every month and shouldn't give up. It seems that this Temple of Inheritance is not so easy to pass. Zhou Yin. After Jiao Chan successfully changed her class, her entire demeanor changed again, becoming even more holy and ethereal, like a fairy. Coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, Zhou Yin couldn't help but hold her in his arms. It smells so good. Zhou Yin took a deep breath and discovered that the fragrance was emanating from Jiao Chan, and it was even more fragrant than before. Jiao Chan was still as shy as ever, her ears and neck burning red, her head buried in Zhou Yan's arms, not daring to look at anyone else. "Let's go inside and talk." Zhou Yan grabbed Jiao Chan's soft, boneless hand and led her into the spiritual bamboo house. He had a lot to say to Diao Chan. Diao Chan also had a lot to say to Zhou Yin. Chapter 91, Taking Down Diao Chan. He pulled Diao Chan onto the soft Simmons bed, and the two sat side by side. Diao Chan asked proactively, "Has anything too serious happened in the territory recently?" "It's all right, but I really miss you." Zhou Yin gazed at Diao Chan's stunningly beautiful face, looking at her earnestly. Diao Chan lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhou Yin. Her face flushed red again. Her other hand, which was not caught by Zhou Yin, gripped the phoenix robe she was wearing tightly. Fortunately, the robe was of good quality, otherwise it would have been torn. "Is the trial difficult?" Zhou Yin asked. Diao Chan nodded and replied, "It was indeed quite difficult. At first, I had no clue what to do, but after going through the trials, I succeeded." Zhou Yin gently touched Diao Chan's face with one hand. Her skin was fair and smooth. After changing her class, she had gained an ethereal beauty. If he didn't do something in front of such a fairy, he probably wouldn't be a man. Looking at Diao Chan, he then began to check her basic attributes. Everything else is pretty much the same, but Diao Chan's basic attributes have increased significantly after the job change. Hero Diao Chan. Charisma, 120, base 5. Luck, 80, basic 1. Strength, 128, base 0.6. Constitution, 127, base 0.7. Agility, 126, base 0.8. Spirit, 133, base 1.5. Occupation, Flower Fairy. Charm and luck have both increased by 50 points, and all 4 basic attributes have increased by 100 points. Zhou Yin sighed. This profession was clearly not simple either. Moreover, Diao Chan had also cultivated to the 15th level of martial arts, only 5 levels lower than him. By the way, it seems there was an extra item in the Lord's heart before. He focused his attention on the colorful ancient scroll in his mind, which was formed from the heart of a lord. Now, a stone exuding a pink aura appeared before his eyes. "What's this?" He was quite surprised, and it seemed that this happened around that time. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in surprise, "This stone is actually a building." He immediately built the building, but because he was still inside, he couldn't see the building outside. However, he could see the 3D territory phantom presented in front of him. Territory prompt. Construct the special building, 3 lives stone. He checked the building's properties. Architecture, 3 lives stone. Level 1. Upgrade required, 2 couples. Quality, special building. Defense, indestructible. Special attribute. Couples who successfully carve their names under the 3 lives stone can receive extra soul coins as a daily sign-in reward. Only those who love each other can carve their names together. Introduction. In this world, lovers will eventually be united. What is love? It is etched on the 3 life stone, representing 3 lifetimes, 1 thought per life, unwavering until death. Chapter 92. A bronze level monster appears. The upgrade method of the 3 lives stone is completely different from other buildings, making it quite unique. The most crucial point is that this building actually allows you to earn soul coins by signing in, which is absolutely what shocked him the most. Although I don't know how much I'll get right now, it's better than nothing. As darkness fell, Zhou Yin embraced Diao Chan's soft, delicate body and fell asleep. The monsters didn't begin their attack on the territory until 6 o'clock the next day. Today is the 16th day of the newbie trial. Since yesterday, the monster's level has reached level 12, and he doesn't yet know what level the monster will reach today. In the newbie trial, the monster's levels are normally no higher than level 10. The reason why there are monsters higher than level 10 is entirely due to his colorful Lord Space. Similarly, once a monster reaches level 10, the quality of the treasure chests it drops increases significantly. Monsters level 10 and above have a 50% chance of dropping a black iron-grade treasure chest. Junmi opens these black iron treasure chests. She can get a minimum reward of 6 to 10 soul coins, spirit coins. However, Diao Chan's luck stat has surpassed Junmi's after her job change, and he plans to have Diao Chan open these treasure chests today. After getting up, Diao Chan's face showed a noticeable increase in maturity. Now a married woman, her temperament was even more elegant and noble, and she was even more charming. She put her hair up and wore a deep red phoenix dress. Zhou Yin took her hand and led her outside. He summoned everyone in the entire territory, and they stood in neat rows outside, waiting for Zhou Yin to speak. Zhou Yin led Diao Chan to stand before the crowd and said directly, "From now on, Diao Chan will be the matriarch of the territory." Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "Greetings, madam." Diao Chan was deeply moved. Zhou Yan's announcement proved her position in his heart. Several resentful glances were directed at Zhou Yan. Nie Xiaoqian, Si Teng, Hua Yurong, and other women were filled with envy, but they also knew that Diao Chan was the first person summoned by the Lord, which held a very special significance. Zhou Yan smiled at them, as if to say, "Don't worry, you will all be my women sooner or later." Seeing Zhou Yan smile, the women smiled too. They also wanted to become the Lord's women. After explaining the main points, Zhou Yan instructed everyone to head to the Great Wall to defend against the monsters. After the Great Wall is upgraded to level 20, it is 5 meters high. Most importantly, there are bunkers and pavilions on top, and soldiers can stand on the wall to observe the monsters outside and be ready to defend at any time. After everyone else left, Zhou Yan said to Diao Chan, "Chaner, let's go see the new building we acquired yesterday." A new building? Diao Chan, unaware of the new building's purpose, arrived at a quiet corner with Zhou Yan and saw a pink stone. The entire stone was enveloped in romantic roses, exuding an aura of love and radiating a dazzling light. "This is the Three Lives Stone," Zhou Yan began to introduce it. Zhou Yan led Diao Chan to the Three Lives Stone. They saw 2 names displayed at the top of the stone, both in pink. "Chaner, we have gained the approval of the Three Lives Stone. From now on, you will always be the mistress of the territory." Zhou Yan gazed tenderly at the shy Diao Chan. She was very happy, but too shy to meet Zhou Yan's eyes, and only nodded slightly. "Let's check in," Zhou Yan said. Diao Chan nodded in response. "Sign in," Zhou Yan said. Three Lives Stone notification. Lord Zhou Yan has successfully checked in at Three Lives Stone and has received 100 soul coins. 100 soul coins? It's a bit low, but the current Three Lives Stone is only level 1. Once the level is increased, the number of soul coins will definitely increase. Diao Chan also spoke up, signing in. Three Lives Stone notification. Diao Chan has successfully checked in at Three Lives Stone and has received 111 soul coins. Diao Chan was luckier than Zhou Yan, as she obtained more soul coins. These soul coins appear directly in their upgrade interface, and they will automatically upgrade once they have enough soul coins to meet the upgrade requirements. I wish there were more buildings like this, Zhou Yan thought happily. He was actually looking forward to the newcomer trial ending soon, so that he could go out and buy buildings and construct more buildings. The territory has reached level 24, and its area has reached 30,000 square meters. As long as the territory has enough space, you can build as many buildings as you want. He wondered if, now that his name and Diao Chan's name were engraved on the Three Lives Stone, it would be possible to engrave the names of others on the Three Lives Stone as well. He planned to try and find Nie Xiaoqian. People only came to his territory because of him, and he has been ignoring them for days. Now that he has successfully slept with Diao Chan, it's time for him to take action against Nie Xiaoqian. Besides, Nie Xiaoqian was his dream goddess in his previous life, so he naturally felt a great sense of accomplishment in winning such a woman. Let's go see how the monster siege is going, Zhou Yan said, looking at Diao Chan. Okay. Diao Chan nodded. The two arrived at the top of the Great Wall to observe the monsters outside. Today's monsters are a group of level 13 rotting corpses. The entire territory is filled with the smell of rotting corpses, which many people dislike. They are extremely ugly, as if they just crawled out of the ground. However, these monsters are not slow at all. They are much more agile than normal people. They held various rusty weapons, shields, and tattered flags, looking like an ancient army on the battlefield, dressed in various styles of armor and helmets. Although they were level 13, they were still too vulnerable to resist the powerful defensive towers and were destroyed on their way by the tower's attacks. After 10 hours of continuous attack, only a small number of rotting corpses were able to break through the range of the defensive towers. However, their weapons were completely ineffective against the tall and imposing city walls, and they were quickly wiped out by the soldiers who appeared from inside the city. He looked at the newly appeared monsters, a group of elite monsters, and a monster radiating a bronze glow, which was also riding a carrion horse. A bronze monster. Zhou Yan was quite surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a monster of a higher level than a leader. Monster, Corpse General. Quality, Bronze. Level, 15. Special, Advanced Gun Techniques, Gun Breaking Techniques. Description, a general who died while conquering a lord's world transformed into a rotting corpse monster after his fall. The corpse general roared, and the corpse monster in front of him parted to make way. The corpse general rode his horse at full gallop towards his territory. A cloud of poison gas descended, and although these rotting corpses were undead, the poison gas tower was still able to inflict significant damage on them. This was the power of a high-quality building. Then a blanket of ice covered the area, instantly killing the other elite monsters. However, the corpse general was very fast and managed to hide at the edge of the ice tower the moment the ice fell, suffering only minor damage. After that, it charged back towards the territory. Chapter 93, Jerry advances to Gold Blacksmith. This bronze-level monster does have some strength, Zhou Yin commented. Yin Qixia saw that this monster was quite strong and had already broken through the attack range of the defensive tower, heading towards the territory. The Lord happened to be on the city wall when a thought struck him. He had recently made great strides in his power and enjoyed plenty of fine wine and food. Most importantly, it was peaceful. This place was truly his ideal place. There was no scheming or backstabbing, no annoying corrupt officials, and everyone in the territory was easy to get along with. He had completely fallen in love with life here and wanted to show off, so he took the initiative to come up to Zhou Yin and said to him, "Lord, leave this monster to me." "Okay." Zhou Yin nodded. Yin Qixia smiled, leaped up, and flew directly down from the city wall. The 5-meter-high city wall was nothing to him. Yin Qixia soon encountered the corpse general. He was a Taoist priest, and he was naturally able to subdue these evil spirits and monsters. Previously, his magical power was insufficient, and the means he could use were very limited. However, after only a few days in the territory, his strength had increased more than tenfold, and he could now use all kinds of spells freely. Prajnaparamita. Yin Qixia chanted an incantation, picked up the demon-slaying sword specially designed to subdue evil spirits, and unleashed a beam of sword light. The corpse general raised his spear and aimed it at the sword energy, but he was still knocked off his horse by Yin Qixia's attack. Meanwhile, the corpse horse that General Corpse rode continued forward, charging towards Yin Qixia and raising its front hooves to kick him. Yin Qixia dodged, chanted the incantation again, and swung his palm at the rotting horse, smashing it into dust. "Monster, take this sword." Yin Qixia charged toward the corpse general and launched a frenzied attack. The corpse general had barely regained its footing when it was subjected to Yin Qixia's fierce assault. After only a dozen or so moves, Yin Qixia severed its head with a single sword strike, split its body open, and finally set it ablaze with ashes. Yin Qixia was very satisfied with his strength. This corpse general was even stronger than the Black Mountain Demon. In the past, he would have been no match for it, but now, he faced no pressure at all. With a light leap, he scaled the city wall and quickly returned to the top. He cupped his hands to Zhou Yin and said, "Lord, I have not failed you." Zhou Yin nodded, finding that Yin Qixia's lightness skill was quite good. Although he possesses high attributes, he doesn't know this kind of lightness skill, nor can he be as light as a swallow as Yin Qixia. As for Nie Shaoqian, she can also fly, but it's because she is a ghost, which is something they are born with. That's impressive lightness skill. Teach me sometime when you have time, Zhou Yin said. If the Lord wishes to learn, I will naturally impart all my knowledge. Yin Qixia was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the powerful Lord wouldn't even know how to use light body skills. I want to learn too, Jiao Chan said, looking at Zhou Yin. Let's learn together. Zhou Yin smiled at Jiao Chan. After the corpse general appeared and was killed, there were very few monsters left. After the settlement was completed, Zhou Yin took Jiao Chan back to his territory and headed towards the mysterious shop. Hopefully, the mystery shop will refresh and give him some good items. It's a skill book. Upon entering, he was immediately delighted. He was very lucky today, as he had found 2 books. One was a skill book, and the other was a cultivation technique. Even cultivation techniques have appeared, but their quality is a bit low. He examined the quality of the cultivation technique. It was only a D-grade technique, which he found completely unappealing and could only give it to other people in his territory. Item: Snowflake Sword Technique. Quality A. Description: Snowflake Sword Technique. Continuous and powerful. Its power can be doubled when used in icy or snowy conditions. Price: 5 million spirit coins. He bought the skill book of this quality for only 5 million spirit coins without hesitation. Then he handed it to Jiao Chan and said, "Chaner, you can use this skill book first, and we'll exchange it for a better one when we get one." "Thank you," Jiao Chan said, taking the hand. "Why are you being so polite with me?" Zhou Yin touched the hair next to Jiao Chan's cheek. Her hair was jet black and beautiful. Jiao Chan stood there shyly, letting Zhou Yin play with her. Item: Gong. Quality D. Introduction: A meditation technique that leads to enlightenment through the mind. Price: 10,000 spirit coins. 10,000 spirit coins were nothing to him. The remaining 3 items were all materials. After buying them all, he started refreshing the page. 5 brand new items reappear. A bronze-level gauntlet forging blueprint, a silver armor, 100 3-star water attribute crystal cores, a catapult building, and finally 100 4-star silver ore. Not bad, especially since a building also spawned. He was very satisfied and bought everything, then left the territory with Diao Chan. The first step is to build the catapult. Territory prompt. Build a catapult. The catapult will evolve into a meteor tower. Another brand new building has appeared. A giant stone tower appeared within the territory's city walls, and all of his defensive towers were placed between the thorn fence and the Great Wall. This is yet another SSS-level defensive tower. Zhou Yin immediately upgraded the meteorite tower. Territory notification. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the meteor tower level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the meteor tower level has been upgraded to level 3. Architecture, meteorite tower. Level 20. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 spirit coins, 10 3-star earth attribute crystals. Quality, SSS 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 meteorite towers. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special attribute 1, capable of unleashing meteor attacks. Special attribute 2, can unleash a meteor shower attack every 2 hours. Attack range, 200 meters. Introduction, a meteorite is falling from the sky. Are you scared? The addition of defensive towers, the territory's security has been improved once again. The Samsung Water Attribute Crystal Core I just bought is perfect for upgrading the King's Crystal. Territory notification. Consumed 20,000 spirit coins, 10 3-star Water Attribute Crystal Cores, King's Crystal, level upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins and 23-star Water Attribute Crystal Cores, the King's Crystal, level has been upgraded to level 22. Reaching level 24, I used up exactly 100 3-star water attribute crystals. The attributes of the King's Crystal have been greatly improved. The larger the crystal's defense, the safer the territory. He returned to the weapon refining workshop to sell various equipment, and then handed the blueprint for the bronze gauntlets he had just purchased to Jerry. My lord, I have great news for you. My forging skill has reached the gold level. Ha ha ha, Jerry said happily. A gold blacksmith. Zhou Yin was genuinely surprised and quickly said, Congratulations. It's also thanks to the Lord for providing materials and blueprints, as well as various spiritual fruits. If it weren't for so many resources provided to me, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the gold blacksmith level so quickly. Jerry replied, That's only right. Let's have a good celebration tonight. Thank you, Lord. Jerry's advancement to gold blacksmith was indeed a good thing, and Zhou Yin naturally wanted to throw a celebration banquet for the territory's chief blacksmith. Chapter 94. Zhenmi enters the Temple of Inheritance. Lord, after arranging for people to collect the spoils of war outside the city, Zhenmi took the initiative to find Zhou Yin. Zhenmi, what is it? Zhou Yin asked. I want to go into the Temple of Inheritance, Zhenmi said. Of course you can. Since Choner has already come out, it's fine for you to go in. The territory's defensive towers are sufficient to handle the monsters in the trial, so Zhenmi has no problem entering the Inheritance Temple. It seems that she saw that Diao Chan's strength had increased significantly after completing her job change, and not wanting to fall behind, she took the initiative to speak up. Thank you, Lord. I'll go in now. Zhenmi finished speaking. She headed to the Hall of Inheritance, wanting to complete the trial as soon as possible. Because the monster attacks are now lasting for a very long time, from morning to afternoon, he still wanted to send people out to explore the misty area, but it was already too far from the territory, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. Because of time constraints, he didn't send anyone too far out. They were only allowed to kill monsters within the already developed area. Because these areas have been developed, there are far fewer monsters compared to the Misty Zone, and the rewards are not as plentiful as before. The soldiers in the territory are all level 10 or above, and they can kill these monsters on their own. They also get about 100,000 extra soul coins every day, which is not bad. Li Shuang found Zhou Yin and bowed, saying, Lord, Mistress, the banquet is ready. So fast. Zhou Yin glanced at the sky. It was already dusk. He asked, Have the people who went out to hunt monsters returned? They should be back soon. They don't stay out too late each day, Li Shuang replied. With Li Shuang handling logistics in the territory, Zhou Yin was indeed saved a lot of trouble. Even the daily spiritual spring water was collected by her immediately, so he only needed to sell some each day. Once they return, notify everyone to begin the feast, Zhou Yin ordered. Yes. Li Shuang accepted the order and left. Soon after, everyone appeared at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Perhaps because of the newcomer trial, The drunken immortal wine he brewed had been sitting here for several days without attracting a single person, so he started using this place as a canteen. The main problem is that there isn't a large canteen yet, but he'll definitely build one later. Otherwise, all those soldiers in his territory will have to eat in the white-robed ghost soldier barracks. Each of these soldiers is a valuable asset for his future strength, and he can't afford to mistreat them. He now only sells a small amount of spirit fruits, mostly using them for the people in his territory to eat and improve their attributes. Of course, as his friend, he would definitely sell to the other party if they wanted to buy, but the quantity would not be large. Many people in the chat room were urging him to sell more spirit fruits, but he wasn't particularly short of money and simply ignored them. In the world of lords, only he would be so generous as to supply spirit fruits to the soldiers of his territory without limit. If it were another lord, they would definitely want to maximize the benefits of the spirit fruit. Zhou Yin was not a pure businessman. He only wanted to make his territory stronger. The soldiers in his territory risk their lives for him every day, so what does it matter if they give up some spiritual fruits and spring water? He even felt that it was far from enough, and that he would definitely plan more policies once the territory was developed more comprehensively in the future. One of the perks is the movie theater perk, where a few people are invited to watch movies every day to experience the modern movie-going lifestyle. He would occasionally go to watch, and even longed for many of the worlds of film. He has already upgraded this cinema to level 20, but unfortunately the cooldown time for entering the movie world is still 28 days. Even at level 10, it only reduces the cooldown by 1 day. So next time, he must find a movie with a higher level of combat power before entering. Jerry was very happy with the banquet specially prepared for him. Even in the Lord's world, a gold-level blacksmith is highly sought after. Once such a person appears, they will be recruited by the lords of various corporations, and the conditions offered are very good. He is indeed happy to have acquired a gold-level blacksmith. Furthermore, Jerry hasn't entered the Temple of Inheritance yet. If he were to enter and obtain a powerful professional inheritance, his forging skills would definitely reach an even higher level. During the newcomer trial, high-grade ores were extremely scarce. Most were 1- or 2-star ores, and he bought up the vast majority of them. There are very few ores of 3 stars or higher, and even if some people obtain them, they will keep them for themselves, which makes it very limited for him to acquire. As for ores of 4 stars or higher, there are very few to be found. A banquet brought everyone in the territory back together. They drank and chatted, toasting each other, and even many maids and palace women chatted happily with the soldiers. Because of the 3 lives stone, he now feels that there are still too few women in his territory. He needs to summon more women in the future, which will require a lot of soul coins. The maids and palace maids he had summoned were all quite good-looking. If they took a liking to other people in the territory, he would never interfere and would even be very happy. This will allow the 3 lives stone to be upgraded, and they will be able to obtain more soul coins by signing in every day, which will be of great benefit to both themselves and their territory. After the banquet, Zhou Yin chatted with a few friends for a while, traded some items, and then said to Zhao Chan, who had drunk some drunken immortal wine, "Chaner, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest." They were of no use against the powerful defensive towers and soldiers. Starting from the 18th day of the newbie trial, the territory's soul coin income exceeded 1 million. The monsters' attacks became even more frenzied, starting around 6 in the morning and continuing until 5 or 6 in the afternoon. He no longer needed to send people out to hunt the monsters, because there's simply no time left. The monsters' levels have also increased to 15, making them stronger. With the increase in their numbers, more monsters are breaking through the range of the defensive towers, and the soldiers have become busier. By the 20th day, quite a few monsters had managed to breach the defensive towers, because there were simply too many of them. He now spends his days searching the world for 3-star wood and stone, as well as various buildings, hoping to upgrade the level of the white-robed ghost soldier, so that he can summon more soldiers. Another person approached him. Chapter 95, Upgrading the White-Robed Ghost Soldier Barracks. A person named I Have a Lollipop contacted him through the talkative overlord of the world, saying that he had thousands of 3-star wood and wanted to be friends with him. Zhou Yin thought for a moment and asked, "You mean this guy is your friend?" Overlord of the world replied, "Brother, we're friends and brothers in the real world. I knew you needed 3-star materials, so I told him I was your friend. As soon as he heard it was you, he immediately told me to contact you, saying he wanted to be friends with you." Zhou Yin asked, "This guy isn't as unreliable as you, is he?" Upon hearing this, the overlord of the world felt deeply hurt and replied sadly, "Brother, I've given you my whole heart. Why are you treating me like this? I'm so heartbroken and so sad. I hope your friend won't do the same thing as you." I'll add him as a friend. Zhou Yin ignored Overlord of the World. This guy was a complete idiot. Give him a spark, and he could set the entire forest ablaze. Believe half of what he says. I search for the Lord's name, I have a lollipop, and then click to add it. Territory notification, successfully added, I have a lollipop as a friend. Heavenly Court, boss, I didn't expect what Lu Jiantao said to be true. I almost thought he was just fooling me again. I have a lollipop, just added, Overlord of the World, as a friend and immediately betrayed him, even revealing his real name and spouting a bunch of nonsense. Just like Overlord of the World. Overlord of the World is indeed an unreliable guy. You can tell just by looking at the way his friend talks. Without wasting words, he went straight to the point, asking, I heard you have 3-star timber, is that true? He has a lot of, or in his 3-star formation, but he doesn't have enough wood. Once he has enough wood, his white-robed ghost soldier can be upgraded and he can summon more soldiers. Boss, how could I lie to you? Just name your price. I have a lollipop, replied. It seems this is true. The title of Overlord of the World has finally impressed him a little. So Zhou Yin replied, then let's start with 10 or 20,000. Dude, I'm speechless. The user, I have one lollipop, posted a helpless emoji and replied, I only have a little over 1,500 lollipops right now. I have a lollipop, I'm really ashamed. This is what a big shot is like. He just talks about tens of thousands. Where would he get that much money right now? So little? Okay, take them all. Although the number was far from what Overlord of the World had mentioned, it was still something, and it could be considered as helping him out in a small way. Boss, can we trade with something? I'm not short of spirit coins, said. I have a lollipop. Tell me what you want, Zhou Yin replied. Equipment of bronze or higher, silver equipment would be even better, and spirit fruits and spirit springs would also be acceptable. I have a lollipop, he quickly said. Okay. Next, the two began to discuss the exchange rate. The other party was very generous. As long as the difference wasn't too big, he could accept it, as long as he wanted to be friends with him. Zhou Yin wouldn't let the other party suffer too much of a loss. After exchanging items of relatively equal value, they ended the transaction. The boss needs a lot of timber, so I'll have my men cut more from now on, replied. I have a lollipop. Thank you, Zhou Yin replied. You're too kind, you're too kind. Therefore, everyone has their own opportunities. The fact that the other person was able to collect 3-star level wood is their opportunity. He was quite lucky, but he was definitely not the only lucky one in the entire rookie trial. Finally, we've gathered all the materials, Zhou Yin exclaimed. In the newbie trial, it's really not easy to gather enough materials to upgrade a building. He's been calling for so long and only managed to collect this much, and that's all thanks to the Overlord of the World connection. In the world of lords, although high-grade materials are also scarce, as long as the price is high, there are still people willing to sell them. The newbie trial is different. Sometimes you can afford the price, but the other party may not sell to you. Just like how others might want to buy his spiritual fruits and spiritual spring water, it depends on whether he's willing to sell them. Most people who want to do business with him can't do it because they don't have any friends with him. Arrive at the white-robed ghost soldier barracks and begin upgrading the buildings. Territory notification. Consuming 100,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, and 100 3-star stone, the white-robed ghost soldier level has been increased to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 110,000 spirit coins, 200 3-star wood, and 200 3-star stone, the white-robed ghost soldier has been upgraded to level 22. Territory notification. Consumed 120,000 spirit coins, 300 3-star wood, 300 3-star stone, white-robed ghost soldier, level upgraded to level 23. Due to the scarcity of wood, the level of the white-robed ghost soldier barracks can only be upgraded to level 25, but the number of soldiers that can be summoned has increased from 200 to 700, which is enough for him now. Furthermore, the white-robed ghost soldier barracks has gained an additional attribute. Special attribute 2, combat power plus 10%. This undoubtedly enhanced the soldiers' capabilities and increased their safety. The barracks were not only much larger and more exquisitely designed, but also had many more houses for the soldiers to live in. Next, he would naturally summon his soldiers. As the number of monsters in his territory increased, the pressure on his other soldiers would gradually increase, and he did not want to see any casualties among them. White-robed ghost soldier notification. Consume 1,000 soul coins to summon one ordinary soldier. White-robed ghost soldier prompt. Consume 1,000 soul coins to summon a corporal. White-robed ghost soldier notification. Consume 1,000 soul coins to summon one captain. Huh. He actually summoned a captain, a soldier of a higher rank than a centurion. He looked at the captain's attributes and found that he was indeed much stronger than a centurion. He summoned 200 soldiers at once and raised their levels to 10, spending a total of 1.2 million soul coins. Of the 200 soldiers, there were 40 squad leaders, 20 sergeants, 2 centurions, and 1 captain. The number of soldiers increased by 200, which greatly reduced the pressure on the other soldiers. He specifically raised the level of those above the rank of squad leader to level 21st, and planned to level up the rest of them gradually. No matter how many soul coins you have, it's not enough to raise everyone's level to 20. Moreover, he also wanted to try his luck at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. He uses up 10 lottery draws every day, and in the past few days he has drawn quite a few maids and palace maids, increasing the female population of his territory. Moreover, some of them have special skills, such as sewing, laundry, cooking, and even a talent for medicine or cultivating spiritual herbs. He assigned the maids trained with spirit herbs to the spirit field area, but there are no corresponding buildings yet for maids with medical talent. He handed these people over to his steward, Lu Shuang, and told him not to worry about their whereabouts. Author's note: there will be one more chapter later. I don't have any drafts saved up. I just write and publish as soon as I finish each day. Chapter 96, Eating Nie Xiaoqian. Territory notification. Congratulations to Nie Xiaoqian for successfully completing the trial and changing her class to the only profession, the Supreme Saintess. One person has successfully changed jobs at the Temple of Inheritance, unlocking the Inheritor class trait, granting a +5 to all attributes. Nie Xiaoqian has also successfully changed jobs. Zhou Yin was very surprised. His attributes had increased by 5 points. This Inheritor class was indeed very good. The more people who changed classes, the stronger he would become. After waiting for so long, he finally saw Nie Xiaoqian emerge from the Hall of Inheritance. Because of his strong attributes and powerful techniques, Jiao Chan was no longer able to withstand him. Before he could even look for Nie Xiaoqian, she found him immediately. Lord, I've successfully changed jobs. Nie Xiaoqian said happily to Zhou Yin. I understand. Come here, come over here. Zhou Yin opened his arms. Lord. Nie Xiaoqian had been waiting for this day for a long time, and she threw herself into Zhou Yan's arms without hesitation. She was a woman who dared to love and hate, and she never hid her feelings for Zhou Yin. After Zhou Yin announced his relationship with Jiao Chan, she felt lost for a long time. Once outside, he saw Jiao Chan and said to her, Chaner, you're not angry, are you? Of course I won't be angry. I just hope you won't dislike me in the future, Jiao Chan replied. Although Jiao Chan said that, it would be impossible for her not to feel uncomfortable at all. However, considering Zhou Yan's powerful abilities and the fact that he was a lord, his future achievements were destined to be extraordinary, and becoming a god and ascending to immortality was certain. They will also benefit from this, following Zhou Yin to be immortal, with eternal youth and beauty. Every woman loves beauty and hopes to stay young forever, and Jiao Chan was no exception. Zhou Yin quickly hugged Jiao Chan and said, In my heart, you will always be number one, always my empress. How could I possibly dislike you? Should I say, may your majesty enjoy a long life? Jiao Chan suddenly asked playfully. Chaner has gone astray too. Has she been watching too many movies? Zhou Yin chuckled. No way. After spending a brief moment with Jiao Chan, he arrived at the top of the city wall. Looking at the overwhelming monsters outside, he raised his long sword, used his lightness skill, and leaped into the air. With the 7-star sword technique combined with his spiritual power, each strike directly killed 5 or 6 monsters. This lightness skill was naturally learned from Yin Qixia. Although it was only the most basic level of lightness skill, it was still better than having no lightness skill at all. His agility is high, and once he starts using it, he is very fast. With the S-quality 7-star sword technique, killing these monsters is as easy as chopping grass for him. His swordsmanship became increasingly refined. After using these monsters to improve his swordsmanship over so many days, his understanding of the 7-star sword technique reached a new level. He alone was able to wipe out all the monsters charging towards them, and his powerful strength greatly boosted the morale of all the soldiers, making them highly motivated to fight. Zhou Yin held off the enemy here. Jiao Chan went to the left side of the city wall, and Sun Shangxiang was always in charge of the right side of the city wall. As for Zhenmi, she has not yet come out of the Inheritance Temple, so the rear of the territory is jointly managed by Si Tong, Hua Yurong, Yin Qixia, and the captain in the barracks. With them around, it's absolutely impossible for these monsters to breach our territory. After all, most monsters will be eliminated by the defensive towers. After a long while, 2 voices came from the territory. Territory notification. Congratulations to Chu Shui for successfully completing the trial and changing her class to a special profession, spellcaster. One person has successfully changed jobs at the Temple of Inheritance, unlocking the Inheritor class trait, granting a +5 to all attributes. Territory notification. Congratulations to Sun Yuing for successfully completing the trial and changing her profession to a special class, Spirit Master. One person has successfully changed jobs at the Temple of Inheritance, unlocking the Inheritor class trait, granting a +5 to all attributes. The 2 consecutive voice notifications surprised him for a while. He didn't expect that 2 more people had successfully changed jobs. Although it wasn't the only job, it was still a special job, which was pretty good. His attributes increased by another 10 points, bringing his total to 60 points. His strength has increased significantly again. His attacks are more ferocious and faster. Lord, the 2 women found Zhou Yin and were very excited. Their strength is now extremely great, and killing these monsters is a piece of cake for them. Good. Go to the back of the territory and help defend against the monsters. Zhou Yin nodded and ordered them. Yes. The 2 women headed towards the back of the territory. There are countless professions in the Temple of Inheritance, some difficult and some relatively easy. The more difficult the inheritance, the harder it is to pass and the longer it takes. However, the professions that can be included in the Temple of Inheritance are naturally not ordinary professions. Even the simplest profession is much more valuable than the professions outside. The 2 women did not choose the most difficult inheritance method, so the time spent was naturally less. Whenever someone emerges from the Temple of Inheritance, he arranges for them to enter and receive the inheritance. He then arranges for others to enter and receive the inheritance. He sent several soldiers to receive the inheritance, including Zhang San. He hoped that Zhang San could pass it smoothly, as he was the first soldier he had summoned and had high expectations for him. Zhang San will definitely do his best. Zhang San cupped his hands in greeting and headed towards the Inheritance Temple. Chapter 97. Acquiring a new defense tower. The number of monsters increased, and at a glance, it looked like a monstrous sea of monsters. The defensive towers within the territory unleashed wave after wave of attacks, each creating a vacuum zone, only to be quickly filled by hordes of monsters. The ice tower began to gather a dense energy, which shot into the sky and transformed into a dense rain of ice, like a winter snowfall, sending down a barrage of icy arrows. Each drop of ice and snow was an extremely sharp blade, falling from the sky with a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Then it pierced the monster's body with deadly force. Swarms of monsters were pierced, frozen, and killed by the icy rain. The ice tower can not only effectively kill monsters, but also slow down the surrounding monsters, greatly affecting their attack speed. The attack from the ice tower took away tens of thousands of monsters, clearing out most of the monsters in front of them. Then the sword tower released a burst of sword energy, which cleaved the monster into a bloody mess. With the combined efforts of the 2 defensive towers, the monsters were quickly wiped out. The territory is now surrounded by enemies on all sides, with 2 defensive towers placed on each side. Coupled with numerous hero soldiers, the monsters are finding it difficult to inflict any substantial damage on the territory. In addition, the Great Wall has a very high defense value, so the monsters, with their 1 or 2 meter long bodies, simply cannot destroy a structure like the Great Wall. As noon approached, the soldiers split into 2 groups to take up their posts. One group rested and ate, while the other group continued fighting. The vast majority of them are level 20, with only a few still at level 10. After today, they will all be able to level up to level 20. The battle continued until 5 p.m. before a bronze level monster appeared. Speaking of which, bronze level monsters have appeared quite a few times, and each time they drop a lot of good stuff, such as 3-star crystal cores, silver treasure chests, and so on. The silver chests only contained equipment, which he left for the heroes of his territory to use. Although he really wanted to acquire buildings like defensive towers, the rewards were all random, and the chat room was full of lords buying up buildings. Clearly, everyone was short of buildings, especially defensive towers. His defensive towers were definitely the most in the entire newbie trial. Others were lucky to have only 2 or 3 at most. However, his territory is different from other territories. Other lords' territories would not experience such a monstrous wave of monsters. He looked at the bronze level monster. This bronze monster is a gigantic spider monster, about the size of a large truck, and it is accompanied by thousands of elite-level spider monsters whose antennae are like cold iron, gleaming with an astonishing sharpness. Monster, Demon Spider. Quality, Mutant, Bronze. Level, 15. Special, Toast Venom. Description, Legend says this is a monster that awakened from the demon world. Any living being it encounters will be devoured. This is a mutated bronze-level monster, much stronger than the previous bronze-level monsters. Despite its enormous size, it is surprisingly fast. Its 8 gleaming legs move with incredible speed, like car tires, as it charges toward its territory. The ice tower unleashed a barrage of ice shards, attacking the demon spiders. Spiders below the elite level could hardly withstand these attacks, their bodies pierced by the ice towers and turned into ice sculptures. However, the mutated bronze demon spider was indeed quite capable. It raised its forelegs and shattered all the incoming ice shards, passing through the attack range of the ice tower, unharmed. He's got some skills. This must be the most powerful monster we've encountered since the start of the newbie trials. With a light leap, he floated towards the city wall. He gripped the sword with both hands, circulated the yin-yang creation technique within his body, and a vast yin-yang power flowed and was released, causing the sword in his hands to burst forth with a yin-yang light. He then unleashed the Kaiyang sword from the 7-star sword technique, cleaving the sky with a single strike as he slashed towards the mutated bronze demon spider. A terrifying energy surge flashed through the air, transforming into a crescent-shaped sword beam that struck the monster's body with tremendous force. It tried to use its tentacles to block the sword energy, but the terrifying energy severed its tentacles and split its body in two, carrying a storm of sword energy as it charged forward for more than 10 meters. Finally, with a loud boom, it exploded with a sonic boom. Dust billowed up, and a ravine tens of meters long cut across the way. When combined with the S-quality sword technique and the yin-yang creation technique, the two unleashed terrifying power. Several things burst out of the monster's body. One silver treasure chest, one black crystal core, and another, surprisingly, a building treasure chest. Finally, I got another building treasure chest. He stepped forward and picked up those items. Collect one silver treasure chest. Pick up one 2-star dark crystal. Pick up one random defensive tower. After defeating the boss, the waves of monsters ceased, and the battle quickly came to a close. He returned to his territory and opened the building chest. Territory notification. Acquired, laser tower. Laser tower. Zhou Yin was a little surprised. This was a high-energy tower, even more powerful than an elemental tower. This should be considered a modern technological weapon, capable of unleashing great power. He never expected to obtain such a defensive tower. He began construction, wanting to see what this defensive tower could become. Territory notification. Build the laser tower, which will evolve into the high-energy mechanical turret. A modern super turret suddenly appeared within the Great Wall, emitting a peculiar halo. He quickly checked the tower's attributes and was surprised to find it was a R-level tower. He immediately began upgrading the high-energy mechanical turret. Territory notification. Consuming 500 spirit coins, the high-energy mechanical turret has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the high-energy mechanical turret has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 700 spirit coins, the high-energy mechanical turret has been upgraded to level 4. Architecture. High-energy mechanical turret. Level 20. Upgrade requirements. 150,000 spirit coins, 1 5-star alloy. Quality. R0/2. Upgrade required. 2 high-energy mechanical turrets. Defense. 50,000/50,000. Special Attribute 1. Engine Shut-Off Cannon Attack. Special Attribute 2. Can launch a high-energy cannon attack once per hour. Attack range. 500 meters. Description. Constructed from a super alloy, it possesses extremely powerful destructive capabilities. Chapter 98. 5-star Hotel. It actually requires 5-star alloy. Zhou Yin was very surprised. This defensive tower truly lived up to its R-quality rating. The materials it required were indeed very rare. After upgrading the high-energy turret to level 20, the number of cannons increased to 4, the entire building became larger and stronger, and the light became more intense. He felt that this one defensive tower alone was equivalent to several SSS-level defensive towers. He was quite eager to see the power of this defensive tower. He would be able to see just how powerful it was on the battlefield tomorrow. He was really looking forward to it. He placed the blade tower behind his territory for defense, and the high-energy cannon tower and ice tower in front should be more than enough to handle the situation. He returned to the spirit bamboo house, and the others followed suit. There are more and more monsters now, and many of them have broken through the coverage area of the defense towers. They all recounted the situation today, noting that the monsters today were a level higher than those yesterday. Although there are more monsters, Today's rewards will definitely be much greater than yesterday's, Zhou said. My lord, we are under a lot of pressure in the rear, Siting quickly complained. They were exhausted from killing monsters all day, their bodies ached terribly, and they looked at the lord pitifully. Don't worry, we've already allocated an extra defensive tower to your area. I just killed today's boss and got an R-quality defensive tower as a drop. Zhou said. Wow, an R-quality defensive tower, the lord is so lucky. Hua Yurong quickly praised. Thank you, lord. Siting quickly smiled, knowing that this would greatly reduce their pressure tomorrow. They talked for a long time, and soon heard the notification that the trial was over. Day 20 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminated 90,000 level 14 crimson-tailed beasts, 100,000 level 15 purple cloud leopards, 3,500 level 15 demon spiders, and 1 level 15 mutated bronze demon spider. Battle rating, SS. Rewards, basic reward, 1 million soul coins, 1 million spirit coins, and 1 golden treasure chest. Additional reward for rating, 1.5 million soul coins, 1.5 million spirit coins, and the basic building canteen. Zhou was immediately surprised after hearing this. I haven't even opened the chest yet, but I've already received 2.5 million soul coins and spirit coins as a reward today, which is nearly 1 million more than yesterday. The reward is indeed very generous. However, considering the sheer number of monsters today, nearly 200,000, it's not something an ordinary person could withstand. Fortunately, the defensive towers in his territory were strong enough, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. With only 10 days left, he believed that there would be even more and stronger monsters to come, and the rewards would be correspondingly greater. After waiting for so long, a building reward has finally appeared again, and it's the cafe building that he's wanted for a long time. Territory notification, build a canteen, and the canteen will evolve into a 5-star hotel. Holy crap, even this can appear. Zhou was speechless. A 5-star hotel had appeared, but this feeling was actually quite nice. Looking at the modern hotel in the distance, he was quite curious. However, this hotel was only 1 story high, hardly deserving of the title of 5-star hotel. He decided to upgrade the hotel to a 5-star hotel first. He led the women toward the hotel, which had a nice design, but it was only 1 floor, which seemed rather incongruous. The hotel upgrade requires 10,000 spirit coins initially, which seems like a lot. Territory notification, consuming 10,000 spirit coins, the 5-star hotel level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consuming 20,000 spirit coins, the 5-star hotel level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification, consuming 30,000 spirit coins, the 5-star hotel level has been upgraded to level 4. After upgrading to level 20, he discovered that the building could be upgraded without any other materials. Curious, he continued to upgrade it until he reached level 24, at which point he was told that he could no longer upgrade. Architecture, 5-star hotel. Level, 24. Upgrade requirements, 2 million spirit coins. Territory, level 25. Quality, SSS, 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 5-star hotels. Defense, 42,000/42,000. Special attribute 1, stamina recovery speed plus 24%. Special attribute 2, spirit power recovery speed plus 24%. Special attribute 3, cultivation speed plus 14%. Description, a modern building, fully equipped, beautifully constructed, and enhanced with array formations, possessing unparalleled utility. After upgrading to level 24, the 5-star hotel has a total of 24 floors and can accommodate a large number of people. The key is that this hotel has all the features of a modern hotel, including restaurants, swimming pools, rooms, gyms, and more. No wonder it costs so many spirit coins. It's definitely a great deal. He and the women liked it very much, but it was still not as good as the spiritual bamboo house. However, it had the advantage of being able to accommodate many people, which was something the spiritual bamboo house could not match. What a unique place. Many people looked at the hotel with great curiosity, intrigued by its various art styles and modern facilities. Fortunately, they had seen many modern movies and knew how to use these things. If you like, choose a room to stay in, Zhou said. This hotel is nice, but it takes up a lot of space. If more buildings are built, only defensive towers can be constructed, nothing else can be built. He used to think his territory was quite large, but as more and more buildings were constructed and the area he occupied increased after the upgrade, there is now no extra space in his territory to build new buildings. After enjoying the view, They returned to the spiritual bamboo house. He then instructed the steward, Li Shuang, to temporarily take over the place and arrange for the people of the territory to stay in the hotel. Choner, let's open the treasure chest and see how many soul coins we can earn today. Zhou Yin had probably collected most of the treasure chests outside and wanted to know how many soul coins he could earn today. As for spirit coins, he no longer cared. Zhao Chan opened the treasure room and began to open all the treasure chests within her territory with a single click. Territory notification. Gained 852,169 soul coins, 265,871 spirit coins. A large number of items appeared in the treasure room and were then automatically sorted and organized by the treasure room. What he cared about most was the amount of soul coins, and he actually got more than 850,000 soul coins. He earned over 3 million soul coins in just one day, making it his most successful day ever. He raised the level of everyone in his territory to level 20, and with plenty left over, he planned to summon more soldiers. Besides soul coins, I also obtained dozens of silver equipment pieces, thousands of bronze equipment pieces, and thousands of iron equipment pieces. The rest were all 1-star and 2-star materials. It's worth mentioning, however, that he also acquired over a dozen skill books, including 2 rather good ones. One book is B Wind Spell, and the other is C Fire Rain Spell. He has very high standards now. He doesn't really want to learn any skill that isn't of a quality or higher, unless it's a unique skill like lightness skill. Chapter 99, Dragon and Phoenix Rings. His strength was already formidable enough, so he left both skill books to the people of his territory. He discovered that some buildings could already be upgraded, but he prioritized upgrading the Great Wall. Because the Great Wall plays such a vital role, serving as the first line of defense against monsters in the entire territory, it must be upgraded as a priority. Territory notification. Consuming 150,000 spirit coins and 100 3-star stones, the Great Wall level has been upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 250,000 spirit coins and 200 3-star stone materials, the Great Wall level has been upgraded to level 22. After upgrading the Great Wall to level 25, he didn't have much stone left. Architecture, the Great Wall level 20. Upgrade requirements. 650,000 spirit coins, 0 3-star stones. Quality, RRR. Defense, 200, 000/200, 000. Special Attribute 1, Defense plus 25%. Special Attribute 2, increases territory morale by 25%. Special Attribute 3, increases the defense attribute of all members of the territory by 15%. Description. Once the territory reaches a length of 10,000 li, it can transform into the Great Wall. His spirit field had already been upgraded to level 30. To upgrade it further, he would need a 2-star Earth attribute crystal core. However, what he most wants to upgrade is the Spirit Spring, but unfortunately he has not been able to obtain a single low-grade spirit stone so far, which shows just how precious these low-grade spirit stones are. He currently lacks materials of 3 stars or higher. He's been using 1- and 2-star materials to craft equipment. However, as the newbie trials are becoming increasingly difficult, many newbie lords have had their territories breached by monsters, ending their trials prematurely. Bronze and above equipment is still in short supply, but the price of iron-level equipment has dropped significantly and is now on par with the price outside the newbie trial. However, he has already earned all the money he could, and he still has the most equipment above bronze level. He remains a major seller of high-level equipment, and demand still exceeds supply. However, he hasn't even fully equipped his own soldiers with silver-level equipment, so he rarely sells much to outsiders, at most selling a few pieces with particularly poor attributes. I upgraded all the buildings that could be upgraded, and quickly used up a lot of materials. After all the matters concerning the territory were resolved, it was already quite late. He led Zhao Chan back to the 5-star hotel and said with a smile, "Choner, we should experience a new life." They came really fast. Zhou Yin looked out the window at the monster tide. Although it was still dark, his strength had reached the level of night vision, and his eyes could see a great distance. Even his senses are the same. As long as he uses his heart to sense, it is as if he can see everything around him, as if everything around him is clearly displayed in his eyes and in his memory. This ability will continuously strengthen as his physical attributes and cultivation level increase. Let's go to the 3 live stone to sign in first. Zhou Yin, carrying Zhao Chan, opened the glass window. Although it was a building dozens of stories high, he was still able to use his light power ability to slowly descend, and finally arrived in front of the 3 live stone, with Diao-chan in his arms. Because his and Nye Xiaoqian's names were successfully engraved on the 3 Lives Stone, the conditions for upgrading the building were met, and the 3 Lives Stone was successfully upgraded to level 2. The next level requires 3 couples to upgrade. He has encouraged people in his territory to fall in love freely, hoping they can be of one heart and mind and upgrade the 3 Lives Stone as soon as possible. He can't be of much help with this kind of thing. Well, he will try his best. 3 Lives Stone notification. Lord Zhou Yin has successfully checked in at 3 Lives Stone and has received 222 soul coins. The amount of soul coins he received, he didn't care how many there were since it was free. After the level of the 3 Lives Stone is increased, the number of soul coins that can be earned by signing in each day also increases. 3 Lives Stone notification. Diao-chan has successfully checked in at 3 Lives Stone and has received 299 soul coins. He strongly suspected the building was biased towards women, but since it was his wife, it didn't matter. The sounds of attacks echoed all around his territory, but he still went to the mysterious shop first, hoping that good things would appear in the shop every day. When Zhou Yin saw the first item, he was very surprised. There are such things. He opened the properties to check. Equipment: Dragon and Phoenix Ring, Dragon Ring, Male. Quality: Couple Rings. Durability: 1000/1000. Attribute 1. All attributes plus 50. Charm plus 20. Luck plus 20. Attribute 2. Sensing: Couples wearing Dragon and Phoenix Rings can sense each other's danger and provide their location. Beyond 100 kilometers, only a general direction can be provided. Attribute 3. When the Dragon and Phoenix Rings appear together within a 5-kilometer radius, all attributes are increased by 10, no distance requirement within the territory. Attribute 4. Harmonious Dragon and Phoenix. Each Dragon and Phoenix Ring emits a phantom image of a dragon and phoenix, dealing devastating damage to the enemy. Cooldown time: 10 days. Equipment requirements: only couples who are truly in love can wear this. Description: infused with a trace of soul power from the souls of a true dragon and a phoenix, its attributes can only be activated by 2 people who are truly in love. Price: 100 million spirit coins per pair. This is a special piece of equipment, also considered extra equipment, and its attributes are exceptionally powerful. The plus 50 to all attributes alone provides a total of 200 attribute points. All attributes, excluding luck and charm. This ring must be purchased. He strongly suspected it was prepared specifically for him, but he liked it nonetheless. 100 million. If he didn't have several 100 million spirit coins, he probably wouldn't have the money to buy this pair of equipment. Although it hurts a little, I have to buy this equipment. If this kind of equipment were sold in the Lord's world, it would sell for $1 billion and people would still buy it. But he would never sell it. After purchasing the Dragon and Phoenix Rings, an exquisite treasure box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, 2 different colored lights, one purple and one pink, appeared on the Dragon and Phoenix Rings. A small dragon-shaped blue diamond appeared on the dragon ring. The ring features a small pink phoenix diamond. Zhou Yin turned his head and looked at Diao-chan affectionately, saying, "Chaner, let me put it on for you." No woman could refuse. Diao-chan nodded shyly, 2 blushes appearing on her exquisite face, making her look so charming. Zhou Yin grasped Diao-chan's hand and then gently put the phoenix ring on her finger. Then, Diao-chan took the dragon ring and put it on Zhou Yin's finger. The 2 held hands, and suddenly the dragon and phoenix rings erupted with 2 bursts of energy, transforming into dragon and phoenix phantoms that soared into the sky. They remained there for several seconds before disappearing. The dragon and phoenix rings have activated their attributes, significantly increasing their strength. Author's note: there's one more chapter that might be a little late. I suggest you read it during the day. I really don't have any drafts saved up. It's all written on the fly. Chapter 100, The Power of the High-Energy Giant Cannon. Since the other items in the mystery shop are just ordinary materials and equipment, there's not much to say about them. He's going to check how powerful the new defensive tower he acquired yesterday is. When Zhou Yin arrived at the front of the territory, he finally witnessed the power of the high-energy mechanical turret. He was very surprised and shocked. The high-energy mechanical turret can continuously fire a series of laser cannons, each shot possessing immense power, like shotgun pellets, landing among hordes of monsters and causing extremely destructive attacks. After he discovered the existence of this high-energy mechanical turret, the ice tower became irrelevant. I never expected that an R-quality defensive tower would be so powerful. He decisively placed the ice tower in a corner of his territory so that he could keep an eye on the monsters on both sides. I wonder how powerful the high-energy cannon is. Zhou Yin curiously activated the second skill of the high-energy turret, but there was obviously no need to use this skill now. He would wait until the monsters were densely packed. The monsters today are still level 15, but it's a bit of a surprise because they are a group of elite demons. Similar to humanoid monsters, their overall appearance is similar to human faces, but their ears are slightly pointed, their eyes are blood red, and some demons also have fangs, horns, vertical eyes, etc. Most importantly, they also have a tail, and their shapes are mostly similar. The demons are quite strong and fast, probably much stronger than monsters of the same level, especially since they are equipped with weapons. Most importantly, they are much smarter than monsters. However, these demons looked rather strange, charging around like monsters, as if they had no reason. The territory's defensive towers are mostly level 20 or higher, and their power is so great that they can completely cover the entire territory. Except for a small number of demons that can break through the defensive towers, the vast majority are blocked outside. It's worth mentioning that these elite demons dropped a lot of bronze-level treasure chests, but iron-level treasure chests still made up the majority. Obviously, level 15 elite monsters have a higher drop rate, which means more soul coins can be obtained, which is a good thing for the territory. The battle was fierce, and after 2 hours of attacking, the number of demons began to increase. Fortunately, the heroes and soldiers within the territory were far stronger than these demons, and with the sturdy city walls, no matter how the monsters attacked, they could not break through the soldiers' defenses and all died outside the walls. Around 1 p.m., a 3-meter-tall enhanced bronze demon general appeared in the distance, surrounded by thousands of enhanced elite demons. Monster, Demon General. Quality, Reinforced Bronze. Level, 15. Special, Strength Enhancement, Constitution Enhancement, Demon Slash. Description: a general in the Demon Vanguard army was attacked by some kind of special energy, lost consciousness, and is now wandering in the space of the Lord's world. After reading this introduction, Zhou Yin was stunned. This monster was wandering in the Lord's world, and then was summoned to become a monster for the trial? He didn't expect the boss to appear so soon. But it's good that we can resolve this sooner, so we can go outside the territory and kill monsters to get extra soul coins. The Demon General led a group of enhanced elite demons as they charged forward, roaring wildly with considerable momentum. If facing a lord with low combat strength, lacks discipline, and low morale, one could easily be intimidated by the aura of these demons. But the soldiers in his territory are not easily intimidated. Power. The white-robed ghost soldiers are called ghost soldiers because the enemies they encounter are all ghosts. It's time for you to experience the power of the high-energy cannon of the high-energy turret. Because the power of the high-energy turret is so strong, the power of its second skill has not been used yet. Now he actively controlled the high-energy machine turret, then aimed it at the Demon General and activated its second skill. I'll let you have a taste. Click to launch. The 4 barrels of the high-energy turret began to shrink, turning into a single giant barrel, and then began to condense a massive amount of laser energy. You could even see the dazzling energy inside the barrel. He could sense a terrifying energy gathering, and even he felt a strong sense of unease. Boom! A beam of laser energy the size of a bucket shot directly at the Demon General, sweeping across the area and creating a powerful gust of wind. Everything in its path was completely destroyed by this energy. The attack was so powerful that it traveled far beyond the territory before disappearing from sight. Everything in its path was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a straight trench in the ground, still emitting black smoke and a burst of scorching energy. Zhou Yin was indeed stunned. That power is absolutely incredible. Awesome glass. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. The R-quality modern high-tech defense tower was incredibly powerful. I wonder how powerful the monsters it can kill instantly. He began to look forward to it, knowing he could only wait until later to see the results. The Demon General and thousands of enhanced elite demons were wiped out without even a trace of their bones. A golden light flashed. That is, a golden treasure chest. Zhou Yin was surprised that the enhanced bronze-level Demon General had actually dropped a golden treasure chest. This is likely due to the increased probability of special items appearing in the territory, combined with his high luck stat. He still had 1 golden treasure chest he hadn't opened yesterday, and with this one now, he has 2. He originally intended for Zhanmi to open it, since her luck stat was high, and she was more likely to get better items. However, with the added bonus from the Dragon and Phoenix rings, Jiao Chan's luck stat has surpassed Zhenmi's, so naturally, Jiao Chan should open the 2 golden treasure chests. The trial ended around 3 p.m. Day 21 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminate 58,600 level 15 elite demons, 1,400 level 15 enhanced elite demons, and 1 level 15 bronze demon general. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards, basic reward, 1.5 million soul coins, 1.5 million spirit coins, and 1 gold jewelry/equipment chest. Additional reward for rating, 3 million soul coins, 3 million spirit coins, and 1 S-quality random skill book. Although there were fewer monsters than yesterday, the rewards were significantly more. Unfortunately, I didn't get the building treasure chest. This time, the golden treasure chest has a specific type. Jewelry type equipment is also very good. He himself is still using bronze type jewelry. He took out 2 golden treasure chests and placed them in front of Jiao Chan, saying, "Chaner, open them and take a look." Jiao Chan's luck stat is much higher than his, so it's natural that the task should be initiated by Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan opened one of the golden treasure chests first. After a flash of golden light, a golden spear appeared in front of them. It is a gold-grade spear. Equipment, golden armor-splitting spear. Quality, gold. Durability, 200/200. Attribute 1, strength plus 25. Attribute 2, armor penetration plus 10. Attribute 3, additional damage plus 10%. Equipment requirement, level 10. Description, with armor shattering and spear prowess unmatched, a single thrust can sweep away 1,000 armies. Author's note, I'm going home tomorrow, so I need to get some rest tonight. If there's no update tonight, I'll probably update during the day. I swear, I will never stop updating, even during the Chinese New Year. Chapter 101, The Fergana Horse. Zhou Yin held the golden armor-splitting spear in his hand. The spear was about 2.5 meters long and looked like it was made of gold. There were also some strange patterns engraved on the spear. He brandished the golden armor-splitting spear, and a series of sonic booms echoed through the air. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Long weapons can usually unleash tremendous power. Short weapons are lightweight and agile, but the danger increases significantly once the enemy gets close. Good gun. Although he had never studied marksmanship, he knew the basics of blocking, seizing, and thrusting, since he had seen his teacher introduce the basic movements of marksmanship when he was in school. Of course, any technique needs to be honed in actual combat to unleash its full power. Zhou Yin put away his weapon. He would still primarily use swords, as would Jiao Chan and Sun Shangxiang. He would reward them with the spear when a suitable person was found. Although Jerry is a gold-level blacksmith, he only knows how to forge weapons and armor. He has never worked with jewelry, so there is very little jewelry in his territory. As for the entire newbie trial, there aren't many jewelry-type equipment items. After all, jewelry-type equipment is mainly used by women, and men only have one pendant that can increase attributes. Zhou Yin looked at the golden jewelry chest next to Jiao Chan. Let's see what it is, Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan opened another treasure chest, and another golden light shone out, revealing a golden-laid jade bracelet in front of them. A bracelet, the design is quite nice. Zhou Yin checked the attributes. Equipment, enchantment bracelet. Quality, gold. Durability, 120/120. Attribute 1, adds 4% spiritual power damage. Attribute 2, increases spiritual energy cultivation speed by 4%. Attribute 3, adds 4% spirit power recovery. Attribute 4, when encountering a crisis, it can actively release a 500 defense shield. Equipment requirements, female, martial arts level 10 or above. Description, utilizing gold inlaid jade technique and inlaid with 4 runes, it is both offensive and defensive. This piece of jewelry is indeed unique. Although it doesn't add any attribute points, it has other attributes that no other equipment has. Naturally, this piece of equipment is meant for Jiao Chan. I'll put it on you. Zhou Yin took the spirit-enhancing bracelet with one hand and grasped Jiao Chan's fair, jade-like hand with the other, then put it on her wrist. It looks really good, Zhou Yin said. I think it's beautiful too. Jiao Chan was also looking at the bracelet in her hand. I'm talking about you, Zhou Yin replied. For the last random skill book, he naturally hoped to get a pretty powerful skill. As Jiao Chan opened the skill book, a skill book glowing red appeared. Zhou Yin quickly checked the attributes of the skill book. Item, meteor shower. Quality S. Description, summons a shower of meteors to attack enemies over a wide area. This is a skill book for magicians, and it contains wide-range attack skills. Mage and warlock classes can unleash tremendous power, making this S-quality skill book excellent for them. Jinmi is also a mage. She is a water, ice, type mage. She cannot learn fire-type skill books at all, so this skill book must be used by him. His inherited profession allows him to learn any skill without any skill requirements, a truly extraordinary professional characteristic. Studying meteor showered. The skill book in his hand transformed into a beam of light and entered his body. This skill requires mental energy to use, and his mental energy is not low, so using this skill is not a problem at all. He has gained another skill. Chonner, let's go to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. With millions of soul coins in hand, he brought Jiao Chan to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to see if he could summon a new hero. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 100, gain 10 1-star wood. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 100, obtain 50 1-star stones. He still couldn't get anything good after the beginner 10 pull, so he switched to the intermediate 10 pull. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Purple Scale Leather Armor. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Swift Boots. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Triple Slash. His luck wasn't great, but the only thing that made him somewhat happy was the skill book, Triple Slash, which was of B quality. With millions of soul coins in hand, he decided to use advanced summoning, which costs 1,000 soul coins per summon. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining a dancer. A beam of light shot out from the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, summoning altar, and then a woman dressed in Hanfu appeared. The woman bowed gracefully and said to Zhou Yin, "Greetings, Lord." No need for formalities. Zhou Yin looked at her attributes. The other attributes were all about the same, and her talent was S-quality dance. That alluring figure still looks quite good. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining a Fergana horse. Zhou Yin was taken aback. He had actually managed to obtain a mount. A beam of light flew from the altar and landed on the ground, whereupon a brown steed appeared before him. This horse has a fine head, a tall neck, long limbs, thin skin, fine hair, and a light gait. It looks very good. This horse is equipped with a complete set of saddle, whip, and stirrups, and looks very majestic and impressive. Name, Akeltech Horse. Name can be changed. Quality S. Level 10. Upgrade required 1,200 soul coins. Special, Endurance Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, Strength Enhancement. Introduction. Known as the blood-sweating horse, due to its ability to sweat blood, these horses are rare, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, and are extremely valuable. They require a diet of high-quality feed. A fine horse. Jiao Chan also praised it highly upon seeing it. It's really good. Zhou Yin stepped forward and stroked the Akeltech horse. The horse seemed to know that he had summoned it and enjoyed his touch. Then you shall become my mount for now. Zhou Yin had also grown fond of the horse. He now has a bold idea. In the future, he must build a powerful cavalry force. The thought of a soldier of S quality or higher, equipped with an S quality mount, filled him with excitement. Even if such an army exists in the Lord's world, it would be extremely rare. After all, S quality soldiers and S quality mounts are not common. They require countless hours of effort and resources to assemble. Ordinary feed cannot sustain a mount of this quality. But he has a sacred field. The refined feed is too bad. It would be much better to feed them spirit feed directly. Chapter 102, another trial announcement. While advanced summoning consumes more soul coins, the probability of obtaining good items is also significantly increased. He did a 10 pull. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining a dancer. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of perfume. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining a box of rouge. That's how lotteries are. The more you want to win something good, the more likely you are to be disappointed. Another 10 pull. There were 2 palace maids this time, but not a single hero. However, he acquired a white Akeltech horse, which naturally became Diao Chan's mount. Zhou Yin named the 2 Akeltech horses Wind Chaser and Lightning. Chasing the wind, follow him. Lightning follows Jiao Chan. The Akeltech horses have naturally evolved through the heart of the Colored Lord, and they are already level 10 when they are summoned. However, the Akeltech horse can only exert its power on land. A skilled adventurer lord must constantly venture across the Lord's continent, facing a diverse array of enemies and environments. Whether facing enemies on land, in the air, or underwater, one needs to possess a certain level of strength. He will definitely need to build 3 main armies in the future to face the monsters in the 3 major environments of sea, land, and air. Of course, there are too many monsters in the Lord's world, including some that are entirely made of elements. If these monsters are high-level and powerful, each one can be a powerful mage. He had even heard that some monsters were extremely strange, having no physical form and being completely immune to physical attacks. Even magic and elemental attacks were largely ineffective against them, and only mental power or powerful soul-type attacks could destroy them. If you encounter these kinds of monsters and don't know how to deal with them or escape in time, you can imagine what the consequences will be. Everything he's doing is just getting started. We will have a navy, air force, and cavalry. It will take time to develop. I tried the advanced lottery 100 times, but still couldn't summon a hero of our quality or higher. 10 women of various qualities emerged, and he entrusted them all to Li Shuang for arrangement. It's worth mentioning that he obtained 2 pieces of gold equipment and several skill books. Both pieces of gold equipment were armor, but he didn't wear them. Because his own silver set had a set effect, he gave them to Jiao Chan. Of the 4 skill books, one was an A-quality skill book called Half Moon Slash, which Jiao Chan learned directly. When she passed on her skills, she also inherited many sword techniques and immortal arts, because her profession was that of a cultivator, who could learn both magic-type skills and sword techniques. Although he hasn't inherited the skills yet, he always feels that the picture in his mind still has a lot of room for improvement. He just hasn't found the way yet. He left the other B-quality skill book to Sun Shangxiang, and gave the remaining 2 books, 1 D-quality and 1 E-quality, to 2 of his subordinates to learn. He returned to the white-robed ghost soldier camp, summoned all the remaining available slots, and raised their levels to 10. There are still quite a few soul coins left. I'll use the remaining soul coins to upgrade some of the soldiers, and the rest I'll have to upgrade tomorrow. On the 22nd day of the newbie trial, he raised the level of everyone in his territory to level 20. Newcomers skill development, day 23, day 24, day 25, day 26. Although the monsters are much stronger each day than the day before, the rewards each day are also much greater than the day before. Today, an even higher level bronze boss appeared. After he defeated today's bronze boss, a newbie trial announcement appeared. Territory notification. You have completed a special advanced quest, defeating 10 bronze quality monsters. Reward, 1,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality special building chest. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? This notification was indeed unexpected. He did not receive any reputation reward for killing a bronze quality monster for the first time. I didn't expect that I would need to accumulate 10 before I could get it. He was quite satisfied after seeing the reward. Although the conditions for triggering this quest were very demanding, the reward of 1,000 reputation points and a special treasure chest of SSS quality made him very satisfied. He still chose no. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Completed a special advancement quest, defeating 10 bronze quality monsters. Reward, 1,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality special building chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Completed a special advancement quest, defeating 10 bronze quality monsters. Reward, 1,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality special building chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Completed a special advancement quest, defeating 10 bronze quality monsters. Reward, 1,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality special building chest. This news came too suddenly. That's really too terrifying. A monster of bronze quality. Still 10. Holy crap. Holy crap. Is this guy even human? The key is this reward. It makes countless people envious. 1,000 reputation points. The key is that there's also an SSS quality building chest, which you can't buy even if you have money. Damn. Can someone tell me this guy's name and address? We want to visit him. Everyone involved in the newcomer trial was deeply unsettled. The thought that the other side was already able to kill bronze-level monsters, while they were still dealing with ordinary monsters, and some new lords had never even seen a leader-level monster, filled them with a sense of dejection. International chat hall. Brother, I'm a member of the Locke family, and I'm willing to pay a high price for that SSS quality special building treasure chest, 10 billion spirit coins. If you don't like spirit coins, you can make any demands you have, and we're willing to pay a huge price to buy it. Our company is also willing to purchase it, and we hope that friends can contact me. Friend, as long as you trade with me, spirit coins, resources, buildings, equipment, cultivation techniques, and skills are all no problem. You can even get any woman you want. The whole world is searching for Zhou Yan, hoping to buy that SSS quality special building treasure chest from him. The quality is so high that, coupled with the word special, it's enough to make any power willing to pay any price to purchase it. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan didn't even open the chat room. He had no intention of selling it at all. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the SSS quality special building chest and was overjoyed. Chapter 103, Jinmi successfully changes her class. It's already SSS quality even before it's undergone territory evolution. Everyone is really looking forward to seeing what kind of building it will evolve into after it goes through evolution. Territory notification. Congratulations to Jinmi for successfully completing the trial and changing her class to the only profession, Frost Fairy. One person has successfully changed jobs at the Temple of Inheritance, unlocking the Inheritor class trait, granting a +5 to all attributes. Just then, Zhou Yan heard a notification from the territory that Jinmi had finally successfully changed jobs. To be honest, her trial lasted quite a long time. His attributes increased by another 5 points, making him even stronger. Several people have successfully changed jobs in the past few days, but the Zhang San he's been waiting for hasn't appeared yet. He had someone summon Jinmi, because he discovered that after Jinmi changed her class, her luck stat had greatly increased, making her the person with the highest luck attribute in the territory. Before long, everyone felt a chilling aura approaching, and the temperature dropped significantly. Everyone looked at Jinmi, who was dressed in blue and surrounded by a chilling aura, like a fairy descending to earth. Lord, Jinmi quickly stepped forward and greeted Diaochan, saying, "Hello, Sister Diaochan. Congratulations on your successful job change, Sister Jinmi." Diaochan replied with a smile. "You've come back just in time. You can open this treasure chest. I have something to give you after you open it." Jinmi, who had just changed jobs. Because Jinmi has successfully changed her class, her luck stat has already surpassed Diaochan's, making her the person with the highest luck stat in the entire territory. Jinmi, open it. Zhou Yan handed the building to Jinmi, and then everyone turned to look at her. Although Zheng Jinmi was very nervous, seeing so many people looking at him expectantly, he mustered up his courage and opened the treasure chest. A flash of golden light appeared, and a building radiating dazzling light came into view. Zhou Yan was very surprised and astonished when he saw the building. Then, his eyes burst forth with golden light, simply because this building is so exceptional and unique. Territory notification. Build the Hall of Heroes, which will evolve into the underworld. He immediately began to check the building's properties. Architecture, Underworld. Level 1. Quality, RRR. Defense, 3000/3000. Special Attribute 1. Increases the attributes of all residents in the territory by 10%. Special Attribute 2. Resurrection. After a resident of the territory dies, they can be resurrected by spending a certain amount of soul coins. Special Attribute 3. All residents take 10% less damage. Description. A peculiar structure that governs the entire underworld, possessing immense power. Zhou Yan was very surprised when he saw the building. He hadn't expected it to be so powerful. The underworld is a legendary building, and no one expected it to become a building in this territory. This is a very unexpected and surprising thing. He quickly upgraded the building's grade. Territory notification. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the underworld level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 400 spirit coins, the underworld level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 500 spirit coins, the underworld level has been upgraded to level 4. Chapter 104, The Underworld. Architecture, Underworld. Level 20. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 spirit coins, 1,000 soul coins, 1 3-star nether stone. Quality, RRR. Defense, 100000/100000. Special Attribute 1. Increases the attributes of all residents in the territory by 30%. Special Attribute 2. Resurrection. After a resident of the territory dies, they can be resurrected by spending a certain amount of soul coins. Special Attribute 3. All residents take 30% less damage. Special Attribute 4. Territory residents receive 10% less soul-type damage. Description. A peculiar structure that governs the entire underworld, possessing immense power. After upgrading the underworld to level 20, the requirements for upgrading have changed, and soul coins are now required to upgrade. It's not much now, only 1,000 soul coins, but this building is only level 20. Who knows how many soul coins it will take to upgrade later. However, this building's ability is indeed very powerful. It can even revive the residents of the territory, which is absolutely incredible. He didn't know if other lords had similar buildings. He had never heard of such a building before. This building is very different from other buildings. It is filled with a dark atmosphere and looks gloomy, like a lifeless palace. Zhou Yin led the group inside and found that the underworld didn't look very big from the outside, but once inside, it was discovered that the building was larger than the entire territory. Although it was surprising, considering that the underworld is a special building, it is normal for it to have such characteristics. Although it was very large, it didn't contain many things, and everyone felt a chilling aura emanating from it. The entire underworld was filled with gloom, coldness, and death, and no one liked it much. But there is one exception, Nie Xiaoqian. She herself is a ghost, and the power within her is all Yin energy, so naturally she is very fond of such a place. The underworld is like a world, but it is missing many things. After going to a certain area, they can no longer go any further. This is probably because their level is too low and other areas are not yet open. He arrived at the back of the underworld and found several altars, one of which was called the Soul Gathering Pool, which was used to gather the souls of the territory's inhabitants. Another one is called the Reincarnation Pool, which is used for reincarnation. The last one is the Resurrection Pool, which is used for resurrection. There are still many things in the underworld that haven't appeared yet. He needs to collect materials to upgrade his level before he can reveal the true underworld. This building has many functions. Anyway, there are only a few days left before the newcomer trial. He plans to collect information about the Yinming Stone after he goes out, hoping to gain something. My lord, I wish to cultivate here. Nie Xiaoqian looked at Zhou Yin. This place was perfect for her cultivation. She could cultivate here much faster than in the spiritual bamboo house. You can come whenever you want, Zhou Yin replied. That's great. Nie Xiaoqian was very happy. After everyone left, only Nie Xiaoqian remained to cultivate. Everyone returned to this spiritual bamboo house. After Zhou Yin arranged everything in the territory, he began to upgrade the people in the territory. First, his own level increased to level 30 in one go. Territory notification, soul coins minus 7,000. Your level has increased from 20 to 21. Territory notification, soul coins minus 8,000. Your level has increased from 21 to 22. Territory notification, soul coins minus 9,000. Your level has increased from 22 to 23. Then there are Jiao Chan, Zhenmi, Nie Xiaoqian, Sun Shangxiang, Sitong, and Hua Yuro. Each person needs to spend 115,000 soul coins to upgrade from level 20 to level 30. High-quality heroes require the most soul coins to upgrade. Soldiers don't need as many soul coins, but since there are many of them, the required number of soul coins is still considerable. Of course, more than 20 million soul coins cannot raise everyone's level to 30. The remaining people will have to wait until later. He still had 100,000 soul coins left, which he kept for future use. Even those who have spent a year adventuring on the Lord's continent still cannot compare to my territory. The benefits of this newcomer trial for him were immense. The extra soul coins awarded are a very large reward. He did not arrange for anyone to enter the Temple of Inheritance to undergo the inheritance trial, because there are only 3 days left until the newcomer trial ends. The final 3 days of the new recruit trials will be even more intense than the previous attacks. He made a series of arrangements for tomorrow's defense work, and there was nothing that needed to be adjusted. Everything could proceed as usual. He has already upgraded all the buildings that can be upgraded. The remaining materials are simply not available to buy during the newbie trial, so he can only wait until the newbie trial ends. After resolving the matter, they all went about their own business, and those who had nothing else to do went to cultivate. Zhenmi, stay here. Zhou Yin called out to Zhenmi. The others smiled upon hearing this, knowing what the Lord was thinking. Yes, Zhenmi wasn't stupid. She had already guessed a bit of what was going on, but she was still a little nervous, and her heart was beating even faster. Lord, Zhenmi became even more nervous as she watched Zhou Yin slowly approach her. Zhou Yin hugged Zhenmi tightly and said, "Tell me about the job change trial." Zhenmi blushed slightly, letting Zhou Yin hold her soft body, and then told him about her experiences in the trial grounds. It was a land of ice and snow. There she met a woman called the Frost Fairy, who turned out to be her fairy abode. She then became the Frost Fairy's apprentice and began to learn various fairy arts and undergo trials. The trials were extremely rigorous and difficult, which is why it took her so long to successfully change jobs. Every trial is extremely difficult, and those who succeed do so through their own strength and perseverance. It would be great if we succeeded. Zhou Yan looked at Zhun Mi with burning passion in his eyes. Zhou Yan's cultivation level continued to break through, progressing from the 30th level of martial Dao to the 35th level. The higher the cultivation level, the more spiritual energy is required. Zhun Mi also made significant progress, directly advancing to the 15th level of martial arts. S name was added to the 3 lives stone once again. Day 27 of the newcomer trial. The last 3 days will be the most difficult time in the entire newcomer trial. The teacher once said that many new lords would have their crystals destroyed by monsters during these 3 days, thus ending their new lord trials. Therefore, these last 3 days are the most important and the most difficult 3 days in the entire newcomer trial. The monsters started attacking the territory at 4 in the morning. The territory is now on the right track and can function normally even without Zhou Yan. Zhao Chan and the others had already set up defenses on the various city walls, and he soon arrived at the city wall as well. Author's note: it's very cold at home. Everyone please keep warm. There will be 2 more updates tonight, and if I have time, I'll update 3 more. Chapter 105. Zhun Mi makes her move. Looking at the monster outside, Zhou Yan seemed quite surprised, because today's monster was a mechanical monster. Monster, mechanical dog. Quality, elite. Level, 18. Special feature, mechanization. Description: mechanical dogs created by an alien civilization, typically used as reconnaissance dogs. My lord, these mechanical dogs are even more difficult to deal with than monsters. Among the white-robed ghost soldiers quickly stepped forward and explained the characteristics of these monsters to him. Zhou Yan nodded and carefully observed the mechanical dogs outside. These mechanical monsters are indeed difficult to deal with. They are equipped with guns and can attack from a distance. If it weren't for the high quality, power, and wide attack range of their defensive towers, the soldiers would probably have already suffered a lot of fierce attacks from these mechanical dogs. He had long known that he lacked ranged units, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Ranged units weren't something you could just acquire whenever you wanted. He was thinking of building a barracks to try his luck, hoping to get a ranged unit, but recently there hadn't been any building rewards, though there had been quite a few gold equipment rewards. He also received 2 gold forging blueprints, both as rewards after the trial ended. It's a pity that I have the blueprints but no materials, so I can only leave them there. Mechanical dogs are much more agile than monsters, but when faced with attacks from the high-energy mechanical turret, even the most agile mechanical dogs will be wiped out in large numbers. The white-robed ghost soldiers are now all equipped with shields, so even if some mechanical dogs get close, the soldiers can defend themselves with their shields. The battle had been going on for 2 hours. As the number of mechanical dogs increased, many of them had broken through the defensive tower's range and were attacking the soldiers. The white-robed ghost soldiers were all seasoned veterans, and this was their first time facing such a high-tech monster as the mechanical dog. However, they were not stupid and had already prepared a countermeasure. As some of the mechanical dogs approached, the guns mounted on their bodies began to fire, a barrage of bullets shooting out of their muzzles and attacking the white-robed ghost soldiers. Power. The white-robed ghost soldiers formed a square formation, with their shields in front and the soldiers hiding behind them. Without them even needing to advance, the mechanical dogs would pounce on them. Ta-da! The bullets landed on the shields, leaving only faint marks. These shields were all bronze-grade or higher equipment, more than capable of withstanding the mechanical dog's bullets. Kill. Once the mechanical dog got close, the white-robed ghost soldier swiftly attacked, drawing his weapon and launching a fierce assault on the mechanical dog. Sparks flew everywhere, and the mechanical dog turned into a pile of scrap metal. They are all mechanical monsters. As long as their core is destroyed, they can be completely eliminated. The core of these mechanical dogs lies in their heads. Once their heads are destroyed, they become completely harmless. But these mechanical monsters' abilities don't stop there. In addition to the guns mounted on their backs, they also have very sharp teeth, which look like they were directly modified from monster teeth, giving them a powerful biting force. The white-robed ghost soldiers are currently at level 30, and with their excellent equipment, although not everyone can have a complete set of silver equipment, they are already fully equipped with a complete set of bronze equipment, and some even have a piece of silver equipment. Even if bullets hit the armor, they won't cause fatal damage. The armor's durability will just decrease. For a territory with a group of dwarven blacksmiths, the equipment can be used again simply by repairing it. However, as the battle progressed, one of the white-robed ghost soldiers was eventually hit in the face by a bullet and fell down. While helmets can protect their heads, they only protect the back of the head. They don't protect the face. Firearms is always very powerful. The bullet went straight into the soldier's brain, killing him instantly. This is the first time his territory has suffered casualties after so many years of newcomer trials. After the soldier died, his soul was absorbed into the underworld within the territory. Seeing their comrade fall, the other soldiers became enraged and launched an even fiercer attack on the mechanical dogs. Bring the body back. The underworld can revive soldiers, so bringing the corpses back can reduce the revival time. Today's battle is destined to be tough. These mechanical dogs are not only numerous, but also equipped with firearms. If it weren't for the underworld, who knows how many soldiers would have died in this battle. He was extremely lucky to acquire such a heaven-defying building as the underworld, a building he would never utter a word about to the outside world. Lord! A voice came from behind him. Zhou Yin turned around and saw that Junmi had woken up. He quickly said, "Why didn't you rest a little longer? With so many monsters appearing in my territory, I can't sleep anymore." Junmi was quite tired, and even her walking was a little awkward. She didn't need to fight the monsters in close combat. She could attack from the top of the city wall. Seeing so many monsters outside, each with a peculiar appearance, he was very curious and asked, "What kind of monsters are these? It's really strange that they are made of iron and can launch such attacks." This is a mechanical dog, a high-tech monster. This high-energy laser cannon defense tower is also a high-tech weapon. We will encounter all sorts of monsters in the future. I see. So they don't have souls. It's rather strange that they can move without souls. Junmi tested her mental power and found that it had no effect on these monsters, thus realizing that these monsters were soulless. She took out the Holy Spirit staff and unleashed a powerful magical force, causing the temperature in the world to drop rapidly, as if winter was about to arrive. Then, a chilling aura formed above Junmi, transforming into countless dense, numerous cold cones. Go! With a gentle wave of her staff, Junmi unleashed the icy cones that had been gathering power in the air, which rained down on the monsters outside like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. The ice spikes were terrifying, covering the mechanical dogs within a range of hundreds of meters. The mechanical dogs were pierced directly by these ice spikes. Sparks flew everywhere, and they were turned into piles of scrap metal. With a single move, a group of monsters was wiped out. Zhou Yin quickly praised, "Magic attacks are indeed powerful. I learned all of this during the inheritance process, but my current strength is still very low. I can only use some very low-level spells, and I can't use high-level spells." Junmi replied, "This is still a low-level spell." Zhou Yin was surprised that such a powerful spell was only low-level. He wondered how much stronger spells Junmi would be able to use once her strength increased. He was filled with anticipation, so he needed to improve Junmi's strength as much as possible. She was a human defensive tower within the territory. Junmi waved her staff again, and a storm of cold air appeared, along with a deep blue gale that swirled up a snowflake. This was a spell inherited by Junmi, called Frost Storm, but now Junmi could only create a small storm. Chapter 106, for bosses. She manipulated the storm, engulfing all the mechanical dogs that had reached the city wall. The powerful tearing force ripped the mechanical dogs to shreds. Junmi, using this one move alone, dealt with countless mechanical dogs. "My Junmi is really amazing," Zhou Yin exclaimed sincerely. "I still have many spells to use." Junmi smiled sweetly at Zhou Yin, then condensed another burst of magic power, transforming it into an ice bow. She held the ice bow in her hand and drew back the bowstring. A deep blue halo appeared on the bow, transforming into an arrow of ice. As Junmi drew the bow to its fullest extent, with a bang, the arrow shot out like a meteor. A brilliant blue light left a trail in the air, which quickly formed into a giant ice arrow several meters long, which arrived in front of the monster 500 meters away. Just then, the icy arrow that had been launched suddenly shattered. As Zhou Yin wondered what was happening, he saw Junmi's smiling gaze. The shattered ice arrow didn't actually shatter. Instead, it transformed into countless ice arrows, each no bigger than a finger, which flew towards the mechanical dogs in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, small explosions occurred in that area, one after another, as if it had been hit by a barrage of missiles. This move truly surprised Zhou Yin, who asked, "What kind of move is this?" "This move is called Bow Split Explosion. Right now, I can only attack enemies up to 500 meters away," Junmi replied. "Just how many ice spells have you learned?" "They're all incredibly powerful," Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. Although Zhao Chan and the others also changed jobs, they didn't have many skills. Many skills even had level and realm restrictions to use. But Junmi was different. She learned so many powerful skills right after changing jobs, and each move was very powerful. "I've learned quite a lot, but I can only use 4 or 5 of them," Junmi replied, blinking her big eyes. 4 or 5 are usable. In other words, there are still many things that cannot be used for the time being. Thinking of this, Zhou Yin was speechless. Compared to others, Junmi has far too many skills. She won't need to learn any more skills. The skills she inherited are enough. Indeed, each inheritance trial is different. Even if he's envious, it's useless. His inheritance trial was no weaker than Junmi's. It was just that the difference lay in the cultivation technique. Jiao Chan's legacy is also very powerful. Her strength lies in practical combat. With her various combat techniques and the use of skills, Jiao Chan is absolutely formidable. Every tradition has its own strengths. After that, Junmi used 2 more skills. One is the frost spell, which can freeze nearby enemies. She said that once it's activated, it can even create an ice and snow world. The other is the ice wall spell, which can create an ice wall to protect oneself. Subsequently, Junmi also conjured an ice wall outside the city wall to defend against the monsters. Even if the monsters attacked, they could only hit the ice wall and would not cause any damage to the city wall. This truly satisfied Zhou Yin. It was like putting armor on the city wall, greatly increasing its defensive capabilities. Both of these skills are defensive, and when combined with the other 3 offensive skills, very few people can withstand them. I've also learned a spell. Seeing how powerful Junmi's spell was, Zhou Yin wanted to show off his skills as well. Junmi knew that Zhou Yin could learn any skill, and asked with great curiosity, I want to see. Zhou Yin nodded and unleashed his S-quality skill, Meteor Shower. In an instant, a rain of fire appeared in the sky and fell down on the dense mechanical dogs. Countless mechanical dogs were engulfed, destroyed, damaged, and detonated by the flames. All the monsters in that area were wiped out by this meteor shower. A fire-based skill, that's incredibly powerful. Junmi was also surprised, not expecting Zhou Yin's magic to be so powerful. This is an S-quality skill, so its power is naturally not bad, Zhou Yin said. If the Lord learns more skills, wouldn't he be invincible in both ranged and melee combat? Then no one will be your match. Junmi knew the power of Zhou Yin's profession. It had no limitations and could learn any skill. This profession was terrifying. It's powerful, but you need to know how to connect and use each skill properly. Learning skills haphazardly is not good either. Although he is capable of learning any skill, he does not learn every single one. Choosing a complete set of interconnected skills is far more powerful than learning skills haphazardly. With the 2 of them at the front, the mechanical dog couldn't even get close to the city wall. However, Zhou Yin would also frequently go to other city walls to provide support, since these mechanical dogs had ranged attacks, which was still a bit troublesome. He also saw some wounded soldiers, all of whom had been shot directly in the face. He ordered the soldiers' corpses to be placed in the underworld, and then began to resurrect them. Underworld notification. Consume 1,000 soul coins to revive the soldier. Underworld notification. Resurrection has begun. Time limit is 22 hours. Underworld notification. Consume 2,000 soul coins to revive the soldier. Each soldier requires a different amount of soul coins to revive, depending on their level. After reviving, their level will not decrease. Soldiers between levels 11 and 20 require 1,000 soul coins to revive. Soldiers between levels 21 and 30 require 2,000 soul coins to revive. These soul coins are definitely a great deal. It takes over 100,000 soul coins for a soldier to level up from level 1 to level 30, so a mere 2,000 soul coins is really nothing. The battle lasted from 4 a.m. until 7 p.m. before the boss finally appeared. Moreover, there are a total of 4 bosses appearing this time. A boss appeared on each of the city walls. There are 4 bosses. Zhou Yin was surprised, but he was also very happy. The 4 bronze level bosses can also bring him a lot of rewards. He checked the information of the boss in front of him, and it was also a mechanical boss. Monster, Mechanical Tibetan Mastiff. Quality, Enhanced Bronze. Level, 18. Special, Laser Beams, Powerful Cannons. Description, an aggressive mechanical beast created by an alien civilization, possessing considerable abilities. This mechanical Tibetan Mastiff is twice the size of an ordinary mechanical dog and much faster. It quickly headed towards its territory. Although it encountered attacks from defensive towers, its speed was so great that the attacks only caused it minor damage. Zhou Yin smiled, activated the high-energy cannon ability of the high-energy mechanical turret, and aimed it at the mechanical Tibetan Mastiff. Come on, brother, my giant cannon has been ready for you for a long time. Zhou Yin smiled, aimed at the target, and began firing. Boom! A terrifying cannonball shot out rapidly, destroying and annihilating everything in its path. The mechanical Tibetan Mastiff didn't even have time to react before it was annihilated by the giant cannon and turned into dust. The other 3 bosses were in a similar situation, all being killed by the second skill of the defense tower. They didn't know a boss would appear. It's just that these bosses were unlucky enough to encounter the second skill cooldown of these defensive towers. Chapter 107, Ghost General Qinqingji. After the 4 bosses were defeated, these mechanical monsters received no further reinforcements, and the trial finally ended at 8 p.m. Day 28 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminate 100,000 level 18 elite mechanical dogs, 80,000 level 18 elite mechanical cats, 80,000 level 18 elite mechanical rats, 80,000 level 18 elite mechanical snakes, and 4 enhanced bronze mechanical Tibetan Mastiffs. Battle rating, SS. Rewards, basic reward, 15 million soul coins, 15 million spirit coins, 1 SS quality hero summoning token. Additional reward for higher rating, 30 million soul coins, 30 million spirit coins, 1 random C quality special barracks. A total of 45 million soul coins and spirit coins. This is absolutely an amazing fortune. This trial rewarded a hero summoning token of SS quality. This token can summon an SS quality hero no matter which barracks you use. With the addition of a special barracks building, the rewards this time are indeed quite good. If he fails today, then all these rewards will be completely out of his reach. The rewards for the last 3 days are indeed very generous. Any lord who perseveres to the end will receive a substantial reward. However, the rewards for other new lords are nowhere near as good as his. Hold the hero summoning token in your hand and check its attributes. Item, hero summoning token. Quality, SS. Description, can be used in any barracks, guaranteeing the summoned hero of SS quality. The hero summoned is related to the type of unit in the barracks. After seeing the hero summoning token, he thought about it and decided to use it on the white-robed ghost soldier barracks. He certainly hoped to summon Qinqingji, but whether he could ultimately do so depended on luck. He is now level 30 and his luck stat has reached 106 points. As for that special barracks, he can no longer build it because there isn't enough open space in the territory to construct buildings. The reason why the underworld was able to be built in the past was because that building was a very special building, occupying a very small area and having its own space inside. Unless he can continue to upgrade his territory, he can only leave this barracks for now. However, he has another option. He can put away a completed building and bring it out again when the territory is upgraded and there is enough open space. He first went to the white-robed ghost soldier barracks and took out an SS quality hero summoning token. He calmed himself down and began to use the hero summoning token in his hand. My white-robed ghost general, you must appear. Zhou Yan prayed incessantly. White-robed ghost soldier, notification. Using the hero summoning token, the hero Qinqingji has been successfully summoned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan burst into laughter. My white-robed ghost general has finally arrived. A colorful light appeared on the summoning altar, and a handsome, refined man with a serious and aloof expression appeared on the platform, dressed in white. Qinqingji was quite handsome, standing at 1.8 meters tall and dressed in white. His appearance was only slightly inferior to Qinqingji's. He looked at Zhou Yan, knelt on one knee, clenched his fists, and said, "This humble general, Qinqingji, pays his respects to the Lord." No need for formalities, no need for formalities, no need for formalities, Zhou Yan quickly said, then looked at Qinqingji's attributes. Name, Qinqingji. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Upgrade required, 100 soul coins. Charisma, 20, basic 2. Luck, 20, base 2. Strength, 10, basic 1. Constitution, 11, base 1.1. Agility, 20, basic 2. Spirit, 40, basic 4. Talent, Holy Soul Ghost Body, commanding soldier speed plus 100%, night marching speed plus 50%. When commanding white-robed ghost soldiers, subordinates deal an additional 50% damage to spirit-type enemies. Skills, Scholar General commands soldiers, combat power plus 100, morale plus 200, intimidation inflicts 50 intimidation on dark and spirit-type monsters. Training troops can train white-robed ghost soldiers. White-robed armor wears white armor in battle, all attributes plus 20, submission 10 chance to subdue low-level spirit-type enemies. Military formation marching and deploying troops. Combat power plus 50. Qualification, RRR. Technique, none. Realm, none. Description, Evolved by mysterious energy, its base attributes have increased tenfold. Even renowned masters and generals should not be overconfident. Thousands of soldiers will flee in terror at the sight of the white-robed warrior. Chen Qingji has very high attributes, with both agility and spirit being extremely high. The key is Chen Qingji's skills. He has so many, and every single one of them is related to commanding troops. He is a born commander. He directly raised Chen Qingji's level to 30. The basic attributes have become Charisma, 80, Basic 2. Luck, 80, Basic 2. Strength, 40, Basic 1. Constitution, 41, Base 1.1. Agility, 50, Basic 2. Spirit, 190, Basic 4. Chen Qingji is not a hero known for his martial prowess, but rather a scholar general whose attribute points are primarily focused on spirit. After the upgrade, the power of each skill also increased significantly. With Chen Qingji, the white-robed ghost soldiers finally have a commander, and their combat power will increase several times over. Chen Qingji, you will continue to lead the white-robed ghost soldiers, making their reputation a nightmare for the enemy. Zhou Yin gave the order. Yes. Chen Qingji gladly accepted the order. Subsequently, Zhou Yin led Chen Qingji to the battlefield. Countless white-robed ghost soldiers were overjoyed to see Chen Qingji and hurriedly shouted, "Greetings, Lord! Greetings, General! From now on, we will work together and not let the Lord down." Chen Qingji was also very excited when he saw these soldiers. "We will definitely work together from now on," the many white-robed ghost soldiers replied. This demonstrates the extent of Chen Qingji's ability to unite the troops and the immense boost he provided to the army. Zhou Yin explained the current situation of the territory to Chen Qingji in detail, and also introduced the situation of all the defensive towers in the territory to him one by one. He led Chen Qingji on a tour of the entire territory, explaining the function and attributes of each building to him. This made Chen Qingji more and more surprised, and more confident. The territory's architecture is truly impressive. With so many high-quality buildings, he has boundless expectations for the territory's future. As expected of someone born into a military family, Chen Qingji quickly gained a general understanding of the situation within the territory and even offered some suggestions. Zhou Yin thought it was pretty good and started adopting it. Then, he handed over the entire defense of the territory to Chen Qingji for arrangement. Chen Qingji was deeply moved to receive such high regard so soon after arriving in the territory. He quickly said, "With such high expectations from the Lord, I will do my utmost to protect the territory and prevent any enemy from setting foot in it. I believe in your abilities and your strength. Keep up the good work, and one day we will make our territory the pinnacle of the world." Zhou Yin also spoke with great enthusiasm. "I will definitely do my best." After receiving the order, Chen Qingji immediately devoted himself to the defense of the entire territory. Zhou Yin, on the other hand, was considering which building to take to construct the newly acquired barracks. Chapter 108, Logistics Support. He filtered through them one by one and finally chose one of the buildings. He put the movie theater away. The cinema is currently only used for entertainment, since you can only enter the movie world once a month, and there's still a long time before it opens again, so it's best to put it away and build a barracks first. The monsters will be even stronger tomorrow and the day after, and he must summon enough soldiers to defend his territory in the next 2 days. After putting away the cinema, he began building the newly acquired C-quality barracks. Territory notification, acquired C-quality barracks, elite soldiers. Territory notification, build elite soldiers, which will evolve into trap camp. What? It's the trapped camp. Zhou Yin was extremely surprised. The trapped camp, a unique unit in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. It was small in number, but extremely brave in battle. Its commander was Gao Shun, a general under Lu Bu. It is said that Gao Shun led more than 700 soldiers, called 1,000 men, whose armor was all fine and well-made, and who could break through any enemy they attacked. They were called the trap camp. The entire army consisted of only 700 men, each of whom was brave and skilled in battle and well-equipped. He didn't know just how powerful this evolved version of the trap forces really was. In any case, he had heard of the renowned trap camp, and he was very satisfied to have acquired such a powerful army. He immediately raised the level of the trap camp to level 20. Building, trapped camp. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements. 50,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 100 3-star stone. Quality, R0/2. Required for quality upgrade, 2 R-quality barracks. Defense, 50,000/50,000. Attribute, each 1,500 soul coins consumed summons 1 trapped camp soldier. Current maximum number of soldiers that can be summoned, 0/500. Special Attribute 1. Increases all attributes of all trapped camp soldiers by 20%. Special Attribute 2. Increases the morale and combat power of all trapped camp soldiers by 20% and 20% respectively. Special Attribute 3. When surrounded, unleashes a fighting spirit, increasing all attributes by 50%, combat power by 50%, and charge speed by 50% for 20 minutes. Introduction. With a fighting spirit that transcends life and death and strict discipline, the Vanguard camp is invincible. If Gao Shun were to lead the Vanguard camp, its combat power would be even greater. The barracks quality of the trap camp is higher than that of the white-robed ghost soldiers. Each soldier in this barracks costs 1,500 soul coins, which is half again as much as the white-robed ghost soldier. However, this number is quite good. There are 500 slots for level 20, so the total number of people in this barracks cannot be only 700. That put his mind at ease. He immediately began summoning soldiers. Trap Camp, notification, consumes 1,500 soul coins to summon one soldier. Trap Camp, notification, consumes 1,500 soul coins to summon one soldier. Trap Camp, notification, consumes 1,500 soul coins to summon one soldier. He summoned 500 soldiers of the Trap Camp at once, but unfortunately, he failed to summon Gao Shun even after 500 attempts. However, he did summon corporals, sergeants, centurions, and other low-ranking officers. He also summoned a captain named Gao Meng, who temporarily entrusted him with the command of the Trap Camp. 500 soldiers. The lowest quality of soldiers is S quality. The quality of corporals, deputies, and centurions is SS quality, and the quality of captains is SSS quality. He began to level up these soldiers, but could only raise them all to level 25. After the upgrade was completed, he still had about 1,000,000 soul coins left. The 500 people can only upgrade to level 30 tomorrow. In this way, not counting others, the number of soldiers alone reached 1,200. These people were naturally temporarily handed over to Chun Qingji for arrangement, and Gao Shun would be put in charge of this trap camp after he was summoned. With these people by his side, he felt much more at ease about tomorrow's monster attack. With the increase in population, the consumption of resources in the territory has also increased significantly. Both food and water resources will require a significant increase in workload. Therefore, he inquired about this with Li Shuang, the steward, since she was in charge of all the logistical work in the territory. Fortunately, he had summoned quite a few women to help her at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace these past few days. Otherwise, relying on her people would have been quite tiring. The food and water supply in the territory must be in place in the next 2 days. As long as I can get through these 2 days, I will be able to leave the newcomer trial. Once I'm outside, I won't have to worry about food and water at all. Zhou Yin said to Li Shuang. Rest assured, my lord, the spirit fields are now fully planted with spirit rice. I've already ordered a halt to the planting of other fruits, as we've already planted quite a bit and have a considerable stockpile. I've already planned the distribution to ensure everyone can eat 2 spirit fruits every day. Li Shuang explained the food situation and then said, because the daily water production of the spirit spring is limited, and the spirit fields need to be irrigated with a lot of spirit spring water every day, the water supply may be a bit tight. However, sustaining it for 2 days is no problem at all. This can be solved after the new recruits complete their trials, when they can purchase wells or similar structures from outside. Food was plentiful, as the spiritual rice produced in the spiritual field was abundant, and the spiritual fruits were also distributed reasonably. The only thing lacking was water. Zhou Yan nodded and said, don't worry about that. After the newcomer trial ends, I will need to purchase a lot of resources and materials. At present, we still have sufficient funds. I will solve the water source problem after the newcomer trial. He made a fortune during his time as a new recruit. 5 or 600 million spirit coins, which is enough for him to buy a lot of resources and buildings. After all, for the older generation of lords, all the buildings that needed to be built in their territories had already been completed. They were just lacking advanced and special buildings. Special buildings are certainly very expensive, but there are still quite a few ordinary buildings available on the Lord's continent market. He doesn't need to buy special buildings at all. He can evolve ordinary buildings into special ones simply by buying ordinary ones. He had previously considered whether, if he were short of money, he could upgrade the ordinary buildings and then sell them. However, the effects of these evolved buildings will disappear if they are not built within the territory. Therefore, he can forget about this path to making money. He found that even after the newcomer trial ended, he still had quite a lot to do. However, he should focus on completing the monster attack for the next 2 days first. A message came from a friend. It was from that goofy guy, overlord of the world. The other party asked, "Boss, I've recently acquired quite a few materials. Would you like some?" He definitely needs the materials. "Don't you want it yourself?" Zhou asked. "There are only 2 days left. I've already completed all the upgrades I needed to, so these materials are useless to me now," the other party replied. "You want to trade equipment for it, right?" Zhou asked. "You're smart, boss. The monsters today were too strong, and our equipment probably won't be enough. If you want to get some better equipment, silver equipment would be the best," the other person said. "That depends on the level of your materials. Low-level materials can't be exchanged for silver equipment," Zhou replied. Chapter 109. Chen Qingji leads the army into battle. "I understand," replied Overlord of the World. After the 20th day of the newbie trial, many people were short of equipment, so Zhou thought of using this method to acquire a lot of high-level materials. Those people have no choice but to switch, unless they don't want to successfully complete the newcomer trial. This is also why his territory level was able to be upgraded to level 25. It was all achieved by exchanging equipment. Since no one can repair their broken equipment, they have no choice but to recycle it all and give it to him, and then they still have to buy most of their supplies from him. He decides how he sells equipment. Who told him that among all the newbies in the trial, he had the most complete, and the best equipment. He said they would exchange materials for it, so they had no choice but to exchange materials for it. It's fair to say that he took 70% of the high-level materials used in the entire newbie trial. After all, they don't get many high-level materials, so keeping them isn't very useful. Using them to exchange for equipment to complete the newbie trial is the best option. Overlord of the World then added a lot of 3-star level materials, and even some 4-star level materials. Finally, he added 10 5-star level materials. "How come you even have 5-star level materials?" Zhou was genuinely surprised. "Holding it is useless. It's better to exchange it for some silver equipment. After the newbie trial is over, you can buy these things as long as you have money," the Overlord of the World replied. This statement is indeed true. Materials below 5 stars can still be purchased in the Lord's continent as long as you are willing to spend money. 5-star or higher quality items can be purchased if you're willing to pay a high price. As for those particularly rare materials, that's another story. Based on the other party's materials, Zhou gave them a reasonable number of equipment, 5 pieces of silver equipment, which was already quite generous of him. "Thank you so much, sir." After the transaction with Overlord of the World was completed, many other people brought materials to him to exchange for equipment. Moreover, because the monsters today were particularly ferocious, he collected an unusually large amount of equipment. He instructed Jerry and the others to do their utmost to repair the silver-level equipment, and some even salvaged the gold-level equipment. They had no choice but to accept the return. They weren't friends with Zhou, and they couldn't privately message him to pay him to help repair the equipment. Keeping it was useless, so they could only grit their teeth and return it to him. Zhou was naturally happy, since he had no intention of selling the gold. He planned to keep it all for his own people. With an additional 500 people in the territory, we'll need 500 sets of bronze equipment. As for the silver set, that's not something we can achieve right now. Fortunately, he had a large stockpile of equipment and prepared a complete set of bronze equipment for every soldier in the trap camp. Those who were sergeants or higher each possessed a piece of silver equipment. Chen Qingji was equipped with a full set of silver gear and a gold weapon. As a commander, he couldn't afford to be without good equipment. Ice 3 feet thick also sent him a message. Zhou took a look and realized that the person wanted his help to repair the equipment. Zhou replied, "What equipment do you need repaired? I can use the materials as payment for the repair of the 3 pieces of gold equipment." Frozen 3 feet, replied. Zhou was surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent to have 3 pieces of gold equipment, and it seemed like they were very lucky. The other party offered materials as payment, which greatly pleased Zhou, as he liked materials. "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party immediately started a trade with him, not only offering 3 pieces of gold equipment with no durability, but also providing a lot of materials. There are 340 sets of materials for Samsung, 20 sets for 4-star, and 3 sets for 5-star. The deal was so good that he immediately made the transaction. And he replied, "I guarantee I'll fix it for you as quickly as possible." Ice 3 feet thick did not reply, clearly satisfied with his attitude towards doing business. He answered that way mainly because the other party was generous. If the other party offers less compensation, you still have to wait in line. Give the 3 pieces of equipment to Jerry and let him repair them first. Jerry saw the gold equipment and really enjoyed repairing this high-level equipment. Day 29 of the newcomer trial. The monsters didn't appear very early today, they only started showing up around 8 a.m. However, the number of them was greater than yesterday's, and they launched a full-scale attack from the start, overwhelming the entire territory as if they wanted to wipe it out in one fell swoop. That's a lot. Zhou Yin couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, he had summoned an extra 500 trap camp members yesterday. Otherwise, facing today's monsters would have been a real headache. The monsters that appeared this time were all level 19 elite monsters, but they weren't mechanical monsters, which relieved him a little. He really didn't like facing those mechanical monsters. These are a group of level 19 elite armored earth dragons, with a layer of steel-like armor on their backs. Each one is 2 meters tall and looks like a monster with extremely strong defense. Although these armored earth dragons have strong defenses, they are not very fast, which is a good thing. However, when these armored earth dragons advance at full speed, their earth-shattering momentum still looks very powerful. The armored earth dragons fell into the attack range of the defense tower. The high-energy machine gun tower unleashed a dense machine gun attack. The power of these laser cannons was very strong, and since it was an R-quality defense tower, the armored earth dragons still fell on the way. Chen Qingji, dressed in white robes, had a dignified and unsmiling expression. He rested one hand on the tip of the hilt of the long sword at his waist, his eyes fixed on the monster outside. Seeing that the defensive towers could inflict devastating damage on these monsters, he was quite satisfied. He didn't speak or take any action, waiting for the monsters to break through the defensive tower's attack range. Half an hour later, an armored earth dragon finally broke through the coverage of the defensive tower and headed towards the territory. Chen Qingji finally took action, raising one hand, and a soldier began to raise a flag to relay the order. Upon receiving the order, the white-robed ghost soldiers beneath the city walls sprang into action. The front ranks raised their shields in defense, while the middle ranks prepared to attack at any moment. As for the rear ranks, they all drew their bows and nocked arrows, ready to fire at any instant. As Chen Qingji's hands moved, the soldiers in the back row fired arrows into the air, then knocked another arrow and fired it into the air again. The arrows fell from the sky in a parabolic arc and then plunged into the monsters. Although the armored earth dragon has iron armor, these arrows are not ordinary arrows. Many of them are coated with highly poisonous substances, and once pierced, the person will die from poisoning. One by one, the armored earth dragons fell to the ground, but as the number of monsters increased, some armored earth dragons still broke through the range of the arrows and headed towards the city wall. Chen Qingji changed his hand gestures again, and the men in the back row switched to long spears, as the soldiers in the front row began to assume attack stances. The soldiers began to disperse, forming 5-man battle formations that appeared separate but were actually a military formation. 5-star encirclement formation. Under Chen Qingji's leadership, the white-robed ghost soldiers finally launched their first battle. Chapter 110, Silver Boss. The armored earth dragons strode heavily toward the city wall. They were thick-skinned and incredibly defensive, and they roared angrily at the soldiers with their mouths open. A rumbling sound erupted from the earth as the armored earth dragon launched a fierce attack on the soldiers. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impact sounds rang out as the armored earth dragons crashed into the shield. Their tall and mighty bodies failed to break through the shield's formation and were all blocked outside the shield. Puff. After the armored earth dragon was blocked by the shield, the soldiers in the middle row immediately raised their spears and launched an attack on the armored earth dragon. Shot after shot pierced the armored earth dragon's bodies, drawing out a pool of bright red liquid. The armored earth dragons fell one after another, and the soldiers, like battlefield harvesters, slaughtered these armored earth dragons in battle formations. These armored earth dragons had no coordination and were easily divided and surrounded by the soldiers, their corpses falling to the ground one after another. It wasn't that the ironclad earth dragon wasn't powerful enough, but rather that the soldiers were too strong. Every single one of them was an S rank or higher soldier, and each soldier's level was between 25 and 30. With a full set of weapons and armor of bronze or higher, combined with the battle formation bonus, Chen Qingji's bonus, and the bonuses from various buildings in the territory, killing these level 19 elite monsters was not a difficult task. Under Chen Qingji's leadership, the soldiers unleashed tremendous power. They quickly killed the armored earth dragon that had breached the defensive tower and began to advance. The 5-star encirclement formation consists of a small team of 5 people, with a replacement team always following behind each small team. After the small team in front finishes killing the monster, the team behind will step forward to take over their position. This greatly ensures their rest time and combat effectiveness, preventing them from being constantly in high-intensity combat. In this way, Chen Qingji brought the entire battlefield under his control. As an outstanding commander, Chen Qingji knew more than just this battle formation. He would choose the most suitable formation to use. The other heroes haven't made their move yet, because it's not their time to act. If these monsters had ranged attack capabilities, today's battle wouldn't have been so easy. Fortunately, these monsters were just a bunch of tough-skinned monsters. Faced with powerful defensive towers and soldiers, the monsters' advantages were completely negated, and they were all slaughtered by the soldiers. Seeing that the battle was going so smoothly, Zhou Yan was relieved. He possessed a number of wide-range talismans, all purchased from the mysterious shop. These talismans could inflict extremely powerful attacks on monsters at crucial moments. He had many backup plans prepared, just waiting for the monster to force him to use them. However, he was relieved to find that these monsters did not have the power to force him to use it. The ironclad Earth Dragon's attack remained high intensity, starting at 8 in the morning and continuing until 8 in the evening, without any sign of abating. He also uses Meteor Shower to kill monsters, and when there are many monsters, he will rush out to kill a wave. With the combined use of the turret's second skill, they maintained a constant state of suppression against these monsters. The territory is guarded by 300 soldiers and several heroes on each of its 4 sides. The defensive towers can kill most of the monsters, and the soldiers can handle the rest. The heroes, on the other hand, are always on alert for any unexpected situations, ensuring the soldiers maintain the formation and preventing monsters from disrupting it. They all possess disposable scrolls, talismans, and other items given to them by Zhou Yan, and coupled with their already formidable strength, these armored earth dragons had not been able to pose a significant threat to them. It's even less of a threat than yesterday. Yesterday's mechanical monster had ranged attacks, which was quite troublesome. There are quite a lot of monsters today, which will really test their stamina, endurance, and teamwork. When it comes to nighttime battles, the role played by the Tower of Light is undeniable. Although this defensive tower is usually inconspicuous, it provides a very powerful boost to the entire territory. The nights here are still quite cold, but with the Tower of Light here, this defensive tower can ward off the cold, extending to a range of over 100 meters outside the city walls. The Tower of Light dispels the cold, allowing the soldiers to maintain their fighting strength. The entire territory was illuminated by the Tower of Light as if it were daytime, allowing everyone to see the monsters outside. These monsters had nowhere to hide and were all within sight. The Tower of Light is still at level 20, mainly because no one has obtained a light gem during the entire newcomer trial. The battle continued, with wave after wave of monsters falling. It's 11 p.m. Zhou Yan finally saw a different figure among the monsters. A peculiar sound came from the ground. This monster was enormous. Although it was still hidden in the darkness, its glowing eyes were at least 5 meters above the ground. Only after the monster got closer did everyone realize what kind of monster it was. This monster was tall and large, over 5 meters high, with a body at least 20 meters long, and a tail full of sharp teeth that was already 10 meters long. This is definitely a very powerful monster. Zhou Yan clicked to view the monster's information. Monster, Armored Dragon Lizard. Quality, Silver. Race, Warcraft. Level, 19. Special, Armor, Strength, Defense, Tail. Introduction. From a continent of magical beasts, possessing a faint trace of dragon blood, it is the leader of this group of armored earth dragons, and possesses extremely powerful strength. Holy crap, even a silver-level boss has appeared in the rookie trial. Zhou Yan was extremely shocked. Silver-level bosses are much stronger than bronze-level bosses. Silver-level monsters are extremely destructive. Even if he believed that his Great Wall could withstand this monster, he didn't want it to be destroyed by it. Once damaged, it can only be repaired by spending spirit coins. We absolutely cannot let this boss reach the city walls. Zhou Yan looked at Chen Qingji and said, "You continue to command the army to block those armored earth dragons, and I'll handle that big guy." How dare this humble general allow the Lord to use his beam? This humble general is willing to personally go out of the city to kill this monster. Chen Qingji hurriedly said, "You underestimate me, Lord. If I couldn't even handle this monster, I'd be too weak." No need for further words, just watch closely. The turret's second skill hasn't been restored yet, otherwise he would definitely have fired a shot at this boss first. With a light leap, he flew out of the city and casually used a move called Meteor Shower to cover the boss. A barrage of meteors and fire killed countless armored earth dragons. Although the boss was also damaged, its defense was indeed quite good, and its ironclad back provided good protection, only causing it minor damage. Roar! The boss, in pain, roared and charged towards him, its two forelimbs accelerating forward, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 111. Rewards for defeating the Silver Boss. The 5-meter-tall behemoth has an astonishing impact force. If it were to crash into the Great Wall, the Great Wall's defensive capabilities would be greatly reduced. Since this kind of thing can be prevented in advance, Zhou Yin will not let this boss run into his own wall. A yin-yang sword aura came from afar, shimmering with black and white colors. The terrifying sword aura tore through the air and burst out with a peculiar sound. The sword energy was incredibly fast. The armored dragon lizard roared, unable to dodge, and simply retracted its head, using the armor on its back to shield itself. Bang! With a muffled thud, the sword energy pierced through the armored dragon lizard's armor, leaving a trail of blood on its back. The armored dragon lizard screamed in agony, roaring to the sky, its eyes filled with rage. It glared at Zhou Yin in front of it. This human had actually breached its sturdy armor. Unforgivable. Roar! The armored dragon lizard suddenly stopped and turned its body around. It was not trying to escape, but rather to launch an attack. Its long tail, covered in fangs, lashed out at Zhou Yin like the body of a giant python. Several armored earth dragons were also caught in the blast, flying away and smashing into a bloody pulp. The armored dragon lizard is incredibly powerful, and its tail has also been enhanced. If this attack were to land on Zhou Yin, he would likely suffer greatly. But Zhou Yin wasn't stupid. The moment the armored dragon turned its head, he saw the armored dragon's tail begin to attack. He learned Yin Qixia's lightness skill. Although the skill was very basic, his agility attribute had already reached over 200 points. With the bonus from his territory, he could almost unleash over 400 points of agility. Such incredible agility. Their movement speed is as swift as lightning. With a light leap, he bounced up like a ball. Just as he was dodging, the armored dragon lizard's massive tail began to slam down hard on the spot where he had been standing. Boom! The ground collapsed, revealing a deep trench, and a cloud of dust swirled up. The armored dragon lizard's massive tail was so powerful that when it was raised, it was like a whip lashing out, producing a crisp sound. Its massive tail missed Zhou Yin and swept across the direction from which he had fallen. Phew! Like a long whip whistling through the air, Zhou Yin dodged it with lightning speed, raised his long sword, and rapidly released the yin and yang energy within his body. Clang! Sword energy surged, and a sword light reappeared from his hand as he began to use the 7-star sword technique. With the heavenly pivot sword, he struck straight ahead, like a fleeting meteor, further increasing his speed. Holding the long sword, he charged straight at the ironclad dragon lizard, arriving in front of it in an instant. Then, gripping the sword tightly, he plunged it fiercely into the lizard's rear end. Roar! The armored dragon lizard, in pain, twisted its body rapidly, its long tail sweeping back and forth, creating a storm. Anyone struck by its giant tail would suffer a terrifying attack. Zhou Yin did not stop attacking. As soon as he finished a sword strike, he leaped up again and arrived above the armored dragon lizard. His sword light flowed, and he used the Tianxian sword from the 7-star sword technique. Tianxian swept across, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword aura that attacked the back of the armored dragon lizard. Just then, the armored dragon lizard suddenly turned around, its angry eyes fixed on Zhou Yin in the air. Before it could even get angry, it saw a sword aura rushing towards it. Puff! The sword energy struck the ironclad dragon lizard's head, piercing its eyes and causing 2 streams of blood to flow from them, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The sound was extremely tragic and mournful, filled with extremely painful wails. Zhou Yin never expected that this armored dragon lizard would actually walk right into a trap like this. Could this be considered suicide? He decided to give the armored dragon lizard a quick death, dodging the rampaging lizard at lightning speed and using 7 sword techniques from the 7-star sword technique in succession. Tian Shu sword, Tian Xian sword, Tian Ji sword, Tian Quan sword, Yu Heng sword, Kai Yang sword, Yao Guang sword. The 7 sword techniques, combined with the yin-yang qi he had now reached at the 32nd level of martial arts, unleashed terrifying power. The 7 sword energies struck the ironclad dragon lizard's body fiercely, inflicting extremely powerful damage on it. The armored dragon lizard was covered in countless streams of blood, almost staining its entire body red. After struggling for a while, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. 7 deep sword marks appeared on its body, penetrating to the bone marrow, demonstrating the immense power of Zhou Yin's 7 sword techniques. Territory notification. You have completed the hidden quest of the newcomer trial, defeating 1 silver quality monster. Reward: 600 reputation points, 1 golden pendant chest. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? Goose. Another announcement is coming. Ugh, so annoying. I chose no as always. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 silver quality monster to receive 600 reputation points and 1 golden pendant chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 silver quality monster to receive 600 reputation points and 1 golden pendant chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 silver quality monster to receive 600 reputation points and 1 golden pendant chest. Many new lords were once again confused. Are there still monsters attacking? It's past 11 p.m., and the monsters are still attacking? Just how many monsters are in this guy's territory? National Chat Channel. Even though today is only the second to last day of the newbie trial, monsters are still attacking. Just how many monsters have appeared in this guy's territory? My monster attack ended at 5 p.m. I had more monsters, so I finished at 7 o'clock. Hey upstairs, if I may ask a question, I ended the monster attack at 10 a.m. Am I qualified to be your underling? I've never even seen a boss level monster, and this guy has already killed a silver level boss. I just don't know what level it was. This guy must be the big shot who killed 10 bronze bosses last time. It's a pity he's hiding so well. I wonder if he's even from our country. Hey boss, show yourself. I want to be your friend. That's me. You guys better hurry up and latch onto my coattails. Get lost, you upstairs liar. Author's note. 2 updates today. I need to spend time with my family. Chapter 112. Rewards for the 29th day of the newcomer trial. A golden pendant treasure chest? That's not bad. Zhou Yin smiled with satisfaction, then used his gathering skill to finish gathering the resources from this boss. After all, it was a silver level boss, and it had quite a few useful materials on it. After collecting the materials, he used his lightness skill to head in the other 3 directions. The quality of this Lightfoot technique is really poor. The speed boost is too slow. I'll have to replace it with a better one later. Upon arriving at the territory on the left, he saw Jiao Chan engaged in a fierce battle with the boss, overwhelming the boss with her superior strength. This is also a silver level boss, a level 19 Earth Dragon. The boss tried to escape, but Jiao Chan didn't give it the chance. She radiated a holy light, transforming into delicate and beautiful flowers, making the entire sky seem to bloom with 100 flowers, their fragrance filling the air, refreshing and delightful. Jiao Chan wielded her sword, dancing gracefully with the wind, like a celestial being descending to earth. A dazzling white light shone from the sword, and a pure white lotus flower bloomed, as untouchable as if it had fallen from the celestial realm. This is a white lotus flower formed by Jiao Chan using her energy. As she swung her sword, the white lotus flower burst out with a white light, flashed through the air, and then arrived directly in front of the boss. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted, covering an area of hundreds of meters and unleashing an energy storm. Territory notification. Slay a level 19 Silver Earthshaker. Gain an additional 38 reputation. This silver tier boss was defeated by Jiao Chan. Before he could even step forward, he heard 2 more voices. Territory notification. Slay a level 19 Silver Two-Headed Golden Serpent. Gaining an additional 38 reputation. Territory notification. Slay a level 19 Silver Horned Lion. Additional reputation plus 38. Shortly after Jiao Chan defeated this boss, she also defeated the bosses in the other 2 locations, making a total of 4 silver bosses today. After defeating these 3 bosses, you also received additional reputation rewards. Aside from reputation rewards, there are no other rewards. The biggest reward is for the first kill of a silver boss, which was even announced in the announcement. Channer, not bad. That move was very powerful, Zhou Yin praised. Jiao Chan smiled at Zhou Yin, her graceful figure truly captivating, making one want to hold her in their arms. Jiao Chan's White Lotus Immortal technique is somewhat similar to the Buddha's Fury Lotus used by a certain Do Di riding a horse. It's only somewhat similar. Jiao Chan faces no danger whatsoever when using this move. This move is Jiao Chan's class skill, which she learns when she changes to the Flower Fairy class, and this move will become stronger as she becomes more powerful. Her inherited profession is called Flower Fairy, which allows her to gather the energy of any flower in the world, and different energy flowers unleash different powers. All of this is under Jiao Chan's control. These energy flower shapes can transform into devastating bombs or be filled with boundless vitality. It all depends on how Jiao Chan uses them. Having defeated all 4 silver bosses, he quickly stepped forward and cast the gathering spell before the bosses respawned. Finally, we obtained 4 2-star Earth attribute crystal cores. These 4 crystal cores were from the silver boss, and their energy intensity was much stronger than that of the crystal cores from the bronze boss. In addition to other materials, he could keep them for his own use or sell them. After all, these are materials from a silver boss, so their value won't be low. Soon, the trials were all over. Day 29 of the newcomer trial has ended. Rewards settlement begins. Eliminate 100,000 level 19 elite armored dragon lizards, 100,000 level 19 elite earth shakers, 100,000 level 19 elite two-headed serpents, 100,000 level 18 elite horn lions, 1 level 19 silver earth shaker, 1 level 19 silver two-headed golden serpent, 1 level 19 silver horn lion, and 1 level 19 silver armored dragon lizard. Battle rating SSS. Rewards, basic reward, 30 million soul coins, 30 million spirit coins, and 1 SSS grade random item chest. Additional reward for rating, 60 million soul coins, 60 million spirit coins, and 1 SSS grade random cultivation technique. Today's rewards are much more generous than yesterday's, totaling 90 million soul coins and spirit coins. This is another huge fortune. With the addition of an SSS quality random item chest and an SSS quality random cultivation technique, this trial has made his territory much stronger. He possesses the Temple of Inheritance, so he has no shortage of high-quality cultivation techniques. People in his territory can obtain these techniques and skills as long as they change jobs. This has a huge effect on the territory. At least it doesn't require spending too much money to buy cultivation techniques and skills. Because this cultivation method is random, if Zhunmi, who has the highest luck stat, opens it and obtains a good one, its value will be absolutely astonishing. He planned to open the manual before processing it. He checked the time. It was almost midnight. He told the soldiers to get some rest, as they had one last major battle to fight and needed to get enough sleep. He handed over the logistical work to Li Shuang and returned to the spiritual bamboo house. Lord. After finishing their business in their territory, Jiao Chan, Zhunmi, and Nie Xiaoqian also arrived at the spiritual bamboo house. Zhou Yin nodded and handed the 2 items to Zhunmi. Open these 2 items. The item chest will naturally contain items, but what type they are depends on luck. After a flash of light, a scroll appeared before them. What is this? Jiao Chan and Nie Xiaoqian both looked at the object with curiosity. Obtain 1 SSS level building upgrade scroll. He opened the properties and took a look. Item, building upgrade scroll. Quality, SSS. Description, can upgrade the quality of any building to SSS. It's this thing. Zhou Yin was a little surprised. This prop is not very necessary for him, and he doesn't even need it. Because his buildings are at least S quality, and each building can be upgraded in quality. While certain building materials are required for upgrades, other lords' buildings do not have the option to upgrade their quality once they are built. This scroll will be most valuable if used on the lowest level of construction. After thinking about it, he decided to keep the scroll for now, hoping he could trade it for something good with other lords. This scroll was of little use to him, but it was an absolute treasure to other lords. Take a look at that cultivation manual, Zhou Yin said. Zhunmi opened the cultivation manual again. With a flash of light, a book emitting purple arcs of electricity appeared before them. Obtained SSS rank, Thunderous Sun Technique. Upon seeing this cultivation manual, he was immediately shocked. This manual is of immense value. Chapter 113, Peach Blossom Sachet. This cultivation technique is worth at least several 100 billion spirit coins. When Zhou Yin saw this cultivation technique, he realized it was an extremely rare lightning-type technique. Even though he only knew a little about the Lord Continent, he was well aware of just how valuable a high-level lightning-type technique was. These 2 items alone, if auctioned off, could fetch at least 50 billion spirit coins. This was just his estimate. He wasn't entirely sure of its exact value. The rewards for the last 3 days of the newbie trial are really huge. No wonder the newcomer trial is hailed as an opportunity for ordinary lords to rise to power. This statement is absolutely perfect for him. Chan'er, Zhunmi, open the 400,000 treasure chests. There are 400,000 treasure chests, all of which are of black iron quality or higher. Among them are hundreds of silver chests for gold chests and a gold pendant chest as a reward. The 4 golden treasure chests were naturally dropped by the 4 silver bosses. Although Jiao Chan's luck stat is slightly lower than Junmi's, Jiao Chan has equipment that increases her luck stat, so the difference between them isn't that significant. It's slow for one person to open over 400,000 treasure chests. Two people can speed things up. The two began opening the treasure chests. A series of messages came from the treasure room, but he ignored them. There were just too many items. He would deal with it after opening all the chests. Once the treasure chest was opened, the treasure room immediately began to organize and tidy up. He only needed to monitor the changes in various data on the treasure room at any time. Fortunately, up to 99 treasure chests of the same quality can be stacked. Each of the two women only needs to open the chests a maximum of 2,000 times to open all the treasure chests. Soon there will be only 5 golden treasure chests left. Acquired equipment, Fiery Cloud Boots. Gain skill, Thunderstorm Technique. Acquired equipment, Purple Cloud Sword. Acquired equipment, Rainbow Sword. Obtain the Peach Blossom Sachet Pendant. He examined the 5 pieces of equipment one by one. Each one was of gold quality. These pieces of equipment have excellent stats. The weapons are even better than the ones he's currently using. Having acquired 2 pieces of gold equipment, he handed the Purple Cloud Sword to Jiao Chan, saying, "Chaner, you can take this Purple Cloud Sword and use it." "Thank you, Lord." In front of others, Jiao Chan still prefers to call Zhou Yin Lord. She picked up the Purple Cloud Sword, and with a clang, the sword was drawn. The Purple Cloud Sword is entirely purple, with an exquisite and beautiful design, making it very suitable for women to use. Jiao Chan casually used it a few times without any power and immediately fell in love with the sword. He used the other sword, the Rainbow Sword, himself. The Rainbow Sword is longer than the Purple Cloud Sword and twice as heavy as the Purple Cloud Sword. This weapon is extremely sharp and has armor-piercing damage, making it quite impressive. As for Junmi and Nie Xiaoqian, they each have 2 or 3 pieces of gold equipment, all of which Zhou Yin bought from the mysterious shop and gave to them. He put away the Fire Cloud Boots. None of the 3 women were suitable to use this equipment because he was still wearing the silver set and didn't want to change. He planned to keep them until he could complete a full set of gold armor before wearing them. He picked up the S-Quality skill book. Junmi could learn. She already possessed many skills, and given her affinity for ice magic, she did not intend to learn other types of magic. He naturally learned this skill on his own. Learn Thunderbolt Technique. The skill book transformed into a purple light and entered his body. This is a single-target magic skill with immense power, making it very suitable for dealing with powerful bosses. There was only 1 piece of equipment left, the one he got from the pendant chest. He started checking its attributes. Equipment, Peach Blossom Sachet. Quality, Gold. Durability, 150/150. Attribute 1. Reduces damage from spells, magic, soul attacks, sound waves, charm, and other negative types by 20%. Attribute 2. Increases cultivation speed by 10%. Attribute 3. Can release a Peach Blossom Illusion Array to confuse enemies, causing them to enter a state of confusion. The array has a range of 200 square meters and a cooldown time of 7 days. Attribute 4. Increases luck by 10 points. Equipment requirements. Male, Charisma 50, Luck 50, Spirit 100. Description. Created by a Peach Blossom Fairy, inscribed with several formations. This piece of equipment has very high stats. He had previously acquired a gold quality bracelet, but its attributes were far inferior to this one. This equipment focuses on defense and can resist various types of defense. Although it doesn't increase physical defense, his attributes are already very high. His melee ability is strong, and with the armor, his physical defense is decent, but his defense against other types of defense is very low. This sachet can increase those types of defense, which is quite good. This equipment is fantastic. It will last a long time. He liked the equipment very much and wore it on his waist. This is a sachet, which is generally given by a woman to her lover. Jiao Chan looked at Zhou Yin and thought to herself that she should learn a sewing-type side profession so that she could make an even better Peach Blossom sachet for Zhou Yin in the future. Junmi and Nie Xiaoqian shared the same thought. They also wanted to make a sachet for Zhou Yin themselves. For 100,000 treasure chests, and I got a lot of good stuff from them. More than 2 million soul coins, over 1 million spirit coins, tens of thousands of pieces of black iron equipment, thousands of bronze and silver equipment, hundreds of silver equipment, and even 2 pieces of gold equipment appeared. 10 job change scrolls also appeared, but these were all ordinary job skill books. Hundreds of other skill books also appeared, with only 1 of quality A, 3 of quality B, 6 of quality C, and the rest being low-level skill books. He put them all into the treasure room. Li Shuang is in charge of these items. and she will distribute these equipment and skills to the appropriate people. He upgraded all the soldiers in his territory to level 30. Of soul coins consumed is only a small portion. With so many soul coins, of course I need to upgrade myself. Territory notification, soul coins, 18,000. Your level has increased from 30 to 31. Territory notification, soul coins, 20,000. Your level has increased from 31 to 32. Territory notification, soul coins, 22,000. Your level has increased from 32 to 33. He spent a total of 270,000 soul coins to level up from level 30 to level 40. He has enough soul coins to level up all his heroes to level 40. Therefore, he raised the levels of all 8 characters, Jiao Chan, Zhenmi, Nie Xiaoqian, Sun Shangxiang, Yin Qixia, Chen Qingji, Si Teng and his siblings, and Hua Yuerong and her 5 sisters, to level 40. This only consumed some of his resources, so he began to upgrade all the soldiers in the entire territory. After raising all of them to level 35, he still had about 20 million soul coins left. With this kind of strong lineup, they should be able to handle the final wave of trials. Nie Xiaoqian went to the underworld to cultivate, while he, Jiao Chan, and Zhenmi cultivated in the bamboo house of spiritual energy. Chapter 114, the last day of the newcomer trial. But the final day of the trial came earlier than any other day. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the defensive towers in the territory began to attack, and a series of dense explosions woke everyone up. Chen Qingji was the first to react. He was now in charge of the entire city defense of the territory, and he had arranged for people to take turns standing guard on the city wall at night. The soldier on night duty arrived at the barracks immediately to report the situation in the 4 directions of the territory. He immediately got up and ordered the soldiers to put on their equipment and go to the 4 city walls to defend against the monsters. So early. Zhou Yin checked the time. They had only rested for 3 hours. He is so powerful that he doesn't really need to rest. But the ordinary soldiers have been fighting continuously for a long time, and they have to get back into the fight so soon. However, they were not ordinary soldiers, and they were able to withstand this level of combat. He, Jiao Chan, Zhenmi, and others arrived at the city wall immediately. Today was the last day of the newcomer trial, and also the most difficult day. He saw the monsters outside. They were a group of level 20 ordinary monsters. Monster, Black Cloud Leopard. Quality, average. Race, beast. Level, 20. Special feature, speed. Description, a type of leopard from the monster forest, with slightly faster speed. Ordinary monster? He was indeed a little surprised. Although the monster's level was 1 level higher than yesterday's, its combat power was still not as good as yesterday's level 19 elite monster. As the saying goes, something unusual must be going on. Today's monster is definitely not as simple as it seems. Chen Qingji had already noticed the problem, and upon seeing Zhou Yin arrive, he proactively said, "Lord, today's monsters should be different from before. What are your thoughts?" Zhou Yin asked. The monsters on the other 3 sides are all level 20 normal monsters, but there can't be too many of them. There will definitely be stronger monsters waiting for us later. However, Lord, there's no need to worry too much. Our soldiers are all level 35, giving us a level advantage against these level 20 monsters. Chen Qingji replied. Zhou Yin nodded and said, "Today is the last day. The battles to come will be very difficult." Yes. The number of monsters was still enormous, like locusts swarming across the land, rapidly approaching the territory. These monsters were all about the same size, around 2 meters long, but they were fast and numerous. Relying on their numerical advantage, many monsters broke through the defensive tower's coverage area from the start and engaged in fierce battles with the soldiers. The soldiers formed battle formations and quickly annihilated the monsters. After an hour of this battle, the types of monsters began to change. A different kind of monster has appeared. Monster, Ghost Panther. Quality, elite. Race, beast. Level, 20. Special feature, speed. Description, a monster from the monster forest, relatively fast. These leopards were faster than the previous black cloud leopards, and Chen Qingji told them that the monsters appearing from the other 3 directions were different on each side. This side attacks with fast-moving monsters, the left side attacks with strong monsters, the right side attacks with strong defense monsters, and the back side attacks with monsters with high physical strength. These monsters were not large in size, but their numbers were so great that they were almost completely packed together, like a beast tide. Do these monsters change to a stronger type every hour? He started to speculate. After 5 o'clock, his guess was confirmed. The monster has indeed changed again. It is an evolved elite, the Shadow Cheetah. The monsters in the other 3 directions have also been replaced with a stronger one. They are all level 20. There were so many monsters that they practically crammed in. The attack density is several times that of yesterday. Despite their formidable strength, the soldiers remained vigilant and launched a relentless attack. At this point, these heroes began their attack. They began attacking the monsters to reduce the pressure on the soldiers. With the heroes around, the monsters failed to cause much damage to the city walls. After 6 o'clock, the type of monster changed again. It's a level 20 mutated elite, the Netherworld Zombie Leopard. These monsters also have a viral ability, so you need to be very careful. The monsters are getting stronger and stronger, and their attacks never stop. The turret's second skill will be released as soon as it is off cooldown. But these monsters are endless, and they are simply wasting their time. Today's battle is a long one that tests physical strength and endurance. Chen Qingji has already begun to change tactics. He has allowed some soldiers to rest for half an hour in advance in order to maintain their fighting capacity for a longer period of time. With heroes around, although the number of monsters is large, it is still very difficult for them to break through the city walls. Zhou Yin himself was also constantly unleashing meteor shower. Due to his special profession, the yin and yang energies in his body could be converted into the energy needed for any skill. He discovered that releasing skills at such high intensity also had certain benefits for cultivation, as it could greatly stimulate the speed of the internal energy circulation to accelerate the recovery of his internal strength. At the end of 6 o'clock, a monster of leader level appeared. He was surprised, but one leader couldn't change anything. Killed by the defensive tower before it could even reach the soldiers. At 7 o'clock, the monster type changed to a level 20 enhanced elite demon leopard, a demon race monster. Their teeth are exceptionally sharp and possess powerful biting force, and they are also quite fast. Fortunately, the soldiers were of high rank and well-equipped, and with their shields, they didn't have to exert too much effort to defend themselves. 750, 2 leader-level monsters appeared. 2 leader-level monsters also appeared in the other 3 directions. There are more boss-level monsters appearing today. However, their strength was ultimately too low, and they were killed by the various heroes. At 8 o'clock, the monsters transformed into special elite dark abyss leopards. These leopards were slightly larger than the previous monsters, each measuring approximately 2.5 to 3.5 meters in length. These monsters are stronger than the previous ones. They are significantly stronger in terms of strength, speed, defense, and physique. Because of their size, their numbers are slightly fewer, but this actually increases the pressure on the soldiers. However, none of this was a big deal. Apart from a few wounded soldiers, everything was fine. This continued until 8:50, when 3 more leader-level Dark Abyss leopards appeared. Chapter 115, Flying Magical Beasts. There are 3 evolved leaders in each of the 4 directions, and these monsters possess greater strength than other monsters. Seeing them rapidly approaching their territory, Zhou Yin immediately went towards them. He unleashed Meteor Shower to cover the 3 leaders, but these monsters were fast and knew how to dodge, so they only suffered minor injuries. Then, he used the Thunderstorm technique, which he had never used before. Snap! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground with tremendous speed. Boom! The lightning struck a Dark Abyss leopard of evolution, and the boss was instantly killed by the terrifying lightning. Not bad. Single target skills are indeed powerful. He used the Thunderbolt spell twice more, killing the other 2 bosses as well. He saw 6 silver treasure chests, and each boss dropped 2 silver treasure chests. He quickly stepped forward and began collecting the materials. 3 2-star dark crystal cores, leopard tendons, leopard bones, and leopard claws. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the monster changed again. A group of enhanced leopard-headed orcs appeared, each wielding a weapon. Even orcs have appeared. Zhou Yin was speechless. This is a group of leopard-headed beastmen, each over 3 meters tall, and each one is extremely strong. They charged toward the territory, wielding various blunt weapons. These orcs are clearly more difficult to deal with than monsters. However, they still suffered heavy casualties when facing the defensive towers. Their numbers were still overwhelming, and they quickly reached the soldiers. Chen Qingji's buffs to the soldiers are very high. Combined with their own level and equipment quality, they are still fearless even when facing them. Zhou Yin entered the battlefield and continuously used the 7-star sword technique. Countless sword energies swept across the battlefield, and one orc after another fell to the ground. The weapons these humanoid monsters carried did not respawn after they died, which was an extra bonus. But they didn't have time to pick them up. Everything had to wait until after the battle was over. At 9:50, an enhanced leader-level leopard general led nearly 1,000 guards toward the territory, only to unfortunately encounter the second skill refresh of the defensive tower. They were wiped out before they even had a chance to make a move. At 10 o'clock, Orc Knights appeared, and at 10:50, two enhanced leader Orc General Knights appeared. The battle was exceptionally fierce. It was destined to last a long time. A stronger monster will appear every hour. Furthermore, the number of monster bosses also increases every hour. The stronger the monster, the more he gained. No soldiers have been injured or killed yet, but some have been wounded. The items he gave to the heroes finally came in handy, with various large-scale runes, scrolls, spells, and high-tech bombs causing heavy casualties to these monsters. At 11 o'clock, the Orc Berserker. 12 o'clock, Orc Dragon Knight. He was speechless. Although these monsters remained at level 20, they were getting stronger and stronger, with each monster's strength approaching that of the boss. If it weren't for the territory's defensive towers being strong enough, the soldiers being powerful enough that each one possessed combat strength no less than that of a boss, and the significant buffs given by Qin Xingji, this terrifying number would probably have caused him heavy losses. He still had too few soldiers, but he didn't have the materials to upgrade his barracks, so there was nothing he could do. All we can do now is stall for time. Li Shuang led the maids to continuously bring enough spiritual spring water, spiritual fruits, and various dry rations to the soldiers at the front line, which greatly increased the soldiers' recovery ability. They still have a long time to defend. This is a protracted war, a test for everyone in the territory. Although Zhou Yin had expected the last day to be difficult, he hadn't anticipated it to be this difficult. At 1 p.m., these Orc Dragon Riders increased their troop types, including archers, posing a significant threat to the territory. Their numbers had decreased somewhat, which relieved him a little. Orc Spearmen were added again. Orc Shield Warriors were added, which posed a great threat to the soldiers. The key point is that a bronze-level boss appeared at point 3. Although it was defeated by the defense tower, bronze-level monsters have already appeared at point 3, and who knows how many more monsters will appear later. The good news is that the bronze boss dropped a golden treasure chest. At 4 o'clock, there are 2 bronze bosses in each direction. At 5 o'clock, there are 3 bronze bosses. Each wave was stronger than the last, and the monsters attacked the territory like a tidal wave, causing each soldier to lose a lot of strength. They can only persevere now. They are under tremendous pressure at all times. These monsters are powerful, and the treasure chests they drop are of much higher quality than before. Outside was a sea of treasure chests, mostly bronze and silver, but there were even quite a few gold ones. Perseverance leads to victory. Although there have been casualties, with the underworld present, these soldiers can be resurrected. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and finally 8 o'clock in the evening. The silver boss has finally appeared, accompanied by a group of flying monsters. Holy crap, even flying monsters have appeared. Zhou Yin was speechless. Fortunately, these flying magical beasts were just ordinary monsters, and their numbers were not many. He really didn't have much of a way to deal with the monsters in the air, as he didn't currently have any soldiers capable of fighting in the air. He himself only has one thunderclap spell that he can use on these flying magical beasts alone. However, before the flying monsters flew over, he used Meteor Shower to eliminate a large portion of them. The remaining monsters in the air, along with the Orc Dragon Riders on the ground, headed towards the territory. These flying monsters didn't attack the soldiers, but instead headed straight for the crystal within the territory, which made Zhou Yin curse them out. He then hurriedly headed towards the crystal alone. If the crystal is broken, then all the hard work and trials will be for naught, and he absolutely cannot allow that to happen. He was fast and arrived at the King's Crystal in the first instance. Then, he used the Thunderbolt spell to attack the flying magical beasts in the air, killing them one by one. However, there were many flying monsters, and they quickly approached within a few hundred meters of the crystal. However, the King's Crystal has the ability to launch lightning attacks. These flying magical beasts entered the crystal's attack range. They were immediately attacked by bolts of lightning, and were instantly killed while emitting black smoke. He was surprised because it was the first time he had seen the King's Crystal attack, and he lacked knowledge of the crystal's attack power. He's not making a move. Let's see just how powerful this King's Crystal really is. The flying monsters did not attack other parts of the territory, but only targeted the King's Crystal. Many flying magical beasts also flew in from the other 3 directions. They were all ordinary monsters, nothing special. They swarmed towards the crystal, opening their sharp claws to try and shatter it. However, the King's Crystal unleashed a series of thunderous attacks, electrocuting these monsters until they were charred black. Attack as many as they come. It's even more powerful than the attacks of a defensive tower. The King Crystal attacks very quickly, with almost no intervals. Unless your defense can withstand its lightning attacks, it's extremely difficult to hit the crystal. Wow, this King's Crystal attack is pretty good. He finally felt relieved. Fortunately, these flying monsters only target the King's Crystal. Otherwise, the other buildings in the territory would really have been destroyed by these monsters. This gave him even more ideas on how to defend against these flying magical beasts. In the Lord's world, there are quite a few flying monsters. He will have to prepare for them sooner or later. The sooner he prepares, the less passive he will be when facing these monsters. We'll have to wait until after the new recruit's trial to discuss it further. Chapter 116, Orc Army. The safety of the territory's crystal is paramount. Once the crystal is shattered, even the strongest territory will be reduced to nothing. After the incident with the flying magical beast, he realized that there were still many areas in his territory that needed improvement, especially in defense against aerial monsters. Ultimately, the problem stems from an insufficient number of defensive towers. If he has enough defensive towers, he can set up several defensive towers at the King's Crystal, specifically to defend against attacking monsters. The flying monsters were fearless. They had come specifically to attack the crystal and kept charging towards it. Unfortunately, the King's Crystal's lightning attacks are extremely powerful. As soon as these monsters enter the crystal's attack range, a series of lightning bolts will appear, killing all these flying monsters. He checked the attributes of the King's Crystal. Architecture, King's Crystal. Level, 24. Upgrade requirements, 60,000 spirit coins, 53-star crystal cores of the same attribute. Quality, SS 0/1. Upgrade required, 1 Lord Crystal. Defense, 11,000/11,000. Shield, 40,000/40,000. Special Attribute 1, Thunder Attack. Special Attribute 2, within the territory's boundaries, all elemental attacks increase by 14%, and defense increases by 14%. Special Attribute 3, Chain Lightning. Description, the core hub of the Lord's space, an evolved crystal, combining offense and defense, will actively attack all hostile beings within a 100-meter radius. Obtaining 1 Lord's Crystal allows for further evolution. When upgrading using the same type of crystal, there is a certain probability of gaining an attack bonus of that attribute. The level of the King's Crystal is too low. It's only level 24 now. He wanted to upgrade the King's Crystal, but there were just too many attributes required for the same type of crystal. After today, he needs to find out if anyone has collected the Lord's Crystal. I believe such things exist in the world of lords, but I don't know if I'll ever encounter one. It is precisely because of the two powerful skills of the King's Crystal that these monsters are completely unable to cause it any damage. The flying monster was quickly destroyed by the attack unleashed by the King's Crystal. He returned to the city wall, looked at the battlefield, and immediately used his lightness skill to reach the foot of the city wall. He raised the long rainbow sword, and the yin and yang energies in his body quickly erupted. One terrifying sword energy after another killed these monsters without leaving a trace. These orc warriors were powerful. They were no match for Zhou Yan's powerful attacks, and all fell down. A volley of arrows came flying at him, but he casually twirled his sword in circles, deflecting all the arrows. Then, he released the yin and yang energies within his body, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. Energies within his body were balanced. He was able to unleash the Tai Chi diagram to attack his enemies. Yin and yang energies were continuously released from his body, transforming into a giant Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi symbol, radiating black and white energy, flew in the air, measuring tens of meters in size, with 1 yin and 1 yang, like a rapidly spinning cutting machine. He controlled the enormous Tai Chi diagram and swept it across the orc warriors. The orc warriors covered by the Tai Chi diagram had their bodies pulverized and crushed by its powerful force, their bodies exploding apart. Not a single orc warrior could stop them. The Tai Chi diagram moved with incredible speed, sweeping from left to right, turning all the orc warriors it encountered into blood and gore. The soldiers were given a short rest. Seeing their lord unleash divine power, their morale soared, and they roared with earth-shattering force. The Lord is invincible. The Lord is invincible. The Lord is invincible. The thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire territory. Zhou Yan's Tai Chi diagram is far more powerful than these. He controlled the Tai Chi diagram to rush towards the boss, and soon arrived on the boss's head. Yin-yang explosion. With a single hand, he pressed down, and the Tai Chi diagram transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing directly into the ground. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out, followed by a huge mushroom cloud, accompanied by earth-shaking tremors, just like an earthquake. The terrifying energy shockwave annihilated everything on the ground, demonstrating just how powerful this attack was. After doing all this, he transformed into a beam of light and headed toward the other 3 city walls. However, he didn't need to take action against the other 3 bosses, because the other heroes also possessed great strength and many powerful skills. By the time he arrived, those bosses were almost dead. However, he still summoned the Tai Chi diagram and killed all the monsters in front of him. He had already taken on all the monsters on the other 3 sides, and his energy was quite depleted. He started drinking from the spiritual spring and eating spiritual fruits to recover. The monsters are becoming more and more like a regular army. 6 types of troops have appeared: orc shield warriors, spearmen, axemen, dragon knights, archers, and flying monsters. They are no longer a chaotic mess, but rather as if they are trained, and they have begun to advance towards the territory. It's already 9 o'clock, and there are still 3 hours left before the trial ends. He must do everything he can to hold off the monster's attack for the next 3 hours. The flying monsters are still of the ordinary type, and their numbers are about the same as before, only about 1,000. These flying magical beasts were the first to fly towards the territory, and were immediately attacked by the defensive towers. Only about 100 of them managed to dodge the tower's attacks, and flew directly towards the King's Crystal. To be on the safe side, Zhou Yin immediately went to the King's Crystal and launched an attack on the flying magical beasts. Hundreds of flying magical beasts flew in from 4 directions, 1 from each direction. He stood next to the King's Crystal and used Thunderstorm to attack the flying monsters. The flying monster attacked the King's Crystal and was then hit by a series of thunderbolts and lightning bolts. The more than 400 flying magical beasts were killed by King Crystal and Zhou Yin in no time. Only a pile of treasure chests remained on the ground. After killing the flying monsters, he headed back towards the defensive tower and began killing more monsters. Although these orc warriors were quite strong, the white-robed ghost soldiers and the trapped camp were equally formidable. With their advantages in level and equipment, they managed to hold off the monsters despite suffering some losses. At 9:50, 2 silver bosses appeared. Without hesitation, he activated his second skill, unleashing a terrifying high-energy cannon that instantly engulfed 2 powerful silver-tier bosses, leaving them no chance to even make a move. After the second skill was activated, the formation of the orc warriors in front of them was broken. As the soldiers charged around, they quickly slaughtered the monsters. After a while, a notification came. Territory notification: you have completed the advanced quest, defeating 10 silver quality monsters. Reward: 2,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality building chest. A newcomer trial announcement will be held. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? He hadn't expected another reward, but this task was truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, so the fact that there was a reward made sense. No. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. You have completed the advancement quest and defeated 10 silver quality monsters. Reward: 2,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality building chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. You have completed the advancement quest and defeated 10 silver quality monsters. Reward: 2,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality building chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. You have completed the advancement quest and defeated 10 silver quality monsters. Reward: 2,000 reputation points, 1 SSS quality building chest. Chapter 117, The Golden Boss. Another building treasure chest was awarded as a reward. Opening it would grant you an SSS quality building chest, so it opened itself. Territory notification: acquired SSS, missile tower. It's a defense tower. Zhou Yin was surprised. He never expected that he would be able to build a defensive tower, let alone a high-tech one. Although other buildings cannot be constructed in the territory, defensive towers can still be built. The main issue is that the defensive towers are small, so even if they are upgraded, the area won't increase much. It will only make the towers taller and increase their power. I wonder what changes this missile turret will undergo after its evolution. He was very curious. This defensive tower was already of SSS quality, and after evolving, it would surely become even more powerful. He immediately began constructing the defensive tower. Territory notification: build a missile tower, and the missile tower will evolve into a plasma nuclear bomb tower. Holy crap! Plasma nuclear bomb turret. Just hearing the name sounds pretty impressive. He immediately checked the attributes of the defensive tower. Architecture: plasma nuclear bomb tower. Level 1. Upgrade required: 10,000 spirit coins. Quality: RRR. Defense: 1,000/1,000. Special Attribute 1. Plasma Missile Attack. Attack range, 1,000 kilometers. Description: humanity's most advanced technological missile, capable of destroying a planet. He was taken aback. This turret has been upgraded to the highest quality. This defensive tower is 2 levels more powerful than the high-energy mechanical turret. Upgrading to the next level costs 10,000 spirit coins. This defensive tower seems to be a huge money pit. However, with this defensive tower, the battles to come will definitely be much easier. He was very eager to see the attack capabilities of this defensive tower. He upgraded the defense tower first. Territory notification. Consuming 10,000 spirit coins, the plasma nuclear bomb tower. Level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 20,000 spirit coins, the plasma nuclear bomb tower. Level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins, the plasma nuclear bomb tower. Level has been upgraded to level 4. However, once you upgrade to level 10, you'll need other materials. Architecture, plasma nuclear bomb tower. Level 10. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 spirit coins, 1 piece of high-energy alloy of 6 stars or higher. Quality, RRR. Defense, 10,000/10,000. Special Attribute 1. Plasma Missile Attack. Special Attribute 2. Nuclear Attack. Each nuclear missile will consume 100 million spirit coins. Attack range, 10,000 kilometers. Description: the most advanced missile technology that humanity can create is capable of destroying a planet. After seeing the stats of this defensive tower, he was completely speechless. This turret's attacks are indeed terrifying. After the upgrade, it was indeed able to launch nuclear attacks. However, each attack costs 100 million spirit coins, which is an expense that most people cannot afford. This turret's second skill should only be used as a trump card. This defensive tower can cover all monsters in the entire territory, no matter where it is placed. Let's see how powerful it is. He controlled the defensive tower, attacking the newly appeared monsters in front of him. Then, a series of 10 plasma missiles flew out from the plasma nuclear bomb tower, hurtling rapidly toward the direction he had specified. The plasma nuclear bomb tower has a very long attack range, a full 10,000 kilometers, so it can attack monsters at great distances. The missiles, trailing trails of flame, launched a barrage of attacks on the monsters several kilometers away at extremely high speed. Boom, boom, boom. 10 fireballs rose up, and the earth-shattering sound left everyone dumbfounded. My goodness, what if this thing falls into someone else's territory? He believed that one shot would be enough to give the other side a hard time. Awesome. He was very happy. After all, this is an evolution of an SSS-quality defensive tower. It is incomparable to ordinary defensive towers. The soldiers can finally relax a lot. He felt relieved. He began to control the defensive tower, attacking the territory in turn from all 4 directions, thus relieving the pressure on the soldiers in each direction. The plasma nuclear bomb tower can launch 10 incredibly powerful missiles at a time, and each attack can wipe out a large number of enemies. However, its attack interval is relatively long. After all, it is only a level 10 defensive tower. Regardless of the sheer power of those 10 missiles, they were simply too formidable. Each one could inflict devastating casualties on these monsters. This greatly reduced the pressure on the soldiers. As expected, after a wave of attacks from the plasma nuclear bomb towers, the remaining monsters were attacked by other defensive towers, and the number of monsters that were able to survive and appear on the city wall was reduced by half. This is the power unleashed by a top-tier defensive tower. That's incredibly powerful. Facing these monsters, the soldiers not only felt half the pressure, but were also able to unleash their full strength. They can also get more rest time. At 10:50, before he could even see the boss, he saw his reputation value increase. Territory notification. Slay 3 level 20 silver orc dragoon generals. Gain an additional 120 reputation. Unfortunately, both bosses were taken out by a single missile attack. Just as it was 11 o'clock, he saw the missiles of the plasma nuclear bomb tower explode in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these missiles were prioritizing attacks on the monsters in the air. This delighted him. The defensive tower was incredibly powerful. With such a defensive tower in place, the air security of the territory is greatly guaranteed. After the rookie trial ends, he plans to place the plasma nuclear bomb tower next to the King's Crystal. He is no longer worried about the flying monsters in the sky. There's only 1 hour left until the newbie trial. He was very much looking forward to seeing how much of a reward he would receive this time. Time slowly passed. At 11:30, he was bewildered to hear a notification. Territory notification. You have completed the hidden quest of the newcomer trial, defeating 1 gold quality monster. Reward: 1,000 reputation points, 1 golden cloak chest. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to reveal your territory name, real name, and nationality? A boss of gold quality? He didn't even see him. It seems this is all thanks to the plasma nuclear bomb tower. No. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 gold quality monster to receive 1,000 reputation points and 1 golden cloak chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 gold quality monster to receive 1,000 reputation points and 1 golden cloak chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 gold quality monster to receive 1,000 reputation points and 1 golden cloak chest. Chapter 118, War Beast. The Lord remained speechless throughout the entire newcomer trial. What exactly is the quality of this guy's territory? How come even a gold quality boss has appeared? They were truly speechless. Among the new lords, a very small number possessed considerable information about the newcomer trials. When they heard the announcement, they were immediately shocked. Silver quality monsters have appeared quite frequently in the history of the newcomer trials. Therefore, while they were surprised by the previous announcement, it was also understandable. However, gold quality monsters are extremely rare. In the history of the newbie trials, the last time an announcement of a gold quality monster being killed was made was several hundred years ago. What does it prove that such an announcement has appeared again today, hundreds of years later? This fully proves that this person's Lord's heart is definitely of gold god-level quality, also known as mythic quality Lord's heart. Moreover, this Lord has developed his territory into a very powerful one, far surpassing theirs. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to even spawn a boss of gold quality. Only lords of mythic quality can spawn bosses of gold quality or higher. A lord's heart of orange legendary quality is something that cannot be achieved. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but feel a little helpless. How tragic it is to live in the same era as such a monstrous lord. While there may not be many people in each era who possess the heart of a golden lord, there are always a few. However, very few people can go far in the newcomer trials. The newcomer trials are simply too difficult for these new lords. Both the number of monsters and their attack strength pose a huge challenge to them. Over the centuries, only this mysterious lord has managed to hold on until now. This alone is enough to demonstrate just how difficult it is. On the other hand, new lords at the orange legendary level, as long as they aren't too unlucky and don't act recklessly, can generally make it to the end and get decent rewards. Moreover, almost all new lords with orange legendary status have dominated the new lord rankings in previous years. This time, a dark horse has emerged out of nowhere, concealing all its information. They only know that a prodigy has appeared this year, but they don't know who this person is, or even their country. International Chat Channel. My rookie trial is over, and I'm just waiting for the results to be announced tomorrow. I hope I can get a good reward. It's almost midnight. Is that mysterious big shot still fighting monsters? My crystal was almost shattered by the monster. I didn't expect to encounter a level 10 bronze level boss in the end. Brother upstairs, I was only dealing with a boss of the level 8 rank, and I almost failed. That expert has already killed a gold level boss, which should be level 10. There's really no comparison. Stop guessing. This person is from our Goryeo kingdom. We Koreans are very low-key and never reveal any information. Yes, it's you people from Goryeo, because your entire Goryeo kingdom are subjects of our Shenlong kingdom. I think there is a high probability that it is someone from our country of India. Our country of India will become a world power sooner or later. From India? Did you become number 1 in the world by relying on your Ganges River and cow dung? How can a bunch of inferiors be worthy of being compared with the people of our Yamato race? This person is definitely a super ninja of our Dongying kingdom. How could your countries possibly produce such geniuses? Only people from free Western countries like ours can cultivate such geniuses. Zhou Yin is currently fighting monsters, so he doesn't have time to pay attention to the various chat channels. With only half an hour left, he dared not be distracted in the slightest. The boss appeared early at 11:30, which surprised him a bit. However, everything on the battlefield was under his control, and as long as no major changes occurred, this trial would soon be over. As time went by, the number of monsters increased, one after another, constantly charging towards the territory. However, they all fell before the territory. 11:40, 11:50. Roar! A deafening roar rang out, startling him completely. In a hazy state, he seemed to sense an even more powerful aura approaching his territory. Knock, knock, knock. The earth roared, far more powerful than any previous tremor. What kind of monster is this? He looked curiously into the distance and soon saw a colossal beast appear before him. This behemoth was far more powerful and larger than any other monster. The behemoth before us is at least 10 meters tall, exceeding the current height of the Great Wall. He quickly began to look up information about the giant beast. Monsters, war beasts. Quality, dark gold. Race, orc. Level, 30. Special, growth, strength, defense, vitality, behemoth beam. Description: a colossal beast that grows extremely fast, enslaved and domesticated from a young age by many powerful civilizations for use in conquering other worlds, hence its reputation as a war behemoth. This war behemoth is in its growth stage. Holy crap, it's a level 30 legendary boss. He was taken aback, then muttered to himself, could there be 4 of these monsters? However, he clearly did not sense any other monsters like this elsewhere, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that 4 of these bosses would come at once, which would be a bit troublesome. It's already 10 meters tall even in its growth stage. I wonder how powerful it will be in its mature stage. Golden orc dragon riders behind the war behemoth, and the war behemoth must have been brought by them. He controlled the plasma nuclear bomb tower and launched an attack on the war behemoth. With the attack power of this defensive tower, it should not be a problem to fight against this war behemoth. But he clearly underestimated the methods of this final wave of monsters. Just as the 10 plasma missiles were about to hit the war behemoth, the 2 golden bosses cast spells, and one of them created a powerful shield that appeared in front of the war behemoth. The other one unleashed a fierce energy shockwave, attacking the 10 plasma missiles. Boom! However, the plasma missiles were very fast, and not all of them were intercepted. Only 2 missiles were detonated, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The shockwave hit the shield, which shattered with a crack after a short time. The gold-quality orc mage clearly underestimated the power of the plasma missile. After its shield shattered, the remaining energy struck the war behemoth. Subsequently, the remaining plasma missiles also engulfed the war behemoth. Boom! Roar! A series of explosions rang out, followed by a deafening roar. The plasma missile failed to kill the war behemoth. Its defenses were extremely strong. Author's note: I went to visit relatives for the new year yesterday and didn't get back until very late, so I didn't post this in the early morning. I'm posting it now that I'm done with my work. Chapter 119, Slaying the War Beast. The plasma nuclear bomb tower is only level 10, while this war behemoth is a level 30 dark gold boss. Its defense and recovery capabilities are far superior to those of a level 20 gold boss. However, this war behemoth was injured. Its back was heavily armored, but its abdomen was not, and bright red blood flowed from it. This is its weakness, and Zhou Yin will naturally take advantage of it once he sees it. The design of the war monster looked a lot like a movie he had seen on Earth called Godzilla. However, this war behemoth had very sharp claws, a relatively short tail, a large head with rows of sharp teeth, and eyes that emitted a bluish glow in the night. It rapidly advanced towards its territory. Zhou Yin controlled the plasma nuclear bomb tower, targeting the 2 level 20 gold bosses. He had to take them down first. These are 2 orc dragon riders with ranged attack capabilities, each wielding a staff, and surrounded by several other dragon riders protecting them. However, these defenses are practically useless against attacks from the plasma nuclear turret. The plasma nuclear bomb tower unleashed 10 more plasma missiles, rapidly attacking the enemy. The 2 bosses are the same as before. One activates a magical barrier to protect the war behemoth, while the other tries to intercept the missiles. They assumed the target of this attack was still the war behemoth. Unfortunately, the missile bypassed the war behemoths and headed straight for them. The golden boss's magic missed its target, and its interception efforts were in vain. It failed to stop a single missile. They never expected that these missiles would be coming for them. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to escape, it was too late. 10 missiles completely engulfed them, and the energy of the explosions covered the entire area. Boom! Boom! The 2 golden bosses were thus eliminated. However, the war behemoth continued its advance, heading towards the territory. Its enormous size put immense pressure on everyone, and it was imperative to eliminate it as soon as possible. The plasma nuclear bomb tower launched another attack, with 10 missiles raining down from the sky, continuing their assault on the war behemoth, this time targeting its abdomen. 10 missiles were scattered and attacked the belly of the war behemoth from different places. The war behemoth reached out to grab them, intending to crush these iron lumps, but the missiles were too fast, and it only managed to catch one of them. Just as they were about to crush the iron lump, the missile roared and unleashed terrifying energy, blasting the entire arm of the war behemoth apart. Roar! The war behemoth roared in pain. The other 9 missiles also quickly exploded in front of the war behemoth. The missiles all landed on the war behemoth, but because the war behemoth had been damaged by previous bombs, the bombs were deflected when they exploded, and only 2 of them exploded in the war behemoth's abdomen. Even so, it still caused great damage to the war behemoth, whose entire body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. It wasn't dead, but it was badly injured and kept rolling around and howling. However, it seemed to become enraged and quickly stood up, its body emerging from the smoke, revealing its battered body, its eyes filled with furious flames. It was indeed badly injured. One of its arms had exploded, leaving only a claw. It became a one-clawed behemoth. It roared furiously toward its territory, its howl echoing in all directions. Then, dragging its wounded body, it ran quickly toward its territory, seeking revenge and wanting to destroy the territory's defensive towers. The war behemoth quickly entered the attack range of the high-energy turret, and barges of cannon fire erupted on its body. However, the war behemoth's defenses were very strong. It was protecting its abdomen, and these cannon fires only provided some resistance, without causing fatal damage. Whoosh whoosh! A barrage of plasma bombs hurtled toward the war behemoth once more, this time targeting one of its feet. 10 missiles transformed into streaks of fire, striking the war behemoth's feet from different directions. They quickly landed on the behemoth's feet and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. 10 plasma bombs simultaneously struck the foot of the war behemoth, the terrifying energy severing one of its legs. The war behemoth roared even louder. It was in great pain, rolling, struggling, and howling on the ground. The orc warriors on the ground were affected, and many were crushed and killed by the war behemoth. The defensive towers paid no heed to the war behemoth's suffering and launched another attack. The high-energy laser turrets covered the area, and plasma bombs attacked again, with both defensive towers launching attacks simultaneously. A series of explosions once again engulfed the war behemoth. It doesn't seem to be dead yet. It has a very strong will to live, but this time its voice was much weaker. Even if it is not dead yet, it is not far from death. Another wave of bombs covered it, and it finally fell silent. Territory notification. You have completed the hidden quest of the newcomer trial, defeating 1 unique quality monster. Reward: 5,000 reputation points, 1 unique shoulder armor chest. A newcomer trial announcement will be made. Would you like to reveal your territory name, real name, and nationality? No. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. Hidden newcomer trial quest. Defeat 1 dark gold quality monster for a reward of 5,000 reputation points and 1 dark gold shoulder armor chest. Everyone fell silent. I was utterly shocked. Good heavens. This guy really enjoyed being on TV. Here we go again. This time, they even killed the dark gold boss. Is this guy even human? A reward of 5,000 reputation points. Add a unique shoulder armor chest. It makes countless people so envious their eyes practically pop out of their heads. The new recruit trials are almost over, and you've pulled this stunt again. You're clearly not trying to put them in a good mood. The entire newcomer trial was peaceful until Zhou Yan's announcement disrupted the peace again, and people started talking about it again. This is all because of Zhou Yan. Only after the war behemoth was destroyed did Zhou Yan feel completely relieved, and he immediately shifted the attack of the plasma nuclear bomb tower to the other 3 directions. At 11:59, territory notification. You have completed the advanced quest, defeating 10 gold quality monsters. Reward: 4,000 reputation points, 1 dark gold quality chest. A newcomer trial announcement will be held. Would you like to disclose your territory name, real name, and nationality? He really didn't want it to be like this. But the reward is coming, and there's no stopping it. No. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. You have completed the advanced quest and defeated 10 gold quality monsters. Reward: 4,000 reputation points, 1 dark gold treasure chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. You have completed the advanced quest and defeated 10 gold quality monsters. Reward: 4,000 reputation points, 1 dark gold treasure chest. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory unknown, Lord unknown, nationality unknown. You have completed the advanced quest and defeated 10 gold quality monsters. Reward: 4,000 reputation points, 1 dark gold treasure chest. Author's note. There will be another chapter at midnight. I suggest reading them together tomorrow. Chapter 120, The Newcomer Trial ends. The new recruit trials have all ended. Rewards settlement begins. Wipeout. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards, basic reward, 100 million soul coins, 100 million spirit coins, and 1 random R-grade skill book. Additional reward for rating, 200 million soul coins, 200 million spirit coins, and 1 random R-grade cultivation technique. Newcomer trial announcement. The newcomer trial is now complete. All results, rankings, and rewards will be announced and distributed at 7 a.m. After 8 a.m., everyone may leave the newcomer trial. You may stay in the newcomer trial until 12 a.m. at the latest. After 12 a.m., you will be forcibly teleported out of the newcomer trial. Newcomer trial announcement. The newcomer trial is now complete. All results, rankings, and rewards will be announced and distributed at 7 a.m. After 8 a.m., everyone may leave the newcomer trial. You may stay in the newcomer trial until 12 a.m. at the latest. After 12 a.m., you will be forcibly teleported out of the newcomer trial. Newcomer trial announcement. The newcomer trial is now complete. All results, rankings, and rewards will be announced and distributed at 7 a.m. After 8 a.m., everyone may leave the newcomer trial. You may stay in the newcomer trial until 12 a.m. at the latest. After 12 a.m., you will be forcibly teleported out of the newcomer trial. It's finally over. Zhou Yin lay on the ground, finally able to relax. After 30 days, he had finally finished this trial. He approached Chun Qingji and said, "After cleaning up the battlefield, let everyone rest for a day. Once the soldiers are rested, let them enter the inheritance temple to undergo the inheritance trial. I won't be entering the Lord's world so soon." "Yes, Lord." Chun Qingji accepted the order. The soldiers are really exhausted these days, especially the last 3 days, when they were basically in high-intensity combat. After the new recruits finish their trials, they need to rest for a while before they can change jobs. Even if only half of the more than 1,000 people successfully change jobs, it will still bring him a lot of attribute points. He arrived in the underworld. A chilly aura swept over me, and given that it was still late at night, to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he was the one who built this building, I would have felt a bit uneasy after arriving here. It's so desolate and gloomy here. Only a spirit like Nie Xiaoqian would like to stay in such a place. Fallen soldiers by spending soul coins. If no body is sent here, it will take at least 7 days to be resurrected. If a body is sent here, it will take more than 20 hours. This is also why he tried his best to have the body brought back. After doing all this, he returned to the spiritual bamboo house and took out the reward. 1 golden cloak chest, 1 dark gold shoulder armor chest, 2 dark gold chests, 1 R-grade random skill book, and 1 R-grade random cultivation technique. The dark gold chest comes in 2 forms. One is a reward, and the other is dropped by the war beast. The war beast also drops an extra item called war fragment, but you need to collect 3 to combine into 1. Its function is to summon a war beast, but it can only last for 24 hours. He also collected many good things from the war behemoth. In addition to these, there are also 300 million soul coins and spirit coins, and tens of thousands of reputation points. This reward is very generous and enough for him to make his territory even stronger. He actually wanted the special building reward, but the special building reward was obviously not so easy to obtain. Being able to obtain it in the past was already considered lucky. He needs to make thorough preparations for the next period of time, because the arrival in the Lord's world is also full of endless dangers. The Lord's continent is vast and boundless, like a world without end or edge. No one knows how big the Lord's continent really is, or how many undiscovered continents there are. It is a place full of boundless hope and wonder. With enough chance, even an ordinary white-quality Lord's heart can become a powerful Lord. The quality of a Lord's heart does not determine a person's future achievements. Throughout the history of Lords, there are countless examples of ordinary Lords who rose to become powerful warlords, and many even achieved immortality. He is already far ahead of many people, but he cannot be proud and complacent because of this small achievement. Too many prodigies perish because of their small achievements, becoming too arrogant and conceited. On the contrary, ordinary lords quietly develop their territories and grow stronger, only to shock the world when their talents are revealed. As for those lords who haven't been exposed, no one knows how many they've hidden. Never underestimate anyone. Always be vigilant and always defend your territory. Lord. An hour later, Jiao Chan and the others arrived at the spiritual bamboo house. Li Shuang also came to Zhou Yin and reported the general situation of the territory to him. After learning the general situation of the territory, He told Li Shuang that he would handle all the problems reported and that she should not worry. Once the population of a territory increases, the problem of food and drink must be addressed as a priority. People of high rank and strength need a considerable amount of ordinary food to meet their daily energy needs. Food imbued with spiritual energy is the best choice. However, not everyone can own a spiritual field. However, in the world of lords, the flesh and blood of various monsters are themselves a type of food rich in energy. In addition, once one's cultivation level reaches the 70th level or above, one rarely needs to eat food. One can simply absorb the necessary elements from the world through cultivation. The human body requires the most energy when cultivating from the first level of cultivation to the 50th level. Between the 50th and 70th heavens, the amount of food needed gradually decreases. The territory's food shortage isn't too great, but if you want to develop further, you need to upgrade the spirit field level, or you'll need to acquire another spirit field building. Even the spiritual spring isn't enough. We need to find a solution. As for other aspects, it's not too bad. The main problem is that with a large population, there's always a shortage of daily necessities and clothing. This would require him to purchase in large quantities. Fortunately, his 5-star hotel had enough supplies. The 5-star hotel was originally intended as a dormitory for people within the territory. Apart from the lack of clothes for changing, it had enough other necessities. Let's put these trivial matters aside for now. He placed these items in front of Jiao Chan and Junmi, saying, "Come, let's see what good things you can get." They were already quite used to these kinds of things, but they were still a little surprised when they saw the unique treasure chest. Unique treasure chest. 2 are rewards, and 1 is obtained through a lucky draw, Zhou Yin replied. There should be several more dark gold treasure chests left, Junmi replied. She had been paying attention to the items in the treasure room, so she mentioned it. Oh really? He was quite surprised. The war beast is a level 30 legendary boss, so it's normal for it to drop legendary treasure chests. However, other monsters also dropped rare treasure chests, which must be due to the territory bonus. It should have been dropped by the gold boss, Junmi said. He looked into the treasure room, and, sure enough, there were 2 more dark gold treasure chests. Took out more than 200 gold chests. Chapter 121, Opening the Chest, Opening the Chest. Diao Chan and Junmi each took a dark gold treasure chest. The moment they opened it, a dark gold light burst out from the chest. This is a piece of equipment, and it's jewelry. Diao Chan held a necklace that shone with a dark golden light in her hand, and looked at Zhou Yin with great pleasure. Mine is a skill book, Junmi replied. Let me see. Zhou Yin took the necklace and examined it closely. The piece of equipment was very beautiful, with exquisite patterns engraved on it. The chain looked like it was made of polished purple gold, and the center of the necklace was a piece of white jade that emitted a dark golden light. I opened the properties and took a look. Equipment, Holy Word Necklace. Quality, dark gold. Durability, 450/450. Attribute 1, Spirit plus 50. Attribute 2, Spell damage plus 18%. Attribute 3, Mental damage plus 15%. Attribute 4, Energy-based damage -10%. Attribute 5, Additional shield 1000/1000. Equipment requirements, level 30, 10th heaven or above. Description, a necklace blessed by a goddess of divine word. This piece of equipment has very powerful attributes. It increases the spirit attribute by 50 points alone, and also has 2 damage reduction attributes, making it a powerful piece of equipment that combines offense and defense. This equipment is not suitable for Diao Chan. He looked at Junmi and said, "Put this equipment on." "Thank you, Lord." Junmi handed the skill book to Zhou Yin, then put on this sacred word necklace, making her attacks even stronger. "Very beautiful," Jiao Chan praised from the side. "It looks great," Nia Xiaoqian also said. Junmi unlocked an A-quality skill book. Item, Soul Slash. Quality A. Introduction, can be learned if the spirit, soul, attribute is greater than 200 points. This skill book is pretty good. Junmi already has enough skills, so there's no need for more. Zhou Yin handed the skill book to Nia Xiaoqian, since she had relatively few skills, making it the best choice for her. "Thank you, Lord." Nia Xiaoqian smiled and accepted the gift. Diao Chan and Junmi opened 2 more dark gold treasure chests. This time, Diao Chan obtained a dark gold quality helmet forging blueprint. This blueprint is very valuable, but it requires 5-star or higher or to forge. Junmi received a dark gold quality longsword with very powerful attributes. Zhou Yin took the sword and presented it to Sun Shangxiang, saying, "Take this weapon. Go to the Inheritance Temple tomorrow to change your class." "Good." Sun Shangxiang was very decisive. She swung the dark gold weapon around and was quite satisfied. Zhou Yin always liked her personality. She was straightforward and never pretentious. He also wanted Sun Shangxiang to complete her job change as soon as possible, and then Jiao Chan took the golden cloak treasure chest, and Junmi took the dark gold shoulder armor treasure chest. Two beams of light flashed, and two pieces of equipment appeared. Jiao Chan obtained a white cloak embroidered with a dragon, which looked very cool and majestic. He clicked on the attributes to check them. Equipment, white dragon cloak. Quality, gold. Durability, 200/200. Attribute 1, agility +20. Attribute 2, spirit +10. Attribute 3, mental defense +10. Attribute 4, perception +20. Equipment requirement, level 20. Description, a cloak made from the hide of a white dragon demon beast. Although he didn't have any cloak-like equipment, upon seeing this piece of equipment, he didn't intend to use it himself. He intended to give it to Chun Qingji to use, which would be a good use of it. After putting away the white glue cloak, he checked the attributes of another shoulder armor piece. Equipment, Tyrannosaurus Rex shoulder armor. Quality, dark gold. Durability, 500/500. Attribute 1, strength +40. Attribute 2, agility +20. Attribute 3, additional stamina +20. Attribute 4, stamina recovery +10%. Attribute 5, reduces all damage received by 5%. Set bonus, none. Equipment requirements, level 30, strength 50. Description, one of the Tyrannosaurus 9 sets. Each additional piece unlocks a set bonus. Zhou Yin was surprised. He hadn't expected it to be a set of equipment. Moreover, it's a 9-piece set of equipment, which is extremely rare and difficult to collect. Shoulder armor is a type of extra equipment, and wearing it significantly enhances his overall attributes. Let's open all the other treasure chests, Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan and Junmi first activated the hundreds of golden equipment items, and each time they were activated, a golden light would appear. In the end, he obtained about 200 pieces of gold equipment, several pieces of jewelry, more than a dozen skill books, 2 gold equipment forging blueprints, and more than a dozen one-time consumable talismans. There's also a B-quality job change certificate. Although he doesn't think much of this job, it's still quite valuable in the Lord's continent. Next, you can open treasure chests of other qualities. There are a lot of treasure chests today, nearly 800,000 chests of various qualities. 2 women can start with 1 click, and a group of 99 can start together. Even so, it still takes some time to start them all. Zhou Yin, on the other hand, upgraded everyone in his territory, raising the level of all the remaining soldiers who had not yet reached level 30 to level 30. Then, raised the level of all soldiers above squad leader in the territory to level 40. As for the other soldiers, level 30 is sufficient for now. The higher the level, the more soul coins are needed, so he can only prioritize upgrading the level of the high-level soldiers first. He certainly can't spend all of the more than 300 million soul coins, but he will need to add many more soldiers later, so he will definitely need to save them to upgrade the level of the later soldiers. After everyone reached level 40, their strength increased significantly once again. The monsters on the last day are very powerful and of high quality, resulting in better quality treasure chests and the best items you can get from them. It took a long time to open all 800,000 treasure chests. If it weren't for the organization function of the treasure room, just organizing these equipment would have kept him busy for a long time. After the event, I obtained approximately 50 million soul coins and 20 million spirit coins. There's also a lot of equipment, with around 50,000 pieces of black iron equipment, more than 90,000 pieces of bronze equipment, more than 10,000 pieces of silver equipment. There are also several hundred pieces of gold equipment. There were also a lot of skill books, materials, job change scrolls, forging blueprints, one-time scrolls, and other items. With more treasure chests opened and some pretty good antiques found, he gained a lot of attribute points. He replaced all the equipment on Jiao Chan and the others with gold equipment, and he also started to put on a few pieces of dark gold equipment himself. Everyone's strength has improved a lot. The remaining equipment, skills, and other items will naturally be handled by Li Shuang, Jiao Chan, Junmi, Qin Qingji, and others. They will take care of the disposal of these items, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Anyway, all the unwanted equipment will eventually be handed over to him for sale. There are many lords in the Lord's world, and many of them lack equipment, so there's no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Chapter 122, Zhang Sen successfully changes jobs. After all the matters concerning the territory are settled, all that's left is to wait until 8 a.m. to announce the results and rewards of this trial. Zhou Yin was really looking forward to the rewards from this trial. After all, he only got SS a few times at the end of each trial, and the rest were SSS. Even in the history of the Lord's world, such an achievement is something to be proud of. Everyone was quite tired, and Zhou Yin himself had been busy all day. Tonight, he would meditate alone in a cross-legged position. As for Zhao Chan and Junmi, they were also confined to their rooms to cultivate. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor that can not only enhance strength, but also relieve fatigue and mental strain, and even heal injuries. Everyone was already awake by 7 o'clock in the morning. The chat channel for the newbie trial is no longer functional, and the trading area has also disappeared. However, people who have added each other as friends can still communicate. Boss, are you awake? Were all those announcements yesterday yours? What do you think the reward will be this time? Overlord of the world, this idiot couldn't resist sending Zhou Yin all sorts of messages early in the morning, asking some pointless questions. In fact, Overlord of the world was really bored. He didn't just send messages to Zhou Yin, but to all his friends. As soon as someone replied, he started chatting like a machine gun. Those who can be his friends must have some ability, but everyone knows what kind of person he is, so until now, no one pays any attention to him. Everyone, including Zhou Yin, directly set the Do Not Disturb mode. With her S-level culinary skills, Lu Yu had prepared a sumptuous breakfast well in advance. After Zhou Yin and the women finished eating, they checked the time, 7:30. When waiting, time always seems to pass too slowly. Everything was running smoothly within the territory. Li Shuang was in charge of everything, from irrigating the spirit field to other daily tasks. Nie Xiaoqian went to the underworld to cultivate on her own. Zhenmi helped Li Shuang with some daily chores. She has good administrative skills, so it was a good thing for her to help. The main purpose is to arrange for people from the territory to enter the Temple of Inheritance for trials. Soldiers from the territory all had to go in. More than 1,000 people entered in batches, choosing a suitable profession to inherit. As for Jiao Chan, she followed Zhou Yin around the territory and then arrived at the mysterious shop. I refreshed 5 job change scrolls today, but the quality wasn't very good. The best job change scroll was only B quality. He bought them all. Refreshing again, there are 5 more job change scrolls. I was lucky this time. I got an S quality job change scroll. The other 4 job change scrolls are all of B quality or lower. Buying them would be enough to sell them for some money. Item: Flame Maiden Job Change Scroll. Quality S. Description: This skill is restricted to female characters. Users can change their class to this one by passing the trial of the Flame Maiden within the scroll space. It will disappear after use. Please be well prepared before using it. Price: 10 million spirit coins. Although it's restricted to women, S-quality professions, especially magic-based ones, are very rare. According to his calculations, increasing the price 5-fold is definitely not a problem. Mystery shop. If he doesn't need a good item, he can make a lot of money by selling it to others. When he came out of the mysterious shop, there were already many fewer people in the territory. They had all gone into the Temple of Inheritance. Territory notification. Congratulations to Territory resident Zhang San for successfully completing the trial and changing to the only profession, Outlaw Gunner. One person has successfully changed jobs at the Temple of Inheritance, unlocking the Inheritor class trait, granting a +5 to all attributes. Hey, Zhang San has finally completed the trial. It is worth mentioning that Zhang San has successfully completed the trial and emerged from the Hall of Inheritance. Zhang San's profession still surprised him. He never expected that this guy could pass such a trial. The only professional skill is very difficult to pass, so it's no wonder it took him so long to complete it. Before long, Zhang San happily approached Zhou Yin, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, Zhang San has successfully completed the inheritance trial, living up to expectations. Not bad. You have lived up to my expectations. The territory will need you to protect it from now on. Zhou Yin nodded with great satisfaction. Zhang San will defend the territory to the death. Zhang San replied. Zhou Yin selected a gold-quality spear from the treasure room and said to Zhang San, You are the first soldier I summoned. Take this weapon and go report to General Chen Qingji. Thank you, Lord. Then, Zhang San said in surprise, General Chen has arrived too. Go ahead. He probably hasn't entered the Temple of Inheritance yet, Zhou Yin said. After Zhang San left, Zhou Yin checked Zhang San's profession. Soldier, Zhang San. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, SSS, same as building. Loyalty, 100. Unit type, white-robed ghost soldier. Level, 10. Upgrade requirement, 150 soul coins. Charm, 62. Lucky, 62. Strength, 137. Constitution, 126. Agility, 112. Spirit, 115. Class, Outlaw Gunslinger. Damage increased by 100% when wielding a gun, and additional damage from gun skills increased by 50%. Talent, White-Robed Ghost Soldier. Constitution plus 10%. Skill, White-Robed Ghost Formation. Requires at least 10 ghost soldiers to cast together. Strength plus 50%. Defense plus 50%. Description, due to a special evolution, its base attributes have increased tenfold. When led by a general and deployed in a military formation, it will unleash even greater power. Zhang San's current attributes have become very strong, and with this unique profession, he is very much looking forward to what surprises Zhang San will bring him in the future. After wandering around for a while, he arrived at the forging workshop. My lord, I'm also going to the Temple of Inheritance, hoping to obtain the forging techniques of the ancient dwarves. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, Jerry immediately bowed to him. Don't worry, there are countless inheritances in the Temple of Inheritance. You will definitely be able to find the inheritance you need. I wish you good luck. Zhou Yan also hoped that Jerry would inherit a good profession. These dwarves were all heroes of the territory, and he hoped that every dwarf could inherit a good profession. After watching the dwarves walk towards the Temple of Heritage, the time finally arrived at 8 o'clock. Newcomer Trial Announcement. Congratulations to all lords who have completed the Newcomer Trial. The overall rankings for the Newcomer Trial have been released. Please check them yourself. The rewards for this year have been distributed, and you can claim them. Chapter 123, Number 1, Under Heaven. Congratulations on passing the Newcomer Trial. You have received 100,000 soul coins, 100,000 spirit coins, a set of silver equipment, a set of bronze jewelry, a random D-quality job change skill, a random D-quality skill book, and a random E-quality building. You performed exceptionally well in the Newcomer Trial and have been awarded an additional 200 million soul coins, 200 million spirit coins, a platinum quality treasure chest, a random SSS quality job change certificate scroll, a random SSS quality skill book, and a random SSS quality building. You achieved a score of 2022 out of 1,000 in the 111,111th Newcomer Trial, ranking first overall. You have received the following first-place rewards: 10 million soul coins, 100 million spirit coins, an S-quality barracks, an S-quality job change certificate, and an S-quality skill book. Your achievement is unparalleled in history, surpassing the highest score ever, 1521 points, making you the all-time leader. You are rewarded with 100,000 reputation points, 1 billion soul coins, 1 billion spirit coins, the special title, Number 1 Under Heaven, and an additional random RRR quality building and an RRR quality hero summoning token. The overall ranking for country is forced to be displayed, others can be hidden. Do you want to hide them? Just after 8 o'clock, a series of notifications appeared. He read the messages one by one, and each message made him happier. These rewards are incredibly generous, especially the soul coins, which totaled a staggering over 1.2 billion. This was something he absolutely hadn't considered. He didn't expect his score to exceed twice the total score. Although he didn't know how it was calculated, it was enough that he was not only the first place in this year's competition, but also the first place in the entire history of the Lord World. He collected all the rewards, and the ground was immediately piled high with good stuff. When he saw the last column, he hid all the information and then checked this year's leaderboard. Rankings of the 111,111th Newcomer Trial. 1. Territory Unknown, Lord Unknown, Nationality Divine Dragon Kingdom. Total score 2022. 2. The territory Yi Clan Dragon King belongs to the Lord Yi Bu Fan. The nationality of Divine Dragon Kingdom, and the total score is 901 points. 3. The territory Rhodes Family, Lord of the Gods, belongs to Lord Rhodes Eller. Nationality Beautiful Country. Total score 899 points. 4. Territory Divine Dragon Kingdom, Lord's Force, Team 9527 Qin Yao, Lord Qin Yao. Nationality Divine Dragon Kingdom. Total score 881 points. 5. The territory Beautiful Country, Wild Wolf Force, belongs to Lord Marlowe Mike. Nationality Beautiful Country. Total score 880 points. 6. Territory Eastern Kingdom, Ninja Force, Lord Mikami Tamamesa. Nationality Eastern Kingdom. Total score 880. He glanced at the list casually and found that the Divine Dragon Kingdom occupied 5 of the top 10 spots. As for the rankings after the top 10, he had no interest in looking at them. Zhou Yan was unaware that when this list was released, everyone in the entire Lord's world was stunned. They were all stunned as they looked at the #1 ranked lord with a score of 2022. This result is terrifying. Many people searched for the highest score ever achieved in the newcomer trials, only to find that it was 1,521 points. Good heavens. It's 501 points higher than the highest score in history. What kind of prodigy has emerged in this year's class? Everyone was stunned. High-ranking officials from various countries remained silent for a long time. There is never any cheating involved in the newcomer trials. These results are absolutely genuine and without any exaggeration. Unfortunately, they don't know that there's something called cheating in this world. This score is terrifying. I only got 100 points, and the other person got more than 20 times as many. I'm so ashamed to face anyone. What kind of monster is this? It's so terrifying. 2022 points. It has become the highest in history. How tragic it is to live in the same era as such a monstrous and cruel person. Fortunately, the first place belongs to our divine dragon kingdom. I never expected that such a dark horse was hidden in our country. This isn't just a dark horse, it's an absolute marvel. This is incredible. Everyone says that the divine dragon kingdom is full of hidden talents, and it seems that this is true. I wonder which reclusive master's disciple this is. Bakayuru. We must do everything in our power to find out all the information about this Lord of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. We absolutely cannot let such a person live in this world. We, the United States, will not allow such a person to exist in the world. This guy is a huge threat to us. Find out information on all the current lords of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. We must not allow such monstrous chaos to occur on the Kanglan continent. A storm was brewing outside, with everyone searching for his whereabouts. At this moment, Zhou Yin remained calm and relaxed. He collected all the rewards and placed them on the ground. So many rewards. Jiao Chan was quite surprised when she saw these things. Guess how many soul coins we got as a reward this time? Zhou Yin smiled mysteriously. Seeing how happy Zhou Yin was, Jiao Chan guessed. It can't be 100 million, can it? Chaner, your perspective is too narrow. Zhou Yin smiled. No way. A reward of 100 million soul coins is already quite a lot. Jiao Chan was very surprised. 100 million soul coins requires killing a lot of monsters to get, and this is still too little. Could it be that there's another billion? Jiao Chan said casually. It's still not enough, Zhou Yin said. Not counting the previous ones, this time the total number of soul coins is 1.21 billion and 100 million, Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan was stunned. She quickly asked, and Zhou Yin then told her about the reward. This is actually the highest score ever achieved in the new recruit trial. Jiao Chan was surprised. She didn't know this information, nor did she know the strength of the lords outside. She only knew that the defense in the last few days was not easy. Such an astonishing fortune would definitely allow him to quickly become a powerful figure in his territory. The newcomer trial is indeed an important process for new lords to quickly become stronger. Lords who pass the 30-day trial will receive the following basic rewards: 100,000 soul coins, 100,000 spirit coins, a set of silver equipment, a set of bronze jewelry, a random D-quality job change skill, a random D-quality skill book, and any equality building. He also has another title, #1 under heaven. He had never heard of titles in the Lord's world before, so he was very curious and opened the attributes to take a look. Chapter 124, Max Level Hero. Title, #1 under heaven. Quality, mythical, unique. Attribute 1, all attributes plus 200. Attribute 2, luck plus 200. Attribute 3, charm plus 200. Attribute 4, skill damage plus 200%. Attribute 5, all recovery speeds 100%. Attribute 6, defense plus 100%. Attribute 7, danger perception plus 300%. Attribute 8, reduces all types of damage received by 100%. Attribute 9, cultivation speed plus 200%. Attribute 10, immune to any toxin. Description: only those who achieve the highest score in the history of the newcomer trials are eligible to possess this item. He was completely stunned when he saw these attributes. There are 10 attributes in total, and each one is excellent. The title was very special. After using it, the 4 characters, #1 under heaven, appeared above his head and emitted a 7-colored light that enveloped his entire body. Many girls often fantasize about a Prince Charming appearing before them riding on a colorful cloud. He is the type of Prince Charming in the hearts of many young girls. He chose to hide his title so that no one else could see it except himself. If he were to leave the Lord's world with such a title, he would certainly not live long. That's too flashy. It's always better to be low-key. When he feels that he is truly the best in the world and invincible, he can openly and legitimately reveal his title. When that time comes, Anyone who disagrees will be beaten until they kneel down and sing conquer. He presented the first building reward from the newcomer trial, an equality building. After equipping the title, his luck stat has surpassed that of Giao Chan and Junmi, approaching 400 points, allowing him to unlock anything on his own. With a flash of light, he had already activated the building. Territory notification, acquired an equality building, the bathhouse. It's a bathhouse. This building is needed within the territory. Although there are 5-star hotels with showers, there are more than 1,000 soldiers, and not one person can get a room, so they still have to take turns showering. More soldiers will be summoned later, and then even more soldiers will need to take a bath. He put the bathhouse away. These buildings could only be constructed after he upgraded the territory's level. The territory is still too small. The first thing to do when I go out is to buy materials to upgrade the buildings and then raise the level of the territory. He picked up the S-quality barracks on the ground. This barracks was already S-quality even before it had evolved. If it evolved further, who knew what quality it would become? He clicked to use it. Territory notification, acquired S-quality barracks, breakthrough army. Breakthrough army. He was a little surprised. He knew a bit about this military camp. It was said to be a very powerful type of soldier that appeared on the Kanglan continent 10,000 years ago. Moreover, this military camp is for cavalry. In the world of lords, a high-quality cavalry unit is extremely powerful in combat. However, cavalry naturally need to fight on horseback to unleash their full combat power. This requires warhorses. Good warhorses, combined with good cavalry units, will greatly increase combat effectiveness. He did want to establish a ranch in his territory to raise warhorses, but warhorses require a very large area to be raised. Without a large enough area, it would be impossible to raise warhorses. Of course, cavalry doesn't necessarily have to ride warhorses. If conditions allow, they can even ride dragons. Zhou Yin wouldn't have dared to imagine it before, but now he feels that his future cavalry might be able to raise a group of toothed dragon mounts, or even ride real dragons. Everything depends on whether he can encounter such a riding pet in the future. In the world of lords, there are also many lords who maintain armies that ride high-level magical beasts. However, while this army was highly effective in combat, it was not easy to maintain. Extremely expensive. Without sufficient financial resources, one simply wouldn't dare build such an army. He had one last building left. With great excitement, he brought out the RRR quality building. With a flash of light, the building in his hand began to change. Territory notification, acquired the RRR quality building, City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion? He was speechless. How could a top-class building have turned into such a thing? No problem, though. When the City Lord's Mansion is built, this building can evolve and become a new building. He held 2 skill books in his hands, one of S quality and the other of SSS quality. He opened both skill books, obtained S-rank wind spell and SSS rank sword control technique. Skill, wind spell. Quality S. Introduction, wind attribute spells, comprising 3 main types: wind control spells, wind manipulation spells, and wind-based killing spells. Requirement: applicants must be a spellcaster or similar class to learn this skill. Skill, sword control. Quality, SSS. Introduction: this is a supreme swordsmanship technique for cultivating immortality. One can fly on a sword, control it to kill enemies, nurture a sword spirit within, and cultivate swordsmanship externally. Requirement: must be a cultivator to learn this skill. Both skills are very powerful, and he uses them himself. Learn S wind spell to obtain SSS sword control technique. The 2 skill books transformed into light and entered his body. After his brain received the 2 skills, he discovered that both skills were extremely powerful and were more than just simple skills. The wind spell allows him to manipulate wind, transforming it into various attack methods, though without skill enhancements. Skills of S quality or higher have this function, while skills of lower quality do not have this effect. Therefore, every S-quality skill book is extremely valuable, with prices starting at least 10 million. As for the rest, he felt he didn't really need them. Even with that RRR quality hero summoning token, he wasn't particularly excited. He actually thought this thing could fetch a good amount of money. This is a top-quality hero summoning token. Even in the Lord's world, top-tier heroes are very rare. Unlike him, who can summon high-quality heroes as if they were free. He's like a cheat code. No one else can compare to him. With billions of soul coins and spirit coins in hand, doing whatever you want is easy. He found Diao Chan, Zhenmi, Nie Xiaoqian, and others. Sun Shangxiang had already gone to the Hall of Inheritance. Spent some soul coins to level everyone up first. Territory notification. Soul coins, 40,000. Hero Jiao Chan, Level increased from 40 to 41. Territory notification. Soul coins, 76,000. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 49 to 50. Territory notification. Soul coins, 900,000. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 79 to 80. Territory notification. Soul coins, 4 million. Hero Jiao Chan. Level increased from 99 to 100. He leveled Jiao Chan up to the maximum level immediately. It takes 56.34 million soul coins to level up from level 40 to level 100. By the fact that 1.2 billion soul coins seem like a lot, when it comes to actually spending them, it's far from enough. He then raised Zhenmi, Nie Xiaoqian, and himself to the maximum level. It cost a total of over 200 million soul coins. Suddenly, the territory had 4 max-level characters. Chapter 125, Reputation Pavilion. He hadn't even left the starting village yet, and his level was already maxed out. It is estimated that there are very few in the entire history of the Lord's world. The rewards for the newcomer trial were very generous. This has a lot to do with his Lord's heart quality. The colored Lord's heart has surpassed the mythical quality of the Lord's heart. After the newbie trial, there will be no more rewards, even if he reaches the maximum level now. Therefore, he will really need to rely on his own efforts from now on. After the newcomer trial ended, he had many things to do outside, and could only return to his territory to cultivate at night. Because the entire territory exists in the form of a Lord's heart, and he has not yet descended into the Lord's world, after he leaves, the entire territory will enter his Lord's heart in its original form. If he were to descend into a Lord's world and wish to return to the Kanglan continent, he could choose to leave his territory in its original location while he himself returned to the Kanglan continent. After finishing his business, he could then communicate with the Lord's heart to return to his territory. Zhou Yan felt it was about time and said to the women, "It's about time I left the Lord's world. You can focus on your cultivation in the territory during this period." Okay. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything in the territory. After giving his instructions, he clicked to leave the newbie trial. Teleportation initiated. He felt as if he were in the starry universe, surrounded by starlight. The entire territory seemed to be compressed, forming an independent void, which eventually turned into an ancient scroll, the very scroll in his mind. The ancient scrolls that formed the territory entered his body, and the whole world was enveloped in a dazzling light. He closed his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, he did not go outside, but came to a place that looked like a heavenly palace, surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. The spiritual energy here is indeed very rich. Just by being in it, a considerable amount of spiritual energy was actively absorbed by his body. If one were to cultivate in such a place, the cultivation speed would be at least 100 times faster than outside, because in just a short while, he discovered that the spiritual energy within his body was rapidly increasing. The spiritual energy here is so pure and so concentrated. He almost didn't want to leave. He looked towards the main gate, and upon looking up, he saw that it was probably 100 meters tall, with 3 large, golden characters gleaming on it. Reputation Pavilion. He gained over 100,000 reputation points this time, which he was able to exchange for many good things when he left. You have 240 minutes to redeem your desired item. Once the time is up, you will be forcibly removed. A voice devoid of any emotion entered his mind, like the cold, mechanical voice. 240 minutes is enough time. He wasted no more time and had to hurry in to exchange for the good stuff. Whether inside or outside the Reputation Pavilion, the spiritual energy is equally abundant. He has 240 minutes, which should be enough time for him to absorb a lot of spiritual energy. Realms are not like levels, which can be broken through at will. He walked towards the door. The Reputation Pavilion is rarely open. It is only open at specific times. The newcomer trial is open to newcomers every year, provided that your reputation is at least 100 to meet the requirements for unlocking it. He possessed over 100,000 reputation points after entering the Reputation Pavilion. In an instant, he felt as if he were in an ocean of treasures, with countless treasures floating in the air. So many treasures, I really want to take them all home. He had this idea, but unfortunately he lacked the ability to implement it. A virtual interface appeared before him, displaying the prices of various treasures. It lists various types of treasures and their descriptions, as well as the reputation points required to exchange for them. Weapons, armor, jewelry, cloaks, shoulder armor, clothing, buildings, martial arts techniques, skills, materials, pets. There are many categories, and each major category is further divided into many subcategories. For example, weapons are divided into knives, spears, swords, halberds, clubs. All kinds of weapons are available. The lowest quality equipment here is a spirit weapon. There is no equipment below the spirit weapon quality. This is the Reputation Pavilion, which only includes the best equipment. My goodness, even the cheapest magical artifact requires several hundred reputation points to exchange for. He glanced at the prices of the equipment and found that the prices of these magical artifacts varied. He didn't plan to exchange for weapons and equipment, as he could get these things from the mysterious shop sooner or later. He should exchange for those particularly precious items or treasures that cannot be found in his territory. That would be the best choice. Her cultivation technique is already at the highest level, so there's no need to look at it anymore. As for skills, we can take a look. Upon opening the skill list, the following categories appeared: warrior, spellcaster, Taoist, cursecaster, mage, archer, healer. There are dozens of categories. His profession allowed him to learn any skill, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. He still had to choose one and unlock the warrior type skill. Result: new genres have emerged: martial arts, battle aura, berserk, dark fantasy, elemental. He was speechless. Sometimes, making too many distinctions can really drive you crazy. He clicked on the martial arts category to enter. Emerging techniques: fist fighting, sword fighting, spear fighting, defense, secret arts. Okay, he chose defensive skills mainly because he already had enough offensive skills, but he didn't have a single defensive one. After several attempts, the skill he wanted finally appeared. The skills here range from S quality to RRR quality. I opened a defensive skill book of RRR quality and looked at it. The reputation required was 4 zeros, and the minimum was 50,000 reputation. He was reluctant to exchange for such a good defensive skill. He searched carefully and found a defensive skill book that was quite good. Skill: reversing the fate. Quality R. Description: forms a defensive shield to protect oneself. It can transfer impending damage to other targets, or even return it to the enemy. When suffering poison damage, it can also transfer the toxins out of the body, and can also be used on others. Exchange price: 20,000 reputation. This skill is excellent. Spending 20,000 reputation points to exchange for a life-saving skill is definitely worthwhile. Reputation: 20,000. Redeem R. Reversal of fortune. Hold the skill book in your hand, then click to learn. Studying R. Turning the world upside down. He stopped looking at the skill-related sections and opened a special category section. As a result, a whole host of new categories emerged. He decided against detailed selection and opted for random display instead, finding the current categorization process too tiring. Even if it's random, there are still a lot of things that appear. He looked through them one by one, quickly refreshing each one to see if he could find anything that appealed to him. As a result, when he refreshed the page and came across something, he discovered that the Lord's heart in his mind was starting to act strangely. He was surprised. Did his Lord's heart need something else? He must have found something good. He planned to take a closer look at this interface. Chapter 126, The Heart of Territory. He checked them one by one, looking very carefully, afraid of missing anything. Since the Lord's heart is acting strangely, that thing must be related to the territory. So he quickly found the item that was related to the territory. I was quite surprised when I saw this. The price was really expensive. Open properties. Item: Heart of Territory. Quality: unknown. Description: it has a mysterious effect on territories. Different territories have different effects. Exchange price: 100,000 reputation points. The description of this product is very simple, and it doesn't mention any specific effects or functions. The crucial point is that even the quality of this item is unknown. When he checked the item information, he found that his Lord's heart was indeed emitting an unusual light, as if it were saying to him, "Dad, I want this. This is it." His lordly heart is different from others. Since even the lordly heart expresses such a desire, how could he not buy it for his child? This thing is so mysterious, it must have a significant effect, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager for the title of Lord. 100,000 reputation points it is. Reputation: 100,000. Exchange for Heart of Territory. A colorful light appeared before him, like a ball of colorful light. This was the Heart of Territory. He put away the Heart of Territory, which was worth 100,000 reputation. There are still over 10,000 reputation points left. He kept refreshing the page, hoping to find an item that would catch his eye. As a result, he was tempted by everything that appeared in the refresh. If he had the ability, he would definitely borrow all of these things. He began to select items conditionally, keeping the prices under 16,000. There are still many items, but nothing will exceed his reputation level. He looked at them one by one, but nothing made him decide to buy. Breaking through to the 36th level of Martial Dao. He spent nearly 30 minutes looking around, and although he hadn't chosen anything, his cultivation level broke through to the next level. This place is really nice. He needs to hurry up and find something that will appeal to him. Another half hour passed, and he finally found a good match for him. Architecture, lucky stone. Quality R. Description, increases the luck of the entire territory. Price, 15,000. Reputation. This one is definitely good. I'll take it. Reputation, 15,000. Exchange for an R-quality building, lucky stone. With only 1,000 reputation points left, he couldn't exchange them for anything good, so he figured he might as well wait until he had accumulated enough reputation points before doing so. Although the reputation pavilion is generally difficult for ordinary people to enter, but he believed that a man as outstanding as him would definitely be able to return here. This is a form of self-confidence. They say confident men are the most handsome. He agrees. He couldn't waste the remaining time, so he made the most of it to cultivate. He absolutely couldn't let such a rare cultivation environment slip by. So he sat down on the ground and quickly entered a meditative state. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his body as if it were free. In addition, he cultivates an RRR quality technique, which is also a very special technique with the most primitive yin and yang energies. A Tai Chi diagram emerged from his body. Although it was still predominantly composed of yang energy, after so many days of diligent cultivation, he had also accumulated a considerable amount of yin energy. But he still needs to work hard. Not only does it improve physical health and strength, but most importantly, it brings joy. The Tai Chi diagram contains the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Under such rich spiritual energy, the Tai Chi diagram is like a black hole, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. If it weren't for the powerful divine protection of those treasures in the sky, they would probably have been swallowed up by the black hole of this Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram was absorbing spiritual energy at an incredibly fast speed, forming a vortex that frantically drew in the surrounding spiritual energy. As time went by, Zhou Yan's cultivation level began to break through. Martial arts, 37 heavens. Martial arts, 38 heavens. Martial arts, 39 heavens. Then, a powerful force enveloped him, as if it disliked him and threw him away like trash. It seems to be saying, "Get the hell out of here." His cultivation was interrupted, and when he opened his eyes, he was still spinning in the air. Just like that song, the magic of love goes round and round. Bang! He showed up at his own home. However, the posture wasn't very good. His head buried itself in the worn-out sofa, almost smashing a hole through it. 30 days later, Zhou Yan returned. It's finally over. Although he has returned to the Kanglan continent, he can still take out the items within his territory. After all, the entire territory is within his body, and he can take out anything from the territory's warehouse simply by communicating with the Lord's heart through his thoughts. However, it requires a lot of mental energy. For someone with a mental strength of 500 or 600, this amount of mental strength was nothing. He checked the territory's warehouse and found an R-quality skill book and cultivation manual inside. He obtained these two items on the last day of the newbie trial, and he activated them immediately, intending to keep the skill books. Because that R-quality skill book was a buff-type area of effect skill, learning it would be a complete waste. He planned to save it for future heroes. As for the R-quality cultivation manual, he planned to keep it and see if he could exchange it for something useful to him in the future. Good things are never afraid of going unsold. He took out his phone to charge it, then opened Fission. In the class, those who had awakened the Lord's heart were added to one group, while the other group was for those who had not. After reading the messages for a while, I found that a lot of them were talking about the first place winner, specifically his story. He is now truly famous, and everyone in the entire Kanglan continent is talking about him. He was also helpless. He really didn't want the whole world to know. He started to get a headache. He prefers to develop his character stealthily. After all, there is no true number one in the world, yet, and they don't want to become the center of the storm. Chapter 127. It's even possible to fill in grades. They only care about the people at the top of the rankings. No one cares much about the rankings below them. Even if people behind them find that their ranking has changed, it doesn't matter. Because rankings change frequently, he had seen the rankings of the rookie trials over many years, and the rankings changed many times. Because if someone ranked higher encounters an accident on the Kanglan continent, such as a car accident, it could be disastrous. Only after becoming a lord can you enter the Lord's Exchange to trade various items. He tidied up his place. Although he now had over $1 billion, he had lived in this house for a long time and had developed an attachment to it, so he didn't want to move. After finishing tidying up, Zhou Yan left home. They encountered many familiar faces on the way. Because Zhou Yan had been sensible since childhood, The neighbors all had a good impression of him. In addition, after his parents died on the Lord's continent, his neighbors often took care of him and brought him home for meals. Although Zhou Yin doesn't need anyone to take care of him, he has a very good relationship with his neighbors. Everyone greets him when they see him, and he responds politely. He took a taxi to a wholesaler's place, found the wholesaler's owner, and said, "Boss, I need to buy a batch of goods." Seeing that Zhou Yin was young and wouldn't buy much, the shopkeeper casually replied, "Everything is here. See if you need anything." With more people in the territory, there's a greater need for pots, pans, oil, salt, and seasonings. He plans to buy more at once, so he won't need to shop for a long time. The territory's warehouse has a preservation effect. Items placed inside will not expire. He selected dozens of items and brought them to the shop owner. Before he could even speak, the owner picked up the items and started calculating, saying, "It'll cost 525 yuan in total." After that, he went off to attend to other matters. Zhou Yin was speechless. He had only been selecting varieties, and he wasn't even given a chance to continue. Fine. After sending the message via Feishan, he stored the items in his territory and prepared to leave. Zhou Yin. Looking up, he saw it was Yang Kai, his former junior high school classmate. "Hello," Zhou Yin replied. "Buy whatever you want, this is my place. I can give you a discount," Yang Kai replied. "What are you standing there for? That person has already bought something. Hurry up and come help. Can't you see I'm already swamped with work?" Yang Kai's father said from not far away. Okay. Yang Kai smiled helplessly and ran over to help. Zhou Yin went to a wholesaler across the street and found that the wholesaler had a wide variety of products. "We supply supermarkets directly here, so feel free to buy whatever you need, and I'll give you a discount," a young woman in her early 20s said to Zhou Yin. He nodded, selected a large number of items, buying one bag of each and several different brands of the same item, and then placed them on the counter. "Young man, you bought so much stuff. Will you be able to use it all?" The young lady clearly thought Zhou Yin was for household use. "A truckload of each of these," Zhou Yin said. "Miss, what? A truckload? Are you kidding me?" "I'm not joking," Zhou Yin replied seriously, then said, "I'm a lord. It's normal for me to buy a truckload of supplies." "Girl, what?" Then, the young lady looked at him in surprise and said, "You're actually a lord. Why are you buying all by yourself? And even a lord doesn't need to buy this much. A truckload of each kind. My God, how large has this territory developed? Shouldn't a great lord cooperate directly with those large corporations? Why would they buy so many supplies from a wholesaler?" Judging from the other person's appearance, they didn't seem like someone who owned a large territory. People from large territories would usually entrust the procurement of such large quantities of supplies to professional logistics personnel. A newly established lord doesn't need that many resources at all. The other party had no idea that although Zhou Yin was only a newcomer to the territory, his discovery speed was already equivalent to that of a veteran lord. "No? If not, I'll go to another one." He won't explain much. Why would a seller like you need to know so much? "Of course, but could you pay a deposit first? Your quantity is quite large. We just received a new shipment today. Once you pay the deposit, I'll immediately call them to deliver the goods to your designated location," the young woman replied quickly. "I don't think we need to," Zhou Yin said. "No, I will pay in full," Zhou Yin replied. She initially said no, but after hearing Zhou Yin's next words, she swallowed her words. "Calculate how much it costs." Zhou Yin took out his phone to transfer the money. Okay, please wait a moment. I will definitely give you the best price." The young woman was surprised. She never expected to meet such a powerful lord who did not cooperate with any companies. No matter how big his territory was, it had nothing to do with her. She was just a wholesaler doing business. Anyway, while she was curious about the lord's world, it had absolutely nothing to do with them. Because there were many items, she asked Zhou Yin for the exact quantity, and it took her a long time to calculate the total price. She also gave him a very favorable price. After Zhou Yin readily transferred the money, the shipment of supplies worth tens of millions of yuan was completed. The young woman quickly made a phone call to have the items delivered, then asked, Where should the items be sent?" "This is fine. I can take it myself," Zhou Yin replied. Although the young woman was surprised, she knew that these lords possessed very powerful abilities, though she didn't know the specifics and wouldn't ask further. However, she was determined to retain such a major client, so she exchanged phone numbers with him and even offered to contract all the necessary supplies. He really needed to buy a lot of things, and since the other party was willing to take care of them, he didn't have to make a trip. So he listed a lot of things he needed, such as seeds, clothes, bedding, shoes, etc., and the quantities needed were also very large. The young lady was overjoyed and said she would definitely arrange everything for him and deliver it to his door. As the trucks drove in one by one, many people were surprised that so many vehicles had arrived at once. Then they saw Zhou Yin walk behind a row of trucks and take everything out of them, realizing that a high-ranking lord had come to purchase supplies, but the quantity was just too much. Generally, high-ranking lords like these would contact suppliers directly for procurement. It's rare for large lords to purchase from wholesalers. Dad, you just said my classmate finished shopping. Look, what is he doing? When Yang Kai saw that the person making the purchase was Zhou Yin, he was completely dumbfounded. Is this what his dad meant by buying good things? When Yang Kai's father saw that the person who purchased so many supplies was actually the young man he had ignored earlier, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He clutched his heart, his face full of regret, feeling utterly dejected. He regretted it so much. Son, quickly tell your classmate that our family also has a lot of supplies. You drove them away yourself, it's none of my business. Yang Kai didn't try to curry favor with Zhou Yin. His father had already driven Zhou Yin away, so why would he bother going over there now? Besides, they've already bought the things, so why bother? Son, call 120 right away. Your dad is feeling a bit dizzy. I feel dizzy too. Your dad might not be able to sleep tonight. It's okay, just drink more hot water. Author's note. This chapter is a long one of 3,000 words. Everyone has officially started working again, and I'm also starting to update more frequently. Leave a comment if you want me to update a certain number of times each day. Don't be shy. Chapter 128, The Powerful Heart of Territory, first of 5 chapters. The young lady insisted on treating Zhou Yin to dinner, and Zhou Yin agreed. In the end, Zhou Yin was driven home by a car arranged by the young lady. After returning home, Zhou Yin communicated with the Lord's heart and returned to the territory. He had already emerged from the newcomer trial grounds, so the entire territory was in a peculiar space, the whole world hazy and indistinct, like an illusory world. This is a separate Lord space for each Lord, and they can only move within the territory. Lord. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Li Shuang quickly stepped forward and said, Lord, the resources you brought back are enough for us to use for a long time, but there are many things that I am not quite sure how to use. After all, they were people from ancient times, and they were not very familiar with many modern items. Many of the things I bought this time are related to the kitchen, and none of them have been used before. So Zhou Yin went to the 5-star hotel, took out the various items he had bought, and began to explain them to Li Shuang and Lu Yu. The two girls were quick learners and soon grasped the information about these things and how to use them, and Lu Yu began to try using these seasonings. As each fragrant dish was prepared, even Zhou Yin, who had already eaten, still felt a craving. It smells so good. He gave it a sincere thumbs up, praising the S-level culinary skills and the rich variety of seasonings, which made the food exceptionally delicious. He asked Lu Yu to prepare a meal for Jiao Chan and the others to try. Afterwards, he returned to the spiritual bamboo house. Jiao Chan and the others were all cultivating, so he didn't disturb them. Instead, he took out the Heart of Territory. The Heart of Territory was a 7-colored light. As soon as I took it out, I heard a notification. Territory notification. Use the special item, Heart of Territory. The Lord's heart, now transformed into an ancient scroll in his mind, shone with dazzling brilliance, like a beautiful, delicate woman saying to him, I want it. Use. Heart of Territory flew into the air, transforming into a 7-colored radiance that enveloped the entire territory. The territory became warm and comfortable, as if a warm ray of sunshine was shining on them. Afterward, they saw that the entire territory underwent a tremendous transformation. The territory is expanding at an extremely rapid pace, and every building is bathed in a 7-colored light. Territory notice. The territory area has increased to 350,000 square meters. Territory notification. You can build the Heart of the Territory. Territory notification. The Heart of Territory can be activated, allowing the entire territory to move. The higher the level, the faster the movement speed. At the maximum level, it can move in the air. Territory notification. The Heart of the Territory Spirit Gathering Array can be activated, which can increase the cultivation speed of the territory's residents. The cultivation speed increases with the territory's level. Territory notification. The Heart of Territory Defense Array can be activated. Spirit coins can be consumed to upgrade the defense array level. When the defense shield's spiritual energy is insufficient, spirit coins can be consumed to replenish it. Territory notification. The Heart of the Territory Spiritual Vein can be activated. It grows by absorbing spiritual veins. The stronger the spiritual vein, the richer the spiritual energy of the territory. The 6 consecutive prompts left him completely stunned. The territory's size increased tenfold at once, and it gained so many powerful new attributes. His previous territory was too small, preventing him from building anything. But after acquiring the Heart of Territory, the problem of territory size was solved immediately. Looking at the building that has expanded tenfold, it wouldn't be a problem to build hundreds more buildings. He needs to build the Heart of Territory to activate the other attributes. Territory notification. Construct the Heart of Territory by spending 1 million spirit coins? 1 million. He was surprised, not expecting that the Heart of the Territory would require 1 million spirit coins to build. But this money has to be spent. Yes. Territory notification. 1 million spirit coins. Construct Heart of Territory. The Heart of Territory did not evolve further. It seems that this building can no longer evolve. After all, it was originally formed from the transformation of 7-colored light. The Heart of Territory has been transformed into a building, somewhat resembling the King's Crystal in style, except that the Heart of Territory emits a 7-colored light, and there is only one 7-colored light. It also lacks any ability to retaliate. But its indestructibility feature is truly awesome. Even during the day, you can see a dreamlike, colorful glow, which is very beautiful and wonderful, just like being in a dream world. Once the Heart of Territory is built, the entire territory will immediately be filled with spiritual energy. Although it's not much, this is just the beginning. As time goes by, it will increase significantly. Before long, the Heart of Territory emitted a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, and then formed a defensive shield that enveloped the entire territory. He began to examine the building's properties. Architecture, the Heart of Territory. Level 1. Quality, unknown. Defense, indestructible. Upgrade requirements. 2 million spirit coins, 100 5-star swiftness stones, 100 5-star spirit stones, 100 5-star jade stones, and 1 1-star spirit vein. Special attribute 1. Movement. Allows the entire territory to move. The higher the level, the faster the movement speed. At max level, it can move in the air. Special attribute 2. Spirit Gathering Array. Increases the cultivation speed of residents in the territory. Cultivation speed increases with the territory level. Special attribute 3. Defense Array. The defense array level can be upgraded by consuming spirit coins. When the defense shield's spiritual energy is insufficient, spirit coins can be consumed to replenish it. Current defense, 9999/9999. Special attribute 4. Spiritual Veins. Grows by absorbing spiritual veins. The stronger the spiritual vein, the richer the spiritual energy of the territory. Special attribute 5. Not activated. Description. Connected to the entire territory, it plays a mysterious role within it. The attributes of the Heart of Territory are very powerful, but it is quite difficult to upgrade. Aside from the spiritual veins, all the required materials are 5-star, and so far, it's unclear what benefits the Heart of Territory provides to other buildings. After all, the Heart of Territory is only level 1, and it needs to be leveled up to activate other attributes. He has 3 more buildings he can construct: the E-Quality Building, Bathhouse, the S-Quality Barracks, Broken Camp Army, and the RRR Quality Building, City Lord's Mansion. However, he did not intend to build the Broken Camp Army, but rather to use it to exchange for goods or sell for money. Despite having over 1 billion spirit coins, he still doesn't have nearly enough to spend when it comes to money. It's important to know that spirit coins have an additional function. They can be used for cultivation. Using spirit coins for cultivation can increase cultivation speed by at least 5%, depending on individual talent. If it weren't for the special nature of his cultivation method, which eliminates the need for spirit coins, he would probably need a considerable amount of spirit coins just for cultivation. He himself doesn't need spirit coins for cultivation, but the heroes and soldiers in the territory do. He will definitely distribute spirit coins to everyone in his territory as cultivation resources, so he will always be short of money. Of the 2 buildings he could construct, he was most looking forward to the RRR Quality Building, the City Lord's Mansion. This building was already at its maximum quality, and he wondered what it would become after evolving. He first placed the cinema that he had previously put away in his territory. Then construction began. Territory prompt: build a bathhouse, and the bathhouse will evolve into a hot spring resort. Hot spring resort. This is really great. Now I can soak in hot springs every day. He hurried toward the hot spring resort, which was quite large. Author: starting today, I'll be updating in bulk. Chapter 129, The Palace of Lingxiao, second of the 5th update. The hot spring resort is very large, and there is a thick wall that divides the men's and women's hot springs into 2 halves. Both sides are the same size and have a modern architectural style. The environment is beautiful. The hot spring is quite large. It can easily accommodate hundreds of people bathing together. Looking at the steaming hot spring, he really wanted to jump in and soak for a while. He began upgrading the hot spring resort. Territory notification. Consuming 300 spirit coins, the hot spring resort. Level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 600 spirit coins, the hot spring resort. Level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 900 spirit coins, the hot spring resort. Level has been upgraded to level 4. After upgrading the hot spring resort to level 20, a huge 10-story building appeared in front of him. The entire exterior has been completely renovated, looking very prestigious and luxurious, just like a modern high-end clubhouse, with extremely luxurious decorations. View attributes. Architecture, hot spring resort. Level, 20. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star stones, 100 3-star woods, 1 3-star water attribute crystal core, 1 3-star fire attribute crystal core. Quality, SSS, 0/3. Upgrade required, 3 hot spring resorts. Defense, 30,000/30,000. Special attribute 1, fatigue relief speed plus 20%. Special attribute 2, stamina recovery speed plus 20%. Special attribute 3, spiritual energy recovery speed 20%. Introduction. In the spring chill, a fragrant bath is offered. The smooth, hot spring waters cleanse your skin. The hot spring resort will wash away your fatigue and worries. He went inside the hot spring resort and looked around casually. The interior had been completely changed. It not only boasts numerous large hot springs, but also many smaller ones, along with a multitude of private rooms, each with its own private hot spring pool and bed, truly a high-end club. There's even an imperial hot spring room on the top floor, built just like a hotel, complete with all sorts of facilities. The imperial suite himself, and he decided that he would definitely bring Jiao Chan and the other women here that night to enjoy the pleasure of soaking in the hot springs. Don't overthink it. It's just a simple hot spring soak. I'm going to say 4. After leaving the hot spring resort, he took out the RRR Quality City Lord's mansion and began construction with excitement, curiosity, and anticipation. Territory notification. Build this City Lord's mansion, which will evolve into the Lingxiao Palace. Holy crap. It's actually the Lingxiao Palace. I wonder if there is a Jade Emperor. If he discovers that I have built the Lingxiao Palace, I wonder if he will send Erlang Shun to destroy my territory. This world truly does have immortals and demons. I'm not kidding. Moreover, he felt that this world was also closely related to the Earth. He's panicking and is waiting for advice from experienced people online. He looked at the Lingxiao Palace and was immediately a little confused. Where did this building go? Could it have grown legs and started running away on its own? However, upon looking up, goose, this thing really did go up into the sky. The Lingxiao Palace truly loves to be above all living beings. From below, the building doesn't look very big. The real Lingxiao Palace is much larger than this. It's probably because it hasn't been upgraded yet. Shall we fly up? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he found himself already atop the Lingxiao Palace. It's quite simple. All you need to do is think about it. It's much better than any elevator. He realized he had underestimated the building. It was surprisingly large, not as small as it appeared from below. The quality of the building was also unknown, and its grade was only level 1. The Lingxiao Palace was shrouded in mist, and the ground looked like it was covered with clumps of dry ice. He was afraid that he would fall down if he didn't step on the ground. The entire building is located in the very center, radiating golden light, and it is clearly not an ordinary structure. The building is quite tall. You need to climb a lot of stairs to get to the main hall at the top. However, the spiritual energy here is much stronger than that in the spiritual bamboo house. This is only a level 1 building, but it is already so much stronger than the spiritual bamboo house. He started upgrading the Lingxiao Palace, but the amount of spirit coins required for this upgrade was truly enormous. Territory notification. Consuming 1 million spirit coins, the Lingxiao Palace. Level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 2 million spirit coins, the Lingxiao Palace. Level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 3 million spirit coins, the Lingxiao Palace. Level has been upgraded to level 4. After the upgrade, the entire building underwent another tremendous change, becoming even more ethereal and magnificent. After reaching level 10, the Lingxiao Palace can no longer be upgraded. because the materials required are extremely high-grade. Architecture, Lingxiao Palace. Level 10. Upgrade requirements. For million spirit coins, 10 9-star divine spirit stones, 10 9-star divine woods, 10 9-star divine crystals. Upgrade requirements. Defense, indestructible. Special attribute 1. Obscuring the sky, can conceal all information about the territory. Even the heavenly Tao cannot detect it. Special attribute 2. Territory luck plus 10,000%, 100x. Attribute 3. Unknown. Introduction. Legend has it that this was the place where the Jade Emperor of Heaven handled state affairs, echoing the Jade Pool across the sky, and was a supreme and sacred building of Taoism in the heavenly realm. This is the Lingxiao Palace, so it's reasonable that it needs 9-star materials to upgrade, right? It has 2 attributes. The first attribute can conceal all information about the territory, and even the heavenly Tao cannot detect it. This attribute is indeed very powerful. The world of lords has been developing for so long. No one knows how many amazing things it possesses. If one day he offends someone too powerful and they want to retaliate against him, then things will get complicated. The history of this world is too long, and there are too many ancient families. Many families even have ancestors who were gods or demons. Although gods and demons cannot interfere in the affairs of ordinary people, who knows how many powerful trump cards such a family possesses? To survive in such a world, one must simply endure hardship. Ideally, you should be able to survive until you become invincible. Although the Lingxiao Palace only has 2 attributes, such a building is obviously not that simple. The spiritual energy of the level 10 Lingxiao Palace already surpasses that of this spiritual bamboo house by many times. The Lingxiao Palace is surrounded by celestial aura, making the entire palace truly resemble a heavenly palace. He didn't know if this Lingxiao Palace was the same place as the legendary Lingxiao Palace. He only knew that the building would henceforth belong to the Zhou family. He entered the Lingxiao Palace and found a throne at the very top that looked like a dragon throne. The throne sits atop a high platform, resembling 10,000 dragons standing in its regalia. Because the entire palace was erected by rows of dragon pillars, it exuded a solemn and majestic aura. He wanted to try out what the throne was like, but he found that he couldn't get up there and could only walk to the edge of the platform. This is his territory, and he built the buildings, yet he's not allowed to sit here. It seems that special conditions need to be triggered, and we'll probably only find out the reason after further upgrades. He felt it was a waste to use such a large palace as an office. It should be converted into a bedroom for doing serious business. Who can blame them when the spiritual energy of the spiritual bamboo house can't compare to this place? He built it. He can use it however he wants. He immediately left the Lingxiao Palace, found Li Shuang, and asked her to arrange for someone to transform the Lingxiao Palace in the sky into her independent residence. From now on, they will live in the heavenly palace of Lingxiao. Chapter 130, The 4 Great Academies, 3rd of 5 updates. Back at the spiritual bamboo house, Jiao Chan and the others were eating the food Lu Yu had prepared. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, they all happily went over to him. The 3 people were all beautiful, and each had their own unique features. Seeing them makes me feel good. The territory has changed so much, Jiao Chan said. There are several more buildings, but I haven't seen them yet, Nie Xiaoqian said. The spiritual energy feels much richer than before, Zhenmi remarked. Zhou Yin smiled at them and said, let's go soak in the hot springs. Soaking in hot springs? The 3 women asked. Is it that newly opened hot spring resort? It's that hot spring resort. The hot spring resort has a beautiful environment, and the hot springs are very comfortable. Let's go and relax together. With a unique smile, Zhou Yin led the 3 women toward the hot spring resort. They were just thinking of simply soaking in the hot springs. They were also fantasizing about how comfortable it would be to soak in a hot spring, since none of them had ever done so before. However, Zhou Yin had other ideas. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort, take the elevator to the top floor's imperial suite, step into the treasure chest, and then push open the glass door to the hot spring, where a warm breeze greets you. The hot spring is enclosed by a glass partition, forming a separate hot spring room. I never expected to find such a hot spring pool on such a high floor. Moreover, the hot spring pool is not only quite large, but also has a very exquisite and unique design. Jiao Chan and the others looked at the hot spring pool inside the room, and then looked around at the other places. They found that the room had everything they needed, almost like a 5-star hotel, and even had a separate glass room for soaking in the hot spring. Come on, let's soak in the hot spring together. Zhou Yin looked at Jiao Chan and the others with a serious expression. He is exceptionally strong in terms of realm, physical attributes, and cultivation techniques. He could handle 10 times as many women, let alone 3. After signing in at the 3 Live Stone, feeling refreshed, he chose to return to the Kanglan continent. Transferring, after changing into clean clothes, he took a taxi towards the school. As a lord, one does not need vehicles. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, his driving skills have been certified by Jiao Chan and the others. Whether it's drifting or acceleration, he's absolutely top-notch. Last night, he fought against 3 opponents and won a great victory. His driving skills are absolutely top-notch. A powerful lord can summon his mount to the Kanglan continent. Of course, even mounts need to be registered and filed. Moreover, it can only be used as a mount. The Divine Dragon Kingdom attaches great importance to the safety of every citizen. Even if the lord breaks the law, he will be punished accordingly. Even if the mount injures someone, the owner of the mount will also be punished. Never underestimate the lords and police of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Each of them is quite capable. Many of them even come from academies. He doesn't have a mount yet, but he will definitely have one soon. After all, once they level up, the attribute points significantly enhance their overall physical condition. As a result, their appearances have changed somewhat, and some people even need to look at them for a long time before they can recognize them. The returning students are all lords who have awakened their lordly hearts, and few of them envy others. However, there were a few talented individuals in the class who awakened a better lord's heart upon awakening, with one of them even awakening a purple epic level lord's heart. The others were ordinary white lords, with only a few having awakened the heart of a yellow lord. Chapter 131, A Man of Great Talent, 4th of 5 updates. Zhou Yin listened silently to his classmates chatting. There were even countless people who admired him and wanted to be his underlings and have his babies. He looked at the female classmate who weighed 180 pounds and wondered why her weight had increased instead of decreased after she moved up a level. Having his babies is out of the question. After all, he's not Sun Wukong. In the Divine Dragon Kingdom, the person who ranks first in each year is called the Zhuang Yuan. Historically, only a very small number of people who ranked highly in the newcomer trials chose to hide their information. People with large families, corporations, or powerful backgrounds are eager to let the whole world know where they rank. For a nobody like him with no connections, it's best to just keep a low profile. He was like a nobody, waiting for the teacher to come over. At 9 o'clock, the teacher finally finished the meeting and came to the classroom like a wizard, holding a stack of documents in his left hand and a crystal ball in his right. Everyone quieted down. Old Ban was a 3-star level sorcerer with a cultivation level of over 30 heavens. The 10th level of heaven is equivalent to a 1-star expert, and the 30th level of heaven is equivalent to a 3-star expert. Although Lao Ban is not a lord, he is capable of cultivation. Although their talent is not great, most students nowadays have not yet obtained cultivation techniques, and their level is not even higher than level 10. They will naturally keep quiet. Of course, if they knew that Zhou Yan's current realm was about to reach the 40th level of martial arts and become a 4-star expert, I wonder what their expressions would be. Unfortunately, they will never know. The teacher glanced around the classroom and then said, "Now start reporting the grades, one by one." The crystal ball in the teacher's hand is used to read their scores in this new recruit trial. Such results are impossible to fake. There is absolutely no need to consider the possibility of cheating. The students in the first row started to step forward and place their hands on the crystal ball, which displayed a score. Su Feng, your score in the rookie trial is 250. How could your score be so bad? Have you forgotten everything the teacher taught you? As soon as the teacher saw the grades, he immediately started to lecture the students. Students' grades directly affect teachers' teaching quality. The teacher is unhappy if you get a score of 250. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing this result, the whole class burst into laughter. No wonder you never talked about your grades. You were just shy. I would be too embarrassed to mention it either. This rookie trial score will stay with you for life. Haha. Teacher, I'm sorry. The territory was destroyed by monsters on the 15th day of the newcomer trial. I'm sorry, teacher. I was prepared for everything and had a detailed plan. The only thing I didn't consider was the environment we were in and the strength of the monsters. They were soul-type attackers, completely immune to physical damage, and even magical damage was unlikely to do much harm to them. That's why I ended the trial early. Wang Teng is a man of great talent. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and he was randomly assigned to a dark and gloomy place. To make matters worse, on the 5th day, a monster of the spirit type appeared. Those monsters had no physical form. They were all spirits, and they were immune to all physical damage. He was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 132, Shocking the Entire School, 5th update. The newbie trial was a nightmare. His territory was completely helpless against these monsters. Then, Wang Tung ended the trial in a daze. He was supposed to be a prodigy, but his test score was only 120 points, which really frustrated him. He almost committed suicide at that time. If he hadn't been unable to bring himself to do it, we probably wouldn't be seeing him anymore. Therefore, luck plays a very important role in many situations. Zhou Yin remained silent. Because someone as arrogant as him has no right to laugh at others. Well, you're definitely having some bad luck. Hearing Wang Tung's words, the old teacher also fell silent. He never expected that he would encounter such a rare and powerful soul monster. He could only sigh that he was unlucky. Even Wang Tung, who was the most promising candidate, did so poorly on the exam. As for the others, he didn't count on them at all. He's lucky he won't get a bonus this time, or even get scolded by his boss. Teacher, don't be angry. I was just curious about what was in the misty area outside the territory. But my curiosity not only killed the cat, but also a person. The students burst into laughter. The teacher was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of soda. This made the already injured teacher's condition even worse. If another weirdo comes along, he'll probably have to be sent straight to the crematorium. The student quickly ran away, fearing the teacher's wrath. Fortunately, the students behind them weren't as bad, but they were still teetering on the brink of life and death. Anyway, the teacher's face was always deathly pale, as if he had leukemia. It was finally Zhou Yan's turn. The teacher just glanced at him, opened his mouth as if he was thinking of his name. But since I couldn't think of his name, I simply stopped talking. Anyway, the teacher felt that as long as this student didn't get a single-digit score, it would be fine. Result: when Zhou Yan placed his hands on the crystal, a bright red number 750 fluttered in everyone's sight. Many people rubbed their titanium alloy eyes, looked carefully, looked again and again. That's the number, no problem. Then, the entire class fell silent for several seconds. Then a tremendous scream erupted. The students in the neighboring classes were very curious when they heard such a loud noise. As the first student couldn't help but walk out of the classroom, a continuous stream of students followed suit. The area outside the classroom was instantly surrounded by students. When they saw Zhou Yan's score, wow! A second exclamation quickly followed. Then, as if the sound was contagious, it attracted another group of students, who crowded into the classroom and saw the high score of 750. I don't know who shouted it out at the end, but it made everyone burst into laughter. Then, the students stared at Zhou Yan with strange eyes, their gazes filled with boundless envy, jealousy, surprise, shock, and admiration. What are you all doing? Hurry up and go back to the classroom. The teacher was stunned for a long time, rubbing his eyes several times and looking at it several times. Finally, he made sure that this was not a dream, and then he realized that the classroom was full of students from other classes. Only then did he sternly call them away. But anyone could see the happy smile and smug look on his face. Previously, he was sickly and looked like he was about to enter a coffin, but in the blink of an eye, it was like he leveled up, his condition was fully restored, and he even gained various buffs. That's a genuine 750 points. Such a high score would make someone a top genius in any year. Not to mention a third-rate city like Xia City. This is definitely the qualification of one of the 4 major academies. Among the more than 5 million new lords in the national trial, he is already ranked in the top 1,000. Old Jiang, congratulations. You've really done something amazing this time, cultivating such an outstanding student. Congratulations, congratulations. Looks like you're going to be rolling in school bonuses this time. I never expected that our class would produce such a student. He's really good. Chapter 133, Filling Out College Applications. Teachers from several classes naturally saw Zhou Yan's grades, and they were all very surprised. At the same time, they were also very envious. Scholarships are no longer relevant to them. Xia City is a third-rate city. It might not produce a single student who ranks among the top 1,000 in the country, even in 10 years. The competition is just too fierce. The fact that one of them could appear in this year's competition naturally surprised everyone. If they knew that Zhou Yan was ranked number 1, they would probably all be laughing so hard they couldn't sleep. It's all right, it's all right. I'll treat you to dinner another day. The teacher looked so smug. It is said that people are in high spirits when they have good news, so he was naturally very happy to have such a student in his class. It was as if I had suddenly become 10 years younger, and I was full of boundless energy. Then, the teacher turned to look at Zhou Yan, who remained calm, and then, what was he saying again, to let him sort things out? Oh, by the way, what's your name? The old teacher looked at Zhou Yan with a smile. That's awkward. You actually forgot your student's name at a crucial moment. Teacher, his name is Zhou Yan. The short-haired girl in the front row quickly answered, and also gave Zhou Yin a sweet smile. She could swear that it was the sweetest smile she had ever given in her life. Unfortunately, it wasn't Zhou Yan's dish, nor was it Zhou Yan's soup. It didn't even qualify as a bowl. At most, they're like sunflowers by the roadside. They're pretty, but I'd only glance at them. Of course I know his name is Zhou Yan. I was just so happy and excited that I couldn't remember. The old teacher said very cleverly. None of the students believed it. In my mind, I was thinking, I don't believe you for a second, you. But as long as the teacher himself believes it, it doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. Then, the teacher smiled more beautifully than a sunflower and said to Zhou Yin, you're very good. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you an extra reward this time. Just wait for the good news. People are envious, jealous, and resentful. This is what differential treatment looks like. They wanted it too, but their grades didn't allow it. With Zhou Yan's achievements in the 4 major academies, he remained calm even when he received a 0 score later on. Amidst the envy of her classmates, Zhou Yin returned to her seat. Other students took turns submitting their scores, but the scores were all mediocre, with none exceeding 500 points. Author's note: please leave a comment if you hope I'll continue with 5 updates tomorrow. Chapter 134, School Bonuses. The principal spoke in a serious, impartial manner. That's good. I was just worried. Well, with the principal's words, I feel at ease. Jiang Siming replied. So what are you doing? The principal was a little confused. I didn't apply for this for myself, but for the students. Jiang Siming replied. For the students? Upon hearing this, the principal immediately became displeased and stood up, saying, what good could those students possibly have to apply for? I refuse. Jiang Siming didn't seem to mind. He straightened his clothes and then asked, are you sure? He was completely bewildered. What had Jiang Siming done wrong today? Why was he acting so strangely? Sure, he's just a student, yet he's applying for a scholarship. It's not like someone got accepted into one of the top 4 colleges. I really don't know what Jiang Siming is up to today. Jiang Siming picked up his phone, ignoring the principal, and said, hello, is this Dongmei? Your brother has some inside information for you. It's nothing much, but one of my students scored 750 points, which is a sure thing for one of the top 4 colleges. I believe this news should be quite good for you as a reporter. Jiang Siming. No. Teacher Jiang, you just said that one of your students scored 750 points. Is that true? The principal rushed over and saw the crystal of the results in Jiang Siming's hand. He immediately took it to look at it. Zhou Yan's score of 750 is in first place. This? The principal quickly straightened his expression and said to Jiang Siming with a serious face, after careful consideration, the student bonus you just mentioned is definitely not a problem. As for the publicity, we won't trouble your sister with it, since she's busy too. But you're quite busy too. Jiang Siming replied. Old Jiang. The principal pulled Jiang Siming to his chair and said with a smile, let's go over the specific procedures. Then my bonus, Jiang Siming said. I guarantee your bonus this year will at least triple, the principal said. Then let's discuss the specific procedures, Jiang Siming said with a smile. Xiaoqing University hasn't had a single student admitted to one of the 4 major colleges in 10 years. Now that we've finally found one, we have to make sure it's a grand and well-known event. Think of how much sponsorship this could bring to the school. The two began discussing the specific procedures, and then Jiang Siming accidentally touched the mouse. Result: the computer screen displayed the word failure in large letters. Principal, didn't you say you were busy? Busy playing Lord of Glory. Jiang Siming was speechless. This principal decided to personally participate in order to deeply study the Lord knowledge of each student. Only by participating can we understand their problems and help them from the root. Is that really the case? Jiang Siming was extremely skeptical. Zhou Yin became a celebrity in his junior year, and many classmates began to show concern for him. Many female lords openly confessed their feelings to him and wanted to date him. He wasn't such a casual person. He wouldn't even look at someone without the beauty of Diao Chan or Zhenmi. He politely declined, saying that everyone should focus on their studies and not discuss these things so early, as it was inappropriate. Many reporters were already waiting at the school gate to interview Zhou Yin. The school also held a very special graduation ceremony for lords, and Zhou Yin was required to give a speech on stage. When a large number of students stood on the playground, the principal on the stage spoke with great enthusiasm and sincerity, explaining the profound principles in a very logical and reasonable manner. Finally, he praised Zhou Yin, saying how hard he works and how excellent he is. Zhou Yin was completely bewildered. How come he himself didn't know that he was working so hard and was so outstanding? Finally, The principal asked him to go on stage and say a few words, and also awarded him a scholarship of 1 million. Although he didn't care about the million, he figured he might as well take it. And so, amidst a huge crowd and countless rounds of applause, he stepped onto the stage for the first time. There was absolutely no tension involved. He wasn't nervous even when faced with tens of thousands of monsters, let alone a group of students. Picking up the microphone, Zhou Yin said, "Thank you, Lord TV. Thank you, Lord Guardians. Thank you, Xia City University. Thank you. Everyone. That's it, all gone. Could you make it any more complicated?" "That's all," Zhou Yin replied, then took the 1 million yuan prize money. Getting a free reward is just awesome. What else could they say? The principal could only continue his speech and his performance, making his role so convincing that it resonated deeply with everyone. Zhou Yin felt that the Oscars owed him an award. If it weren't for the goal of getting into one of the 4 top academies, he really wouldn't have set his grades so high. Sure enough, right after he finished his speech, the principal asked him to have dinner with a group of leaders and teachers. If he hadn't been denied his graduation certificate, he wouldn't have wanted to go at all. He had no interest in having dinner with a bunch of old geezers. Wouldn't it be better to eat and soak in hot springs with Diao-chan and the others? The group of leaders were dressed quite neatly. After arriving outside the school, Zhou Yin understood why they were dressed so formally. It turns out it was for appearing on television. A group of reporters surrounded them, asking all sorts of questions, and finally bombarded Zhou Yin with a whole host of questions. Zhou Yin naturally gave a standard answer. Without saying much or showing any particular joy, everything was normal. The principal and his team, however, were well prepared and delivered a long and eloquent speech, which almost convinced Zhou Yin of their character. Upon arriving at the hotel, the principal and the others naturally gave him a long lecture, encouraging him to work hard and keep going. However, his mind was always on his graduation certificate, and he had no interest in the principal's idea of having him promote the school. After receiving his diploma, he went home immediately. He really disliked those formal occasions. Author, there will be 3 more updates. Chapter 135, The Virtual Mall of Myriad Realms. A lord's graduation certificate is completely different from a regular graduation certificate. This signifies that his status has changed from that of an ordinary person to that of a true lord, and he also has a very important function. This feature can only be used within the territory. As soon as he got home, he received a lot of phone calls. These calls were from some local corporate groups in Xiaqing who wanted to sponsor his territory development, but they needed him to endorse their products. Or some of them want to sign him directly, making him an employee of these groups and work for them. Zhou Yin naturally refused. How could he allow himself to be exploited by these capitalists? He himself is a capitalist. Although he has not yet been admitted to any of the 4 top colleges, his grades are ranked nationally, so there will be no problem. Unless he doesn't want to go, or he's dead. He rejected all of them. However, many companies have also proactively contacted him, wanting to help him with the logistics of his territory. These groups wouldn't normally contact ordinary lords, but they are well aware of the development potential of the 4 major academies. Once they sign a cooperation agreement with them, they will definitely become a major potential client. Once his territory has developed, this will be a huge transaction order. He didn't refuse, as he did need to purchase a lot of supplies, but he wouldn't sign any contracts with these companies. He wouldn't be in Xia City again soon, so it was impossible for him to cooperate with them for too long. Although they were a little disappointed, they were all extremely shocked when they heard the amount of his order. Since Zhou Yin bought a large quantity, is this enough to supply 10,000 people? That Zhou Yin, a new lord, would need to purchase so many supplies. They didn't care why Zhou Yin wanted to buy so much. As long as he could make money, that was all that mattered. They are all professional companies that handle logistics for various lords, and their prices are very affordable. In addition, many people contact him, so he can compare prices and other factors. These companies even recommended some lord merchants. If needed, one can simply enter the lord's virtual trading market to contact them. The young lady from yesterday also called him. She said the supplies he needed were ready and gave him an address so she could have them delivered. After he gave the address, it was delivered downstairs not long after. He collected everything and settled the remaining payment. His territory will definitely develop very rapidly, so he needs to establish a logistics studio on the Kanglan continent. However, this matter will have to wait until he goes to university. The 4 colleges are each located in a different city, the very center of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, with a long history and extraordinary mystery. After he reached an agreement with those companies, they agreed to deliver the goods the next day. Having done all this, he was finally able to enter the territory with his graduation certificate. With a flash of light, he had already arrived in the territory. Upon arriving in the territory, he opened his graduation certificate, which emitted a dazzling light and transformed into a building. Territory notification. Congratulations on completing the graduation ceremony and becoming a true lord. You have obtained the Lord-wide building, virtual trading market. He earned his diploma to acquire this building, and now that he finally has it, he immediately begins using it. Territory notification. Build the virtual trading market, which will evolve into the multiverse virtual mall. This building looks great, as you can tell from its name. He immediately began to look up information about the building. Architecture. Virtual mall of all realms. Level, none. Quality, none. Attribute, trade. Introduction. This area contains passages to the multiverse trading market. You can choose any location to purchase the items you desire. However, please note that many trading markets do not welcome outsiders. Note, if you die in a trading market, you will lose 1 level, your equipped gear will be randomly dropped, and you will be weakened for 1 month. He was utterly shocked. This is indeed a multidimensional trading market building, not limited to the trading market of the Kanglan continent. The Kanglan continent is steeped in countless legends. It is said that long ago, the Kanglan continent was invaded by alien races, and human powerhouses waged an earth-shattering war against them in order to drive them out. However, these alien races were extremely powerful. Countless strongmen perished, and countless humans were slaughtered. At the most dangerous time, the number of humans remaining on the entire Kanglan continent was less than a few million. In the final moment of crisis, an ancestor of humanity awakened the heart of a lord, leading countless humans into the territory for refuge and beginning to develop it. Subsequently, countless human ancestors awakened the heart of a lord and began to join the path of developing their territories. And so, relying on the awakening of the lord's heart, they finally grew stronger and summoned an endless army within their territory to begin a counterattack against the alien races of the Kanglan continent. This great war lasted for a very long time and is known as the darkest period of turmoil in the history of the Kanglan continent. If it weren't for the awakening of the heart of a lord by the ancestors of humankind, the entire Kanglan continent would probably have become the territory of alien races. Although they drove away these alien races, they paid a heavy price, and it took them a long time to recover. However, as the early inhabitants expanded their territory, they discovered that countless powerful races existed in the endless universe. If they are not strong enough, there will eventually come a moment when they will be invaded by alien races. Sure enough, in the years that followed, the Kanglan continent experienced many more invasions by alien races, each time involving a different race, and each time these races grew stronger than the last. They not only possess powerful talents, but also astonishing strength, and their numbers are also numerous. Humanity has encountered one dark and turbulent period after another. However, during each period of darkness and turmoil, a group of exceptionally talented individuals emerges among humankind. It is through their existence that humanity is able to overcome difficulties time and time again and drive away wave after wave of invaders. As time has progressed, humanity has enjoyed tens of thousands of years of peace, and countless powerful gods and demons have emerged to protect this pure land of Kanglan continent. However, humanity will not let its guard down. It continues to grow, progress, and become stronger. Whether for immortality and godhood, or for profit and fame, humanity is ultimately striving to become stronger. Every individual and every nation is nurturing a new generation of outstanding young lords. It is hoped that more gods and demons will emerge from among them to better protect the land of Kanglan continent. These things are legends and are not explicitly recorded in history books. But these legends have been passed down from ancient times to the present, and many people believe them to be true. They are able to enjoy a good life not because they have no enemies, but simply because someone is protecting this pure land. Even the teachers often say that every lord should have a heart that protects his family, his country, and humanity. They had never seen any other races, nor did they know whether any race other than humans could awaken the heart of a lord and become a lord. When he saw this multiverse trading mall, he already knew that those legends must be true. Beyond the Kanglan continent, countless other races also live, each incredibly powerful and capable of developing their own territories to become powerful lords. Those human lords who achieved godhood and demonhood have always been protecting the Kanglan continent. He is still very weak, and the realm of gods and demons is still far from his reach. Level is only one part of a person's strength, and equipment and skills are only one part as well. However, one's strength and level of mastery are the most important factors in a person's combat power. Chapter 136. How can you use it? The multiverse trading mall resembles a teleportation building and occupies a very small area. He still has one building to complete, and that is the Lucky Stone. However, other conditions were required to build this structure. First, his luck attribute needs to reach more than 300 points, which he has already fully met. The remaining requirement is that you need a lucky tree of 3 stars or higher to build it. He didn't even know what the lucky divine tree was, so he had to go to the multiverse trading mall to find out. He arrived at the teleportation array of the multiverse trading mall, and after a flash of light, he disappeared. He arrived in a virtual space surrounded by huge screens, each with many smaller screens displaying the names of different worlds. Orc Trading Market, Mermaid Trading Market, Dragon Clan Trading Market, Werewolf Trading Market, Angel Trading Market, Sun Realm Human Trading Market, Heavenly Realm Ancient Clan Trading Market. The Multiverse Trading Mall can connect to the myriad worlds. However, this myriad worlds is just a rough estimate. He really doesn't know the exact number of tens of thousands. With so many trading worlds to choose from, he was now unsure which one to explore next. However, a search box appeared in front of him, just like a computer screen, and even had a smart prompt, allowing him to choose whether to enable artificial intelligence suggestions. He clicked Start to see what the AI prompt would look like. After clicking, the screen will prompt you again to switch to which form. There are many forms available, such as cat, dog, bird, tree, angel, demon, human, dinosaur. He chose the human form without hesitation. Then another prompt appeared. Please select personality. Cute, innocent, pure, reserved, sexy. All I wanted was to choose an AI-powered reminder, and you're giving me a bug? As expected, after he selected the sexy type, a series of options appeared again. The service was so attentive that he felt it was too much trouble. He even described his voice, height, appearance, hair length, hair color, hairstyle. It lets you choose anything that a person possesses. Zhou Yin was truly speechless. It took them a full half hour to create an AI virtual character. However, the process of creating a human. That's fine. He wants to come again sometime. Please give me a name, my lord. The artificial intelligence he created had a soft voice and a hot body. Both its appearance and personality were exactly his type. This AI's image is just too perfect. It has a golden ratio body, with a curvy figure, and the key is that it can change various hairstyles, voices, personalities, and clothes at any time. Then let's call it Xiaowei, Zhou Yin replied. My lord, is there anything I can do for you? Xiaowei asked. What services? Zhou Yin looked at the AI in front of him and asked, can you play the flute? Okay. Xiaowei conjured a flute in her hand, placed it on her cherry-like lips, and began to play it. A melodious voice rang out, beautiful and pleasant to hear. Then, Zhou Yin asked, what other functions do you have? Xiaowei replied, I can help you find the items you need in the Multiverse Lord's trading market. Just tell me what it is, or describe its attributes and function, and I can find it for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was overjoyed. This was practically the Baidu of the Multiverse trading market. Moreover, it connects the entire universe, so he immediately thought of a very lucrative scheme. He quickly asked, are lords of different races able to travel to different lord worlds to trade? I'm sorry, I don't know that information. I only know about item trading, Xiaowei replied. Okay, Xiaowei is just a virtual AI character in the trading system, only knowing information about the items being traded, which is very unreliable. But how do you explain that you could play the flute before? He originally thought that if he could resell items from different worlds, he could definitely make a fortune. Of course, this kind of thing must be done after market research. It cannot be done blindly. He doesn't even understand the situation of the trading markets in various worlds yet, so he can't act recklessly. We must conduct market research and take action based on the actual situation. Then he said, search for the material lucky sacred wood for me. Okay, please wait a moment. Xiao Wei's eyes gleamed, and the surrounding screens changed rapidly. She said, found it. What star quality of lucky divine wood do you need? Samsung is fine, Zhou Yin replied. Okay, we have found 1,500 worlds where 3-star lucky divine trees are for sale. Which world would you like to go to? Xiaowei asked. Then, world names appeared on those screens. Is anyone selling them on the Kanglan continent? Zhou Yin asked. Yes, Xiaowei replied. Then let's go to the trading world of Kanglan continent. In the future, when looking for items, we should prioritize Kanglan continent. If Kanglan continent doesn't have them, then we can consider other human worlds. Zhou Yin said. Okay, I've set up your search criteria, but could you please give me some feedback? Xiaowei asked. Of course, go ahead and say it. He was quite surprised that Xiaowei would offer suggestions. When searching for items, should we display a price comparison for that item to give you a better choice? Xiaowei asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately said, "That's an excellent suggestion. Do you have any other opinions? Feel free to bring them up." Xiaowei has no objections, Xiaowei replied. "Give me a price list for the Samsung Sacred Wood," Zhou Yin said. "Okay, please watch the screen," Xiaowei said. On a screen in front of him were 10 worlds, each marked with the price of a 3-star lucky divine tree. The first world is called the Dwarf Trading Market, where the lowest price is 100,000 spirit coins per piece, and the highest price is 200,000 spirit coins per piece. The second world is called the Elf Trading Market, where each piece costs 120,000 spirit coins. The third world is called the Enchanting Clan Trading Market, where the price is 130,000 spirit coins per piece, with a maximum price of 180,000 spirit coins per piece. He discovered that the top 10 prices were all sold by people from other worlds. He looked at the items sold on the Kanglan continent. The lowest price was 199,999 yuan per piece, and the highest was 500,000 yuan. He was completely bewildered. Why were the human merchants charging such exorbitant prices? However, considering that humans are all people who love to haggle, he understood somewhat. This shows that although the 3-star lucky divine wood is precious, it is not difficult to find in the entire universe. He had seen so many worlds, and even within the same world, the price of the same item varied greatly. He only noticed that the prices in the elf trading market were uniform. Chapter 137. I have absolutely no interest in money. Xiaowei told him that because the prices of items listed by each lord can change at any time, and the other party can also remove items from the market at any time, it is normal for the prices of many things to change. He was naturally aware of this. The relationship between dwarves and humans shouldn't be too bad, right? He thought for a moment and then said, "Go to the dwarf trading market." Xiaowei said, "Going to the dwarf trading market requires a teleportation fee of 10,000 spirit coins. Do you want to teleport?" Holy crap, they actually charge extra. He hadn't expected that at all. These spirit coins are the energy consumed for your virtual form to teleport. Without spirit coins as teleportation energy, teleportation is impossible. Xiaowei explained the function of these spirit coins to Zhou Yin very carefully and meticulously. He was also told that the cost of teleportation would vary depending on the world. It's only 10,000 spirit coins, he can afford it. This slightly changed his mind about becoming a bricklayer businessman. If you go to a world with high costs and can't even earn back the teleportation fee, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Therefore, this kind of thing must be analyzed from the river's perspective. But then, a sudden inspiration struck him. Omega. Wait, check the prices of various ores in the dwarf trading market for me. He suddenly remembered that these dwarves were born blacksmithing fanatics. So what about the prices of ores and equipment in their world? I'm so incredibly smart. What kind of, or do you need to inquire about in terms of quality and price? Xiaowei asked. List out the prices of all ores rated 3 stars or higher, Zhou Yin said. Okay, please wait a moment. Please look at the big screen. The prices of various 3-star and above ores immediately appeared on the screen in the dwarf trading market. Just as he had expected, the prices of ores in the dwarven trading market were generally high, with some ores being 5 or 6 times more expensive than those in the Kanglan continent market, and some even showing a 10-fold price difference. This delighted Zhou Yin, and his eyes gleamed with the light of spirit coins. Check the prices of equipment above silver rank in the dwarven trading market, Zhou Yin said again. Okay, please wait. Please look at the other large screen. Zhou Yin looked at another large screen, which displayed a price list for silver-grade equipment. He glanced at it casually and found that the prices of these items were indeed very low. The main reason is that dwarves are a group of people who love to forge equipment. Their entire race loves forging equipment, which leads to a shortage of ore and a naturally higher price. However, because there are so many dwarves who love for forging, their equipment inventory is severely overstocked, and the price of many pieces of equipment is even lower than the cost price. This equipment is practically free. My goodness, this is practically free money. The thought that he could buy all the equipment forged by the dwarves at the lowest price, and then sell them the ore at a high price, was truly remarkable. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Search the entire world for the cheapest ore of quality 3 stars or higher, he ordered again. He discovered that the biggest function of this multiverse trading mall was to make money by trading in bricks. He must establish a dedicated business team to find ways to profit from price differences every day. It would be an outrage against heaven and earth not to do this. I have absolutely no interest in money. Xiaowei quickly found the world with the lowest or prices and displayed it on another screen. There are many screens here, and they can be moved around. allowing Xiao Wei to display the information he needs at any time, and the information can be refreshed at any time. There is a place called Stone Realm, Stone Clan Trading Market, where the lowest prices are for ore, but the equipment there is extremely high-end. Even the most common bronze equipment sells for the same price as silver equipment, or even higher. After seeing this information, at this moment, all he wanted to do was sing a song. I'm rich. I'm rich. Xiao Wei, I want to be teleported to the Stone Realm, Stone Clan Trading Market. Xiao Wei said, going to the Stone Realm, Stone Clan Trading Market, requires a teleportation fee of 50,000 spirit coins. Do you wish to teleport? 50,000 spirit coins? No big deal. Anyway, teleport. Spirit coins, 50,000, initiating teleportation. With a flash of light, when Zhou Yin opened his eyes again, he found himself in an earthen yellow world made entirely of stone. The surrounding architecture is quite unique, consisting of stacked stones forming stone houses that resemble the dwellings of primitive people. They are not real bodies that have come here, but only virtual spirits. If this spirit is damaged, the real body will also be affected. If you die, your level will drop by 1, and you will be weakened for a month. As soon as he appeared, many strangely looking stone people looked at him. These people have peculiar appearances, as if they were carved from pieces of stone. If they can't move or talk, they're just like statues. This was the first time Zhou Yin had ever seen Stone Clan people like this. They didn't wear any clothes, and only a few Stone Clan people wore equipment. Because there is so little equipment in this world, a good piece of equipment is very expensive. Zhou Yin suspected that none of these Stone Clan members knew how to forge weapons. Otherwise, with such good or conditions, how could there be so little equipment? The stone people looked at Zhou Yin and began to speak. This stone tribesman looks so strange, and he's so small. This is probably a malnourished stone tribe. He's probably still a child. I hope it hasn't grown into a deformity. What a pitiful stone tribe. Zhou Yin was speechless after hearing their words. Does he look like a member of the Stone Clan? Are their eyes made of stone? Could it be that they have never seen people from other worlds? Excuse me, do you know anything about the human race? Zhou Yin asked. What is the human race? Is it a weapon? A stone race member asked rhetorically. I guess it's a kind of food. It must be delicious. Yet another Stone Clan member, with his stone head and wildly imaginative mind, replied. It should be a plant. It must be some kind of monster. I'd really like to see it for myself. After Zhou Yin heard their answers, completely bewildered. They were both completely bewildered. Geometry is completely baffling. God, humans are weapons, food, and plants. These country bumpkins had never even seen people of other races before. Really? Very good. Zhou Yin felt it was necessary to introduce himself, so he cleared his throat, took out a backpack-style speaker, and put it on his shoulder, and then took out a microphone. He got this from the Bronze Sparrow Terrace draw. He originally thought it was useless, but now he's putting it to good use. He took the microphone and began to speak loudly. Greetings, fellow Stone Clan members. My name is Shirtan, and I am an equipment merchant. I currently have a large quantity of equipment to sell. We're having a massive equipment clearance sale. Black iron equipment is only 5,000 spirit coins. Bronze equipment is only 50,000 spirit coins, and silver equipment ranges from 100,000 to 500,000 spirit coins, all depending on its attributes. He had previously seen the prices of equipment in the stone world, and the prices were lower than everyone else's, so he believed that these equipment were very attractive to them. Keep in mind that these items would only cost 1/10 of his current asking price on the Kanglan continent. 10 times the profit. The key point is that they were quite happy. Really? Are the equipment you're selling really that cheap? I want 100 pieces of bronze equipment. Pay me right away. Brother Shirtan, 500 pieces of bronze equipment are needed immediately. Chapter 138, Large Scale or Acquisition. In the trading markets of various races, there are places to set up stalls, and even many shops where you can set up a stall by paying rent. The stalls and shops in these places can only be rented. Even if you have the money, you can't buy them because they are not for sale. This is just a trading platform, albeit one that distinguishes many worlds. Moreover, taxes are levied on every item sold. Taxes are very low, ranging from 1,000th to 1/10,000th. 1 spirit coin will be charged. If someone is like Zhou Yin, who doesn't set up a stall to buy and sell goods, but simply wants to trade with someone, that's fine too. This way, you don't have to pay taxes, but someone needs to constantly advertise and promote these transactions. Moreover, his shouting for business is not allowed in stalls or commercial areas. However, Zhou Yin had been worried that the equipment would not sell, but he did not expect that the Stone Clan would be so short of equipment that each Stone Clan member would buy a large amount of equipment and leave. Most people buy only a few or a few dozen pieces, but most stone collectors buy 1 or 200 pieces. Many people buy the complete set of equipment directly. Those great lords would even buy thousands or tens of thousands of pieces of equipment at once. In just 1 hour, he sold out all the equipment stock in his territory. Then, he could only say to the remaining Stone Clan members, "I'm so sorry, because I don't have much equipment with me. I can't sell it to you all for the time being. However, I will definitely bring you enough equipment tomorrow. I have only one request. I hope you can help me spread the word so that more Stone Clan friends can come here to buy equipment, and this transaction is valid indefinitely." The Stone race were still very happy to hear what Shirtan said. "You'd better keep your word. I'll pre-order 1,000 sets of black iron equipment. I also want to order 500 sets of black iron and bronze equipment, 100 sets of bronze equipment, and 10 sets of silver equipment. Several of my friends want to buy equipment, so you can't mess with us tomorrow. Then we'll come again tomorrow. If you run into trouble here, just tell me. I'll protect you. Shirtan, whoever messes with you, I, Shirbalm, will be the first to wipe them out." Many members of the Stone Clan added him as a friend. Although they live in different worlds, they can still add each other as friends. He never expected these stone people to be so poorly equipped. This highly profitable business had to be done, and it had to be done on a large scale. He plans to have the people within his territory go to various worlds to make purchases tomorrow, so that they won't need to travel back and forth between worlds. This would definitely not work for other lords, because other lords' territorial warehouses simply cannot perform such operations. However, his treasure room can be used by anyone within his territory as long as he grants the necessary permissions. The Multiverse Trading Mall is a territory building, so they are indeed within the territory and can be used. The only slight problem is that they are in trading zones in different worlds and cannot communicate. This problem is easy to solve. I believe there must be something in the universe that can solve this communication problem. At that time, they will be able to communicate and purchase various items at any time. He needs to buy enough or quickly. So he started heading towards the stall location. How cheap are the ores here? 1-star iron ore costs 2 spirit coins each, and a set of 99 ore sells for only 190 spirit coins. You should know that iron ore from a single star level in the Kanglan continent sells for at least 10 spirit coins. That's a 5-fold difference. 2-star iron ore costs 5 spirit coins per piece. Samsungs are only 10 spirit coins each. The locals sell 1 to 3-star ores in bulk, and they even offer discounts. 4-star items only cost between 100 and 300 spirit coins. Because there are relatively few ores of 4 stars or higher, they are sold in small quantities in sets, but he still bought quite a lot. These high-grade ores are of great value, whether he uses them to craft equipment, upgrade his territory, or sell them to others. These ores are so cheap, it's practically free. He began a buying frenzy, taking everything that sold ore. He doesn't have time to look at anything else right now. He's only concerned with the ore. Although 5-star ores are rare, with so many lords setting up stalls and opening shops, each buying some, the quantity wouldn't be small. He discovered by chance that there was very little timber here, but it was also very cheap. He inquired about the Stone Tribe and learned that they all liked to build houses with stones, and their buildings basically only required stone materials. Only a small amount of wood is used to upgrade a territory, and since few people need it, the price is naturally low. This is too good for him. So he started collecting timber. Although he possessed over 1 billion spirit coins, that amount was simply not enough to acquire the mineral and timber reserves of an entire world. The other Stone Clan members were simply curious about why he would buy so much ore and wood, and ignored him. These low-grade ores were indeed worthless to them. High-grade ores, on the other hand, are more in demand. It took him a long time to buy almost all of the billions of spirit coins. He discovered that spending money was also a very difficult thing. However, he was experiencing both pain and pleasure, because these billions of spirit coins will at least increase 5 or 6 times in value. Then the doubled spirit coins will double again. Just like that, his wealth doubled and doubled. He would soon become a billionaire. After making the purchase, he immediately chose to teleport back. Upon returning to his territory, he went straight to Jiao Chan, Zhenmi, Nie Xiaoqian, and Li Shuang. They called up everyone they could from the territory. What's the matter that's causing such excitement and urgency? You've even called everyone in the territory. Jiao Chan and the others were very curious, wondering what was wrong with Zhou Yin, that he had summoned them in such a hurry, and they found it very strange. Good thing, of course it's a good thing. Zhou Yin directly teleported them to the Multiverse Trading Mall. After a flash of light, they arrived at a mysterious space. There are still people here. They curiously examined Zhou Yin, and suddenly saw Xiao Wei, and were amazed by her appearance. This woman is beautiful, and her figure is amazing. She was wearing too few clothes. It's not a person, it's just an intelligent system. It has no physical form, as you can see. Zhou Yin personally reached out and grabbed Xiao Wei, his entire hand passing right through her body. It's just a virtual projection. I see. The women understood, and then asked Zhou Yin why he had called them here. Zhou Yin then explained his plan to them in detail. After half an hour, the women finally understood what Zhou Yin wanted to do. They never expected that the multiverse trading mall would be so powerful. I can't believe you can do that. However, Xiao Wei pointed out, the number of people that can be teleported through the multiverse trading mall is limited. The higher the level of your territory, the more people you can teleport. The current territory level is 24, so you can only teleport a maximum of 24 people to different worlds. So there are such restrictions, Zhou Yin said, indicating that he understood. Even so, 24 people can do a lot of things and make a lot of money. Furthermore, he can use these resources to upgrade his territory. Xiao Wei, search for items that allow us to communicate with each other regardless of which world's trading area we're in. Zhou Yin felt that everyone should prepare their communication devices in order to facilitate better communication and avoid having to come back if anything happened. He wasn't concerned about the small teleportation fee. I just feel that it's better to solve the problem at its root. Okay, please wait a moment. Please look at the big screen, Xiao Wei said. Chapter 139, Heading to the Moon Star Trading Market. He started looking at what was on the screen. A lot of things appeared on it. The first item is called the Interstellar Communication Phone, which comes from a market called Micro Morning Star Trading Market and costs 2 million spirit coins per unit. This phone has a very long signal range. At close range, it has all the functions of a mobile phone. However, if the two planets are too far apart, it can only send text messages, although voice messages are also possible. This interstellar communication phone is also highly recommended by Xiao Wei because it claims that a signal tower can be built here to ensure communication between each phone. Xiao Wei also searched for information about this signal tower, which came from another world called Pegasus Star Hamsk People Trading Market, with a price of 10 million spirit coins. Although these items are quite expensive, they are essential items that must be purchased. Zhou Yin felt that these names were more like those of aliens, and the civilizations of these planets seemed to be quite advanced. He then looked at other similar items, including high-tech communication devices. However, some are either too big or too expensive, making them unsuitable for purchase. Some are even single-use items. Once used up, they're gone. Of course, Zhou Yin also had a method, which was the communication magic of the immortal cultivation profession. Unfortunately, this kind of magic can only be learned by those who cultivate immortality or other spiritual practices. Their professions limited their ability to learn this kind of magic. So in the end, he still chose the first type of interstellar communication phone. Xiao Wei, could you check which resource, Pegasus Star, is most lacking? Since he was going there to buy things, he naturally couldn't come back empty-handed. He had to earn some travel expenses. He's a very frugal person. If you can earn some extra cash on the way, then don't waste it. I can only search for the most traded items on the trading market of Pegasus Star, but I can't know what resources their planet lacks the most. Xiao Wei replied that it can only obtain data on items listed on the trading market. For private transactions, such as the kind of transactions Zhou Yin made in the stone world, it is impossible to obtain data. That works too. As long as I know which resource they trade the most and understand the resource prices on their planet, it will be much easier. Once we know which resources on their planet are traded in large quantities, things will be much easier. Xiao Wei quickly displayed on a large screen the items with the highest transaction volume in Pegasus in recent years. Xiao Wei then added, I found that over the past 10 years, the prices of some items on Pegasus Star have been increasing year by year, while the quantities have been gradually decreasing. Could you list them? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin quickly replied, Of course we should list them out. These are definitely items they urgently need. Okay. Xiao Wei quickly displayed on another large screen the items whose prices had risen the most in the past 10 years, and also showed the quantity of Pegasus Star 10 years ago and now. This is like a big data analysis, clearly showing the items with the highest transaction volume and the largest price fluctuations in Pegasus over the past 10 years. All he needs to do is bring the items that Pegasus urgently needs. Of course, he couldn't guarantee the true situation of Pegasus Star. He could only say that there was a high probability that it wouldn't lose money. He discovered that most of the things that Pegasus Star desperately needed were rare metals and rare ores. Some of them were ores he had previously purchased from the stone world, and the quality of those ores was quite high. He had only managed to purchase a quantity of a few 100,000. Trading items between two worlds like this requires a lot of manpower, because the items that are lacking in each place are in different worlds. This requires a group of people to perform statistical processing and then conduct reasonable reselling. The key issue is that he simply doesn't have anyone capable of compiling these statistics. Because Zhao Chan and the others were not modern people, they didn't understand these things. Of course, he also had his own idea, which was the movie theater. There's no shortage of movies featuring business elites. With his arrogant, cool, and awesome abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to trick them into working for him. However, the cool-down period for this cinema hadn't ended yet, and he was worried about the people on the Kanglan continent. If his territory information were leaked, countless lords would try every means to seize it. Faced with an endless army of lords, he was not confident that he could defeat them all. Don't assume he's that strong. The world of lords has developed for so long, and the strength of those veteran lords should not be underestimated. For safety reasons, he cannot accept any of the social elites on the Kanglan continent, no matter how capable they are. Even if they were required to work on the Kanglan continent, they would be tasked with procuring supplies for their territories. Because the Kanglan continent has strict labor laws, any lord who hires someone to work in his territory cannot restrict their personal freedom to return to the Kanglan continent for an extended period of time. Once they break the contract, it will be activated immediately, and they will face imprisonment. Even if you invite the madman Zhang San, it won't make a difference. After all, the Kanglan continent doesn't nitpick over words. Breaking the law is breaking the law, no need for so much nonsense. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Yin did not want to hire anyone from the Kanglan continent. Kanglan continent, except himself. Those summoned by the territory are naturally an exception. He then had Xiao Wei search for the scarce resources on Pegasus Star and record them. After that, he stopped searching because the teleportation fee to this planet was very low, only 100 spirit coins. This is a human-made planet, and it's not far away. He asked Xiao Wei how many spirit coins it would cost to teleport to the Kanglan continent trading market, and Xiao Wei said it was free. Because he exists in this world, he doesn't need to use up spirit coins at all. The planet where those rare metals are located is called Moonstar Trading Market. He strongly suspects that the people on this planet immigrated from elsewhere. Since this is a human-made planet, there's not much to worry about. Teleport to Moonstar Trading Market, Zhou Yin said. Xiao Wei replied, spirit coins minus 100, initiating teleportation. Teleportation to Moonstar Trading Market, successful. Overall, this trading market is very similar to the world in an online game. It's enormous. The architectural style here is quite unique, with distinctive shapes and a rather futuristic appearance. The variety of buildings is dazzling. Buying moonstones of 5-star quality or higher. Price guaranteed to satisfy you. 1 stone is all you need for a transaction. The entire moonstone set is the most valuable. Feel free to contact me. Gold quality sets for sale, minimum order of 10 sets. Powerful attributes, discounted price. Those interested in long-term cooperation should hurry. The weapons newly forged by Diamond Forger Lucian are all of dark gold and platinum quality. There are only 10 in total, so hurry up and get them. Just killed a level 70 pseudo-dragon. Hurry up and eat the dragon meat, tendons and bones, or they'll be gone. Come and take a look. A master jeweler is making custom jewelry for you. The price is reasonable. Just give me the money and I'll do it. Human trading markets have never lacked activity. They have clever minds and know how to use various methods to sell the items they have. Regardless of the quality of the products, their dedication is commendable. Chapter 140, Little Gold Tooth. The market was huge, and there were so many people outside shouting and hawking their wares. These people are all trying to save on taxes, and of course, many others are trying to attract customers. There were many lords coming and going to buy and sell goods. They had many different skin colors, including not only yellow, but also brown, red, blue, green, and purple. Their appearance is also somewhat different from that of the people of the Kanglan continent, especially their hairstyles, many of which resemble the Shamate style. This is all because of the different planets. These people would seem rather strange to him. In the eyes of these people with the moon star in their charts, wasn't he a strange person? He intended to enter the trading market, but as he passed by these people, he overheard someone selling the rare metals he needed. And it looks like there are quite a few of them. He naturally stopped and found the shifty-eyed fellow, who also had a gold-plated tooth, making him easy to recognize. The first person he thought of was Big Gold Tooth. However, this guy's gold tooth wasn't very big, but it looked similar to Big Gold Tooth's. Both had a very cunning look. He gave the other person a nickname, Little Gold Tooth. He walked up to the other person and asked, "How much is 5-star lock metal?" "That depends on the quantity you need. If it's less than 100 units, each unit costs 40,000 spirit coins. If it's more than 500 units, each unit costs 35,000 spirit coins. If it's more than 1,000 units, each unit costs 30,000 spirit coins. Little Gold Tooth answered. He had already researched the metal prices here before he came, and this guy was talking complete nonsense. Even on Pegasus Star, 5-star lock metal only sells for 50,000 spirit coins per unit. He just left. He's not a sucker. Seeing Zhou Yan leave, the other party quickly stopped him and said, "Friend, are you serious? Do you have a large quantity? Of course I'll buy, at least 10,000 units." Although he doesn't have much money left, he has already arranged with Jiao Chan and the others to sell ores at the dwarf trading market, and he believes they will have money soon. The spirit coins in his territory begin to rise, and Jiao Chan and the others had already started selling ores at the dwarf trading market. He kept all the ores he needed and only sold the ones he didn't. Even so, he could at least quadruple his total assets. 10,000 units. Little Gold Tooth was stunned. He never imagined the other party would ask for so much. If he doesn't try to win over customers like that, he shouldn't be doing business. Big brother, do you really need this much? Little Gold Tooth even changed his way of addressing Zhou Yan and quickly stopped him. You're no good as a black marketeer. I won't do business with you. Zhou Yan said that the initiative is now in his hands, and that's how assertive he is. Brother, as the saying goes, business is business. If you don't even haggle when I ask for a price, you'll accuse me of being a shady dealer. I'm a legitimate businessman. If it weren't for saving on taxes, why would I be standing here haggling for so long? The other party started playing the victim, but unfortunately, he wasn't falling for that tactic. How many people used to beg on the streets, begging in shabby clothes during the day, and then dressed in suits and ties, embracing hot girls in bars and hotels at night? Far more professional at playing the victim than this guy. Give him a bad review. Get lost, don't interfere with my shopping. The customer is always the boss, especially since Zhou Yan ordered such a large quantity. If this deal goes through, he'll save a lot of standing here. Sir, please name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll definitely sell it. The other party was practically kneeling before him, leaving passers-by completely bewildered. What kind of business was this? Why were they going to such lengths? Could it be? The Moonstar may not have many other things, but it is exceptionally rich in these rare metals. Any powerful lord can mine a considerable amount of them. This is also why metal prices are generally low here. The other party initially thought Zhou Yan was young and offered a casual price, but who knew he would ask for so much? You said it yourself. Zhou Yan stopped. Of course, the price has to be right. The other party quickly smiled and said, elsewhere, 5-star lock metal is worth about 30,000 spirit coins per unit, but here someone is selling it for 20,000 spirit coins per unit. This data comes from Xiaowei's side, so he is very clear about these prices. Therefore, Zhou Yan said, 10,000 spirit coins per unit can maintain a long-term cooperative relationship. What? The other party was stunned. This bargaining was too ruthless. Wasn't this practically giving it away for free? Brother, it seems you know the market well. This price is really too low. The other party quickly replied. You asked me to name my price. Did I force you? Zhou Yan spread his hands in reply. Sir, you can't expect me to lose money in business, can you? Little Gold Tooth tried to put on an act again, but seeing Zhou Yan's unchanging face, he knew he had met a real expert today. Well, I won't beat around the bush with you. The lowest price is 18,000, but your quantity must be at least 20,000 units. Little Gold Tooth said it directly. Zhou Yan looked at the other party and said, I need all kinds of metals all the time. You can't even afford a shop. Forget it. I'll go find a great lord to cooperate with. I believe they will give me a reasonable price. Upon hearing this, Little Gold Tooth knew he couldn't let Zhou Yan leave. After all, Zhou Yan was a god of wealth. Little Gold Tooth was really about to kneel down before Zhou Yan, saying, Grandpa, if I may be so honest, then take it out and let me see it first. Before Little Gold Tooth could finish speaking, Zhou Yan answered directly. Finally, Little Gold Tooth gave him the lowest price, 16,000 spirit coins per unit. Zhou Yan was initially worried about whether Little Gold Tooth had enough items, but seeing that Little Gold Tooth seemed to have some connections and was familiar with many lords and merchants, he realized that he had probably obtained quite a few items from them. It took him half an hour to gather the materials for 20,000 units. Then he said, Sir, I was not prepared enough today. If I had known you needed such a large quantity, I would have started preparing much earlier. I paid a high price for all of these. Of course, if you're willing to spend the time, you can certainly buy these things at the same price. However, for someone like you, time is extremely valuable. In the future, just let me know when you need to purchase these materials. I'm just earning a little extra for my hard work, and also hoping to make your acquaintance, someone as important as you. I hope that if you ever need anything in the future, You can simply let me know. Little Gold Tooth was really sincere this time, without any pretense, and he really spoke his mind. Moreover, this price is indeed very low. If you want it to be any lower, you'll have to haggle with other people for ages. His time is indeed precious, and there's no need to waste it here. What's your name? Zhou asked. My name is Jinzai, but everyone calls me Jinzi. Would you mind adding me as a friend? Jinzi asked earnestly. He always chooses to hide all information when adding friends. He had already added many Stone Clan friends from the Stone Realm, so he naturally wouldn't mind having more friends from other worlds. However, Zhou said, I'll teach you Little Gold Tooth from now on. That name suits you better. Please feel free to call me whatever you like. Little Gold Tooth smiled. It was just a name, nothing serious. Territory notification. You have become friends with Moon Realm. Be a rich man, Gold Boy, and all your information will be kept confidential from them. Chapter 141, The Illusionary Realm. Spirit coins minus 320 million, acquired 20,000 units of 5-star lock metal. After the transaction was completed, Little Gold Tooth finally felt relieved. This was the largest transaction of his life. He never imagined that he would be able to trade such a large sum of spirit coins. This one deal earned him more spirit coins than he would have earned in several years before. Little Gold Tooth said to Zhou, if you need anything in the future, just call me. Although he couldn't see any information about Zhou, Little Gold Tooth still asked, would it be convenient for you to tell me your name? That way I'll know how to address you. Just call me Bruce Lee, or you can call me Brother Long. Zhou smiled. One world, one name. What name should he use next? He'd have to think about it again and again. All right, Brother Long. Little Gold Tooth quickly responded that regardless of whether it was true or not, as long as they had business dealings with each other, it was just a title anyway. You seem all right, kid. Help me see if you have any 5-star platinum alloy, 6-star terrastone, 7-star quantum metal. Zhou rattled off dozens of rare metal materials, which made Little Gold Tooth's eyes widen in astonishment. He then asked, we have some of these things, but others require careful searching. I wonder how many you need. The more the better, there's no limit to the quantity. If you can collect more, including the lock metal you already have, just contact me when the time comes. Zhou replied. Little Gold Tooth became more and more surprised and shocked as he listened. He didn't just meet a rich man, he met a super rich tycoon. As long as he maintains a good working relationship with this Brother Long, he can live a life free from worries about food and drink for the rest of his life. Even if Little Gold Tooth were to kneel down and call him Dad, right now, he would not hesitate. These are Little Gold Tooth's bread and butter. Little Gold Tooth knew this was a tremendous opportunity. He solemnly said to Zhou, Brother Long, don't worry, I guarantee I'll collect enough materials for you at the lowest price. You definitely won't lose out. Spends all day outside the trading market, but he doesn't earn much spirit coins. Now, all he needs to do is properly explain what Brother Long has instructed him to do, and he can earn a lot of spirit coins. He is a smart man and knows how to make the right choice. Then let's start discussing the prices of these items. Having a local liaison in the Moonstar makes many things much simpler. All he needs to do is send him the items he needs, and then they can agree on the price. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. The two began discussing the prices of various items. Zhou would also give him the opportunity to make money, as he couldn't let him work for nothing, especially since he needed a large quantity. Therefore, Xiao Jinya was indeed very sincere this time and didn't say much about the price. After things were settled here, he bought a lot of rare metals from Little Gold Tooth again, and Little Gold Tooth even took him to other lords' shops to buy materials. Because Zhou needs a very large quantity, Little Gold Tooth can't possibly consume that much by himself. Anyway, they have a long-term partnership, and as long as they collect a certain amount of materials, Zhou can come and trade. Moreover, even if he didn't take Zhou with him, he would definitely go back on his own. Since that's the case, why not do a good deed while we're at it? This will also earn you the gratitude of other lords, and they won't refuse to help you if you need their assistance in the future. Since Zhou is here, he will definitely use up all the money he has before leaving. He can't have come all this way for nothing. When these lords and merchants heard that he needed so many materials, they were all surprised, as they had far more stock than Little Gold Tooth and didn't need to make any last-minute purchases. These lords also added him as a friend and treated him like a VIP, offering him very favorable prices, the same as the materials Little Gold Tooth sold him. Even so, Zhou still bought up all of their inventory. Seeing that Zhou possessed such substantial wealth at such a young age, they were very curious about his background. Unfortunately, the other party concealed all information, and they had no idea who they were. With their shrewdness, they had already guessed that the name Bruce Lee was just something he said offhand. They tacitly agreed not to pay attention to the matter. They only needed to maintain a good working relationship. After purchasing billions of dollars worth of materials, the lords watched Zhou Yin leave the trading market. They were naturally very grateful to Little Gold Tooth and gave him a considerable amount of money. They also began to discuss jointly collecting the materials Zhou Yin needed. Their funds are also very limited, and it is impossible for them to acquire all the materials in the entire Moon Star. If they don't plan well, they will only drive up the price of these materials too much. They started making careful plans. After purchasing billions of materials urgently needed by Pegasus Star, Zhou Yin did not choose to teleport there immediately. Xiao Wei told him that she had discovered a world where a very nice item had just been listed and suggested that he buy it. The item is called the Phantom God Mask, which can change his appearance at will, making it very convenient for him to travel between different trading worlds. What's that world called? Send me there quickly. Upon hearing about the mask's function, Zhou Yin felt it was very useful. That world is called the Illusionary Realm Trading Market, and I also found out that they are extremely short of illusionary spirit stones. Moreover, that world is not a lord's world, but an illusionary power world. Xiao Wei said. Zhou Yin was surprised and asked, is it possible that not all worlds in this myriad realms can awaken the heart of a lord? Every world is different. The lord's heart only exists in some worlds. In their worlds, there are other powerful methods that do not limit the awakening of the lord's heart. Xiao Wei replied, are all those trading markets of theirs also illusory? Zhou Yin was very curious. As long as they can be teleported to a different world, the trading markets they are in are all the same. The only difference is that each trading market will change depending on the race, region, environment, and type of cultivation. Xiao Wei replied. This surprised Zhou Yin, who wanted to visit those worlds. However, Xiao Wei said that he could only be teleported to the trading market, and he couldn't go to other places. It doesn't have the ability to teleport him there. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll just buy the Mask of the Illusion first. Okay, I'll send you the information about that mask. After collecting all the information on the Mask of the Illusion, he had Xiao Wei teleport him to the Illusion Realm. Xiao Wei replied, Spirit Coins, 8,000, initiating teleportation. Teleportation to the Illusory Realm, Trading Market, successful. Chapter 142, The Mask of the Illusion God. Is this the illusionary world? How peculiar. After arriving in the illusionary realm, he looked around curiously. The architecture of the illusionary realm was very different from that of other races. Of the fantasy world is somewhat ethereal, appearing very glassy, but you can't see what's inside at all. It's quite mysterious. He went to the trading market and saw the people of this world, but these people were all very mysterious, and many of them wore veils or masks. Many people only showed their eyes, and their faces were not visible. Their hair colors are mainly red, blue, purple, and black. The market here is very quiet. There is no one buying or selling anything outside. Without the shouts and cheers of people buying and selling equipment, it doesn't feel like a trading market at all. Although there were many people coming and going on the street, they were all as quiet as mutes. If you didn't know better, you would really think it was a world of mutes. He was full of curiosity about the world. To avoid being recognized by the locals, he followed local customs and took out a similar face mask to cover his face. He noticed that the colors of the people in the illusion world's clothes were also peculiar, mainly light colors, primarily white, followed by light blue, light cyan, and light pink. Basically, there are 4 colors. Walking towards the vendors on both sides, you'll see that they've arranged their goods neatly, and the price of each item is clearly written down. The prices of these items are all quite reasonable. He didn't see anyone haggling over the price. They discovered that buyers would only glance at the items, think for a moment, pay, take the purchased items, and leave. In a human race, the buyer would usually talk to the seller for a few minutes, discuss the price, and then decide whether to buy or not. Of the illusionary realm are extremely quiet, both men and women. They are so quiet that they can barely make a sound when they walk. You might even feel that each of them is very quiet and elegant. It is indeed a strange world. Although there are thousands of pedestrians, it is as if there are no people around, because even when they talk to each other, they do so in a very low voice. He glanced at the prices of the items and then headed in the direction Xiao Wei had told him. The place was still a bit far away. He originally wanted to summon lightning to ride, but he realized that if he did so, he would probably be treated as an oddity. He could only quicken his pace and head towards the teleportation array of the trading market. Because the mask shop was in the north of the city, while the place he was teleported to was in the east. The 2 places were very far apart, and he didn't want to waste time, so taking the teleportation array was the fastest way. Regardless of the world, Trading markets are always divided into 5 areas: East, West, South, North, and Center. To explore the entire trading market, just by walking around and not stopping to buy anything, would take several days. It's easy to imagine how large the entire trading market is. Fortunately, the trading market has many teleportation arrays that can teleport them to 5 different locations within the market, greatly reducing their travel time. After entering the teleportation array and paying a 50 spirit coin teleportation fee, he quickly appeared in the north of the city. Given time, he's sure he can find some good things in this world. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that much time now. Half an hour later, he arrived at the shop that Xiaowei had mentioned. The name sounded nice, and he even felt a little familiar with it. The shop is called Fantasy Sound Workshop. Those who don't know might mistake it for the name of a brothel. He went inside. The store was quite large. Inside, 2 hostesses bowed slightly to him, their tight-fitting clothes highlighting their beautiful curves. However, both young ladies were wearing veils, but the veils were transparent, so their pretty faces could still be seen. "Hello, what do you need to buy? I can show you the way." A young lady from the Illusion clan spoke softly to Zhou Yan. "Where are the mask-like items?" From the Illusion clan wearing masks, and so many selling them. He saw them at almost every stall along the way. Their race likes to maintain an air of mystery. "Please follow me." The Phantom Clan lady was very polite, smiling as she led him up to the 2nd floor, then asked, "What quality do you need? Are there any specific attribute requirements?" So Zhou Yan gave a general overview of the attributes of the Phantom God mask. The Illusion Clan lady was slightly taken aback, then said, "You've come at the perfect time. Not long ago, we put several masks with good attributes up for sale. There are quite a few that should meet your requirements." Zhou Yan smiled slightly. This was no coincidence. He had come here specifically to buy that mask. "That's great," Zhou Yan said with great satisfaction. On the 2nd floor, there is a special area for displaying masks. There are a large number of masks here, ranging from black iron quality to dark gold quality. Of course, the higher the quality of the mask, the fewer the number of them there are. The quality of that Phantom God mask is that of a spiritual artifact. There are only 2 masks of the entire spirit artifact quality. He checked the attributes of another mask and found it to be quite good, but he didn't need it. Although he had a general understanding of the attributes of Phantom God mask, he still checked all of its attributes. Equipment: Special, Phantom God mask. Quality: Spiritual weapon. Durability: 3000/3000. Attribute 1. Concealment: Can conceal all strength and aura. If the opponent is too strong, there is a certain probability that the disguise will be detected. Attribute 2. Disguise: Can change one's physical appearance. Attribute 3. Illusion: Can cast an illusion to confuse the enemy. Cooldown time 48 hours. Attribute 4. Illusionary kill: Casts an illusionary kill spell. Cooldown 48 hours. Attribute 5. Can release a defensive shield of 1000/1000. Attribute 6. Teleportation: Can move a short distance to a designated location. The distance is related to the spirit attribute. Attribute 7. Spirit plus 200. Attribute 8. Luck plus 50. Equipment requirements: Level 50, Luck attribute 200. Description: Made from materials taken from a 1,000-year-old illusionary demon, and enhanced with powerful illusion magic. It possesses a deceptive effect. Current price: 300 million spirit coins. This is a special piece of equipment with a total of 8 attributes. The first 6 attributes are all skill-related, and the last 2 attributes are also quite good. The plus 50 luck attribute, in particular, is quite amazing. It seems the illusionary realm doesn't place much emphasis on luck attributes. A plus 50 luck item only costs 300 million spirit coins. That's definitely a steal. Moreover, this is a special piece of equipment, an extra piece of equipment, which can have attribute bonuses. He went straight to Miss Illusion and said, "I want this illusion god mask." "Really? You are truly a person of great spiritual power." Young lady from the fantasy world looked on with surprise that the other party had bought the equipment after just one glance. "I can give you a discount. I hope you'll come back to buy equipment here next time." From the fantasy world picked up the Phantom God mask and started walking towards the counter. However, when Zhou Yan checked the other equipment, he was surprised to find that all the masks above silver level were special equipment, and each mask increased luck value. He was immediately shocked. Then they discovered a way to get rich quick. Chapter 143. Pack them all up and take them with you. Human lords place particular emphasis on the luck attribute. If a piece of equipment has the luck attribute, even if the equipment's attributes are not very good, its price will still increase several times over. This is because each race focuses on different things. In the illusionary realm, don't value luck. Instead, they prefer high-level skills, hidden abilities, and spiritual attributes. Therefore, this type of item and equipment is extremely rare in the fantasy realm. When he saw that these masks and equipment all had the attribute of increasing luck, he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the masks in this world to be so powerful. Any mask of silver quality or higher would at least increase his luck by 1 point. These luck-boosting items, once purchased, will yield at least 3 times the profit. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Iron and bronze equipment, on the other hand, provide relatively little increase in luck. Zhou Yin quickly said, "Pack up all these silver-quality masks and take them with you." The young woman was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone buy masks like this before. Buying them all, so many high-quality masks and equipment, how much would that cost? However, Zhou Yin was soon in an awkward situation. He discovered that the materials he had purchased had not yet been sold to Pegasus Star, and he only had 500 million spirit coins left. This amount of spirit coins is enough to buy so much equipment. But after thinking about it, it's not a big deal. The illusionary realm is lacking more than just illusionary spirit stones. It also lacks other things. He happened to have some, and he believed that these items, being here, could fetch a good price. Please wait a moment while I go and call our boss." After finishing her sentence, Miss Fantasy Realm hurriedly abandoned Zhou Yin and rushed upstairs. Zhou Yin took advantage of this time to start looking at the items sold on this floor. The items here are arranged very cleanly and tidy, and basically every customer has a dedicated young lady to accompany them when shopping. Every young lady here is quite attractive, both in terms of figure and appearance, and the service is very attentive. After looking around, he did see a lot of good things. Each of these items could have been sold for a considerable profit in the Kanglan continent or other worlds. Would be impossible for him not to become extremely wealthy. Having access to all worlds is practically a path to immense wealth. After a long while, several slender and shapely women came down from upstairs. The one in the middle, in particular, had a captivating fragrance that could be smelled from afar, even though she was masked. The other person had a very good temperament, a tall and charming figure, and a pair of long, slender, and white legs. He even felt that this person was like someone who had stepped out of an anime. She's clearly a stunning beauty, and her appearance really does resemble a character from an anime. Both their appearance and hairstyle were 7 or 8 parts similar, but the other person was wearing a pink palace dress, which made them somewhat different from that character. It's a bit of a shame that I couldn't see her true face. Most of her features were covered by a face mask. "Hello, distinguished guest. I am the owner of Phantom Sound Pavilion. My name is Tantai Xinyue. I heard you want to purchase a large number of masks." Tantai Xinyue's voice was clear and crisp, and just hearing it made one's eyes light up. Upon getting closer, the thin veil on her forehead could not hide the crescent-shaped mark on her forehead. When Zhou Yin saw this person, he almost wondered if he had come to a world called Lord of All Realms. The main reason was that the combination of Fantasy Sound Workshop and the name Tantai Xinyue was too easy for him to have a misconception. "That's true, and I'd also like to establish a long-term partnership with you. I hope to purchase any kind of luck-enhancing equipment from you on a long-term basis." Zhou Yin shared his thoughts. He did this not because Tantai Xinyue looked too much like Tantai Yu. It was entirely for commercial gain. "For long-term cooperation, I'm wondering what the exact quantity you need is." Tantai Xinyue was very curious. There were quite a few items in the illusionary realm that could increase luck, so she couldn't understand why the other party wanted to buy so many. "I'll take as many as you want. Are you satisfied with this answer?" He could never have too much of this kind of equipment in the entire Kanglan continent, so there's no worry about these equipment not selling well. The other party was very composed, showing no signs of inner turmoil, and was extremely elegant and calm. "That would be great. We are very willing to become business partners with you. I wonder how much you need for this first batch? We still have quite a lot in stock." Tantai Xinyue asked in a soft, gentle voice, as always. "Because I am not very well prepared this time, but I have some items here. I wonder if we can trade them by bartering, and we can pay the difference with spirit coins." Zhou Yin asked. "I don't know what it is. May I take it out and have a look?" Tantai Xinyue asked. "Of course." Zhou Yin then took out some items, including not only illusionary spirit stones, but also some special ores and runes, as well as a lot of equipment with high mental power attributes, and even skill books. Although there aren't many of these items, they are all the most sought-after items in the fantasy realm right now. Anyone who isn't a fool knows the value of these things to a shop. "Please follow me, young master." Tantai Xinyue invited Zhou Yin to discuss cooperation matters in detail elsewhere. Arriving at a special room on the 9th floor, which should be Tantai Xinyue's room, It was decorated very elegantly, and the whole room was filled with pink. Tantai Shinua must like pink. May I ask how you are addressed, young master? Tantai Shinua inquired. Just call me Yi Fan. He came up with another name. Throughout the entire universe, the surname Yi is extremely common. I wonder how many items young master Yi Fan has. Tantai Shinua asked directly. I have my own channels to obtain more items. I didn't bring many this time, but the number ranged from several thousand to several hundred items. Zhou Yin replied. Real. Tantai Shinua was a little excited. Seemingly realizing that she had lost her composure, she quickly reverted to her previous quiet demeanor. However, Zhou Yin noticed that her face, which was not covered, was slightly flushed, indicating that she was still a shy woman. Zhao Chan was also easily embarrassed. So the two began to discuss the specific price and eventually reached an agreement. The two then traded their first batch of items. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Zhou Yin shook hands with Tantai Shinua. Tantai Shinua seemed to rarely shake hands with men. At the moment of the handshake, Zhou Yin noticed that her body trembled slightly and her pretty face must have turned red. It's because he's observant. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have noticed. After leaving Fantasy Sound Pavilion, he found a secluded corner and began teleporting back. Welcome back, Lord, Xiaowei said. The Lord has returned. My Lord, you've been gone for a long time this time. You must have bought quite a few good things. Zhao Chan and the others returned and quickly went to Zhou Yin to inquire about their gains. I discovered that many things were sold very cheaply in that world, so I bought some as well. This multiverse virtual mall is amazing. If we keep buying and selling items between multiple worlds like this, we can accumulate a large sum of money in a very short time. They were very happy. The wealthier the territory, the more benefits they receive. This is absolutely an incredible, cheat-like way of picking up money. Chapter 144, Purchasing a Star-Rated Cell Phone and Cell Tower. Zhou Yin smiled slightly at them and said, This trip to the illusionary realm has indeed been very fruitful. I discovered that there are a lot of equipment that increases luck in that world, and the prices are very low. In that world, equipment that increases mental power or equipment and skills related to illusion power sell for very high prices, and the market is huge. Therefore, we need to pay close attention to these items going forward. Zhou Yin explained the market situation of the fantasy realm to everyone and then asked them to write it down. Then they asked Xiaowei which world had the most of these equipment skills and their specific locations. Because they had a lot to record, Zhou Yin simply had them divide the work among themselves. In case they forgot, he even gave each of them a small notebook to write everything down. One person is responsible for one world. Xiaowei will be here to take overall command and follow up. You can communicate with Xiaowei about anything. However, before that, he needs to resolve the issues of the satellite communication phone and the signal tower. Zhou Yin put on the Phantom God mask, transforming his appearance into that of a person from the planet, Micro Morningstar. The people in this world don't look like humans at all. They look more like aliens from foreign science fiction movies on Earth. It was very ugly and bizarre. How can there be such people in the world? When Zhao Chan and the others saw Zhou Yin's changed appearance, they frowned, unable to understand why these people looked like this. It was very uncomfortable to look at them. They looked like monsters. There are plenty of strange-looking people in the world. Wait for me to come back. I'll buy back the cell phone from that world first. Zhou Yin mainly bought interstellar communication phones so that everyone could communicate in a timely manner. Even if they didn't understand something, they could still get all kinds of messages through the micromessage. After being teleported to the Micro Morningstar trading market, he found that this place was indeed a science fiction world, with all kinds of tall buildings and even many airships flying around in the sky. This is a high-tech science fiction world. Following Xiaowei's instructions, he did not linger in this world and directly took a taxi to the corresponding location. People here only need to pay a certain amount of spirit coins to take a taxi to any place. This flying car hovers in the air without any tires. It's incredibly high-tech and very comfortable to ride in, with no shaking at all. It's definitely much more convenient than trading markets in other worlds. These flying cars are all driverless, with fully automated intelligent navigation, making them highly intelligent. Arriving at a commercial building with hundreds of floors, he saw many aliens. These aliens have strange and varied appearances. Although they are humanoid and can walk upright, their brains are very different in shape from those of humans, being rather large. Their foreheads are prominent, and many aliens even have unusually large heads, resembling pumpkins. If it weren't for the phantom mask changing his appearance, he would probably have been seen as an outcast as soon as he appeared. He quickly took the high-speed elevator to the 100th floor and entered a store. A female alien sales assistant politely asked him what he wanted to buy. He told her what he needed, and she immediately took him to the appropriate place. This area is full of high-end mobile phones, and they come in all sorts of strange shapes. He finally saw the interstellar communication phone, and it came in many different designs. He chose a watch-like design that allows him to perform various operations simply by wearing it on his wrist, making it very convenient. "Give me 100 of these phones," Zhou said. The other party was very surprised. She never expected that the other party would buy 100 at once. She had never encountered such a buyer before. "Okay, I can give you a discount. Welcome to come and buy again next time." The alien saleswoman was very happy and spoke to Zhou politely. She even winked at Zhou, and her expression and manner, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like she was seducing him. 100 interstellar communication mobile phones, each worth 2 million spirit coins, were originally valued at 200 million, but were eventually sold for 180 million. Ignoring the flirtatious glances from the alien saleswoman, he quickly left. He genuinely couldn't appreciate the aesthetic standards of this world. He teleported back quickly. However, he still needs to go to the Pegasus Star Hams People's Trading Market to buy a signal tower. Only by building signal towers can the transmission of signals between different worlds be guaranteed. After placing the interstellar communication phone here, he changed his appearance again, transforming into an octopus head. "There's nothing we can do about it. That's just how people from Pegasus look." "Haha, Lord, you're so ugly." Lu Yu and the others beside him were all laughing heartily, because Zhou Yan's appearance was not only strange, but also very ugly. "Laugh, I don't like this look either." Zhou Yan began teleporting and left the area. Upon arriving at the Pegasus Star Hams People's Trading Market, he was surprised to find that it was a trading market built in the air. Moreover, this trading market appears to be entirely made of steel, like a giant spaceship floating in the air. This is also a high-tech alien world, but it is very different from Micro Morningstar. The people here fly by riding on a hovering device similar in size to a self-balancing scooter. Although it didn't fly very high, it looked quite unusual. He thought this thing was pretty good and planned to see if it was sold here. As the territory expands, the time required for travel also increases. Using this device for transportation can save a lot of time. Of course, not all people on Pegasus fly using that levitation device. Some Pegasus people walk. The people of Pegasus have heads that are mostly octopus-shaped, and their bodies are as thin as bamboo poles, but they are all quite tall, with adults being over 2.5 meters tall. Someone who is less than 2 meters tall is considered a short gourd. He arrived at the trading area and curiously looked at the items being sold. They are all high-tech items. Particle bombs, miniature pistols, lightsabers, blaster guns, electro-optical cannons. Everything about it made him itchy to buy it all. He wished he could pack up the entire trading market and take it with him. Anyway, he could afford all these weapons, so he bought a little of each one, thinking he might need them someday. Seeing that he bought so many weapons, the shopkeeper even introduced him to even better ones. Hovercraft, hover helicopters, hover tanks, armor-piercing cannons, high-energy ion mines, interstellar warships, and more. Chapter 145, Bargaining with Aliens. "I just wanted to buy some small weapons, and you show me these? Do you want me to invade other worlds?" Believe it or not, this, Pegasus Star, is indeed a war planet, with the goal of attacking other planets and plundering their resources. Based on this understanding, it's quite nuclear that the other party was introducing these super weapons to him. These tools of war may look impressive, but mastering them is not something that can be learned in a short time. Although he really wanted them, he didn't buy them. But he might come back to buy them in the future, since these things do have their merits. He found the hover car. The price wasn't very high, ranging from 1,000 spirit coins to tens of thousands of spirit coins. He set his sights on a hover car that cost 10,000 spirit coins. This hover car could not only be charged directly by solar energy, but it was also very fast. He even tried it out, and it was very easy to operate. All he had to do was stand on it to freely control the speed. He immediately fell in love with it. "Boss, I need 10,000 of these hover cars. Can you give me a discount?" Zhou spoke up. "Oh, okay, no problem." Then, the alien boss paused for a moment and asked with some surprise, How much did you say you needed?" 10,000 units, Zhou replied. 10,000 units. It took the alien boss a while to come to his senses. He quickly smiled and said, "Friend, you definitely won't make the wrong choice. I'll give you the best price, 9,000 per unit." 6,000, Zhou replied. 6,000 spirit coins per unit is obviously impossible. That wouldn't even cover the cost price. The two began to haggle. Zhou was surprised that the aliens here were quite good at bargaining. It seems that business people in many worlds are similar. Finally, they successfully made the deal for 8,000 units. Upon arriving at the shop designated by the signal tower, he directly purchased the Super Planet Signal Tower from the shop owner. 10 million spirit coins, not a penny less. Everything in this shop is very expensive, with the cheapest items costing hundreds of thousands of spirit coins, and the most expensive items even worth hundreds of billions of spirit coins. The Super Planet Signal Tower wasn't large, only 3 meters tall. After buying the items, he left. After teleporting back, he placed the Super Planet Signal Tower on the ground. Can this signal tower be used simply by placing it? Zhou asked. Wait a moment, I'll connect these phones to the cell towers. After Xiao Wei finished speaking, she connected the signals of the 100 interstellar communication phones to the superplanetary signal tower. A few minutes later, Xiao Wei said, Lord, the connection is complete. You only need to wear the communication phone to communicate in different worlds. Just connect. The interstellar communication phone and the superplanet signal tower cost him a total of 190 million spirit coins, but this money was necessary. Everything was ready, and he gave each of the 24 people a mask that could change their appearance. This mask is naturally not as powerful as his Phantom God mask, but it still has the ability to change one's appearance. Next, everyone wore an interstellar communication phone, and he wore one as well, so that he could be contacted in time if anything happened. Zhou began arranging for them to enter different worlds to purchase various items. As each person traveled to a different world, he was the only one left in the end. For the rest of the time, he just had to sit back and wait to collect the money. I checked the time and was surprised to find that it was already the next day. He first returned to the Kanglan world, where he received numerous missed calls on his phone. Some of the calls were from companies I had contacted yesterday, but most were from unfamiliar companies that I received the call about much later and wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with. He ignored them. He wouldn't be staying in Xia City for long. He will stay in Xia City for at most a month before heading to the city where Ziwei Academy is located. Although the acceptance letter hasn't arrived yet, I believe the teacher will tell him the good news in a few days. He proactively contacted the company from yesterday and asked them to deliver all the items to the entrance of the residential area. The other party was already prepared and was just waiting for his call. Once they had the address, they immediately had the driver bring the items over. Before long, the vehicles of these companies arrived one after another outside the residential area, which surprised the nearby residents. I saw a lot of big trucks yesterday, and why are there so many more today? What are they transporting? This wasn't delivered to the wrong place, was it? Shouldn't so many things be sent to the warehouse? I think I saw a young man in the neighborhood yesterday. It seemed like he was the owner. But what was strange was that he looked at the back of the trucks for a moment, and then the trucks drove away shortly after. No way, they drove this whole truck here just so he could see it. No, when they arrived, the car was full, but when they left, it was empty. So, there's another high-ranking lord in our community. I heard that delivering so many goods to their territory will require a lot of their mental energy. Who knows? We ordinary people have no idea how those lords operate. As more and more residents gathered around, they became very curious about when a high-ranking lord had appeared in the community. In old neighborhoods like theirs, apart from a few lords who lived there when they were first built, those lords gradually moved away as other territories were developed. Therefore, there is no lord in their neighborhood. Even a newly graduated lord wouldn't need this many resources, so they were certain that such a large amount of supplies belonged to a high-ranking lord. Everyone was curious about when a high-ranking lord had arrived in the community, so they were all waiting for him to show up. When Zhou appeared, no one paid any attention. After all, Zhou is too young to be a high-level lord. When Zhou appeared, several attractive women, clearly dressed up, emerged from several cars. They quickly approached Zhou, each carrying a document. Hello, I'm a sales clerk from Highline Food Company, Limited. My name is... Hello, Lord Zhou, I am. Hello, you must be Lord Zhou. Let me introduce myself. I am. Chapter 146, The Terrifying Speed of Making Money. These people were all employees of those companies, and even a few company bosses came in person. Zhou, it really was you. One of the girls was very surprised when she saw Zhou. She was shocked. She was Zhou classmate, but she hadn't awakened the Lord's heart. She came with her father to take a look, and unexpectedly, she really was her classmate. Hello. Zhou also greeted him kindly. He wasn't very close to anyone in the class. They were just ordinary classmates. He didn't show any concern or distance. He just greeted them casually. The girl gave a bitter smile. Although she wanted to get closer to the other person, after feeling his casual and indifferent greeting, she didn't want him to think that she was trying to get close to him on purpose. Although her father kept urging her, wanting to use their classmate relationship to help sign a contract, and even to cultivate feelings if the opportunity arose. But the girl was clearly very dissatisfied. Was she just a tool for her father to use? She was very dissatisfied with her father's actions and left immediately, which made her father's face darken. One at a time, Zhou Yin had them line up and receive the items one by one. After verifying the quantity of the items, he immediately transferred the money to the other party and finally put everything in the car into his territory. He consistently rejected any offers of cooperation from other companies, offering them no hope whatsoever. The surrounding residents were stunned. They never expected that so many supplies were all from this young man, Zhou Yin. I remember this young man. He seems to have lived here since he was a child. I didn't expect that he not only awakened the heart of a lord, but also had so much money to buy so many supplies. Could it be that he received funding from some large corporation? Isn't that Zhou Yin? He's actually awakened the heart of a lord. Quickly look at today's newspapers and local news. There's news about Zhou Yin in them. What? It's on TV. I want to see it too. My God. He actually scored 750 points, ranking 900th in the country. That's definitely one of the top 4 Lord Academies. I never imagined that such a genius would emerge from our neighborhood. This child has really made it big. Although his parents were also lords, they died when he was very young. I never expected it. He's such a good child, and incredibly independent and self-reliant. After collecting all the supplies, Zhou Yin persuaded all the people from those companies to leave. Naturally, they wouldn't want to offend a promising new lord, so they had no choice but to leave. Afterwards, amidst the admiration of countless residents, Zhou Yin walked up to several familiar neighbors and took out many precious gifts from his territory. Grandpa Nyo, thank you for your care over the years. I don't have anything to give you, so please accept these. Good, good, good. Grandpa Nyo is happy for your achievements today. Aunt Zhang, thank you for always bringing me delicious food. It's nothing, it's nothing. Aunt Zhang has always treated you like her own son since you were little, haha. These people were happy for Zhou Yan's achievements. Seeing Zhou Yan's current success and status, they were indeed very happy, and some even cried tears of joy. They had all watched Zhou Yan grow up since he was a child. Although they were not related by blood, they were almost like family. Brother Zhou Yan, I want to become an outstanding lord like you in the future. A 5 or 6-year-old boy walked up to Zhou Yan and said with a serious expression. Zhou Yan smiled, picked him up, and said, then you can't always be a picky eater, and you can't eat too many snacks, otherwise you won't be able to awaken your lord's heart when you grow up. A burst of laughter erupted around them, filling the entire neighborhood with a joyful atmosphere. Many neighbors started making arrangements to celebrate for Zhou Yan. This was something that Zhou Yan's parents would normally do, but since Zhou Yan had no relatives, they treated him like their own junior. Zhou Yan did not refuse. These neighbors had taken care of him since he was a child and treated him very well. After having a hearty meal, he returned home. Outside the residential area, fireworks lit up the sky. Many people felt that the emergence of a prodigy from one of the 4 major academies in the community was something worth celebrating, and they all began to celebrate. Zhou Yan smiled and teleported back to his territory. The territory seemed rather deserted. People within the territory either went to the Temple of Inheritance to receive inheritance and change their profession, or they went to the virtual mall of all realms to purchase items. He could always detect changes in the territory's funds and resources. Even so, the territory's funds have been steadily increasing, and if the outside world knew about this rate of earning money, they would probably be dumbfounded. In a short period of time, his spirit coins reached 5 billion, and they are still increasing at an extremely rapid rate. It is unknown how high they will rise in a day. 24 people, each in one of the 24 worlds, purchase the cheapest items in that world, and then sell the most needed items in that world. It would be impossible not to make money. Only he possesses this kind of money-making method. The thrill of making money like this is something most people simply can't experience. He was very happy. The more spirit coins he had, the faster his territory would develop. There are still some people within the territory. After all, only 24 people can currently enter the multiverse virtual mall. As the territory expands, more manpower is needed, but the territory still lacks sufficient manpower. There are still many things in the territory that he needs to do. He took out the hover car, stood on it, and began to move. The hover car is extremely fast, much faster than walking. In addition, the speed-up function of the floor tiles can save a lot of walking time for the people in the territory. He first went to the 3 Lives Stone to sign in, and then went to the mysterious shop to buy the items inside. Today's mystery shop still only offers job change scrolls. Both refreshes yielded job change scrolls, a total of 10, one of which was an S-quality job change scroll called Shadow Assassin. The rest are all low-quality job change scrolls. He already has quite a few job change scrolls. He'll deal with them when he has time. Although there is so much to do in the territory, things must be done one at a time. He first arrived at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. The territory still doesn't have enough manpower. We need to summon more heroes. Even without summoning heroes, those palace maids and servants are quite good. The current level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace is 25. He has purchased some upgrade materials and has begun to upgrade Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Territory notification. Consuming 80,000 spirit coins and 61-star energy spirit stones. The level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 26. Territory notification. Consuming 90,000 spirit coins and 71-star energy spirit stones. The level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 27. Territory notification. Consuming 100,000 spirit coins and 81-star energy spirit stones. The level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace has been upgraded to level 28. Architecture, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Level 40. Upgrade requirements, 700,000 spirit coins, 204-star energy stones. Quality, RRR. Defense, 200,000/200,000. Function, summon. Special attribute 1, female hero. Special attribute 2, hero summoning success rate plus 40%. Special attribute 3, success rate of summoning special items plus 20%. Special attribute 4, increased probability of obtaining high-quality items by 10%. Introduction. This place is inhabited by many female heroes from another world, each possessing incredibly powerful abilities. A basic summon costs 100 soul coins, an intermediate summon costs 500 soul coins, an advanced summon costs 1,000 soul coins, and a super summon costs 10,000 soul coins. Note, the more soul coins you spend, the higher the probability of summoning a hero. After upgrading the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to level 40, he ran out of materials. He didn't have many 4-star energy stones. For him now, the level of Bronze Sparrow Terrace is sufficient. Chapter 147, Hero Kai Yen. For him now, all he lacks is people. Whether or not someone is a hero is not something he cares about. He began using intermediate summoning. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a palace maid. He got a palace maid right at the start, so it seems that upgrading the Bronze Sparrow Terrace level, combined with his current high luck, is quite effective. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a maid. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a skill book. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a set of high-grade tea utensils. 10 consecutive draws. 100 consecutive draws. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Burnt Tail Chain. Goose. The Jiaowei Chain? Why does this sound so familiar? Then, a bright light flashed out, blinding everyone. Zhou Yin was very curious. He opened his eyes and saw a luminous ancient zither lying in front of him. This is the Jiaowei Chain, Jiaowei Chain. It looks so amazing. The entire instrument was very ancient and unique, and it emitted a dazzling light, making him feel that it was something special. Moreover, this is a piece of equipment. He began to check the equipment's attributes. Equipment, burnt-tailed chain. Quality, spiritual weapon. Durability, 2000/2000. Attribute 1, mental strength plus 500. Attribute 2, agility plus 200. Attribute 3, constitution plus 100. Attribute 4, sonic damage plus 80%. Attribute 5, skill damage plus 50%. Attribute 6, consumption-40%. Attribute 7, sonic kill, damage to all enemies. Unleashes a wide-range sonic attack. The exact range and damage depend on the user. Attribute 8, invincibility, a buff to the entire team, increasing strength, speed, defense, damage, and stamina, and reducing all negative status effects. Specific effects depend on the caster. Equipment requirements, 500 spirit, able to play an instrument. Description, one of the 4 most famous ancient Chinese zither, made from the sacred Paulownia tree. Due to some damage, its quality has been greatly reduced. Holy crap, it's actually a magical artifact. Zhou Yin was utterly shocked. He never expected that it was a magical artifact. He certainly wouldn't use it himself. Moreover, he recalled that this burnt tail chain seemed to be related to a certain hero. He felt he had to summon a hero today. He began to summon again. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification, soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining a maid. 100 consecutive draws. Bronze Sparrow Terrace notification. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations on obtaining the hero, Kai Yin. Yay! Finally, the hero has been summoned. Zhou Yin was overjoyed, finally summoning the character he wanted. He turned around and looked at the classically beautiful woman in front of him. The woman was dressed in Hanfu Palace attire. She had an elegant demeanor, fair skin, and a beauty as pure as snow. Kai Yin lowered her head slightly, with a jade hairpin in her hair, which made her look even more like a lady from a noble family. Her pretty and charming appearance made her likable at first glance. Greetings, Lord. Kai Yin bowed to Zhou Yin, then glanced at him curiously. When their eyes met, she blushed like a persimmon, her pretty face immediately flushing red. She quickly lowered her head, looking very shy. Zhou Yin quickly said, "No need for formalities, no need for formalities." Zhou Yin was very curious, so he checked her attributes first, and sure enough, she was another hero of RRR quality. More importantly, Kai Yin is also a hero with buffing abilities, making her extremely powerful. He immediately upgraded Kai Yin, raising her level to the maximum. Territory upgrade. Soul coins minus 100. Hero Kai Yin. Level up from 0 to 1. Territory upgrade. Soul coins minus 200. Hero Kai Yin. Level up from 1 to 2. Territory upgrade. Soul coins, 4 million. Hero Kai Yin. Level increased from 99 to 100. Then I started looking at Kai Yin's attribute list. Name, Kai Yin. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yin. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level 100. Upgrade requirement, level maxed out. Charm, 245, base 4.5. Luck, 208, base 0.8. Strength, 104, base 0.4. Constitution, 104, base 0.4. Agility, 104, base 0.4. Spirit, 550, base 5. Occupation, none. Talent, blessed celestial music body. Skills, all attribute blessing, all attribute buff, party buff, removal of negative status effects, poison exorcism, RRR, Qin music, 18 songs of a nomad flute. Special attribute 1, power of music skills plus 200%. Special attribute 2, sonic attack plus 200%. Special attribute 3, mental strength plus 200%. Special attribute 4, blessing spell power plus 150%. Special attribute 5, minus 150% spirit, soul, damage. Qualification, RRR. Technique, none. Realm, none. Description, evolved by mysterious energy. Its base attributes have increased tenfold. Kai Yin has not yet changed her profession. She has neither a specific class nor a specific cultivation method or realm. He immediately took out the burnt tail Qin and placed it in front of Kai Yin, saying, "I'm giving this equipment to you. I believe you will be able to unleash its power." "Thank you, Lord." Kai Yin put the equipment away and checked its attributes. She was quite surprised, not expecting it to be a magical artifact. It should be noted that even Zhou Yin himself only has one newly purchased Phantom God mask, which is a spirit weapon. All the other equipment is of dark gold quality or lower. He found Kai Yin a set of gold quality equipment and had her wear it. She would be very useful in the future. After summoning Kai Yin, he summoned her hundreds of times, hoping to summon another high-quality hero. Unfortunately, he didn't get a single hero after hundreds of summons. It did summon quite a few women with other talents, including those skilled in cooking, tailoring, flower making, logistics, and other skills. Among them, an R-quality woman named Zhang Ying was summoned. She seemed to be a concubine from a certain dynasty. She was quite beautiful, but her talent for harem management made him feel ashamed. He never expected her to have such a talent. He drew over 1,000 times, but only spent 7 or 800,000 soul coins. Since they don't need to go to the battlefield and are mainly responsible for logistics, it's enough to raise their level to 30. Chapter 148, Gathering Materials. It's worth mentioning that among these women, several possess a talent for business, and he plans to assign these women with business acumen to the multiverse virtual mall. As for the others, he entrusted them to the housekeeper, Li Shuang, who would arrange their future work. He decided to come to the Tonkatai lottery again tomorrow. Drawing more than 1,000 times a day would be about right. After all, even if you draw too many at once, you might not get a top-tier hero. The probability of these top-tier heroes appearing is very small. Besides, he doesn't really need heroes right now. He had Kai Yin enter the Temple of Inheritance to undergo a job change, since the territory wasn't planning to descend upon the Lord continent yet. Everything will have to wait until the vast majority of soldiers have completed their duties. Only by making adequate preparations can we ensure greater safety. He was definitely not afraid of danger. Just for safety. Nothing is more important than safety. Next, he needs to make a major upgrade to the buildings in his territory. The prerequisite is that the territory must have enough materials. He didn't have Jiao Chan and the others purchase materials to upgrade the buildings. He only had them trade goods from different worlds. For him, making money is still more important. As for the materials for upgrading the building, he is currently preparing to purchase them. The most important building for the territory is undoubtedly the King's Crystal. This building is only level 24. To upgrade it, you need 3-star crystal cores of the same attribute, and you need a lot of them. In addition, other buildings also require a lot of crystal cores, so he needs to buy quite a variety of crystal cores. Attribute crystal cores, regardless of their attribute or star rating, are something that is needed in large quantities. Next comes the timber. Most buildings now require wood and stone of grade 3 or higher. This is also the material that is most needed. Materials below 5 stars are relatively easy to buy in the trading market, so he wasn't too worried. Materials of 5 stars or higher are much harder to buy. However, that only applies to others. For him, having the multiverse virtual mall allows him to instantly find which shops sell materials and which world has the cheapest materials. This is his advantage. He can even hoard materials he doesn't need and sell them to others. He will definitely set up a business team later, specifically to handle the resale of materials from various worlds. There aren't enough people available right now, so he has to do it himself. He has some materials now, but that only allows him to level up a few times. He needs to buy more materials first. He had already stored a lot of stone of 3 stars or higher, but he was still short of wood. He planned to buy a batch of wood to upgrade the building. Moreover, he is going to the Stone Realm again today. The Stone Clan members who added him as a friend yesterday have already started asking him when he will arrive. These Stone Clan members are eager to give him money. He made an appointment with the Stone Clan members for 7 p.m. He needs to have enough equipment ready before 7 p.m. He stepped into the virtual mall of all realms, again, where Xiaowei was communicating with others. After Xiaowei finished her conversation, he said to her, "Arrange for a few people to buy equipment first. I'm going to the Stone Realm later." Xiaowei said, "Okay, I'll have some people specifically go and buy equipment. I wonder what quality of equipment they'll mainly be buying. Stone World doesn't have high requirements for equipment quality. Let's do this. Mainly buy equipment of bronze to gold quality. As for equipment of dark gold and above, I estimate that it will be difficult to acquire, and the price is also quite high, so it will be difficult to sell." He doesn't plan to buy equipment of black iron quality because the profit margin is relatively small. He mainly focuses on equipment of medium quality. Bronze to gold quality equipment is the mainstream equipment in most parts of the world. It is the most numerous and the best-selling. As for equipment of dark gold quality or higher, they are all high-end equipment, few in number, and difficult to collect. "Okay," Xiaowei replied. "Find out which world has the cheapest timber. I need to go there now," Zhou said. "Searching for you, please wait." "Found. Please look at the big screen." Xiaowei moved a large screen in front of Zhou. The first place is a place called Treman Continent, Trading Market. However, he discovered that the prices of wood in the top 10 worlds were not too different, with the difference being only a few spirit coins, so he could go to any world. The people of the main Treman continent all look like tree men, and each tree man is over 10 meters tall. He was afraid that if he, a sapling, went there, he would be trampled to death like an ant. With so many worlds to choose from, he doesn't necessarily have to go to this Treman continent. He saw the name of the 5th world listed, which was Elf Forest Continent, Trading Market. It was clearly a world of elves, and he was quite curious about it. He also wanted to see what the elf looked like. He was quite curious. So he chose this world. However, in order to trade quickly in this world, he asked Xiaowei to check what items this world was most lacking. Xiaowei quickly did some research and found that the most traded items in the Elf Forest Continent were weapons and crossbows, and all of them were bow-type weapons. And prices are expected to rise year by year. After reviewing the information, he planned to personally visit the Elf Forest Continent, Trading Market, before contacting Xiaowei. Anyway, there are still quite a few bows and arrows in the territory, which were all saved up in the past to prepare for his own army. He first transformed his appearance into that of an elf from the Elf Forest Continent. Although he has wings, he can't fly with them. He can only fly by relying on his other abilities. After all, these wings are just illusions, not real wings. "Xiaowei, begin teleportation," Zhou ordered. Xiaowei replied, "Spirit coins minus 2,600, initiating teleportation." Teleportation successful. After being teleported to the elf forest continent, trading market, what I saw before me was a green world. This is essentially a forest world. Every building is constructed by hollowing out large trees. Each tree here is exceptionally large, no smaller than a tall building. Seeing such architecture is quite surprising. It's clear that elves are a race that loves nature, and even the design of the trading market reflects this. Here, it feels like being deep in a forest, where you can feel the beauty of nature. One by one, the elves spread their wings and flew in the sky, while some walked on the tree trunks, which were like roads leading to many places. This is a wonderful world where every building is made entirely of various flowers, plants, and trees, and you can't feel any trace of artificial construction. However, these worlds are not real, they are all virtual. But many times, he feels as if these places are real. This virtual technology is so powerful that it has been able to create so many trading markets. He has seen modern skyscrapers, ancient pavilions and towers, the stone buildings of the stone tribe, and even experienced science fiction like high-tech landscapes. Arriving at this place filled with the breath of nature feels like visiting a scenic spot, just like traveling, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The market here is not as centralized as in other worlds. Each stall is built inside a tree hollow, or on a huge leaf or tree trunk. If it weren't for the stall number, it would probably be quite difficult to find. Most elves are quite short, and every female elf is petite and cute, while the male elves are very handsome. Every male elf here is at the new meat level. Chapter 149, The Elf Queen. He observed his way here and discovered that there wasn't a single large shop in this elf forest continent. He was quite surprised to find that there was only one person in each stall and shop. It feels like the elves in this elf forest continent don't yet have a commercially viable concept. He undoubtedly felt that he had discovered another way to make a fortune. Wealth in this world is so easy to earn. He wasn't a professional business leader, nor did he possess exceptional business acumen, but he knew very well how lucrative a world like this, where there was no concept of business, could be. He realized that he was severely lacking in business talent. If there were a group of business talents, then business planning for the world would be very simple. Since no one is competing with him for business and he has absolutely no rivals, he can develop the business whenever he wants. Moreover, with so many worlds in the myriad realms, it's impossible for him to develop every single one. He can only teleport a maximum of 100 people, provided that his territory level is at the maximum. He casually glanced at the items sold by these elves and found that each stall had a lot of the materials he needed, and the prices are all about the same. The two things they sell most often are wood and wood attribute crystal cores, and the prices are very low. 3-star wood only sells for 10 spirit coins. 3-star wood sells for at least 100 spirit coins on the Kanglan continent, and can even fetch 150 spirit coins when it's in short supply. He didn't care at all when a few elves occasionally sold for 11 or 12 spirit coins. Buying this material will yield at least 10 times the profit. He really enjoyed the process of picking up money. He's either picking up money or on his way to pick it up. I was extremely happy. The elves were very happy to see that he had bought all the materials, and each of them thanked him. These elves are so cute, and each one looks so adorable that you just want to pinch their cheeks. However, he also discovered a frustrating situation. Because there were no merchants here, the goods were scattered, and if you wanted to buy a large quantity of goods, you had to go to each stall to collect them. This is a huge waste of time. He would rather someone collect enough materials so he can buy them directly at a higher price. His time is precious, and he can't keep wasting it on buying materials. He planned to find someone here who could do this kind of thing, but he hadn't found a suitable candidate along the way. After some time, he discovered a very large treehouse, dozens of times larger than the others. Curious, he asked a little elf, "Whose treehouse is that? It looks quite different." The little elf was very puzzled, but still answered respectfully, "That is our elf queen's shop. She is the strongest elf in our entire elf forest." I see. After purchasing the materials for the elf, he went straight into the elf queen's shop. There were 2 male elf guards there. He went inside and saw several elf maids selling items. This was also the only shop he had ever seen that sold the same products as other people. He approached one of the elven maids and asked, "I wonder if the elven queen is here? I have something I'd like to discuss with her." "You're looking for the elf queen?" The maid clearly hadn't expected the other party to need the queen's attention, but the elf still replied very politely, "If it's not something very important, I suggest you don't disturb the queen. This matter is very important and will greatly benefit Her Majesty the Queen. I think the elf queen will be very happy after talking to me about it." Zhou Yan answered very sincerely. The elven maid thought for a moment, and seeing Zhou Yan's sincerity, nodded and replied, "Then please wait a moment. I need to see if the elf queen has time." "Thank you so much. You are such a kind elf." Zhou Yin casually offered a compliment. The elven maid was very pleased and clearly satisfied with his praise. He glanced at the things here and was very surprised. As expected of the elf queen, she possesses so much high-grade wood. Holy crap, they even have wood of 6-star quality or higher. This elf queen is incredibly wealthy, and the prices are so low. He was surprised. To him, these high-grade timbers were just piles of spirit coins. Not only was there a lot of wood, but there were also many other items. He said to another elven maid, "I want all of this wood." Thinking she had misheard, she asked again, "Are you sure it's all of them, and not just one?" "I want them all." Zhou Yin gave a very affirmative answer. The sprite casually glanced at the quantities of wood. 1-star wood over 1,000,000, 2-star wood 526,300, 3-star wood 181,000, 4-star wood 75,000, 5-star wood 93,000, 6-star wood 63,100. She had never seen an elf buy so much wood at once. This was far too much. This was no small sum, which surprised her. The elven maid was still a little incredulous and asked Zhou Yin several times before she was sure that Zhou Yin really needed so much wood. Even the surrounding elves looked on in disbelief, staring blankly at Zhou Yin. They had never seen such a wealthy elf before. Then, a very strange scene unfolded. All the sprites in the shop looked at Zhou Yin with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This left Zhou Yin feeling quite helpless. He hadn't said anything, had he? "Did you come to me?" A beautiful voice rang out. Zhou Yin looked back and saw a stunningly beautiful and tall elven queen, dressed in a snow-white dress, wearing a crystal crown, and holding an elven scepter. She exuded a holy and natural aura as she approached him. Behind the elf queen followed 4 fully armed and seemingly very powerful elf guards. "Your Excellency Queen, it is a pleasure to meet you," Zhou Yin said. "Your Majesty, this elf just said he wants to buy all the timber in the shop." The maid who had spoken earlier quickly went over and said that she had indeed been startled and was still a little unsure. Purchasing all the timber would require an enormous amount of spirit coins, and she couldn't understand who in the world, besides the elf queen, could come up with so many spirit coins. What? All of them? Upon hearing this, the elf queen was also shocked. She paused for a moment, carefully observed Zhou Yin, and asked, "I really can't understand why you need such a huge amount of timber." In her eyes, although the wood was useful, the amount needed didn't seem to be very large. "Your Majesty, everyone has their own secrets. Please allow me to keep this secret to myself. I would like to discuss cooperation with Your Majesty." Zhou Yin spoke very sincerely. The elf queen is the most respected person among all elves, and one must always maintain respect in order to gain her favor. After all, he's here to do business. The elf queen nodded and said, "Cooperation? That's quite unusual. Please come with me. I'd like to have an unexpected conversation with you. I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Zhou Yin smiled and followed the elf queen into a room. Chapter 150, Making a Deal with the Elf Queen. Zhou Yin didn't overtake and directly asked, "Your Excellency Queen, would you like to make money?" One sentence from him, and she was completely bewildered. "Could you explain it more clearly? I'm a little unclear." The elf queen was so pure that she naturally couldn't understand the meaning behind Zhou Yin's words. Zhou Yin smiled, as if he were gray wolf meeting pretty sheep. He explained, "I need a lot of materials. Wood is just one of them, but because I am overwhelmed with time and energy, I cannot collect enough materials. So, I'd like to ask you to help me collect the materials, and then I'll buy them directly from you. That way, it's a win-win situation for everyone." It's a very simple collaboration, a win-win situation, and no one would refuse it unless they were a fool. As the leader of the entire elven world, the elf queen is the strongest in terms of both manpower and prestige. As long as she raises her arm, spirit coins will flow into her pockets with a clatter. "I think I understand what you mean. You want me to buy the items you need from my people, and then you can buy those items from me. Is that right?" The elf queen was clearly dealing with a businessman for the first time, but she still understood the basic principles. "That's right. Think about it. Your people have it tough too. If you can help them earn a little more income, that would be a great achievement for you, wouldn't it? This will not only allow you to gain additional financial income, but you can also use this money to benefit all the elves, making more elves worship you and making you the most worshipped queen in elves history. This is a wonderful thing." Zhou Yan's words truly resonated with the elf queen, but she was still somewhat uncertain and asked, "Do you know that this is no small sum? How can I believe you possess so much wealth? In the entire elven world, it is an unbelievable thing for any elf other than her to possess a large amount of wealth. Your Excellency Queen, although I wish to remain mysterious, I can only reveal a little information in order to convince you. I trust you will keep this a secret." Zhou Yin started making things up, but he believed it was a white lie. Don't worry about that. My guards and I will keep your secret. We elves are all people who keep our promises, so you don't need to worry. The elf queen said with absolute certainty. Zhou Yin then put on a relaxed expression and said, It's like this. I've obtained a source of weapons and equipment. As for what that source is, I regret to inform you that I cannot say. As you know, weapons and equipment are extremely scarce in the entire elf realm, so you don't need to worry about me running out of money. Before arriving here, Zhou Yin had a general understanding of the place. After arriving, through his personal investigation and inquiries, he found that weapons and even equipment were in short supply. Elves dislike heavily armored equipment, and very few elves wear it because it hinders their flight. Therefore, the best-selling items here, besides bows and arrows, are leather armor and similar equipment. Moreover, the heavy armor equipment here is practically free. He has already collected quite a lot of heavy armor equipment along the way. Is this true? The elf queen was indeed very surprised upon hearing this. In the elven world knows how to forge weapons and equipment. All equipment can only be obtained by opening chests, but the probability is extremely low. This is also a major reason why equipment is so scarce in the entire elf world. Your Excellency Queen, we elves never lie, and I certainly cannot lie to you. Zhou Yin said very sincerely. Anyway, I'm not an elf, so lying has nothing to do with my human identity, right? The elf queen nodded and said, I think your suggestion is excellent. However, I would like to purchase a batch of equipment from you first. Is that all right? These words also carried a testing tone. If Zhou Yin couldn't produce it, then he was lying. Of course, how much do you need? He had already contacted Xiao Wei and asked others to collect more equipment such as bows and arrows and leather armor. After these few hours, the territory has acquired a considerable amount of weapons and equipment, and the first batch of equipment will certainly meet the elf queen's needs. I wonder if you have 10,000 sets, the elf queen inquired. Yes, your majesty the elf queen. I think we can trade by bartering, and then pay the difference in spirit coins. How about that? Zhou Yin was very satisfied with the trip. As long as there was a source of timber, things would be much easier later on. Yes, the elf queen was indeed very satisfied with Zhou Yan's words. They began to discuss the prices of various equipment and timber. 2 hours later, they reached an agreement, agreed on a price, and began trading the first batch of items. Zhou Yin traded 10,000 sets of leather armor, along with bows and crossbows, with the elf queen for items such as timber, heavy armor, and wood attribute crystal cores. Zhou Yin even suggested that the elf queen collect the damaged equipment, and he would buy it as well. The other party readily agreed and sold him a large quantity of damaged equipment at an extremely low price. Zhou Yin was naturally very happy. These pieces of equipment only needed to be repaired before they could be sold for money again. The elf queen was also very happy, because these broken pieces of equipment would have been discarded anyway, even if they weren't sold, and she had gained extra income, which was indeed a good thing. They all concluded the transaction amicably and began discussing the next one. The date was set for tomorrow, and Zhou Yin naturally agreed. He returned to the multiverse virtual mall with a large quantity of timber of various star levels and various items. Checking the time, he saw that there was still some time left, so he instructed Xiao Wei to continue collecting bows, arrows, leather armor, and other equipment. He then returned to his territory and began upgrading the various buildings. He started by upgrading the King's Crystal. The cost was naturally spirit coins and 3-star wood attribute crystal cores, which were obtained from the Elf Queen in the Elf Forest continent. There are plenty of wood attribute crystal cores there, and they are several times cheaper than in other worlds. When the King's Crystal is upgraded to level 30, it gains an additional attribute. Architecture, King's Crystal. Level 30. Upgrade requirements. 150,000 spirit coins, 153-star crystal cores of the same attribute. Quality, SS 0/1. Upgrade required. 1 Lord Crystal. Defense, 70,000/70,000. Shield, 70,000/70,000. Special Attribute 1, Thunder Attack. Special Attribute 2, within the territory, all elemental attacks, plus 30%, defense plus 30%. Special Attribute 3, Chain Lightning. Special Attribute 4, Vines Entangling, Wooden Spike Attack. Description: the core nexus of the Lord's space, an evolved crystal, combining offense and defense, will actively attack all hostile beings within a 100-meter radius. When upgrading using the same type of crystal, there is a certain probability of gaining an attack bonus of that attribute. Wood-type attacks were always a bit weak, so he wanted to switch to a different attribute to upgrade the King's Crystal, and put this aside for now. Author: I'll update at least 6 times today, Let's see what my limit is. Chapter 151, Summoning the Hero Gaoshan. Next, he began upgrading the spiritual bamboo house. Although he now possessed the Lingxiao Palace, the items required for that building were far too advanced, and he had no intention of searching for those materials at the moment. Territory notification. Consuming 30,000 spirit coins and 100 3-star wood, the Spirit Vein Bamboo House level has been upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 120,000 spirit coins and 1,000 3-star wood, the Spirit Vein Wooden House level has been upgraded to level 30. Territory notification. Consuming 320,000 spirit coins and 2,000 3-star wood, the Spirit Vein Pavilion level has been upgraded to level 40. Territory notification. Consuming 900,000 spirit coins and 1,000 4-star wood, the Spirit Vein Courtyard level has been upgraded to level 50. Architecture, Lingmai Courtyard. Level 50. Upgrade requirements. 1 million spirit coins, 100 pieces of wood, 5 stars or higher. Quality, S, 0 to 1. Upgrade required. 1 low-grade spirit vein. Defense, 150000/150000. Special attribute 1, gathering spiritual energy. Special attribute 2, cultivation speed plus 50%. Special attribute 3, plus 50% to all recovery speeds. Special attribute 4, comprehension plus 20%. Special attribute 5, gathering spiritual veins. Description, it can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation. It can also gather spiritual veins, speeding up recovery. The Spirit Vein Bamboo House, which was upgraded from level 20, has been upgraded to level 50 Spirit Vein Courtyard. It has completely changed and is no longer the same as before. It has become a huge courtyard, with an area more than 10 times larger than before. If his territory had not increased so much, even upgrading buildings would have been a huge problem. The Lingmai Courtyard is filled with spiritual energy and has pavilions, towers, flowers, trees, rockeries, and ponds, just like a unique courtyard from ancient times. There are many rooms inside, and each attic is 5 stories high, which can accommodate a lot of people. He was very satisfied with the changes to the building and wondered what it would become after it reached its maximum level. But this requires a lot of resources, and he can only take it one step at a time. Next, he began upgrading the white-robed ghost soldier. There are still too few soldiers in his territory. He previously obtained an S-quality barracks, the Broken Camp Army, and was thinking of exchanging it for some better items, but now he thinks it's better to use it himself. According to his idea, this S-quality barracks, Breakthrough Army, is very likely to evolve into the top-tier barracks. He was quite looking forward to it. After consuming countless materials, the level of the white-robed ghost soldier was finally raised to level 50. Architecture, white-robed ghost soldier. Level 50. Upgrade requirements. 1.1 million spirit coins, 500 5-star wood, 500 5-star stone. Quality, SSS, 0/3. Required for quality upgrade, 3 SS quality barracks. Defense, 400000/400000. Attribute, for every 1,000 soul coins consumed, 1 white-robed ghost soldier can be summoned. Current maximum number of players, 700/7,000. Special attribute 1, training experience plus 50%. Special attribute 2, combat power plus 40%. Special attribute 3, all attributes plus 30%. Special attribute 4, damage plus 20%. Special attribute 5, defense plus 10%. Introduction, even the most renowned generals cannot be complacent. Thousands of troops would flee in terror at the sight of the white-robed warrior. If led by the unparalleled ghost General Chen Qingji, this army would be unstoppable, even by gods and demons. After the level of the white-robed ghost soldier, barracks, is upgraded, the area it occupies also increases more than tenfold. However, his current territory is large enough for now, and upgrading the remaining buildings shouldn't be a problem. We can summon an additional 6,300 soldiers. White-robed ghost soldier, notification. Consume 1,000 soul coins to summon 1 ordinary soldier. White-robed ghost soldier, prompt. Consume 1,000 soul coins to summon a corporal. White-robed ghost soldier, notification. Consume 1,000 soul coins to summon 1 ordinary soldier. It consumed a total of 6.3 million soul coins and summoned 6,300 soldiers, including many new positions. They were respectively a lieutenant general, a captain, and a deputy general. Moreover, Their quality ranges from SSS to RR. This is definitely a good thing for him. He raised the level of 6,300 soldiers to level 30, spending hundreds of millions of soul coins. As for soldiers of corporal rank and above, he simply raised their level to 50. With more soldiers, more soul coins are needed for upgrades. To upgrade an S-quality soldier to level 100, it would take approximately 28.3 million soul coins. The top 10 will require 283 million soul coins. The top 100 will require 2.83 billion soul coins, and the top 1,000 will require 28.3 billion soul coins. If a hero reaches the maximum level, the soul coins will double. Therefore, his number of soul coins is far from enough. Billions of soul coins to upgrade soldiers' levels would only result in a tiny splash. Besides, he's already spent a lot of soul coins, so he doesn't have over a billion left. This is the difficulty in upgrading high-quality units. If a soldier's quality is below A, the soul coins will be halved, but the combat power will be several levels lower. He then began upgrading the trap camp, barracks. I only leveled up to level 50 and then stopped leveling up. Building, trapped camp. Level 50. Upgrade requirements. 2 million spirit coins, 1,000 5-star wood, 1,000 5-star stone. Quality, R0/2. Required for quality upgrade, 2 R quality barracks. Defense, 500,000/500,000. Attribute. Each 1,500 soul coins consumed summons 1 trapped camp soldier. Current maximum number of soldiers that can be summoned, 500/8,000. Special Attribute 1. Increases all attributes of all trapped camp soldiers by 50%. Special Attribute 2. Increases the morale and combat power of all trapped camp soldiers by 50%. Special Attribute 3. When surrounded, unleashes a fighting spirit, all attributes plus 100%, combat power plus 100%, charge speed plus 100%, lasting 60 minutes. Special Attribute 4. Defense plus 40%. Special Attribute 5. Strength plus 30%. Introduction. With a fighting spirit that transcends life and death and strict discipline, the Vanguard camp is invincible. If Gao Shun were to lead the Vanguard camp, its combat power would be even greater. Similar to the barracks of the white-robed ghost soldiers, the area of the trap camp increases more than tenfold after the upgrade. Many training facilities and buildings have been added. He was very satisfied with the upgraded barracks. Then begin summoning soldiers. Trap camp, notification. Consume 1,500 soul coins to summon 1 ordinary soldier. The trapped camp, notification. Consume 1,500 soul coins to summon 1 lieutenant general. Trap camp, notification. Consume 1,500 soul coins to summon 1 centurion. Trap camp, notification. Consume 1,500 soul coins to summon the hero Gao Shun. Holy crap, I finally summoned Gao Shun. He looked down at the stage with a smile. A flash of light appeared, and a valiant soldier clasped his hands in greeting and said, "This humble general, Gao Shun, pays his respects to the Lord." Author's note. I try to include as few attributes as possible, but if I don't write down the added building attributes, you'll find it unclear. It's too difficult for me. Chapter 152, The Iron Cavalry of the Han Dynasty. General Gao, please rise. He greatly admired Gao Shun. This person is truly a great talent. Not only was he a skilled commander, but he was also incredibly loyal and righteous, a man who would rather die than surrender. He immediately checked Gao Shun's attributes and found that he was indeed a top-tier RRR quality hero. Such a hero must be leveled up to the maximum level. Spending over 50 million soul coins to raise Gao Shun's level to the maximum, he began to check Gao Shun's attributes. Name, Gao Shun. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level 100. Upgrade requirement, level max. Charm, 220, basic 2. Luck, 220, base 2. Strength, 220, base 2. Constitution, 231, base 3.1. Agility, 230, base 3. Spirit, 220, basic 2. Talent, Mammoth Warrior Spirit. Skills, commanding troops, army combat power plus 100%, training troops, can train elite troops, greatly increasing soldier combat power and discipline, charging into battle, increasing army's all attributes by 20% plus combat power plus 100%, fearless in the face of death, all attributes plus 50%, morale plus 100%, loyalty, damage taken minus 50%. Qualification, RRR. Technique, none. Realm, none. Description, evolved by mysterious energy, base attributes increased tenfold. Unparalleled loyalty, first-rate troop training, and strict command. You will still command the trap camp and remain the highest-ranking general of this army. Zhou Yan said, "Thank you, Lord. Gao Shun will do his utmost to live up to your expectations." Gao Shun answered with an air of authority and a resounding tone. Summoned all the soldiers that the trap camp could summon. Although he also summoned many heroes, none of them were as good as Gao Shun, so he left them all to Gao Shun to manage. He still raised the level of these soldiers to level 30, and then sent Gao Shun to the Inheritance Temple to change their class. One after another at the Temple of Inheritance. Those trials are not so easy to complete. He didn't care. He could enter once a month anyway. If he failed once, he would try again and again. He would eventually succeed. If all else fails, he can use job change scrolls. After all, he has quite a few. He then took out the S-quality barracks, breakthrough army, and began construction. Territory notification, build the breakthrough army, which will evolve into the Great Han Iron Cavalry. It's actually the Han Cavalry. I never expected such an army to evolve. This is a cavalry unit, and it is extremely powerful. He checked the army's attributes and found it to be a top-tier RRR quality army. Without hesitation, he immediately upgraded the level of the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Architecture, the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Level 50. Upgrade requirements, 3 million spirit coins, 5,000 5-star wood, 5,000 5-star stone. Quality, RRR. Defense, 400,000/400,000. Attribute. Each 3,000 soul coins consumed summons one mighty Han Iron Cavalryman. Current maximum number of summonable cavalrymen, 0/10,000. Special Attribute 1, Riding Speed plus 100%. Special Attribute 2, Cavalry Combat Power plus 100%. Special Attribute 3, Cavalry Mobility plus 100%. Special Attribute 4, Cavalry Charge Power plus 100%. Special Attribute 5, Cavalry All Attributes plus 50%. Introduction. The mighty Han Cavalry, renowned far and wide, swept away barbarians and reclaimed lost territories. The Han dynasty was a dynasty with a long history, and he was quite curious about the strength of this army. Unfortunately, he didn't have a farm at the moment. Can a cavalryman without a mount still be called a cavalryman? But he could summon the soldiers first and have them complete their class changes. As for the breeding farm, he would check out the Multiverse Virtual Mall later. Great Han Iron Cavalry notification. Consume 3,000 soul coins to summon one Great Han Iron Cavalryman. Great Han Iron Cavalry notification. Consume 3,000 soul coins to summon one hero, Li Guang. He was visibly taken aback upon hearing this, and then became shocked. Could it be Li Guang, the flying general? He quickly looked at the person he had just summoned. This humble general, Li Guang, greets the Lord. A man knelt before Zhou Yan. He was a tall and imposing man with a heroic air about him, clearly a formidable figure. Although Li Guang's reputation is not as great as Wei Qing or Hu Xiubing, his strength should not be underestimated. He was also a capable general. He wasn't suited for training troops, and the discipline of his army wasn't great. However, as a general, he was extremely formidable in combat, and few generals could compare to him. Li Guang's quality is RRR, and all his skills increase the combat power of cavalry, which is excellent. He raised Li Guang's level to 50. Then they began summoning the Great Han Iron Cavalry, and in the process, they acquired many generals, such as Deng Yu, Ko Sun, Feng Yi, Sun Peng, Jia Fu, and others from the 28 generals of Yuntai. However, their quality is only R2RR, which is incomparable to top-quality heroes like Li Guang. After all 10,000 Han Iron Cavalry had been summoned, he still hadn't obtained the general he had imagined. Alas, it seems I can only summon my Wei Qing and Hu Xiubing in the future. After raising the level of 10,000 Great Han Iron Cavalry to level 30, he instructed Li Guang to lead these soldiers to the Inheritance Temple in batches for job advancement. Of course, Li Guang was very happy to temporarily become the general of this army of 10,000, but he hesitated a bit, as if he had some thoughts on his mind. General Li Guang, please speak frankly, Zhou Yan said. It's like this. I wonder when the Lord will be equipped with mounts? If there are no mounts, how is my team any different from infantry? Li Guang quickly replied. So that's what it was about. Even if Li Guang hadn't said anything, he would have done it anyway. He replied, don't worry, you'll have it when you come out of the Temple of Inheritance. Since it's a top-tier army, they can't use ordinary mounts. He needs to check if the Multiverse Virtual Mall has any good mounts. If not, then he'll have to use ordinary warhorses instead. Then I shall take my leave. Li Guang quickly led his soldiers to change their ranks, for a general like him could only demonstrate his worth in battle. Author's note. Come on, tell me which heroes you want to summon. Chapter 153, Upgrading the Building Again. Next, he began upgrading the thorny vine fence. First, we will improve the quality of the thorny vine fence. Upgrading the quality of the thorn fence only requires crystal cores, which is nothing to him. While he was in the Elf Forest continent, he acquired a number of wood attribute crystal cores ranging from 1 to 6 stars. After consuming a large number of 3-star wood attribute crystal cores, the quality of the thorn fence has finally been upgraded to our quality. Next, it will take 1,000 5-star wood attribute crystal cores to upgrade the quality to RR quality. He had a large number of wood attribute crystal cores. After consuming 1,000 5-star wood attribute crystal cores, he upgraded the quality of the thorn fence to RR. Finally, 5,000 6-star wood attribute crystal cores are needed to upgrade the thorn fence to its maximum quality. After he finished using it, the quality of the thorn fence was finally upgraded to RRR quality. He started upgrading the thorny fence. Upgrading this building requires spirit coins and wood attribute crystal cores. Territory notification. Consuming 20,000 spirit coins and 10 1-star wood attribute crystal cores, the thorn vine fence level has been upgraded to level 21. Territory notification. Consuming 100,000 spirit coins and 102-star wood attribute crystal cores, the thorn vine fence level has been upgraded to level 30. Territory notification. Consuming 200,000 spirit coins and 303-star wood attribute crystal cores, the thorn vine fence level has been upgraded to level 40. Territory notification. Consuming 2 million spirit coins and 505-star wood attribute crystal cores, the thorn vine wall level has been upgraded to level 60. After the thorn fence is upgraded to level 50, its name changes to thorn wall. He also upgraded the thorn wall to level 60, making the entire structure not only resemble a city wall, but also a vine wall entirely formed by vines. More importantly, the entire vine-covered city wall was covered in flowers, filling the entire territory with their fragrance, which was very refreshing. The entire thorn vine wall completely surrounds the territory, but it is not very high, only 5 meters high. He began to check the upgraded attributes. Architecture, thorny city wall. Level, 60. Upgrade requirements. 2.2 million spirit coins, 606-star wood attribute cores. Quality, RRR. Defense, 2,000/2,000,000. Height, 5 meters. Height can be increased by consuming spirit coins. Special Attribute 1. Ability to regenerate and repair damaged vines. Special Attribute 2. Enemies that touch the vines will suffer poison damage. Special Attribute 3. Will actively attack nearby enemies. Special Attribute 4. Will actively release pollen attacks on nearby enemies. The pollen has the effects of confusion, hallucination, and mental derangement. Special Attribute 5. Can freely change the appearance of the vines. Special Attribute 6. Can release vine spikes to attack nearby enemies. Description. A fence formed from thorny vines, possessing strong vitality and the ability to self-repair damaged fences. It also possesses poison, hallucination, confusion, and thorny attacks. After checking the attributes, he was very surprised. Not only could he consume spirit coins to increase the height of the thorn vine wall, but he could also freely change the appearance of the thorn vine wall. Give it a try. He was curious and began to alter the entire thorny vine city wall. First, increase the height of the thorn wall, as 5 meters is still too low. Thorn vine wall, upgrade. Whether to consume 1 million spirit coins to increase the height of thorn vine wall to 6 meters. Although 1 million is a lot, it's not considered an item he's buying. He already has around 10 billion spirit coins, so he doesn't care about this small amount of spirit coins. Yes, he raised the height of the thorn vine wall to 10 meters, and then it would take 2 million spirit coins to raise it again, but he didn't care about the small amount of spirit coins. The height of the thorn vine wall has been increased to 20 meters. From now on, each level will require 3 million spirit coins to upgrade again. After 30 meters, each meter requires 4 million spirit coins. After 40 meters, each meter requires 5 million spirit coins. After 50 meters, each meter requires 6 million, which can increase the height by 20 meters. After 80 meters, each meter requires 7 million, which can increase the height by 30 meters. Finally, he raised the height of the thorn wall to 90 meters, but it could not be raised any further. He could only continue to raise it after upgrading the thorn wall structure. The thorn wall is essentially the inner wall of a territory, while the outer wall includes structures like the Great Wall. After the territory's area was increased, the Great Wall has been changed to the Great Wall of 10,000 li. He began to change the shape of the thorn wall, using his mind to create vine houses on the wall, and the houses were even shaped like tiger heads. From a distance, a castle shaped like a tiger's head appears atop the thorn vine wall, which is quite peculiar. Next, he changed the shape of the entire thorn vine wall, shaping it into the body of a giant dragon, just like a giant blue dragon covered in flowers guarding the entire territory. Moreover, the entire dragon head is oriented exactly towards the main entrance. Furthermore, this dragon head has an open mouth, inside which is a passageway that allows people to enter and exit. This design looks very majestic and imposing, and is also very visually appealing. In each territory, he built a series of gates, which were usually concealed and would only be opened when needed, and these gates were fully automatic. It looks not only like science fiction, but also quite strange. He once again sculpted castles of various animals on the walls of the Thorn Vine City, including giant elephants, phoenixes, black tortoises, and bull heads. He was very satisfied with the Thorn Vine Wall. Although it had cost him a lot of resources and spirit coins, it was all well worth it. Next, he began upgrading the defensive towers in his territory. However, he can only upgrade the Blade Tower, Earthquake Tower, Meteor Tower, and Ice Tower. As for the other defensive towers, he lacks the materials and needs to acquire them again. After upgrading all 4 types of defensive towers to level 50, he didn't have many materials left from acquiring. Materials of 6 stars or higher are still quite scarce. He can only make up for the lack of level by building more defensive towers. After the defense tower is upgraded, its power and defense become stronger. After upgrading the defense towers, he also upgraded the level of the Divine Weapon Workshop. However, due to insufficient materials, the level of the Divine Weapon Workshop could only be upgraded to level 30. There isn't enough 5-star stone left, and even the wood is running low. He no longer had enough materials to upgrade the remaining buildings, so he had to acquire items first. He checked the time. It was already past 6 o'clock. Enter the Multiverse Virtual Mall. Chapter 154, heading to the trading market on the Kanglan continent. He first asked Xiaowei about the trading markets in various worlds. Xiaowei replied that everything was normal, and that they had started renting shops and hiring others to conduct transactions in many worlds. The items they sell are the most needed goods in that world, so their popularity was to be expected. The spirit coins within his territory were growing at an astonishing rate every second, so he didn't need to worry about the trading market for the time being. Zhou Yin has instructed Li Shuang to arrange for someone to enter the Multiverse Virtual Mall as soon as possible, to give Xiaowei some basic training, and then to replace Diao Chan and the others. It's such a waste of talent to have heroes like Diao Chan buying and selling things. The trading markets in each world were operating steadily. He had Xiaowei search for the prices of various attribute crystals and record them. Then, he had Xiaowei search for the buildings for sale in each world. The primary target is defensive towers. Throughout the myriad realms, not all worlds are ruled by lords, but there are quite a few. He casually checked and found that there were many people selling defensive tower structures in the Kanglan continent trading market. Moreover, the price is similar to that of other worlds. He, as a member of the Kanglan continent, hasn't been there yet. He instructed Xiaowei to memorize these locations, and then asked her to contact one of the maids and have her return to the Multiverse Virtual Mall. Otherwise, there would be no more slots available for teleportation. After one of the maids teleported back, Zhou Yin had Xiaowei open a teleportation channel and teleport him to the Stone Realm trading market. As soon as he stepped outside the trading market, he was recognized by the Stone Clan, and a large group of old men surrounded him. Everyone, don't rush, take it one at a time, I have plenty of time. He has plenty of ammunition today, which should be enough to satisfy these stone tribes. I want it. I'll go first. Don't rush, we have plenty of equipment today. Everyone line up properly, don't cut in line, and don't fight. Planned to be so supportive yesterday. Today, there are at least 1,000 Stone Clan members queuing up, and the number is still increasing rapidly as the curious Stone Clan members learn about the situation. The queue quickly formed a long line. He felt he should open a shop here. It would be more convenient that way. He immediately contacted Xiaowei. Xiaowei, see if anyone else has time and arrange for them to come over to the Stone World trading market to help sell equipment. Xiaowei quickly replied, Yes, Lord, I will begin the inquiry now. Although he could contact them directly to inquire, Xiao Wei was in charge of all matters related to the trading market. He could simply leave everything to them. He began trading with these stone people. Before long, a man approached him and said, "Lord, what do you need me to do?" "Find a shop, put the equipment up for sale, and trade them one by one." It would take days to finish trading them all. As the number of people queuing to buy equipment increases, such transactions will continue for several days, and he doesn't have time to waste here. Okay. The maid hurriedly walked towards the trading market. Zhou Yin also loudly addressed the stone race. "My maid has gone to open the shop, and everyone will be able to buy equipment there soon." "Great. We won't have to queue up here to buy equipment anymore. This should have been done a long time ago. He has so much equipment. Hurry up and start it. I've been waiting for a long time." The maid opened the shop quickly, and a dozen minutes later, she sent Zhou Yin a message telling him the location. He immediately walked towards his shop, followed by a group of Stone Clan members buying equipment. The stone people who run shops on the roadside were completely dumbfounded. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they were about to grab weapons and start a fight. "The shop is open now. Everyone follow me. You can choose any equipment you like." Upon arriving at the shop, these people rushed inside and began buying equipment in large quantities. Zhou Yin was very happy. The more Stone Clan members he bought, the more spirit coins he would earn. However, there were still too many people, resulting in several long queues. He also started helping to list equipment. Anyway, he was too lazy to look at the equipment attributes. He just set different prices for equipment of different qualities according to their quality. While equipment is being continuously put up for sale here, people in other worlds are rapidly clearing out the equipment from the market. They even partnered with several large businessmen, enabling them to acquire large quantities of equipment each time. This greatly ensured the supply of equipment, causing his spirit coins to increase at an alarming rate. He is setting up automatic item recycling information, mainly recycling stones of 3 stars or higher, crystal cores, and damaged equipment. After finishing all that, he left and returned to the Multiverse Virtual Mall. He needs to collect enough materials to upgrade the territory's level so that more people can go to different worlds to make money. There are already more than a dozen girls here. They were all arranged by Li Xuan. They all have some talent in business and are most suitable for this kind of work. "Greetings, Lord." They bowed and greeted Zhou Yin, who nodded in satisfaction. He said to Xiao Wei, "Teleport me to the Kanglan continent, trading market." Okay. With a flash of light, he finally arrived at the Kanglan continent, trading market. As soon as I entered the human trading market, I heard the energetic shouts of humans. Some people got into Longqing Academy, some got into Beatty Academy, and some got into Shenyang and Ziwei Academy. If you didn't get in, then you must not have bought my equipment. You go your sunny road, I'll go my narrow bridge. If there's no road to take, come into my shop. You can choose any skill you want and fly directly to the immortal realm. Even dragons are falling. What are you waiting for? Ponzi scheme poison welcomes you. A 30-meter-long sword for bargaining. Absolutely no haggling. Every item is steel. Act fast. Want to see the dawn overnight? Want to shoot like a dragon? Want to face endless battles every night? If so, then hurry up and come here. Yin Nan Bai Yao, your most trustworthy friend. This is what humans should be like. There are countless boastful advertisements. This is much more bustling than trading markets in other parts of the world. Humans always manage to make the most of a small gadget. That's human ingenuity. He looked at his location, then went to a place where he could summon mounts and summoned his lightning Fergana horse. Drive. Riding the lightning, they arrived at the teleportation array and headed south of the city. Chapter 155, Large-Scale Purchase of Buildings. Arriving at the entrance of a shop called Hanlin Academy, he put away Lightning. Although Lightning was a decent mount, he saw many lords riding various exotic beasts, and he couldn't help but feel envious. But this is only temporary. He will definitely ride a cool, awesome mount in the future. Upon entering the store, a stylishly dressed female sales assistant approached Zhou Yin and asked, "Respected lord, is there anything I can do for you?" Zhou Yin glanced at the saleswoman. She was quite attractive, but compared to Jiao Chan and the others, he felt that this was all he could manage. I'd like to buy a few building-related items." He spoke directly. "What type of building-related item are you referring to?" the sales assistant asked. "Any type is fine. Could you take me there to have a look?" He needs plenty of buildings. As long as the price is right, he can buy them. Anyway, the territory is quite large, so it's possible to build more special buildings. "Please come upstairs with me," the sales assistant said with a smile. Zhou Yin followed the other party to the 3rd floor, where there was a counter selling building-related items, ranging from ordinary buildings to C-quality buildings. Buildings of quality higher than A are rare, and even when they do appear, they are very expensive. He doesn't need high-quality buildings, Buildings of C quality or below are sufficient. The key is to be unique. He began to examine it. Defensive tower type buildings, all of which are of the lowest quality. High-quality defensive towers are generally in high demand, while low-level defensive towers are not needed by many people. Therefore, he could easily buy such low-grade buildings. The price of these defensive towers is uniformly 50,000 spirit coins. Even in other worlds, the price of this type of defensive tower would not differ much. This amount of spirit coins meant nothing to him. He looked at other types of buildings. Building well. Quality Description can be used to build water wells. Building farmland. Quality Description farmland can be built. Architecture grassland. Quality C. Description can be used to build pastures. The quality of these buildings ranges from E to C. Moreover, he needs many of these things, and the prices are relatively reasonable. Most importantly, he has finally found a building that can raise mounts. He believes that once this grassland is built, it will evolve into a pretty good building. He was really looking forward to it. The prices of these buildings are about the same in every world, so he was too lazy to go back and forth, since he didn't care about the small price difference anyway. So he waved his hand and said to the sales assistant, "I want all of these buildings." Okay. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant first laughed, then paused for a moment and asked in surprise, "You just said you wanted them all?" "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Joyen asked back. No, I'm just so surprised that you need so many buildings." The sales assistant was indeed surprised. Although these buildings were of relatively low quality, there were more than 20 of them, which would cost several million spirit coins in total. If they were rich kids, they generally wouldn't look down on such low-quality buildings. They would always look for buildings of B quality or higher. But seeing that Zhou Yin only glanced at the buildings before packing them up and taking them away, she was a little puzzled. Did this person buy so many low-quality buildings so that he would build them himself? Since you have money, why not build better buildings? She just couldn't understand it. "Give me the price," Zhou Yin said. "Okay. A few million spirit coins is a small amount in the entire trading industry, and there's nothing strange about it." After buying all 25 buildings, he left and headed to the next shop. He needs to purchase a lot of buildings this time. Anyway, since it's a low-end building, there's no competition for it, so it doesn't matter if it gets sold. Because throughout the entire universe, while such basic buildings aren't exactly everywhere, you can still find quite a few if you look for them. He then went to several shops and bought all the low-level buildings inside, leaving a group of people dumbfounded, wondering what he was going to do with so many low-level buildings. He bought over 200 buildings before he stopped. These buildings only cost a few tens of millions of spirit coins in total, which was nothing to him. His spirit coins are constantly increasing, and he will buy any high-quality building that comes along without hesitation. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. Having buildings doesn't mean you can build that many buildings. He needs to prepare enough materials first. Without sufficient materials, these buildings will remain standing. But he has something more important to do now. Find a good shop to rent in the Kanglan continent trading market. This is the trading market of his world, so he can directly recruit relevant talents for management in the Kanglan continent. The people who work as sales assistants in the Kanglan continent trading market are all people from the Kanglan continent, and they are all ordinary people. After graduation, they will take various exams, and upon passing, they will receive corresponding certificates. After obtaining the certificate, they need to purchase something called a virtual helmet or virtual pod, go to the trading market, and apply for jobs as sales assistants in various shops. He first needs to rent a suitable shop before he can start recruiting. He wants to develop his business in the Kanglan continent, so renting a shop here is essential. He wanted to find a good shop, but the good places and locations had already been rented by other lords, and it wouldn't be easy to find one in a short time. He doesn't want those remote places, so this matter depends on the timing and whether there's anyone willing to transfer ownership. Xiao Wei will inform him of any information posted on the transaction information page as soon as possible. However, many shop transfers are simply marked as for sale on the outside of the shop without being added to the information database. This requires him to personally visit the various shops. The entire Kanglan continent trading market is so big that it would take several days to explore it all. He did find a few shops that wanted to transfer ownership, but the sellers, seeing that he was young, actually tried to rip him off, asking for a transfer fee of 1 or 200 million. He left immediately because he didn't need to consider guys who had no sincerity at all. After all, it's just the transfer of a shop, and the price depends on the location. If the location is good, it can indeed cost 1 or 200 million. However, most shops can be acquired for just tens of millions of spirit coins. In the end, he still couldn't find a suitable one. Either the owner was too unscrupulous and had no intention of transferring the business, or it was a complete scam. He was quite shrewd. These old geezers wouldn't dare fool him. He couldn't find a suitable place all day. He checked the time and realized he hadn't rested for 2 days in a row, so he decided to go back to his territory to rest. I've been quite busy lately, with a lot of things to do. But he is so powerful that it doesn't matter much if he doesn't sleep for several days and nights. Chapter 156, Improving the Quality of Various Buildings. But he returned to his territory to rest, and as for the buildings he had purchased, he would deal with them after he woke up. Unfortunately, Jiao Chan and the others were still busy in their respective worlds and couldn't come out to keep him company through this long night. He needs to quickly replace Jiao Chan and the others. He can't let his wife get too tired. He was simply worried about Jiao Chan and the others' health. He had no other ill intentions. As a lord, he cares about the residents of his territory and his own wife. Isn't that very river-like? He hadn't rested here since the upgrade of the Spirit Vein Courtyard, and he would rest and cultivate here tonight. As he entered a meditative state, a large amount of spiritual energy began to enter his body, filling all the meridians throughout his body. A Tai Chi yin-yang diagram emerged from his body and began to frantically devour the surrounding spiritual energy. The next day, upon receiving the news, Lu Yu prepared a sumptuous breakfast of spiritual materials and delivered it to him as soon as possible. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhou Yin, saying, "Lord, there's nothing much going on in the territory lately, so I'd like to enter the Temple of Inheritance to change my class." Zhou Yin replied, "You can decide for yourself. Go if you want. Anyway, I haven't been in the territory much lately. I have a lot of things to take care of. I'll have someone take care of the food in the territory. Recently, there have been quite a few sisters in the territory who are good at cooking, and some of them are even better cooks than me." It was precisely because of this sense of crisis that Lu Yu wanted to switch to a better secondary profession in order to maintain her position in the Lord's eyes. "You can decide for yourself. The head chef position will always be yours." Zhou Yin smiled, seeing through Lu Yu's little scheme. "Thank you, Lord." Lu Yu's thoughts were seen through by Zhou Yin. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly retreated. After breakfast, we went to the 3 Live Stone to check in for the day. Although soul coins are few, they add up over time. Anyway, even after he reaches the maximum level, the number of soul coins will still be displayed after his level, which he finds strange. This even led him to a bold guess. The Lord's level should be over 100. This is also what he guessed by checking in at the 3 Live Stone. He wouldn't have made this guess if the soul coins from these daily check-ins hadn't kept increasing. Whether this is true or not remains to be verified. After finishing breakfast, he started working. "I bought a lot of buildings yesterday. Now it's time to start construction." Territory prompt. Build a catapult. The catapult will evolve into a meteor tower. Territory notification. Build an arrow tower, which will evolve into a storm tower. Territory notification. Build an arrow tower, which will evolve into a blade tower. Territory notification. Build farmland. Farmland will evolve into spirit field. Territory notification. Build a well, and the well will evolve into a spirit spring. Territory notification. Build a grassland, and the grassland will evolve into the green spirit grassland. Goose. Green spirit grassland. This? He curiously checked the quality of the green spirit grassland and was surprised to find that it was still an R-quality building. The building attributes are quite good, providing a significant boost to raising various animals and mounts. Crucially, this grassland is also filled with spiritual energy, which is definitely good news. Next, he needs to upgrade. After raising the level of green spirit grassland to level 20, he will need wood attribute crystal cores. He doesn't have enough crystal cores left to upgrade, so he can only wait until he finishes trading with the Elf Queen today before upgrading. The area of a grassland is very large, but the size of this building has never changed. He curiously walked into the grassland to take a look. It was discovered that this building was actually a space. It didn't look very big from the outside, but once inside, it was found to be no smaller than a territory. Moreover, the entire grassland is filled with abundant spiritual energy, and the grass is very fertile, making it excellent for raising mounts. With such a large grassland, the next step is to collect pet eggs or mounts with powerful bloodlines. Such a vast grassland can support a great many mounts. He currently has 10,000 Great Han Iron Cavalry, waiting to be equipped with mounts. He built many buildings, many of which could improve quality. He upgraded all the buildings that could improve quality. First up is the Blade Tower. He acquired quite a few this time. He used 6 S quality blade towers to evolve 3 SS quality blade towers, and then used 3 more SS quality blade towers to evolve 1 SSS quality blade tower. He also upgraded the quality of the poison gas tower to SSS quality. The quality of the earthquake tower has also been upgraded to R quality. The quality of the ice tower has also been upgraded to R quality. The quality of meteorite tower has been upgraded to RR quality. The quality of the storm tower has also been upgraded to R quality. 2 new defensive towers have also been added. One is an SSS quality exploding tower, and the other is an SS quality curse seal tower. The burst tower is a fire elemental tower and is an area of effect defensive tower. The flame tower attacks single target defensive towers. As for the curse seal tower, it is also an area of effect defensive tower, and it is also a type of restraint defensive tower. Although it does not have strong offensive power, it is very powerful in restricting monsters. He naturally wanted to upgrade all the defensive towers to the maximum level, but each defensive tower evolved randomly, and no one knew what quality or type of building they would evolve into. He still needs to buy more defensive towers today, and try to upgrade all of them to the highest quality. Many other buildings have been added to the territory, especially the spirit fields, quite a few of which have been built. He upgraded the quality of these spirit fields, and finally obtained 2 spirit fields of RRR quality. He also acquired a considerable number of spirit springs. After evolving these spirit springs, he obtained 2 spirit spring buildings of RRR quality, plus several spirit spring buildings of SSS to RR quality. In this way, the water problem within the territory was completely solved. The quality of the territory's treasure room has also been upgraded to RRR quality. The quality of Divine Weapon Workshop has also been upgraded to RRR quality. Most of the buildings he bought yesterday were ordinary buildings, so the buildings that evolved from them, except for a few that were different, were all buildings he had acquired before. Many buildings only need 1 unit, so he upgraded all the buildings that could be upgraded. Collect all the remaining items and save them for when you need them later. Because many buildings require a lot of space after being upgraded, those buildings that are not needed should naturally not occupy space. After finishing all that, the vast majority of the buildings within the territory are of R quality or higher. He purchased another batch of buildings today, intending to upgrade the quality of all of them to the highest level. He returned to the virtual mall of all realms. Chapter 157, News of the Lucky Spirit Stone. Then let Xiaowei search for information about people selling buildings, preferably buildings of C quality or higher. Because even the most ordinary buildings can only evolve into the buildings he already has, and he doesn't lack those buildings. He wants some different buildings, so he can only buy higher quality buildings. This way, after evolution, there is a greater chance of obtaining special buildings. Furthermore, the higher the quality of a building, the greater its quality will be after the territory evolves. Buildings of quality B or higher can be upgraded to buildings of quality R or higher after the territory evolves. Finding decent buildings solely within the Azure Continent trading market is quite difficult at this stage. Because it's currently the end of the new lord trial period, there are so many new lords around the world who are just starting to develop, and every new lord is lacking buildings. Therefore, any slightly better buildings will be snapped up. He was lucky to be able to buy a C-grade building yesterday. It wasn't discovered beforehand, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to find one at all. Since there are no good buildings on the Kanglan continent, he then set his sights on other worlds. Xiaowei also found quite a few buildings, all of which were of C quality or higher, and many of them were even equality. In several worlds, there were even S quality buildings for sale. This surprised him greatly. He quickly checked the name of this world, and it turned out to be called Dragon's Glory across the 9 provinces trading market. This world has the most buildings for sale. Actually, there are several S-level buildings, but Xiaowei said that this building doesn't seem to be sold on the trading market. It seems to be auctioned. He'll need to go and see for himself. Xiaowei also told him that this world is a human world, but it is not a world ruled by lords. Instead, it is a world where people can kill monsters to level up. They can kill monsters to obtain various items and buildings, and thus establish their own base. Moreover, this world is extremely chaotic. Xiaowei told him that even in the Dragon's Glory 9 provinces trading market, he needed to be careful because the people there were very greedy and murder and robbery often occurred. Of course, the trading market area is a peaceful zone where attacks are not allowed. Therefore, they will all act outside the trading market, where there are no protective mechanisms. Upon death, all items purchased in the trading market will be dropped, and the item's level will drop by 1. However, Xiaowei said that he is different from others. The things he buys will be directly teleported to the territory's treasure room. Even if he dies, he will only lose a level and be weak for a month. If you're unlucky, you might lose 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. However, with such a high luck attribute, he generally won't lose equipment. The premise is that those people are able to kill him. After learning about it, Zhou Yin was prepared. However, he remembered that there was one building he hadn't yet constructed, the Lucky Stone. The main reason he hasn't built it is that other items are needed to construct it. That material is the Lucky Stone. Xiaowei, have you found the Lucky Spirit Stone yet? Zhou Yin asked. No one in the Myriad Realms sells Lucky Spirit Stones. The last time they were sold was 6 months ago, Xiaowei replied. This thing is so hard to get. He was somewhat surprised that he couldn't find a single place in the entire universe that sold Lucky Spirit Stones. If the Lord urgently needs this material, I do know of a world where it is more likely to be found, Xiaowei replied. Oh, which world is it? He asked quickly. That world is called the Great Wilderness Trading Market. It is a fantasy world, and a very advanced one at that. Countless powerful races live in that world. Humans only make up a portion of the population, but many ancient emperors emerged from the human race in that world. Therefore, the strength of the human race in the Great Wilderness world is still quite impressive. There is a kind of source stone in that world, which the people there call Gambling Stone. It can yield all kinds of rare spirit stones, including Lucky Spirit Stones. If the Lord is in urgent need, he can go to that world to try his luck. Xiaowei replied. He never expected that this Lucky Spirit Stone would be so difficult to obtain. If all else fails, he will have no choice but to go to the Great Wilderness Trading Market in person. Lucky stones can bring good fortune, but even if someone obtains one, they rarely sell it. In addition, this kind of thing is not found in every world, which is why it cannot be found in the entire universe. Lucky Spirit Stones aren't easy to obtain, so he'll put them aside for now and focus on upgrading all the buildings in his territory to the highest quality first. Xiaowei, teleport me to the Dragon's Glory 9 Provinces Trading Market, Zhou Yin said. With his maxed out attributes, combined with his strength at the 39th level of martial arts, a set of dark gold armor, and various S-quality or higher skills, he has the ability to protect himself even in the chaotic Dragon's Glory 9 Provinces. If he can still be killed, it can only mean that he is not strong enough. A few days ago, he acquired a lot of equipment, and he had already collected a set of dark gold equipment for himself and Diao Chan. Xiaowei replied, Spirit coins minus 1,600, initiating teleportation. Teleportation to Dragon's Glory 9 Provinces, Trading Market, successful. Upon arriving outside the Dragon's Glory 9 Provinces Trading Market, I looked around and saw that it was a modern city, just like any other city. As soon as he appeared, he saw many people with ill intentions staring at him, like a pack of hungry wolves looking for a target. Zhou Yin was disdainful and ignored them completely, heading straight towards the trading market. He saw several people leaving the trading market, followed by a person. After they had gone some distance from the trading market, they were surrounded. Then, they immediately struck with deadly force, killing the men on the ground and skillfully stealing all their belongings before quickly leaving. These people were clearly professionals. They acted decisively and ruthlessly, without any hesitation or unnecessary words. That's what makes a qualified robber. This is the first world Zhou Yin has ever discovered where people kill and plunder with such impunity. He discovered that someone was secretly following him, and had followed him all the way into the trading market, probably to see if he was worth taking action against. Zhou Yin didn't care at all. He had already sensed that the other party's strength was far weaker than his own, and that having more of such people would be useless. Moreover, even if he wants to leave, he doesn't need to leave the trading market. He can simply teleport back to the multiverse virtual mall. However, since people are going to rob others and make a living from it, he can't just stop them from robbing him, right? He's a good guy. He arrived at the city center of the Dragon's Glory 9 Continents trading market, the most bustling area of the entire trading market, teeming with people coming and going in an endless stream. I found a shop called Dragon Glory Shop. This shop is located in the very center of the entire trading market, and you can tell at a glance that this shop has a very strong presence in the real world. He went inside, and his tail followed him in, a smile on its face. They felt they had found a big fish and absolutely could not let it go. Author's note: something came up today, so the update was delayed. Chapter 158, The Auction. Stepping into the shop, one sees a dazzling array of items displayed on the counter. Large stores almost always follow a rule. The items on the first floor are always the lowest quality. If you want to buy better equipment, you have to go upstairs. This shop was no exception. The first floor sold low-level black iron equipment and some very low-value items. This shop doesn't have sales assistants. There are only people selling items at the counter. He glanced at them casually. He didn't really like any of them, so he headed straight for the second floor. The second floor sells bronze and silver quality equipment, and some slightly better items are also sold on this floor. If we use the equipment prices in the Kanglan continent as a benchmark, the equipment prices in this world are half again as expensive as those in the Kanglan world. Is only worth 1,000 spirit coins in the Kanglan continent sells for around 1,500 spirit coins here. With only half the profit margin, he would never do a business with such low profit. He has absolutely no interest in any business that doesn't offer a profit margin of several times or more. He didn't see any building type items for sale. According to Xiaowei, the two S-quality buildings were on auction. He wanted to go to the third floor to take a look. However, when they tried to go upstairs, they were stopped by two fully armed staff members who said, "Please show your VIP card. Our third floor is for VIPs only." Zhou Yin asked, "How can I become a VIP?" It's very simple. Once you accumulate 5 million spirit coins and spending at our shop, you can get a bronze VIP card. Once you accumulate 10 million spirit coins, you can get a silver VIP card. Once you accumulate 100 million spirit coins, you can get a gold VIP card. Once you accumulate 1 billion or more, you can directly get a platinum VIP card. The two answered. Zhou Yin nodded and asked, "Do you have an auction here?" "Of course. Do you want to attend the auction?" the other party asked. "I wonder if your shop would be willing to help auction these items of mine." Zhou Yin casually took out a few pieces of dark gold quality jewelry, along with 2 A-quality skill books and an A-quality job change scroll. These things might not be anything special in the Kanglan continent, but here, the higher the quality of the equipment, the rarer it is, and the higher its price. These things are enough to make them take it seriously. Upon seeing these items, the two exclaimed in surprise, "They're actually dark gold quality jewelry. And skill books. They even have job change scrolls, and they're A-quality ones." Jewelry is much rarer than weapons and armor. The items in Zhou Yan's hands were all quite good, plus an A-quality skill book and a job change scroll. These items are worth tens of millions. Seeing how casually the other person took out these things, they guessed that he had even better things on him. One of them quickly said to Zhou Yan, "Distinguished guest, please follow me." Zhou Yan followed someone up to the third floor. The tail following behind Zhou Yan naturally saw the items Zhou Yan took out and was very shocked. He quickly transmitted his voice to his other companions. "This is a big fish. I saw him go up to the third floor of Dragon Glory Shop. He probably has some strength. Shall we take this job? Let's do it. Why not? We're all living on the edge. Let's gather more brothers and fucking kill them. This one order is worth several of our orders, so we definitely can't let it go." "I agree. I'll go and gather the brothers." Zhou Yin met a manager from Longyao Shop and was led into a VIP room where there were 2 other people. One of the men, who was about 40 years old, extended both hands to shake Zhou Yan's hand and said, "Hello, my name is Luo Jiahao, and I am one of the appraisers in charge of the auction. Are you here to auction an item?" He came mainly for those S-quality buildings, so he nodded and said, "These are the ones." He placed the items he had taken out earlier on the table and handed them to the other party for appraisal. They mainly checked the quality, attributes, and durability. After reviewing them, they nodded and said, "These items can be auctioned. The final price will be based on the auction price. If there are no problems, we can sign an agreement." This agreement was signed in accordance with the rules of the entire trading market. If it is violated, not only will there be severe penalties, but the person will also be barred from entering the trading market. No one would easily violate a signed agreement. The other party handed him the agreement and took out a silver VIP card, saying, "As long as you sign this agreement, this silver VIP card will be given to you as a gift." He reviewed the agreement, found no problems, and chose to sign it. It's just a few pieces of legendary equipment. He can buy them in other worlds whenever he wants. "I don't know when the auction will be held. I mainly want to see the auction this time," Zhou Yan asked. "Our auction has been going on for an hour. If you're in a hurry, we can auction your items ahead of schedule. What do you think?" Luo Jiahao inquired. Nodding, Zhou Yan said, "That's for the best. My time is also quite valuable." "Then how about I arrange for someone to take you into the auction to watch the auction?" Luo Jiahao asked. "Thank you very much," Zhou Yan replied. Not long after, a young woman in her 20s led Zhou Yan up to the auction house on the 5th floor. An auction is in full swing inside. The room is spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. He found an empty seat and sat down. Next to the seat was a notice board indicating that he was participating in the auction. He could simply say a number, and the board would display the amount he was bidding. The item being auctioned is a crystal, rated 6 stars in quality. The price of this thing depends on its function in each place. In the Kanglan continent, this crystal is worth at most 100,000 spirit coins. But now, The price of this thing has reached 300,000 spirit coins. He wouldn't come here to sell this thing just for this one item. After all, he has plenty of other businesses to do, so why would he choose to do this one? One item after another was auctioned off, but none of them were to his liking. At the auction, something that piqued his interest soon appeared. This is 1,000 units of 6-star timber. These high-quality timbers are extremely rare on the Kanglan continent. The Kanglan continent has now risen to over 50,000 units. Moreover, they are extremely difficult to buy. They are always sold out every time they appear. The main purpose is to develop territory and upgrade buildings, which requires a lot of high-grade wood. But he was surprised to find that it was only priced at 1 million here, which was 5 times cheaper than in the elf forest. Moreover, he discovered that no one wanted these materials at that price, indicating that the people here didn't need them at all. This is too good for him. He immediately quoted a price of 1 million, which drew a lot of attention from people. It's obviously incomprehensible why he would buy all this broken wood. As expected, he successfully purchased 1,000 units of 6-star timber for 1 million. These 1,000 units of wood, placed on the Kanglan continent, would immediately become 50 million. But he needs it himself, so it's impossible for him to sell it. The funds required for the later stages of developing a territory are enormous. His buildings are all high-quality structures, requiring an astronomical amount of funding. Chapter 159, A billion isn't too much. He didn't know how much high-quality timber like this was in the world. If it was, he might be able to collect some. If the quantity is small, it will take time to collect it, and he certainly won't waste time collecting it. After the auction, some more crystal cores appeared, and he bought them when the price was right. He also discovered some valuable items that would fetch at least 4 or 5 times the price in other worlds, but were extremely cheap here. When he came across them, he naturally wouldn't let them go, and bought them all. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent tens of millions of spirit coins. But if you resell those tens of millions, you can make a profit of 100 million. Because of his lavish spending, many people have taken notice of him. Even Luo Jiahao, who arranged for him to come in, was surprised. He never expected that this person would be so rich. An hour or two passed, and Zhou Yin discovered that his dark gold equipment had started to be auctioned off. In the Kanglan continent, it is still available for purchase. His 2 pieces of jewelry, of dark gold quality, have only average attributes and skills, and are worth about 6 million spirit coins. Next, as you can see, this is a dark gold quality earring. I believe many beautiful ladies are tempted by it. Dark gold quality jewelry and equipment are very rare. Missing out on them would be a lifelong regret. The starting bid is 10 million. Distinguished guests, please place your bids. I'll offer 11 million, 1,100,000, 12 million. But the auctioneer here set the starting price at 10 million spirit coins. Moreover, there were so many people shouting, just like the aunties selling vegetables at the market, each one shouting very loudly. He glanced at the people bidding the most aggressively. Without exception, they were all men, and each of them was accompanied by a good-looking woman. There is never a shortage of men in this world who are willing to spend money on women. He was shocked to discover that he was one of those people too. 30 million. As the last sound faded, everyone looked at the man. The man looked ordinary and unremarkable, but his deep eyes were filled with a wise light. Moreover, he was accompanied by several stunningly beautiful women. At this moment, Zhou Yin felt that 4 words were flashing above the man's head. Chosen one. Every world has its chosen ones, but he is even more powerful than those chosen ones. Because he's a cheater. The second piece of jewelry with dark gold quality has just been released. The man spoke again domineeringly. 30 million. He silenced everyone with a single sentence. Who can argue with someone being able to afford such a high price? Zhou Yin felt a little regretful. He should have taken more equipment. The auction price far exceeded the value of the items themselves. He can use 30 million to buy at least 5 pieces of dark gold quality jewelry in other worlds. That's the advantage of being a cheater. Next up for auction were also his items, quality skill books and job change scrolls. These 2 items are also extremely scarce in this world, so as soon as they appeared, they once again attracted everyone's attention. As soon as the auctioneer announced the price, many people rushed to bid. Each item was sold for 4 to 5 times its total value. However, this price is only available at auctions. It's unlikely to be available for large-scale transactions. Therefore, this world is not suitable for reselling. It's a waste of time. He didn't buy anything after that. He was just waiting for the 2 S-quality buildings to appear. He waited another hour before the 2 buildings were put up for auction. Next, let me give you a grand introduction to this thing. As you can see, it's a building, and a very high-quality one at that. The auctioneer began to introduce the building, mentioning that it was an S-quality building, which immediately shocked everyone. An S-quality building is truly astonishing, and such high-quality buildings are indeed rare and precious. However, after checking the building's properties, they were immediately disappointed. I thought it was some kind of building, but it's just a building that can kill monsters. It's completely useless. We can't even kill all the monsters in the real world, so why bother building this kind of structure? Although this building is of high quality, it is completely useless. We can get all kinds of rewards by killing monsters outside, so why bother to spend time and energy building this unnecessary building? It is extremely disappointing. What a pity. I thought it was some kind of building. This kind of building has appeared before, only the quality is a bit higher, and the rewards are no better than those from monsters outside. This is a complete waste of time. This building is practically useless anyway. If I had the time to kill monsters, I'd rather kill more monsters from the real world. This building is not worth wasting money and resources to build. Everyone was extremely disappointed. Not a single person was interested in this type of architecture. Although this type of architecture is not common in this world, it has still appeared quite a few times. Countless people have regretted building such structures because they are utterly useless. This building is a monster building. Instead of wasting time killing the monsters inside the building, they would be better off killing more monsters in the real world, which would reduce the number of monsters in the real world. So, despite the high quality of the building, no one wanted to buy it. Since there are far more monsters in their real world than they can kill, why bother building such useless structures? Even the man who had some of the characteristics of a chosen one showed no interest and clearly wouldn't waste his money to buy such a building. Zhou Yin curiously clicked on the building's attributes. He didn't believe an S-quality building would be useless. Architecture, Spider Demon's Lair. Quality S. Description: this is a passage leading to the spider cave. Defeating the monsters inside will reward you. Zhou Yin was quite surprised when he saw it. Wasn't this just a kind of dungeon building? After observing the reactions of the others and hearing their words, he understood what was going on. This building is indeed a waste of their time and resources. The main reason is that their world is full of monsters, which seriously threaten their safety. Moreover, the drop rate of monsters inside these buildings is not higher than that outside, and dying inside is a true death. Why would they waste their land area by building such structures? But Zhou Yin is different. He is not from this world. If there's another place in his territory where he can fight monsters and get treasure chests, it will only benefit him, not harm him at all. Most importantly, even if the residents of his territory die inside, he can revive them through the underworld. Therefore, this building is only beneficial to him and has no drawbacks whatsoever. Such a fine building would be sought after by every lord on the Kanglan continent. But the people here looked disgusted. He really came to the right place. He wouldn't mind having 1 billion more buildings like this. And I also want to ask, is there any more? Chapter 160, how many names do you have? The auctioneer was a little embarrassed. He encountered this situation before the auction had even begun. They had considered this issue beforehand, but the reactions from the public were still beyond their expectations. Fortunately, they had already prepared a second plan. The auctioneer smiled and said, "We're not just auctioning this one building. There's also an S-quality building. However, these two buildings need to be auctioned together, so please take a look at the second building." The auctioneer immediately unveiled the second building so everyone could check its attributes. However, many people still criticize this auction house, saying that it's a business where no one is honest or unscrupulous. If they hadn't reacted so coldly, they would definitely have auctioned the first building first, and then the second building. They wouldn't have auctioned both buildings together at all. If they take a liking to the second building, they will have to pay a certain price to buy the first building, regardless of whether they want to buy it or not. They naturally resented the auction house for its cunning tactics. They'll see what the second building is before they decide. Architecture, steel shipyard. Quality S. Description, suitable for constructing steel shipyards. Upon seeing the building, everyone was stunned once again. Why is it always this kind of worthless building? Although this steel shipyard is better than the previous Spider Demon Cave, at least its function is still quite good. But the reality is, the ocean had been dominated by various sea monsters for hundreds of years since the moment the monsters revived. Nowadays, no one would build a base on the beach. Even if there were any, they would have been eaten by some sea monster, leaving not even bones behind. The ocean has long been an inviolable territory for humankind. Therefore, this steel shipyard could only be built on the banks of a river. But modern humans can't even eliminate monsters on land. So how can they possibly have the energy to deal with sea monsters in the water? Instead of wasting resources on shipbuilding, it would be better to build more other structures. Even if they buy it, this steel shipyard will be completely useless if it's not built on the riverbank. Most of their bases are on land. If they buy this building, they will need to send a large number of people to guard the riverbank and defend against sea monsters. Numerous conditions and restrictions significantly diminish the value of this building. However, some people are still interested in this steel shipyard. The auction house put two uninteresting buildings together for auction, which caused many people to lose interest. Only those whose sites are close to the river would bid for such a building. As for the others, they had no intention of bidding at all. Zhou Yan smiled inwardly again. He hadn't originally planned to face the ocean, but now that he had this building, he had a little idea. Of the sea, land, and air combat capabilities, he currently only has the ability to fight on land. But he will definitely have to face the ocean in the future. If he doesn't have the ability to deal with the monsters in the ocean, then he will have made a wasted trip. Prepare in advance to face the sea, so that you won't be helpless when you finally do. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let go of these two buildings. As for competing with him, he glanced at the spirit coins in the territory. Good heavens! Not counting the purchased and stockpiled items, the amount of spirit coins alone has already reached over 80 billion. Even he himself didn't know exactly how much money he had. But he is definitely a billionaire. The next goal is to become a trillionaire. The next goal is to become a billionaire. The next goal after that is to become a trillionaire. As an upright man, he wanted to seize this opportunity to infiltrate the enemy and see just how depraved the lives of these capitalists really were. He could never have understood the happiness of these capitalists before. But now, he has successfully infiltrated the ranks of these capitalists and become a capitalist that everyone curses. But he swore he only had a few 100 million. Therefore, in order to gain a deeper understanding of the decadent lives of these capitalists, he first had to learn how to be decadent. This can be considered sacrificing the individual for the greater good. Let more people know how hateful the decadent lives of capitalists are. A successful capitalist will buy whatever he sets his sights on. This is the path that every corrupt capitalist must take. He's waiting for the auctioneer to make an offer. When the auctioneer called out the starting price of 5 million spirit coins, he immediately said, 10 million spirit coins. Then he saw that everyone was looking at him. He blurted out, 20 million spirit coins. As a result, everyone was silenced by his two sentences. They didn't even think those two buildings were worth 10 million. But you, on the other hand, actually asked for 20 million. What courage do they have left to compete? Bought both buildings for 20 million spirit coins. He made a fortune again. I feel very helpless. He clearly didn't want to make money, but unfortunately, no one was competing with him, which caused quite a stir. Even if he doesn't use these two buildings, they could easily fetch several 100 million at auction on the Kanglan continent. But he's not short of money. He's not short of a single cent. The remaining items were auctioned off one after another, but Zhou Yan had already lost interest. He left directly and went to the VIP trading room. He was greeted by the auctioneer Luo Jiahao again, who was much more respectful this time, saying to Zhou Yan in a friendly manner, I still don't know your honorable name. Just call me Zhou Xingxing, Zhou Yan said, making it up. The other party was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, the person who signed the agreement was Zhou Yan. He just didn't formally ask for the other person's name. That doesn't mean he didn't see the other person's real name on the signature. Note, no pseudonyms should be used when signing agreements. Do you have two names? Luo Jiahao asked. Zhou Yan then realized that he could only sign his real name when signing the agreement. But Zhou Yan has lied so many times that he doesn't even blush or feel a pang of guilt. He was completely bewildered and didn't even know which one to address. Luo Jiahao smiled and said to Zhou Yan, I'll exchange your card for a gold VIP card. These are the items you auctioned off, and also the equipment you previously entrusted to our auction house. In total. In the end, Zhou Yan not only got the items he won at the auction, but the other party also gave him tens of millions of spirit coins. Zhou Yan didn't leave, but said, I want to make a deal with you. I wonder if you can make the decision. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiahao immediately laughed and said, Don't let my appearance fool you. I may just be an auction appraiser, but I can also handle other transaction-related matters. Being able to reach a deal with such a wealthy tycoon means his future financial prospects are absolutely limitless. Help me collect more high-quality buildings, especially these two types. The more the better, and the price will be negotiable, Zhou Yan said. Please follow me. Sure enough, he knew the other party had no say in the matter. Chapter 161, The Big Fish Arrives. Luo Jiahao really couldn't make the decision. The main reason is that the two types of buildings Zhou Yan mentioned are really of little value. The reason these two buildings were able to sell for 20 million is because of Zhou Yan's unique circumstances. Otherwise, based on the previous situation, it would probably only sell for a little over 10 million. Luo Jiahao dared not easily agree to the other party's request, so he could only bring Zhou Yin to the person who could make the final decision. Following Luo Jiahao through many twists and turns, we finally arrived at the door of a room. After Luo Jiahao told him to wait a moment, he went inside himself. Not long after, Luo Jiahao came out and invited him in, then closed the door and left. Inside was a man in his 30s who looked like a successful person. He glanced at Zhou Yin and then said, "I heard you need to cooperate with our shop? I think you must need a lot of high-quality equipment, such as jewelry of gold quality or higher." With just one sentence, Zhou Yin whetted the other party's appetite. Their world is short of materials, especially high-quality materials. Even with a blacksmith, you can't forge many good pieces of equipment. High-quality equipment is mostly obtained by defeating monsters. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, the other party's attitude underwent a complete 360-degree turn. He quickly stood up, walked up to Zhou Yin, smiled, extended a hand, and said, "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Gao Jin, and I am the general manager of Longyao Shop, the person in charge of the entire shop." "Hello, you can just call me Zhou Xingxing," Zhou Yin replied. "Please have a seat. May I ask what kind of items we can purchase for you?" Gao Jin started making tea for Zhou Yin. Although this was a virtual world, the experience was almost the same as in the real world. Various buildings. Of course, I have no shortage of ordinary buildings. It would be best if you could help me collect some high-quality buildings. Buildings of D quality or above would be fine. Also, you can help me collect some high-quality timber, and since they had chosen to cooperate, he also asked the other party to collect items that were cheap in this world but could be sold at high prices in other worlds. The other party wrote down all the items he mentioned and also asked about the prices. They needed to purchase the items according to the prices Zhou Yin gave them so as not to make a loss. Zhou Yin naturally gave the other party a reasonable price, and both parties were satisfied. After discussing what he needed, the next step was to discuss what the other person needed. "How much stock can you supply us?" This is the issue that Gao Jin is most concerned about. That depends on how much equipment you can consume. Anyway, this kind of equipment can generate 4 or 5 times the profit here, so it doesn't matter who he sells it to. He naturally dares to make such a boast. "You're telling the truth." Gao Jin was indeed very surprised. Although he was very curious about the source of the other party's equipment, he was smart enough to know that he shouldn't ask such questions. "Can we sign an agreement?" "Of course, we won't have any mandatory quantity requirements. We'll only focus on the items you need us to help you acquire. We're just afraid that if you don't need them anymore, these things will be difficult to dispose of, and then my life will be in trouble." Gao Jin spoke up. "Of course. Since we've already signed it once, there's no harm in signing it a second time." The other party was just worried that after all the hard work they had put into acquiring a lot of things for him, he might change his mind and say he didn't want them anymore, which would be terrible for him. The two carefully read through the contract, and after confirming that there were no problems, they signed their names. After the contract was signed, the other party asked, "When can we trade your first batch of equipment? I will have someone buy the items you need as soon as possible." "Now is fine. How much do you need?" Zhou Yin asked. Now, Gao Jin was stunned, but quickly recovered and asked, "How many can you provide in the first batch?" 10,000 or 8,000, Zhou Yin said casually. Gao Jin was stunned. I never expected that the other party could casually produce tens of thousands of high-quality equipment. Oh my god. These aren't bronze or silver equipment. They're all gold or higher quality, and most of them are scarce weapons and jewelry. Gao Jin knew that if this deal went smoothly, his rise to prominence would not be far off. He immediately took out a card, handed it to Zhou Yin, and said, "This is our shop's highest level diamond VIP card. Please keep it safe." Zhou Yin nodded and returned the gold VIP card, which he had just received, to the other party. I changed 3 different VIP cards in one day. Afterwards, Gao Jin led Zhou Yin to a large room, where there were many other people, including Luo Jiahao. Zhou Yin then took out a huge pile of equipment, at least 1,000 pieces. If Gao Jin hadn't said that only this much was needed for the first batch, Zhou Yin could have taken out even more. This left the people around them dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had never seen so much high-level equipment before. Each piece was at least gold grade. Moreover, these items are basically weapons and jewelry that are extremely rare on the market. Luo Jiahao knew that he was about to become rich. After all, Zhou Yin was someone he had introduced to him. After seeing the equipment, Gao Jin knew that his success was already quite stable. From now on, he had to maintain a good relationship with Zhou Yin so that he could continue to rise to prominence. They had all discussed that some of the equipment would be sold in shops, and the rest would be auctioned off. They will pay Zhou Yin the spirit coins obtained from the auction after the auction. As for the portion that was sold, The other party purchased it directly from him using spirit coins. The two quickly reached a deal, and he received the spirit coins from the other party. A deal worth billions was reached casually. They naturally added each other as friends, so they could easily stay in touch. Finally, Zhou Yin was about to leave. Let me have someone take you to the teleportation array. It's not safe outside the trading market. Gao Jin quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin exclaimed, this won't do. Wouldn't that leave no opportunity for others to make a move? He quickly refused, saying, no need, he's just a clown. Zhou Yin left the Longyao shop directly. But Gao Jin was still worried, so he secretly ordered someone to protect Zhou Yin so that he could leave safely. He didn't want to be a powerful figure like Zhou Yin, because if he made a mistake and someone else got hurt, his boss would definitely scold him. Zhou Yin didn't care. They left immediately and headed out of the trading market. Those who had been keeping an eye on the entrance of Longyao shop naturally saw Zhou Yin and followed him as he left. Seeing that Zhou Yin still chose the direction he had appeared in before, the fish quickly sent a message to their teammates. The big fish is coming. When Zhou Yin left the trading market, a group of people gradually appeared around him. They seemed casual, but they subtly surrounded him. After walking for a while, Zhou Yin suddenly stopped and asked, if you're not going to make a move, then I'm going to. After a brief exchange of glances, they all made the same gesture. He drew his weapon and attacked Zhou Yin. Chapter 162, Astonishing Transaction Volume. When they hit their opponent, they were suddenly stunned, because they discovered that when their weapons struck their opponent, they were not physical objects, but just phantoms. Having committed evil deeds for many years, they naturally possessed considerable skill. Unfortunately, just as they realized what was happening and tried to escape, their skills were compromised. They found themselves being blasted away by a tremendous force, their bodies flying through the air, spitting out a string of blood, before finally crashing heavily to the ground. They felt as if their entire bodies were about to shatter. The force was simply too strong and terrifying. They knew that this time they had failed and would likely be demoted. They looked at their companions, but their companions were in the same situation as them, having been knocked to the ground and seriously injured in a short time. A group of people stared in horror at the person in front of them. They couldn't understand why this person was so powerful. It wasn't just these robbers. Those people Gao Jin had sent to protect Zhou Yin behind him were also stunned. They saw Zhou Yin surrounded by so many people and were about to step forward, but they saw Zhou Yin move with ghostly speed, knocking down all the enemies surrounding him in a short time. Everyone was stunned. I never expected that the other side would be so strong, taking care of these people in such a short time. When Zhou Yan's eyes met theirs, these bandits, who had lived on the edge of death, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and asked, What? What are you going to do? What are you doing? Are you all idiots? Of course, we're doing what you want to do. Zhou Yin spoke with a straight face. Then he took out a 3-meter-long spear and swung it at them with lightning speed. Several flashes of gunfire appeared, and he completely killed the robbers. Dozens of corpses lay on the ground, which surprised the people around him. You started it. I was just defending myself. Is killing in self-defense illegal, Mr. Zhang? He saw a pile of items that had exploded on the ground. Everyone had gotten quite a few. He quickly went over and picked them up. After picking them up, he cursed in dissatisfaction. They're so damn poor. How dare they go out with so little stuff? After saying that, he looked quite dissatisfied and glanced around. In an instant, the onlookers moved away from Zhou Yin as quickly as possible, fearing they would become his next victims. Zhou Yin put his hands on his hips, walked boredly towards the teleportation array in the distance, and left the place. Manager, the other party has left safely, and after listening to his subordinate's report, Gao Jin nodded and said, I understand. You may come back now. Gao Jin was also shocked after hearing this. It really was a powerful dragon. After returning to the multiverse virtual mall, Xiaowei told Zhou Yin that the maids had been assigned to various worlds to start working, but many maids were left here to replace those who worked long hours. As for Jiao Chan and the others, they have all returned to their territory. Zhou Yin nodded, then asked Xiaowei to teleport him to Moonstar. Xiaowei quickly teleported him to the Moonstar trading market. Upon arriving at one of the partner shops, the shop owners personally greeted Zhou Yin at the entrance, surprising many who wondered who he was and why so many shop owners would wait for and welcome him. They went upstairs, and Little Gold Tooth quickly said, Brother Long, thanks to your patronage, I have opened a shop. We hope you can do more business with us in the future. We are extremely grateful. Yes, Brother Long. Thanks to you, our business is booming right now. We hope to buy some more things from you. We have already collected a lot of the materials you need, and we will collect more in the future. We just hope to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. What other materials do you need? Just tell us, and we will do our utmost to collect them. Having tasted success, they sold Zhou Yin a lot of rare metals and also bought many scarce items from him. With these items, their shop became incredibly successful and the goods sold out in no time. And they're even urging them when to order more goods. They now worship Zhou Yin like a god, as he is their god of wealth. That's easy to say. As long as you handle things well, the business deal will definitely be easy to discuss. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. Anyway, he earns 5 or 6 times more money than these people, so it's only right to give them some benefits. Afterwards, they began trading with Zhou Yin. Little Gold Tooth traded items worth at least 600 million spirit coins, while the others traded items worth as much as 3 billion spirit coins. This time, Zhou Yin's transaction amount was also quite large, reaching about 10 billion spirit coins, and it took several hours to complete all the transactions. Zhou Yin told them to collect more rare metals of 6 stars or higher next time, as he would need them later. They readily agreed. Both were very satisfied with the transaction. They each earned a considerable amount of spirit coins. However, they had no idea that Zhou Yin would earn at least tens of billions of spirit coins this time, far exceeding their expectations. Although it was late, the elf queen Amala of the elf forest continent still sent him a message, asking if he could come over to trade timber now, as she had too much stored there. Well, more people are rushing to give him money. It's really frustrating. He quickly replied that he would be there soon. Anyway, he was short of wood to upgrade his buildings, so he hoped to get more high-grade wood this time. He transformed his appearance back into that of an elf. Xiao Wei, teleport me to the elf forest continent, trading market. Zhou Yin said. Xiao Wei replied, spirit coins minus 2,600, initiating teleportation. Teleportation to elf forest continent, trading market successful. Returning to this world full of nature always brings joy to both body and mind. He hurried toward the trading treehouse of the elf queen Amira. Wow, so many little elves are lining up. What's going on? He saw many elves lining up along the way, and the line had already stretched into a long queue. He was shocked when he finally discovered that the origin of this group was actually the elf queen's treehouse. He hadn't expected the elf queen to have such a strong influence. This was truly wonderful. He quickly identified himself, and an elven guard who knew him immediately led him to the elven queen's room. Seeing Zhou Yin arrive, the elf queen finally felt relieved and quickly said, "My people are too enthusiastic." From the moment the message was sent out, a long queue has already formed. I have used all my spirit coins to buy wood. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have had any more spirit coins to buy wood from my people. Zhou Yin was completely shocked. How many spirit coins does the elf queen of a world have? Even if there are no merchants in the elven world, the queen who can control the entire elven world is definitely the richest person in the entire elven world. Even she was almost out of funds to acquire items, so you can imagine how much wealth she had used for this acquisition. The thought of possessing a large fortune made him feel like he was about to be crushed by money. Chapter 163, Incalculable Wealth. Your Majesty, rest assured, I have brought a considerable amount of spirit coins with me this time. Please feel free to purchase the materials. He doesn't think he has too much money. He quickly contacted Xiao Wei and asked it to notify the others to temporarily stop purchasing items and leave sufficient funds, as he was going to purchase a very large batch of items in the elf forest continent. Xiao Wei immediately ordered the maids in other worlds to temporarily stop buying items and instead sell them for spirit coins. Zhou Yin began purchasing timber from the elf queen. He was completely stunned when he saw the quantity of timber. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, billion. The amount of timber alone, even at the first star level, has reached billions, and that's only the amount acquired on the first day. The price of 1-star timber they had agreed on was 3 spirit coins per piece. Therefore, he paid the elf queen 9 billion spirit coins for just 1 star of wood. The first batch of 1-star timber traded 3 billion units. However, he was able to sell this 1-star timber, worth 9 billion spirit coins, for at least several hundred billion spirit coins. It's easy to make tens of billions in profit margins. Next comes 2-star wood, 3-star wood. Fortunately, it was him who had such financial resources to support it. Otherwise, how could anyone else have made such a large transaction? The elf queen also breathed a sigh of relief. With enough spirit coins, she was able to continue purchasing materials from her people. This is indeed a huge benefit to them. The people will not have to worry about not being able to sell their goods, and she will also be able to obtain a considerable source of funds. Moreover, she will be able to do some things that are beneficial to the entire elf community and improve the safety of the entire elf world. Queen Amira, the elf, felt a surge of joy at the thought of becoming the greatest queen in history. Although she shouldn't have such thoughts, she felt very happy at the idea of being able to do something meaningful for all the elves. She had just announced the purchase of items yesterday when she discovered that the elven people's worship of her had reached a new level. All the elves were happy, cheering, and shouting, "Long live the queen." Seeing her people so happy gave her a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Amira then asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name?" Zhou Yin quickly replied, "My name is Jade Emperor." Jade Emperor? That's quite an unusual name. Although it was strange, Amira still addressed him that way. The fact that the other party had even concealed their friend information so thoroughly made her feel very strange. Zhou Yin then traded a large amount of equipment to the elf queen and began to calculate the value of the equipment. Zhou Yin was well prepared, having prepared a full 100,000 sets of leather armor, ranging in quality from bronze to dark gold, which greatly shocked the elf queen. However, even these equipment could not compensate for the sheer volume of timber. With so many elves in the entire elf world, if each elf contributes some wood, a large amount can be collected. He still needs to spend more spirit coins to make the acquisition. As funds dwindled, Zhou Yin began to feel a sense of crisis. They quickly instructed Xiaowei to process the low-grade timber. Anyway, there are countless low-grade woods in the entire elf forest continent, so there's no need to worry about not having them. Xiaowei immediately had someone start handling it. Throughout the entire universe, there are countless worlds that need timber. Even if he's in a hurry to sell, he'll only earn a little less, which he doesn't care about at all. The timber within the territory quickly began to dwindle. Other items within the territory are being squeezed out, and their numbers are rapidly decreasing. He set all the materials needed for his territory to be non-tradable so that they wouldn't all be sold out. His funds finally began to surge, enabling him to engage in long-term acquisitions with the elf queen Amira. After the elf queen had sufficient funds, she said to her guards, "Arrange for a dozen or so elves to buy up the goods, so that the people don't have to wait in line for too long." The speed of acquisitions increased more than tenfold. So many materials were traded and then quickly increased again. The elf queen and Zhou Yin only need to keep trading. Zhou Yin was experiencing both joy and pain. He never expected that this transaction with the elf queen could last for several days. Fortunately, they are not ordinary people. Going without food and water for several days and nights is nothing to them. With ample working capital, the elf queen was able to acquire a large number of items, so Zhou Yin finally had the time to trade with her once a day. After trading continuously for several days, Zhou Yin had no idea how many spirit coins he had, because his funds were really hard to calculate, and he bought just too many things. But he's certain he's already reached the level of a trillionaire. As for whether it's exactly 10 trillion, 100 trillion, or even a quadrillion, he doesn't know. All he knew was that he did have a little bit of money. "I just left the elf forest continent trading market." Zhou Yin had no time to rest before arriving at the fantasy realm trading market. Once again, Tantai Xinyue sent him several messages yesterday, asking him to come over in the next couple of days to trade a batch of goods. He replied that he was busy and didn't have time, but he would come over when he was done. However, he seemed to sense some dissatisfaction from Tantai Xinyue after receiving her message. "I was hurriedly teleported to the illusionary realm and arrived at the illusionary sound pavilion." He entered Tantai Xinyue's room again through the maid. "It seems young Master Yi Fan is quite busy, only now coming to trade with me." Tantai Xinyue seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Many men wanted to get close to her, but had no chance. She wouldn't have taken the initiative to message someone unless it was for a transaction. The key point is that after she sent the message, the other party replied that they were busy. This truly surprised her. She never expected a man to answer her like that. She initially thought the other party was only trying to get close to her by making a deal with her, but after yesterday's events, she had second thoughts. She wasn't sure if Yi Fan was genuinely too busy or if he was using a playing hard to get tactic. "I'm sorry, I've been really busy. I haven't slept for several days." Zhou Yin spoke the truth. Tantai Xinyue called him Yi Fan. He was momentarily stunned. "Then I remembered that when I introduced myself to her, I seemed to have used this name instead." He went to a new world and changed his name. He was really worried that he would forget it someday. He really is capable of doing something like that. "Haven't slept for days?" Tantai Xinyue looked into Zhou Yan's eyes with her big, curious eyes. Although he was wearing a mask, she could still see his eyes. She didn't see anything. After all, both sides are strong, and even if they don't sleep for days and nights, they won't be able to see anything. Chapter 164, Upgrading Buildings, Third Update. Tantai Xinyue said, "If you hadn't come, I would have almost thought you didn't want those equipment anymore." Zhou Yin smiled and said, "How could that be? Since we've agreed on the price, I'll definitely come to buy it. It's just that I really had something to do yesterday, and I'm not lying to you about not having slept these past few days. Now that we're here, let's begin the transaction. Tantai Xinyue opened her spatial ring, and with a flash of light, a large pile of masks appeared on the table. All of them were of silver quality or higher, and each piece of equipment had an attribute that increased luck. Zhou Yin nodded and began the transaction with Tantai Xinyue. He also brought out a lot of equipment, each piece of which was needed by this world. They engaged in barter, exchanging equipment of the same quality on a 1:1 basis. The remaining equipment was traded using spirit coins. Therefore, Tantai Xinyue needs to pay Zhou Yin a considerable amount of spirit coins this time. The transaction volume this time was also quite large. The transaction took several hours to complete. Tantai Xinyue was very satisfied with the transaction. With these equipment, she would be able to attract more customers to her Fantasy Moon Pavilion. Every store needs a sufficient supply of goods to attract more customers. Only by ensuring a sufficient supply of goods can we avoid losing our old customers. The worst thing in doing business is not having a stable supply of goods. If the supply of goods is sufficient and stable, then business will naturally come in droves. Tantai Xinyue was also surprised to find that the other party had so much equipment. I'm really curious where you got so much equipment, skill books, job change scrolls, and all those precious items. Tantai Xinyue's beautiful eyes darted around, trying to figure out who the person in front of her really was. However, in the illusionary world, everyone wears masks and veils, making it extremely difficult to clearly see a person's appearance and facial expressions. Woman, do you know how dangerous this is? It's dangerous when a woman starts to be curious about men. Zhou Yin stared intently at the woman, and the more he looked, the more he felt that she resembled a character from an anime. This doesn't mean he would pursue a woman like that. He's just curious. Any normal man would be curious about what looks like under that mask, right? He doesn't hold back when it comes to transactions. He'll make whatever money he's entitled to. The hidden information will not be revealed at all. He's not the kind of man who can't resist a woman. I will let you know when the next transaction will take place, Tantai Xinyue replied. Farewell. Without saying a word, Zhou Yin left. Tantai Xinyue, He returned to his territory. Whatever it was, he would discuss it after he had rested. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao Palace, the entire palace had been transformed into a large room under Li Shuang's arrangement. It's like a fairyland. It has all kinds of facilities, and even the beds are very large. It can accommodate more than a dozen people at once. He was very satisfied with Li Shuang, the housekeeper, who pleased me greatly. I wonder what job Li Shuang will be able to change to, he wondered. Li Shuang changed jobs a few days ago. Hopefully, she can find a good career. He began to cultivate while sitting on the large bed, and the spiritual energy of the entire Lingxiao Palace was quickly absorbed by him. He's been stuck at the 39th level of martial arts for quite some time now, and he doesn't know when he'll be able to break through. Of course, these are not the main points. The key point is, if the Jade Emperor truly exists in this world, and if this Lingxiao Palace truly comes from the celestial realm, I wonder what his expression will be when he sees the Lingxiao Palace transformed into this. I wonder if he'll get so angry he'll vomit blood. He was still very curious. The next day, he still failed to break through the 40th level of martial arts. Each 10 levels is a checkpoint, and the higher the level, the more difficult it becomes. He checked his friend's messages. A large number of messages went unanswered. He didn't expect that Overlord of the World would also contact him. This guy was the only one who would take the initiative to contact him after the newbie trial. But wait, is this guy just bored and wants to chat with him all day? Given this idiot's personality, it's quite possible that's true. Therefore, he absolutely refused to reply. Let him talk about his loneliness all by himself. After that came messages from friends in other worlds. He replied to each one, and realized that the more money he had, the busier he became. As a capitalist, how can one be constantly busy? These are things that employees should be doing. He really is a terrible capitalist. Capitalists should be thinking about how to live a decadent life every day, right? First upgrade the buildings, then upgrade the territory level, so that more people can take over his work. He looked at his building. The spirit field was only level 30 at the moment. He decided to upgrade it first. Yesterday, we acquired a considerable number of Earth Attribute Crystal Cores, enough to upgrade the spirit field. Territory notification. Consuming 100,000 spirit coins and 52-star Earth Attribute Crystal Cores, the spirit field level has been upgraded to level 31. He stopped after upgrading the 2 spirit fields to level 70. Because we need the 7-star Earth Attribute Crystal Core. These high-grade crystal cores are hard to buy. It takes a very long time to collect enough. He looked at the Spirit Spring. 2 of these buildings had already been upgraded to RRR quality a few days ago, but due to a lack of materials, they hadn't been upgraded further. After looking at the materials in the treasure room, he discovered that his territory possessed spirit stones, both low-grade and mid-grade, and in considerable quantities. Out of curiosity, he asked Xiaowei where she collected this thing. Xiaowei replied that these were spirit stones from a cultivation world, used as both cultivation materials and currency. With the spirit stones, he was naturally able to upgrade the 2 spirit springs. After upgrading the 2 highest quality spirit springs to level 60, he looked at the next building. That is the treasure room. The treasure room is only level 20 and requires 4-star wood and stone. He has no shortage of wood and stone materials below level 6, so this building can be easily upgraded to level 60. He also upgraded the Divine Weapon Workshop to level 60. He had only upgraded it to level 50 a few days ago because he didn't have enough materials. There are also sewage toilets, because the population of the territory has increased and the territory has expanded, so he needs to build quite a few of these buildings. Therefore, he plans to build 9 more sewage toilets. After looking at the buildings in the treasure room, which he had already purchased quite a few, he began to build outhouses, which evolved one by one into sewage toilets. He then upgraded the quality of the sewage toilet to RRR quality. Including the one he built earlier, he now owns 10 sewage toilets. He began upgrading the building. Each building is upgraded to level 60. Then he looked at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. This building was only SSS quality, so he decided to upgrade its quality first. Start building the restaurant, and then the restaurant evolves into the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. The upgrade to the quality of Drunken Immortal Pavilion only stopped when it reached RRR. At this stage, 1 Drunken Immortal Pavilion is enough. Chapter 165, Dragon Vein Floor Tiles. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion requires energy crystals to upgrade. After he upgraded the Drunken Immortal Pavilion to level 50, he ran out of materials. He didn't have many 5-star energy crystals left, not enough for upgrading. He looked at the next building. Upgrading the cinema requires space stones, but the territory doesn't have any, so let's put it aside for now. The next building is the Great Wall. As the territory expands, the amount of spirit coins and materials required for upgrading this building also increases significantly. Moreover, this building is the most expensive in terms of spirit coins and materials, basically 10 times that of other buildings. However, this building is extremely important, serving as the largest layer of protection for the territory. It must be upgraded no matter how much spirit coins and materials are required. He began upgrading the Great Wall. Upgrading this 1 building is equivalent to upgrading 10 buildings of RRR quality. But it was all worth it. He only stopped after directly raising the level of the Great Wall to level 60. The amount of 6-star stone needed next is far too large, and it will take a considerable amount of time to collect enough. The next 2, 3 live stone, and 5-star hotel cannot be upgraded. He looked towards the underworld. I checked if there were any 3-star nether stones in my territory, but found none, so I had to give up. Next is the Hot Spring Resort. The quality of this building is SSS. He first builds the building, and then upgrades its quality to RRR. Upgrading this building requires quite a few things: spirit coins, stone, wood, water attribute crystal cores, and fire attribute crystal cores. He checked the materials in the treasure room and found that there were enough to upgrade. He began to level up. Just upgrade to level 50. The previous Green Spirit Grassland did not level up much because there were not enough wood attribute crystal cores. He had already purchased quite a lot from the Elf Queen Amala and decisively began upgrading the Green Spirit Grassland, eventually raising the building's level to 70. The last time, the Great Han Iron Cavalry was only upgraded to level 50, so he will upgrade it to level 60 again. He had originally intended to improve the quality of the mystery shop. However, it was discovered that the altar building is extremely rare and is not available for sale. Upgrading this building requires mystic crystals, which are not sold by anyone, so the level has remained unchanged. Look at the defensive tower. The treasure chamber contains numerous arrow towers and catapults. These common buildings are relatively easy to acquire. He built it first, and then upgraded the quality of the previously built defensive towers to the highest level. Finally, these defensive towers of the same quality were upgraded. The quality of each defensive tower has been upgraded to RRR quality. These defensive towers are Flame Tower, Storm Tower, Blade Tower, Poison Gas Tower, Earthquake Tower, Ice Tower, and Meteor Tower. He left 4 of each type of defensive tower, placing them between the 4 sections of the Great Wall and the Thorn Wall in his territory. Because passage is needed on the city wall, placing it there would obstruct the soldiers' passage. Aside from the 4 poison gas towers, which were only upgraded to level 50 due to a lack of materials, he upgraded all the other defensive towers to level 60, consuming a considerable amount of materials. As for spirit coins, he no longer cares about the amount he has. The materials required for the high-energy turret are quite rare, and it can only be upgraded to level 50. The main entrance is the most important, so he placed the high-energy mechanical turret in the very center of the main entrance. As for the plasma nuclear bomb tower, it should still be placed next to the King's Crystal. This defensive tower has an extremely long attack range, so it can be placed anywhere. As for the level, it remains level 10. The territory does not contain high-energy alloys. After doing all this, he was finally able to upgrade the territory's level. Territory notification, spirit coins, 250,000. Territory level upgraded to 25. Territory area increased to 400,000 square meters. After raising his territory level to 50, he checked the territory information. Territory name, Heavenly Court, Diaochan, hidden. Lord, Zhou Yan, detailed profile. Quality, white, colored, hidden. Territory talent, special item probability plus 50%. Territory level, 50. Upgrade requirements, 51 level 51 buildings, including 5 buildings of S quality or higher. Territory population, 20,000, including 5 heroes of S quality or higher. 500 million spirit coins and 10 million soul coins. Area, 10 million square meters. Special attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory plus 50%. Special attribute 2. All clan attributes in the territory plus 50%. Special attribute 3. All building attributes in the territory plus 50%. Special attribute 4. Defense of all races in the territory plus 50%. Special attribute 5. All races in the territory gain plus 50% attack power. Architecture. Detailed information. Number of territory residents. 27,687. Resources. Detailed information. The territory has expanded again. This vast territory looks rather empty. He can build many more buildings now, but he already has enough and doesn't plan to build any new ones until he needs more. After the territory area increases, it will be necessary to build floor tiles. Since we have a little bit of money, the floor tiles naturally need to be of higher quality. He looked directly at the most expensive floor tiles and was surprised to find that many more tiles had been added, one of which really caught his eye. He started looking at the properties. Architecture, dragon vein floor tiles. Rank, 1 star. Upgrade requirement, 10,000 spirit coins per square meter. Special attribute 1, movement speed plus 20%. Special attribute 2, all building attributes in the territory plus 20%. Special attribute 3. All buildings in the territory receive an additional 20% defense. Special attribute 4. All attributes of all races in the territory plus 20%. Special attribute 5. Territory spiritual energy gathering speed plus 20%. Special attribute 6. Cost of all buildings and racial skills in the territory dash 20%. Special attribute 7. Damage taken by all buildings and races in the territory is reduced by 20%. Special attribute 8. All races in the territory gain a 20% increase in training speed. Special attribute 9. Luck value of all races in the territory plus 20%. Special attribute 10. Dragon Vein. Unlocked at level 10. Price, 10,000 spirit coins per square meter. Description, initially requires building 1 million square meters. Upgrading the level will improve various attribute effects. He was completely stunned when he saw the floor tile. This floor tile is very powerful, and it can also be upgraded. No, it should be called a star upgrade. There are requirements for building this floor tile. Initially, it requires the construction of 1 million square meters. In an ordinary person's territory, the conditions for triggering this floor tile are probably not even met. He did the calculations. To build this type of floor tile across an area of 10 million square meters would require a total of 100 billion spirit coins. The floor tiles alone require so many spirit coins. If the territory's area is to be increased again, even more spirit coins will be needed for construction. The key point is that this territory can be upgraded to a higher star level, and the amount of spirit coins needed for that upgrade is astronomical. The properties of this floor tile are truly extraordinary. He glanced at his wealth. Several 100 billion spirit coins available. Author's note. We'll be finishing up on things like territory building soon. Chapter 166, The Evolution of 2 Buildings. He began constructing dragon vein tiles, covering the entire territory. 100 billion spirit coins can be spent without hesitation. Only a super rich person like him could afford to spend so lavishly. Upgrading the star rating. No rush. He noticed someone had added him as a friend, and he was curious, wondering who would add him as a friend. I opened the message and took a look. Territory notification, Sun Xiaowu, outer sect teacher of Ziwei Academy, would like to add you as a friend. Accept or decline? Goose, that name. It should be Ziwei Academy that sent me the admission notice. I didn't expect to be contacted directly after entering the territory. He was very curious and clicked agree. Hello, I am Sun Xiaowu, an outer sect teacher from Ziwei Academy. I am honored to inform you that you have been admitted to our Ziwei Academy. This is your admission notice. The other party quickly introduced the items and even traded something with him. After he acquired it through the transaction, he took it out and examined it. The letter reads, Ziwei Academy Admission Notice, in 9 large, gilded characters. As soon as he opened it, the entire admission letter flew into the air and transformed into lines of text. Lord Zhou Yan, Ziwei Academy has officially admitted you to our school. Please present this admission notice and enroll before August 31st, 111111 on the Lord Continent. If you are more than 7 days late, this admission notice will automatically disappear and become invalid. There is also a date and a crepe myrtle flower mark on the back. As expected of the 4 top colleges, even their admission notices are so unique. He put it away. I chatted with this teacher, Sun Xiaowu, who claimed to be an outer sect teacher, and asked curiously, does Ziwei Academy have inner and outer sects? Sun Xiaowu replied, you've asked too many questions. Remember what I said. Goodbye. I only asked one question. Is that too many? Is it necessary to maintain an air of mystery? In any case, he has now been successfully admitted to Ziwei Academy, one of the 4 major academies in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. The new recruit trial assessment will end on July 31st. He checked the date. August 13th. There are still more than 10 days left. The Kangling continent is very fast. According to the specific address Sun Xiao gave him, it can reach Luocheng in just a few hours. Luo City is located in the heart of the Divine Dragon Kingdom and has a long history. Some even claim that Los Angeles is the location of the dragon vein of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Just take what you say online as gospel. He plans to go to Los Angeles on August 25th, mainly to familiarize himself with the area and check out the accommodations. If the school dorms aren't good, he'll buy a house outside. He has about 10 days left. During these 10 days or so, he planned to make a trip to the Lord Continent. However, he still needs to do some things before that. That means building more defensive towers. For the safety of his territory, he needs to build more RRR quality defensive towers. Once he has completely surrounded the 4 walls with defensive towers, he can then go to the Lord's Continent. He felt happy when he thought about how monsters would attack his territory, only to be overwhelmed by the attacks of a siege tower and die a miserable death. He took out the buildings he had bought yesterday. One was an S-quality spider cave, and the other was also an S-quality steel shipyard. He began construction. Territory notification. Build the Spider Demon Cave, which will evolve into the Spider Demon Cave Dungeon. Territory prompt. Build the Steel Shipyard, which will evolve into the Steel Intelligent Shipyard. He curiously checked the attributes of the Spider Demon Cave Dungeon. This is an RRR quality building with simple attributes. The residents of the territory can enter the easy level Spider Demon Cave Dungeon to farm monsters once a day, with a maximum of 3 people. Out of curiosity, he upgraded the building to level 20. After that, he needed a type of stone called a 1-star void stone to continue upgrading. He didn't have that material. The dungeon has an additional attribute. Special attribute 2. Normal difficulty. Territory residents can enter the Spider Demon Cave on normal difficulty once a day, with a maximum of 5 people. The number of times the easy difficulty level can be taken has been increased from once a day to twice a day. He instantly understood what the building looked like. As for what was happening inside the instance, he didn't have time to deal with it for the time being. He looked at another building attribute. This is also an RRR quality building. We can now manufacture a type of steel transport ship, and the ships manufactured by this building can navigate intelligently and go anywhere without any captain. Of course, this is on the premise that the ship's intelligent functions are not compromised. If you have ship blueprints, you can also build other ships directly. He started upgrading the ship. After level 20, it needed iron ore, which he had a lot of. It was upgraded directly to level 60. 5 new ship types have been added. Warships and gunships, steel battleships, naval and land battleships, steel submarines, steel aircraft carriers. Upon seeing these ships, he silently took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's only level 60, and yet an aircraft carrier has already appeared. What happens after level 60? What will happen?" He had no idea. He arrived at the multiverse virtual mall. He said to Xiaowei, the territory's level has been raised to level 50. You can send more people into the myriad realms now. The arrangements have already been made with the Lord, Xiaowei replied. Zhou Yin nodded and said, have them collect as many defensive tower structures as possible. I want to go to the Lord continent as soon as possible. Then arrange for me to go to the world of defense towers. That would be faster. A low-level defensive tower can randomly evolve into a defensive tower of S level or higher. Two S-class defense towers can evolve into one SS-class defense tower. Two SS defense towers can evolve into one SSS defense tower. It takes 3 SSS defense towers to evolve into one R defense tower. 2 R-type defensive towers can evolve into one RR-type defensive tower. It takes 3 RR defense towers to evolve into one RRR top-tier defense tower. If you're unlucky, it takes 72 ordinary defensive towers to evolve a top-tier defensive tower. When you're lucky, you can have far fewer. Buildings below C quality can only evolve to SSS quality at most, while buildings of B quality or higher have a high probability of evolving into buildings of R quality or higher. He had already bought a lot of low-level defensive towers in the previous market. High-quality architecture is rare in any world, not to mention something as important as a defensive tower. Once it appears, it only takes a shout to snatch it up. Only a few lords who own shops will put the building in their shops for sale. Therefore, he didn't plan to buy high-quality defense towers. He just wanted to collect low-level defense towers and evolve them. This is a very time-consuming task. Not every shop sells construction materials, and even those that do are often far apart. Sometimes, because the distance is too far, you may not be able to buy it in time, resulting in someone else buying it ahead of you. Fortunately, there were many other people who could run errands in multiple worlds. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to buy so many buildings. I found a Lord's world for you, with quite a few low-level buildings there, Xiaowei said. Send me there, Zhou Yin said. Spirit coins -800, initiating teleportation. Teleportation to Blue Star Trading Market, successful. This is also a continent ruled by a lord, and the entire planet naturally cannot compare with the Kanglan continent. Xiaowei told him that there were several B-quality buildings in the world that had just been put up recently. So he has to hurry, since high-quality buildings are easy to buy. He quickly went to one of the shops, went straight to the area where they sold buildings, and immediately saw this B-quality building. However, it wasn't a defensive tower. It was a building called the Arena. Chapter 167 The World of Western Lords, First Update. The price of this building is 3 million spirit coins, which is relatively high, but the market demand has always exceeded supply. If this building weren't so ineffective, it could easily sell for 5 million. He bought it directly, and also took away all the dozens of low-rise buildings in the shop. There are many D-quality blacksmith shops among them. He doesn't know if this building is an evolved version of the Divine Weapon Workshop, but he'll buy it first. There are also several D-quality buildings called Chicken Farm. The remaining buildings are all of E-quality, and crucially, there isn't a single barracks building. Military barracks buildings are very scarce, and he hasn't received one in all this time. The sales staff were naturally delighted to purchase so many buildings at once. I left the place to the sweet voice of the sales assistant. He headed to the next shop, but just then, Xiaowei messaged him that all the B-quality buildings had been sold. They acted so quickly. Since all the buildings had been bought up, he had no choice but to continue acquiring low-end buildings. He instructed Xiaowei to continue updating the store's architectural information, naturally focusing on high-quality buildings, but those kinds of buildings were very rare in the entire market. There were still quite a few low-end ones, and he began to go and buy them one by one. Although these buildings have slightly different names, many of them, like the low-level buildings on the Kanglan continent, did not produce any new buildings during their evolution. He visited dozens of shops and emptied all the buildings inside. Then told him about a defense tower in a lord's world, an elemental-type defense tower, and asked him if he wanted to go there. Of course we should go and take a look. He immediately teleported back to the multiverse virtual mall, and then teleported to a place called Marshall Planet Trading Market. This is also a human world, but the people here are more similar to those in the Western world. He didn't see a single person with an Eastern face, and the lord culture of this world is quite ancient. These blonde, blue-eyed Westerners looked at him as if he were a zookeeper. Sister, come quick. This person looks so strange. This person's eyes are black. How peculiar. Are they some kind of special pupils? He must possess some kind of special ability, but his skin is different from ours. I don't know how he changed it. Didn't you notice that he looks very different from us? He seems quite nice. Being too outstanding and handsome in this alien world can also be a problem. He quickly went to a secluded corner, transformed himself into a handsome face from the Western world, and then stepped into this world full of ancient Western culture. Many people here ride in horse-drawn carriages, and the carriages are similar in style to those he had seen in ancient Europe in his previous life. But there were quite a lot of people riding horses on the road. Their appearances often resembled those of ancient knights. Each person would wear a broadsword at their waist. He rode, Lightning, through the streets. Although Lightning is a horse, it is an S-quality horse, with no blemishes, majestic and tall, handsome and extraordinary. In addition, Zhou Yan's transformed face was also very handsome, and his outfit was very elegant, attracting the attention of many female lords. In other advanced lord worlds, Lightning wouldn't attract much attention, because no matter how good its quality, Lightning is still just a horse. In other lord worlds, there are many people riding various exotic beast mounts, so Lightning is not outstanding there. However, in this backward lord civilization, as Zhou Yan rode his horse through the streets, the loud sound and swift speed of Lightning attracted the attention of many people. This horse is of extraordinary quality. This is clearly a war horse with noble blood. This person must be a prince from some kingdom. I really envy those who have such a cool mount. Western flair, he had just put away his mount when a maid in a long dress approached him, performed a graceful bow, and said, "Honorable nobleman, welcome to Hell Shop. Please do not hesitate to ask for your assistance." Zhou Yan found this backward lord culture a bit peculiar, but he didn't care about that, and said directly, "I want to buy some building-related items. Take me to see them. Honorable nobleman, please follow me." The maid led her into the shop, which was decorated in a style reminiscent of ancient Rome. He looked at the equipment inside. It was all low-level equipment, with at most a few pieces of gold-quality equipment. This is a poor world with few good things, and good equipment is quite expensive. He has no interest in doing business anymore. He'd better leave business matters to his subordinates. He looked at the building he cared about most. Flame Tower, Wind Blade Tower, Waterball Tower, Earthwall Tower, Archery Tower. These defensive towers are all of the lowest quality, E-grade. Moreover, there are only these 5 types of defensive towers, 4 of which are elemental types. Including other low-level buildings such as the wooden house, blacksmith shop, tailor shop, and tavern, there are more than 30 buildings in total. He waved his hand and said to the Western maid, "I want all of these buildings." The maid smiled and performed a noble greeting to Zhou Yan, saying, "You are a generous and magnanimous nobleman." The prices of these buildings range from a minimum of 50,000 spirit coins to a maximum of 150,000 spirit coins, and the total cost is less than 5 million spirit coins. This is just a small amount of money. He began buying buildings from various shops, regardless of quality, as long as the price wasn't excessive. They also unexpectedly obtained over 100 C-quality, magic flame towers. Because they are generous, lavish, and spend money like water. His name spread throughout the market, and every shop owner hoped he would patronize their business because he was incredibly wealthy. Some large shop owners took the initiative to meet with Zhou Yuan to cooperate, hoping to do something for him. Zhou Yan naturally wouldn't refuse. He asked them to help him acquire buildings, no matter what kind, preferably high-quality ones. We also asked them to collect some other items, which weren't expensive here, so we had them collect some as well. They discussed it for quite a while before ending the discussion. After acquiring thousands of buildings, he essentially bought up all the buildings in the world. Chapter 168, Preparing to Descend on the Lord's Continent. He left. It was already evening when they returned to their territory, but he still began building these buildings. The Flame Tower evolved into the S-quality Sea of Fire Tower, which can continuously damage enemies and has a decent attack range. He was very satisfied with the building. He eventually obtained 2 RRR quality fire towers. The Wind Blade Tower has evolved into the SS quality Gale Tower, which can unleash a gale to attack enemies and slow them down. If the enemy attacks its territory, it can even blow those attacks back at the enemy. Unfortunately, only one of these defensive towers was ever acquired. The evolution of the Water Sphere Tower surprised him. It evolved into a support-type Spa Tower. It can heal the wounds of the people in the territory, restore their strength, and relieve their pain. These defensive towers are quite good, and there are many of them. He only evolved 4 RRR quality Spa Towers, placing 1 on each wall. The Earth Wall Tower evolved into the SSS quality Earth Dragon Tower, which can form an Earth Dragon to attack the enemy. This defensive tower is indeed not surprising, and the quality of the evolution is also very high. Finally, I obtained 3 Earth Dragon Towers of RRR quality. As for the final, Archery Tower, it evolved into the Arrow Rain Tower, which can unleash a rain of arrows with each attack. After upgrading, it even gained several new skills. For example, skills like arrow rain explosion, lightning arrow rain, and scatter arrows. This archery tower has the largest number, a total of 8, and he placed 2 on each side of the city wall. Some of these defensive towers were upgraded to level 60, while others remained at level 50, simply because there weren't enough materials. After placing the defensive towers, he returned to the spiritual courtyard and found that Jiao Chan and the others were all cultivating. Over the past few days, people have been emerging from the Temple of Inheritance one after another. Chen Qingji also successfully changed jobs. Most people successfully changed jobs, but some failed. He received a large number of attribute bonuses. Each person who successfully changes jobs can obtain 1 to 5 attribute points, depending on the difficulty of the job change. For someone with only one profession like him, he can get a 5-point attribute bonus. As for other professions, it depends on the strength of the profession. Each person who successfully changes jobs receives at least 1 attribute point as a reward. With thousands of people successfully changing jobs, each person receives at least several thousand attribute points. You can imagine how terrifying their current attributes are. He now has a lot of free attribute points, and he has allocated them all so that each of his attributes reaches the same amount. His 4 basic attributes are currently all at 1555, and they will increase significantly after all soldiers complete their class changes. Besides Chen Qingji, Sun Shangxiang has also successfully changed jobs and is currently in her room. As a qualified lord, he needs to be concerned about the physical condition of his heroes at all times. He has always been a lord who cares for his subordinates. The more he looked at her, the more dashing and heroic she seemed, which made him very fond of her. Such a heroine is completely different in character from Gao Chan and Zhenmi. He had only come to see Sun Shangxiang, and seeing how seriously she was cultivating, he left. After leaving the house, he encountered a ghostly figure that was floating around the territory. Xiaoqian. Zhou Yin looked at her. Nie Xiaoqian quickly floated in front of him and said, "Lord, it's so late, why aren't you asleep?" Zhou Yin asked. Nie Xiaoqian smiled and said, "Lord, you really have a bad memory. We ghosts don't sleep at night." He had indeed forgotten that Nie Xiaoqian wasn't a living person and didn't sleep at night. "I really forgot. So where did you want to go?" Zhou Yin asked. "I've been cultivating for too long, so I thought I'd take a walk. Plus, the territory has changed so much, I wanted to see everything. I noticed that the territory has expanded a lot. It would probably take a whole day to walk around it." Nie Xiaoqian looked around, quite surprised. Lord, Zhenmi and the others also saw Zhou Yin and ran over to him. Each of them had an excellent figure, and their steps were unsteady. The world is truly amazing. It jumps even as you walk away. Zhou Yin stared intently at him. "You must be tired from running around the multiverse trading market these past few days." Zhou Yin quickly replied, "I'm not tired, and those worlds are quite interesting. I'm so happy to be able to earn spirit coins for the territory." Jiao Chan and Zhenmi were always so understanding. Of course, he was also very good at undressing people. After checking on the 2 women, Zhou Yin said, "Today we are preparing to head to the Lord's world for our first battle." "What's the Lord's world like?" the 2 women asked curiously. "I'd like to know the answer to that too." "Let's go and muster the troops first," Zhou Yin replied. He had never been to the Lord's continent, so how would he know what it was like? Since Gao Shun and Li Guang haven't changed their class yet, the trap camp will be temporarily handed over to Chen Qingji for command. As for the Great Han Iron Cavalry, since they didn't have mounts yet, Zhou Yin assigned them to be archers, placing them at the back of the formation and following orders. Everything is ready. He communicated with the Lord's heart, causing the entire territory to begin transmitting to the Lord's continent. Chapter 169. Welcome to the Lord's continent. The entire territory transformed into a beam of light, rapidly moving towards the unknown void passage. They could only see the sky changing rapidly, as if they were moving at high speed through a tunnel. In just a few seconds, the entire territory was covered by blue sky and white clouds, and with a boom, the entire territory landed somewhere on the Lord's continent. His territory was vast, with a large portion of it being empty. Welcome to the Lord's continent. Therefore, after the territory arrived, he received a notification. Territory prompt. Whether to pack up excess territory space or not, you can freely increase or decrease the territory area. Put away any extra space in your territory. He hadn't expected it to be like this. This made things much more convenient. If the territory wasn't big enough, he could simply increase it at any time. The excess parts of the territory immediately began to disappear, leaving only the area of the most core buildings. He finally arrived at the Lord's continent. Here, he can explore the entire Lord's world and embark on various adventures. Upon arriving on the Lord's continent, You will randomly be placed in a certain area of the Lord's world. Moreover, many things will happen after it arrives. You might encounter a monster you can't fight back against as soon as you arrive, one that will completely destroy you and your territory. They might also land in some very dangerous places, requiring specific conditions to go out and explore. They might land directly on the ocean and be swallowed up by a giant sea monster, along with its territory and its inhabitants. Even worse, some were attacked by unknown forces as soon as they arrived, and died without knowing why. Every time I descend upon the Lord's continent, it is an extremely dangerous adventure. This is why there are adventure-type lords and farming-type lords. Because for adventure-type lords, every time they descend upon the Lord's continent, it is an adventurous journey. Farming lords are different. They don't participate in any adventures, but focus solely on developing their territory, cultivating various agricultural products, or becoming merchants and opening shops and trading markets. They will choose to descend upon the Lord's continent, select a good environment, and stay there to develop peacefully. Some farming lords choose not to descend to the land, but instead rely on their own resources and wealth to quietly develop in some unknown space. New lords can descend upon the Lord's continent for free on their first visit. When they return to the Lord's continent, they will need to pay a fee. The cost increases with the territory's level. His current territory level is 50, and each descent costs 5 million spirit coins. This was nothing to him, just a drop in the ocean. He must upgrade the territory's level. Because with each additional person in the virtual mall of myriad realms, the daily profit is immeasurable. What is a mere 5 million spirit coins? Moreover, it doesn't require frequent trips to the Lord's continent. If you're lucky enough to come to a place with abundant resources, you might not need to move for 8 or 10 years. The place he landed in was not bad. He didn't find a single monster. The surrounding area is flat land, with mountains and water in the distance. It looks quite nice. Next, he ordered Chun Qingji. Chun Qingji arranged manpower to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area, centered on the territory, and be ready for battle at any time. Yes. Chun Qingji nodded in acceptance and began making arrangements. One by one, the soldiers left the territory. He did indeed discover that there were still many problems with the territory. If these people had horses, they could increase their speed considerably. Only through actual combat can one discover the drawbacks of a territory. He will write these down and then get to work on them. However, he did not intend to buy horses, because he has better options. Unfortunately, we don't have special forces. If we had modern special forces, we could just have them use drones for reconnaissance. Everything is temporary. You will get a mount. Special forces will be there. Even beautiful women. Let's not talk about that. He started communicating with Xiaowei, asking it to find a convenient walkie-talkie and camera, and also talk to it about various issues, especially the signal, which had to be good. He also had Xiaowei search for some high-tech reconnaissance equipment, which was much better than sending soldiers out to conduct reconnaissance. Then let Xiaowei arrange for someone to buy it. He will naturally have a use for it. In this way, if these dispatched soldiers encounter monsters that they don't have time to react to, the cameras will know in advance. Although he does not yet have a modern command post. But all of this will come. It's just the beginning. Everything has to be done step by step. The theoretical knowledge he learned at school was of little use to him, because no one could have imagined that he would own such an incredible building as the Multiverse Virtual Mall. He can trade in any world, whether it's science fiction, martial arts, fantasy, dreamlike, magical, or apocalyptic. This makes his combat methods very diverse and advanced. Imagine if he now possessed a modern army, capable of using all kinds of advanced technological weapons. He could simply send out reconnaissance aircraft to quickly scout the surrounding area and accurately display the surrounding terrain on a computer screen. There's no need to send anyone out. Of course, this does not mean that modern armies are far superior to those armies that wield cold weapons. On the contrary, these armies possess combat capabilities far exceeding those of modern armies, because they can level up, cultivate, use various skills, and even become celestial soldiers and divine generals. However, modern armies are different. They can only rely on their technological weapons to be powerful, and their own strength is not that great. Once their technological weapons are damaged, their combat effectiveness is nothing in front of these soldiers. A person's energy is limited. It is impossible to master both modern advanced weapons and the cultivation of fantasy techniques. Because of different professions, it's impossible to learn those professional skills. Only Zhou Yin can do that. Because his profession allows him to learn all professional skills, regardless of any profession and without any restrictions, it is an extremely powerful profession. Half an hour later, Xiaowei told him that she had bought some things and asked him to see if they were any good. You have to try things to know. He took out several high-tech computers and several small intelligent micro-reconnaissance drones from the treasure room. They were very small, only about the size of a little finger. He then pulled out a whole bunch of new helmets. This helmet not only provides protection, but also allows for communication and video recording. He didn't buy many, only a few hundred. Xiaowei told him that these items alone had cost millions of spirit coins. To him, money was just a string of numbers. As long as the product works well, what does it matter if it costs tens of millions? My lord, what are these? Zhao Chan and the others were very curious, and even thought that these were the same as the movie theater. Zhou Yin briefly explained the function of these items to them, and then had someone call Chen Qingji over. Chapter 170, Attacking Beyond the Territory, 4th Update. Lord, you called me, Chen Qingji said as he approached. Zhou Yin brought Chen Qingji to him and introduced him to the equipment, saying, these are all high-tech devices. This helmet can not only protect your head, but also provide remote video recording and long-distance communication, making it very convenient for reconnaissance. Oh, how do we use these things? Chen Qingji was indeed greatly surprised. As a commander, he was very clear about what these things represented. As long as all kinds of information can reach all places accurately and in a timely manner, they are almost invincible. He naturally has enough confidence in his soldiers. Zhou Yin began to demonstrate to him. Anyway, these things are easy to operate, requiring only a few simple steps. He then turned on his computer, connected it, and had these thumb-sized intelligent reconnaissance drones conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance of the area around the territory, displaying the resulting topographical map in front of them. These intelligent reconnaissance drones are fast and small. In just a few minutes, they create a 3D map on the computer, showing the terrain in each direction clearly. They are also very well concealed, so no one would pay attention to such a small thing. Aren't these the soldiers I sent out? They've appeared here so quickly. Chen Qingji was very surprised and said to Zhou Yin, Lord, having such a divine object is truly a blessing for our territory. That's too narrow-minded. I'm impressed by this little bit of technology. There are countless technological items in the myriad worlds. It has to be said that Zhou Yin, who possesses the multiverse trading mall, has an extraordinary ability to cheat. While others were still fighting using ancient methods, he had already begun to master a fighting style that combined ancient and modern techniques. Fighting in this way puts him in an invincible position unless the enemy is exceptionally powerful. The monster's figure quickly appeared on the computer screen. It was impossible to tell how strong it was. All that was known was that it was a monster. Moreover, the deeper you investigate, the stronger the monster becomes. The place where the territory was acquired was surprisingly in one of the safest locations. Is this a coincidence? Perhaps. Perhaps it's because the territory's luck value is too high. The forest resources here are abundant, but he really didn't know anything about the mineral resources. He had no loggers or miners. He naturally needs to develop resources, but it depends on whether it's worthwhile. His business of trading goods from various worlds has ensured that he has no shortage of ordinary mineral resources. If it's a high-level resource, he definitely won't let it go. He looks down on any resources below 6 stars. He contacted Xiaowei and asked it to purchase a reconnaissance device capable of detecting various underground mineral deposits. Xiaowei quickly began her search. Zhou Yin instructed Chen Qingji to bring over some people capable of independent command and to teach them how to communicate. These things are very simple. All you need to do is wear a helmet, and there's nothing particularly special about it. They learned it very quickly. Xiaowei quickly managed to get someone to buy a prospecting and reconnaissance aircraft. He first released the prospecting and reconnaissance aircraft he had purchased to conduct a thorough exploration of the area surrounding his territory. Then contact Xiaowei and ask him to find a supplier of warhorses. Buy 5,000 warhorses as a means of transportation first. Otherwise, relying on their own 2 legs would be too slow and would also consume the soldiers' physical strength. For now, we'll buy horses as a temporary measure, and then see if there are any other suitable options when the time is right. Xiaowei quickly found a horse merchant in the world and then sent someone to buy them. Then Xiaowei asked him what quality of horse he needed to buy. He inquired about the price of the horses and then said, buy C-quality horses. For 100,000 spirit coins per horse is acceptable. Okay. The price wasn't expensive, and since he wanted a large quantity, the other party eventually offered him 350,000. 5,000 horses cost 350 million spirit coins. Anyway, he only bought it as a temporary measure. A few hundred million is nothing, just a small amount of money. Including the saddle, stirrups, and whip I bought, it didn't cost much more. He arrived at the barracks and released batches of warhorses, allowing the officers to distribute them as they saw fit. Any extra warhorses were simply put into the green spirit grassland. They returned to the temporary operations command post. He printed out the topographical map from the computer, marked the monster's area, and handed it to Chen Qingji, saying, "Put on the map and communication device, and head east. There's a ruin there. It must be an old city. Contact me immediately if anything happens." Yes. Chen Qingji left with his men. He then said to Jiao Chan, "Chaner, you also lead a group of people to the west. There are many monsters there. Your main task is to kill monsters and obtain treasure chests, and also collect some edible meat." Okay. Jiao Chan then set off as well. Then, he said to Zhenmi again, "Take a team south. There are some flying monsters there, so be careful. The goal is to get the treasure chest." As for what was happening here, he looked at Si Ting beside him and said, "Si Ting, Hua Yurong, I'm leaving this place to you. Keep an eye on these areas at all times, and if there are any major changes, let us know immediately. I also need to start exploring to the north." "My lord, let Si Ying and Si Hu accompany you," Si Ting said hurriedly. "Lord, Hua Yueying, it's all right if you're called Hua Yuelian or Hua Yefeng. Let them come with you as well," Hua Yuerong quickly said. "Okay, let them come along," Zhou Yin agreed. The entire army was divided into 4 teams, each with about 1,000 men. The rest of the troops were stationed in their respective territories and could be informed of any situation immediately via communication devices. The 4 teams departed through the 4 city gates, beginning their exploration of this unknown territory. There were no monsters within 10 kilometers of his territory. He actually hoped that there would be many monsters as soon as he arrived, so that the defense towers could wipe them out directly. But he was just that lucky. What could he do? The soldiers were all of high rank and strength, and they could quickly master the skills of riding horses over a 10-kilometer journey. After traveling 10 kilometers, they finally saw all sorts of monsters. These are level 20 monsters. They're no match for them. He rode on, lightning, and charged forward, casually unleashing a few sword strikes that annihilated many monsters. There wasn't enough monsters for everyone before the game ended. Fled in panic upon seeing their imposing presence, but were quickly overtaken and killed by the soldiers on horseback. This is not a trial for newbies. There will be no extra rewards for killing monsters. They began clearing the battlefield, collecting useful items, and then continued on their way. For an army as powerful as theirs, monsters of level 60 or 70 or higher pose no threat whatsoever. He followed the map, killing monsters and collecting treasure chests along the way. Chapter 171, An Unexpected Discovery, 5th Update. As they traveled, they encountered more and more monsters, whose levels rose from around level 20 to level 40 in no time. There are quite a lot of these monsters, and they keep emerging from the dense forest. Were no match for the soldiers' charge. They were clad in sturdy armor and wielded sharp weapons. Each person's equipment is at least gold grade, and many even have set bonuses. Those above the rank of officer possess 1 or 2 pieces of equipment of dark gold quality. Not to mention their level is still 50. In addition, each of them had changed jobs. With the added bonuses from the various buildings in their territory, they can easily handle even level 70 or 80 boss monsters. These monsters are all of normal quality. There isn't a single boss among them. He was hoping to encounter some stronger monsters so that he could get better treasure chests. The treasure chests dropped by these ordinary monsters are mostly wooden chests. A small number are iron chests, and occasionally some bronze chests will appear. The appearance of bronze treasure chests is probably due to the inherent advantages of the territory. Territory talent. Special item probability plus 50%. Even if the probability of this talent reaches 100%, it doesn't mean that a special item will appear 100% of the time. It just doubles the probability. For example, out of 100 lottery tickets, only 1 ticket can win, while the other 99 cannot. After you have a special item probability plus 100% attribute, 1 more lottery ticket will be able to win out of these 100 tickets, leaving 98 tickets that cannot win. Ordinary monsters have a very low drop rate, so you can't expect to get anything good from them. He had already learned from the map that there were many monsters in this area, and his main purpose this time was to kill monsters and obtain treasure chests and monster corpses. These monsters can also be sold for money, and they can be sold to worlds that lack food. Among the myriad worlds, there are many post-apocalyptic and desert worlds where food is extremely scarce. Selling the flesh and blood of these monsters to those places can yield a considerable amount of spirit coins. He found that after becoming a capitalist, he was thinking about profit almost all the time. Is this the instinct of capitalists? He began sweeping through the forest. 1,000 soldiers, riding warhorses and armed, began to kill the monsters. Half an hour later, they finally encountered their first boss. A level 45 boss, but unfortunately, it was killed before it could even unleash its power after a few arrows. Each soldier is capable of taking on such a boss alone. Their levels, equipment, class changes, and territory bonuses are not just for show. If they can't even handle a boss like this, then they don't deserve to be considered high-level troops. They were clearing out the monsters from all 4 directions. They hadn't passed through any area where monsters were present. Zhou Yin could occasionally hear the officers talking to each other, inquiring about their battle achievements and gains. Neither of them wanted to lose to the other, so they would try their best to kill the monsters each time. This communication device added a lot of entertainment for them. He sent a message to Xiao Wei, instructing it to find a simple, secure communication device that wouldn't easily fall out. Xiao Wei quickly found a communication headset that fits snugly against the ear and won't easily fall out. He told Xiao Wei to buy back 10,000 or 20,000 of these first, and he would give them to every soldier of rank 6 and above. After a long time, Siting sent him a message saying that the reconnaissance aircraft had transmitted some images, which seemed to indicate that a broken territory had been discovered, not a city. This surprised him. He hadn't expected to achieve such a result. In the world of lords, there are billions of lords, and the recorded history spans hundreds of thousands of years. Those that are not recorded in history are even more unknown in terms of how long ago they occurred. With so many lords adventuring and fighting across the Lord continent, there's still a chance they might encounter those destroyed territories. Whether these territories yield any gains is hard to say. If these territories were destroyed by monsters, they would naturally contain a lot of resources. The prerequisite is that the things inside haven't been completely destroyed by the monsters, and due to the time involved, we'll only find out once we get there. Send me the footage you've captured, Zhou Yin replied to Situng. On the other side, Sito began transmitting the images captured by the smart reconnaissance drone to his watch. This was not just a simple communication function. It could also receive various files like a computer, provided there was a signal connection. He has already placed a signal tower in his territory. That signal tower is so powerful that it can receive even signals from outer space. Looking around the territory, it was overgrown with weeds and dilapidated, clearly having been there for some time. Towering ancient trees had grown in many places, and many monsters had used it as their lair. This territory was clearly destroyed by monsters. Many buildings remain intact. If it was destroyed by other lords, there's no way there would be any intact buildings left on it. This is quite a find, and he'll definitely go check it out. He checked the location. It was in the northwest. He only needed to change direction slightly to get there directly. However, he definitely won't be able to get there today, because it's quite far from where he is. He inquired about the situation in the other 3 directions, and everything was normal there. No particularly powerful monsters had appeared. Everything went smoothly for him, and nothing else happened. He led his army to continue marching northwest. I also looked up mineral exploration and reconnaissance aircraft. We found quite a few 1-star and 2-star ores, but we didn't see a single one of 6-star or higher. Mining reconnaissance aircraft are slower than exploration reconnaissance aircraft, which only need to take pictures and scan the map and mountain features. However, mineral exploration requires going deep underground and proceeding slowly, which takes a long time. Moreover, these machines can only be used in mountainous areas where monsters have been killed or in areas where there are no monsters. Otherwise, if these mining reconnaissance machines are destroyed by monsters, they will need to be purchased again. As dusk settled, Zhou Yin brought out numerous tents and fortifications, then addressed all the soldiers. Rest tonight, and set off again at dawn tomorrow. Take turns on night watch, and do not let your guard down. Yes, Lord. They killed all the monsters in the vicinity. But he will definitely not let his guard down. There are also many monsters that appear at night, so they must always be on guard. Chapter 172, Not Even $100, 6th update. After the troops were stationed, the soldiers lit bonfires and began patrolling and keeping watch. Many soldiers began to act as cooks, their food consisting of the flesh and blood of the various monsters they killed that day, and they could eat as much of it as they wanted. For those who don't want to eat, there are also spirit fruits and other foods. After the maids in the territory prepare them, they can simply put them in the treasure room, and he can take them out directly for the soldiers to eat. Very convenient. His territory was like an all-encompassing space to him. Who told him to be a cheater? Night fell. As the reconnaissance plane probed deeper into the area, Shido transmitted more and more images to him. He never imagined that deep within this forest lay an ancient battlefield. He saw many traces of ancient battlefields, with bones scattered everywhere and blood everywhere, and many broken territorial buildings scattered around. These images were all taken during the day. They were quite far from here, and he had ordered the reconnaissance plane not to go any deeper, as it seemed to have encountered an ominous energy. He didn't know if there was a red-haired monster. All reconnaissance planes were directed to turn back to the other side. By the time their army arrives, it will be about time, and he will need to save some time to go to Ziwei Academy. The reconnaissance range is far enough. Everyone started to fall asleep. But the nights here are definitely not that simple. At 2 in the morning, Zhou Yin opened his eyes and picked up his weapon. A white-robed ghost soldier rushed in and said, "Reporting to the Lord, a monster is attacking." "Is it a red-haired monster?" Zhou Yin asked. "No, it's a pack of wolves," the soldier replied. He waved his hand and said, "Prepare for battle." Yes. The entire territory sprang into action in an instant. Even though it was nighttime, getting lights wasn't difficult for a cheater. Before long, an artificial light, like the moon, rose high into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area for more than 10 kilometers. This thing only costs $1 million. It's not expensive. The wolf pack stared at the rising sun, seemingly a little bewildered. Omega. The sun is rising way too fast. The area was surrounded by a pack of wolves, whose eyes, under the cover of night, looked like terrifying ghostly eyes. However, when illuminated by this artificial moon, the wolf's entire body appeared under the light. A pack of wolves seemed unaccustomed to being under the light. The wolves looked at each other, one after another. The soldiers in the territory were not afraid when they saw the pack of wolves. In fact, they were delighted. They wouldn't care about the wolves' expressions. They hadn't killed enough during the day, so they didn't expect to be able to hunt some wild animals at night. Moreover, the other party offered themselves up, so why not kill them? They are a disciplined army, and even when facing monsters weaker than themselves, they strictly adhere to discipline. Without a military order, no one will take a step forward or backward. Won't even fart. 1,000 people formed several circles around the city, like a flower, encircling the entire encampment. With Zhou Yan's command, kill. First, a rain of arrows attacked the surrounding monsters. Then the soldiers charged in orderly fashion towards the still bewildered wolf pack. Zhou Yan stood at a high vantage point, and then he took out a high-tech sniper rifle. This thing didn't need bullets. It consumed a kind of spiritual energy bullet. As long as some spiritual energy was input, it could fire bullets indefinitely. The prerequisite is that you have to be accurate instantly. Zhou Yan said he was good at this. When he played PUBG on Earth, he never survived for more than 5 minutes. He spotted a monster instantly and pulled the trigger. Click. So, they ran out of bullets? I took out the instruction manual and stood under the artificial moon, at the highest point of the entire base, to see it. The evening breeze blew by, ruffling his handsome hair. He carefully read the instruction manual to see where the problem lay. It turned out that he hadn't loaded the magazine yet. He thought that all he needed to do with this thing was to input spiritual energy. It didn't work that way. We need a special magazine that can hold spiritual energy. When the bullet is fired, the bullet, which is filled with spiritual energy, will unleash a terrifying explosive attack. It has enormous destructive power. He had been wondering which weapon the magazine belonged to. He thought he had taken the wrong one. So that's the one he was holding. He took out a magazine, loaded it, and then began aiming at the monster again, pulling the trigger. Click. We're out of bullets again. He pulled out the instruction manual again and, under the artificial moonlight, began to read it silently, ignoring the surrounding shouts and sounds of battle. This time, he realized the problem. They didn't have insurance. He found it strange that weapons from alien worlds had to be so complicated. He deserves a bad review. He activated his safety device, unleashed his spiritual power, and once again instantly spotted the monster before pulling the trigger. Bang! Missed. Depend on. He's known as the king of guns. How could he miss? It must be a problem with this gun. He fired again. Bang! Hey, this time you've finally fallen. Upon closer inspection, damn it, that monster had been hacked to death. Hey, you come here. Who told you to steal the monster? Zhou Yan roared. Lord, what is monster stealing? The soldier looked at Zhou Yan with a look of utter disbelief. I'm just praising you, Zhou Yan replied. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. I'll go back to killing monsters. After receiving the praise, the soldier scurried off and killed even more monsters. He leaped down, landed in front of a monster, stomped it to the ground, aimed his sniper rifle at the monster's head, and fired. Bang! The monster is fine. So, the problem lies with the gun. But wait, it seems I forgot to release my spiritual energy. He does it again, pulls the safety, releases his spiritual energy, and pulls the trigger. Bang! The monster's head is missing. Blood and foam splattered everywhere. He was shot all over. He released his spiritual energy, and with a shake, the blood and foam on his body were immediately washed away. It was ultimately proven that the problem lay with the gun. His marksmanship is fine. He drew his sword and casually slashed, cutting a monster in half. He's better suited to a sword. The battle lasted no more than 10 minutes. The monster slunk away. After the soldiers chased him for about a kilometer, he told them to come back, that it was late at night, and they should wash up and go to sleep. There doesn't seem to be any water or lakes around. After cleaning up the battlefield, those who needed to rest could rest. They didn't set off again until the next day. Heading west. Heading north. They traveled very quickly, and by the afternoon they had arrived around the ruins of the shattered territory. This place has been occupied by many monsters and used as their lair. When they arrived, the monsters glared at them menacingly, and then, there's no then. Zhou Yin cooked up the whole family. Look around and see if you can find anything. After dealing with the monsters, he ordered his men to begin the search. He started searching himself to see if he could find anything. All I could see along the way were dilapidated buildings. These buildings are worthless once they are broken. Equipment can be repaired, but once a building is destroyed, it's useless. He came with high expectations, just as he left with great disappointment. Don't even mention $100. Not even one piece. Chapter 173, The Mysterious Ancient Battlefield. In the end, he could only vent his frustration on the food in the pot. It smells so good. It wouldn't be accurate to say that nothing was left behind. A considerable amount of high-quality stone was still left behind. Although there wasn't a lot of stone, it was still worth the trip. This territory isn't small. The minimum level is around 60. It's no easy feat to develop to this scale. He sent his soldiers to search for the crystal in this territory, but he doesn't know if it's still there. My lord, I have found some broken crystals, but I don't know if they are the kind you need. He clicked to view. Item: Broken Lord's Crystal Shard. Quality: none. Description: the Shattered Lord's Crystal. It really is this thing. This thing can improve the quality of the King's Crystal, but I don't know if it can repair it. If it can be repaired, upgrading the King's Crystal will reduce the number of pieces you need to collect. Let's keep it for now. Aside from some high-quality stone and ore, there was really nothing else to be found here. He wanted to get to that ancient battlefield as soon as possible. Such a large ancient battlefield, you can't expect to find nothing of value. We set off again, heading towards the ancient battlefield. They didn't arrive until the afternoon of the following day. It was gloomy and dark here, without a ray of sunshine, and the entire sky was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. While it can't be described as completely barren, all that can be seen is a bizarre, blood-red landscape. A chilling wind howled, as if countless vengeful ghosts were roaring, which was extremely frightening. Even during the day, streaks of will-o'-the-wisps can be seen appearing across the entire ancient battlefield. Too many people have died here, the Yin energy is too heavy, the resentment too strong, and there's an atmosphere that makes people very uneasy. There was indeed an ominous aura. The air was filled with a sweltering heat. Don't misunderstand. It's just an unsettling feeling that got him carried away. This is why he said there was an ominous aura here. Because this place is truly ominous. He felt a great sense of crisis. His eyelids twitched, as if a voice was telling him not to come any closer. Brothers, retreat. Get out of this ominous place immediately. His luck is extremely high. If he still runs in despite such obvious unease, wouldn't that be like an old man hanging himself, courting death? Someone as outstanding as him should live a good life and contribute more to the world. Therefore, Zhou Yin retreated even faster as soon as he arrived. They couldn't even enter the area of this blood-red ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield. After leaving safely, Zhou Yin patted his chest and said, "That scared me to death. The Lord Continent is really dangerous everywhere. It seems I'm still not strong enough." He sat atop the lightning, pondering how to enhance his strength. He's already at the maximum level, and as for equipment and skills, he has enough for now. It's just one level away from reaching its full potential. Improving one's cultivation level is nothing more than cultivation techniques, environment, and taking drugs. It seems they're still sleeping. He doesn't seem to have ever taken drugs. Let's see which brand of pills is better and buy a few to take. Fortunately, he sent a reconnaissance plane back yesterday to scout an area that had never been scouted before. Otherwise, if they had entered that ancient battlefield, the reconnaissance plane would probably have been completely destroyed. He explained the situation to Sito, and then asked Sito if he had discovered anything unusual in the area ahead. Siting quickly replied, sending a message. "Lord, there are 2 places nearby that you could check out, but you must be careful of danger." After hearing Zhou Yan's words, Situng was also worried that more dangers might appear nearby. No one expected that the ancient battlefield would be so dangerous. "Which 2 places?" Zhou Yan asked. "One is a canyon that looks like it has a lot of monsters, but as for what kind of monsters they are, because the forest is so dense, you can't see any monsters at all. Another place is a mountain peak. Yesterday, a flash of light was captured on camera. I don't know what it was. I will send you the exact location. Ting quickly sent the locations of the two places to Zhou Yan. After checking, Zhou Yan said, "No problem. Everything is fine in the territory now." "Don't worry, my lord. Everything in the territory is fine and there's no problem at all. Not even a single monster has appeared." "That's good." Sito sent him the two locations. He checked his watch. A 3D planar image appeared above. He carefully examined his location and then looked at the two places that Tung had mentioned before heading towards the nearest one. However, he first found a place to spend the night. That night, they were attacked by a group of cat-like monsters, moving like ghosts in the darkness and very fast. However, when he raised the artificial moon, the monsters quickly left on their own, leaving him to kill in vain. Monsters that travel at night don't like bright light, especially these dark cat demons. These monsters are dark-type monsters, and they contain dark crystals within their bodies. Dark-type monsters are relatively rare in the market, and their crystals are more expensive than those of other elemental crystals. Out of curiosity, he bought a tracking-type intelligent flying machine, only the size of a fly, and tracked the monsters all the way to a cave not far away. The nighttime skin transmitted back numerous images of monsters. The entire cave was densely packed with monsters. He immediately had a small idea. Not bad, not bad. As long as we block the outside of the cave, we can take the whole thing. He rallied his soldiers, prepared weapons, bows and arrows, and torches, and got ready to burn down the cat demon's cave. They were moving very fast, and halfway there they were attacked by several lone cat demons. These monsters were elite monsters, but unfortunately, they were only level 40, which was not on the same level as their strength. After killing the animals along the way, they arrived at the cave entrance, found a good spot, and lit a fire at the entrance, sending a thick plume of smoke into the cave. Not long after, a strange cry came from inside the cave. Zhou Yan raised his hand, and the soldiers pulled up the bow. Splash, splash, splash. A large group of monsters emerged from the cave, only to be met with a barrage of dark arrows. These cat demons could react. They fell down in droves. The soldiers could simply fire arrows and wait for the monsters to fall into their trap, then shoot them down. Although some of the fast cat demons managed to escape, they were surrounded by a group of armed, hungry soldiers who had been waiting for them. When the cat demons charged at them, the soldiers raised their weapons and killed them. Although there were many cat demons, the soldiers were very strong, and the cat demons had no chance at all. In addition, Zhou Yan can also unleash powerful skills such as Meteor Shower, Wind Spell, and Sword Control. Chapter 174, Groundhog. Zhou Yan's skills are all at least S quality, and his sword control technique is even higher at SSS quality. Every time he uses it, he can kill all the cat demons that appear. Meow? It's the boss. Emerging from the cave, a cat demon twice the size of the elite cat demon sprang forth, moving with incredible speed, transforming into a shadow as it charged toward the soldiers, covering all the newly appeared cat demons. Not a single cat demon could stand up, including that boss. It's just a level 40 bronze boss. How could it withstand such a fierce attack? There were quite a few cat demons in this cave, and then several bosses appeared. However, they were all at the leader level. Several hours later, they ended the battle. Begin clearing this battlefield. This time I got a lot of treasure chests. After the soldiers were promoted, they all acquired basic gathering skills, so he didn't need to do it himself. The only useful materials that can be obtained from the cat demon's corpse are crystal cores, cat claws, and cat teeth. Its body was worthless. He worked until daytime, then gave the soldiers 2 hours to rest before setting off again. Although not every monster yields a dark core, there were many of them, and he still managed to collect quite a few. These dark crystal cores are relatively rare compared to other attribute crystal cores across the entire universe, and their prices are relatively high. I also purchased some dark crystal cores from the treasure room, but not many. He definitely kept those crystal cores for his own use. He might need it someday. After resting, they headed towards a mountain peak. That mountain can be seen from afar. It's quite tall. After defeating monsters along the way, we arrived at the foot of this mountain. The soldiers stored their war horses in their mounts. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, and they would have to climb it on foot. There must be monsters in this mountain. Only with monsters can there be gains. They took out their weapons and slowly made their way up the mountain. They felt the ground shake, and Zhou Yan asked in confusion, "An earthquake?" "No, it's not an earthquake." Zhou Yan quickly said to the soldiers, "Watch out for the monsters on the ground." The soldiers quickly looked down at the ground, where the soil was churning and rolling, as if something was emerging from the ground. Everyone gripped their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. "Call out." A monster emerged from underground. Zhou Yin glanced at it, and his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly said, "Wait. Monster, groundhog. Quality, average. Race, animal. Level 1. Special, none. Description, a group of burrowing groundhogs, completely harmless." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, groundhogs emerged from the ground, giving the people on the ground a silly look. Zhou Yin ordered the soldiers to continue advancing, without making things difficult for the little ones. Several soldiers took the lead and headed up the mountain. Zhou Yin also used a smart aircraft to scout ahead, and soon they made some progress. They discovered the monster. And there are quite a few of them. These are a group of strangely shaped monsters, all green and ugly, with triangular faces, pointed chins, sharp teeth, and pointed ears. They are about 1 meter tall, carrying wooden sticks, and their lower bodies are covered with simple cloths made of animal fur. The key point is that these monsters were holding a lot of groundhogs, and they had all been smashed to death. These monsters feed on groundhogs. He suddenly understood why the groundhogs had run away earlier. It turned out that these monsters were chasing them. These monsters don't even spare level 1 groundhogs. Prepare for battle. Zhou Yin gave the order. He wanted to avenge those adorable groundhogs. The soldiers immediately began preparing for battle. Shield bearers, spearmen, and swordsmen in the front row, and archers in the back row. They all crouched and hid in the jungle. There was a lot of noise coming from the jungle on the mountain. A group of monsters, holding wooden clubs, were searching for traces of groundhogs and heading down the mountain. Zhou Yin can now view the attributes of these monsters. Monster, mountain spirit. Quality, average. Race, goblin. Level, 30. Special, none. Introduction, a group of mountain spirits who enjoy eating small animals. It turned out to be a mountain spirit, belonging to the goblin race. My level is only 30. Once the mountain spirits were close enough to reach the attack range, Zhou Yin ordered, "Release them." A volley of arrows flew past, killing the mountain spirits one by one. The mountain spirits were caught off guard by the sudden attack, suffering heavy casualties and howling incessantly. Instead of being frightened, they angrily raised their wooden clubs and charged at the soldiers. The courage is commendable, but the ability is lacking. This suicidal act is no different from being a moving target. There are many mountain spirits. They are everywhere on the mountains. Moreover, they could even call upon their companions. One of the mountain spirits took out something that looked like a horn, stood on a high place, and began to blow it. Wah! The sound carried quite far, startling a flock of birds in the woods. Then, another identical horn sounded in the distance. They even knew how to use this method to give an early warning. He could have stopped the other side from blowing the horn. But why did he try to stop it? To let them travel all that way just to get here and be killed by them? These mountain spirits were fierce and fearless, having been dead for a long time, and suffered heavy casualties. Only then did they realize that they couldn't break through this rain of arrows, and they began to retreat. Are these mountain spirits leaving? Zhou Yin directed the flying instrument to scout the distance, to see if the mountain spirits wanted to escape or if he wanted to surround them. He then addressed the soldiers. Collect the treasure chests, advance steadily, and don't spread out too much. They moved quickly, collected all the treasure chests on the ground, and then chased after the mountain spirit. These mountain spirits did not escape. After seeing them pursue them, they began to hide, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Be careful of these mountain spirits attacking from the shadows. They've hidden themselves. These mountain spirits are small, and, if they hide, they are indeed very difficult to find. But he wasn't worried about the soldiers being in danger. Can a wooden stick break through defenses? It was obvious that the enemy's wooden clubs could not break through the soldiers' defenses. The archers in the back row switched to short swords, and the spearmen also switched to long swords, which were more advantageous for combat. Zhou Yin had plenty of money, and each soldier possessed several weapons, all of which were of gold quality. The heroes are already preparing to upgrade their equipment to platinum quality sets. Even the worst platinum quality equipment costs 8 million spirit coins, and it's rare on the market. It will take some time to buy enough of it. The soldiers quickly entered the area where the mountain spirits were lying in ambush. But they will never know how powerful this army is. As soon as it appeared, before it could even make a move, it was killed by the soldiers. This was a very bad ambush. Those who died were all mountain spirits. Chapter 175, Mountain Spirit Warrior. A mountain spirit climbed up a tree, saw a soldier, leaped down, gripped a wooden club in both hands, and attacked the soldier. The soldier encountered many attacks from mountain spirits. He was surrounded by mountain spirits, but he was very strong. Every time he swung his sword, several mountain spirits died under his sword. He didn't notice the mountain spirit above his head. Bang! The wooden stick struck the soldier's head with a loud thud. The mountain spirit thought he could kill the soldiers this way. After landing, he happily boasted to his companions, "See, none of you are a match for them. I'm the best." But seeing the terrified looks in its companions' eyes, the mountain spirit turned around. Seeing that the soldier was unharmed, and even looking at it with a strange expression, it understood. That was a look of disdain. The mountain spirit was slain. There are many such examples. The attacks of these mountain spirits cannot break through the defenses at all, and the soldiers have already ignored their attacks. The reconnaissance aircraft transmitted back images, and Zhou Yin saw that many mountain spirits were heading towards him. Is the main force here? These mountain spirits seem a bit different from the others. These mountain spirits in front of them are of low rank and weak strength, wielding wooden clubs, and pose no threat to them. However, the images transmitted back from the scene show that the mountain spirits in the back are wielding iron weapons, wearing leather armor, and are larger than the mountain spirits in front of them, making them look more like warriors. Do these mountain spirits also have different types of soldiers? Zhou Yin guessed. These mountain spirits are more like logistical support personnel searching for food. The mountain spirits behind them were the ones that looked like they were in battle. There are quite a few. The images show that there are a great many of these mountain spirits, and large swathes of jungle are shaking. He strongly suspects that the entire mountain is the territory of these mountain spirits. Wah! A series of horn calls sounded again in the distance. Upon hearing this sound, the mountain spirits and horn soldiers here also sounded their horns. They've pinpointed the location and are heading there at full speed. Full speed ahead. Prepare to face the enemies behind, Zhou Yin ordered. Yes. The soldiers quickened their pace, swiftly and decisively slaughtering the mountain spirits, leaving none alive. The mountain spirits began to flee. Zhou Yin ordered a pursuit for a while, then ordered a halt to the chase and instead collected the treasure chests for an ambush. They still had time to make simple traps and wait for the mountain spirits to attack. An hour later, the mountain spirits, who had fled in the distance, returned with their main force. Zhou Yin examined the newly appeared monsters. Monster, Mountain Spirit Warrior. Quality, Elite. Race, Goblin. Level, 35. Special, None. Description, Strong and robust mountain spirits, the soldiers used by the entire mountain spirit race in battle. These mountain spirit warriors are 5 levels higher than the mountain spirits, and they also have weapons and leather armor, making them much stronger in combat. However, these mountain spirit warriors had no formation whatsoever and charged towards the soldiers in a chaotic manner. Suddenly, the mountain spirit in front fell into the trap, tripped, and was trampled to death by the mountain spirit behind. A giant tree fell from the sky, crushing and killing several mountain spirits. Many mountain spirits fell directly into the pit and were trampled to death by the mountain spirits behind them. These traps are limited. They are far too few to face the overwhelming number of mountain spirits. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp arrows rained down from the sky, heading straight for the mountain spirit. The soldiers had already climbed up the trees, holding bows and arrows, and were shooting at the mountain spirits. Zhou Yin directly unleashed his spiritual power, forming a sword aura around his body. This sword aura was almost tangible, gleaming with cold light and exceptionally sharp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Yin used his internal energy to control the sword, urging the sword energy to charge towards the main force of the mountain spirits. The sword energy transformed into a storm, a terrifying surge of power, hurtling straight ahead. Towering trees were utterly unable to withstand the sword energy. They were pierced, shattered, and felled one after another. The towering ancient trees fell, their trunks destroyed by this terrifying sword energy. The sword energy, like a tornado or a giant dragon, swept through the jungle. Wherever the sword energy passed, everything vanished into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. A circular path formed on the ground, resembling the path traversed by a giant snake. The sword energy storm flew a kilometer away before disappearing. This is the SSS quality sword control technique, which is just one of the attack methods that uses sword energy within the sword control technique. High-quality skills require a vast amount of spiritual energy to master and learn. With Zhou Yan's current strength at the 39th level of martial arts, he cannot unleash his full power. Mountain Spirit Warriors was enormous, covering the entire mountainside. Zhou Yan had only killed a small portion of them. He had thousands of soldiers, and each wave of arrows could kill a great many enemies. Moreover, the soldiers attacked very quickly, and the Mountain Spirit Warriors suffered countless casualties. Relying on their numerical advantage, they finally reached the soldiers' tree. Then, they froze. The trees chosen by the soldiers were all very tall, Their short trunks required a long climb to reach the top. Once they climb up, it will only take one sword strike for the warriors. So the warriors waited for these mountain spirit warriors to climb up and die. One by one, the mountain spirit warriors fell from the trees, while another mountain spirit climbed up. Some mountain spirits also want to cut down these trees, but that will take a long time. The soldiers in the trees can still keep shooting and attacking, specifically targeting the mountain spirits that are cutting down trees. Even if they successfully cut down the giant tree, the soldiers were so agile that they easily leaped onto another giant tree the moment they fell. The mountain spirit warriors were dumbfounded. How the hell were they supposed to fight now? It's impossible to attack the enemy. Mountain spirit warriors. But for the warriors, it was just a matter of attacking a few more times. Swept through the dense mountain spirit warriors. The mountain spirit warriors were no match for this terrifying soldier and were all killed on the ground. Subsequently, more and more soldiers began to jump down from the trees and fight back against these mountain spirits. Although the number of mountain spirit warriors was extremely large, they were no match for the soldiers. Zhou Yin alone can wipe out a large number of mountain spirits every time he makes a move. These mountain spirit warriors, relying on their numbers, still tried to eliminate them, but in the end, it was always the mountain spirits who were eliminated. An hour later, more than half of the mountain spirit warriors had been killed or wounded. The soldiers charged at the mountain spirit warriors, eventually routing them and forcing them to flee. Seeing that it was getting dark, Zhou Yin decided to have his warriors pack up their spoils and leave, planning to continue eliminating the remaining mountain spirits the next day. With so many mountain spirits, their stronghold must contain many valuable items. He released a reconnaissance aircraft to begin locating the exact position of these mountain spirits' stronghold. Today's haul was good. I acquired tens of thousands of weapons. Although these weapons are of low quality, they can be recycled and reforged to create better equipment. Author's note: I went to the hospital during the day. That's all for today. Everyone get some rest. Chapter 176, The Mountain Spirits' Lair. The reconnaissance aircraft quickly located the lair of these mountain spirits, which was indeed hidden at the very top of the mountain range, which was entirely inhabited by these mountain spirits. He underestimated the number of these mountain spirits. This entire mountain range has at least over 1 million mountain spirits. This is understandable, considering that nearly 100,000 mountain spirit warriors could be mobilized during the day. For such a large mountain spirit tribe, this is nothing. While it would be very challenging to rely on his 1,000 men to wipe out such a large mountain spirit tribe, it was entirely feasible. This requires time. He communicated with Jiao Chan. Chaner, how was the harvest? Zhou Yin asked. The harvest was so-so. We didn't encounter many monsters along the way, Jiao Chan replied. Send me your current location, Zhou Yin asked. Okay. Jiao Chan sent her location to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin opened the message, sent her his location, and said, Chaner, come to my place tomorrow. There's a large tribe here, with an estimated 1 million enemies. Over 1 million. That's so much. I'll set off tomorrow. Jiao Chan was genuinely surprised and quickly replied. I chatted with Jiao Chan for a while, and then chatted with the others. The others were all far away from him, so he didn't let them come over. One encouraging thing is that Chun Qingji discovered a lot of resources in the ruins, and even a few intact buildings. Curious, he opened the territory and then checked the attributes of these buildings. One of them is a D-quality, small river, which can form a small river. As for its effect, that depends on how you use it. The second one is a C-quality, arch bridge, which needs no further explanation. The last one, also a C-quality fish pond, can be used to raise fish. These 3 buildings are all very good, and he's quite looking forward to seeing what kind of building they can evolve into. He continued to review the footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance aircraft. They discovered that the entire mountain spirit tribe not only had monsters, but also defensive towers. And there are quite a few. This mountain spirit tribe completely occupied the entire mountaintop and even built a decent defensive fortification. These defensive towers are all the lowest level defensive towers. Not even a single elemental defensive tower, which made him much less of a threat. The entire tribe has no stone walls, only a simple fence, which can be destroyed with very little effort. The mountain spirit tribe does have some tricks up its sleeve. He saw some mountain spirit cavalrymen riding mounts that resembled hunting dogs. This must be the elite tribe of the mountain spirits. We just don't know the exact number. Many of the mountain spirit tribes live in caves, and it will take quite some time to fully explore all the information about the mountain spirit tribes. Upon further investigation, they unexpectedly discovered other things related to these mountain spirits. They also have farmland, fruit trees, and some crops, and this area is on the backside of this mountain range. There are many farmlands, fruit trees, and other crops planted there. Upon closer inspection, these mountain spirits were still working at night. Were they really that diligent? Zooming in, he realized he had misunderstood. These laborers weren't mountain spirits at all. They were actually other races being enslaved. These races were quite peculiar, looking like orcs. And it's not just orcs, there are several other races as well. These mountain spirits really that powerful? How could they enslave so many races? However, considering the sheer number of these mountain spirits, small, ordinary races would really have no advantage against them. He didn't know if there were dwarves, but if there were, that would be wonderful. Around these farmlands, many mountain spirits wielded whips to lash the working races. It closely resembles the practices of primitive tribes. He looked to another spot and discovered several quarries and iron mines. Without exception, these goblins enslaved many races to work day and night. Every slave who was enslaved was put in handcuffs and shackles. Even several 5-meter-tall orcs were no exception. He was very curious. How could such a large orc be captured? In the scene, he saw many strangely shaped mountain spirits. These mountain spirits have black skin and are about the same height as humans. Their status seems to be very high, like nobles among mountain spirits, or even leaders. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and he lost contact with the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft. Wow, what's the origin of this black mountain spirit? Even these high-tech instruments can detect it. He was very surprised, but he dared not underestimate these mountain spirits. Even in such a large tribe, there were still strong ones. We lost over 1 million spirit coins. An intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, which costs millions of spirit coins, was destroyed just like that. He must retrieve it from the mountain spirit tribe. As for what abilities those black mountain spirits possess, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out. After resting for a night, he led his soldiers toward the mountain spirit tribe's main camp. He ordered the purchase of 10 more intelligent reconnaissance drones, which proved to be quite useful. He sent them out to scout the surrounding terrain, looking for any hidden mountain spirits along the way to avoid being ambushed. After all, he had just wiped out a group of mountain spirit warriors yesterday, so the mountain spirits should be on guard. He was right after all. These mountain spirits had ambushed many groups along the way, and many more were conducting reconnaissance and surveillance. He dispatched small groups of soldiers to eliminate the scouts, and then went to the place where the mountain spirits were lying in ambush. We're not far from the mountain spirit stronghold. The surroundings were filled with all sorts of traps and mechanisms. But Zhou Yan already knew all of this. He felt that these traps and mechanisms should not be wasted. So he led his soldiers around the traps and mechanisms, circling around to the other side to the back of the mountain spirits. Then launched the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows fell, and the mountain spirits died without ever knowing how they had died. They had no idea how the enemy had bypassed them and gotten to the back. They tried to break through the rain of arrows, but failed before they died. Then they began to flee in disarray, forgetting for a moment the traps and mechanisms they had designed themselves. As a result, they experienced firsthand what these traps and mechanisms were like. The wails of the mountain spirits echoed throughout the entire forest. They used mechanisms of their own design to fight against themselves. A very reasonable operation. There are tens of thousands of these mountain spirits. In the end, a large portion of them perished in the traps they themselves designed. Zhou Yan began collecting treasure chests and their weapons. Then he inquired about Diao Chan's whereabouts. Diao Chan replied that she would be able to reach his location in a few hours. After Zhou Yan understood, he continued to climb the mountain and continue to eliminate these monsters. These mountain spirits also set up one sentry post after another at the foot of the mountain. There are not many of them, only 100 or so mountain spirits guarding the area. This was utterly ineffective against them. A volley of arrows wiped them out. This is a road opened up by the mountain spirits, leading all the way up the mountain. With 10 intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, no mountain spirit sentries hidden in various places can escape. The mountain spirits had no idea they had arrived. He killed off the sentries set up by the mountain spirits and arrived at the foot of the mountain spirits' lair. Chapter 177, Precise Attack, Second Update. Chana, where are you? Zhou Yan asked. I've already gone up the mountain and will be able to meet up with you soon, Diao Chan said. Very good. Zhou Yan instructed the soldiers to get ready, then looked at the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft. This time, he was extremely careful, instructing them to stay far away from the black mountain spirits whenever they saw them, so as not to be discovered. From the intelligent reconnaissance equipment, he saw that the large forces of these mountain spirits were all stationed in the same place, which made them a good target for him. So he communicated with his territorial heart, and then took control of the plasma nuclear bomb tower. This defensive tower has an attack range of 10,000 kilometers. As long as the range can be precisely determined, an attack can be launched. This place is no more than 10,000 kilometers away from the territory he arrived in, so it is possible to attack. In addition, the plasma nuclear bomb tower is a technological defense tower. When the map explored by the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft is connected with the defense tower, the specific map data appears in the defense tower. When he communicated with the plasma nuclear bomb tower in his territory, a huge virtual map appeared before his eyes. It was the map detected by the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft. His location was marked with a point, and then another point was marked in the territory. The two locations were indeed within the attack range of the plasma nuclear bomb tower. He then aimed the tower at the Mountain Spirit tribe, where the Mountain Spirit troops were stationed, and began to activate the plasma nuclear bomb tower. Within the territory, the cannons of the plasma nuclear bomb tower changed direction and adjusted, then unleashed a barrage of projectiles that shot into the sky, precisely targeting distant targets. This is Zhou Yan's first time attacking a target so far away, and he's really looking forward to it. The shells were incredibly fast. A moment later, he saw 10 missiles billowing smoke flying down from the sky toward the Mountain Spirit tribe. He quickly looked at the screen of the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, afraid of missing anything. The sound of cannonballs falling was followed by the sound of metal scraping against metal in the sky. A group of mountain spirits looked at the sky curiously, wondering what this iron lump was. When the shells landed accurately among the troops stationed by the mountain spirits. Boom, boom, boom. 10 violent explosions rang out from the ground, shaking the entire mountain spirit garrison as if a mountain had collapsed. 10 plumes of smoke and dust billowed from the ground after the explosions. Countless warriors from the mountain spirit tribe were killed or wounded as they fled for their lives, completely unaware of what had happened. Many mountain spirits even thought this was God's punishment for them. Otherwise, why would such a change happen out of nowhere? Nice. Zhou Yan laughed. As expected of a high-tech defense tower, its attack range is indeed far enough. His other defensive towers were upgraded to improve their quality, and they didn't have such a long attack range. This defensive tower is indeed very powerful. Having such a defensive tower means you only need to obtain the enemy's exact target to launch an attack and wipe them out while they're completely bewildered. It's really satisfying. After the 10 shells landed, all the mountain spirits in the entire mountain spirit tribe looked curiously towards the explosion site, gathering around to watch, wondering what was going on. This caused the area where the mountain spirit soldiers were stationed to be surrounded by mountain spirits again, with many mountain spirits even healing their comrades and calling for more mountain spirits to come and help. Just then, 10 more cannonballs came hurtling from the territory. After a brief moment of thought, the mountain spirits began to flee at an extremely fast speed. However, they were still too slow. With 10 terrifying explosions, a large number of these mountain spirits were wiped out. The remaining mountain spirits began to flee frantically, heading far away from the area. They believed that this place must be cursed by the heavens, and that it was simply uninhabitable. Unfortunately, they will never know that it is useless no matter where they escape to. There are intelligent reconnaissance aircraft that transmit the direction of their escape to the defense tower, and then the defense tower makes slight adjustments and launches another attack. Boom, boom, boom. 10 more shells fell, blasting the gathered mountain spirits to smithereens, who cried out in despair. The entire mountain spirit tribe was rendered helpless by these cannonballs. They couldn't even see the shadow of the enemy, and they didn't know where to begin their counterattack. Wah! The high command of the mountain spirits began to gather the soldiers who had fled in all directions. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yan laughed. Are you planning to gather again? Soon in the scene, a mountain spirit appears blowing a horn. The other mountain spirits who had escaped gathered there after hearing the horn. He didn't attack the place immediately. He needed to give them time to gather before launching an attack. The shells continued to rain down on the mountain spirits in other areas, causing them to disregard everything else and converge on the direction from which the horn was being sounded. They were terrified and had no idea what it was or what kind of enemy had attacked them. Jiao Chan quickly arrived in front of him and asked in surprise, "Was this attack launched by the territory?" Zhou Yan replied with a smile, "That's right, it was the attack from the plasma nuclear bomb tower. It can attack from this far away. This defensive tower is too strong." Jiao Chan was indeed very surprised. She hadn't expected that the defensive tower's attack range to be so far. It was truly amazing. "Chaner, come and see this." He showed the picture in his hand to Jiao Chan so that she could watch it together. Jiao Chan looked at the mountain spirits in the picture, who were constantly gathering together. She seemed to realize something and exclaimed in surprise, "You plan to wait until they gather before bombing them?" "Yes, they gathered on their own, so you can't blame me." Zhou Yan smiled. Jiao Chan was speechless when she imagined the scene of these mountain spirits gathering together and then being bombed. She hadn't expected that defensive tower to be so powerful. It was definitely a weapon of godlike strength. This is good for the territory. Before long, a large number of mountain spirits gathered there. Zhou Yin then ordered the area to be bombed. In the scene, a group of black mountain spirits are standing on a high platform, their expressions unreadable. Because they are already completely black, even if their faces turn even darker, you can't tell anything from them. Just as they were about to spout some inspirational platitudes, they heard the familiar voice again. They ignored it because the shelling never stopped. However, the black mountain spirits sensed something and stared in astonishment at the sky above them, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Finally, he said, "Holy shit." Boom. Author's note. Today I want to challenge my limits. Chapter 178, Harvesting the Barracks, third update. The previous chapter was incorrect. It should have been Chapter 177. It has been corrected. After these black mountain spirits were also destroyed under the barrage of artillery fire, the entire mountain spirit tribe was thrown into complete chaos. They fled frantically down the mountain, not wanting to stay there for even a second longer. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yin ordered, "All soldiers, listen to my command and prepare for battle." Yes. The soldiers quickly prepared their bows and arrows, ready to attack at any moment. With the more than 1,000 people brought by Jiao Chan, his number of soldiers has now increased to more than 2,000. More than 2,000 people took out their bows and arrows and began to attack the mountain spirits from a distance. Before long, mountain spirits began to flee down the mountain one after another. Then they were attacked by a barrage of arrows. One by one, the mountain spirits collapsed to the ground, filled with despair. Their tribes are suffering from a terrible natural disaster attack, and their way down the mountain has been blocked. It seems they are all going to be wiped out. Compared to those terrifying natural disasters, these enemies before them were at least visible, so they still chose to descend the mountain. Although it was to no avail, they still ran forward. More and more mountain spirits are coming down the mountain. Many of them didn't even bring their weapons, as they had discarded them earlier. Now, they can only rely on their numerical advantage to fight their way out. But the soldiers' rain of arrows was too dense and too powerful. As many mountain spirits came, they all died, and soon a pile of mountain spirit corpses accumulated on the ground. The mountain spirits were terrified. Going back meant certain death, and going forward meant certain death as well. We're not giving them a way to survive. The soldiers began to advance, their ranks neat and orderly. The bloodthirsty aura of these battle-hardened soldiers terrified many mountain spirits, who trembled and fled back in panic. The soldiers began their advance, launching a sweeping attack on the mountain spirits ahead. But barrages of artillery fire continued to fall on their tribe, and finally, a mountain spirit, babbling wildly, led a charge towards the soldiers. Driven to the brink, they displayed a spirit of fearlessness in the face of death. So Zhou Yin granted their wish. Eliminate them all, leave no one alive. He stopped the turret's attack. Because he was about to implement the 3 alls policy, kill all, burn all, loot all, on the mountain. They began to surround and kill these mountain spirits. However, some soldiers were left at the foot of the mountain to block the mountain spirits' path down. Zhou Yin and his team could find these mountain spirits no matter where they fled, and then launch a devastating attack on them. There weren't many mountain spirits hiding outside, so 2,000 soldiers began to enter the caves where the mountain spirits lived in batches to kill them. Because the mountain spirit cave contained a lot of resources, Zhou Yin did not bombard it. Otherwise, all the mountain spirits would have been wiped out by the defensive tower's firepower. Zhou Yin also led a group of soldiers into the cave to begin clearing out the mountain spirits inside. These mountain spirits took up arms and began to fight back. However, the effect was very limited and posed no threat to them. An hour later, Zhou Yin discovered a surviving black mountain spirit. This mountain spirit was leading a group of mountain spirit warriors guarding a huge cave, and also had many archers attacking them to prevent them from getting closer. Zhou Yin conjured flying swords, and hundreds of flying swords appeared around his body before rushing towards the mountain spirits. These mountain spirits were no match for such a terrifying attack, and were all killed by Zhou Yin, who successfully entered the huge cave. I saw that black mountain spirit. The black mountain spirit unleashed a black energy ball from its hands, attacking Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin immediately used the shifting stars technique to redirect the black energy ball back. The black mountain spirit was completely dumbfounded. Could this really be happening? Boom. The black mountain spirit had no time to react and was swallowed up by its own attack, turning into a pool of black liquid. Kill. Zhou Yin ordered the remaining mountain spirits to be killed. "My lord, we've discovered a warehouse." A soldier ran over and said to Zhou Yin, "Let's go take a look." He walked toward the warehouse, the door of which had been violently broken open by the soldiers. Zhou Yin went inside and saw that it was full of precious gold and silver jewelry, as well as a lot of spirit coins. These mountain spirits seem to really like gold and silver mines. They've collected quite a bit and piled it all up in this warehouse. In addition, there are precious diamonds, agate, jade, gemstones, and other items. He took everything from the warehouse and continued searching other areas. Then, a number of high-grade ores were discovered, all of which were 6-star or higher. Each type of ore was only a few thousand in quantity, but there were many different kinds, totaling tens of thousands in quantity. These high-quality ores are rare and expensive on the market. These tens of thousands of ores are already equivalent to several 100 million spirit coins. This harvest was enormous. He was able to take possession of the entire wealth of the mountain spirit tribe. He then encountered a rabbit tribe enslaved by mountain spirits. These rabbits were terrified of him. He ordered his soldiers to gather these enslaved tribes together and eventually incorporate them into his own army. He discovered that these rabbits also possessed a talent, tailoring. He estimated that the leather armor worn by these mountain spirits was made by these rabbits. Afterwards, he saw many more enslaved races, and thankfully, there were quite a few dwarves among them. These dwarves, with their talent for forging, can bring great wealth to their territory. He also wanted other races, because these races all possessed considerable talent. For example, orcs are strong and can work as miners. The Minotaur tribe has a special bonus to farming, making them the best helpers for farming. There's also the Willow clan, whose fruit trees are delicious and can increase yields. Allowing them to plant fruit trees will increase the income from spirit fruits across the entire territory. Zhou Yin had a brief conversation with them, and then discovered that they were all from a small local race, slaves brought back after the mountain spirits had wiped out their clan. These mountain spirits were numerous, and even though the orcs were powerful, they still failed against the sheer number of mountain spirits. He also learned from these slaves that these mountain spirits all came from the same place, right where the mountain spirits garrison was located. Surprised, Zhou Yin went directly to the troops stationed by the mountain spirits. The place is full of craters, all caused by explosions, and there are many treasure chests scattered on the ground. He went straight to one of the buildings. This is an equality tent, suitable for living in. This is an object, not a building. He didn't laugh until he saw a very large building. He clicked to view the building properties. Barracks, mountain spirit warriors. Quality, D. Description, capable of summoning mountain spirit warriors. This is a military camp, and these mountain spirit warriors were all summoned from this camp. Not bad, not bad. We unexpectedly acquired a military camp. He collected the barracks, curious about what kind of building it could evolve into. He then saw more than a dozen mountain spirit warrior barracks, which made him very happy. He just didn't know that they could evolve into a top-tier barracks of RRR quality. What's this? He then saw a military camp and checked its attributes. Barracks, mountain spirit wolf riders. Quality, C. Description, capable of summoning mountain spirit wolf riders. So it's the mountain spirit cavalry. Thinking back to when some mountain spirits rode on mounts, this must be the building. I never expected that this building could directly summon a mount. I just wonder what kind of cavalry it can evolve into. Chapter 179, Reacquiring the Altar, 4th update. In addition to these two barracks, there are two other buildings, an E-quality latrine and a D-quality cabin. The biggest gains were the hundreds of arrow towers and catapults. Unfortunately, neither of the two defensive towers proved to be of any use. The mountain spirit was destroyed before it could even launch an attack from a single defensive tower. All of this was because the attack from the plasma nuclear bomb tower completely stunned them. He discovered a lot of ore, which was the ore of the entire mountain spirit tribe, and there was a lot of it. The quality ranges from 1 star to 7 stars, with low-grade ores being the most abundant, and only a few hundred units of 7-star ores. High-quality ore is still quite rare, and he was very satisfied to receive an extra 100 units. There are also many leather armors, all made from the hides of monsters. As for the weapons, they were all crafted by the dwarves, and among these dwarves, there was none as outstanding as Jerry. However, the number is quite large. When he told them that there were still many dwarves in his territory, the dwarves were very happy and wanted to go and see them. Zhou Yin was naturally happy for them to go and take a look. There are many farm buildings in the back mountains of the tribe. These are the most numerous buildings, totaling over 1,000. Moreover, the area was filled with various crops, and there were even several warehouses storing grain. The mountain spirits had prepared ample supplies, but unfortunately, They all benefited Zhou Yan. As for other things, he didn't bother to calculate them and just took everything useful with him. When he reached the top of the mountain, he discovered another building there. He was very surprised to see the building, and then he became happy. I never expected to acquire this building. He was very happy. The building in front of us is the altar. Although every lord has an altar, this structure is very peculiar. No treasure chest can be opened to obtain it. It can only be obtained through some abandoned territories on the lord's continent, or by a large clan. The fact that this mountain spirit tribe could have an altar already surprised him greatly. It's important to know that the mysterious shop evolved from the altar. He was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of building this altar would evolve into. Finally, he approached a group of slaves and began to give a speech. Greetings, fellow races. I am the great leader who wiped out those mountain spirits, a respected, handsome, wise, and powerful human lord. Under my personal charisma, I led this invincible army and, with powerful means, wiped out the mountain spirits that enslaved you. Now I'm giving you two choices. One is to join us and become a member of our territory. The other option is to bring you into our territory, provide you with food and lodging, and help us develop our territory. After hearing this, the enslaved races all stared wide-eyed. These two paths, no matter how you look at it, only offer one choice. However, they had been enslaved for too long and were covered in wounds, so they were naturally afraid that the other side would torture them in the same way. Moreover, judging from the situation, these people treat them much better than the mountain spirits. It doesn't matter who enslaves you anyway. At the very least, the other party promised to provide them with ample food, a good living environment, and even allow them to work only 11 hours a day, even in need for handcuffs or leg irons. They also said that they were not slaves, but part of the territory. This is much better than the mountain spirits making them work 20 hours a day, where they are not well fed, not warmly dressed, and do not get enough sleep, and are often whipped. These races were all moved to tears, and many even felt that they had arrived too late. Half of their companions died from long hours of labor. Seeing how moved these races were, Zhou Yan felt that he was truly a great lord. He was a great lord who freed countless slaves. He always felt that he was surrounded by a radiant light, sacred and magnificent. Okay, so it turns out an artificial moon has risen. Because it was getting dark, it took him 2 days to clean everything up. The haul this time was incredibly rich. Not counting other items, the treasure chests alone brought in over 1 million. Most monsters were eliminated by the plasma nuclear bomb tower. This defensive tower is like a cheat code. This makes perfect sense for someone like him who's a cheater. These monsters are all level 30 or higher, and the vast majority are level 40 or higher. Therefore, the drop rate is still quite good. Most of them are bronze treasure chests, but there are also hundreds of thousands of silver treasure chests. There are relatively few golden treasure chests, only tens of thousands. Thousands of dark gold chests have also been obtained. He hasn't opened any treasure chests yet because there are so many in the territory. The total number of chests of all qualities exceeds 2 million. Drive together when we leave here. The most important thing in the treasure chest is undoubtedly soul coins. Only by opening enough soul coins can you upgrade your soldiers' levels. As for other things, no matter how precious they are, they can still be bought with spirit coins. However, soul coins can only be obtained by opening treasure chests. He arranged for a team to escort the races that had joined him back to their territory. The remaining 1,000+ people then went to the next destination. It was a valley, and quite well hidden. If it weren't for the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, we really wouldn't have been able to find it. More than 1,000 people rode horses for several hours before finally arriving at the entrance to this valley. The entrance to this valley is very narrow, and you can only get in on foot. He first deployed intelligent reconnaissance aircraft to explore the environment and terrain. The group put away their war horses, took out their weapons, and began to head into the valley. The entrance to this valley is a narrow crevice, a full kilometer long, like a passage split open from a giant rock. He tapped the screen on his watch and, through the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, saw a dense primeval forest inside, inhabited by many monsters. The scene already shows a large number of venomous snakes, ants, and spiders. He warned the soldiers to be careful, as there were many poisonous creatures that could ambush them. It was not a safe place, and they needed to be constantly on guard against monster attacks. After passing through the entrance, they began to walk into the forest. Before long, they were attacked by venomous snakes hidden in the trees. Each of these snakes was as thick as an arm, and there were quite a few of them. It was brightly colored and full of deadly poison. However, the soldiers were quite strong, and they already knew the snakes were hiding in the shadows. So, none of the snakes managed to bite a single soldier. they were all killed, leaving behind only a number of treasure chests. These venomous snakes are only level 20 or so, not very strong. The soldiers were divided into squads of 5. 10 squads formed a battalion, and 2 battalions formed a company. They formed an encirclement and cleared the forest, mainly to kill monsters and obtain treasure chests, which was also his most important purpose in coming to the Lord's continent. They swept through the area, clearing out venomous snakes at level 20 and up to venomous spiders at level 30. Chapter 180, The Boss in the Poisonous Mist, 5th update. They even encountered one of the level 40 silver bosses, the venomous Spider King. This is a giant spider, 5 meters in size, with incredible jumping ability. It can not only spit out venom, but also use the jungle to launch surprise attacks on soldiers, making it extremely difficult to deal with. However, the soldiers' strength should not be underestimated. They have excellent jumping ability and many other outstanding skills. A squad of soldiers surrounded and attacked the boss. One of them fired an arrow, but the venomous Spider King dodged it and spat out a mouthful of venom. One of the soldiers, holding a shield, burst forth with light. The shield quickly emitted a beam of light, forming a light shield several meters in size. The venom attack on it did not cause them any harm. The archer soldiers sensed the location of the venomous Spider King and fired a barrage of arrows at a tree, 3 arrows falling into the forest in quick succession. The venomous Spider King let out a scream and leaped out, appearing before everyone. 3 sharp arrows were already embedded in the venomous Spider King, but they were not fatal. At this moment, 2 soldiers, each wielding a long sword, unleashed a burst of energy, leaped up, and unleashed 2 sword energies that struck the venomous Spider King directly. The venomous Spider King was sent flying backwards, suffering severe injuries. Finally, a soldier threw a glowing spear, which pierced the body of the venomous Spider King. The venomous Spider King struggled for a few moments and then dropped a golden treasure chest. The soldiers skillfully loaded the money, collected the treasure chests, and began gathering resources. The monsters were quickly decomposed. Zhou Yin did not interfere with the soldiers' battle, nor did Diao Chan. These battles were nothing to the soldiers. There seems to be fog ahead. Should we continue? As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the intelligent flight instrument transmitted an image of a misty landscape. The depths of the forest were shrouded in mist, and it was also miasma. Prolonged inhalation could lead to poisoning. Now that we're here, we can't go back like this. We still have some time. He started contacting Xiaowei to buy protective masks. Half an hour later, 2,000 more gas masks appeared in the warehouse. He distributed the gas masks to the soldiers, saying, "These are gas masks. They can protect you from the miasma ahead. Be careful of the monsters in the fog." They continued deeper into the forest, into the miasma forest, where they encountered many monsters living among poisonous creatures. These monsters are level 50, and their quality is all at the elite level, or even enhanced elite. However, they still failed to pose any threat to them, and many of them were killed, leaving behind countless golden treasure chests. These monsters have an amazing drop rate. Almost all of them can drop golden treasure chests. The highest reward from a golden treasure chest is 100 soul coins, and this can be increased significantly with other bonuses. The reconnaissance aircraft could only collect so many images after surveying this area. The fog was simply too thick, obscuring everything around it. Moreover, this area is very large, and the deeper you go, the thicker the fog becomes. Zhou Yan, who holds the title of #1 in the world, is immune to poisoning, and therefore did not wear a gas mask. He killed many monsters hidden in the thick fog along the way. The soldiers also killed quite a few of them. These monsters had low defense and were over level 50, but they were all of ordinary quality. These are some venomous beasts, from which you can collect venom sacs and venomous beast hides. There are also several boss-level creatures and a type of venomous crystal core. The poison crystal core is a special kind of crystal core, which will definitely be useful in the future, so he collected them all. An hour later, Zhou Yin sensed something and said to everyone, "Stop." The soldiers assumed defensive stance. Quack quack. A strange sound rang out, followed by a crashing sound from the ground. The sound then came from elsewhere, accompanied by another crashing sound, as if some kind of monster had fallen from the sky. The monster must be quite large, and the sound is getting closer. Diao Chan is ready to make her move at any moment. Zhou Yin possesses extremely strong mental power, enabling him to sense movements from a great distance. Every day, soldiers successfully change jobs, and each successful change grants them free attribute points as a reward. His 4-dimensional attributes are increasing every day and have now reached more than 1,700 points. His powerful mental perception allowed him to sense the huge black shadow in the thick fog, and they launched an attack on the soldiers. He saw that it was a long tongue. He threw the sword in his hand with one hand, activated his sword control technique, and the long sword drew a purple light as it attacked the thick fog. Puff! The long sword struck the tongue, slicing it in two. Then everyone heard a strange cry. The monster had been wounded and was wailing in pain. Bang! A colossal object descended from the sky, like a giant boulder hitting the ground. Before them appeared a gigantic monster, resembling a toad, covered in strange bumps, with two enormous, blood-red eyes and a huge mouth dripping with drops of blood. It suffered severe damage. Zhou Yin ordered the soldiers to retreat a short distance before looking at the monster's attributes. Monster, Poison Armored Toad King. Quality, Platinum. Race, Beast. Level, 60. Special, Venomous Tongue, Venom, Poison Gas, Poison Armor, Strength, Poison Smoke, Jump. Description: a toad king covered in potent venom, possessing incredible jumping ability and capable of releasing large-scale poisonous smoke. When Zhou Yin saw the monster, he sighed inwardly. Good heavens, so this huge cloud of poisonous smoke was all caused by you. He never expected to encounter a level 60 platinum boss, the highest quality boss he had ever met. Choner, let's take down this boss together. Although he could handle it by himself, there's a saying, working together, men and women, makes the work easier. Good. Jiao Chan raised her weapon and, together with Zhou Yin, attacked the Poison Armor Toad King. Zhou Yin first used the move Meteor Fire Rain, unleashing a barrage of meteor flames that rained down on the Poison Armor Toad King. Sensing the danger from the sky, the monster immediately leaped away, but some attacks still landed on it, causing it to scream in pain. Immediately following a rain of arrows, the soldiers released their spiritual energy, infusing it into their bows and arrows to enhance their lethality. Many arrows landed on the Poison Armor Toad King. The soldiers' attacks were quite powerful and were able to break through its defenses. Although the Poison Armored Toad King was powerful, Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan were both at max level and their attributes far surpassed its opponents. It sensed a great crisis and preferred to endure the soldiers' attacks rather than be harmed by the two of them. Its jumping ability was indeed very strong. It quickly dodged far away and wriggled its throat, spraying out a green liquid. It was a venomous liquid, emitting a strong poisonous gas. Zhou Yin stepped forward, activated the Shifting Stars technique to envelop the venom, and then threw it back at the Poison Armor Toad King. The other party reacted quickly and dodged immediately. However, Jiao Chan had already rushed towards it, a lotus flower blooming as she attacked the Poison Armor Toad King. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Poison Armored Toad King was killed by Jiao Chan in one move. A platinum quality treasure chest dropped. Chapter 181, The Mad Iron Battle Rhinoceros. Zhou Yin didn't use his full strength. To him, it was just a level 60 mini-boss. Did he really need to use his full strength? After the boss dies, soldiers will naturally come forward to collect useful items. He doesn't need to do these trivial tasks at all. Choner is doing well. Your strength has increased again, Zhou Yin praised. Jiao Chan blushed slightly at the praise and replied, No, you just didn't use your full strength. This poisonous fog is really troublesome. Jiao Chan disliked the poisonous fog very much. The miasma and poisonous smoke have not disappeared. Even if these poisonous toads created it, there couldn't possibly be only a few poisonous toads here. They continued onward and discovered many more monsters, level 60 poison-armored toads, but of ordinary quality. It seems there are quite a few monsters in this area. There weren't many poisonous toads, only a few hundred, and the soldiers didn't even get one each, so they were quickly killed. Unfortunately, these ordinary quality poisonous toads did not yield any crystal nuclei. Some monsters will drop crystal cores on every monster, but most monsters only drop crystal cores on leader-level monsters. Crystal cores have many uses. They can be used to refine weapons, make elixirs, upgrade buildings, and create items. Many things require crystal cores to operate, which is equivalent to a kind of energy source, and they sell very well in any world. These venomous toads are like frogs with built-in jets. Wherever they go, they spray venom from their backs, and the surrounding mist becomes even thicker as the toads exhale the venomous mist. They sensed more monsters, and loud thuds echoed from the ground. There are quite a lot of them. Zhou Yin carefully sensed the sounds. They came from all directions. Form a circular defensive formation. Zhou Yin gave the order. The soldiers quickly regrouped, forming a circle around Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan. The outermost layer consisted of shields, the second row of spearmen, the next row of swordsmen, and the innermost layer of soldiers had all switched to bows and arrows. Monsters appeared, and swarms of poisonous toads came toward them from all directions, densely packed, and seemed to number quite a lot due to the poisonous smoke. Archers are free to go, Zhou said. The archers attacked in all directions, their arrows flying out and killing the monsters around them. These venomous toads also launched an attack, opening their mouths and spitting out a spray of venom. The warriors released their internal energy to form a circular shield wall, blocking the venom. Another volley of arrows rained down, and the monsters suffered heavy casualties once again. However, these poisonous toads were very good jumpers, and there were many of them. They charged towards the soldiers. Charge! The soldiers changed formation, forming battle arrays of 3 or 5, resembling a long spear, bursting forth with dazzling light, and then transforming into an unstoppable beam of light, charging towards the monsters outside. Bang! Countless monsters were routed by the battle formation, suffering heavy casualties. These monsters were no match for the soldiers' powerful impact and were killed one after another, leaving only a treasure chest behind. Zhou Yin and Jiao Chan could easily annihilate countless monsters with a single sword strike. Their strength was immense, and their sword energies were unstoppable, wiping out all the monsters that charged towards them. Several leader-level monsters appeared. They were larger, but still far weaker than the platinum-level bosses. They didn't hold out for long. They were overwhelmed by a battle formation, fell, and were killed just like that. The soldiers' battle formation was extremely powerful, capable of easily annihilating these monsters. Defeating bosses of the leader level does not grant reputation. Only defeating bosses of bronze quality or higher will grant reputation rewards. The previous platinum quality boss contributed 900 reputation points. The more powerful the boss, the more reputation you gain after defeating it. 20 minutes later, there were no more monsters around. The warriors cleaned up the battlefield, picked up the treasure chests, and gathered materials. They continued their journey into the valley, where they encountered numerous monsters. They killed many monsters along the way, obtaining numerous treasure chests and various monster materials. They also eliminated 3 level 60 bronze bosses and 2 level 60 silver bosses. As night approached, they finally left the poisonous fog and arrived at the heart of the forest. The intelligent reconnaissance drone came in handy once again, heading into the forest to conduct reconnaissance. They started setting up tents, making preparations on the spot, and planned to spend the night there. The premise is that the monsters here won't attack them. There are many ferocious beasts at night, and the howls of monsters can often be heard. Before long, monsters discovered them and began to ambush them. However, he was discovered and killed by the soldiers. But, in the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged once more. Zhou Yin raised an artificial moon, illuminating the area. These are a group of black leopards, moving like assassins in the night. They are incredibly fast. They are a group of level 65 ghost leopards. Their numbers are not large, only a little over 1,000, but their speed should not be underestimated. The monsters attacked the soldiers, and the soldiers fought back against them once again. There weren't many of these monsters. Each soldier could take on 1 or 2, and they quickly killed them. There is no boss. After killing these monsters, no other monsters appeared for the time being. However, the battles here will still attract other monsters. Zhou Yin didn't plan to change locations. The monsters in other places might not be less than here. In the darkness, the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft could only detect some shadowy figures. There are many monsters here, and they fight and devour each other. The intelligent reconnaissance aircraft has detected many battles between monster groups, and their survival strategies far exceed human imagination. They are all fighting for survival. Many monsters are drawn here by the artificial moon. The soldiers then engaged in another battle, finally managing to repel the monsters. Finally, Zhou Yin put away the artificial moon and began to rest. The next day, after breakfast, they continued their journey deeper into the valley. This is already the center of the monster area, and the monsters are all at a very high level, each one being level 60 or higher. Therefore, the quality of the treasure chests is also very high, with half being silver quality chests and the other half being gold quality chests. There are also hundreds of dark gold quality chests. They discovered the brutal battle between the monsters from the previous night, with many monster skeletons still lying on the ground. The entire battlefield was a blood-red mess. Further on, the monsters we encountered were of a higher level, reaching level 70. He clicked on the monster's attributes to check. Monster, Berserker Rhinoceros. Quality, Enhanced Elite. Race, Warcraft. Level, 70. Special, Defense, Strength, Berserk, Charge, Rhinoceros Horn Enhancement. Description, When enraged, his power doubles. The higher the level, the stronger the monster. These monsters are mainly known for their defense, being thick-skinned and tough. They can also go berserk, which is something to be careful about. Otherwise, soldiers might get injured if they don't have time to react. These Iron Rhinoceros War Rhinos are quite good. In fact, he even has a small idea. Chapter 182, The Mount Arrives, 7th Update. He said to the soldiers, "Stun all these Iron Rhinoceroses and try not to kill them." The soldiers were a little puzzled by the order, but the clever ones immediately understood their lord's meaning and shouted, "Yes, sir." One of the soldiers, puzzled, asked, "What does the Lord mean by that? Why don't we kill these monsters?" "I don't know either, but I also think these monsters look kind of delicious." A corporal quickly tapped them both on the head and said, "What are you muttering about?" "Sergeant, why doesn't the Lord kill these rhinos? Look how good they look. They must taste really good." The sergeant tapped them on the head again and said, "Do you know why you can't be sergeants?" The two shook their heads. "We don't know." "That's because you're stupid. The Lord's words are very clear. He's getting mounts for the brothers. Don't you think riding these ironclad war rhinos is more imposing than riding horses?" The corporal explained to the two men. Upon hearing this, the two soldiers were overjoyed and said, "So that's how it is. I thought the Lord was going to take it back to his territory to raise and eat." After the soldiers learned the reason why their Lord had done this, the way they looked at these iron rhinoceroses changed. It's like the way a group of bad uncles look at a little girl. It seems they are still saying, "Little rhinoceros, don't worry, come to us quickly. We are not bad people. We will treat you well." Killing monsters is easy, but stunning them is a bit difficult for others. But it's still something the soldiers can do. However, even if you knock them out, getting them to obediently become your mounts is not easy. But these were not things they needed to consider. They believed their Lord would find a way. Will Zhou Yin have a solution? It must be very difficult for others. However, for those who cheat, money is all that matters. Zhou Yin immediately contacted Xiao Wei and asked, "Xiao Wei, help me find something that can subdue monsters, and preferably something that can bewitch them too." Xiao Wei immediately began searching. He quickly said to Zhou Yin, "Lord, we have found many kinds, including a very powerful sleeping gas. Even level 90 monsters will collapse as soon as they smell it. It costs 50,000 spirit coins per bottle." 50,000 spirit coins is nothing. Just give me 10,000 bottles. Zhou Yin said, "It's just a few 100 million, it's not a lot." There is a world of beast taming that sells a kind of beast taming contract talisman that can forcibly form a contract with a monster that has lost its resistance, Xiao Wei said again. "Oh, this thing is pretty good. I'll buy 100,000 copies to use first." Zhou Yin smiled. "One sheet costs 100,000 spirit coins," Xiao Wei replied. "Buy it," Zhou Yin said without hesitation. "Buy 1 million copies," Zhou Yin said. Zhou Yin has lost interest in money. He is only interested in things that are useful. Buy more at once to avoid having to buy more later. A single contract talisman can create a high-level mount. This deal seems incredibly worthwhile. The level 70 Berserker Rhinoceros is still a bit low quality, but I'll use it for now and replace it later if it doesn't work well. It's just a matter of a few 100 million. Let's just consider it as buying the soldiers an extra mount." They all put away their weapons and fought these raging iron rhinoceroses with their bare hands. Their only objective was to defeat them. Not only do you need to hit them, but you also need to take their bodies and, more importantly, their hearts. It's even more ruthless than Shrimp and Pig's heart. They're called Ronin. In order to have a mount, the soldiers unleashed terrifying fighting power, knocking down one after another the iron rhinoceros. Zhou Yin was strong. Wherever he went, the mad iron war rhinos were knocked unconscious. These poor iron rhinoceros warriors were knocked unconscious before they could even react. These iron rhinoceroses were originally a group of very powerful monsters, but after seeing their wicked grins and witnessing their companions falling one after another, they were terrified. They were actually afraid, terrified. Their legs trembled, and they kept backing away, their eyes filled with horror as they stared at the grinning humans. Its mouth opened as if to say, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Humans are terrifying." Yamaji. Thousands of iron rhinoceros were defeated by this group of people. It was only then that Zhou Yin realized something. It seems he didn't even take out any sleeping pills. Did I just buy it for nothing? Zhou Yin was surprised that the soldiers were so strong even when they were unarmed. Xiao Wei sent him a message, and he opened it and asked, "Xiao Wei, what's up?" "My lord, you need far too many beast-taming contract talismans. You've scared the other party's boss half to death," Xiao Wei replied. Zhou Yin. Although the other party cannot produce that many at once, they have promised to try their best to make them, and they need some time. This transaction involved only a few 100,000 beast taming contract talismans, and it was only after buying up all the beast taming contract talismans in the entire trading market that this amount was obtained. Zhou Yin didn't expect there to be so few of these. There were only a few 100,000 in total. The entire beast taming world can't even scrape together 1,000,000 copies. They're really poor. He still gave each soldier a beast taming contract talisman, instructing them to contract the mounts in front of them first. As for himself, he certainly doesn't need it. He wouldn't even look at these low-quality ironclad war rhinos unless the monsters were of dark gold quality or higher. There are only a little over 500 iron rhinoceros warriors left. The rest of the soldiers will have to wait for the next wave. The soldiers who received the mounts were naturally very happy, as these ironclad war rhinos were far superior to war horses. They continued onward and discovered dozens more iron rhinoceroses, and dozens more soldiers acquired mounts. However, they did not encounter the mad iron war rhinoceros again, but instead encountered another kind of monster, a type of wolf that breathes fire. This wolf looks better and more majestic than the ironclad war rhinoceros. It's definitely a fine mount. Nowadays, when soldiers look at monsters, their goal is no longer to kill them, but to see if these monsters are suitable as mounts. When the soldiers saw these monsters, they were like bachelors seeing beautiful women, wishing they could pounce on them and pin them to the ground. These wolves are indeed very well designed. Even Zhou Yin thinks they would be suitable as mounts. Zhou Yin began to check the attributes. Monster, Flame Demon Wolf. Quality, Headgear. Race, Beast. Level, 75. Special, Fire Breath, Agility, Bite, Stamina Boost, Fire Boost. Description, contains a trace of the bloodline of an ancient fire wolf. They hadn't expected that these wolves were all leaders. Although their numbers were small, they looked very imposing and domineering. These wolf packs are not easy to deal with. They can breathe fire. However, Zhou Yin did not give them a chance. He took out a few bottles of sleeping powder he had just bought and threw them at the pack of wolves. The wolves displayed human-like disdain, then opened their mouths and breathed flames at the bottles. Bang! The bottles were ignited by the flames, exploded, and then a plume of smoke enveloped them. Finally, they lost consciousness. Zhou Yin said, "You did all of this yourselves. It has nothing to do with me." Author's note. Today's update was pretty good, wasn't it? I'm such a diligent author. Chapter 183, not a single one left, 8th update. Zhou Yin stepped forward, and the soldiers behind him ran faster than rabbits, quickly following behind him. Zhou Yin turned around and was almost startled. The soldiers were all staring at him expectantly. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they had ulterior motives. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yin asked. "My lord, this mount." They all looked at these mounts, which were leader-level mounts. The key was their design. They were incredibly cool, and they could even breathe fire. They would be laughing in their dreams if they could own such a mount. Those who already have mounts should naturally not have any more. After all, there are still so many brothers who do not have mounts, so some should be shared with the other brothers. As for these mounts, what are you afraid of? In such a vast continent, are you afraid of not having mounts? Zhou Yin's words were indeed correct. In such a vast continent, there were plenty of monsters, so they didn't need to worry about not having a mount. So they discussed it for a while and had the others sign the contract first. They continued deeper into the forest, and when they encountered the monster, their first thought was not to kill it, but to see what abilities it had and whether it could become a good mount. They've gone further and further down the path of capturing mounts. They encountered several more fire-eating wolves, each of which was a leader. Wolves are social creatures, and they usually appear in large numbers. Although it's curious why they don't all gather together, but instead prefer to wander around in twos and threes, which is quite different from other wolf packs. If they were all grouped together, a few hundred bottles of sleeping powder could knock out a whole bunch of them, and then we'd get even more mounts. Only someone as wealthy as Zhou Yin could afford to use sleeping powder and contracts on such a large scale. Even if others have money, they simply cannot buy the sleeping incense and the beast-taming contract talisman. Because the flame wolf is indeed very strong, many soldiers like this kind of mount. They began to specifically search for this monster, and each person was given dozens of bottles of sleeping powder in order to knock it out as soon as possible. The poor flame wolf, with a level of 75 and leader-level quality, was utterly humiliated by these guys who had cheat codes. As soon as it appears, before it can even unleash a single flame, it feels dizzy and the whole wolf loses consciousness. When they woke up again, they were already in the pet space, and they had a new piece of information in their minds. They were forced. During his search, Zhou Yin discovered a bronze-quality fire wolf, which was taller and more handsome than the leader-level wolf, with even more fluffy fur, like a larger version of a husky. After one bottle of sleeping powder, the bronze wolf didn't collapse immediately, but it became dazed and confused. It seems that this kind of smoke is less effective against high-quality monsters, but it still has an effect. He stepped forward, knocked the demon wolf unconscious, and then took it into his territory. Demon wolves like this should definitely be assigned to soldiers of officer rank or above. These fire wolves, after capturing 700 or 800, they couldn't find a single one left. Good heavens, they wiped them all out in one fell swoop. It was a pity, but they had no choice but to give up. After all, everyone here owns a mount. Next, they turned their attention to the monsters deeper inside. They've been corrupted, transformed from soldiers who kill monsters into people who want to capture mounts. This is a great place to catch mounts. The monsters are all level 70 or above, and they don't appear in large numbers each time, with a maximum of only a dozen or so at most, making them very suitable for them to capture. Many soldiers have found new prey. A level 72 enhanced elite, the Steel Fang Cheetah, is known for its speed. This monster is tall and powerful, and most importantly, it is fast enough to be used as a light cavalry. He immediately ordered, "Arrest them." The soldiers summoned their newly acquired mounts and then chased after the steel-jaw cheetah. The steel-toothed cheetah was startled. It had only gone out for a stroll, and suddenly it was surrounded. This was too bad. Seeing so many enemies around it, including its old nemesis, the flame demon wolf, how could it possibly win? It was trembling with fear. Was it going to be roasted alive? A soldier stepped forward and knocked it unconscious. The steel-toothed cheetah passed out happily, no longer needing to be afraid. A hunt for mounts is underway here. Zhou Yin began preparing for his cavalry, planning to knock out more of their mounts. High-level mounts are rarely encountered, so there's no reason to let this opportunity slip by. Soon, all the steel-toothed cheetahs were caught. Several other types of monsters were also discovered. The level 78 mammoth is a giant mammoth that, although relatively slow, boasts exceptional defense, strength, stamina, and endurance. Moreover, these mammoths are all of bronze or higher quality, the most powerful of them, some even reaching dark gold. If Zhou Yin hadn't been so powerful, it would have been extremely difficult to even knock them unconscious. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred. Another type is the level 76 wind lizard, which can breathe wind blades and crawls very fast, especially in the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. These monsters are all leader level, and many of them are even of bronze or silver quality. They are few in number, and each one acts alone. However, the soldiers always attacked in groups, and with the advantage of having mounts, they were really difficult to capture. The last one is the level 77 war boar, a wild boar full of violence. Not only is it short-tempered, but it also has very powerful fangs and is always ready to poke others. Even when facing dozens of times more soldiers, they remained fearless and decisively stepped forward to open the gate. It truly lives up to its name as the war boar. Its quality is enhanced elite, and it is also very suitable for use as a cavalry unit. Although riding this war boar looks a bit strange, this mount is very powerful in combat. He ordered everyone to collect all of these monsters and not let a single one escape. They've been capturing these mounts in this forest for 2 or 3 days, and they've caught all the monsters from level 75 to 79. However, there is still a major boss here, which Zhou Yin has not encountered yet. These were all spoken through telepathy by the fire-eating wolves that had made a pact with the soldiers. These fire wolves quickly began to help the soldiers fight against their own kind. Although their relationship is one of food and drink, they have betrayed each other in a certain sense. Well, the real reason is that they really enjoyed the soldiers' barbecue. Zhou Yin started thinking of ways to pack up and take that boss away. The boss needs to eat to survive, but it has taken away all the monsters here, so it definitely won't survive without food. So Zhou Yin ordered, "Everyone, make more barbecue." I refuse to believe that the boss won't show up. Somewhere, a huge white shadow searched and searched throughout the forest, but to no avail. It searched for several days, but couldn't find a single piece of food. It had no idea where the food had gone or why it had all disappeared. It was really hungry. Suddenly, a fragrance attracted it. In a place filled with fragrance, a boss who had been starving for days suddenly smelled the most unforgettable scent of his life. So it frantically headed towards that spot. Chapter 184, You Finally Met Your Match, 9th Update. Following the scent, it finally arrived at its destination. It saw many things. These foods look quite different from other foods. They walk on 2 legs, and it seems to know what kind of food this is, something called humans. The thing they were tinkering with seemed to make it want to take a big bite. Although there are many of these humans, as the king of this mountain range, it is fearless. Glug. Well, It fears nothing except hunger. Therefore, it will sweep away hunger and be itself again. It is the king of the forest, a purple gold flying white tiger with noble white tiger blood. It's just that it's so hungry it can't even fly anymore. When Zhou Yin saw this boss, his eyes lit up. This monster could actually fly. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Upon seeing this boss, whose eyes were so dizzy from hunger that he was walking strangely, he gave a disheartened smile. If we don't capture all the monsters in this forest, we probably won't encounter this boss. He checked the boss's attributes. Monster, purple gold flying white tiger. Quality, king. Race, beast. Level, 80. Special, white tiger bloodline, tiger's might, strength, flight. Tier, purple gold wave, white tiger's eye, thunderstorm orb. Introduction, a descendant of the white tiger divine beast, not yet fully awakened, currently in its growth stage. Zhou Yin was stunned when he saw it. It turns out to be a boss in its growth stage. Moreover, it's a terrifying king-level boss. Most importantly, it's a boss that's starving. Zhou Yin quickly stepped forward, took out some fragrant roasted meat, and said to the purple gold flying white tiger, "Are you hungry?" Zhou Yin was just saying it casually. However, the purple gold flying white tiger spoke up, which was quite unusual. "I am indeed hungry." Everyone was stunned. It's actually a talking boss. It's actually a talking boss. As expected of a king-level boss. "Eat up, there's plenty more here, enough for everyone," Zhou Yin said to the purple gold flying white tiger, adopting the demeanor of a kind uncle. The purple gold flying white tiger stepped forward, swaggering and shaking off its arrogance, and said, "Since you brought me food, I'll let you go and won't eat you." After saying that, the purple gold flying white tiger couldn't wait to snatch the food from Zhou Yan's hand and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. The purple gold flying white tiger had never imagined that there was such delicious food. Compared to the raw meat it used to eat, the taste was indeed much better. Seeing this, Zhou Yan laughed. "Little brat, you think a piece of roasted meat is enough to subdue you?" Afterwards, Zhou Yan took another large piece of roasted meat and handed it to the purple gold flying white tiger. The purple gold flying white tiger began to eat again. One piece after another, one piece after another. Then, with a loud bang, purple gold flying white tiger fainted from happiness. He still had a piece of roasted meat in his mouth that he hadn't finished eating. The effect of this anesthetic is too small for high-quality bosses. If this guy hadn't taken so much, it probably wouldn't have worked. Zhou Yin held a bottle of highly effective anesthetic in his hand, with a label that read, "Specifically for use against large carnivorous monsters." He took out the beast taming contract talisman and used it on the purple gold flying white tiger. Normally, the success rate of using this on a boss of this quality is very low. However, Zhou Yan's mental strength was frighteningly high, and even a boss of king-level quality would not be able to defeat him. He successfully formed a contract with the purple gold flying white tiger, making it his pet. After storing the purple gold flying white tiger in his pet space, Zhou Yan waved his hand and said, "Brothers, let's go home." They had a very fruitful trip and were very happy. They packed their things and headed back to their territory. After leaving the valley, the group summoned their mounts, and one powerful mount after another completely replaced the warhorses, making them look like a powerful cavalry force from a distance. The purple gold flying white tiger was still fast asleep in the pet space. Zhou Yin rode on, lightning, and said to Zhao Chan, "Come on, Chaner." "Ah, this." Seeing so many people, Zhao Chan's face immediately turned red. She was so embarrassed. But Zhou Yin didn't care and pulled Zhao Chan up. "Ha ha." The soldiers chuckled softly. This made Zhao Chan blush even more. "We couldn't find a suitable mount this time, but we'll look for one for you later." Zhou Yin said, "It's all right. I don't need a really good mount right now. Wind Chaser is fine." Zhao Chan replied softly. "This purple gold flying white tiger can really sleep. It hasn't woken up yet." Zhou Yin said, "How much anesthetic did you give it?" Zhao Chan asked. "I bought a case, and now there's only one small bottle left." "I almost asked Xiao Wei to buy another case," Zhou Yin replied. After a long while, the purple gold flying white tiger in the pet space finally woke up. The first thing it felt when it woke up was that something was off about the place. Something seems to have happened. "Oh right, wasn't I eating barbecue?" The smell of that barbecue. Subsequently, a new memory appeared in the mind of the purple gold flying white tiger, causing its entire tiger face to change. It was filled with regret, for eating just a piece of roasted meat had turned it into a human's mount. "Let me out," roared the purple gold flying white tiger in a fit of rage. But this is a pet space, and it barked in vain. Zhou Yin, who was outside, was chatting and laughing with Zhao Chan and had no time to pay attention to the purple gold flying white tiger. However, After a long while, Zhou Yin also noticed that the guy had woken up and was sulking. So it was released. The first thing it saw after it came out was the soldiers' mounts, which were its former food. It quickly realized that it had been starving for days because of these guys. You liar, I'll bite you to death. Get down. The purple gold flying white tiger was about to bite Zhou Yin. It lost control of its body after hearing Zhou Yan's words and immediately lay down. This completely shattered the purple gold flying white tiger's imposing presence, especially in the face of so much food. Completely destroyed its tiger face design. What's wrong with me? The purple gold flying white tiger was dumbfounded. This contract was so strong that it couldn't resist it at all. Zhou Yin said to the purple gold flying white tiger, "Little white tiger, I am your master from now on. If you are disobedient, I can make you do some things like rolling around, acting cute, being adorable, or even eating poop. You can decide for yourself." How dare you? The purple gold flying white tiger roared in fury. Let me act cute, Zhou Yin said. The purple gold flying white tiger immediately made a cute expression out of control. Quite cute, Diaochan said. Okay, I was wrong. I'll do whatever you ask me to do from now on. The purple gold flying white tiger was utterly defeated. Acting cute was something a descendant of a divine beast should never do. It was utterly disgraceful to tigers. The surrounding mounts all smiled when they saw that the purple gold flying white tiger had been completely subdued. He thought to himself, "You little brat, I never thought you'd end up like this." Chapter 185, Returning to the Territory. Although Zhou Yin outwardly subdued the purple gold flying white tiger, it was completely resistant in its heart. But that's enough. What do you want the heart of the purple gold flying white tiger for? Are you making soup? The road was so peaceful that not a single monster appeared, or perhaps it dared not appear. With so many high-level monsters here, plus a king-level beast like the purple gold flying white tiger, which monster would be blind enough to dare to show its face? Isn't that just asking for death? From afar, a dragon-shaped city wall came into view, resembling a real dragon coiling around, looking very majestic. From a distance, all that can be seen in the entire territory is the city wall. Nothing can be seen inside the wall. Because of the extraordinary architecture of the Lingxiao Palace, which conceals everything, nothing can be seen from outside the city. The gates of the territory opened, and countless people walked out of the city gates, standing straight on both sides of the road. As Zhou Yin entered, the soldiers on both sides shouted, "Welcome back, Lord." They all looked on with envy. These mounts were just too cool. Although they knew that there were many mounts in the territory, no one could bring them out without the Lord's approval. "Comrades, you've worked hard," Zhou Yin said. "You've worked hard, Lord," the soldiers replied. They walked directly into the dragon's mouth, the central gate, which symbolized a triumphant return. Upon returning to the territory, I found that there were many more people there, because many more people had successfully changed jobs and left in the past few days. Together with the races they had brought back before, their spirit and energy had completely changed after arriving here. They love their life now. Compared to their previous life, this place is simply paradise. Even if you try to drive them away now, they absolutely won't leave. Where else could one find a better territory, so full of spiritual energy and power, if one were to leave this place? They're not stupid. Their loyalty is extremely high. Many of them are already at their maximum. All that's left is for them to wait a few more days until the Lord stops making harsh demands on them, and their loyalty will reach its maximum level. The territory is now thriving. Soldiers take turns guarding both the Great Wall and the Thorn Wall every day, and soldiers also patrol the area around the territory. The entire territory was peaceful and prosperous. Zhou Yin ordered the soldiers to return to their respective barracks. Li Guang also successfully changed jobs and came out in these days. They followed us from the gates of the territory. He immediately found Zhou Yin and said with a smile, "Lord, look, my mount." If the Great Han Iron Cavalry didn't have mounts, they wouldn't be cavalry. He had been restless for days, and after Zhou Yin returned, how could he sit still? He followed Zhou Yin all the way to the spiritual courtyard. Don't worry, apart from a few that are reserved for high-ranking generals, the mounts in the territory all belong to the Great Han Iron Cavalry. However, there are still not enough mounts. I don't plan to buy the inferior ones. I plan to catch them myself outside. I'm sure you've seen those mounts. They're much better than war horses, right? Upon hearing this, Li Guang immediately laughed and said, "My lord, you're right. Those mounts are far superior to war horses. I'll go and collect them now." As soon as Li Guang left, he asked again, "When will we go out again next time?" "No rush. I have things to take care of. I'll definitely take you with me next time I go," Zhou Yin said. "Then I shall take my leave." Li Guang hurriedly retreated and went to collect his mount without stopping. Zhou Yin also granted Li Guang the authority to claim them out. My lord, Lady Jiaochan, you have returned. Upon seeing the two, Si Teng and Hua Yurong quickly stood up. These past few days, they have been in contact with various parties who have gone out, and they have become quite proficient in using these high-tech tools. How's it going? Nothing's happened in the territory lately, has it? Zhou Yin asked. Nothing happened. It's just that Jerry wanted to find you as soon as he changed jobs, but you weren't there, Si Teng replied. Oh, Jerry is the territory's chief blacksmith. I'll go see him later. Zhou Yin nodded. Aside from an increase in manpower, nothing else of significant importance happened in the territory. After he had arranged all the important matters in his territory, he put Diaochan in full charge. He then took out the buildings he had acquired during this trip and began construction. He acquired many buildings this time, and the first one he took out was the D-quality, Little River, and then he began construction. Territory notification, build a river, which will evolve into a moat. Suddenly, a river appeared outside the city walls, encircling the entire territory and spanning a width of 10 meters. The moat is interesting. Architecture, moat. Level, 1, required for upgrade. Quality, SSS, required for upgrade. Special attribute 1. All buildings in the territory gain plus 10% defense. A moat can increase all the defenses of a territory, which is quite good. He started upgrading the moat. After level 20, it requires a 1-star water attribute crystal core. There are plenty of these materials available locally, so there's no need to purchase them. The higher the level, the higher the quality of the crystal cores required for upgrading, until it stops after reaching level 60. One of moat has been increased to 60%. Several additional attributes have been added, namely, all defensive towers attack 50%. All defensive towers attack speed increased by 40%. Attack range of all defensive towers increased by 30%. All defensive towers damage increased by 20%. All turret skills cooldown reduced by 10%. The moat has increased in width to a staggering 600 meters and in depth, making it look like a vast ocean, with the entire territory situated in the very center of that ocean. This moat is not stagnant water, it is flowing. His enemies must be stunned to see such a territory. How could they attack their own territory without ships? However, he can't get out himself either. With a moat, bridges naturally need to be built. Otherwise, even our own people wouldn't be able to get out. He happens to have a C-quality arch bridge. Construction begins. Territory notification, build-in arch bridge, which will evolve into a dragon leap bridge. Yuelong Bridge. That name sounds very grand and sophisticated. He built the leaping dragon bridge in the direction of the main gate of the territory, and this building, regardless of its level, directly spans the entire river. This is a dragon-shaped arch bridge, resembling a giant dragon leaping from one end of its territory to the other side of the river. The dragon's claws became the fulcrum supporting the entire river. He liked the bridge very much because it not only looked majestic and handsome, but also had a great design. Author's note, 10 chapters completed. I need to rest now. Everyone should rest early too. Chapter 186, Spirit Water Fish Lake. He began to examine the attributes of the Leaping Dragon Bridge. Architecture, Yuelong Bridge. Level, 1, required for upgrade. Quality, SSS, required for upgrade. Special Attribute 1. Increases the attributes of all buildings in the territory by 10%. The attributes are simple yet powerful. This is only the attribute of a level 1 building. He upgraded the level of the Leaping Dragon Bridge. After level 20, upgrading requires 1-star stone. The higher the level, the higher the quality of the stone required. After level 60, 6-star stone is required, and he doesn't collect much of this type of stone. For him, the level 60 Leaping Dragon Bridge is sufficient. The attributes of the Leaping Dragon Bridge have undergone a huge change. Special Attribute 1. Increases the attributes of all buildings in the territory by 60%. Special Attribute 2. Increases the defense of all defensive towers in the territory by 50%. Special Attribute 3. Increases the defense of all residents in the territory by 40%. Special Attribute 4. Increases the movement speed of all residents in the territory by 30%. Special Attribute 5. Increases all attributes of soldiers in all barracks within the territory by 20%. Special Attribute 6. Gravity Release. When enemies cross the bridge, gravity is increased by 1. As the level increases, the appearance of the Leaping Dragon Bridge becomes more and more vibrant, looking lifelike, like a dragon swimming in the river. The bridge surface has also become much wider, estimated to be 60 meters wide, so even large groups can pass through without any problem. The attributes of Leaping Dragon Bridge are also very good. Not only does it provide attribute bonuses to the entire territory, but it also has a gravity skill. The idea is that if gravity were suddenly increased to double when the enemy crosses the bridge, it would surely catch them off guard. He expanded the territory considerably, otherwise the buildings could not be constructed. Next, he took out a building, a sea-quality fish pond, and clicked to build it. Territory notification: build a fish pond, and the fish pond will evolve into a spirit water fish lake. Within the territory, a vast lake appeared, its waters crystal clear, brimming with spiritual energy, and so deep that the bottom was visible. Beneath the surface, there were abundant fish and aquatic plants, making it an ideal habitat for fish and shrimp. The fish pond was naturally used to raise fish, and this remained unchanged after evolution. He looked curiously at the attributes of the spirit water fish lake and discovered that it was a lake full of spiritual energy. Even ordinary fish can grow rapidly in this spiritual water, and their flesh becomes more tender and delicious. With the addition of this spirit water fish lake to the territory, fish have become a staple in everyone's diet, which must be a very happy thing for everyone in the territory. However, even with a fish pond, there must be fish. Otherwise, the building has no value whatsoever. He immediately contacted Xiaowei and said, "Xiaowei, have someone buy fish fry. Buy some of every kind, as long as they are freshwater fish and shrimp. As for the quantity, you can decide. The more the better. We have plenty of money." Having money means you can do whatever you want. He began to upgrade the Spirit Water Fish Lake. After reaching level 20, Spirit Water Fish Lake requires a 1-star crystal core and a 1-star spirit stone. After checking his territory, he found that he had several million of these resources below 5 stars in stock, so he didn't need to worry at all. After upgrading the Spirit Water Fish Lake to level 50, I was short of 5-star spirit stones. Looking at the current Spirit Water Fish Lake, it is already very large, resembling a huge lake surface, occupying a considerable portion of the territory. However, the territory is very large, so there is no need to worry about these buildings being too big. He began to look up information about this Spirit Water Fish Lake. Architecture: Ling Shui Fish Lake. Level: 50, required for leveling up. Quality: SSS, required for upgrade. Special Attribute 1. Water imbued with spiritual energy can nurture fish fry into spirit fish. Special Attribute 2. Rapidly grows the food needed by various fish. Special Attribute 3. Accelerates the growth of various fish species. Special Attribute 4. Automatic feeding and automatic fish separation for rearing, reducing fish losses, requires spirit coins. Special Attribute 5. Can catch edible fish with 1 click. After seeing the attributes of the Spirit Water Fish Lake, Zhou Yan felt that this building was really thoughtful. He only needed to release the fish fry, and then he didn't need to worry about anything else. He really wanted to eat the fish that grew in the Spirit Water Fish Lake. Xiaowei quickly sent a message. "Lord, the fish fry have been purchased one after another, with a total value of 30 million spirit coins." After listening, Zhou Yan said, "The Spirit Water Fish Lake in the territory is very large. Give them 10 billion in funds, and let them buy it." Xiaowei replied, "Understood, Lord. What is the money for? Of course it's meant to be spent. Otherwise, what's the point of making money?" He inspected the fish fry he had purchased. There are grass carp, common carp, bream, silver carp, red-eyed trout, silver carp, big-head carp, crucian carp, tilapia, rice paddy fish, pond bream, perch. Not only fish, but also many shrimp that live in places with excellent water quality. There were so many kinds. He bought all the kinds of fish and shrimp available in the market, many of which he had never even heard of. All he needs to know is one thing. These fish are all edible. He even bought a lot of sea fish. As for whether these sea fish can survive here, he has to try to find out. If they can, wouldn't he be able to eat lobsters, abalone, and other deep-sea seafood in the future? After releasing all the fish fry he purchased from the treasure room into the Spirit Water Fish Lake, he added several 100 million spirit coins to provide various types of fish with the necessary food for consumption. All we need to do now is wait for these fish fry to grow up, and then we'll be able to enjoy all sorts of delicious big fish. Next up are the defensive towers. He can never have too many defensive towers. After all, the territory is so large that he can build as many defensive towers as he wants. These ordinary defensive towers, which evolved from the defensive towers he once owned, were first placed inside the inner wall after he upgraded their quality to R. There are many defensive towers that can be placed in the territory now, and it is not necessary to upgrade every one of them to RRR quality, as that would consume too many defensive towers. Since he could upgrade the quality of these defensive towers at any time, he put them aside for now and looked at other buildings. First is that altar, which last time evolved into the mystery shop. This time, he started building again. Territory notification. Build an altar, and the altar will evolve into a mysterious general store. It turned out to be quite different from what he had expected, evolving into a different type of building. However, the altar itself is very mysterious, and it is not guaranteed that a hero can be summoned. The function of the altar is the same as that of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. By consuming a certain amount of spirit coins and soul coins, you can randomly summon various items, such as equipment, food, heroes, soldiers, and ordinary residents. Last time, it evolved into a mysterious shop, which brought him great surprise. He quickly checked what would appear in this mysterious general store. Chapter 187, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. The Level 1 Mysterious General Store has only one function, selling general merchandise. He walked into the general store out of curiosity and looked around at the things inside. The store had a lot of items. The mysterious general store is different from the mysterious shop. There are no restrictions on the items in the mysterious general store. As long as you have spirit coins, you can buy as much as you want. It sells all kinds of daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, etc. Moreover, there is a wide variety of items available at affordable prices. Right now, all we sell are these daily necessities. But this mysterious general store definitely has more than just these. You'll need to upgrade to see what else will appear. With this mysterious general store, he no longer needed to go outside to buy supplies, which was very convenient. Moreover, the quality of the products sold here is guaranteed, so you don't have to worry about buying counterfeit goods. I wonder what changes will occur after the upgrade. He began upgrading the mysterious general store. After reaching level 10, the mysterious general store gains an extra floor. The second floor is a food area where you can buy all kinds of food, including snacks. After reaching level 20, the mysterious general store adds another floor. The third floor is the clothing area, where all kinds of clothing, from ancient to modern, are available for sale. Unlike the mysterious shop, after level 20, upgrading the mysterious general store only requires wood and stone. The mysterious shop requires mysterious crystals, but there's still no news about them, and we don't know when they'll appear. He directly upgraded the level of the mysterious general store to level 50. Then the name of the mysterious general store changed to Mysterious Supermarket. I checked the attributes of the mysterious supermarket. Architecture, mysterious supermarket. Level, 50, required for leveling up. Quality, SS, required for upgrade. Function, selling various groceries. Special Attribute 1, General Goods section. Special Attribute 2, Food section. Special Attribute 3, Clothing section. Special Attribute 4, Furniture area. Special Attribute 5, Appliances section. Each floor has a different area, and it has a complete range of items, with a wide variety of brands, and the prices are very reasonable. With this building, he no longer needed to go out to buy things, which greatly reduced his time. He could buy anything he needed here. The last two barracks are D-Quality Mountain Spirit Warriors and C-Quality Mountain Spirit Wolf Riders. He was still very much looking forward to seeing what those two barracks could evolve into. Construction begins. Territory notification. Build Mountain Spirit Warrior. Mountain Spirit Warrior will evolve into Northern Army Soldier. Northern Army? This was the name of an elite force during the Eastern Jin Dynasty, and one of the most powerful military units in history. When Emperor Xiaowu of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, Sima Changming, ascended the throne, Xia and took power. In order to build an elite army dispatched by the central government to protect the capital, he appointed his nephew Xie Xian as the governor of Nanyan Prefecture, present-day Zhenjiang, Jiangsu Province, to be responsible for organizing the new army. Xie Xian recruited refugees from the north of Su, present-day Shuzhou, Jiangsu, and Yin, present-day northeast of Jinxiang, Shandong, and militia from the Jianghuai region to form an army. At that time, Lu Laoji, Zhuge Can, Gao Heng and others were selected for their bravery. After more than 7 years of rigorous training, the army became brave and skilled in battle, and in the later Battle of Fei River, they defeated the 800,000-strong army of Fu Jian of the former Qin dynasty. Because Xie Xian's military headquarters was initially located in Jinkou, present-day Zhenjiang, Jiangsu, and later moved to Guangling, present-day Yangzhou, Jiangsu, people at the time called Jinkou the Northern Army. Therefore, the new army that Xie Xian formed was called the Northern Army. This army's strength is definitely not to be underestimated, and he began to upgrade the Northern Army. The level will be directly increased to level 50. The entire barracks has grown larger again, and all kinds of training facilities are now very complete. Then I started looking up information about this building. Architecture, Northern Army. Level, 50, required for leveling up. Quality, SSS, required for upgrade. Attribute, 1 Northern Army soldier can be summoned for every 1,000 soul coins consumed. Current maximum number of soldiers, 0/7,000. Special attribute 1, when fighting as a vanguard, morale plus 50%. Special attribute 2, combat power plus 40%. Special attribute 3, all attributes plus 30%. Special attribute 4, troop movement speed plus 20%. Special attribute 5, troop defense plus 10%. He began constructing another building. Territory notification, build the Mountain Spirit Wolf Riders, which will evolve into Tiger and Leopard Riders. It's the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, with Chow Chow's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Although old Chow is a terrible guy, he always seems to have a crush on other men's wives. But the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry was definitely an elite army, leaving a glorious name in the history of the world and making many contributions to Chow Chow. He wouldn't use his elite cavalry to steal someone else's wife. He's not Boss Chow. He leveled up the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to level 50 and then checked their attributes. Architecture, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Level, 50, required for leveling up. Quality, R, required for upgrade. Attribute, 1 Tiger Leopard Rider can be summoned for every 1,500 soul coins consumed. Current maximum number of summonable riders, 0/10,000. Special attribute 1, riding speed plus 100%. Special attribute 2, cavalry combat power plus 100%. Special attribute 3, cavalry damage plus 100%. Special attribute 4, cavalry charge power plus 100%. Special attribute 5, cavalry all attributes plus 50%. The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry is also an R-quality army, with similar attributes to the Great Han Iron Cavalry. However, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry is more suitable for frontal attacks, while the Great Han Iron Cavalry is more suitable for assaults. Every unit type has its strengths, it all depends on how you use them. Although he wanted to summon the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, he decided against it because he didn't even have all the mounts for the Great Han Iron Cavalry yet. Furthermore, with 2 more armies, it will require a considerable amount of soul coins to upgrade them all. He first opened the treasure chests in his territory to see how many soul coins he could obtain. By now, he has probably accumulated about 3 million treasure chests, and it's exhausting for him to open them all by himself. So he called Diao Chan and asked her to open the treasure chest with him. After opening the treasure chest, he obtained approximately 250 million spirit coins, which was a pretty good haul. As for other spirit coins, equipment, and the like, he ignored them all. The most important thing about treasure chests now is soul coins. You need enough soul coins to upgrade your soldiers. He also opened a treasure chest and found more than a dozen low-level buildings, which he put away. How low the drop rate for buildings is, millions of treasure chests only yield a dozen or so buildings, and those are low-level ones. He summoned all 7,000 Northern Army soldiers and instantly leveled them up. Because of the limited soul coins, their level can only be raised to level 40 for now. Chapter 188, Spider Demon's Lair Dungeon. After summoning the soldiers, he had them all enter the Temple of Inheritance to change their class. Then we arrived at the Divine Weapon Workshop, where there were many more dwarves, all of whom had been rescued from the Mountain Spirit tribe. They had become one of the best assistants to the dwarves, and every dwarf's face was beaming with happiness. The Lord has arrived. Greetings, my lord. Your Excellency, is there anything you require of us? Upon seeing Zhou Yin, the dwarves rushed forward, each one showing him great respect. Zhou Yin gave them a wonderful life and provided them with a large amount of or-to-craft equipment. Many of them even switched to a very good blacksmithing profession through the Temple of Inheritance. To them, the Lord was a godlike figure. My lord, I finally met you. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Jerry quickly approached and happily exclaimed, Jerry has lived up to the Lord's expectations. He has successfully obtained the inheritance of the god of blacksmiths and can now forge even stronger equipment for the territory. That's all thanks to your own hard work. I look forward to more surprises from you. Zhou Yin quickly checked Jerry's profession. Profession, Blacksmith God's Legacy, greatly enhances equipment attributes, reduces material consumption, increases forging speed, allows for the design of various equipment, and has a chance to obtain special attribute bonuses. After changing jobs, Jerry's quality improved from A to SSS, which surprised and delighted him. It seems that Jerry has indeed gained a lot from this trip. Moreover, his forging level has been raised to platinum level, enabling him to forge equipment of platinum quality. Jerry, I didn't expect your forging skills to have reached platinum level. Zhou Yin was genuinely surprised. Give me enough materials and I'll be able to advance to the diamond level soon, and then aim for the master forging title. Jerry said confidently. Zhou Yin nodded and said, you can use the materials in the territory as you wish. Any high quality or will be provided to you first. I look forward to your breakthrough to the level of a forging master. Rest assured, my lord. Jerry will do his best, Jerry replied. I have great faith in your abilities. Zhou Yin left with satisfaction. If Jerry can reach the level of a blacksmith master, he will be able to forge equipment of the spirit weapon level. Even across the entire universe, master blacksmiths are extremely rare. In every world's shops, not a single piece of equipment at the spirit weapon level is sold. This kind of equipment is only sold at auctions. He discovered that many dwarves received a quality upgrade after changing jobs, and several even reached S quality. They have all inherited a good tradition, and given time and sufficient materials, they too can become master blacksmiths. As for the others, well, that's up to fate. However, even their minimum achievement is enough to forge equipment of platinum quality. After leaving the divine weapon workshop, he arrived at the mysterious shop. He hadn't been there for several days. Situng had been the one coming in to buy things. After looking at the items that appeared today, all of them were 5-star level materials. He took them and then went to the 3 live stone. It was discovered that the level of the 3 live stone has been upgraded to level 3, and several more pairs of names have been added to it. He naturally supports this. Only when more couples appear can the building be upgraded. 3 live stone notification. Lord Zhou Yin has successfully checked in at 3 live stone and has received 500 soul coins. He inspected the various buildings in the territory and found that many of them were lacking materials and were of low level. He needed to find a way to upgrade these buildings. However, he spotted one of the buildings and, while there was still time, he had to hurry and see what was going on with it. That's the Spider Demon Cave dungeon. He'd never been to see this building before, but now that he had some time, he planned to check it out. He walked towards the spiritual courtyard, intending to take Jiao Chan with him to take a look. However, he spotted someone along the way. Kai Yin greets the Lord. Kai Yin bowed to Zhou Yin. Kai Yin also successfully changed jobs. Because there are so many people changing jobs, he naturally can't pay attention to them all. Since Kai Yin has successfully changed jobs, he can take her along. I happen to need your help, so come with me, Zhou Yin said. Yes. Kai Yin nodded slightly. Zhou Yin found Jiao Chan's room and knocked on the door, saying, Chana, are you there? Jiao Chan opened the door and said, Yes, what is it? Let's go to the Spider Demon's Lair dungeon and see what's going on inside, Zhou Yin said. Okay. Jiao Chan nodded, and upon seeing Kai Yin, said, Sister Kai Yin is here too. Greetings, madam. Kai Yin greeted her with a bow. Jiao Chan walked over and said to Kai Yin, Just call me sister. We'll be sisters sooner or later anyway. After saying this, he specifically looked at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin said, Then I will grant your wish. If he's unmoved by a girl like Kai Yin, is he even a man? He was just doing what any normal man would choose, which is perfectly reasonable. Yes, sister. Kai Yin's pretty face flushed imperceptibly, and she lowered her head without saying a word. The three arrived outside the Spider Demon Cave dungeon. Spider Demon Cave dungeon. Tip. If you are playing with multiple people, please form a team first, and then select the difficulty level. After arriving here, he discovered a new team-up feature. He started creating teams and added Kai Yin and Jiao Chan to them. Then I chose the normal difficulty level to see how it went. The main issue is that this dungeon is only level 20, with the highest difficulty being only normal. You have entered the Spider Demon's Lair instance. The three arrived at a cave, above which appeared the 4 large characters, Spider Demon Cave. Go in and check the situation. They walked into the cave, which was very wide, like a huge passage, with many spider webs on the stone walls. Before long, spiders the size of cats appeared ahead and crawled toward them. So this is a spider? It looks just like the monsters outside. He checked the attributes. Monster, toast spider. Quality, average. Race, monster. Level, 15. Special, none. It was a very simple introduction, and the monsters were only level 8. He casually unleashed a move called Meteor Shower, and streaks of fire like meteors engulfed the monsters. Soul Coin Experience plus 5. Soul Coin Experience plus 5. Soul Coin Experience plus 5. Zhou Yin was taken aback, then looked at his level and indeed found that his soul coins and experience were increasing. Then he burst out laughing and said, This dungeon is absolutely fantastic. He never expected that this dungeon could directly increase his level. Although each person could only enter once a day, With so many people in the territory, even if he could only enter once a day, it would still reduce the amount of soul coins he needed to level up. He definitely struck gold this time. It seems that people in that world would look down on buildings like this. Once we get out, the first thing we need to do is check if they've collected any other types of buildings or materials. These space stones are really a headache. Chapter 189, It's all a misunderstanding. He still needs many materials. The Spider Demon Cave dungeon requires void stones. The mysterious shop requires mysterious crystals. The cinema requires space stones, and the underworld requires nether stones. He even has a B-quality gladiator arena building that he hasn't built yet. There is also a shortage of materials of 6 stars or higher. If he didn't possess the myriad worlds and be able to purchase materials from so many worlds, he probably wouldn't have been able to build his territory so quickly. They continued into the dungeon, where the monsters were all spiders, and all were below level 20. These monsters were far too weak. Using his skills to attack them was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Because of their high luck stat, these monsters also dropped quite a few pieces of equipment, but they were all the lowest level black iron equipment. Because of the team composition, the soul coin experience from one monster needs to be shared among 3 people. The dungeon level was too low, and they quickly fought their way to the end and encountered the boss, a level 30 spider banshee. Its quality is bronze, and it is surrounded by dozens of elite-level spider bewitches. These spider bewitches have human-like heads, but their spider-like bodies completely ruin the aesthetic appeal. After killing the enemy with a single sword strike, a bronze-grade item also dropped. After leaving the instance, he immediately went to the barracks and ordered everyone to go to the Spider Demon Cave instance every day. Furthermore, letting them run dungeons alone is the only way to obtain more soul coin rewards. He then had orders sent to everyone in the territory, instructing them to enter the dungeon once a day, which would greatly reduce the number of soul coins needed for leveling up. After the orders were relayed, the soldiers headed towards the instance one after another to hunt spiders and gain soul coins and experience. He then went to the Multiverse Virtual Mall, alone, and said to Xiaowei, "Teleport me to the Dragon's Glory 9 Provinces trading market." Xiaowei quickly found that world and said, "Okay. Spirit coins minus 1,600, initiating teleportation." Teleportation to Dragon's Glory 9 Provinces, trading market, successful. Returning to this chaotic trading market, he saw many people being killed and dropping numerous items. Zhou Yin looked at himself, and on a whim, he took off his coat, put on his equipment, and took out several rings from his territory and put them on his hands, looking every bit the nouveau riche. His outfit certainly attracted a lot of attention. Then someone slowly approached him, surrounded him, and without saying a word, drew their weapons and attacked. Ding ding ding. They attacked their opponent, expecting to inflict heavy bloodshed, only to find that their weapons had broken. They stared blankly at the broken weapon on the ground, unable to figure out whether it was because Pingo had bought it or for some other reason. "Excuse me, are you trying to rob me?" Zhou Yin asked, looking at the other party. The group exchanged glances, then quickly put away their broken weapons and replied, "We were just passing by. What bad intentions could we possibly have?" Yes, that's it." The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yin responded with an "oh." He casually pulled out a 5-meter-long halberd and said to them, "I originally thought we were all in the same line of work and that everyone was struggling. But since you're not robbers, there's no need for me to let you go. Do you want to do it yourselves, or should I help you?" "Robber what? Holy crap." They were all stunned. Such a thing is unbelievable. They were all startled when they saw the weapons in each other's hands. Good heavens, a 5-meter-long halberd. How much strength must that have? Anyone who can wield such a weapon is clearly no ordinary person. "Brother, let's talk this out. Can we put down our weapons first?" "Brother, we're in the same business. We're from the same hometown. It's not easy for either of us. We're both petty robbers with the same miserable fate. Why are we so eager to fight each other?" Zhou Yin asked doubtfully, "Are you really robbers?" "More real than pearls. Look, this is the evidence of my crime just now." The robbers took out the weapons that had broken during their attack and showed them to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin nodded and said, "All right, then I can't let you off the hook even more. I hate infighting more than anything in my life, and you actually attacked me, a fellow robber, just now. I can't let that go." They were stunned and quickly shouted, "This is all a misunderstanding. Die? Any misunderstandings can wait until you're dead." Zhou Yin wielded his halberd and swept it across, slicing the men in half before they could even scream, their bodies exploding into a pile of debris. The people around them saw what was on the ground, and their eyes lit up. Zhou Yin glanced at the gazes of those around him, quickly put away his 5-meter-long halberd, and then put on a harmless expression, saying, come on, take a look. If you see something, take it. Don't be shy, grab whatever you want, it's all free. If they hadn't seen the other party wielding a 5-meter-long halberd that effortlessly cleaved the 5 men in two, they would have almost believed his lies. Is nobody willing to take him? Zhou Yin asked the others. Seeing that the people around him remained unmoved, he said again, if you really don't want it, it's a free gift. Whoever finds it can have it. Everyone was cursing Zhou Yin in their hearts. I don't believe you. Forget about it. Zhou Yin picked up the things on the ground. But someone walked up to him and said, it's free. That's great. Zhou Yin stood up and smiled, saying, this is you Luo Jiahao. The visitor was none other than Luo Jiahao from Longyao shop. He had initially thought some idiot had come to deliver something. Mr. Stephen Chow, our manager has been waiting for you for a long time. What brings you here? Luo Jiahao looked at Zhou Yin with a puzzled expression. Zhou Yin quickly picked up the equipment from the ground and said in a serious tone, it's all because of poverty. I'm doing a little business to support my family. Are you poor? If you are poor, then am I not even as good as a beggar? Luo Jiahao led Zhou Yin to Longyao shop. He had already spoken with Gao Jin before he arrived, which is why Gao Jin sent Luo Jiahao to pick him up as a sign of respect. Gao Jin waited for him outside the shop. When he saw Zhou Yin, he quickly stepped forward and shook Zhou Yin's hand, saying, you finally arrived. Please come in. Zhou Yin is now his major client and most important person, so naturally he has to be treated with the highest level of respect. This surprised everyone around, who were all curious about who Zhou Yin was, that even the manager of Longyao shop respected him so much. Gao Jin had contacted Zhou Yin several days earlier, but at that time, Zhou Yin was still outside the territory killing monsters and had no time to talk to him. Now that Zhou Yin has arrived, he finally feels relieved and quickly brews him a pot of fine Biluakun tea. All the equipment you left here last time has been auctioned off. Here is the list of auction transactions. Please take a look. Gao Jin handed the auction list to Zhou Yin for review. Zhou Yin took a look at it. He wasn't interested in the small amount of money. What he needed was a dungeon-type building. Chapter 190, Cooperation is Possible. Zhou Yin put away the auction lists and said, these lists are fine. I wanted to ask, what about the building I asked you to help me acquire last time? I wonder if there's any progress on it. Ever since he learned the purpose of those instances, he'd been thinking about it. He also asked Xiao Wei to help him find a world similar to this one, hoping to obtain the corresponding architecture. By building more dungeons, you can save a lot of soul coins over time. However, he knew that it would be impossible to collect a large number in a short period of time. This stuff isn't like cabbage. You can't just have as much as you want. We've received some, but not many. After all, nobody wants those kinds of buildings, so nobody collects them on the market. We've just started collecting, so naturally we don't have much yet. But our boss is already working hard to collect them. Gao Jin quickly replied. Zhou Yin quickly asked, so how many buildings have you collected so far? There are only 2, and both are of very low quality, Gao Jin replied. 2 are fine too. Bring them over so I can take a look, Zhou Yin said quickly. Gao Jin brought out the 2 dungeons. Zhou Yin checked the 2 buildings. One was an E-quality, wild rabbit forest, and the other was a C-quality, undead graveyard. He put it away. He didn't care about the quality, as long as he had it. But Gao Jin didn't think so. Little did he know that Zhou Yin's territory could evolve all buildings. Therefore, he felt embarrassed because he hadn't collected enough items, and was afraid that the other party wouldn't do business with him. I can see that you've done your best. 2 seats are fine. Just keep an eye on them for me in the future. Gao Jin was overjoyed to hear this, not expecting Zhou Yin to be so kind. He quickly said, don't worry. I've already arranged for many people to buy these buildings as soon as there's news about them on the market. Can we discuss the next steps of our cooperation? Gao Jin asked. He would naturally not refuse a business opportunity that could make money. Besides, he also needs to cooperate with the other party and ask them to help him collect dungeon-type buildings. They are the most powerful merchants in the world. If even they can't collect them, then no one else can. He began trading other items with the other party, which benefited both of them. 2 hours later, Zhou Yin left Longyao shop. Not long after he left the Dragon Glory shop, someone stopped him, seemingly there specifically for him. When the other person turned around, Zhou Yin remembered that this was the guy with the protagonist's aura from the auction last time. This protagonist's halo was, of course, just his wild guess. You were looking for me? Zhou Yin asked. Hello, my surname is Yi, and my given name is Yi Ming. The other person introduced himself, extending his hand. Damn, a guy surnamed Yi, and with a beautiful woman by his side. This guy isn't the protagonist of this world. I'm going to bang my head against a wall. There's a saying that goes something like this. There are countless protagonists in the world, and the Yi and Lin families each account for half. However, wherever I, Zhou Yin, am, all the other main characters have to step aside. Zhou Yin also extended his hand and shook hands with the other person, saying, "What a coincidence, my surname is also Yi, and my name is Yi-1. Would it be convenient for you to come to my place for a while? I'd like to make friends with you," Yi Ming said. No problem, I won't refuse the deal," Zhou Yin replied. Yi Ming was surprised for a moment and said, "It's so easy to talk to smart people." Yi Ming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Please." Zhou Yin followed the other party. Soon someone told Gao Jin that Zhou Yin had been asked to leave by Yi Ming. Gao Jin said, "Don't mess with that kind of person. Whoever Mr. Zhou wants to cooperate with is his own loss. We just need to take care of our own business. He's not stupid. Offending two people with unlimited potential is suicide. He just needs to do his own job." Yi Ming also opened a shop on a bustling street called Starry Sky. Although the shop is smaller than Longyao shop, it still has a lot of items, all kinds of goods, and business is not bad. Upon entering the upstairs room, a beautiful woman had already prepared tea. She was one of the women who had been with Yi Ming at the auction. Upon seeing Zhou Yin arrive, the woman quickly stood up and said, "I have already brewed tea for Mr. Zhou. I hope you are satisfied." Zhou Yin smiled. The other party had even found out his name. He wasn't embarrassed at all. There's a saying that goes something like that. Shamelessness is invincible. Oh dear, I think I'm insulting myself. The two sat down. Zhou Yin said directly, "Cooperation is possible, but I need all kinds of buildings. As long as you can help me acquire what I need, everything is negotiable." Yi Ming smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush either. I happened to have people collect a lot of those buildings before, thinking they wouldn't be of much use, but I didn't expect them to come in handy now. That does surprise me quite a bit." Zhou Yin was indeed surprised. As expected of a guy with the protagonist's halo, he knew how to collect things that others didn't need. Yi Ming was also very decisive and directly brought out more than a dozen buildings. Zhou Yin examined it carefully and was overjoyed to find that one of the dungeons was also of S quality. Although he was happy inside, he showed no outward excitement. There's no other way. When you're out and about, you have to act. Mr. Yi Ming is very sincere. Please feel free to tell me what you need. He possesses items from all realms. Whatever the other party needs, he can buy it. We need all kinds of weapons, armor, jewelry, blueprints, job change scrolls, and skill books, Yi Ming replied. That's easy to say. We can discuss the price in detail now. Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't refuse. He could buy as many of these things as he wanted in other worlds. Next, the two of them discussed the price. Yi Ming was very sincere and wanted to cooperate with him in the long term. He sold these buildings to him at the lowest possible price, which was practically a free gift. They discussed it for several hours before shaking hands in satisfaction and adding each other as friends. See you next time. Goodbye. Zhou Yin left satisfied. With over a dozen more dungeons added, the number of soul coins needed to upgrade soldiers can be greatly reduced. The soldiers' ranks are always the most troublesome problem for all lords. They can level up a few heroes to the maximum level, but they cannot level up an entire powerful army to the maximum level. Even Zhou Yin himself couldn't do it. It would require far too many soul coins. Therefore, no lord dared to summon too many troops, because they simply couldn't afford to support them. New lords generally only dare to maintain between 100 and 500 soldiers. Unlike him, whose current number of soldiers is already over 30,000. Even a lord who has been developing for 10 years would never dare to summon so many soldiers. Each additional soldier summoned costs countless amounts of money. From soul coins to spirit coins, equipment, food, drink, and wages, these all represent a huge expense. Don't the summoned soldiers need to be paid? Do you think every soldier you summon is 100% loyal and can be hired without paying a single penny? Apart from Zhou Yan's territory, no one else in the world has this benefit. Therefore, Zhou Yin is a lord who rose to power through cheating. Chapter 191, Having Eaten Sun Shangxiang. After returning to his territory, Zhou Yin realized it was already very late. However, he was a competent lord, and no matter how late it was, he would always get the buildings up and running first. I obtained many buildings from Yi Ming, including an S-quality dungeon. He began building these replicas. Territory notification, build Wild Rabbit Forest, which will evolve into Wild Rabbit Dungeon. Territory notification, build the Undead Graveyard, and the Undead Graveyard will evolve into the Undead Graveyard Dungeon. Territory notification, build a Dark Elf, and the Dark Elf will evolve into a Dark Elf Dungeon. There are a total of 15 dungeons, and each dungeon is S rank or higher. The S rank, Dark Elf, building has even evolved into an RRR quality dungeon. After upgrading these dungeons to level 20, they all require the same material to continue upgrading, Void Stone. No one sells this material, so he has nowhere to buy it, and can only look for a place where he can find it. Then, he took out the arena, which had not been built before, and began to construct it. Territory notification, build the arena, which will evolve into the martial arts space. He checked out the martial arts training space, and found that the building was of our quality. This building is peculiar. You can practice combat drills inside, and even if you die, you won't actually die. It's a space where you can act out scenarios. This building is quite useful. It can be used for live fire training. It can also train everyone's combat skills. Since you won't die anyway, it's very useful. He started upgrading the building, and after reaching level 20, he needed space stones to continue upgrading. The entire martial arts training space has become larger, and it can simulate many environments for combat, but the space is still too small. Where can I buy this space stone? Not all materials are available for sale in the myriad worlds, and this space stone is one of them. The night was long, and he was always lonely. He arrived at the spiritual courtyard and encountered a person who, upon seeing him, immediately said, "Greetings, Lord. Shangxiang, when did you come back?" Zhou Yin hadn't expected her to return to the territory. "I returned at 6 o'clock in the afternoon," Sun Shangxiang replied. She had just finished bathing in the hot springs at the hot spring resort. Her hair was still a little wet, and she wasn't wearing any protective gear. Instead, she was dressed in a Han Dynasty palace outfit, which was quite different from her usual appearance. She appears more like a woman than a valiant female general. He had originally intended to go find Sun Shangxiang last time, but seeing that she was cultivating, he let it go. Now that I've encountered this beauty, I absolutely cannot let her slip through my fingers. I have a problem that I'd like you to help me solve, Zhou Yin said. Okay, Zhou Yin said to the exhausted Sun Shangxiang. Take a good rest today and don't do anything. I have a request, Sun Shangxiang said. Go ahead and tell me. As long as I can do it, I definitely won't refuse, Zhou Yin replied. Sun Shangxiang smiled and said, I want to form a women's army. I can choose any woman within my territory. Zhou Yin was surprised. He hadn't expected Sun Shangxiang's request to be this. He naturally wouldn't refuse, saying, Of course, no problem. As long as they're willing, you can command them. If they need anything, just take it from your territory. You're one of the matriarchs of the territory now, so you have that authority. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Don't talk nonsense. We're already husband and wife, so there's no need to be so polite. Sun Shangxiang smiled, looking incredibly beautiful and charming. Sun Shangxiang was very satisfied. She had long had the idea of forming a women's army, but she hadn't found a good opportunity. Her dream was to form an all-female army and then fight on the battlefield. The other troops in the territory were all very powerful, but none of them were trained by her personally. She wanted to personally train a unit that was entirely her own style. Get some rest. Zhou Yin got up first and then went outside. His maids prepared everything for him. He could easily live the life of an emperor, but he doesn't. The main thing is that they haven't fallen to that level yet. The territory is currently lacking in many areas, especially top-tier heroes. Bronze Sparrow Terrace is, after all, only able to summon female heroes, and it's also a place for the women in his harem. He still needs to build more barracks, hoping to acquire a building that can summon other heroes. He had far too many heroes he wanted to summon in his mind. The territory now has over a dozen new dungeons, and he has already sent word to them. It's now the liveliest place in the entire territory, with many people entering the dungeons every day to gain soul coins and experience. Just then, Jiao Chan, Si Teng, and Hua Yurong found him together, each with a smile on their face. Judging from your expressions, you must have something good to tell me, right? Zhou Yin inquired. Jiao Chan chuckled upon hearing this and said, Then I must congratulate the Lord on gaining another confidant. Si Teng and Hua Yurong were a little melancholy. They had appeared quite early, but the Lord just wouldn't make a move against them, which made them feel a little disappointed. Speak, you must have something to tell me, Zhou Yin asked. My lord, the prospecting instruments detected a place with a high grade or vein yesterday. I wonder if we should start mining it. Si Teng quickly said, Oh, a high grade or vein. This definitely needs to be mined. Didn't we rescue a lot of people a few days ago? Let them go and mine it. They had all learned a lot of life skills, so that kind of work was very suitable for them. Especially those orcs. They are all strong and have a big appetite. Now is the time for them to play a role. Sister Jiaochan, and I think so too. Since you agree, I'll go and make the arrangements. Si Teng quickly went to make the arrangements. Go ahead. Seetung was still very lively, and even more adorable than before. Chapter 192, Ancient Capital Luo City. Now that we've discovered a high-grade mineral vein, we'll definitely need to stay here for a while longer. He said to Zhao Chan, since we have time, let's arrange for those who have successfully changed jobs to go out and hunt monsters to get more treasure chests. I have already made the arrangements, and I have also informed Chun Xingji that there is no need to rush back. Sister Zhenmi is still out hunting monsters. Zhao Chan replied. High-grade mineral veins are very rare, and the competition in the market is fierce. Now that we've discovered them, we definitely need to mine them all before leaving. High-grade materials are scarce in each world, and there's competition among many people. Even if he could travel to all worlds, he would still face many competitors. Therefore, he could only buy things little by little, and only through this accumulation could he upgrade the building. He explained many things to Zhao Chan, and then said, I have to leave the territory to go to school and register. I'll leave the territory matters to you. If you have any questions, just contact me, Zhou Yin said. Okay, don't worry, I'll handle it properly. Zhou Yin hugged Zhao Chan, and then instructed Xiao Wei to arrange for people to go to other worlds to handle the transaction information on his behalf. He will give those people a heads up beforehand. This would make things much easier for him. Having communicated with the heart of the territory, he returned to the Kanglan continent. After leaving home, he didn't know if he would ever be able to come back, so he tidied up the house and covered everything in the room with a cloth. He then turned on his phone, which showed hundreds of missed calls, but he ignored them. Instead, he bought a plane ticket to Los Angeles, closed the door, and took one last look at the place. It's time to leave. Zhou Yin didn't know what to feel. Perhaps it was melancholy, parting, and reluctance, a mixture of emotions. He still knocked on the doors of his neighbors to tell them that he was leaving and asked them to take good care of themselves. Good child, go forth, your path lies in the distance. If you get into trouble outside, come back anytime. This will always be your home. Grandpa Nyo doesn't have much to give you, but these are clothes he bought specially. Please take them with you. Take good care of yourself while you're away. The neighbors took out the gifts they had prepared beforehand. They didn't give anything very expensive, but they were all very thoughtful, treating the neighbors like their own younger relatives. Zhou Yin did not refuse and accepted the gift, which was a token of their goodwill. Always, they took good care of him since he was a child, and even after he was admitted to one of the 4 top colleges, they continued to do so, which made him very happy. Aunt Zhang from next door called her son to come home. He was a taxi driver and insisted on taking him to the airport before she felt at ease. A few minutes later, Aunt Zhang's son returned. When he heard that Zhou Yin was going to the airport, he rushed back and warmly invited Zhou Yin into his car. After enduring the reluctant glances of his neighbors, Zhou Yin finally left the small town and headed to a larger city. Upon arriving at the airport, Brother Zhang said goodbye to him and told him to come home to visit often. He didn't bring anything with him, and he put all the gifts from his neighbors into his territory. After waiting at the airport for a while, he boarded the plane, his destination, Los Angeles. Los Angeles is known as an ancient capital that has stood the test of time for hundreds of thousands of years. This is because every ancient building in Luocheng is engraved with array patterns of powerful gods and demons. These array patterns are exceptionally powerful, and there are quite a few of them. Legend has it that countless powerful gods and demons left behind their own martial arts insights in Luo City. Those different array patterns are the traces left behind by them when they left, in order to reinforce Luo City. No one has ever seen real gods or demons, but they truly exist. Moreover, the prerequisites for becoming a god or demon are clearly recorded in textbooks. Only by raising the territory's level to the maximum, raising one's own level to the maximum, and then cultivating one's realm to the highest level, can one overcome the heavenly tribulation. Only by enduring the heavenly tribulation can one truly transcend the tribulation and ascend to a higher world, leading the people of the entire territory to a higher realm. Very few people on the entire Kanglan continent can actually do it. One such person might not appear for decades. The difficulties involved are simply too great. However, a few years ago, a lord of the divine dragon kingdom successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to immortality. He was a great farming lord who cultivated many new types of seeds for the entire Lord world and was known as the father of international farming. When that lord ascended to heaven, the whole country celebrated, shocking the entire world. Because few farming lords can withstand the heavenly tribulation, but he did. This has elevated the status of the divine dragon kingdom in the world once again. Nothing happened on the plane. After getting off the plane, he hailed a taxi according to the address and asked the driver to take him there. Upon seeing the address, the other party said, "You must be a new student at Ziwei Academy this year." The other party said it with great certainty. Yes, Zhou Yin replied. The taxi driver smiled and said, vehicles are prohibited from passing through that area. I can only take you to the outer city. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. Oh, there's such a thing? That's quite peculiar. Zhou Yin was quite surprised. As the driver drove off, he replied, over the years, I've driven many students like you, and they all had the same reaction as you at first. But Luo City is different from other places. It is a place favored by gods and demons. Ordinary people cannot enter the center of Luo City at all. It is guarded too strictly. And if you go inside that place, hey, you'll feel like you've traveled back to ancient times. The taxi driver started talking nonstop about things in Los Angeles. At first, it was fine, and he seemed to have a lot of reliable information. However, when Zhou Yin heard him later say that he had seen gods and demons, he knew that the other party was bragging. Gods and demons are not so easy to encounter. Gods and demons who have ascended to the upper realm cannot easily descend to the mortal realm. But he didn't point it out. Isn't that how most ordinary people are? If you can't even brag, what's the point of living? Upon arriving at his destination, the other party encouraged him to study hard, saying that if he became a god or demon, he would be happy for the place. Zhou Yin felt that the other party was definitely saying that if he became a god or demon, the other party would have more to brag about. This is the joy of ordinary people. Wasn't he like this before? Before him lay the ancient capital of Los Angeles. Within a radius of several hundred meters in Los Angeles, there were no buildings, only roads. Hundreds of meters away, there are rows of tall buildings. These towering buildings, erected around Luocheng, surround the entire ancient capital. Moreover, when viewed from above, these buildings reveal a remarkable pattern, resembling some kind of formation. The entire ancient capital of Los Angeles is surrounded by ancient walls, which have stood for thousands of years, telling the story of the vicissitudes of history. The city wall looks brand new, but the materials and workmanship are definitely not something that could be made in modern times. It may seem ordinary, but if you pay close attention, you will find that it is engraved with a very powerful array pattern. It is covered with various powerful divine runes, all of which are methods left behind by ancient gods and demons. This adds a touch of mystery to this ancient capital. It is these serpent demon array patterns that have allowed these city walls to remain imperishable for millennia, looking as new as ever. Why would they resort to such tactics? What secret is hidden here? There are tens of millions of speculations online about the ancient capital of Los Angeles. Vehicles are prohibited inside, but bicycles are allowed. Moreover, he discovered that in the ancient capital of Los Angeles, one could ride mounts. This surprised him a little. So, does that mean his lightning can also be ridden? Entering and leaving Los Angeles need to show their ID. Many people hold their ID cards and verify them at the automatic verification machine before they can enter. There were hundreds of fully armed warriors from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, each exuding a powerful aura. There are no photos of Ziwei Academy online. People only know that the academy exists and that it is in Los Angeles, but no one knows exactly where it is. Chapter 193, Rose In. Because he didn't have any identification, he could only use the manual lane. Show me your identification. A young man in uniform spoke to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin took out the admission notice from Ziwei Academy. The other person looked at it and said, ID card. The other party also had special equipment to verify the information. After all the information was verified, they said to him, after entering the city, there is a Rose Inn, which is specially for new students like you. Thanks. Zhou Yin retrieved his documents and entered the ancient capital. Inside, it still retains the ancient style and appearance without any changes. Every building is well preserved, looking as new as ever. Every building here is in the style of an ancient pavilion, and the whole structure is protected by array patterns, which is much stronger than modern buildings. Even a magnitude 10 earthquake cannot cause any damage to these buildings. The entire city of Los Angeles has at most added a few modern elements, but the vast majority of it has maintained a retro style and has not destroyed the appearance of this ancient capital. He began to explore the ancient capital with great curiosity, and what he saw and heard along the way made him feel as if he had traveled back to ancient times. Many people on the street were wearing various kinds of clothing: hanfu, tang suits, song skirts, chong sams. There wasn't a single car in the entire city, but there were plenty of bicycles. There are also many lords who ride various mounts, and there are special areas on the streets for mounts to pass through. Here, life truly feels just like that of the ancients. The place was quite bustling, with every guest house packed with people. He also saw many tour groups introducing the history and origins of Los Angeles. He soon spotted an inn. Rose Inn. There was no one at the inn. It seemed to be used specifically to accommodate new students. At the entrance, there is a sign that reads, Ziwei Academy Reception Office. He went inside, showed his ID to the people inside, then took out another ID and said, Room 99. Go look for it in the backyard yourself. You can look around for the next few days, but you must come back in 5 days. If you don't come back, then you'll have to deal with the consequences yourselves. If you get hungry, you can order food here, but you'll have to pay for it yourself. Accommodation is free. The other party explained the details to him and then gave him the documents. Zhou Yin took the certificate, which read, Newcomer Registration Certificate, and bore the seal of Ziwei Academy. He walked towards the backyard and soon saw room number 99. He pushed open the door and went inside. There was a floral fragrance in the room, the same as the flowers in the yard. He knew it was a rose, a very beautiful flower. The entire area around the inn is planted with these roses, showing that the innkeeper has a special fondness for them. This should also be the origin of this inn. He had just lain down when he suddenly heard a sound. He went to the back of the room and found a converted bathroom. He opened the wooden door and took a look. I was immediately stunned by what I saw. Holy crap! Who are you? A man was taking a shower inside when he saw Zhou Yin suddenly open the wooden door and immediately shouted. Zhou Yin was speechless. Luckily, it wasn't a woman, otherwise things would have been very difficult to explain. He quickly left, asking, What are you doing in my room? The man hurriedly threw on a bath towel and came out, then angrily said, Shouldn't I be asking you that? This is my room, number 66. Look carefully. Zhou Yin arrived at the room door and said to the man inside, Come out and see for yourself. The man reached the doorway, paused in surprise, and said, Strange, it was clearly number 66. How did it become number 99? Suddenly, a woman on the roof burst into laughter at the two men, saying, In broad daylight, you two grown men are doing such shameful things in your room. What a degenerate world. Upon seeing the woman, the man immediately roared, Oh, I know. It must be you again, isn't it? I knew it was you who changed the room number. Luo Yushuang, you just wait. Luo Yushuang, with her innocent and romantic yet sly look, said, Yi Bufan, you should be glad that it wasn't a woman who went in this time. Otherwise you would have to repay her with your body. Luo Yushuang, you stop right there. Try to catch me first. The two engaged in a chase within the inn. Yi Bufan. Zhou Yin was taken aback. Why was it someone with the surname Yi again? After thinking about it, I realized that this guy was the one who ranked second in the newcomer trial. He glanced at the guy named Yi Bufan and realized he also possessed the protagonist's aura. Then I looked at the woman. She must have the protagonist's halo. Yi Bufan clearly knew Luo Yushuang, and their relationship seemed quite close. He was deliberately teasing him. He ignored their banter, found another room marked 66, and went inside. Then, he saw a woman emerge from the water wearing a bath towel, looking as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, which was very charming. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, he immediately roared, You pervert, get out of here. Would you believe me if I said this has nothing to do with me? Zhou Yin replied, Get out of here, the woman roared. Holy crap, Zhou Yin was speechless. That Luo Yushuang was playing by her own rules. Which one was his real room? We can't possibly go looking for them one by one, can we? After leaving the room, he looked at the room numbers, and sure enough, not a single one matched. They were all in a jumbled order. Luo Yushuang wasn't deliberately teasing him, but rather teasing all the new students in the academy. Not long after, the beautiful woman from before, now fully dressed, came out and yelled, Luo Yushuang, you brat. You changed my room number again and even broke the door. Just you wait. After saying that, the woman slammed the door shut, took out a long sword, and chased after Luo Yushuang in the distance. This suggests that this wasn't the first time Luo Yushuang had done something like this. He is a repeat offender. I just don't know who she is, that she dares to act so recklessly. Hey buddy, what's your room number? A person emerged from another room, but he was in bad shape. His eyes were red and swollen, and his nostrils were stuffed with paper, clearly indicating that he had been severely beaten. Brother, what's wrong with you? Upon hearing this, the other person sighed and said, It's all tears when I think about it. I just arrived last night, and just like you, I found my room and went in, and then, you went through the same thing. I was unlucky enough to run into a hot-tempered female tyrant who punched me twice without saying a word and even accused me of having designs on her. You tell me, I'm a great guy, handsome and rich, with women chasing after me lining up several times around the entire Kanglan continent. Why would I need to plot against a female Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's completely unnecessary, isn't it? Just then, both of them sensed a terrifying killing intent. The swollen man suddenly looked in one direction and saw a woman with one hand on her hip and the other hand dragging a 6-meter-long broadsword toward him. Upon seeing this, the man was immediately startled, and before he could finish, he said to Zhou Yin, "Dude, I'm off too. I'll talk to you after I shake off that female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Stop right there. If you're so brave, then don't chase after me. Stop right there if you dare." Zhou Yin was speechless. Was this really the Ziwei Academy? They're all such weirdos. Chapter 194. My name is Lin Dong, from Qingyang Town. Hello, what's your room number? Let me show you there. A gentle voice came from behind Zhou Yin. When Zhou Yin turned around, he saw a gentle and sweet woman. She smiled at him, looking very cute and charming, especially with a pretty dimple on her left cheek when she smiled. Hello, my name is Zhou Yin, and I live at number 99, Zhou Yin replied. Hello, my name is Ma Qingjin, I live at number 11. I know where number 99 is, I'll take you there. Ma Qingjin's voice is gentle, like warm water, and it's very soothing to listen to. Thank you very much, Qingqing Zijin, what a beautiful name. Your parents really know how to choose a name, Zhou Yin praised. No, I just picked it randomly, Ma Qingjin smiled. Who is Luo Yushuang? Do you know her? Zhou Yin asked curiously. I arrived quite early, so I saw that she came from Kyoto with Li Bufan and Dong Qingyi. I don't know their backgrounds, and I'm not very familiar with them, Ma Qingjin replied. No wonder. Zhou Yin nodded. Luo Yushuang is just being mischievous. She has a kind heart. They've been making a fuss for days. You don't need to pay attention to them. But you have to be careful that someone doesn't accidentally go to your door. Ma Qingjin kindly offered this reminder. Is Luo Yushuang a good person? He remained skeptical of this statement. He could tell at a glance that the woman was a spoiled rich girl who was used to causing trouble at home. He just wanted to stay away from that kind of person. After leading Zhou Yin to the correct room, Ma Qingjin waved to him. After thanking her, Zhou Yin went inside and locked the door. This was different from what he had expected about the academy. Instead of going directly to the academy, they were arranged to stay at an inn. Depending on the situation, we may need to wait for all the students to arrive, or wait 5 days before arranging for them to enter the academy together. He had intended to return to his territory for a visit, but suddenly someone knocked on the door. He opened the door, saw who it was, and asked, How did you know I lived here? I met Ma Qingjin before, and she told me about this. Let's not say any more. I'll just borrow your room to hide in. The other person quickly went into the room, closed the door, and gestured for Zhou Yin to be quiet. Zhou Yin saw a figure rush past the door. It must have been the one who had been chasing this guy earlier. After a while, the man patted his chest and said, I must have had the worst luck in the world. How could I have encountered such an unreasonable, tyrannical mother? It's really hard to say. If a woman accidentally enters a man's room, that's called going to the wrong room. If a man breaks into a woman's room, he's either a thug or a pervert. He'll beat you up and you'll have no recourse. It's really hard to be a man. Hello, my name is Lin Hao, and I'm from Hangzhou. The other person introduced himself. Surname Lin. Zhou Yin was taken aback. Yeah, what's wrong? You're not also surnamed Lin, are you? Lin Hao asked. Zhou Yin extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Lin Dong, and I'm from Qingyang Town. So you really are surnamed Lin. Maybe we were one family 1,000 years ago, Lin Hao said familiarly. The other party actually believed it. The men quickly became acquainted. The other man briefly introduced himself, and Zhou Yin learned that he was a member of a family with a history spanning several hundred years. He had scored over 800 points on the exam, and then chose Ziwei Academy. Later, Zhou Yin confessed that his name wasn't Lin Dong, leaving Lin Hao speechless for a while. In his own words, he was deceived. Zhou Yin then asked curiously, Even if you were no match for that woman, you shouldn't have been beaten up like this. Lin Hao quickly explained with masculine pride. How can a man lay a hand on a woman? Zhou Yin clearly didn't believe this nonsense and kept staring at him. Okay, to be honest, I'm going for the farming lord path. I don't have the strength to fight back. I'm only level 1. How could I possibly beat them? If I hadn't run fast, I'd probably be in the hospital right now. Lin Hao said, So this is the truth. Why don't we go directly to the academy? Zhou Yin was very curious and hoped that the other party could know more inside information. You must be from a commoner family. Lin Hao knew Zhou Yin's background as soon as he heard that. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. I just happened to be lucky enough to meet the admission requirements for Ziwei Academy. Zhou Yin replied. He only scored 22 points. It was only slightly more than double that of the second place, so the difference wasn't that significant. Lin Hao quickly explained. I didn't mean to look down on you. Don't misunderstand. It's okay, I understand what you mean. Zhou Yin could tell that this person didn't look down on him, otherwise he wouldn't have talked to him for so long. People born into these families possess knowledge that many others lack, and from them, one can obtain more information about the Lord. It's still worthwhile to make friends with people like that. After hearing Zhou Yan's words, Lin Hao answered his previous question. Ziwei Academy has a long history. I heard that it was not originally an academy, but a sect. Therefore, this college is completely different in style from other colleges. In other academies, we are called students, but in Ziwei Academy, we are called disciples. Actually, we are not considered true disciples of Ziwei Academy. At most, we are considered menial disciples. We still need to pass the academy's assessment before we can officially become entry-level disciples. Zhou Yan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the admission requirements for Ziwei Academy to be so difficult. They were people who had stood out from the national newcomer trials, yet they still needed to take an assessment before they could officially become members of the academy. What will happen if I fail the assessment? Zhou Yan asked curiously. Go back to where you came from, Lin Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan immediately asked, wasn't it a waste of time for those who applied to Ziwei Academy but failed the assessment? Lin Hao smiled and explained, it's not that bad. Even if you don't pass the assessment, you still have a chance. As long as you are willing to stay and serve as a handyman disciple in the academy, you can participate in the assessment with the new students every year. If you pass the assessment, you can become an entry-level disciple of the academy. Of course, it depends on whether you are willing to persevere. Many proud and arrogant people will leave on the spot. What's left are those who want to persevere and become disciples. Let me tell you something. There are already thousands of miscellaneous disciples in Ziwei Academy, accumulated from previous year's freshmen. I heard that the oldest one is already over 40 years old. Zhou Yan was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise. No way, there are so many? Does that mean that every year someone can't pass? Why don't they just leave and insist on fighting to the bitter end? He was speechless when he heard that the man in his 40s was still enduring it. That guy had actually persisted for 22 years. Good grief, is it worth wasting your youth here? Lin Hao smiled and retorted. Don't you think about how you would feel if you, a top student ranked over 1,000th in the country, couldn't get into one of the top 4 colleges and had to choose a third-rate college instead? Each higher education institution has a fixed number of places, and it is very rare for them to accept someone who has been kicked out of the 4 major colleges. Only third-rate colleges would accept them. The Lord universities would not have any quota restrictions and would even be happy for these people to study at their colleges. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some top-tier or second-tier colleges might recruit students based on the special nature of the other party's territory or the strong relationship between them. But the vast majority of those who leave can only choose third-rate colleges. Chapter 195, The Academy's Upgrade System, 5th Update. It all depends on your own direction and efforts in the future. Overall, Ziwei Academy has the strictest admission requirements among the 4 academies, but it is also the most liberal. I chose the Farming Lord path, so the assessment will be much easier than that of the Adventure Lord path. Linton told him many things he didn't know. If Linton hadn't told him all this, he probably wouldn't have known until the actual assessment. This is the advantage of aristocratic families. They can collect information that ordinary people cannot. He believed that the scions of prominent families knew far more than just this information. There was much more that he didn't. However, he also had something to rely on. That's cheating. No matter how many people in this world have the protagonist's halo or how powerful they are, they all have to call him daddy in front of this overpowered guy. Lin Tan has a cheerful, lively, and active personality, and she gets along very well with Zhou Yan. Looking at the sky, Lin Tan said, Let's go. Let's invite Yi Bufan out for a meal. You know him? Zhou Yan asked, puzzled. He was the one who helped me out of that predicament yesterday. Otherwise, my injuries would probably have been even worse. That's how we got to know each other. He's a really nice person, Lin Tan explained. However, Lin Tan was still very careful when she went out. She stuck her head out like a thief, and only after making sure no one was around did she lead Zhou Yan toward Yi Bufan's room. Lin Tan knocked on the door and said, Brother Yi, it's me, Lin Tan. Yi Bufan opened the door and said, What is it? Brother Yi, tonight is the Luoyang Festival, which is celebrated for 10,000 years in Luoqing. There will definitely be many beautiful women out. Let's go and take a look together. Lin Tan quickly said. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan immediately said seriously, Wait for me, I'll be right out. Yi Bufan closed the door, and 10 minutes later, the door opened again, revealing Yi Bufan dressed in a suit and tie, exuding an extraordinary aura. To be honest, Yi Bufan really does have the protagonist's aura, and his appearance is only slightly worse than Zhou Yan's, so he's not bad-looking either. Brother Yi, are you going out to have fun or go on a blind date? This is a bit too formal, Lin Tan said, somewhat speechless. Yi Bufan casually waved his hand, took out 3 folding fans, gave one to Zhou Yin and one to Lin Tan, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and let's go." After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Lin Tan, took out a pill, and handed it to Lin Tan, saying, "Your appearance is really affecting my impression in front of beautiful women. This is a recovery pill, worth tens of thousands of yuan each. Use it." Lin Tan quickly swallowed the pill and soon felt the injuries on his face rapidly healing. He took out a mirror, looked at himself, and found that he had regained his handsome appearance. He quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Yi." Yi Bufan then said to Zhou Yin, "My name is Yi Bufan. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, we're friends. Follow me, and you'll have plenty to eat." "Hello, my name is Zhou Yin." Yi Bufan had a pretty good personality, and after shaking hands with him, the group became friends. They walked and talked, and Zhou Yin also shared some of her own experiences. Throughout the journey, Lin Tan was the one asking questions and Yi Bufan was the one answering, but he avoided revealing many key points. For example, one's own territory level, strength, troop types, etc. These are things that lords would never easily reveal, so only a kid like Lin Tan would dare to ask such a question. He didn't answer, giving Lin Tan a perfunctory reply. Los Angeles is even more beautiful at night. The bustling streets were teeming with people, and vendors selling various ancient arts were calling out their wares. Sugar figurines, candied hawthorns, kebabs, snacks, and other treats all emitted enticing aromas. Neither of them were picky eaters, and Yi Bufan even took care of all the expenses for the night, paying for everything. They would try out every new and interesting gadget and found it quite enjoyable. In Los Angeles, soon some old-fashioned events appeared on the streets. They took a look and then headed to another area. The ancient city is so large that even 2 days and 2 nights wouldn't be enough to see it all. They entered an old inn where people were performing an ancient shadow puppet show. There were quite a few people watching. With no private rooms available, they found a place, ordered a table of food and drinks, and began watching shadow puppetry and chatting. Then Lin Tan asked about something, which piqued Zhou Yan's curiosity. "Brother Yi, do you know where the Enlightenment Stone is in Luo City?" "I don't know either. I only know that ordinary people can't get into that place. Even I don't know where that thing is. It's very well hidden." Yi Bufan replied. Zhou Yan asked curiously, "What is an enlightenment stone?" "I've heard from the elders in my family that there are many things left behind by gods and demons there. Some people have obtained top-level cultivation techniques and top-level skills, but it takes a very strong comprehension to understand the Tao." Yi Bufan replied, "How can I get there to comprehend it? If I could comprehend a top-tier cultivation technique or skill there, I'd be set for life." Lin Tan was lost in thought. "There is a way to get in touch with that thing, but you have to be in the academy to have the opportunity. I heard that there are many opportunities to get in touch with the Enlightenment Stone within the Ziwei Academy. I'll try my best then." Yi Bufan replied. "Brother Yi, you didn't come here for the Enlightenment Stone too, did you?" Lin Tan asked. Yi Bufan shook his head and said, "Your vision is too narrow. How can a single Enlightenment Stone satisfy me? I'm eyeing all the good things in the Ziwei Academy." Lin Tan was taken aback and said, "Including the beautiful women inside." Yi Bufan glanced at the other person and said, "You know it, but don't say it out loud." The group burst into laughter. They really are all the same kind of people. Fireworks occasionally appeared in the sky, adding many beautiful scenes to this ancient capital. Next, they went to see the Lantern Festival, but none of the three of them were refined people. They could only look at these literary things, but they didn't understand their meaning at all. However, they came to a river that was very long and wide, and there was even a dragon boat race. The winner could even win a prize of 100,000 yuan. People on site can also register to participate, but they have to pay a registration fee of 1,000 yuan. Many people come just for fun, but there are also teams that are genuinely there for the competition. They were all very formal, and their clothes were all the same. Inviting others to participate is merely to add to the lively atmosphere. "Brother Yi, this sounds interesting. Let's sign up too," Lin Tan said. "Wouldn't it be bullying others if we went to sign up?" Yi Bufan glanced at the dragon boat. Then Zhou Yan said, "I just like to bully others." "That's right. I prefer to bully others to be bullied." The three stepped forward, and Yi Bufan began to register. However, the person in charge of the competition said, "There are only 3 of you? Why don't you find 2 more?" "It's okay, we're just doing it for fun," the 3 said. The participants were left to their own devices. After all, having outsiders participate was meant to add to the lively atmosphere. Author, guaranteed 5 updates per day, but may only update 2 or 3 times if something comes up. Chapter 196, the first time. "Are you lords?" the person registering asked. "Yes, we are lords, so what?" the group asked. "That's right. If you lords participate in the competition, it will definitely disrupt the fairness. Therefore, your Lord competitions are held separately. For the top 3 winners, we will give you some small gifts, the other party replied. Oh, what is it? The group asked curiously. It's this one. The other party pointed to the rewards next to them, which were 3 dragon boat models, 1 gilded, 1 silver-plated, and 1 bronze-plated, with 5 of each type. This item is unique to our city of Los Angeles. Every year, 3 are awarded to the winning lords. The 3 of them thought it was something good when they saw it, but it turned out to be just this, and they immediately felt it wasn't very interesting. Don't underestimate this thing. It will change once it's placed in your lord's space. The other party replied. Oh, this thing can be used like that. The 3 of them were surprised. Then, using the power of the Lord's heart, I began to examine this thing. Item, Dragon Boat. Quality, D. Description, a special item for Los Angeles festivals. Placing this item in your territory allows you to build a dragon boat. It's a dragon boat structure. The 3 of them were genuinely surprised. Yi Bufan and Lin Tan didn't care much. But Zhou Yin really wanted to get it. It was a completely new type of building, and it was sure to evolve into a very good building. He was determined to get first place. We have to go all out this time. I really want this. Zhou Yin said earnestly. Are you serious? The 2 looked at him curiously. Since we're here, we can't afford not to take it seriously, Zhou Yin replied. Then let's take first place, Yi Bufan said. The 3 boarded the dragon boat, and Zhou Yin asked, Has any of you ever ridden one of these? The first time, Yi Bufan replied. The first time, Lin Tan replied. Zhou Yin replied, Me too. The 3 of them. They also know that this thing requires coordination, otherwise they can only roll around on the spot. The time has come to test our teamwork. We must not falter. They began to board the ship and prepare for the competition. All the teams in this competition were Lord teams, and each team had at least 4 members. There were only 3 people like them in the team. The minimum was 4. But these people were also there with friends. Only one team looked more professional, probably sent by the organizers. Lin Tan even saw 2 classmates who had entered the school together participating in the competition. Although they didn't know each other, they had met at the inn. The bridge was packed with onlookers. The number of people was enormous. But before the race even started, many people's boats began to spin in circles, and some even fell into the water, causing a lot of people to burst into laughter. Zhou Yin and the other 2 were all quite skilled, and Zhou Yin was very eager to win the reward, so they took it seriously and quickly mastered the basic rowing techniques. The Lord's teams competed first, followed by the ordinary people's teams. After dozens of teams were ready, a signal gun rang out, followed by a call to begin. Rush! 20 Lord's teams began to advance towards the water, but at the beginning, quite a few ships veered off course and collided with other teams, and several Lords were knocked into the water. Laughter erupted again on the bridge. After all, they weren't professionals, and it was just for fun, so they didn't really care about the so-called reward. Dragon boat racing requires controlling the force on both sides and coordinating well, otherwise it will be a mess. Although Zhou Yin and his 2 companions were few in number, their teamwork was not hindered by the large number of people. They chanted, 1, 2, 1, 2, and began to slowly move forward. One of the Lord's teams was very fast and rhythmic, and quickly took the lead. Since Zhou Yin and the other 2 were taking this seriously, they naturally didn't want to lose to others, and said, We can't afford to lose to others. The competition rules don't seem to say that skills can't be used, Zhou Yin said. It seems so, Lin Tan replied. Do you know water magic? Yi Bufan asked. It doesn't necessarily require water magic. Zhou Yin smiled. As long as you're strong, you don't need to know water magic. So he channeled his spiritual power, controlled the ship, and slammed his hands back with both palms. Bang! An explosion erupted on the water's surface, and then the entire ship began to move rapidly forward. Don't just stand there. Put more effort into paddling. It will increase your speed significantly, Zhou Yin quickly reminded them. He really wanted to win first place. The reward would be very useful to him. Oh, okay. The 2 quickly added power to the oars, 1 on each side, while Zhou Yin used the shifting stars technique to minimize water resistance, doubling the speed of the entire boat. Using an R-level skill, especially in a competition, Zhou Yin is probably the first person to do so. Many other teams also used their abilities, but due to improper use, they ended up spinning in vortexes. However, several other teams followed behind, but they couldn't keep up with Zhou Yin and his group. The people on the shore watched the dragon boats racing in the river, as if they were speeding forward on yachts. Wow, you can even do that. If you were a lord, you could do the same. I really envy their strength. Is this guy a water-based sorcerer? He's turned dragon boat racing into an airship. I guess that person used water magic, but I don't know what kind of water magic it was. These three kids are really going all out to get first place. Yi Bufan and Lin Tan also had many doubts in their hearts, wondering what methods Zhou Yin had used. They sensed a very powerful spiritual energy fluctuation, which far exceeded their expectations, and they even felt that they were completely unable to match it. They were very curious about what level Zhou Yin had cultivated to, and how he could possess such great strength. Is the other party really just an ordinary family? But they put their doubts aside and focused on finishing the game first. They moved incredibly fast, as if they were sailing a yacht, and quickly overtook the team in first place. The team in first place was stunned for a moment after seeing Zhou Yin and his team's speed, and then said, "Not bad this year. We actually met a team like this. Brothers, let's go, or we'll let an outsider take our first place. All right, let them know what professionalism is. Ready, 1, 2, 3, let's go." This team of lords was the local organizers' team. After seeing someone overtake them, they also began to use their own methods. The entire dragon boat seemed to have a cheat code, and its speed increased several times, constantly rushing forward. When Zhou Yin saw this, he thought, "Wow, they really are professionals. They caught up so quickly." He released the yin and yang energies within his body, forming a Tai Chi diagram in the water. This Tai Chi diagram, like a rowing machine, doubled the speed of the entire dragon boat. "Holy crap, Zhou Yin, did you eat Brother Wei? Your speed has increased again." Lin Tan was startled, not expecting the speed to increase again. "Kid, you're really going all out? Well then, I'll lend you a hand." Seeing Zhou Yan's efforts to win first place, Yi Bufan unleashed a golden light, which sounded like a dragon's roar to everyone. Then, a dragon-shaped phantom enveloped the entire dragon boat, doubling its speed once again. So the spectators on the shore saw a golden dragon silhouette rushing swiftly through the river. The water in the river was splashed dozens of meters high by the inertia of the dragon boat, soaking countless spectators. The ships behind were speechless. They could only see a flash of golden light before it crossed the finish line. "Not bad, this team actually beat us. We won, so we won. It just goes to show that today's young people are much better than us. That's good, look how passionate they are. It's been a long time since I've met such an energetic young man." Chapter 197, Dream of the Red Chamber. "Well done, you got first place." The three of them hugged each other happily. This was their first victory through collaboration, and everyone deserves credit. Cheers erupted from the shore, and flower petals were scattered as everyone rejoiced for them. Very good, young lords. This is your reward, please accept it." The other party handed them 5 gilded dragon boat prizes that they had prepared. They accepted the prize and asked the other party to take a picture of the three of them as a souvenir. "One for each of us is enough, you can keep the rest." Zhou Yin did not refuse and put away the 3 dragon boat models. This was an unexpected bonus. He hadn't expected to get a dragon boat building, and he was very curious about what it could evolve into. Slap, slap, slap. A round of applause rang out, and several women appeared nearby, one of whom was Luo Yushuang. "Oh my god, the mother Tyrannosaurus is here too." Lin Tan quickly hid behind Zhou Yin. A sharp shout rang out. "Stop hiding, I saw you a long time ago." Lin Tan chuckled dryly and said, "What a coincidence, you're here too." "Hello." Zhou Yin greeted Li Qingjin, who smiled and responded. Luo Yushuang jumped in front of Yi Bufan and said, "I never expected that our young master Yi would participate in such a boring game. It really broadened my horizons. If you'd watch such a boring event, wouldn't you be even more boring?" Yi Bufan was no pushover either, and he retorted with a single sentence. "UI." Luo Yushuang was speechless. Zhou Yin gave Yi Bufan a thumbs up, saying, "Well done. How can a man always be dominated by a woman? The key is to pin her down. We're just bored folks. We won't disturb your fun, brothers. Let's go somewhere else to have some fun." Yi Bufan gestured to Zhou Yin and Lin Tan, who understood and left. Luo Yushuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. After getting away from them, Lin Tan was really curious and asked, "Brother Yi, who is this Luo Yushuang to you? It seems like you always have a problem with her." "My sister," Yi Bufan replied. "Your sister?" The two were surprised, but they guessed that she was probably a cousin or something similar, or perhaps she was adopted, like in those melodramatic novels. "Yes, my dear," Yi Bufan replied again. "No way, they're related by blood." The two were surprised again. They had different surnames. Yi Bufan explained, "Actually, it's like this. We are twins, but I was born first, so I took my father's surname, and she was born later, so she took my mother's surname. But she always wanted to be the older sister, and I couldn't let her have her wish, so we just started calling each other by our names. Anyway, we've been arguing since we were little, so we're used to it. You two are really hurting each other." You can't stand each other. If you hadn't said it yourself, I would have thought you were enemies. Linton never expected that the two were actually siblings, and even twins. Zhou Yin hadn't expected them to have this kind of relationship. She almost guessed that the two were childhood sweethearts. It's obvious I've been reading too many formulaic novels. Yi Bufan, did you come with 3 people? Who is the other person? Lin Tan asked. You mean the other one? Her name is Dong Qingyi. She's my neighbor. Yi Bufan actually had something else to say, which was that he and Dong Qingyi were engaged. The key point is that he has no feelings for Dong Qingyi at all. He only treats Dong Qingyi as a younger sister. However, Dong Qingyi liked him and wanted his body. He couldn't let Dong Qingyi succeed, so he kept avoiding her. They walked around and played for a while, then wanted to find a place to have a late-night snack. Then I saw a place called Dream of the Red Chamber, which seemed pretty good. The key is that the owner knows how to do business. Upstairs, there are many beautiful women dressed in revealing clothes, constantly waving and beckoning customers to the surrounding area. Once inside, the 3 of them felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite proper. Pink curtains were everywhere, and beautiful women dressed as ancient dancers were singing and dancing on the stage. At each table around, there were 1 or 2 young women dressed in a seductive manner pouring drinks for the guests. What do you think this store is like? Yi Bufan asked. I have a bold guess, Lin Tan replied. I have a small idea about your guess, Zhou Yin said. I already have the right answer to your question, Yi Bufan continued. They seemed to be starting to understand what this place was. From the Dream of the Red Chamber, shop at the entrance, the young lady soliciting customers outside, the decor and atmosphere, and the woman who looked like an ancient brothel madam slowly walking towards them. They thought of a place that only scholars and literati frequented in ancient times, brothels. They were surprised. Is it really reasonable to run a brothel here? Where does the law of the Divine Dragon Kingdom fit in? The madam quickly stepped forward and asked, What would you like to eat? Yi Bufan quickly asked, Are there any other rules regarding this eating? The other person was taken aback and asked in confusion, What's so special about eating a meal? We're a legitimate restaurant. The group suddenly realized that this was a restaurant. It's still serious. They misunderstood. No wonder they see so many men and women coming in. It turns out this is a legitimate restaurant. With things arranged like this, how can people not get the wrong idea? Give us a private room, Yi Bufan quickly said, trying to cover his embarrassment. They followed a young lady into the private room, and as soon as the door opened, they heard, Welcome to the winter private room. May I ask what kind of music you would like to hear? This sudden attack almost gave them a fright. Unexpectedly, there were other people in the private room, which made it different from the other places. Yi Bufan was also encountering such a place for the first time, and quickly covered up his embarrassment. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Just bring whatever you're good at. The group began ordering food, and several young women started playing the zither. The screen window made one want to peek inside. Yi Bufan actually did just that, directly lifting the curtains and saying, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to see what these ladies look like. I didn't expect that the 3 of you would be wearing veils. The 3 young ladies removed their veils and let Yi Bufan take a look. Yi Bufan gave a brief compliment and then returned to his seat. Then he whispered to them, They're just average looking. They only manage to look good through dressing up. As the piano music began, the entire private room was instantly filled with its ancient timbre. They used pipa, guzheng, and guqin, fully showcasing the local characteristics. As for what they were playing, the 3 of them looked at each other, none of them knowing. They're just pretentious types. They don't understand any of this. Yi Bufan started ordering. Zhou Yin glanced at the menu and saw that each dish cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, these dishes are indeed worth the price, because many of the ingredients are only available in the spirit field, and the meat is from various monsters in the Lord Continent. Since these are all described, the prices of these dishes are quite reasonable. This is indeed a legitimate restaurant. It's just that it's easy for people to misunderstand. Yi Bufan ordered dozens of dishes and drinks, spending at least 1 million yuan, which shows that Yi Bufan is well off and this amount of money is nothing to him. Lin Tanya also came from a well-off family, and he remained unfazed by these things. But they could never have guessed that the richest of the 3 would be Zhou Yin. Chapter 198. Si Tenghua Yuron confesses her feelings. Eat well, drink well, have fun. They returned to the inn. Zhou Yin told the 2 that he would be going to the territory in the next few days, and that they could let him know if they needed anything. What's the name of your territory? Add it later. I'll contact you if anything happens outside, Lin Tan asked. Lin Tan is a farming lord, so he doesn't need to enter his territory much. 1 or 2 hours a day is enough. My territory is called Diaochan, Zhou Yin replied, indicating that he did not refuse to accept strangers adding him by name. That name sounds so feminine. Could it be your wife? Lin Tan asked curiously. Zhou Yin stared blankly at him and replied, Are you a prophet? Lin Tan. My territory is called This User Has Ascended to Heaven. I'll join you there later, Lin Tan said. Lin Tan's territory is truly brilliant. You should know the name of my territory. I am the second-ranked newcomer, and my name is Yi Clan Dragon King. I can add you as friends directly. You can't add me as a friend. Yi Bufan replied. Brother Yi, you're already this amazing. I really can't imagine what kind of monster that number one is, Lin Tan said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin exclaimed, Hey, you little brat, who are you calling a bitch? You're the monster. Your whole family are monsters. I just used a cheat code. Why are you saying this about me? After parting ways, Zhou Yin returned to his room. Then, remembering to lock the door, he even moved the table and cabinet over to block the door completely. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and protection against Luo Yushuang. Hiss! Luo Yushuang sneezed, wondering who was thinking of her. Having communicated with the Lord's heart, he returned to his territory. Several women were in the spiritual courtyard. There were quite a few of them. Jiao Chan, Nie Xiaoqian, Sun Shangxiang, Kai Yin, Si Teng, and Hua Yuro. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, they quickly went up to greet him. Zhou Yin asked, What are you all doing together? We just talked about territory matters, nothing more. Has the Lord started school yet? Sun Shangxiang replied. I'm really curious about what the academy is like in the Lord's world, Si Teng said. It must be an interesting world, Hua Yurong guessed. Is everything going well out there? Jiao Chan asked with concern. Everything is going smoothly outside, but enrollment hasn't started yet. It'll take a few more days. This academy is a bit different from the others. He briefly explained the situation to them. You'll definitely pass this test. It's just a formality. You'll be staying within the territory for the next few days, right? They knew exactly how strong the territory was. If even their territory couldn't pass the test, then others would be even less capable. Of course, it's so boring outside. I'd rather come in and keep my wives company. Zhou Yin smiled at them. The women all blushed slightly, especially Kai Yin, Si Teng, and Hua Yurong, who were not yet Zhou Yin's women. Si Teng and Hua Yurong couldn't wait for Zhou Yin to devour them. They had long wanted to become Zhou Yin's women. The Lord is truly shameless. To use a line from a movie, he's utterly shameless, Nie Xiaoqian chuckled. Wow, you've been learning pretty fast lately. Looks like you've been watching a lot of adult films, Zhou Yin said. That's right, Lord. You should hurry up and prepare which world the next movie will take place in, Si Teng said. Oh, it's finally refreshed. I'll take a look and see which movie would be suitable for me. He needs a modern business talent, but this type of film is hard to come by. However, he doesn't necessarily need the main characters in the movie. Every movie is a world, and in that world, there are so many talented people. He only needs to bring out a few of them, which is more than enough. He won't be limited by the film itself. He's really a genius. Territory notification. This user has ascended to the heavens, wants to add you as a friend. Accept or decline? Territory notification. Dragon King Yi wishes to add you as a friend. Accept or decline? The two had already started adding her as a friend, and he accepted, revealing all the information about the territory to them. It has no impact on his other heavenly court territories. After chatting for a while and confirming that they hadn't added the wrong person, they ended the chat. Next, Si Teng and Hua Yurong took Zhou Yin to the movie theater, saying they wanted to tell him about the movies that would be showing in the next few days. After arriving at the movie theater, Zhou Yin carefully looked at the recently released movies and found that there was one movie he could go into. That is Hello, Mr. Billionaire. The protagonist of this movie, Wang Duoyu, is a fool, but he is lucky enough to inherit a fortune. But if you want to inherit the fortune, you have to learn how to spend money first. You have to spend 1 billion within a month. So Wang Duoyu tried his best to spend money, but unfortunately, the more he spent, the more money he had. He doesn't care what the essence of the film is, as long as it's an urban film, he can find talent. Moreover, of the movies released in the last few days, only this one fits the bill. The others were movies he didn't like or hadn't seen before, so this movie was a better choice. It's much simpler when you hire professional business people. Knowing his next goal, Zhou Yin wanted to leave, but Si Teng and Hua Yurong seemed to have something to say to each other. Zhou Yin asked, What's wrong? Just say it directly. Why are you hesitating? My lord, Wee. The two women were a little shy, their pretty faces flushed red. Then they looked at each other, seemingly mustering their courage, and said, Lord, we like you and want to be with you. Zhou Yin was surprised. He didn't expect them to say that. They were practically grown by him and had been in the territory for quite some time. He just didn't expect them to confess their feelings at this time. Seeing Zhou Yan's surprised expression, they said, Does the Lord look down on us because we are demons? How could that be? I just didn't expect you guys to like me. After all, you've only been in this world for less than 2 months. Have you really thought things through? Zhou Yin inquired. Chapter 199, The Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship, 4th update. He took out the dragon boat he had obtained from yesterday's dragon boat race. Although it was only the lowest level equality item, it could evolve anything, as long as it was a building. Since it's a boat, it must be placed in the water. There are 2 places to place the city moat in the territory. One is the Spirit Waterfish Lake, outside the city, and the other is the Spirit Waterfish Lake, inside the territory. He first placed the boat in the Spirit Waterfish Lake, since these buildings could be put away and placed wherever needed at any time. He arrived at the edge of the Spirit Waterfish Lake and began building the dragon boat. Territory notification: build a dragon boat, and the dragon boat will evolve into the Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship. With a flash of light, the dragon boat in his hand rapidly grew larger in the lake. Then, a beam of colorful light enveloped the building, causing it to undergo a tremendous transformation. Holy crap! The Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship. That sounds incredibly awesome. He quickly looked at the newly evolved ship in front of him. The ship had become enormous, its shape resembling a golden dragon cast from gold, shimmering with an amazing luster. At the bow was a lifelike golden dragon head gazing ahead. The entire vessel on the lake was quite imposing, like a golden dragon in the water. This ship is very spectacular and looks very powerful. It also has the ability to attack, with 4 dragon-shaped turrets built on its hull, each pointing in one of the 4 directions. He immediately checked the information about the Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship. Architecture: Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship. Level: 1, required for upgrade. Quality: SSS, required for upgrade. Special Attribute 1, Ancestral Dragon Cannon, can launch artillery fire. He still had 2 dragon boats, which he quickly took out and built, and then obtained 2 more Golden Ancestral Dragon Ships. He could have evolved these 3 Golden Ancestral Dragon Ships into 1 R-quality Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship, but he didn't do so because this dragon ship was hard to come by, and he had no other way to obtain it. It might be very useful in the future. Anyway, he can evolve his quality at any time, so there's no rush. He began upgrading the Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship. After upgrading it to level 20, the entire Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship became even larger and more magnificent. Even the number of turrets has increased by 4, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. He continued upgrading, but next he needed wood and water elemental cores, which the territory had. After upgrading to level 50, the materials changed again, requiring a 1-star dragon crystal, which he didn't have, so he had to put it aside for now. The Golden Ancestral Dragon Ship has 4 more attributes. Special Attribute 1, Ancestral Dragon Cannon, can launch artillery fire. Special Attribute 2, Dragon Speed, increases travel speed. Special Attribute 3, Water Dragon Impact, creates a water dragon to attack the target. Special Attribute 4, Raging Waves, controls the surrounding waters, causing the ocean to surge and crash. Special Attribute 5, Dragon enters the water, can change the ship's shape, forming a dragon-shaped vessel that sails on the water. The Spirit Waterfish Lake is so large that it could easily accommodate hundreds of Golden Ancestral Dragon ships. He would love to own hundreds of them, but unfortunately, he doesn't know if they're even for sale. If they were, he wouldn't mind buying tens of thousands. He planned to ask when he went out. On a new day, he came to the 3 Live Stone and found that its level had been upgraded to level 5, and many more names had been added to it. Si Tung and Hua Yuerong's names are naturally also on it. 3 Live Stone notification: Lord Zhou Yin has successfully checked in at 3 Live Stone and has received 1,000 soul coins. After upgrading the 3 Live Stone, the amount of soul coins obtained also increased significantly. This building can only be upgraded based on the number of couples in the territory. He was really looking forward to seeing what new attributes the building would gain after reaching level 10. With so many dungeon instances, he placed them all in one place, a dedicated area for building dungeon-type structures. He entered these dungeons, cleared them quickly, and earned a lot of soul coins and equipment rewards. These dungeons offer a lot of soul coins. By consistently running dungeons every day, you can obtain a large amount of soul coins. This is a very good thing for him. His main focus now is to upgrade the levels of these dungeon buildings so that he can unlock higher-level monsters. However, void stones are not available on the market, so even if he wanted them, he couldn't buy them. He instructed Xiao Wei to keep a close eye on many things, and to immediately send someone to purchase them as soon as they appeared. Sometimes if you arrive too late, someone else will get there first. The soldiers are now uniformly equipped with gold gear, but he is already preparing to replace it with dark gold gear. He also instructed Jerry to have his men forge dark gold equipment, while Jerry himself would forge diamond-level equipment. He hoped that Jerry could quickly advance to the level of a forging master and create spiritual weapon-level equipment for him. He then arrived at the mysterious shop and discovered that the items that had been refreshed that day were extremely valuable, and all of them required soul coins to purchase. He opened the properties to view. Item: Hero Quality Upgrade Scroll. Quality S. Description: allows any hero to be upgraded to S quality. Price: 1 million soul coins. This thing is extremely precious. Even if you have the money, you can't buy it anywhere. 1 million is a lot, but you can earn soul coins. Once these are gone, they're gone forever. This refresh yielded 5 hero quality upgrade scrolls, 2 of which were S quality, 2 of which were SS quality, and only 1 of which was SSS quality. The prices are 1 million soul coins, 1,500,000 soul coins, and 2 million soul coins respectively. It cost a total of 7 million soul coins to buy the 5 hero quality upgrade scrolls. Then he started refreshing the mysterious shop. This time, only 5 blueprints appeared, the highest quality of which was a gold quality shoe blueprint. He bought them all. He already had a plan for who would use the hero quality upgrade scroll. He found Lu Yu and then upgraded her quality to SSS. Thank you very much, Lord. Lu Yu said gratefully. You are the head chef of the territory, and I have seen your hard work over this period of time, so it is natural to give you priority. Zhou Yin replied. Lu Yu will definitely create even better dishes for the Lord. Lu Yu was very happy. She had already felt the changes in her body, and her mind was as clear as ever. She had different ideas and insights about many kinds of stones. Go ahead, Zhou Yin smiled. Lu Yu immediately entered the 5-star hotel and began to try the new cuisine. As for the other hero quality upgrade scrolls, he placed them in his territory for the time being, to be used after someone made a contribution. However, he still gave Jerry 2 S quality hero quality upgrade scrolls as a reward for the most hardworking dwarf. Jerry used a competition format, rewarding whoever forged the best equipment, and Zhou Yin also thought this was a great idea. The dwarves began a heated competition, and every dwarf was giving it their all. Zhou Yin then left with a smile. We arrived at the movie theater. Chapter 200, The Movie World of Hello Mr. Billionaire. 5th update. Cinema. Many people were greatly impacted by these films, which showed them that there is such a rich and colorful world outside, and broadened their horizons. In particular, the generals and soldiers of the territory loved watching war movies, from which they learned a lot about war knowledge and strategies. Their lives are enriched by a wealth of modern knowledge and experiences, making them no longer dull and boring. He arrived at a screening room, went inside, and began to enter. Cinema prompt. Enter the movie world of Hello Mr. Billionaire? Yes. With a flash of light, he found himself on a sports field, holding an ID card from this world. He looked at it, and found it to be quite complete. Looking around, I saw people watching the game from the stands. Upon closer inspection, Wang Duiyu was guarding the goal below the field. He knew that a guy named Mr. Jean had approached Wang Duiyu, wanting him to go easy on him, but he refused. But the truth is that even though he refused, the other side still lost the game 0-5. Moreover, this Mr. Jean is the steward of his second master's household. He saw Mr. Jean. Although the old man was quite old, he still had some ability. Moreover, Mr. Kim's management skills are absolutely excellent. This little old man must be taken away. Moreover, there are several talented individuals in this film whom he very much wants to acquire. Sasha, the woman with the hot body in the movie. Don't get me wrong, he just wanted to try her massage skills. What bad intentions could a good person like him have? He just felt that the other person had a hard time and wanted to give them a better life. He sang to the sky. The game ended quickly, and he saw Mr. Kim begin to leave. He walked up to Mr. Jean and said, Hello, Mr. Jean. Would you be interested in having a chat with me? Mr. Jean looked at Zhou Yin with surprise and asked, May I ask who you are? Do you have time to talk? Zhou Yin asked. Mr. Jean looked at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin had an extraordinary appearance, unparalleled temperament, and exceptional confidence. He was clearly not a simple person. Please come with me. Mr. Jean invited Zhou Yin to a nearby top-tier hotel, booked a private room, ordered a table full of food and drinks, and said, Now you can talk about it. Zhou Yin nodded and said, My name is Zhou Yin. I'm a businessman, but not an ordinary one. I happen to be short-handed and would like to ask you to help manage things. When Mr. Jean heard this, he thought it was something serious, but he was no longer young and had no interest in such things. He quickly shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I might have to disappoint you. Zhou Yin smiled and asked, I know money means nothing to you anymore, but if I told you I could make you young again, or even grant you immortality, would you believe me? Mr. Jean was stunned and speechless. He never expected that the other party was a lunatic. Zhou Yin understood the other party very well, and before the other party could speak, he said, Mr. Jean also thinks this is absurd, and even thinks I'm crazy. Then, Zhou Yin released his spiritual power, and a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation emerged from his body, with a Tai Chi diagram appearing from within him. The entire private room was swept up by this powerful force, and then, to Mr. Jin's astonishment, everything inside the room was swept into the air and finally turned into dust. Mr. Jean was stunned. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was agape, and the only thing in the entire room that was intact was the chair he was sitting on. Looking at the powder on the ground, he fell into deep thought. Zhou Yin knew that the other party needed time to calm down and consider, so he said, If Mr. Jean has thought it through, come find me. I will stay by Wang Duiyu's side during this period. Watching Zhou Yin leave, Mr. Jean wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Yin knew just how tempting the idea of immortality was for these people, and he believed they would never refuse such an offer. Even if he refuses, he can find a more suitable candidate in this world. After all, this is a real world with countless successful entrepreneurs who wouldn't resist the temptation of immortality. Moreover, he did not lie. Once he ascends to immortality, everyone in the entire territory will be able to ascend directly to the immortal realm. Although he doesn't have the money of this world, he has plenty of gold and silver. He randomly went to a gold shop and exchanged it for several 100,000 yuan in cash. Then they found Wang Duiyu and Zhuang Chang in the detention center. He bailed the two men out, and they were very curious about him, asking, Young man, we don't seem to know each other. Why did you bail us out? I was at the scene when you staged the accident, but I didn't leave any evidence, so I released you on bail, Zhou Yin replied. Wang Duiyu clapped his hands and said, There are still many good people in this world. From now on, you are my brother. If you have any difficulties in Shihong City, just come to me. I, Wang Duiyu, will never hesitate. Me too, Zhuang Chang. Okay. Zhou Yin smiled and treated the two to a delicious meal at the hotel, which made them feel that Zhou Yin was very generous and a good brother. Zhou Yin smiled, guessing that Mr. Jean would come to see Wang Duiyu in the next few days. Sure enough, when they returned to Wang Duiyu's residence, Mr. Jean found them and invited them to a private estate. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Mr. Jean quickly stepped forward, shook hands with him, and said, Mr. Zhou, would you mind if we spoke for a few minutes? Certainly. Zhou Yin gestured for the curious Wang Duiyu and Zhuang Chang to wait in the hall, while he followed Mr. Jean into a room. Mr. Zhou, I have thought it through and I want to go with you, but I must first fulfill my master's last wish. My master has been incredibly kind to me, and I must fulfill his last wish before he dies. Mr. Jean replied. Zhou Yin was very satisfied with what the other party said, and said, I admire people like you who value loyalty and righteousness. Don't worry, I also want to see how Wang Duiyu will choose to inherit these hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth. Mr. Zhou is indeed a sage. Nothing can be hidden from you. This made Mr. Jean admire Zhou Yin's methods even more. Could you help me find some people in the business field? These people will be your subordinates from now on. Just assign them any tasks you need. Of course, you have to make it clear to them that once they come with me to that place, they will never be able to come back. Zhou Yin said, Are you talking about the immortal realm? Mr. Jean asked curiously. It's like another world, a world where people can live forever, Zhou Yin replied. No problem. How many people do you need? Mr. Jean asked. You can decide on the number, but it's best to have around 100 people, Zhou Yin said. Okay, no problem. But I hope you can use some tricks when the time comes, otherwise they probably won't believe it. Mr. Jean said. If he hadn't witnessed Zhou Yin unleash that terrifying power with his own eyes, he would never have believed that anyone in this world could wield such power. Money is nothing compared to that. Of course, and after you follow me, you will also be able to learn those methods. As for how well you achieve them, that depends on your own efforts. Zhou Yin said. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Jean longed to acquire Zhou Yin's abilities. Even if he wasn't as powerful as Zhou Yin, he would be content with simply achieving immortality. Next, Mr. Jean inquired about the specific talents needed and gave a brief overview of the Wan Jiamal's operating model. This was very simple for Mr. Jean. After all, it wasn't a difficult thing at all. He had thought it was a very difficult thing. He assured Zhou Yin that he could do a good job. After they finished talking, the two returned to the hall.